Chapter 1. The Money System. Inside the Daejai Research Institute in Jinqing Town, Lin Xiao was slowly organizing his luggage for the trip he was leaving for tomorrow. Packing up his luggage, standing by the window, Lin Xiao silently took out a cheap cigarette and lit the fire. Gazing out the window. I don't know that I came to this world already 5 years ago. Associating this 5 years of bitter life, Lin Xiao can't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Not being a seeker or lover of the Pokemon world himself, he actually allowed himself to somehow catch up with the traveling public and come to this place. Moreover, this world is not as beautiful as when I was a child watching anime, in which children aged 10 or older can receive an initial Pokemon and an icon and then set off on a journey. But the anime is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Those little kids who were able to receive their initial Pokemon were the ones whose parents had grown up paying taxes to the League, 50,000 per year, or 500,000 for 10 years. If they didn't pay taxes, they wouldn't even have a single fart, not to mention any Pokemon. It should be known that no matter which region's initial Pokemon are slowly trained by the Alliance, no matter the breeding bases, all kinds of Pokemon food, equipments, and staff's salary all need a large amount of tickets. If they are given out for free, it is estimated that the Pokemon Alliance will lose money to the extent that no panties are left. Lin Xiao, is your luggage ready? An old man in his 50s wearing a white coat stood at the door and asked. Lin Xiao turned around and smiled. It's already packed, Dr. Okay, I have to thank the doctor for taking me in these past 5 years. Otherwise I might not know which corner I'd starve to death in. Brat, Dr. Oki lovingly wrapped his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulders and rubbed his head fiercely twice, scolding with a smile. How many times have I told you not to say such inauspicious words again? When I met you it was also our destiny. Besides, I feel a lot more relaxed with your help in these 5 years. If only Xiao Mao could be as well behaved and capable as you are. Lin Xiao felt helpless at Dr. Oki's words. Dr. Xiao Mao, he's still young. When he grows up he'll be able to appreciate everything you said. Little my ass. Dr. Oki immediately blew a gasket. You were 10 when I first brought you back to the institute. And you did everything properly. Whether it was washing clothes, cooking, or feeding Pokemon. Shigeru turned 10 yesterday, but what can he do? Not to mention anything difficult. That guy can't even wash his own clothes. Looking at Dr. Daejai, who was getting more and more agitated, Lin Xiao felt speechless. All this is not spoiled by your old man. Besides, I was already a 20-year-old in my last life. Plus I've already run through 30 in this life. Can this be used to compare with a 10-year-old young master of a rich family? Noticing Lin Xiao's silence, Dr. Oki awkwardly snorted. Alas, getting older is just too much to say. Unknowingly have nagged on. You go to bed early tomorrow, still have to get up early. Said and walked towards the door. Seeing Dr. Daejai wanting to leave, Lin Xiao was instantly anxious. Knowing that this body Lin Xiao crossed and possessed was an orphan from somewhere. Or simply put, a black household. After being taken in by Dr. Oki, and this kind-hearted old man even helped himself to solve the matter of household registration. But due to the lack of payment of taxes, so you can't receive the initial Pokemon and the Toho. You should know that without an icon, which is equivalent to an ID card, even if you own a Pokemon League, you have the right to confiscate it, and you can't participate in any regular tournaments without an icon to travel with. Although Dr. Oki had used his connections to put Lin Xiao's identity in place and help him pay his taxes, the Alliance still had its own rules, and had only shortened the time by 5 years for his sake. But the consequence was that the initial Pokemon didn't have Lin Xiao's share. With Dr. Oki's network of connections, getting one more initial Pokemon wasn't too difficult, but people are precious to be self-aware. That, Dr. Oki, can you lend me a Pokemon tomorrow? Borrow a Pokemon? Dr. Oki looked embarrassed, a little unsure of what to do. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, Doctor, you're getting the wrong idea. I'm talking about just any Pokemon, not the ones that traveled with you in the first place, and I'll return it to you as soon as I reach Tokiwa City. It won't take up too long. Daiki had been a Tenno when he was younger, and to this day, he still had a few of his old buddies with him, namely Snapdragon, Wind Speed Dog, Gung Ai, and mythical Frog Blossom. Shigeru had always been pining for Fast Dragon and Wind Speed Dog, but they were all rejected by Dr. Oki for various reasons. Hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, Dr. Daejai laughed. You scared me. I thought you wanted to borrow my old friends. I'll help you choose one tomorrow, and return it when you have your own Pokemon. It's late at night. I'm going to rest first. After saying that, without even giving Lin Xiao a chance to say thank you, he turned around and left. Looking at Dr. Oki's pale back, Lin Xiao felt his eyes swell. The kindness he owed to Dr. Oki would be hard to repay in this lifetime. Forcing back the tears that almost flowed out of his eyes, Lin Xiao lay down on his bed, lit a cigarette and called up his crossing welfare system. Invincible money system. Host, Lin Xiao. Male, 15 years old. Height, 1.78 meters. Pokemon owned, none. Money owned, 0. The invincible money system has only one function, and that is to become a Pokemon trainer. Whether it is a wild Pokemon or another trainer, you will be able to earn money after winning a battle. As long as you have enough money, you can buy your favorite Pokemon in the system, ranging from Green Caterpillar to Genesis. The cheapest green caterpillars, unicorns, hornyas, and the like cost 200 gold coins, while initial Pokemon in the columns such as Little Fire Dragon, Mythical Frog Seed, and Jenny Turtle classes cost 1,000 gold coins. Even the ultimate forms are available. For example, Yukira costs 3,000 and Banjira costs 10,000. As for those so-called legendary ultra-divine beasts that were incredibly expensive, just looking at that vote of zeros made people do a double take. However, all of this was subject to becoming a trainer first, and that was what Lin Xiao was relying on. As long as he had the time to allow himself to develop, he would definitely be able to stomp down those so-called heavenly kings and champions. The reason why he would borrow a Pokemon from Dr. Oki was because he was forced to do so. The current Lin Xiao was penniless and still owed Dr. Oki the 50W ticket he had taxed for himself. If you catch it yourself, don't look at your own almost adult. If you encounter a wild Pokemon, a wave can peck your own chicken flying everywhere, not to mention catching it. In addition, the wild were so easy to encounter good Pokemon. Even if encountered is not necessarily beat, then it is still not the same bulging eyes to see. Throwing his cigarette into the ashtray, Lin Xiao set 2 goals for himself. First, have your own Pokemon as soon as possible, then return the borrowed ones to Dr. Oki. Second, find a way to make as much money as possible, not to mention the debt to Dr. Oki, even if you have to spend money on your own travels. And know that you can't get free food and lodging at the Pokemon Center after you turn 15, and that's for kids under the age of 15. Whether it's food, lodging, have to pay for their own money, not to mention the Pokemon need a variety of food, medicine, so you can only take the elite route. Pokemon more words, ready to starve to death. The most important thing is to make money. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao fell into a muddle-headed sleep. But what tomorrow's would be like, who knows? Chapter 2, It's Not a Dorky Beast. Early in the morning, under the reminder of the biological clock, Lin Xiao woke up very early. After washing up, he put on his backpack and went downstairs. At this time the sun has just rode out of the horizon. Other people who are ready to set out on a trip have not yet arrived. The Daejai Research Institute seems exceptionally quiet, and the spirited Lin Xiao has just come downstairs to be thundered by everything in front of him, both inside and outside. Beside the workbench, Dr. Oki was dressed in a 10,000-year-old white lab coat. A bowl of ramen was placed on the workbench, while Dr. Oki was fighting with the ramen without any poise, not even noticing that Lin Xiao was standing aside looking at this strange scene. How much hatred does one have to have for ramen? It's barely 7 o'clock in the morning and Dr. Oki is already eating ramen. Cough. Lin Xiao coughed slightly. Who knew that Dr. Oki continued to work hard on eliminating the ramen in his bowl as if he hadn't heard. Just when Lin Xiao wanted to remind Dr. Oki again, Dr. Oki, who was lying on the table eating ramen, didn't lift his head, and spat out a sentence vaguely from his ramen-wrapped mouth. I've prepared your Pokeballs and iconography. They're on the table next to me. There's also the borrowed Pokemon on the table, but you don't have to return it. That guy volunteered to go out on a trip with you. Remember to call me at. That's it. Go away and don't disturb my old man eating ramen. What is this situation? Lin Xiao inexplicably looked at Dr. Oki, thinking what does the old man want again? But the Dr. Oki in front of him only focused on the ramen on the table and didn't even glance at him, which made Lin Xiao helplessly pick up the icon and elf ball on the table and leave the Oki Research Institute. Walking on the road to Tokiwa City, all of Lin Xiao's thoughts were piled on Dr. Oki's strange behavior early in the morning, and he was not in the least bit in the mood to pull out his Pokeball to see what kind of Pokemon it was. After thinking for a long time, Lin Xiao slapped his head in chagrin. Forget it, don't think about it. There'll be plenty of opportunity to ask about it later. It's not like you're not coming back yourself. In fact, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that just after he walked out of the institute, Dr. Oki put down the ramen that seemed to have endless attraction to him and looked at the direction he left for a long time with red eyes. But which Pokemon did Dr. Oki say voluntarily followed me on my trip? Casey? I don't think so. That little guy just likes to sleep all day long, and has always dozed off with his eyes closed except for mealtimes. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao felt that the only one who was willing to follow him on his travels was afraid to be the dumb beast by the pond. I don't know why this dumb beast looks silly to everyone. It's very cute and adorable. What's puzzling is that ever since Lin Xiao fed it food, the dumb beast likes to run after him. Even the many commands issued by Lin Xiao, this dumb beast will do as he says. This phenomenon makes Dr. Daejai puzzled. He always wants to study it clearly, but he's defeated. To Dr. Daejai, the dumb beast turns into a silly look again. Even if you step on its tail, this guy takes half a day to feel the pain. It's directly crushing. Even if you step on its tail, this guy will take half a day to feel the pain. Directly crushing. In fact, Lin Xiao also quite likes the dull beast, the dumb and silly look, so that people can't help but hug it and rub it a few times. And the evolution of the beast of the hippopotamus king has a good cultivation value. As for the hippopotamus, well, directly ignore it. I am afraid that 9 out of 10 training hippopotamus trainers want to cry. You can imagine no matter what commands you give out is a cute face staring at you with big eyes, just like you have a flower on your face. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver. This kind of honorable task is better left to other trainers. Come out, dorky beast. Taking the baby ball, Lin Xiao pressed the switch on the sphere. Touch. There was a soft sound, and after a flash of red light, a Pokemon appeared in front of Lin Xiao. With the appearance of this Pokemon, Lin Xiao's mouth immediately turned into an O shape. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally knew why Dr. Oki had acted in that bizarre manner. Sis, this is no dumb beast. What is this old man up to? The Pokemon that appeared in front of him was not at all the dull beast that Lin Xiao had thought of, but a fast dragon, 3 meters tall, earthy yellow, colored scales, thick tail, tiny wings on his back, and a pair of big eyes blinking as he looked at Lin Xiao. Holy, is this a surprise? But don't you think it's too much of a surprise? Shigeru would hate me if he knew. Lin Xiao rubbed his temples with a headache. Too weak doesn't work, too strong is still a headache. To know that when Dr. Daiki was the Heavenly King, this Snapdragon was his main force. Then Dr. Daiki resigned as Heavenly King to become a researcher, and the Snapdragon went into hiding. Although after almost 20 years, but who dares to underestimate its strength? 20 years for human is very long, but encountered a few thousand years of life of the fast dragon can only be said to be a small witch to see a big witch. If according to the proportion of the age of the human, this fast dragon is still a small child, cannot even reach adulthood. Speechless looking at the fast dragon, Lin Xiao does not know what to do with the guy. The Pokemon strength is too strong, will not listen to the trainer's instructions. There are some bad-tempered will also directly attack the trainer. Sulk nonchalantly. Lin Xiao's trainer level and fast dragon difference of 80,000 miles. If it is the system of fast dragon Lin Xiao absolutely not the slightest pressure. To know the system must lose belongs to the boutique. The direct density of its full. No matter how strong the Pokemon will be unconditional obedience to him. But in front of this guy is difficult to say. Get it wrong. A big move to let Lin Xiao cross again. Just when Lin Xiao was in a difficult situation, Fast Dragon took out a letter from somewhere and shoved it into his hand. Opening the envelope was indeed a message from Dr. Oki. Lin Xiao, how about this great gift that the old man gave you? I guess you must be freaking out right now, right? Lin Xiao, who had only finished reading the first line, already had a head full of black lines, and his anger value was rising. Don't be angry. I let Chrysosaurus travel with you indeed of its own free will. Ever since I became a researcher, the crypto dragon has also been silent, but I can see that inside it is eager to fight. I can't be so selfish as to keep it by my side. Its world should be on that hot-blooded battleground, not staying in obscurity in the research institute. Although Shigeru has always wanted to be recognized by the fast dragon and travel with it, Shigeru has a bad personality and is very proud when he has a little achievement, which worries me. There's no need to worry about Shigeru holding a grudge against you, since Fast Dragon had rejected him. Besides, with Shigeru's proud nature, he wouldn't have done that kind of thing, and did more than just want to beat you, so that Fast Dragon could see clearly who is the great trainer. But that's just the expression of a child's heart sulking. Or do you think you're not even as good as a 10-year-old child? The quick dragon has a gentle character and will not be disobedient or attack the trainer, so let it embark on the path of the journey with you, and promise me that you will make sure that it will stand on that supreme stage once again. Oki, stay. Fu Lin Xiao sighed lightly and looked at Fast Dragon and said with a serious face, Fast Dragon, let me lead you to that supreme stage once again. Let's work together. Ow. The Fast Dragon happily flew in mid-air, circling around Lin Xiao, and it was obvious that it too was always eager for the cheers of the crowd, fighting in a powerful opponent. Chapter 3, Special Assignments. Along the way Lin Xiao carried out his money-making plan, fighting whatever Pokemon he encountered once. During the first battle, Lin Xiao had no shame in letting Quick Dragon a small Lotta to the ground, resulting in the system prompting, congratulations to the host for winning the first battle, rewarded with a gold coin. It was better not to prompt, but this directly made Lin Xiao's heart fall into the abyss of 10,000 feet. Winning a battle gives 1 gold coin. That means buying a small fire dragon would require 1,000 battles. A fire-breathing dragon would be 3,000 battles, and both the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Benjiro would be 10,000 battles. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao almost blackened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of old blood. As for the 3 divine birds, 3 holy beasts, super divine beasts and the like that are further up the hierarchy, don't count on them. Just thinking about it can make one's scalp numb. Luckily the system wasn't that dark, and shortly thereafter Quick Dragon defeating Big Needle B allowed Lin Xiao to receive 6 gold coins, and overall it was the stronger the opponent he defeated, the more gold coins he received. Originally, Lin Xiao also held the idea of recovering a good wild Pokemon when he came across one, but it was extinguished when he read the system's evaluation of the fast dragon. Cryptoceratops, male, height, 3.03 meters, rating, medium, weight, 270 kilograms, rating, medium, strength, rating, good, physical strength, rating, good, speed, rating, good, spirituality, rating, poor, explosive power, rating, excellent, length, 36, rating, very poor, capacity development, 70, evaluation, good, overall score, 75, and the system's Snapdragon data is, Cryptosaurus, male, female, height, 5 meters, rating, excellent, weight, 600 kilograms, rating, excellent, strength, rating, excellent, physical strength, rating, excellent, speed, rating, excellent, spirituality, rating, medium, explosive power, rating, excellent, length, 100, rating, perfect, capability development, 100, rating, perfect, overall rating, 97. Comparing the stats of the fast dragon, Lin Xiao reinforced his idea of earning gold coins to buy a Pokemon as soon as possible. If Dr. Oki knew that his fast dragon was given such a score by Bodyline, I'm afraid he'd be furious and spit out blood. Walking along the way, when the outline of Tokiwa City appeared in front of his eyes, Lin Xiao gained a total of 63 gold coins, which was also the result of the relatively high traffic on the road from Jinxing Town to Tokiwa City, and there weren't a lot of Pokemon in the wild. As for following Xiaoji to watch Phoenix King like other traveling parties, Lin Xiao didn't think he had that kind of interest. Now the Phoenix King is still too far away for Lin Xiao, just like all kinds of beauties walking on the street. No matter how you throw your eyes and look at them, the beauties are equally still someone else's and not your own. It's better to take advantage of this period of time to play a few more gold coins to be real. It feels like you've become a player in a game, and all the other Pokemon and trainers have become all kinds of monsters and big and small bosses, waiting for you to go and knock them down. Then drop gold to buy equipment and keep pushing bigger bosses. I feel like I've gone crazy playing an online game. After arriving at the Pokemon Center and handing the Quick Dragon over to Joey to recover his strength, Lin Xiao looked on the quest wall to find out if there were any quests that suited him. But unfortunately, these tasks either took too long or the money for completing them was too little, and they were all rejected by Lin Xiao one by one. Excuse me, are you a trainer who takes the elite route? Joey, who was on the side, asked out loud when he saw Lin Xiao, who kept shaking his head. Lin Xiao couldn't help but twist his head and look at Joey. Could it be that Joey had another mission here? I have a special quest here. The person who posted the quest wants to ask someone else to help him train Pokemon, and the reward for this quest is relatively generous. It just takes up too much of the trainer's time, so you might want to consider it. Joey's words filled Lin Xiao's head with black lines. Even Pokemon can ask for help in training? Is this money with no place to spend it, or is he so confident in his Pokemon that he's not afraid to run after someone else? However, this task was as if it was tailor-made for him. Lin Xiao wasn't like other trainers who had to train several of them, because his Pokemon was only Fast Dragon, and Fast Dragon was now stereotyped, so he just needed to follow the class, and didn't need to find a way to train it. Alright then, I'll take this quest. But what is the Pokemon in the quest? And the intensity of the training to which level? And the amount of the reward? The Pokemon is a Jenny Turtle, as long as the level evolves to a Water Arrow Turtle. As for the reward, it's 10W yuan. Joey explained the requirements of the quest to Lin Xiao one by one. Please give me your Pokemon icon and I'll help you with it. A few minutes later Joey returned the icon to Lin Xiao after going through all the relevant formalities, along with the Jenny Turtle's baby ball. Getting the Pokeball, Lin Xiao released the Jenny Turtle. Jenny! The freshly emerged Jenny Turtle looked around as if trying to find her master. Lin Xiao squatted in front of Jenny Turtle and softly said, Jenny Turtle, from today onwards, I'll be your temporary trainer. I'll work hard to train you so that you and your master can be reunited soon. Jenny Turtle said with a serious face that she would train seriously and never be lazy. What a cute little guy. Lin Xiao reached out and stroked the Jenny Turtle's head a few times, retrieved the Jenny Turtle, took the Quick Dragon that had already regained its strength, and prepared to leave the Pokemon Center to purchase the various ingredients and medicines he needed. Just as Lin Xiao had stepped out of the Pokemon Center, he heard Joey shout from behind him. Lin Xiao, can you wait a moment? Looking at Joey, who chased him out of the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao was confused. Joy, is there anything else, please? It's like this. I was just informed by my employer that this mission will be turned into an unlimited mission, so I had to come out after you to explain things clearly. Unlimited? What does that mean? Lin Xiao looked at Joey inexplicably, unable to figure out what the hell this so-called unlimited was. Taking a few hard breaths, Joey slowly said, the employer means that Jenny Turtle evolved to Aqua Arrow Turtle then will pay $10W. If you can bring Aqua Arrow Turtle to participate in this year's quartz competition, the payment amount doubled is $20W, which enters into the top 16, the top 8, the top 4, and the champion will be in turn doubled, provided that the Aqua Arrow Turtle must be out of the battle. His Lin Xiao was instantly shocked by this kind of big deal and sucked in a breath of cool air, which meant that Jenny Turtle was able to get 20W by evolving to Aqua Arrow Turtle and participating in the quartz competition. 40W for the top 16, 80W for the top 8, 160W for the top 4, and to get the championship would be 320W. Although the money in this world is so valuable, but it's also quite a lot. If you have this 320W, Lin Xiao can not only pay back the debt he owes to Dr. Oki, but also repair a small nest for himself in Jinxing Town. After saying goodbye to Joey, Lin Xiao's mind was so full of what to do to get this year's quartz tournament champion that he didn't even pay attention to that idiot Xiao Ji hurrying into the Pokemon Center with Pikachu in his arms. After purchasing the required ingredients and medicines, Lin Xiao immediately turned into a pauper and had no choice but to come to the outskirts of the city, open his tent and start camping. At night, Lin Xiao, who had eaten dinner, lay on the grass with a cigarette in his mouth looking at the stars in the night sky. It's been 5 years since I came to this world. I don't know how my mom and dad are doing. Xiao Yan, I'm afraid, has remarried it, but hopefully she can leave the small light in the parents, so that parents can have a dependence in the future. Thinking of his parents, beautiful wife and mischievous son, Lin Xiao cheeks left a stream of tears. He cannot go back to that happy and warm home. On the side of the fast dragon and Jenny Turtle equally silent looking at the starlight shining night sky. One person and two favorites just like this under the starry sky for a long time. Chapter 4, The Greatest Contributor, Fast Dragon. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao, who had eaten breakfast, put away his tent and set off towards the Standing Rock Forest. After entering the forest, Lin Xiao chose to take the paths that were less traveled so that he could meet more elves. Releasing Fast Dragon and Jenny Turtle, Lin Xiao began to set up today's tasks. Quick Dragon, you go ahead. Follow the old rules for any Pokemon you come across, but just defeat them. Don't let these wild Pokemon get hurt, okay? After all, Lin Xiao was just doing it for the system gold coins. He wasn't trying to be an elf killer, and if a wild elf was seriously injured, then their fate would be a dark one. Oh, the fast dragon softly chirped to indicate that it understood, and opened its small wings and flew up into the sky. In fact, Lin Xiao's advice is purely superfluous. As the Kanto region's quasi-god, Fast Dragon not only has strong strength, but also has a gentle and kind heart. Fast Dragon not only won't randomly hurt other Pokemon but also will take the initiative to bring some overly injured Pokemon to the human city to let them be healed. And even encountered a human in distress is also like this. Arranging the Fast Dragon, Lin Xiao began to make targeted choices for the training of the Jenny Turtle. First of all, physical strength. A Pokemon with bad physical strength would be useless even if it was strong. It would be just like a disposable item, casting a few skills and then lying down on its own. I'm afraid that such a result will make the opponent laugh to death. Lin Xiao of course won't let such a situation appear, so Jenny Turtle's first training pointer started. From his backpack, he pulled out the props he had built overnight and slipped them over Jenny Turtle's body. Jenny Turtle, our training will start later. If you feel tired, stop and rest. Don't force yourself, okay? Said the man as he picked up a 10-pound rock and placed it in the improvised backpack on the back of the Jenny Turtle. Jenny Turtle did not put the stone in the backpack in the slightest, in its eyes, so a small piece of stone weight. Small kiss only. Aya, still proud, arrogant, small kind later have you suffer. Looking at the cocky Jenny Turtle, Lin Xiao's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile. Let's get going then. We'll just trot all the way in the direction of the Fast Dragon, said Lin Xiao took the lead and ran in front. Jenny Turtle body set with exotic twisted away small backpack, bumbling with the back running. Talking about Jenny Turtle small backpack, Lin Xiao also expressed sweat. After all, he is not a woman. On the needle and thread work but know nothing about it. Able to make a simple two. Lin Xiao are proud of themselves. 5 minutes later, the Jenny Turtle was still gleefully trotting after Lin Xiao. 10 minutes later the Jenny Turtle began to pant slightly. 20 minutes later the Jenny Turtle's speed dropped, his chest fluctuating up and down due to his violent panting. At this time the Jenny Turtle is already a mess. No longer have just set out when the proud expression. 10 pounds of stone feel more and more heavy. Not only that, hands and feet and head by the branches of the tree scraped out some small wounds and the sweat of the soaking became hot pain. Occasionally by the branches of the tree hanging to the small backpack will also fall a vicious dog gnawing feces. Looking at Lin Xiao's gradually distant back, Jenny Turtle even used all her strength to try to catch up with him. But the more he tried to catch up with Lin Xiao, the more tired he felt. and the stone directly behind him pressed himself to breathe. Finally, Jenny Turtle became as good as his relative, the tortoise, at crawling on 4 legs on the ground, and at a speed that defies criticism. Looking at the Jenny Turtle that was already lying on the ground, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth slightly raised. To deal with such a guy who was used to living a comfortable life, if he didn't give him some color, how would he know how high the sky was? How deep is the sea? Folding back, Lin Xiao took the backpack off of the Jenny Turtle and carried the Jenny Turtle to the side of a shade tree, took out water and painkillers from the bag and fed some to the Jenny Turtle, and then sprinkled water on its shell to help it regain its strength. Exhausted, half-dead Jenny Turtle directly leaned against the tree and fell asleep. It can be seen that this half an hour let its physical strength exhausted to what point? Half an hour of trotting, so that Lin Xiao also a little breathless. Seated on the ground next to the Jenny Turtle, Lin Xiao took out a cigarette to light up a few mouthfuls of hard smoke. Looking at the cloudless sky, Lin Xiao called up the system, because it was set to mute, so he didn't know how many gold coins the fast dragon had fought for himself, mainly because the system's beeps were too frequent. Once in a battle, and I'm afraid that if I keep it on all the time, it won't be long until there is more than one crazy person called Lin Xiao in this world. Holy, this isn't scientific. How can it go up so much? Did Quick Dragon run off and end the nest of a big needle wasp or a bauble? Looking at the gold coins from more than 60 to 200, Lin Xiao was shocked. Even if the density of Pokemon in the big forest is big, there can't be so many. Could it be that he really ended up in some Pokemon's lair? Lin Xiao didn't worry about the safety of the fast dragon. The fast dragon with the strength of the Heavenly King had few enemies in such a place, and even if he couldn't beat it, he still couldn't run away. With the speed of a fast dragon circling the globe in 16 hours, escaping would be as easy as eating and drinking water. What Lin Xiao couldn't have imagined was that he was just casually guessing, and as a result, this guy, Fast Dragon, really slipped into the nest of the big needle wasp and fought with the big needle wasp in the dark. This is impossible because the numbers alone can wear you out. Adhering to Lin Xiao's famous saying of using one's strengths to attack one's enemy's weaknesses, the fast dragon was playing hide-and-seek with a swarm of large needled bees using its speed, occasionally sneaking up on 1 or 2 of them with an electric shock or water gun, and then turning around and running to continue to go around in a circle, and then coming back to do so again when it caught the chance. The gold coins kept rising towards the top, and Lin Xiao was so happy that he almost smiled crookedly. If we keep having this kind of speed, I'm afraid that the Rift Hollow constellation would no longer be a dream. Not to mention Banjira and Tyrannosaurus Rex. Eventually the gold coin stopped when they reached 1030, and the fast dragon returned, but with a tired face, patting Fast Dragon's back. Lin Xiao in the excitement straight said that Comrade Fast Dragon has done a good job. Very promising. The party and the people will always remember the contribution you have made. In the end, Lin Xiao shot the case to set up camp on the spot and took out all kinds of ingredients to treat the big achiever Fast Dragon and the Jenny Turtle who started to train. Especially the Jenny Turtle. Enduring the high concentration of training nutrition can't keep up with it will cause some dark injuries to the body that are hard to erase, thus affecting the development in the future. Praised and fed with extra food, the Snapdragon was delighted, and this led directly to the entire Standing Rock Forest being in a frenzy for the next week, with some of the larger packs of Pokemon itching to eat the Snapdragon's flesh and drink its blood. It's so damn nasty Pokemon, you can't beat them in small numbers, and in large numbers they turn and run, and they're the kind you can't catch up with. And then when you've just chimed in, the creepy guy comes back. Chapter 5, Water Guns, or Water Guns. Nibby City. Lin Xiao looked at the buildings in the city with infinite emotions. A week's time Lin Xiao are in the Changpan forest stranded. Until today all the ingredients are consumed before reluctantly leaving. For the place where you can keep brushing gold coins, Lin Xiao is very reluctant to give up, but there is no way to travel, still need to continue. The food is also consumed. Had to leave. Though some of the fruits of the forest can be eaten, and many trainers do such things, eating the fruits, the vast majority of this world's fruits, the vast majority of varieties Lin Xiao will go in and away. Lin Xiao is a picky guy. A handful of chef-level craftsmanship is also because of that gluttonous mouth practiced. No matter what ingredients Lin Xiao can make, some taste can be good dishes, but the exception is seafood. Gluttony. Lin Xiao cannot tolerate fishy flavor. Seafood, this thing is to eat once, spit once. Not only that, even usually some ribs, chicken soup and so on. As long as the fishy taste is not dealt with well, also absolutely do not touch. Precisely this world's various wild fruits with a faint flavor of raw eggs. For other people it might not be a big problem, but for Lin Xiao it was like eating seafood, and after eating it once at the Dagwood Institute, he was firmly insulated from the stuff. In fact, Lin Xiao leaving Changpan Forest is really the right choice, because fighting with the wild Pokemon only has gold coins for the first battle. If Lin Xiao really holds, the idea of unlimited brush gold coins is doomed to be very disappointed. After restoring Jenny Turtle and Snapdragon's strength and Pokemon, The one man and two pets then had a full meal at the restaurant before heading towards the dojo in a leisurely manner. I don't know if the trainer of the Nibidokan is Kuga or his old man woman. I've been delayed in the Tokiwa forest for a week, so Chi and Kuga should have left by now. Pushing open the door of the dojo, Lin Xiao poked around. Although a little dark and gloomy but not so scary, or the psychology of children do ghost. Most of the small children who just came out to travel to challenge the Nibi dojo will be startled. Is anyone there? I'm a trainer here to challenge the dojo. Shoot. The lights in the dojo were all on and a 15-6-year-old boy with a spiky haircut and dark skin sat on a rock. I think this should be Xiao Jiangit, but this look is really a little poke. Originally people are black, or Mimi, Nini eyes. More egg pain is that gray pants and gray vest. No wonder no women look at him. On this bad look as a woman are afraid. Xiao Gang's appearance reminds Lin Xiao of a sentence. The black bear digging coal, ass, heart too black. The result is more and more digging the blacker. At the same time also feel sad for Xiao Ji. This year's sister has been a week. That idiot actually has not yet come out of the Changpan forest. Then how high IQ must be to reach this level? The rules of the dojo challenge are 2v2, during which the owner cannot change Pokemon until all of one side's Pokemon are down. Lin Xiao nodded slightly to show that he understood and pulled out Jenny Turtle's baby ball and said, Jenny Turtle, the first battle will be yours. Jenny. The little guy was still eager for battle and just came out screaming with joy. Jenny Turtle? Kong gave Jenny Turtle a thoughtful look and pulled out his baby ball. Big Rock Snake. It's your turn. Roar. Big Rock's massive frame appeared in the middle of the field, glaring down at Jenny Turtle. Facing the Big Rock Snake's unkind gaze, Jenny Turtle didn't have the slightest intention to be timid. Every day in Fast Dragon this kind of super strong Pokemon together and still be scared by the Big Rock Snake, then really knew don't need to live. Lin Xiao still understood the reasoning of striking first and suffering later and directly shouted. Jenny Turtle used the water gun on the head of the Big Rock Snake. Put. Before Kong and the Big Rock Snake could react, the water gun had already hit the head of the Big Rock Snake, and a huge stone head instantly became wet. The large rock snake that had been hit in the head by the water gun shook its head uncomfortably, trying to shake all the water off its head. The amount of, at this time reacted to the small just a black face became more black. This person is also too shameless. Point. Greetings are not playing on the start, but see Jenny Turtle's second shot of water gun has hit the Big Rock Snake suddenly anxious up. Big Rock Snake charge. Get close to it and use bind. The 6-7 meter long and rocky Big Rock Snake really hit hard with his punch, bringing up a trench on the field. If Jenny Turtle's thin little body is trapped by a large rock snake, nothing needs to be said. You can turn off the engine and pull the lever to go home and collect vegetables. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Xiao gestured to Jenny Turtle and said, use the water gun on all of them aimed at the ground and use the impact of the water gun to make yourself jump. Touch. Just as Jenny Turtle made himself jump with the water gun, a deep crater had been made by the large rock snake where he had just been standing. Looking at the deep pit not far away, Lin Xiao swallowed his saliva. Nima, fortunately I let Jenny Turtle jump up, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Jenny Turtle, jump on the back of the Big Rock Snake and keep spraying the water gun at the head. In response to Lin Xiao's instructions, the Jenny Turtle did the right thing, jumping onto the back of the Big Rock Snake and firing the water gun towards the head of the Big Rock Snake as if it didn't need any money. After another free cold shower, the Big Rock Snake was furious, but the Jenny Turtle was slumped at the back of its neck, rendering its attacks null and void. It was so hard to shake the Jenny Turtle off that Lin Xiao started a water gun fight. Jenny Turtle, get out of the way and shoot it with the water gun. Yes, that's it, shoot harder, jump up, get your balance and keep shooting water guns, jump on it, or water gun spray, shoot, ow. Under the baptism of the water gun, the Big Rock Snake rolled on the ground in pain, puddling the entire field. Stop, I admit defeat, get Jenny Turtle down, Kong shouted with a red neck. Since he had already admitted defeat, Lin Xiao had no choice but to let Jenny Turtle, who hadn't had enough fun spraying the water gun, come down. Retrieving the great rock snake, Kong shoved the rock badge into Lin Xiao's hand with a black face and walked out of the dojo towards the Pokemon Center without looking back. Looking at the badge in his hand, Lin Xiao was somewhat stunned. I have not exploded your chrysanthemums. With a black face, greetings all hit and go? But the revenue is good. Beat the dojo master has 500 gold coins to account. Not far from adding new members. Unbeknownst to someone heading to the Pokemon Center, he kept cursing, water gun, or water gun. What a most disgusting battle ever. I hope someone gets shot by a water gun someday. Let him be whipped by a water gun 100,000 times. 100,000 times. Chapter 6, Excessive Chapters. After getting the rock badge, Lin Xiao planned to rest for a few days in Nibi City and strengthen some training for the Jenny Turtle in the meantime. In the Tokiwa forest, Lin Xiao has not dared to increase the training of the Jenny Turtle. In the training of the Jenny turtle, if it is injured will be difficult to do. And in Nibi City do not have to worry about these problems. There is a Pokemon Center in as long as it is not the death of the scene other is a small kiss, and still free of charge. You can also challenge the trainers in Nibi City during training, which not only increases the experience needed for Jenny Turtle's battles and evolutions, but also earns you gold coins along the way, killing two birds with one stone. The next day after eating breakfast, Lin Xiao took Jenny Turtle and Fast Dragon to an open field in the suburbs. The main thing was that there were fewer people here. Lin Xiao hated being disturbed when he was training, letting Jenny Turtle run laps around the field to warm up, while Quick Dragon didn't have that need. After Jenny Turtle finished running 3 laps, Lin Xiao spoke. Alright, warm-up is over. Training starts below. Jenny Turtle, get up to the middle of the field and let Quick Dragon attack you. You can only dodge and not fight back, but you can run, but not out of this field. Fast Dragon, your mission is to keep attacking Jenny Turtle. You can use any skill except for Reverse Scale, Destructive Death Light, Dragon's Fury and Billion Shockwave. No watering down or you won't be fed. Do you understand? Woo! Hearing that there was no food for the water release, Quick Dragon bulged his face and barked at Lin Xiao to show that he understood, then turned his head and looked at Jenny Turtle as if to say, brother, for the sake of my rice bowl, I'm sorry, you'd better endure it. Jenny Turtle's green face turned black and a cold sweat covered his forehead in loud protest. What kind of training is this? Purely let himself to the Fast Dragon as a sandbag beat, but also not allowed to fight back. Beat lightly, still have no food? Quick Dragon, get started. If it runs off the field you're responsible for catching it back. If you can't then you likewise don't get fed. Ignoring Jenny Turtle's protests, Lin Xiao directly gave orders to Quick Dragon. Ow! Looking at Jenny Turtle trying to sneak away, Quick Dragon was furious. Isn't this trying to smash my job? Not even started to be a deserter. Directly a 100,000 volts bounty over. Touch. Jenny Turtle, who was hit by 100,000 volts, fainted on the ground with black smoke. Lin Xiao signaled Quick Dragon to use the water gun to wake it up and then continue. The Jenny Turtle who had just fainted was woken up by the water gun and continued to act as a sandbag. Any other trainer would never have dared to do that. Every trainer has their own set of training methods. 99% of trainers go step by class. And too much intense training can lead to Pokemon escaping and defecting. Lin Xiao's approach is exactly the opposite of others. 1 point sweat, 1 point gain. No pay, where the return? Catching chickens with empty hands is something that can only be done in dreams. There is no such good thing in reality. You can't even endure a little bit of suffering and you still want to get stronger? Why don't you go home and go to bed? Lin Xiao, who was a soldier for 3 years in his previous life on Earth, has always believed that a big fist is the hard truth. But to beat people will first learn to take a beating. And don't think about killing a teacher with a messy fist. But Lin Xiao is not a cold-blooded person. If the Jenny Turtle can't bear it, Lin Xiao will give up the training. But that also means it's eliminated. The future road will rely on it to feel its way forward. After all, if it's going to rain, it's going to marry. No one can stop it. In the field, the Jenny Turtle was miserable, covered in black and smoking. Some blood slowly flowed out along the wounds. It couldn't dodge most of the Fast Dragon's attacks. It could only take them passively. Quick Dragon also didn't use its full strength attack. Besides the 100,000 volts at the very beginning, it just used water gun, electric shock, bubble ray and other skills that didn't do much damage. Even so, Jenny Turtle only withstood it for less than 5 minutes. Silently taking out a wet pad and covering the Jenny Turtle, Lin Xiao picked up the Jenny Turtle and walked towards the Pokemon Center. The miserable groping of the Jenny Turtle caused countless people to accuse and rant against Lin Xiao. And most horrifying of all, Joey from the Pokemon Center nearly smashed the tray in his hand into Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao didn't take these accusations and rants to heart, because he already knew there were such consequences when he planned the training guidelines for the Jenny Turtle. Whether Jenny Turtle will still receive training when he wakes up, Lin Xiao doesn't know. No matter whether he turns into a dragon and soars to the 9 heavens or becomes a worm and drills the earth and makes holes can only be chosen by himself. Lin Xiao is only being a guiding light. Chapter 7, Banjira and the Call for Help. Jenny Turtle is strong and determined to continue training after recovering from treatment at the Pokemon Center. Lin Xiao of course won't let Jenny Turtle get beaten up all the time. What he wants to tell Jenny Turtle is, if you want to learn how to beat people, you have to learn how to get beaten up first. Besides, getting beaten up is also a learning process. Can dodge when you can dodge. Cannot dodge to learn how to do in order to minimize the damage they suffered. If you have been hard to accept the skills of others, that is stupid. Even if the physical strength of the powerful Geely eggs cannot be a few times. Not to mention this kind of Jenny Turtle is considered to be the physical strength of the thin little guy. As for Fast Dragon, Lin Xiao didn't have any way to do it. He could only wait until he had other powerful Pokemon in his hand before training 1v1. Training without pressure was better than letting it rest more. Jenny Turtle has been a sandbag for 4 days. Whether it's dodging, resistance, reaction ability has improved a lot. During this period Lin Xiao also brought Jenny Turtle to challenge some trainers, and keep getting beat up also to let it dissipate the fire. Lin Xiao, who had saved enough 10,000 gold coins, couldn't wait to open the system and wanted to purchase his first Pokemon, and one of his favorites, Banjira. System, I hope you don't let me down. Calling up the Banjira icon, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and purchased it. A Banjira cost 10,000 gold coins while a Yukira only cost 3,000, but Lin Xiao still chose to purchase the Banjira. It's not that Lin Xiao didn't want to purchase Yukira to raise from a young age, but he couldn't afford to raise it. The money Lin Xiao used to set off on his trip was all from the little allowance he got from working as an assistant to Dr. Oki for the past few years. Even though Lin Xiao embraced the idea of saving as much as he couldn't support it for long. Without money, everything is just empty talk. The young Yukira needs to eat all kinds of energy blocks to replenish her body and build a solid foundation for the future. And the price of energy blocks is so high that it makes you shudder. There was a time when someone did such a stupid thing to save money, and as a result, the Pokemon bred were stunted and low in strength. That trainer became the laughingstock of the league, and eventually released his Pokemon into seclusion. The various quests released by the Alliance needed to be counted on strength. Just like Lin Xiao valued a quest to capture a Tyrannosaurus Rex in Changpan City, the quest required that one had to have 3 Pokemon, 2 of which had reached ultimate evolution to be able to pick it up, and the Crypto Dragons had 10 level strength but Lin Xiao could only bulge his eyes at it. If he had Banjira, along with Fast Dragon and Jenny Turtle, Lin Xiao would be able to receive a lot of quests with great bonuses. If someone jumped out and accused Lin Xiao of being greedy for money, Lin Xiao would definitely spray him to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Regardless of which world, money is omnipotent. Trainers from rich families usually pay for the initial Pokemon, and the ones issued by your alliance are not even looked at by others, so you just collect the illustrations on the day of departure. I don't have any money, so sorry, everything depends on yourself. Lin Xiao is seen to the Bigwood research to collect the new trainer of the map. The map took away the initial Pokemon with is accompanied by their own Hackleback Dragon from childhood. Such a trainer, as long as it is not a SB, the future will be the king of the sky candidate. The stronger the strength, the better the welfare given by the alliance. Although the Fast Dragon travels with Lin Xiao, the strength is again strong that is also someone else's. Now follow you to travel together. Cannot figure out the day to return to someone else's side. This is the most important reason why Lin Xiao is in a hurry to buy Banjira. 10,000 gold coins are required to purchase Banjira. Do you want to buy it? Yes. Lin Xiao chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for purchasing an elf for the first time. The first purchase comes with a perk that entitles you to an elf egg, so please keep up the good work. Pixie eggs? Lin Xiao looked at the white egg in his hand and froze. Don't all Pokemons have patterns? This egg is white except for a bit of red at the bottom, and the system doesn't suggest what kind of Pokemon can hatch out. There's also the Benji I bought. Bounce! Before the words were finished, the room Lin Xiao was staying in lit up with a loud bang. The beds and cabinets in the room were in pieces, and the roof of the building seemed to have been given a big hole by something, and debris was flying. Grass! Lin Xiao hugged the elf egg and fled outside quickly, dumbfounded as he looked at the room that had been turned into rubble and was still shaking. The people in the inn were frightened and panicked, screaming, "Earthquake! Everyone run quickly!" Ben! In the ruins, a 5-meter-tall Banjira, looking at the floorboards on top of his head with displeasure, was smashing the floorboards with his hands, wanting the space to become bigger. His huge tail was less across from side to side, making the room shake. With every step of the 5-meter-tall and 800 kilograms heavy Banjira, the whole house shook along with it, and a few of the guest rooms on the second floor spanned down. Lin Xiao was even in the mood to die. Isn't this a nuisance? How could I forget about the fact that the system purchased Banjira is going to be one size bigger than the usual Banjira? The people in the inn ran outside into the clearing and realized it wasn't an earthquake before they turned back with their hearts in their mouths. Stop! Don't demolish it! Lin Xiao's heart was pounding as he hurriedly took out a genie ball to retrieve Banjira before stopping the demolition. But it was too late. A large portion of the two-story inn had already collapsed. The innkeeper crossed his arms over his bucket-like waist and roared towards Lin Xiao. Are you an idiot? How can you release a huge Pokemon in a hotel? Not only scaring the guests like this but also destroying the house you're holding. How are you going to make me do business? I'm sorry. I'll pay for it. It was all my mistake. Lin Xiao kept apologizing to the innkeeper before he dispelled the owner's idea of calling the police, but seized his illustrations and demanded compensation as soon as possible, or else he would ask Jun Sha to come and settle the matter through legal channels. It's so damn unlucky that I can't even get a drink of water out of my teeth. The only way is to find Dr. Oki for help. Lin Xiao helplessly dialed the phone number of the Oki Research Institute. Hello, I'm Dr. Oki. Doctor, It's me. Looking at the smiling Dr. Oki, Lin Xiao wanted to speak, not knowing what to say. Looking at Lin Xiao who wanted to speak, Dr. Oki's anger climbed up, several tic-tac-toe symbols bulging on his forehead as he cursed. You bastard, didn't I tell you to call every city you visit? No news for so long. Old man, I thought you were missing. When I first asked you to transfer under our Oki family's domicile, you didn't want to. Old me. I've always treated you as if you were my own grandson, but you asshole just don't appreciate it. Are you going to piss me off before you're satisfied? Facing Dr. Dejai's angry scolding, Lin Xiao's eyes were moist and his heart choked. He himself knew Dr. Dejai's heart towards himself. Unceremoniously, Dr. Oki treats Lin Xiao better than he treats his own personal grandson Xiao Mao, completely like his own family. Even if he transfers his household registration, he is only applying for some adoption certificates, and Lin Xiao doesn't need to change his last name to Oki. It was also because of this that Lin Xiao rejected Dr. Oki's kindness. Once Lin Xiao accepted Dr. Oki's kindness, according to Dr. Oki's attitude towards him, it would definitely cause an interval between Xiao Shigeru and Dr. Oki, leading to a deadlocked and estranged relationship between the grandparents and grandchildren. Cursing for a while, Dr. Oki then smoothed out a few breaths and asked, "Tell me, what happened? I don't think you would have called me if it wasn't something you couldn't handle on your own." Raising his hand and wiping his slightly reddened eyes, Lin Xiao told the story one by one. "I know, I'll be right over. This time I will transfer your household registration to my Oki family's name, whether you want it or not. Do you hear me?" Dr. Dejai finished glaring fiercely at Lin Xiao and hung up the phone, able to make the good old Dr. Dejai get so angry. Lin Xiao is considered number 1 in the league. Chapter 8, Dr. Oki's Dream of Champion. Dr. Oki was fluent in his work and was in Nibi City by helicopter in less than 2 hours. In half an hour, all the processes have been taken care of. The 2-story inn spent 850,000 yuan compensation costs, plus the compensation of the guests staying in the hotel totaled 1,025 million. The string of zeros on the payout list makes Lin Xiao meet pain. His own small mistake caused such a consequence, which makes Lin Xiao sigh that he is still not stable enough to do things. But the consequences of replacing the vast majority of people are also similar. Pokemon Center. Lin Xiao looked at Dr. Oki, who was sitting across from him slowly sipping tea, was a little embarrassed, saying thank you. I'm afraid that just after saying it, he was ready to be sanctioned by Dr. Oki. Waiting until Lin Xiao was fidgeting, Dr. Oki slowly spoke. Next time do things steadily, and I've already done your household registration processing. Saying this, he took out a bank card from his briefcase and placed it on the table. This is your living expenses for this trip. No refusal allowed. The money isn't mine. It's from your uncle Syracuse, Shigeru's dad, and we both want you to focus your time on collecting badges and training Pokemon, not doing missions that don't matter, ones that don't pay much and will waste a great deal of your time. Gently sipping his tea, Dr. Oki sighed with emotion. Your uncle Syracuse and I were both Kanto Region Tenno once upon a time, and although we both challenged the champion many times, we failed. Now that we have become researchers, our hearts have faded, but we still hope that someone in our family will sit in the champion seat, and it would be a kind of honor. Of the trainers that have come out of this class of true new town, you and Shigeru have the best talent. Shigeru has a bad temperament, and your uncle Syracuse and I both look up to you, and hope that you'll make it that far. A few words made Lin Xiao dumbfounded. He had only been out traveling for half a month, and this hope of a champion was bubbling up, and the bank card on the table makes Lin Xiao a little difficult. Several times opened his mouth to say something, eventually did not say anything, silently picked up the bank card into his pocket. Lin Xiao put away the bank card. Dr. Oki revealed a smile. That's right, why do young people give themselves such a big burden? Isn't it good to enjoy life happily? As for Xiao Mao, as long as you come up with strength stronger than him, everything will be okay. By the way, take out your Banjira for me to see. I didn't even expect you to be so powerful. Not long after you set out, you've taken in a powerful Banjira. Dr. Oki's words made Lin Xiao embarrassed. He couldn't just shake out the matter of decency, could he? So it could only go along with Dr. Oki's words. If you say it's submissive, then I'm submissive. No one will know if I don't say it anyway. Lin Xiao wouldn't dare to release Banjira here. The previous lesson was already big enough. It would be really sad if he made a few holes in the Pokemon Center. Arriving at the Pokemon Center's training ground, Lin Xiao took out his Pokeball and shouted, Banjira, come out. Bounce. Because of his weight, Banjira just came out, making the floor give a muffled thud. How is that possible? Dr. Oki froze. How is it possible to grow this big? I'm afraid this is 5 meters tall and definitely weighs 700 kilograms. Out of professionalism, Dr. Oki pulled out a record book from somewhere and did various data measurements on Banjira. Even though he already knew it, Banjira's size still shocked Lin Xiao. 5 meters tall and weighs 800 kilograms, and emerald green armor. One look and you know that the defense is very strong, powerful limbs and thick tail, such a body to hide most of the power. Because of the system, Banjira and Lin Zhao's intimacy was full, as if they had been nurtured since childhood. Banjira let out a cry of joy and picked Lin Zhao up from the ground to rub his big head against him, his long tongue and head licking his face over and over. Ha ha, Banjira, let go of me, don't lick, your tongue and head are full of saliva, so sticky, let go, it tickles, ha ha, let go, me, stop licking. Banjira hugged and shooed and licked Lin Zhao until Lin Zhao's face was covered in drool before releasing him. Afterwards, Banjira looked at Lin Zhao aggressively, blinking up her big eyes and kept on being cute. Put away your cute look, I don't blame you, but next time absolutely no licking my face with your tongue, head okay? For Banjira's cute selling Lin Zhao was speechless. That's what cute size petite, small elves do. It's this blockhead looks like it makes people's balls hurt. Moreover, Lin Zhao was also afraid that Banjira would come so twice every time he came out. If he was seen it would be a disgrace to outer space. Banjira nodded vigorously. As long as it was Lin Zhao's words it would do as it was told. It's incredible. Dr. Oki chimed in as he took his notes over and over again. You can tell just by its size how much power it can explode. No wonder it wrecked someone's hotel in 2 hits. A lot of Pokemon likely wouldn't even be able to muster the courage to fight against it. But a body that's too big slows it down, and it'd be at a disadvantage against a speedy Pokemon. For this Lin Zhao is also a little worried. The size becomes bigger, strength and stamina will be enhanced a lot. The speed is hard to say. Lin Zhao's worry is too worried. The so-called system out of the product will lose as a fine product. How can let such a thing happen? This Banjira can be completely said to be a hangover. Banjira took offense to Dr. Oki's questioning and went straight to action, running towards the other side of the training grounds. Touch. Lin Zhao and Dr. Oki were in deep thought when the sound of Banjira running and stomping on the floor woke them both up, and Banjira's behavior made both of their mouths turn into an O shape in shock. Lin Zhao was shocked. Nima, this is still coming? Destruction is to be compensated. If this goes on, brother can't even afford to wear underwear or pants. Tears. Dr. Oki's shock. How is it possible for such a large body to have such speed? Faster than a normal Banjira. It's not scientific. Running quickly to the opposite side and back again. Banjira, patting his chest, invited credit toward Lin Zhao, unaware that Lin Zhao had been on the verge of tears. Go away. Get out of the way. Dr. Oki pushed Lin Zhao out of the way and glanced at him with a very unimpressive look and said, just say hello to the Pokemon Center for this crap. You don't get in the way of me doing my research. You go and have a cup of tea first. I'll come back to you when I've made my records. Leave Banjira behind and you can go. Well, as long as things go wrong you cover everything? Said a few words to Banjira to let Dr. Dejai record it and show off his strength. Words Lin Zhao buggered off, lest this old man find himself in trouble again. Originally reluctant to do so, when he heard Lin Zhao say that he would show his strength, he happily agreed. At the same time, in order to measure the various data of Bankiara, Dr. Oki made Bankiara move, and the training ground suffered. And every now and then there was a bang, bounce, crunch, the sound. Let's sitting in the cafe. Lin Zhao's heart is trembling. I hope this old man is not too crazy, or else Banki La to demolish the Pokemon Center that will have a show to see. Chapter 9, 1v1 with Koji. Dr. Dejai left. Before leaving repeatedly urged Lin Zhao to enhance the strength of the main. Do not do things double-mindedly in the end. A basket of water. Leaving a Master Ball will sit in their own private helicopter back to Jinxin Town. Dr. Oki's words filled Lin Zhao's head with black lines. When did he do anything twice? As for the Master Ball that was left behind, it was also out of necessity, as Banjira's elf ball quickly cracked. Even the premium ball purchased at the store was the same. It only lasted a little longer. So Dr. Oki had no choice but to leave Lin Zhao a Master Ball for Banjira. Banjira is really not a saving grace. Just came out and let Lin Zhao lose $1 million. Not to mention the elf ball. Except for the Master Ball, the other elf balls can't withstand it, which makes Lin Zhao speechless. Never encountered such a thing, not even heard of it. When eating, he would also play temper, disdaining all kinds of Pokemon food, not to mention eating, not even sniffing it, directly kicking the food away and twisting his head to the side, as if the pot was not filled with food but a pile of poop. This situation caused Lin Zhao to be unable to understand. Dr. Oki was also confused. The two surrounded Banjira and kept busy, but no matter what flavor of food was changed, it was always the same. In the end, the starving Banjira grabbed Joey's lunch tray under the dumbfounded looks of Lin Zhao and Dr. Oki, and poured the food into her own mouth and gulped it down amidst Joey's shrieks of surprise, and looked Joey up and down when she was done to see if there was any more food left in Joey's possession. Banjira's sudden move didn't scare Joey half to death. Even the rest of the Pokemon Center was scared enough to think that Banjira was going to attack Joey. Luckily, all Bankara had to do was grab her lunch and not attack her. This nigga. What the hell? So this one doesn't eat Pokemon food and has the same taste as a human. Lin Xiao, who had a head full of black lines, hurriedly put away Banjira and awkwardly apologized to Joey. Phew. That scared me, but I'll be merciful and forgive you, sister. But your Banjira has a lot of personality and likes human food, so I hope you take good care of him, Joey said with a pat on the chest and a smile. Although he was frightened, Nibby City Joey didn't take it to heart. In this line of work, he often encountered vicious, short-tempered Pokemon, and being frightened was commonplace, and sometimes led to accidental injuries. Joey did not pursue Lin Xiao, breathed a sigh of relief and sent Dr. Oki away to make some purchases in preparation for his departure to Huaran City. Along the way, Lin Xiao was still sweeping and slaying the wild Pokemon as usual. Although the system had kept up with it, gold coins still had to be earned. The system after the update has been a big change. The previous can still buy the final form of the Pokemon such as Fast Dragon, Banjira, Fire-Breathing Dragon. Now there is no door. You can only buy the hatchling stage to cultivate, and the price has doubled. Originally 3,000 gold coins of the mini dragon. Yukira now wants 6,000 gold coins. Lin Xiao is somewhat fortunate, but also a little lost. Fortunately his first purchase is Banjira, not Yukira. I'm afraid that the system, in order to make their strength surge, set up a hurdle. I do not know if I will increase the price after the second purchase. If so, can only pick the elite. To be able to get Banjira, Lin Xiao was already happy. Banjira's strength was beyond imagination. Even Dr. Oki's Fast Dragon had to shun it. Although it didn't fight under its own stopping, it could tell a lot just by its aura. Came to the Tsukimi Mountain, Lin Xiao chose to camp on the spot. At this time the sun is already in the west. No longer long darkness will come. In this world, to catch the night road is not a wise choice. Pitching a tent, living and cooking this kind of is very simple for Lin Xiao. Just cook a larger portion. Banjira has a big appetite and eats a lot at every meal. Lin Xiao's habit has always been to feed the elf well before he himself starts. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Lin Xiao's dinner, early in the eyes of the general public, is very extravagant, especially those who are traveling, who let Lin Xiao be a grifter cat. In his words, everything can be saved. Food is absolutely not. Just after taking 2 mouthfuls of food, 3 wretched figures appeared not far away. The appearance of the trio caused Lin Xiao to freeze. Isn't this the Xiaoji trio? They've arrived here as well? The same 3 look also saw Lin Xiao. Xiaoji happily ran over and shouted, "Great! I actually ran into Lin Xiao brother here. Looks like we're blessed tonight." Xiaoji and Xiaomao kept calling Lin Xiao as brother Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoji with some tears and laughter and scolded with a smile. "Just your kid has a lot of ghost brains. Since we met, let's have dinner together. Let your companion join you as well. I'll fry 2 more dishes and it'll be ready soon." Xiaoji nonchalantly took a seat on the ground and called out to the 2 people who had to come not far away. "Kasumi, Xiaojiang, you guys come along too. Brother Lin Xiao is very kind. Is this really okay?" Kasumi was a girl who was more shy when it came to strangers, and asked quietly towards Chi with some uneasiness. Kong, on the other hand, was embarrassed, comparing the 2 to the time they had gotten into trouble at the Nibi dojo. It's fine. You guys can rest assured. Brother Lin Xiao is very nice to people." Xiaoji grinned broadly and waved his hand at the 2 of them, signaling them to feel at ease. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said to the 2, "Just relax and sit down. It'll start soon. I'm a relatively cheerful person, so feel free to do as you please." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, along with the tantalizing aroma of the meal, Xiaoxia and Kong stopped squirming and sat down with Xiaoji. Soon Lin Xiao fried 2 dishes out. 5 dishes and 1 soup was almost enough. "I'm going to start." Xiaoji lifted the bowl and began to sweep it up. Whether or not a sentence popped out of his mouth, brother Lin Xiao's cooking is so delicious. Much better than Xiao Gang's. Oh, it's so delicious. Xiaoxia and Xiao Jiang were very surprised by Lin Xiao's extravagance. They should know that they usually eat rice balls, or big pots of food, which has Lin Xiao dazzled people like this. Is this still traveling? A picnic is not even this rich. Just after dinner, Xiaoji shouted to Lin Xiao, who was preparing to wash the dishes. "Brother Lin Xiao, fight with me." "No?" Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. "This meal has only just gone down and you're clamoring for a Pokemon match. You're not going to matter Battlemania, are you?" "Ha ha." Chi laughed nervously and scratched his head. "I get all worked up at the mention of fighting." Xiao Jiang and Xiao Xiao on the side were also helpless, but the understanding Xiao Xiao took over the work in Lin Xiao's hand while Xiao Jiang acted as a referee. "Then it's good to have a one-on-one. Go Jenny Turtle." Lin Xiao pulled out his elf ball and sent Jenny Turtle into battle. Koji looked at Jenny Turtle and said, "Water Jenny Turtle. Pikachu is you. Use your attributes to suppress it." "Pikachu." Pikachu jumped off of Koji's shoulder and glared at Jenny Turtle in a fighting stance. Jenny Turtle glared back without showing any weakness. "Pikachu, use electric shock." She chose to attack first, and Pikachu released a surge of electricity that struck at the genie turtle. Lin Xiao naturally didn't show weakness and directly said, "Genie turtle, resist. Use rocket headbutt to return fire." Zip! The current hit the genie turtle, causing it to raise an eyebrow. But the genie turtle slammed into Pikachu with unabated speed. Put! The petite, small Pikachu was knocked out and rolled a few times on the ground. Lin Xiao shouted. Genie turtle rides the wave of victory and uses knockout to end the battle. Genie turtle grabbed the still dazed Pikachu and slammed Pikachu down hard. Head first. Touch. Pikachu lost his ability to fight with an honorable ring in both eyes. But luckily the dirt was soft and Pikachu didn't receive much damage. As the referee, Kong dutifully raised the white flag and announced, "The fight is over. Lin Xiao and Genie turtle are victorious." The battle came and ended quickly. And in just one rendezvous, Pikachu was down. Genie turtle, who had gained enough experience, evolved, and with a flash of white light, Genie turtle evolved into Kami turtle. Put away the Kami turtle. Lin Xiao comforted Xiaoji for a while, in Xiaoji's pestering to tell him what he encountered in his travels. But the origins of Banjira Lin Xiao very vague in a single stroke. When he heard that Banjira had made him compensate 1 million, Xiaoji cried out in hilarity. But 2 seconds later Xiaoji didn't smile. Instead he said with an angry face, "Dr. Oki is too treacherous. No way. I must call my mom when I get to Hualan City. Why should brother Lin Xiao be Xiao Mao's brother?" Xiaoji's mother also loved Lin Xiao, just like a big sister to him. Once upon a time Xiaoji still fantasized that Lin Xiao could come to his house and be family with him, to be a brother who loved him and loved him. So when he heard that Lin Xiao's domicile was transferred to Daiki's name, Xiaoji was furious. Chapter 10, Meeting Miko. Xiaoji trio didn't appear to help Pippi in the plot because they were in a peace with Lin Xiao. Not to mention that Pippi didn't even see a single hair, and Lin Xiao was eager to meet the miserable Meow Meow trio. But his wish wasn't granted. It seems like we should find a chance to have a lesson on Xiaoji and Xiao Mao. Call them brother, elder brother, older brother, whatever. Just not Lin Xiao brother. At noon, Lin Xiao then arrived at Hualan City, and when he handed the Pokemon over to Joey to recover his strength, Joey prompted that someone had sent him a short message. SMS? Lin Xiao inexplicably opened his computer to check. He didn't know many people. Who sent this SMS? Hello, please come as soon as possible to XX Street, XX Hotel in Wayland City when you receive the SMS, and I'm not a liar. Dr. Oki told me to wait for you in Wayland City, so please come as soon as you get this message. Signed, Miko, Mei. He didn't seem to know this person, and Lin Xiao, who couldn't figure it out, naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to directly run to XX Street XX and to look for the person and call Dr. Oki. It wasn't too late to go after confirming the facts. After fooling around with Dr. Oki for a bit, Lin Xiao realized the origin of the short message. The reason for this is that the other's parents and Oki Yukijo, Shigeru's dad, who won't be labeled as such from now on, are friends who met on a trip when they were young. And the fact that they're from different regions doesn't stop the friendship from growing. Her parents are worried about Miko coming out on a trip and unintentionally mention it to Oki Yukijo on the phone. So then Oki Yukijo extends an invitation to Miko's parents for Miko to travel to the Quartz region. And Lin Xiao is Miko's companion on the trip. Since it is not a liar, Lin Xiao intends to meet this new companion before going to challenge the dojo. Traveling alone will naturally feel lonely, especially in the deep mountains and old forests, that kind of place there is not even a person to talk to. I'm afraid that if the time is too long, you will suffer from depression. Soon Lin Xiao arrived at the place where Budgie lived, raised his hand and knocked on the door. No one answered. People aren't here? Lin Xiao raised his hand to knock on the door again, but just after he touched the door opened automatically with a creak. Feeling that the door was unlocked, Lin Xiao didn't go in directly. That would be very rude if the host family found out. Turning half of his body sideways, Lin Xiao looked toward the room while calling out, "Is there anyone there, please?" At this point Miko didn't seem to react and stupidly asked, "Who are you?" Mei, who had organized her clothes, took a few deep breaths and opened the door to indicate that Lin Xiao could come in. "I'll go ahead and challenge the dojo. Let's meet at the Pokemon Center in the morning." After saying that, without waiting for Miko's reaction, she directly ran out of the hotel as if running for her life. Lin Xiao, who didn't have the heart to fight, directly took out the fast dragon and got the badge. The 3 Sakura sisters casually gave the badge to Lin Xiao with the reasoning, "That powerful fast dragon. Our 3 sisters are no match for it, so we'll just give you the badge directly." No wonder it was spat out by Shigeru as the weakest dojo in the Kanto region. The attitude alone says it all. As night falls, Miko loses sleep, holding the Toho snake's pokeball and whispering. Chapter 11, Angry Miko. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao arrived at the Pokemon Center with a pair of panda eyes yawning. The supplies that needed to be purchased had been taken care of yesterday, and today he only needed to turn to Miko and set off. What was surprising was that Miko came even earlier than Lin Xiao, because in a girl's mindset, Good sleep was good for her skin, and waking up early and all that was the most annoying. Lin Xiao revealed a smile and greeted Miko. Good morning, Miko. But Mei couldn't help but laugh out loud at Lin Xiao's panda eyes. You didn't sleep last night, did you? Lin Xiao awkwardly pushed 456. I slept a little late last night because I was taking care of Kame Turtle. Don't worry, it won't delay today's trip. This is something that if Kame Turtle hears, then I'm afraid that he will strangle him. Obviously you were the one who had sex last night, springing up and rolling around all over the bed. So how come you're pushing it all on me? Lin Xiao's rip-off budgie didn't break it down and smiled faintly. Let's set off then. But the cooking can be left to you. People are girls. They don't know how to cook. I'll go. Lin Xiao almost fell to the ground with one heel. Nima's people are girls. They don't know how to cook. The killing power was really not ordinary. Men can't afford to hurt themselves in this day and age. Cooking has even become a man's preserve. For yesterday's incident, the two tacitly closed their mouths and did not mention it. Some things raised will only be smeared more and more black. Along the way Mei like a happy as a bunny, strung around, lively and lovely, jumping, constantly telling Lin Xiao about the beauty of his hometown. Have to say that two people traveling is indeed much better than a person who was stifled to rush. It did not take long for Mei to lie down on the grass and start to play a small temper. No, legs are sore to death. Lin Xiao, let's rest for a while, just for a while, okay? After saying that, he even looked at Lin Xiao with a pair of big blue eyes, looking at him miserably, afraid that Lin Xiao would not agree. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't be catty about this kind of thing anymore, and said with an okay gesture towards Miko, let's rest for a while then. It just so happens that I'm going to be doing training for my Pokemon, and we'll just settle for lunch here as well. Releasing all the Pokemon, Lin Xiao gave the Kame Turtle the task of training. As for the Fast Dragon and Banjira go with them, it's already hard to raise their strength to their base level. Kame Turtle, just practice your blisters and Steel Tail today, and when you get good at it you can get a quick dragon to spar with, okay? Kame Turtle nodded his head and ran to the side to practice his stances. Now Lin Xiao just set up training tasks. Kame Turtle will be very conscious to complete. Not only this, as long as there is free time Kame Turtle will be sparring with Fast Dragon. Of course Fast Dragon is just a companion. Don't even think about it if Banjira, a fist, is half the size of a Kame Turtle. I'm afraid that without using any skills one punch will be able to knock the Kame Turtle down. Besides, Kame Turtle isn't stupid and knows that Banjira never goes all out whether he's fighting or practicing. So he's always practiced with Quick Dragon. And Quick Dragon has a good temper and gets along better than Banjira. Banjira found a big rock to lean on and closed her eyes comfortably, enjoying the sunbathing. Fast Dragon flew up into the sky and soared around. Encountering wild Pokemon can also help Lin Xiao earn some gold coins. Lin Xiao's Pokemon only Fast Dragon will do this. Kame Turtle is only interested in Pokemon that are stronger than itself. Wild Pokemon, unless Lin Xiao lets it fight. Otherwise even if a Pokemon runs in front of it, it will still do whatever it needs to do. It seems that it doesn't have the word active combat in its dictionary. Arranging the elf, Lin Xiao took out various ingredients to prepare for cooking. Lin Xiao, how did Banjira get so strong? And how did you take it in? Mei asked quietly as she looked at Banjira who was sunbathing not far away. Lin Xiao winked at Mei and said in a smelly manner, of course it's the ones who automatically defected to me. Alas, who let brother, I have too good of a character. Naturally everything's fine when my character is good. Vomit. Lin Xiao suddenly squatted down and pulled the soft little hand of Mei with a serious face and pleaded, Goddess, please give me 180 beautiful women. I will definitely burn more incense and paper for you. Being pulled by Lin Xiao's small hand, Mei was startled, but she immediately stormed off after hearing what Lin Xiao said. Lin Xiao, you asshole, 180 beautiful women? Do you think all beautiful women are raised in your family? You disgusting narcissist. Burning incense and paper? Aren't you cursing me to death? Mei angrily clenched her small fists and viciously pounced towards Lin Xiao. Goddess have mercy, not 100 or 80. 3 or 5 is still acceptable to me. What are you doing? Don't hit my face. This is my capital for picking up girls. You can't destroy it. Hey, are you a dog? How can you bite someone? Let go. No, just don't let go. I'll bite you bad. Let's see you talk nonsense later. I'll bite you to death. Only after a while of playfulness did the two of them call for a retreat. The victorious Mei proudly raised her little head, and the defeated Lin Xiao, with a bitter face, rubbed the 2 rows of teeth marks on her face and began to cook. Rubbing his face that was bitten purple, Lin Xiao depressedly said, Hey, fortunately, I didn't wash my face this morning. Right, defying the fact that yesterday, Kame Turtle also licked all over my face with saliva. Little sorts and I fight? You're still too young. When the originally complacent Mei heard Lin Xiao's complaint, her little face instantly darkened. Didn't wash your face? There's still Kame Turtle saliva on your face? Vomit. Miko's stomach lurched at the thought and she covered her mouth and ran off to dry heave. After half a second, Mei let out a scream and rushed over with her teeth and claws open. Bastard Lin Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Vomit. Stop right there. Chapter 12, Little Ming. Mei was sort of pissed off by Lin Xiao. She kept a stern face and didn't say anything along the way. Even when Lin Xiao spoke to her, she turned her face towards the road as if she didn't hear. Mei's reaction made Lin Xiao feel funny and didn't take it to heart. It's normal for a little girl to be upset. When she's angry enough, she'll be safe and sound. But in the meantime, it's best not to mess with her or else the consequences will be serious. Along the way, there are many trainers like Lin Xiao issued a challenge. Lin Xiao naturally accepted all of them. Beat trainers can get more gold than wild Pokemon. Just let the kamikaze turtle to adapt to their newly evolved body. A good thing, why not do both at the same time? Congratulations to the host for winning the battle and gaining 40 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for winning the battle and gaining 63 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for winning the battle and gaining 23 gold coins. Looking at the rising gold coins, Lin Xiao's heart was happy, but the Mei on the side looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on his face and gritted his teeth, constantly despising Lin Xiao in his heart for only bullying the little kids. Although Hua Lan Dao Hall didn't fight, the system still gave Lin Xiao 500 gold coins, and after counting all the bits and pieces along the way, Lin Xiao now has 123 gold coins, and in his own words, see, brother has put together another 1/6 of a baby dragon. No, the person who sends gold coins has come again. A little kid with his own little Lotta issued a challenge to Lin Xiao, although a little less, but a mosquito is still neat. Kame Turtle uses mud attack. Just gulp. Poor little Lotta fainted and died with mud all over her body. The little kid not only didn't get angry, but also looked at Lin Xiao with an adoring face and said, "Big brother, you're so powerful. I will definitely become a trainer as powerful as you in the future. And Big Brother's strength will definitely be able to beat Xiao Ming." Xiao Ming set up the ring in front of him and has already won 97 consecutive matches. Brother believes you will be able to do it. Cheer up. Lin Xiao raised his hand and patted the little kid's shoulder to cheer him up. At the same time, his heart also mourned for him. If he didn't change his partner with strong strength, maybe in the future, this kid's life will be the same as the little Lotta's. As for Xiao Ming, Lin Xiao really couldn't remember who he was. The anime he watched on Earth in his last life was returned to Nintendo more than 10 years ago, but who cares who he is? The stronger he is, the more gold coins he has after defeating him. How would the many trainers and dojo trainers feel if they knew that they were just piles and piles of gold coins in Lin Xiao's eyes? Sure enough, it didn't take long to see the ring Ming had set up, with the words 97 consecutive victories hanging bullishly on it. Lin Xiao looked at that 97th consecutive victory speechlessly and thought in his heart, it's not wrong for a kid to pretend to be a pussy, but it's your fault to strut around outside your face, so brother has to punish you on behalf of God. Amen. Is anyone there, please? I'm a trainer here to make a challenge. A 3-year-old walked out with a pangolin. Is there another trainer here to challenge? It looks like I'm close to accomplishing my goal of 100 consecutive victories. The rules of the match are one-on-one, and the one who came out on my side is the mountain-piercing rat. This kid's confidence is really not that great, but I hope I don't cry later. Not to mention Lin Xiao. Even Mei's eyes changed when she saw someone announcing 100 consecutive victories in front of Lin Xiao and looked at Xiao Ming. Then Banjira, it's your turn in the ring. This is your first official battle. Win beautifully. Oh. Lin Xiao threw Banjira's genie ball towards the ring, seemingly with no idea of going up. Bang! The freshly emerged Banjira caused the ring to shake. The tiny ring was taken up by a third of it straight away. Ben, happy to have a match to fight. Banjira watched his opponent with interest. Kodomine grimaced and gulped, clearly intimidated by Banjira's bulk and the shaking of the ring, but the game still had to go on, and Ming cheered up the pangolin. Don't be afraid, pangolin. The other team is just huge. We still have a chance that we can win. With Ming cheering him on, the pangolin bravely made its way to the center of the ring. It had to be said that Xiao Ming did have 2 brushes. To be able to train the timid pangolin to be like this was already very good. Many Pokemon couldn't even muster the courage to fight against Bengala, let alone a timid Pokemon like Pangolin. If he could get 1 or 2 elves with good potential, then he would definitely have a bright future. As the battle began, Lin Xiao took the lead. Banjira, use fear face. Class. Showing a ghostly face, Banjira startled the mountain-piercing rat, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. While you're at it, rush up and grab it and use the Megaton Punch. Looking at the rushing Banjira, Xiao Ming hurriedly said, the mountain-piercing rat makes a hole to hide in. Don't let the opponent catch it. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth rose slightly. Think you can escape by hiding in a hole? Junior, you're still too young. Banjira, use earthquake. No good. Ming was alarmed, but it was already too late. Banjira's massive force combined with the special effects of the earthquake directly tore the simple ring apart, sending dust, dirt, and debris scattering in all directions. By the time the dust cleared, Banjira stood firmly amidst the rubble and dirt. Kodomine had jumped aside as the ring cracked open. And as for the mountain-piercing rat, he had fainted magnificently, his two eyes spinning in circles. Wouldn't you be too hard on yourself to do that? Mei asked softly as she stood behind and pulled Lin Xiao's clothes. No. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and said, how can you see a beautiful rainbow without experiencing the storm? Besides, looking at Xiao Ming, he doesn't look like someone who casually loses his fighting spirit. I guess the guy will definitely rise to the occasion in the future. Lin Xiao was right. Xiao Ming was not that easy to lose his fighting spirit, but he was only half right. The defeated Xiao Ming put away his mountain-piercing rat and said with a calm face, I lost. It seems that my vision is still too short-sighted. I still have to keep working hard. Throwing Miko a UC look. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. You're already doing pretty well for a lot of trainers nowadays. Keep working hard, you'll only get stronger and stronger. Hearing Lin Xiao's compliment, Xiao Ming blushed slightly. Thank you. I will work harder in the future. But, before he finished his words, a pair of eyes were sizing up Lin Xiao's body. Xiao Ming's eyes made Lin Xiao a bit uncomfortable and helplessly said, but what? Can you not stare at me with those eyes? I feel so much pressure. As if he had made up his mind, Xiao Ming knelt down in front of Lin Xiao with a flutter and said loudly, Master, please accept my disciple's bow. Please accept me as your disciple. Without giving Lin Xiao time to react, he directly performed a big salute. What the hell is going on here? Lin Xiao was a little confused by Xiao Ming. Before he could react, Xiao Ming's big salute had already been performed. Oh oi. I so don't think I said I want to take you as my disciple. Get up quickly. Lin Xiao, who was thunderstruck by Xiao Ming, reached out and pulled Xiao Ming up. Xiao Ming seemed to identify with Lin Xiao and refused to get up. Tossing and turning, please accept me as your disciple. This time Lin Xiao directly freaked out, holding his head, rubbing it a few times, not knowing what to say. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ming's priggishness and 7-on-7 Lin Xiao made Miko burst out laughing. Ha ha. Real. It's really too funny. Lin Xiao, I think you should simply accept your opening disciple. I can't. I'm laughing my ass off. Looking at the laughing, holding his stomach and squatting on the ground of the budgie, Lin Xiao hated his teeth. Do not help not to mention that he dared to laugh at me, later to make you look good. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao pretended to put away Banjira and coughed. Take you as a disciple? Well, not impossible. But what? Master, just open your mouth. I will definitely do what you say, Xiao Ming said with a face full of excitement. Cough. Glancing at Mei, who was squatting on the ground covering his stomach, Lin Xiao was overjoyed in his heart. This kid was so wrong to cooperate. It's like this. You can't get past me. Your master mother is the one who makes all the decisions in our family. As long as your master mother agrees, then I'll take you. After saying that, he also nudged towards Miko, not waiting for Miko to look back, and twisted his head to leave. Sure enough, just as Lin Xiao thought, Xiao Ming bowed down in front of Mei and respectfully said, Master, I implore you to accept me as your disciple. Don't worry, I will definitely follow Master and learn well, enhance my strength, and not disgrace you and Master. After a few seconds had passed, an eardrum-crushing scream emanated from here. Lin Xiao, I will kill you. Chapter 13, Candidates for Heavenly King? Xiao Ming's worship. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't accept it. What he lacked was nothing more than opportunity. Besides, there was nothing he could teach him, and Lin Xiao didn't dare to say that he was better than Xiao Ming in terms of his knowledge of Pokemon. His own half-assed level of teaching disciples can only harm others. Lin Xiao is now full of theory, and lacks experience in battles and planning. To put it bluntly, he is a man on paper. After Lin Xiao's enlightenment, Xiao Ming also did not worship the heart, began to pack their bags to prepare for the trip. According to Lin Xiao said, reading thousands of books, not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Many things cannot be learned from books, can only be slowly experienced in the travel around. However, before parting, Lin Xiao still pointed out a path for Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, if you really want to worship a master, you can go to Red Lotus Island to find the Red Lotus Dojo's master, Charbonnel, who is a Heavenly King level character. Whether you can succeed or not depends on your own efforts. But before you find Uncle Xia, you'd better take in 1 or 2 fire-type Pokemon. Uncle Xia takes the fire-type specialization route. After saying that, he waved his hand towards Ming and left with Miko. Thanks. Xiao Ming bowed slightly in thanks to Lin Xiao's back, then put on his backpack and prepared to set off. Let's go, Piercing Mouse. This is a long way from Red Lotus Island, and I don't have any fire-type Pokemon yet, so I'll have to prepare in advance. It was only after walking out a long way that Miko asked suspiciously, Little Ming is so sincere, why don't you take him? Slightly shaking his head, Lin Xiao lit a cigarette and inhaled a few puffs as he softly said, the Tao is different. I'm afraid I'll harm him. What do you mean? Lin Xiao's explanation left Miko confused. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Just like the 4 heavenly kings, they all have their own Tao, and my Tao goes for strength and crushing. Self-centered, crushing opponents with absolute strength. which requires a lot of Pokemon, and everything is empty talk if you're not strong. Undeniably, I wanted to take Kodomine, but couldn't. Now do you understand? Miko pinned her chin with her little hand and blinked her big cute eyes. I kind of get it, but I still don't understand. Mei spat out her cute little tongue. I really don't understand you. You're obviously not very old. Why do you keep talking and pretending to be old? Those who don't know would think you're an old man. I'll go. What do you mean by pretending to be an old man? Lin Xiao looked at Mei with a sky full of black lines. Miko spread her small hands to show that she was right. Forget it, don't get into it with the little girl, just leave her alone. Hurry up. Yes, hurry up. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that he was recommending masters and selling them to Xiaoming, and at the Pokemon League's headquarters, there were people helping him sell them as well. Inside a certain research institute at the Alliance headquarters, Ari, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, was complaining towards his best friend. I say, Yukishiro, you're too insufficient, aren't you? When you stepped down from your position as a Heavenly King without saying a word and went to the headquarters to work as a researcher, you're comfortable, but Hiba and I are miserable, running around Kanto and Chengdu, and we don't even have any vacation days. Oki Yukijo held down the glasses on the bridge of his nose and laughed evilly. This is called having foresight. Who let you be too greedy? Being the Tenno of Kanto isn't enough. You even took the title of Chengdu. You're making a fool of yourself. If you look closely, Oki Yukijo and his son Shigeru have a 7-part resemblance, only with an extra pair of glasses on his face. He looks more composed and scholarly. Wataru turned a blind eye to Oki Yukijo's disdain, turned around and affectionately wrapped his arm around Oki Yukijo's shoulder and laughed. What? If you don't help your best friend in trouble, are you still a brother? As long as you come back to the world, all the problems will be solved. Go and stay away from me, trying to pull me down again. This matter will never work. Really? No. Not negotiable? Not negotiable. AI Wataru deflated on the table, sighing. Now the Alliance green is not yellow, either too old, or still small did not grow up. When will we Kanto and Chengdu region to appear the characters like Sharona? Now open a meeting of the Shineo region of those guys one by one, nostrils to the sky. Look at it, is not happy. Oki Yukijo patted Wataru's shoulder and comforted him. That can't be helped, but your brother Ishiji is just fine. He's been the Orange League's highest trainer for a few years now, so he should be able to become a Tenno candidate if he's brought up a bit. Who knew that? Watari's voice immediately raised an octave. That indisputable guy. Don't mention him to me. Just thinking about it makes me hot. I said at first that as long as his fast dragon reached the Heavenly King level, I'd hold him up, but he refused to do it, saying that he wanted to sit on that seat with his true strength. In reality, a Heavenly King doesn't have to have all of his Pokemon be Heavenly King level, as long as one reaches it and the others have elite strength. Perhaps I can offer you a candidate. Oh, Oki Yukijo wagged her finger and said, how about it? Want to know? But Watari's next words almost didn't make Oki Yukijo angry. You don't mean your son who just left on a trip, do you? Watari looked Oki Yukijo up and down with a look that simply said, hey, man, I can't believe you can use your connections to grab power too. Off. Who the hell is joking with you? Put away your disgusting eyes. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat later. I'm talking about Lin Xiao, not Xiao Mao. Ahem. Watari coughed twice in embarrassment. Wasn't I just joking? Why are you getting angry? As far as that goes, isn't Lin Xiao your dad's little assistant? It seems like he just started traveling. Are you sure you're not trying to help one of your own up? Wataru. Oki Yukijo growled as 2 tic-tac-toe symbols bulged on his forehead and he glared at Wataru with a black face. Asshole. What kind of person do you take Oki Yukijo for? Would I do such a stupid thing? Even if I wanted to, do you think I could get past my old man? The old man's fast dragon is in his hands. Oki Yukijo took off the white coat he was wearing and turned towards the door, clearly not in the mood to talk to Watari any further. Walking to the door, Oki Yukijo turned back and dropped a sentence. On top of that, he also has a Banjira. And the old man said that the strength of that Banjira won't be inferior to your Snapdragon and Sharona's Tyrannosaurus Rex, if not stronger. Also, Lin Xiao has a stubborn nature. Don't try to piss him off, or else Lin Xiao will absolutely run to other regions and climb up against you. That's all I have to say. You're on your own. The old man forbids me to divulge Lin Xiao's information. Watari looked thoughtfully at Oki Yukijo's distant back and wondered what he was thinking. Oki Yukijo words Watari naturally understand. The meaning is, I did not say anything. Also do not know anything. Everything is your own investigation out. The old man looking for trouble also not don't pull me into the water. After a long time, Watari took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Hey, I'm to Watari. From now on, conduct an all-out investigation into Jinshin Town's Delin Xiao. Don't interfere with his life, just investigate in secret, and report the results of the investigation directly to me. Chapter 14, Pixie Hollow Academy. Pointing to a building not far away, Lin Xiao said to Mei. Mei, that's the Pokemon Academy, but the reality isn't as good as you think. Why? Isn't this the best school in the Kanto region? Lin Xiao didn't know what to say, so she had to tell her that she would know when she went in. The confused Miko followed Lin Xiao into the Pixie Academy. Lin Xiao carved familiar path to the principal's office, knocked on the door and shouted, "Grandpa Principal, I'm here again." In the large office, an old man with a white beard was reading a newspaper. When he heard a knock on the door, he looked up and said happily, "So it's you, Xiao Lin Xiao. You haven't come over for a long time. That girl Sunday is one to read about you." Lin Xiao was also happy to see his acquaintance and stood behind the old man to squeeze his shoulders. "I used to be too busy at Dr. Oki's place, and now that I'm traveling around, I don't have much time, but I'll be sure to nag Grandpa Principal a lot when I have some free time." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the old man happily patted his arm and said, "Hey, in the blink of an eye you have grown so big. Young people really should walk around, but you can't forget what you said. In the future, you must accompany this old man of mine more. That's for sure. I can't lie to anyone but you, Grandpa Principal. Don't you think so, Grandpa Principal? Your mouth is still as sweet as ever. You're so good at making people happy." Mei looked at the intimate two with a dumbfounded look. Her thoughts were a bit turned around. But the most detestable is Lin Xiao, and the principal of the Pokemon Academy so familiar did not say to himself, keep himself in the dark. Thinking of this, Mei glared viciously at Lin Xiao and said, "I'll make you look good later." In fact, Lin Xiao knew Principal Yudo because of Dr. Oki's relationship. The elves of the Pokemon Academy were basically shipped from the Oki Institute, and Lin Xiao also came along as an escort, and Principal Yudo also went to the Oki Institute quite a few times, so that over time he naturally became familiar with it, in which the little Sunday was also known at that time. "Uncle, why are you here?" Just as Lin Xiao was chatting with Principal Yudo, Yudo Sunday walked into the office and looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. A cry of uncle made Lin Xiao's head full of black lines and depressed. "Sunday, haven't I told you many times? Don't call me uncle. You're only a year younger than me. If you can't, you can call me brother." Or Lin Xiao is fine, but Sunday did grow up. Long hair, delicate face, big watery eyes, thin white lips, full breasts, slender white quality legs, plus a student outfit. Wherever she went, she would be a beautiful scenery line. "Don't." Sunday simply turned her face to the side, frowning her pretty eyebrows and said, "Who let you talk like an adult since you were a child, and also pretend to be an uncle to deceive others?" Paired with Sunday's clear and cute face, such words made people not want to be crooked. "Put." Miko covered her small mouth and turned away to snicker. Her shoulders kept shaking, showing how hard she was holding it in. Principal Yudo coughed dryly at his granddaughter's words, picked up the newspaper on his desk and looked at it with great interest, muttering, "I didn't see anything, heard nothing. When did I ever do such a thing? It's a false accusation, okay? The scene is like a face of beard, lewd to the point of not being able to be lewd again." Lin Xiao, holding a lollipop to the little Sunday, said, "Sunday, little good boy, you have to be obedient. Uncle here has candy. After eating, uncle can also take you to see the little goldfish. The little goldfish is very cute. Oh, Nima, can it be any more evil?" Lin Xiao really couldn't explain clearly with 8 mouths, and in the end, he could only shut his mouth in depression, lest the more he smeared, the blacker he became. "What does this little ant want?" Lin Xiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting. "Ahem. Sunday, don't make things difficult for Lin Xiao. Don't you realize that he's embarrassed? Besides, didn't you wish you grew up quickly when you were a child and married Lin Xiao?" Saying this, the old man even glanced at the two with strange eyes. Lin Xiao really want to head hit dead in the pillar. This old man that is to relieve the siege, clearly is on fire. Principal Yudo's words caused Sunday to make a big red face, hugging his arm and shaking her head. "Grandpa, what are you talking nonsense about? How could I, the #1 beautiful girl in the universe, Yudo Sunday, possibly look at a cheating uncle? You say is not it?" Yes. Principal Yudo stroked Sunday's long hair kindly. "Humph." Sunday, who had been complimented, wrinkled her cute nose at Lin Xiao in triumph. Mei's jaw almost fell on the ground. A girl as beautiful as Sunday actually wanted to grow up quickly to marry Lin Xiao? God, could it be that the morals of this world are all reversed? Lin Xiao pretended not to see it, and in his heart he silently recited, "I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything." "Right," Sunday suddenly exclaimed. "Our substitute teacher got sick and took a temporary leave of absence. I wanted to ask Grandpa what to do about it, but then I ran into Uncle Liar, which made me almost forget about the main event." Temporary leave? Principal Yudo frowned as he sat in his chair. "I remember that the afternoon beginners class teaches about making Pokemon food." "Right, and the school doesn't have a suitable teacher for the time being, so what can we do about that?" Sunday was also in a difficult situation. "That's why the students have asked me to ask Grandpa what to do." Is it really necessary to suspend classes? Suspension is absolutely not an option. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the academy if it got out? Absolutely not. Hearing the suspension of classes, the old man was angry, helplessly got up and turned around the office twice. When he saw Lin Xiao, who was leaning against the wall, suddenly his eyes lit up. That's you. How could I forget you? What? The three of them looked at Principal Yuto in surprise, their faces full of incredulity. I can't. Lin Xiao was just about to object when the old man slapped him. I have to do it even if I can't. I still don't know how much weight your kid has? Cut the crap and go get ready. Without giving Lin Xiao a chance to protest, the old man pulled Lin Xiao towards the teacher of the junior class, leaving Sunday and Nico in the office wide-eyed. Chapter 15 Substitute Teachers. Hello students, this is today's substitute teacher. Everyone should pay attention to the class. Don't let the teacher down, okay? Principal Yuto pulled Lin Xiao to introduce him to the students of the junior class. At this time, Lin Xiao was already riding a tiger. Even if the front was an abyss of 10,000 feet, he could only jump down with his eyes closed. Lin Xiao stood up straight to make himself reflect as much as possible like a teacher and smiled. Hello classmates, I'm today's substitute teacher. My name is Lin Xiao and I'm responsible for teaching you today's lesson. But this group of young masters and princesses who had gathered the richest people in Guangdong did not buy it. No sooner had Lin Xiao's words fallen than opponents appeared with them. A kid with long hair even immediately asked, Principal, this guy doesn't look much older than us. What makes him teach us? That's right, a nobody from there dares to fool us. Get out. You're not welcome here. That's right, get out. We paid our money to learn knowledge, not to see a country bumpkin like you. Principal Yuto shrugged his shoulders at Lin Xiao, signaling, you take care of it yourself. I can't help you. This made Lin Xiao helpless. This old man obviously sold himself, not to mention that he had to help him wipe his ass. Looking at the noisy students, Nico, who was lying on the window and peeking in, asked uneasily and quietly, Sunday, do you think Lin Xiao can do this? I'm afraid he'll be beaten out by these students later. Not to mention Miko. Even Sunday herself felt uneasy, but still whispered to Miko, it shouldn't be a problem. Uncle is very powerful. Won't we know if we watch? The two looked at each other and continued to lie on the window to see how Lin Xiao cleaned up the mess. Lin Xiao was dizzied by this group of 7 noisy students, and in a fit of rage, he slammed his hands on the lectern. Shut the up, all of you. Silence. So much sound in the classroom has disappeared that at this point you could hear it if you threw a pin down. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Xiao pointed at those noisy students and said loudly, what are you looking at? It's you who are talking about. Your family is rich. You are great. Do you have the guts to go out for a week without relying on your family's financial support? Bah! What's the big deal about having a few bucks? And you're saying that I'm not qualified to teach you guys? You guys were pissing and playing in the mud somewhere when I was making Pokemon food for hundreds of Pokemon all by myself. And you're talking about qualifications in front of me? Have you grown your ing hair? You! Spare me the breeder's badge nonsense. I'm telling you, I don't have that. I've been an assistant at the Oki Institute for 5 years, and I've always taken care of hundreds of Pokemon by myself. The breeder badge in your eyes is worthless in mine. Now, if you have something to say it and fart it, or silence. How had this group of pampered young masters and young ladies ever seen this kind of scene? They were directly shocked by Lin Xiao's pugnacity and froze as you looked at me and I looked at you, and no one was speaking out or objecting. Miko, who was so surprised that a small mouth could barely close, gently touched Sunday beside her. Sunday, is this how your teachers teach you? Are you sure this is a lesson and not cursing? Bah! Sunday lightly poo-pooed, her face slightly red as she angrily replied back. How can that be? This is the most excellent academy we have. Not that kind of countryside third-rate place. What is Uncle Liar mad about? What kind of person teaches students like this? Looking around, the young master and young miss didn't say anything. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction and clapped his hands to focus the students' eyes. Since everyone is okay with that, class will now begin. First let me ask you, why do you want to be Pokemon breeders? It was quiet in the teacher, and no one seemed to want to answer Lin Xiao's question. Just as Lin Xiao was about to continue speaking, a small hand was raised. The owner of the small hand was a petite, small little boy child, who somewhat timidly said under the gaze of Lin Xiao's eyes, Senior, teacher, I want to become a breeder because, touch. The loud bang directly shrunk the little boy's words. What's your name? Lin Xiao asked as he looked seriously at the young boy who had spoken. The little boy seemed to be frightened by Lin Xiao and stammered, My name is Xiao Sheng. Lin Xiao patted Xiao Sheng's shoulder in disappointment. Although it is said that you are still small, but you are still a man in size. How can you speak in a delicate voice like a woman? Since you're a man you should show off your manhood. Tell me if you're a man. Spurred on by Lin Xiao, Xiao Sheng clenched his fists and shouted, I'm a man. Speak up, I can't hear you. Holding his face red, Xiao Sheng yelled at Lin Xiao, I'm a man. Lin Xiao clapped his hands with satisfaction and laughed. That's right, as a man twisting and turning. What's decent? Now tell me, why do you want to be a Pokemon breeder? Because I want to make all sorts of delicious food and raise all sorts of Pokemon so they can get along with humans. In one short sentence, the young student practically growled, his face reddening under the stimulation of his vocal cords, and a few green veins bulging on his neck. The whole class stared at Xiao Shang with wide-eyed incredulity. This usually soft and timid person actually had such a domineering side, and many of the male students were thinking, should a man be a bit more powerful and domineering? Shouldn't I change my style too? That's good. Lin Xiao smiled and complimented. Little Shang, you've done a great job. A man should be a little manly. In the future, no matter what time you have to hold your head up and swear your dominance. Got it? Yes, teacher. I'll do as I'm told. Being praised by Lin Xiao, Xiao Shang was thrilled and sat upright with his head up, looking at Lin Xiao adoringly. With the youngest student taking the lead, the class quickly came alive. Teacher, what can I do to become a competent breeder? That's a good question. Actually, the paths of breeders and trainers are the same. To be experienced with the heart. Lin Xiao ran his hand over his left chest. The so-called experience with the heart says to feel the heart of a Pokemon with your own heart. Pokemon have likes and dislikes just like people, and likewise have their favorites and dislikes. Pixies, like people, have their own favorite tastes, and it's difficult to try to make a variety of things to satisfy the pixies. There are different kinds of turnips and vegetables. It's times like these that you have to feel the mind of the Pokemon, to understand what's going on inside of it, to get it to open up and accept you. And if any of you can do that, then congratulations, you're ready to be released from your masters. As for the making of Pokemon food, I think it's better to explain it here than to use each and every one of them. That thing can be learned by just buying any book. I don't think everyone will be so stupid that they won't even know how to make food, right? After saying that, he also looked at this group of young masters and young ladies with a kind of "are you idiots" look. How could the high-minded young masters and young ladies admit that they were idiots? All of them agreed. The teacher is right. How can we waste precious time explaining such a simple thing? If anyone can't even do this, I think it's better to just drop out of school and go home. That's right. How can such a small thing be difficult for us? We're geniuses. In the midst of the chattering of this group of little proper men and little Lolitas, Lin Xiao announced the end of the class. Many of these students looked adoringly at Lin Xiao as he went away. This new teacher was so personalized. Compared to him, the previous teachers were weak. In fact, Lin Xiao was also forced to do nothing, and in the heat of the moment, he moved the rules he learned in the army. Who knew that it was still successful? Lin Xiao, who had just returned to the principal's office, directly softened onto the sofa and lit a cigarette and smoked hard for a few moments. Lin Xiao secretly vowed to resolutely refrain from doing this kind of thankless thing in the future. Mei and Sunday slipped into the office and looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. I can't imagine. Lin Xiao, you're actually a piece of material to be a teacher. Look at you speaking full of excitement. Sunday took over and said, yeah, uncle. Your commentary on feeling a Pokemon's mind with your heart is just great. I wonder when I'll be able to do what you're talking about. Don't worry. Under my tutelage, no, you'll get to that point soon enough. Uncle. Oh no. Lin Xiao, are you telling the truth? Sunday looked at Lin Xiao with an expectant face, waiting for his next words. Of course. Lin Xiao's Mickey smiling eyes instantly disappeared and waved his hand towards Sunday, looking at her like she was an idiot. Of course it's fake. It was made up to fool those kids, and you took it seriously? Are you out of your mind? Fake. Sunday's expectations melted away and froze without response. Only Lin Xiao sighed and walked towards the door, sighing, alas, nowadays, children are really, all day long think of something impractical. I really don't know if these 10 years of life are not living to Katie Dog. When Miss Sunday came back to her senses, Lin Xiao already didn't know to hide in that nook and cranny of the mountain. So the furious Sunday carried a baseball bat all over the academy to look for the liar uncle. Sunday's look scared a lot of the students of the Pixie Academy, seeing her all around far away, afraid of the fire burning to their own heads. Chapter 16, Yen Di in the Rainstorm. Lin Xiao and Miko stayed at the Pokemon Academy for 3 days and left on the 4th day under the reluctant gaze of Sunday, who needed to complete her own beginner's study course before she could come out and travel, so she wasn't added to the team. Opened the navigator. Lin Xiao led Mei towards the direction of Zhenghui Lighthouse. Super ancient fast dragon Lin Xiao also wanted to see. Can be subdued, that would be the best. Can't be subdued can only say that their own strength can't work. Kame Turtle's strength grew the fastest, followed by Crypto, which was slow but still had the effect of training. And Banjira had a problem and seemed to be hitting a bottleneck. Although through the development of the system, Banjira's length of growth and potentiality were full, the hurdle between Paragon and God wouldn't be so easy to leap over. Although Lin Xiao tried many methods, however, none of them were successful, and Banjira was still stuck between the two mountains. Even a Pokemon like Banjira, whose growth, length and potentiality were full, was so difficult. Lin Xiao couldn't believe what would become of crypto when it reached that point. In the evening, while Lin Xiao and Mei were talking and laughing, a few dark clouds covered the azure sky, and at once thunder rolled, signaling the imminent arrival of a rainstorm. Finding a place that was backed by the rain, Lin Xiao took out his tent and grabbed it and started to set it up. Otherwise it would be difficult to produce when the rainstorm came. Less than 5 minutes, Lin Xiao has already set up the tent. Take out the bedding quilt spread. Fortunately, when picking the tent, Lin Xiao choose the bottom of the air cushion kind. Filled with gas will make the bottom of the tent 30 centimeters higher. Not only not afraid of rain soaking, sleep a little like Simmons, soft and comfortable, although expensive, but still value for money. Pitching the tent and laying down the quilt, Lin Xiao drilled into the tent. Budgie outside the tent was in a bind. She had brought a sleeping bag, which would not work in this weather. Lin Xiao stretched out his head and glanced at Mei and laughed. What? You're not coming in? Still want to continue sleeping in a sleeping bag to be close to nature? Lin Xiao's words made Mei very uncomfortable. The sleeping bag is not to think about. Into the tent words basically means that tonight he and Lin Xiao sleep together. Mei is very chagrined why he did not choose the tent in the first place. Now well, into also not into also not. In short, is the left and right dilemma. Tick, tick, tick. The rain began to fall, and the hurricane winds made the weeds and trees bend over. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, turning the dark sky instantly white, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, causing Miko, who was standing outside the tent, to turn pale and scream. Lin Xiao dragged Mei into the tent and said angrily, "Are you crazy? You're still counting on this at a time like this? Afraid I'll rape you? You don't even look at your own little body that has no breasts and no ass. What's the point of worrying blindly?" Looking at the fuming Lin Xiao, Mei aggrievedly bristled, not daring to retort, pulling over the quilt to hide herself. Poof, put, poof. Listening to the sound of the rain hitting the tent, Lin Xiao looked outside through the small window at the zipper of the tent. Miko still covered herself in the quilt. Only her body trembled slightly and her little face was red. After a long time, Lin Xiao took out his cigarettes and lit one, looking at Mei, who was shrinking under the quilt with amusement. Am I really that horrible? Or do I have the words "I'm a pervert" written on my face? If you keep covering up, I'll be able to help you collect your corpse later. Lin Xiao pulled the quilt and laughed. Who said that? I'll sleep like this, okay? Although she exposed her head, Mei spoke with a lack of breath, not daring to meet Lin Xiao's eyes, and lightly grunted with her back to him. Lin Xiao, who had just wanted to tease Mei for a few moments, saw a fiery red figure flash by not far from the tent. Picking up his jacket, Lin Xiao re-entered the tent without looking back and shouted at Mei, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be right back. You stay in the tent and don't come out." By the time Mei sat up straight, Lin Xiao's figure had already disappeared in the roiling downpour. By now the sky had already darkened. Coupled with the heavy downpour booming, the visibility of the naked eye was limited, and the downpour had made the soil slippery. Pulling out an elf ball and flinging it around, Lin Xiao shouted, "Quick dragon, fly over to stop it. Banjira chase after it to make a blockade, and Kame turtle and I will be right behind it." The snapdragon spread its wings and flew towards the flash of red, followed closely by Banjira, the slippery ground having no effect on it, just the booming downpour. Roar! A few roars came from the distance, and Lin Xiao quickly arrived with the Kame turtle. Not far away, a small elf whose whole body was on fire was surrounded by Quick Dragon and Banjira, preventing it from leaving. The surrounded elf roared angrily, but it just couldn't get rid of Quick Dragon and Banjira's blockade. The small elf that was blocked by them was clearly the Inferno Emperor, one of the Chengdu's 3 holy beasts. The bean-sized raindrops were already vaporized before they even landed on it, so you can imagine how hot the flames on its body were. I really wasn't wrong. It's really Yen Di. Lin Xiao looked at Yen Di in shock, although he didn't know why Yen Di would appear here in this kind of weather. But since he had encountered it, then he couldn't miss it. Yen Di is known as one of the 3 sacred beasts in the Chengdu area. Has always been active in the Chengdu area. No one has ever seen Yen Di's presence in areas other than Chengdu accidentally, and this is the first time. I'm afraid, however, everything is not absolute. The 3 sacred beasts are not singularly only one. Occasionally appear in other areas. There is nothing strange. Ow! The encircled Yen Di was furious. Several times he wanted to re-emerge from the encirclement but was unsuccessful. In a fury, a thick flame was sprayed towards Lin Xiao. It knew that Banjira and Quick Dragon were encircling it all because of this human trainer. So Yen Di vented his fire towards Lin Xiao's head. Holy! Lin Xiao quickly rolled to the side. Although he avoided the flames, his clothes that were drenched by the heavy rain were covered in mud, sticky and unpleasant. Yen Di's jet flames annoyed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao viciously spat on the ground and scolded. Don't think you are high and mighty. In other people's eyes you are a holy beast. Revered Ting Tu. In my eyes you're just an enlarged version of the Tibetan Mastiff all the time. Lao Zi happens to be missing a mount. You don't have to go. Stay. Snapdragon uses freeze ray. Banjira destroys deadlight. And Kami turtle blisters. Ow. Frozen rays of light spewed out from Crypto Dragon's mouth, and along with it, the rainwater froze into small ice cubes towards Yendi. The bucket-thick destructive deathlight followed closely behind. As for the Kame turtle's blister, Lin Xiao let it wait for its chance. Its main purpose was to interfere with Yendi. The main force was Crypto Dragon and Banjira. Inferno flicked a leap to avoid Crypto's freeze ray, then used a large word burst to collide with Banjira's destructive death ray. Boom! A violent explosion occurred from the collision of the two abilities, and due to the rainy weather, it didn't vibrate the dust. Chapter 17, Yendi in the Rainstorm, 2. Touch. With a sound, Inferno Emperor, whose attention was attracted by Banjira and Quick Dragon, was directly hit by Kame Turtle's water bubble, and although there was a huge difference in level, Inferno Emperor also suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and was launched by the water bubble to crash into two large trees before stopping. Stormy weather can have a big impact on fire Pokemon, not to mention don't have a direct hit from a water move. Ow! Inferno Emperor rose from the ground, snarling and glaring at Kame Turtle, who had been turned into a charred blackness where it had risen. The Kame Turtle met the Inferno Emperor's eyes without cowardice. Even though it couldn't beat the Inferno Emperor, it knew that the Inferno Emperor couldn't possibly attack itself until Banjira and Crypto were down. Banjira had always treated Kame Turtle as his little brother. How could he tolerate his little brother being bullied? In order to maintain his position as the boss, Banjira rushed towards Yendi. His hideous beak flashed with silver light, biting at Yendi. Banjira used ice teeth to attack Yendi. Yendi also did not show any weakness and used Flame Car to charge at Banjira. Fast Dragon and Kame Turtle did not make a move at this time and stood quietly at the side. Lin Xiao did not say anything as well. This battle had already evolved into a battle of dignity and could not allow other people to intervene. If Lin Xiao chose to command Banjira by himself now, Banjira would probably complain afterwards. And if Fast Dragon and Kame Turtle were to make a move, Banjira would definitely give up Yendi and attack them. Both attacks hit each other. Black smoke rising from Banjira's chest and a chunk of his armor burnt and battered. And Inferno was no better. Banjira's icy fangs biting into the back of its neck. At times like this the advantage of Bankiara's size and strength came through. Bankiara only slightly retreated a few steps while Yendi was knocked out a few meters away. The stormy weather had a great effect on Inferno, and so did Bankiara, who was unable to use his sandstorm trait. The superior strength of Banjira followed up with a rock slash that hit Inferno, and even the damaged Inferno was knocked to the ground gasping for breath. The flames on his body and the smoke on his back dissipating quite a bit. The two Pokemon that were also from the Chengdu region stared at each other. Only one was a paragon and the other was a subgod. Speaking of which, no matter if it was the three sacred beasts, the three divine birds, or the three divine pillars, all of them were very miserable. And as divine beast species the values were not as high as those paragons such as the Bankira, the Fast Dragon, and the Stormy Ground Dragons. Touch. Inferno and Banjira collided into a physical fight, and despite having their own attributes and skills, Pokemon many times like physical combat as much as beasts at heart, but it doesn't happen too often, and the Pokemon Hundredfold League has only a few accounts of it. Physical combat, 2 meters tall, body length of 3.5 meters, weight 200 kilograms of Yendi against Lin Xiao's Banjira can only eat the life. Banjira's every heavy punch can send Yendi flying a few meters away, but Yendi's claws and teeth can only leave a little wound in Banjira's armor. Eventually, under one of Banjira's tail flings, Inferno exhausted himself and lost the battle. Banjira roared and slapped his chest, not caring about his injuries, and threw his head back to roar at the sky. After a few minutes had passed, Banjira sat down on the ground with a common thud, gasping for air. The fight with the Inferno Emperor had sapped a great deal of its strength, and the burns and blood-retaining wounds in its armor continued to irritate its nerves. After treating the wounds of Banjira and Inferno, Lin Xiao pulled out the Master Ball he had looted from the Pokemon Academy to collect Inferno. The chances of the Master Ball taking in Pokemon is 100%, except for the Ultra Divine Beasts, Ultra Dream, Phoenix King, Rift Hollow Zodiac and other such perverted strength Pokemon are no longer bound by the Pokemon Ball, and the tiny Pokemon Balls are dispensable to them unless they are willing to do so themselves. Putting away the Elf Ball, Lin Xiao dragged his wet clothes full of mud and slowly moved towards the tent, because he couldn't walk fast at all. It was dark, slippery, and raining sparsely. As for the flashlight, he was too excited when he took in Yendi and didn't know where he threw it away. For a long time, Lin Xiao finally looked at his tent. The energy-saving light in the tent let him breathe a sigh of relief. Just 10 minutes, Lin Xiao fell 3 times, fortunately did not touch the stone, otherwise there is something to suffer. Chapter 18, Arriving at the Shogai Lighthouse. The sky was always cloudless after a rainstorm. The flattering sunlight shone on the earth. Lin Xiao used a rag to carefully wipe the elf egg gifted by the system. For the sake of this egg, Lin Xiao specifically consulted a lot of information, but there was no result. None of the elves in the many regions of the Alliance had an elf egg that was pure white with a reddish bottom. Egg shell pure white. The bottom of the reddish elf egg should belong to the fire elf's egg. But even if Lin Xiao to look for information accurate to the fire elf egg, perseverance is nothing. Have no choice but to give up, and wait for the hatching out to be able to determine. Putting the elf egg on the grass to bask in the sun and absorb the heat. As for hugging it to sleep like others, Lin Xiao didn't have the habit of hugging an egg to sleep. For breakfast, Lin Xiao cooked a pot of noodles with ribs. Light yellow noodles plus ribs rolling in the pot. Slowly floating up, the aroma makes one's appetite open up. On the side of Banjira has already stared straight at the pot of noodles with both eyes, pinning out 2 bowls of noodles for himself and Miko. The rest Lin Xiao took out Banjira's special basin and poured it inside to carry it to Banjira. Banjira, whose stomach was thundering, lifted his basin and ate, barfing. Kame turtle, snapdragon, and Fujitorai, Miko's Fujitorai snake, which looked like a bird, and which Lin Xiao had named Fujitorai, were surprised to see their Pokemon food, and only Inferno, who had just joined the team, was surprised, looking at the Pokemon food in front of him, and then glancing at the mouthful of Banjira. Inferno stood up and walked over to Banjira, snarling twice softly. Ben. Banjira looked at her newest little brother and hesitated for a few seconds before finally placing the basin on the floor and pushing it towards Inferno. Yendi bent down to try to eat a mouthful, frowned slightly, and then ate the second mouth. The third mouth. The more you eat, the more energy. Yendi directly lying on the ground, the front foot holding the basin, the huge head pressed in the basin to eat a lot. Very soon, will be the basin of food eaten out of the Yendi contentedly looked at the empty basin, burped, slowly walked to the side of the sun to go. Ben. Banjira looked at the empty basin with tears in his eyes. It thought that Yendi would be like Carmichael Turtle in Fast Dragon. He would give it back to it after trying a bite. Who knew that Yendi not only tried it, but also ate all the food? Even the soup didn't leave a little bit. Banjira hugged the small basin and looked at Lin Xiao, who had finished his breakfast and was basking in the sun, with a face full of aggression. It didn't look for Yendi's trouble, because even then the food wouldn't come back. So Banjira looked for Lin Xiao, with the look that if you don't cook for me, I'll keep staring at you. Banjira's grudging eyes made Lin Xiao almost fall off the stool with one heel, so he had no choice but to make it breakfast again. What made Lin Xiao lose his smile was that in the future, the portion of cooking would be increased again, and there was one more foodie Yendi who didn't eat as much as Banjira, taking Yendi as a mount. I'm afraid that only Lin Xiao could do it. I don't know how many people's jaws would drop if this were to be spread out. Ow! Yendi let out a roar and ran wildly in the direction Lin Xiao pointed. In fact, when Lin Xiao was a child, he saw the anime who rode a wind speed dog to run incomparably envious, and when he set off from Jinshin Town, Lin Xiao has always fantasized about taking in a wind speed dog, but he has never encountered a suitable one. And now there is a Yendi who does not have a ruthless addiction. How can he be right for himself? And Yendi can be more windy than the wind speed dog. Loud reputation, domineering appearance, back on the soft cloud smoke hair sitting comfortably, the 2 ribs of the volcano can also hang backpacks, is simply a natural mount. If the Phoenix King knew that his resurrected Yendi, one of the 3 sacred beasts, was being used as a mount, I don't know how he would feel. Would he have a fire move that burned to ashes to burn Lin Xiao to ashes? However, this was impossible, because the moment Lin Xiao took in Yendi, he had already severed his relationship with the Phoenix King. At this moment, even if the Phoenix King saw Lin Xiao riding Yendi, he would not have any thoughts. Besides, there was more than one Yendi, and the mission that the Phoenix King had given to the 3 holy beasts would not be interrupted. Yendi's speed was fast, and what would have taken the 2 of them a day to cover was now there in less than 2 hours. Long held back in the forest, Miko was happy to see the sea, took off her shoes and ran around on the beach barefoot, leaving a trail of footprints and sweet laughter, blowing the light fishy sea breeze. Lin Xiao was in a happy mood and released Kame Turtle, Fast Dragon, and Banjira for a swim. A long training session also requires proper rest so that labor and leisure can be combined. Lin Xiao let Mei play on her own and instructed Crypto Dragon and Banjira to protect her before heading with Yendi towards the Zhenghui lighthouse not far away. Dr. Oki was on good terms with Masahide and was more familiar with Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao proposed to him the idea of borrowing a room for a while, Zhang Hui agreed without even thinking about it, not to mention that for the sake of Dr. Oki's face, Lin Xiao's master cooking skills alone were worth retaining. Chapter 19, The Arrival of Koji and the Others. At the seashore of Zhenghui Lighthouse, Lin Xiao gave the elves a 3-day vacation, letting them play around and recuperate. The 4th day of training began as scheduled. Wearing his beach pants, Lin Xiao prepared to do further training on the Pokemon. First up is Kame Turtle. Physical strength and endurance are still your #1 training guideline. Later on you'll be running on the beach with rocks in your arms, understand? Kame Turtle nodded vigorously. bumbling to find a rock to hold and began to run. The beach holding a rock running is difficult. A foot down is a pit. Very exhausting. While at any time will fall. Just run a few steps of Kame Turtle does not quartz beach soft. Planted a big heel. Get ahead of a face of sand. So that the Mei and vine tendon snake petulant laughter. Banjira just focus on learning some fighting system skills. You have the physical talent to use fighting skills with great power. Lin Xiao took out a prepared balloon filled with gas and handed it to Banjira. Today let's practice Megaton Punch and Megaton Flying Kick. You've been using these two skills a lot but they're not up to snuff. It's almost time when you can pop and kick balloons in mid-air. I'll have Mei help you with the balloon throwing. Bankiara and auxiliary staff Mei to the side to start training. Bankiara's task is not light. The balloon this thing gently touch will fly far away. When the power is too big fist before hitting, the balloon has already been blown aside by the wind of the fist. If you want to punch the balloon in the air, the power and speed control requirements are very high. Lin Xiao is also for this reason that will let the Banjira so practiced. Quick dragon you will later create an igloo on the beach with a rush of freezing light and sit in it. You can sleep or meditate. Just make your own choice. I'll have Sister Misty Lips, who I borrowed from Dr. Masaru, cool down the igloo. Dragon Pokemon have always been restrained by ice. That's your biggest drawback right now. That aspect needs to be strengthened, you know? Oh, Crypto purred softly, nodding gravely as he made the igloo and went off to make the igloo. Being restrained by the ice system can be said to be the dragon Pokemon's greatest helplessness. Since it can't change its fate of being restrained, the only way is to start from the body's resistance, and try to improve its resistance to the ice attribute. Although Yen Di was also grammed by water and ice, Lin Xiao wouldn't act like an SB and let it go sleep in an igloo as well. Yen Di, Lin Xiao pointed to a rock that was being washed by the waves and said, later, you stand up to that rock and use the flames to surround yourself in a circle to wrap yourself up for the waves to hit. Remember that the circle of flames can't be too thick or too thin. Doing so will not only exercise your strength in controlling the flames, it will also allow you to compress your flames and work towards upgrading your fire to blue flames and black flames with higher temperatures. As for the golden color, forget it, that was the monopoly of the Phoenix King. Inferno let out a low growl to signal that he understood, and in a few leaps jumped up onto the rock, parting a circle around his body with crimson flames. With the waves of the waves, Yen Di body constantly resounded Z sound. A large amount of water vapor slowly floating up. In the sunlight formed a beautiful rainbow. Yen Di squatting below the rainbow, using the flame circle to resist the impact of the waves. The Vine Viper disliked fighting as much as its owner Mei did, so Lin Xiao simply let it continue to play on the beach. However, the little guy wasn't the material to be saved. With no one to play with, the bored vine snake began to make trouble. Miko just threw the balloon up, and Bankiara made a megaton punch, but before it could hit the balloon, a leaf flew over and sliced the balloon in half. Banjira was depressed when his punch hit empty air and growled at the vine snake to go away and play without delaying his training, and Miko did the same to the vine snake accusing him of something. Aggrieved, the vine snake slithered over to where the Kame Turtle was running and circled around it, causing the distracted Kame Turtle to flip over a few times. The angry Kame Turtle almost threw the rock in his hand at the vine snake's head. The Vine Viper, which had been given a jump by the Kame Turtle, came listlessly behind Emperor Yen, and a wave hit it and almost swept it into the sea. Luckily Yen Di used his claws to pull it. What Yen Di didn't expect was that the vine snake was scalded by the flames from his own claws with a few big blisters, holding his buttocks and jumping up and down. This scene made Lin Xiao cry and laugh, so he had to help him put on burn medicine and let him run with himself before he quieted down. In this way Lin Xiao carries out all kinds of training on the Pokemon while waiting for the arrival of Xiaoji. The plot of the anime Lin Xiao can still remember very few, so only have to bring the plot task Xiaoji's arrival. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had slipped by, and the Pokemon had achieved good results in their training. Among them, Inferno's changes were the greatest, and the color of the flames had begun to shift to blue. Just when Lin Xiao was already waiting impatiently, the Xiaoji trio slowly arrived at the beach. What kind of heaven-defying sense of direction was required to do such a deed of getting lost in the forest for 10 days? Mei kept asking Lin Xiao why he hadn't left yet, causing Lin Xiao to look for all kinds of reasons to send Mei away every day. And with the arrival of the three of them, Lin Xiao almost left tears in his eyes with excitement. Sis, Lao Zi, this first wait is a full 14 days of boarding. Xiaoji, who was worried about whether or not his big pincer crabs would be cooked and eaten by Dr. Daijai, saw that Lin Xiao and the others were also here, and shouted in excitement, "Brother Lin Xiao!" A brother Lin Xiao almost made Lin Xiao fall head over heels on the beach. Mei wanted to laugh, but after being glared at by Lin Xiao she hurriedly covered her small mouth. Only a small face that was suffocating redness and shaking shoulders betrayed her behavior. Lin Xiao, who had a head full of black lines, put his arm around Xiaoji's shoulders and began to teach him. Xiaoji, in the future, this Lin Xiao brother can't be called, so why don't you just call me Big Brother? No, Just call me Lin Xiao in the future, okay? Xiaoji did not buy it in the slightest, and turned his head like a rattle. No, then I'll be scolded to death by my mom. Never right line. This kid. Lin Xiao almost took a breath to carry over, so he had to carefully and lengthily say, Xiaoji this Lin Xiao brother, others will laugh at us when they hear it. You know? Koji nodded even though he didn't understand. So what? You can just call me Lin Xiao directly from now on. I'll go and explain at Auntie Huazi's place, so you don't have to worry about it. I'll take the blame if anything happens. In the future, Xiao Mao will also call me Lin Xiao directly just like you. Understand? Oh, okay then. Xiao Ji heard Lin Xiao's explanation knowing that Xiao Mao would also be like this before agreeing to it, but still slightly worried. Then say yes. Mom scolded me, you have to say clear for me. Oh, definitely, definitely. Lin Xiao joyfully nodded vigorously and happily patted Xiao Ji's shoulder and said, there's a phone in the Zhanghui lighthouse in front of you, so go and give Auntie Hanako a peace hug. I'll cook a big meal to treat you later. Yay, that's great, said Chi, who jumped up and down at the sound of a big meal, dropping even the matter of the giant pincer crabs to Java. Kasumi and Kon looked at the disgraced Chi and covered their faces helplessly, wanting to say they didn't know the disgraced guy. A group of people came to the Zhanghui lighthouse, with Lin Xiao there. Zhanghui now, in addition to eating one, stayed in the research room to tinker. After calling Dr. Oki to make sure that the large pincer crabs are not being cooked and eaten, she is relieved, and then she calls Hanako to hug her safe, and Hanako insists that Lin Xiao picks up the phone when she learns that she and Lin Xiao are in the same room. The one who had the best relationship with Lin Xiao in this world was none other than Hanako, because Hanako was a single mom and Xiaoji was still young, so Lin Xiao would help her with housework and farm work when he had time. Hello, Auntie Hanako, Lin Xiao said as he picked up the phone. Lin Xiao's address made Huazi say unhappily, didn't I tell you to call out to your sister? Why did you forget again? This is where Lin Xiao's tragedy comes into play, as Huazi makes Lin Xiao call out to his sister, while his son Xiaoji calls Lin Xiao his brother. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. Alright, Sister Hanako. That's right, Hanako on the other end of the phone said happily. After chatting for a long time, Huazi suddenly said, Lin Xiao, do you still remember what you promised me this time last year? Last year? Huazi's words caused Lin Xiao to faintly freeze. Then Lin Xiao slammed his head awkwardly and said, Auntie Huazi. Oh, no, Sister Flowery. I don't think it's necessary. Last year I was just talking nonsense. You don't have to take it seriously. Seeing Lin Xiao's embarrassed face, Mei, Xiao Zhang, and Xiaoxia all looked at Xiaoji suspiciously, and Xiaoji said quietly to the three with a spread of his palms, last year on Lin Xiao's birthday, Mom wanted to give a gift. Lin Xiao let Mom don't need to break the bank, said at most wait until this year he turns 16 on his birthday, let Mom help him handle. Mama mouth on the promise. What nonsense. Every time people have tried to help you celebrate your birthday over the past few years you've refused. Definitely not this time. Dr. Oki and Shigeru's dad are coming over, and so are a lot of the neighbors. You don't want to slip up, do you? And Dr. Oki said that if you don't come he'll confiscate your icon, and you can't participate in the contest without it. Eventually Lin Xiao compromised under Dr. Daiki's silver authority. Hanako hung up happily and informed Dr. Oki and the nearby neighbors to go. Lin Xiao in the real new town belongs to the same as Dr. Daijai belongs to the good old man. As an outsider, want to have a good relationship with the neighborhood collar residents. Help to do things is the easiest way to pull in the relationship. Before long, everyone in Jinxing town knew that Dr. Oki had taken in a warm-hearted, hard-working child, and knowing that Lin Xiao was an orphan, everyone wanted to do something for Lin Xiao, but they never had the chance to do so, so they didn't want to miss it this time. Chapter 20, Battle with a Giant Fast Dragon. With the arrival of Xiao Ji and the others, Lin Xiao had the Pokemon stop training, recover their strength, and get refreshed for the battle. After dinner, Lin Xiao made all the preparations. The Kame turtle left the group and came to the cliffside to wait for Team Rocket's visit, and Lin Xiao gave it the order to use the water cannon and send them down to the sea to touch the fish as soon as it found someone sneaking around near the lighthouse. As darkness gradually descended, Lin Xiao sat on the overlook of the Zhengwei lighthouse smoking a cigarette and waiting silently. Woo woo! Woo is a dismal sound that slowly rings out from far and near. Coming! Lin Xiao dropped his cigarette and gazed ahead. Masatsuki, who was chatting with Koji and the others, stood up violently and said excitedly, It's here! The legendary Pokemon has appeared. Xiao Ji and the others, who had been startled by Masatsuki, heard legendary Pokemon and immediately became excited. Dr. Masatsuki, what's a legendary Pokemon? Is it powerful? Walking up to the overlook, Masaru shook his head in disappointment. It should have been great, but I didn't realize it belonged to the type of Pokemon for which my Masaru lighthouse was built, and I didn't think it would actually come back. Pulling out the small controller from his body, Masaru looked into the distance. I recorded the sound of its call and played it every night to attract it. and from its voice I could hear it searching for its companion again, said Masaru as he pressed the small controller. Woo 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 gradually spread into the distance, attracted by the sound. A huge figure gradually approached the lighthouse under the darkness of the night, which was built on the edge of a cliff close to the coast, but the height of the cliff and the lighthouse was always the same as the height of the legendary elf. At that moment, 3 sneaky men, feeling their way towards the lighthouse in the dark, were awaited by a huge column of water rushing down into the sky. Why do you have such a nasty feeling right out of the gate? Ah, what a nasty feeling! X3-inch The tragic rocket trio was sent flying by a water cannon from Kame Turtle before they could even get out of the ring. The height of the huge fast dragon Real Will, Xiao Ji, Kasumi, Xiao Gang, Bud clothes down enough. The body is so huge. That strength will be powerful to what extent? The giant snapdragon slowly approached the lighthouse, realizing that there was no companion for it here, and with a few disappointed cries prepared to leave. The companion it was looking for was an ultra-ancient Pokemon like it, not a snapdragon of the same race, something that I'm afraid only Lin Xiao could know. Looking at the huge fast dragon about to leave, Masahide hurriedly begged, "Please, can I see your true face?" Oh, the giant snapdragon shook his head and turned towards the ocean. Lin Xiao knew that it was time to go on, or else the giant snapdragon would go back to the sea and Lin Xiao would be helpless against it. Ultra-ancient snapdragon. Even though I haven't seen any other ultra-ancient Pokemon, as long as there's fate one day I'll still meet one. Pulling out his elf ball, Lin Xiao shouted at the giant crypto dragon. "Come on, ultra-ancient crypto dragon. Let me see how strong you are." Inferno Emperor, use jet flame on the sky. Ghostly blue flames rushed into the sky, and the figure of the giant snapdragon appeared under the light of the flames. Super, ultra-ancient fast dragon, and even the Inferno Emperor has appeared. Masatsugu was trembling with excitement, his face flushed red. Yendi had been doing his exercises at the place with the lighthouse at his back, so it was the first time that either Masatsuki or Koji and the others had seen Yendi. Xiaoji looked at Lin Xiao with eyes full of stars concealed in adoration and secretly said, "Worthy of being my idol. Actually even the Yen Emperor can be subdued. Brother Lin Xiao is really too powerful." Although he didn't say it on his lips, Xiaoji had always still called Lin Xiao as brother Lin Xiao in his heart. Although Xiaoxia and Xiao Jiang were shocked, more than anything else, they still felt that this child, Xiaoji, was hopeless. After 10 days of getting along, Mei had become immune to Yendi, and she was worried in her heart about Lin Xiao fighting the ultra-ancient rapid dragon, only she didn't dare to show it on her face, otherwise it would lower the morale of her side. Ben, as the boss, Banjira issued a battle cry to the giant snapdragon, unleashing the sandstorm trait, and the sand on the beach formed a giant sand tornado swirling around it, as the monarch in the sandstorm showed its dominant side. Ow! The Inferno Emperor's body gasped with hot, ghostly blue flames. The air around him curved and twisted as far as the naked eye could see, and his hooves plowed the sand in preparation for a charge. Crypto looked groggily at his ancestor, who should have gone extinct 10,000 years ago, and the thought of fighting his ancestor instantly exploded Crypto's desire to fight for the first time in his travels. Oh, came the response from the giant snapdragon, looking at the 3 little dots in the distance. Inferno Emperor, Flame Vortex, attacks to the head. Snapdragon Freeze Ray, freezes its feet to block movement. Banjira Max Power Earthquake. The massive body of the giant snapdragon was doomed to not be able to keep up with its speed, and despite its best efforts to dodge, the swirl of flames brushed past its face, bringing up a charred odor. Without waiting for it to react, its right leg had been frozen to the ground by the rush of freezing rays, and unable to fly or move. It could only resist Banjira's earthquake. Rumble a loud bang. Under the powerful earthquake of Banjira, the earth was split in pieces, cracked out countless fissures, and the huge unsteady fast dragon almost fell to the ground. Woo! The huge snapdragon that had eaten 3 attacks in a row was furious and flapped the wings on its back to fly up and roar angrily. Although a huge body size was inconvenient to move around, it also meant that the physical strength, endurance, and resistance would increase dramatically. But Lin Xiao had already prepared in his heart to fight a long-lasting battle. Woo! The giant snapdragon flew through the air, a spot of yellow light brewing in its mouth, a prelude to the unleashing of destructive deathlight. Inferno, Banjira destroys Deadlight, and Quick Dragon continues to use Freeze Ray on its chicken wings. Don't let it fly. The 3 streams of yellow light clashed together, and the huge snapdragon's destructive deathlight, which was as thick as a house, suppressed Inferno Emperor and Banjira as they retreated back and forth, pulling out 2 trenches on the beach. Woo! The snapdragon flew behind the giant snapdragon and the rays of freezing light hit its wings, causing them to freeze into ice. The huge snapdragon with frozen wings was unable to fly and fell from the air. The thick destructive deathlight was naturally interrupted. At this point, Yendi and Banjira had already been pushed out at least 50 meters away, which showed how strong the power was. Hoo! Inferno, Banjira, and the giant snapdragon all gasped for air. Although the battle was only a few rounds, It had taken away quite a bit of their stamina. Crunch! The solid ice on the wings all cracked under the massive force of the giant snapdragon, scattering onto the beach. Chapter 21, Conquering the Giant Fast Dragon and Healing. Ice that restrains dragons isn't significant enough to be effective on a giant snapdragon. Lin Xiao immediately gave up on the idea of having Quick Dragon utilize its ice attribute to suppress it and shouted to the 3 Pokemon. Inferno Emperor use Big Word Explosion. Quick Dragon use Thunderbolt. Banjira's maximum power Billion Shockwave. Attack its feet. Because of the time it takes for the Billion Blaster to coalesce, Inferno Emperor and Crypto Dragon prioritize their attacks to give cover to Bankiara. Banjira roared. A purple light surrounded his body, coagulating energy for the Billion Shockwave. The Billion Shockwave in the game was instantly launched. In reality it can also be like this, but the longer the time to coagulate energy the more powerful the outbreak. Banjira chose to coagulate energy. Ow! As the purple light on Banjira's body began to strengthen, the giant Snapdragon raged sharply and made his Dragon's Fury strike at the Snapdragon. Fast Dragon did not expect the huge Fast Dragon heart to resist the damage of the thunder and Big Word Explosion to use the Dragon's wrath on himself. Want to dodge has been too late. Bigger than the Fast Dragon fireball directly wrapped it rushed to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a deep crater was made on the beach, and the Fast Dragon that was hit head-on by Dragon's Fury was covered in black smoke and fainted to death. Damn it! Lin Xiao also didn't expect the giant Fast Dragon to exchange injuries for injuries and retrieve the Fast Dragon. Inferno Emperor, the flame card rushes up and uses Burnout. Roar! Inferno roared with fury as he used his flame card to slam into the giant Snapdragon. Huge Fast Dragon mouth spewed out silver-white blizzard. Wanna stop Yendi? Running Yendi holding the volcanic eruption characteristic plus flame car speed boost, light to avoid the blizzard, crashed into the huge Fast Dragon. This characteristic is exclusive to Yendi, belonging to the natural origin of the divine beasts, although Yendi is the weakest divine beast, but after all, Hun the divine word. Volcanic eruption characteristic can be a short range for Yendi to enhance the speed and flame temperature. Touch! Where the huge Fast Dragon was hit by Yendi, the dragon's scales shattered in scorched black, and a pasty stench slowly rose. After crashing into the huge Fast Dragon, Yendi roared. The ghostly blue flame on his body began to surge madly. Even his mouth and eyes were bubbling with flames. In an instant the huge Fast Dragon was surrounded by ghostly blue flames within 100 meters of its surroundings. Yendi, who had done all of this, gasped for air and fainted to death. Roar! The giant Snapdragon struggled up into the air. Inferno Emperor's burning out had done a lot of damage to it. Its body was littered with areas charred and blackened by the flames. How could Banjira, who had already condensed billions of shockwave energy, watch the giant Fast Dragon break away from the sea of fire? With a wave of purple light, Banjira rushed forward towards the giant Fast Dragon. The huge Snapdragon that had just flown up was hit by Banjira's billion shockwaves, and its huge body hit the beach hard like a meteorite. A huge crater appearing on the soft sand. Oh, the huge Fast Dragon that was hit by the billions of shockwaves was injured on top of that, dragging all the wounds in the deep pit, struggling to stand up, but the left leg that was hit by Banjira was hanging limply. No need to think. This leg of the Fast Dragon was broken. The huge pain made the huge Fast Dragon's head covered with cold sweat and trembling all over the body. Banjira gasped and growled at the giant Snapdragon. A faint glow rising from its body as the bottleneck that had plagued it for days was finally broken. Dr. Masahide, please prepare the helicopter for me. I need to escort Pokemon Road to Koreha City for treatment right away. Shi, Kong, Kasumi and Miko, you guys help put out the fire. Don't cause a forest fire. Lin Xiao ran towards the beach without looking back. Helicopter, I prepared it while you were fighting. Zheng Hui shouted towards Lin Xiao while throwing him a genie ball. Use this master ball to collect it. A normal super heavy ball can't carry its power. Lin Xiao thanked Zheng Hui and ran out of the Zheng Hui lighthouse onto the beach, collecting up Banjira and the unconscious Yendi and said to the giant crypto dragon, "You've already lost. Don't struggle. Your injuries are very serious and need to be treated immediately. Failure to save you will cause your body to have all sorts of dark injuries and your strength will decrease." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the huge Fast Dragon softly chirped twice, quietly lying down in the pit and no longer moving around, its soulful eyes looking at Lin Xiao without moving. Go ahead, Master Ball. Lin Xiao threw the Grandmaster Ball to subdue the giant Snapdragon, and then got into the helicopter that Zheng Hui had prepared towards Koreha City. At the Pokemon Center in Koreha City, Joey, who had been notified by Masatsuki, instantly pulled the alarm, and whenever the alarm was pulled it signaled that a major situation had occurred. Numerous trainers gathered and murmured, "I wonder what kind of Pokemon was injured that even set off the alarm." Yeah, I'd love to see that too, but let's go back to our room and not cause any trouble for MS. Joy. At the urging of a certain good man, the gathered trainers all dispersed to their rooms and went to bed. It didn't take long for the helicopter to arrive in Koreha City. and because the giant snapdragon's body was so huge, the location for medical treatment was chosen to be in the backyard of the Pokemon Center, with all sorts of instruments and medical paraphernalia already prepared. The nearby Joes all came over to help, while Junsa brought a large number of police officers to surround the Pokemon Center to prevent anyone from making trouble. This made Lin Xiao envious. A big reputation is a lot of benefits. Zheng Hui actually sent out so many people in one phone call. In fact, Lin Xiao thought wrong. So many people gathered together not because he had a big face. It was because Zheng Hui said on the phone that there was a super ancient crypto dragon that had suffered a very serious injury in the process of being taken in by Dr. Daiki's grandson, and that it needed to be rescued immediately. Soon all the bigwigs in the alliance received news of this matter, and Dr. Oki and Oki Yukijo, who had received the news, immediately called the Koreha City Pokemon Center, demanding that they must come up with 102% of their abilities to save the day, or else they would have to report it to the alliance to revoke the Koreha City Pokemon Center. I'm afraid a lot of people would die of laughter if someone else said this kind of thing, but it was different when it came out of the mouths of Dr. Oki and his son, Oki Yukijo, and since Masafumi called about it being collected by Dr. Oki's grandson, who had Dr. Oki's label on his head, the guy who wanted to confiscate or snatch this ultra-ancient racer dragon had better weigh his options. Crypto, Banjira, and Yendi were easier to treat. The main target was still the giant Crypto. There was not a single part of this guy's body that was intact. Luckily, the medical level in this world was very high, so as long as he didn't die, he would be able to be saved. The many Joseon medics worked most of the night to get the giant snapdragon's injuries under control, and Lin Xiao had been helping out with the fight the whole time. And after the giant snapdragon's injuries were under control, Lin Xiao collapsed in a daze and fell asleep on the couch in the Pokemon. In the battle with the giant snapdragon, Lin Xiao had been fighting with his nerves tensed. With the strength of the giant snapdragon, a single mistake could lead to a complete loss. He hadn't realized it when he was treating the giant snapdragon, and only when he relaxed did he fail to resist and fall asleep. At the Alliance headquarters, Watari was silent as he held Lin Xiao's information, and the assistant at the side had his back straight, waiting for Watari's orders. After a long time, Watari sighed softly and handed the information to his assistant and said, "Withdraw the investigators following him, in addition to sending the Tenno examination certificate to Dr. Oki. If Dr. Oki calls, just tell him that I'm not here and I'm traveling on a mission." Apparently Watari was also afraid that his brother's old man would find himself in trouble for investigating Lin Xiao. At this time, Dr. Oki was in high spirits, enjoying the bragging of his old friends, hearing the crowd praise him for having a good grandson. Dr. Oki was so happy that his mouth couldn't close, and his eyes radiated a smug light from time to time. But when Wataru's assistant passed along the faxed information, Dr. Oki's smile disappeared and was replaced by dialing Wataru's office and snarling, "Bastard, what did you tell? He's not here? Don't think I don't know he's avoiding me. You tell him the next time I see him I'm going to make him look bad. The titular dragon envoy Wataru actually took refuge in my place?" Oki Yukijo snickered at Wataru, who was cowering in his research room drinking coffee. "Is that strange?" Wataho waved his hand in disinterest and scorned Oki Yukijo. "You're still hiding in my office when your old man gets angry all the same. Cut. We're all in each other's shoes." Oki Shuecheng threw Watari a look of being defeated by you. "So have you thought about it?" The old man, for sure, will object, but as long as Lin Xiao agrees he has nothing to say. In looking at it, Watari rubbed his temples with a headache, walked out of the research room and said, "Together with your godson Lin Xiao, 3 people have been confirmed. 1 more to go before the next Heavenly King's candidate can be announced. However, the information was provided by you. When the time comes I will your old man say that all of this was instructed by you. I'm not merely acting according to the plan. Brother, you seek your own happiness. I will offer incense and burn paper for you." After saying that, Watari left the research room with a bad smile on his face, standing frozen in place for half a second. Oki Yukijo's face blackened as he roared towards the corridor. "Bastard, are you still a human being you? If the old man comes after me, I won't let you go even if I die." Responding to him was Watari's hefty, distant, thieving laugh. "The problem of the system price increase, in fact, is that I just started to make the seed value of 600 pixies too cheap, so the price increase, but also will only go up this time. Everything else will not change. As for the problem of collecting beasts not to give rewards, I want to say that there is a system of such an existence. As long as enough time Pigfoot can get including the existence of the creator god, there is no need to dwell on a reward. Reward gift is not good, very pitiful, superfluous. Give too good and perverted. Left and right are not good to engage in. Chapters 22 to 23, 16 Years of Adulthood. At Team Rocket headquarters, Itoki sat in his chair and listened to his subordinates' reports. The above is Lin Zhao's information. "Boss, should we take action?" Itoki's subordinate asked softly. Itoki shook his hand at his subordinate and said, "No, withdraw all personnel tracking him, and from now on there will be no need to report on him. As long as he doesn't actively work against us, let him be. Alright, go down." Boss Itoki. The next day, Koji and the others arrived at the Koreha City Pokemon Center, escorted by Masahide as well. Just after meeting a few people, they surrounded Lin Xiao and chattered and asked questions, making his head spin. Lin Xiao spent countless mouthfuls of water before they calmed down. Xiaoxi seemed to be stimulated by Lin Xiao and became enthusiastic about Pokemon training, pulling Kong to be his companion all day long, causing Kong to scream bitterly. 2 days passed in one change. The enthusiastic training Xiaoxi did not even go to the first mission challenge dojo. Even Lin Xiao invited him to return to Jinshin Town together were rejected. Xiaoxi is a sinew. Determined things will not easily change. Lin Xiao was also rejected by Mei on the grounds that there are too many people. It's uncomfortable to go there. Mei, who rejected Lin Xiao, took the initiative to take on the job of taking care of the giant snapdragon, whose injuries have been stabilized, and will recover after some time of recuperation. Lin Xiao had no choice but to leave Banjira behind to accompany Mei. Banjira had already broken through that barrier between quasi-god and god, and was now in need of a lot of time to adjust. Lin Xiao left it behind to do training while being able to protect Mei and the injured giant fast dragon. After taking care of various things, Lin Xiao rode his fast dragon towards Jinshin Town. The time he had agreed with Hanako had arrived. Riding the fast dragon, it was only a short 2 hours from Dead Leaf Town to True New Town. The speed of the fast dragon wasn't something to be blown out of proportion. Just after returning to Jinshin Town, Lin Xiao was warmly welcomed by Dr. Oki Yukijo, Hanako and many villagers who welcomed Lin Xiao, the birthday boy. Seeing everyone's gentle, caring smiling faces, Lin Xiao was moved to tears, bending over and constantly thanking everyone. In the face of Lin Xiao's thanks, the crowd happily accepted it, but a few ill-tempered lords got upset and straightened up, muttering, "Kid Lin, you've helped us so much. All of us have been wanting to repay you. If you dare to say the word thank you again, let's see if I don't smack your ass and ass, old man." The boss's words were unanimously praised, after which Lin Xiao stopped being pretentious and walked towards Huazi's house with the crowd talking and laughing again. The place where the birthday party was held was at Hanako's house, and although both Dr. Oki and Oki Yukijo wanted to hold it at the Oki Research Institute, the bottom line was that they were defeated by Hanako in a few words. The two could only chant Lin Xiao inwardly. "Damn brat, it's not good to spend your birthday at home? Why did you just promise someone else? Now it's good. You have to run to someone else's house to organize your own family's birthday." The world of Pokemon had come of age at the age of 16 according to the law, and Lin Xiao's birthday was equal to a bar mitzvah, so it was organized in an extraordinarily grand manner. Hanako's house was already packed with people from 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It was like a sea of people. People in this world place extra importance on bar mitzvahs, and with Hanako and Dr. Oki's publicity, basically everyone in the neighborhood had come. Luckily, the food didn't have to be as fancy as it had been on Earth in his previous life. If that had been the case, things would have been so big that just preparing the food would have made one's teeth sink in. In the morning, Lin Xiao didn't even eat breakfast in order to get to Jinshin Town early, so he had to hide in the corner to steal pastries first. But before he could eat 2 pieces, he was brought to the right place. Oki Yukijo caught Lin Xiao stealing food without saying a word to his head as a few times. "You brat, everyone is looking around for you, and you're fine, running here for a snack. Eating snacks are to be beaten?" A head of fog Lin Xiao was pulled out of the corner. Bar mitzvah Lin Xiao just heard about it, and did not participate in it, for everything is scratching the black. "Come on, the birthday boy is here. Wait until 12 o'clock passes. The little guy can become an adult, so everyone can drive. Get him hard, right? We definitely can't let him go today. Hey, everyone ready?" Dr. Oki shouted happily as he pulled Lin Xiao's hand. "Get ready. Today I will make sure that he doesn't know what his last name is." The crowd all rubbed and wiped their palms and stared at Lin Xiao, fearing that he would bolt. Lin Xiao was starkly, nakedly confused by the crowd and made his hair stand on end. "What's going on here? Can anyone tell me? Get out of the way. The guys are here." Several men came over carrying large altars and shouted. Dr. Oki took out a few ceramic bowls and shouted, "Lin Xiao, today is your 16th birthday and your bar mitzvah. Let's have 3 bowls first between our grandparents and grandchildren." Nima. Lin Xiao finally knew why the big fire was so strange. It turned out to be a bar mitzvah to be dunked. Of course it was only for the guys. The girls were just everyone having a good time, and then it passed. If someone said that he was competing against himself in terms of alcohol consumption, Lin Xiao would definitely not false anyone. But now the scene is not right. You're not even allowed to use a cup. Just use a bowl. According to the rules, Lin Xiao must return the toast to the person who toasted. That is, 3 bowls per person. Although it is only rice wine with less than 20 degrees, This here is more than 100 people. Even if in addition to the women and children who can't drink there are still dozens left. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao's eyes went black. What's the difference between this and asking for one's life? It's no wonder that in the past, when you asked people how their bar mitzvah went, most of them kept their mouths shut. It's hard to ride the tiger. I can't do it without drinking. I'll die early and be reincarnated. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and downed the 3 bowls of wine in one gulp. Good job. Lin Xiao's bravado caused the crowd to marvel. After 3 bowls of wine and a slight reddening of his face, Dr. Oki burped, raised his hand and loudly announced, "Next." On the side, Oki Shuichang immediately came up. Lin Xiao, even though you're not my own son, I've always treated you as my own son. Today you've come of age. Uncle toasts you. Lin Xiao took 2 steps forward, gave Dagwood Shuichang a hug, and directly finished off the 3 bowls of wine without dragging his feet at all. Good job. With Dr. Oki leading the way, the crowd began to applaud. Drinking 3 bowls of wine, Oki Yukijo raised his hand in a gesture. Next, under the crowd's rounds of bombardment, Lin Xiao's eyes rolled in circles, his legs trembled and shook, and his stomach rolled. During this time, the gentle and virtuous Huazi also drank a few bowls against Lin Xiao. Not only that, a few little kids also ran over and chirped, "Brother Lin Xiao, we'll toast you too." Finally Lin Xiao shrank to unconsciousness under the table before the crowd let him go. In a daze, Lin Xiao only remembers being carried onto the bed and falling asleep in a daze. Chapter 24, Returning and Challenging the Dead Leaf Dojo. When he arrived at the Oki Research Institute, Dr. Oki only urged Lin Xiao to train his Pokemon well and recover more rare and precious Pokemon before saying no more and throwing Lin Xiao a bag to send him away. Whisked out by Hanako, and now still whisked out at the Oki Institute, Lin Xiao opened the bag and took a look. Immediately his mouth was crooked with joy. The bag contained a whole 6 Master Balls. Now that the Master Balls were all destroyed by order of the Alliance, every Master Ball out there was a sky-high price. There was still a price to pay, but as the creator of the Master Balls, Dr. Oki still had quite a bit of stock. However, Dr. Oki's behavior made Lin Xiao puzzled. What's the point of giving me 6 Master Balls? Although he couldn't figure it out, but Lin Xiao wouldn't mind having too many. According to the rules of the league, the number of Pokemon that each person could bring was 6. 8 for the candidate Heavenly King, 10 for the Heavenly King, and 12 for the champion. And if the number exceeded that, they would be passed back to the place where they received their iconography. Not only are Master Balls awesome for recovering Pokemon, but they also don't count towards the number of Pokemon carried. So if a person has dozens of Master Balls, then they can totally skate around with dozens of Pokemon. Moreover, the elf balls provided by the Alliance all had monitors inside them. This Lin Xiao had known this for a long time. Dr. Dajai gave Lin Xiao 6 Master Orbs because of this. Many people in the Alliance were staring at him. Among them there was no lack of some evil forces. Dr. Dajai naturally didn't want in many pairs of eyes staring at Lin Xiao every day. Many large consortiums and clans used their own made Pokeballs just to avoid this kind of thing. There is no privacy at all. The number, species, and strength of the Pokemon are all exposed to other people's eyes, or 24 hours a day. Lin Xiao, who had no place to go, naturally quietly slipped back to Huazi's home to cultivate feelings with Huazi. After Lin Xiao left the Demu Research Institute, Demu Shuichang asked softly, "Father, why don't you show the Heavenly King candidate list to Lin Xiao? He's already an adult, a lot of things should be dealt with on his own." Processing? Dr. Dajai cut his son a fierce glance and said in a bad mood, "Don't tell him, I'll naturally talk to him when the time is right. The water of the Alliance is too deep. I don't want Lin Xiao to step in too early. It won't be good for him. I don't know if Xiao Ji and the others have left Kokaba City yet." Lin Xiao quickly arrived at Kokaba City in his fast dragon. Hearing that Xiao Ji had left, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Now he still didn't know how to face Xiao Ji. When Lin Xiao came back, both Banjira and the giant fast dragon were very happy. After a few days of spending time together, Banjira and the fast dragon's relationship had become extremely good, and the two fellows sat down at any time to mutter and chat. Lin Xiao was naturally happy that his own Pokemon were able to get along with each other. Originally, Lin Xiao was worried that the body of the giant fast dragon was too huge and inconvenient to carry, but the evening of the second day after Lin Xiao had just returned to Jinxing Town, Mei called to say that the giant fast dragon was able to change the size of its body. The giant snapdragon that became good friends with Bankiara changed his size to 5 meters tall and 800 kilograms. What Lin Xiao was wrong about was that the huge tonnage of Banjira worked in his favor. But what about the huge fast dragon? Could 800 kilograms fly? Even if it flew, what about the speed? It was important to know that the system's fast dragon was only 400 kilograms even though it was also 5 meters tall. Soon, Lin Xiao's worries turned out to be redundant. The huge fast dragon that had healed from its injuries flew up into the sky and soared. That speed was even faster than Dr. Oki's fast dragon. The wound is healed but still needs maintenance, so the giant fast dragon just turns around twice and stops. Another point, no, large flying Pokemon flying over the city are not allowed. Bring them to be fined. Releasing Kame Turtle, Quick Dragon, and Yen D. Lin Xiao let them play together to improve their relationship. After lunch, Lin Xiao took Banjira to challenge the dojo. As for the rest, there was no need to continue to play in the yard. The Dead Leaf Dojo uses electric Pokemon, so it's only fitting that you bring along Banjira. The attributes of Bankiara are directly opposed to the electric Pokemon. Is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the dojo. Pushing open the door of the dojo, Lin Xiao opened his mouth and shouted, "Another trainer?" A huge man over 2 meters tall walked out and smiled. "I'm Maki. The battle specification is 1-on-1. Understand?" After Xiaoji's challenge, Maki didn't have the arrogance of his own character and became introverted. After Lin Xiao nodded his head to indicate that he understood, the referee waved a small flag. Then the match begins. "Go on, Reichu, show him what you're made of," Maki shouted. Maki's Reichu was well trained, with good height and fur, but it was destined to be a tragedy against Lin Xiao. "Banjira, it's your turn to appear," Lin Xiao said as he threw out the elf ball. Banjira's lanky form appeared in the battle arena, and just coming out, Banjira growled up at Reichu, scaring him back a few steps. Not only Reichu, but even Maki and the referee on the sidelines were startled by Banjira's appearance. As a dojo trainer, Maki quickly came back to her senses. Although Bankiara is lanky and has the advantage of attributes, fighting can be all about that. Reichu used the Megaton Punch. A white light appeared on Reichu's fist, and it struck Banjira. In the face of Reichu's attack, Banjira didn't even have the intention to dodge. Puff! Reichu's small fist hit Banjira's body without any reaction. Banjira, who had already crossed the quasi-divine hurdle, was no less powerful than a giant snapdragon. With his attack, defense, and all drastically improved, only that he had yet to comprehend his own natural origin. Reichu looked at Banjira in disbelief that his attack hadn't worked. Bankiara, grab him and use the million-ton punch to make it monitor the power of the fighting system skill. Maki nervously yelled. Reichu, duck! Unfortunately, the reaction was a bit too slow, and Reichu was finished. Banjira grabbed Reichu with his left hand and punched away with his right hand as well as a megaton punch. Touch a loud bang. Lei Cho, was Banjira punch on the ground, brought out a deep pit. Around the pit, cracked countless cracks climbed all over the battlefield, like a huge spider web. The battle is so in Banjira's one strike to kill in the end. Maki, who almost sat on his ass in the crack, looked at the scene with his mouth wide open in disbelief. Nima, using a Pokemon like this to challenge the dojo? Isn't this a pitfall? You're a grounded plus vices guy using a fighting system skill and you're fighting like this. How do you make those fighting Pokemon feel? Ignoring Maki's resentment, Lin Xiao looked at the fainting Lei Cho and said, "This battle seems to have been won by me." Pavilion Master Maki, the referee outside the arena, secretly swallowed and shouted, "This battle, Lin Xiao of Jinshin Town wins," brushing and gesticulating twice the small white flag of Maki. Depressed, he took out his badge and handed it to Lin Xiao, and Maki put away his Lei Cho and said, "Your Banjira is very strong. I've lost with conviction. Thanks for the compliment." Ignoring the grumbling Maki, Lin Xiao picked up the badge and turned around. In fact, Lin Xiao had also heard that Maki liked to bully new trainers as well as teach his old flame son such a bad lesson, which was why Lin Xiao brought Banjira to his door to challenge him, so that he could enjoy what it was like to be taught a lesson. Looking at the system display 835 gold coins, Lin Xiao couldn't help but spew out, "My god!" Chapter 25, The Flaming Transformation of Yendi and the Sublimation of Friendship. Congratulations to the host for defeating Yendi, rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for recovering Yendi, rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. The system will enter an update state. Please check regularly by the host. The system has followed up successfully, opening up various prop functions. Please work your way up and earn gold coins. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Ultra Ancient Fast Dragon, rewarded with 1,500 gold coins. Congratulations to the host for recovering the Ultra Ancient Fast Dragon, rewarded with 1,500 gold coins. Congratulations to Accommodation for defeating the Dead Leaf Dojo Trainer, rewarded with 500 gold coins. Lin Xiao never thought that the system had actually kept up with the new and introduced the props function, and Yin Di and the huge fast dragon had helped contribute 5,000 gold coins without any knowledge of their own. So it seemed that he was still too much of a failure, and he must pay more attention to the system in the future. The gold coins went up to 6,000. Lin Xiao had wanted to purchase a baby dragon, reaching out to strike and then retracting its speed. Thinking back to his Pokemon types and attributes, Banjira, ground, evil type, quick dragon, giant quick dragon, dragon type, Inferno Emperor, fire type, Kame Turtle, water type. If you buy a baby dragon, The attribute is biased towards the dragon system. Lin Xiao admitted that the dragon system Pokemon is very powerful. They also like it, the attribute of a single easy to be used by the opponent. This point can be seen from the Wataru. Every year to challenge the position of the Kanto champion, but every time by the Konak dead. Full dragon system against the full ice system. Cannot afford to be hurt. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao opened the props function. And what caught his eye were the props that the system actively helped the host recommend. Inferno Fruit. Recommended use, Inferno Emperor. Function, evolves a black magic flame unique to hell, with effects such as extremely high temperature, corrosion, and the ability to interfere with the opponent's mental power when the flame touches them. Priced at 4,500 gold coins. Potential Fruit. Recommended use, Fast Dragon. Function, develops the maximum potential value and growth value of the using Pokemon. Selling price, 5,000 gold coins. Fruit of the Heart. Recommended use, Ultra Ancient Crypto Dragon. Effects, cleanses its heart and makes it absolutely loyal to its trainer. Price, 3,000 gold coins. Nima. Too powerful. Lin Xiao's mouth was dry and licked the skin of his mouth. Lighting a cigarette. Spitting smoke circles looking at the ceiling. The system sells all kinds of props to see their eyes dazzled. It is difficult to make up your mind for a moment. Lin Xiao's most favored ones were the Inferno Fruit and the Potential Fruit. The Inferno Fruit could allow the Yen D Flame to evolve, and the Potential Fruit could develop the Crypto Dragon's potential value growth value to the maximum. Hovering between the two fruits, Lin Xiao finally bit his teeth and purchased the Hell Fruit. If possible, Lin Xiao preferred to buy the Potential Fruit to help Fast Dragon become stronger. But after taking the Potential Fruit, the Fast Dragon's affinity to Lin Xiao would become full value. And in the future, Dr. Dejai summoned the Fast Dragon to choose to listen to Lin Xiao, which made it difficult for Lin Xiao. And in the end, Lin Xiao gave up the Potential Fruit and purchased the Inferno Fruit. A purple crawling black speckled fruit appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Putting on his clothes, Lin Xiao pulled the quilt for Mei and walked out of the inn, calling out Yen Di to roll over and ride. Yen Di, go to the deserted mountains on the outskirts of the city. Ow! Yen Di ran wildly in the street on all four legs, causing passers-by to scream and curse. And when someone pointed in Lin Xiao's direction and shouted, Yen Di, by the time someone pointed in Lin Xiao's direction and shouted, Yen Di, Yen Di's figure was long gone. Yen Di used his fastest speed to come to the deserted mountains on the outskirts of the city and brought Lin Xiao down to look at him with burning eyes. From the very beginning, Yen Di had sensed that there was something in Lin Xiao that made his heart palpitate and long for him. After taking Lin Xiao to take out the Hell Fruit, Yen Di stared at Lin Xiao's hand with wide eyes and could no longer take his eyes off it. And he didn't even realize that saliva was flowing out of his big open mouth. Yen Di's piggish appearance made Lin Xiao feel funny, and a wave of bad humor arose in his heart as he took the fruit and made the appearance of throwing it away. Yen Di's eyes followed Lin Xiao's hand as he whirled around, anxiously digging into the ground with all four paws. Anxious, and could only rub his eyes and pamper himself on Lin Xiao. Okay, stop it, it's itchy. Lin Xiao patted Yen Di's big head without any good humor. Look at you in a hurry. Here, take it. Throwing the fruit towards the sky, Yen Di jumped up with all four hooves and swallowed the hell fruit in one bite. Just like Piggy eating the fruit of life, all without chewing. After eating the Inferno Fruit, Yen Di's hair stood upright and black smoke slowly rose from underneath his hair. Ow! The great pain brought about by the washing of the hell fruit made Yen Di. His front paws plowed the ground and roared furiously. As time passed, the blue flames emerging from Yen Di's body began to transform like black. Under the black flames, Yen Di looked particularly hideous. Even Lin Xiao couldn't help but retreat a distance. The demonic black flame seemed as if it was going to devour him in one gulp. Ow! Yen Di body lit up. Dozens of meters high black flames. In the black flame irradiation, the surroundings become twisted. Eerie. Black flame is not high temperature, for is a kind of let a person hairy coolness, releasing Banjira, Snapdragon, and Giant Snapdragon in case Inferno couldn't control his power enough to have a rampage. And surrounding Inferno in a triangle, all three Pokemon's faces showed a look of gravity. Lin Xiao clenched his fists and stared at Yen Di. Whether it would succeed or not depended on itself. All he could do was bless it. Roar! The Yen Di, who was in flames, was enduring great pain at this moment. The energy of the Hellfruit was constantly impacting its mind and torso, including its limbs, as if countless more knives were rampaging through its body. Yen Di clenched his teeth, slowly dripping blood, flowing out along the corners of his mouth, his eyes red, even black pupils to disappear. Scarlet eyes, people shudder. Yen Di's roar woke up countless sleeping citizens in the city of Koreha. Tens of meters high black smoke could be seen at a glance in the city of Koreha. This scene caused many citizens to panic, fearing that there was some kind of powerful Pokemon launching an attack on the city. Cases of Pokemon going berserk and focusing on attacking the city had occurred from time to time in many places. Junsa and Joey had blocked off the barren mountains around Rinshaw along with the Alliance's army. and Dojo Master Maki had organized a large number of trainers to come along with them. If there was a Pokemon riot that attacked the city, these trainers would be the mainstay of the resistance. Lin Xiao and the three little elves' minds were focused on Yandi's body, and they didn't realize it until they themselves were surrounded by makes. The first thing that saw Lin Xiao was Joey of Kokaba City. Joey was impressed with Lin Xiao when he was treating the giant fast dragon. Not too old, strong, and most importantly, the grandson of Dr. Daiki. Not a Pokemon riot attacking the city. Joey sighed in relief and signaled the crowd to stay where they were. Walking over to Lin Xiao, he asked softly, "Lin Xiao, what happened to this Yendi? There won't be any accidents, right?" The people who came forward, whether it was the army or the trainers, were shocked to find that everything was created by Yendi. Ujunsa tried to explain to the crowd that this Yendi had an owner, and only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. The Yendi with scarlet eyes, erect hair, and tens of meters of black flames is very much like a Pokemon that has gone on a rampage. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. "It's fine. My Yendi underwent a mutation and the color of the flame shifted to make it so." Frowning, Lin Xiao said to Joey, "But it's best to tell the crowd to back off and disperse. Too many people will make Yendi mistakenly think that he will be attacked." "I see," Joey said as he turned and walked back to let the crowd dissipate as Junsa left with her army and many trainers. Only Joey and Maki remained. "There's a marvelous character in my Guangdong region. I'm afraid that it won't take a few years for him to be comparable to Sharona and Wataru, and to sit in Guangdong." Maki sighed in a faint voice as he looked at Lin Xiao's back and a few of his Pokemon. Joey nodded and didn't say anything, just silently watched the inferno and hoped that it would come through unscathed. Lin Xiao didn't object to Joey and Maki staying and continued to watch Yendi. It was a full 3 hours before Yendi's flame transformation stopped. The transformation of the black flames made Yendi look demonic, and his scarlet eyes did not subside as he gasped for air and let out a low growl of thanks to Banjura and the others before stepping forward towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened his arms and hugged Yendi's head with tears of joy and kisses, crying, "I knew you wouldn't let me down. You succeeded." After 3 hours of waiting, Lin Xiao kept asking himself in his mind, "Did I do something wrong? If I fail, I'm the one who harmed Yendi." Lin Xiao had many times wanted to shout out, "Yendi, give up. Compared to strength, you are more precious in my heart. I can't afford to lose you." But he couldn't open his mouth because Lin Xiao knew that once he said such words, Yendi would leave him without hesitation. Tears similarly flowed out of Yendi's large scarlet eyes, sticking out his tongue to gently lick the tears from Lin Xiao's face dry, quietly leaning his head against Lin Xiao's chest. "Oh, so touching." Joey cried softly as she looked at Lin Xiao and Yendi. Even the muscle giant, Maki, had slightly reddened eyes and sincerely blessed Lin Xiao. Ben, Wu, Banjira, Crypto, and Giant Crypto are also blessing Lin Xiao and Yendi. Chapter 26, A New Companion. The joining of Larulas. With Emperor Yen safe and sound, Joey and Maki bid Lin Xiao farewell and left. Lighting a cigarette and taking a few puffs, Lin Xiao gently touched the Yendi on the side to find the Pokemon he needed. With more than 2,000 gold coins left, Lin Xiao began to pick out the Pokemon he could purchase. Excluding the attributes that were already there, Lin Xiao began to pick Lalulas, the superpower department, just the attribute one lacks. In the future, even if one walks at night, one won't have to be so worried and afraid. Walking at night, encountered the ghost system pixies. Then congratulations, these like naughty guys will let you in place for a night. Serious and also caused a death. Percent is more than people do not like the ghost system pixies. Even the 4 heavenly kings of Juzi are lying shot. The lowest popularity, the lowest appeal. If it is not strong, I do not know how many people like to throw her down. Tapping OK to buy on Lalulas's avatar. A white light flashed and the lovely Lalulas appeared in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. The system is actually so generous? It actually gave me a sparkling Pokemon. The glittering Lalulas caused Lin Xiao to be slightly surprised. The benefits of system purchases are just as many. Full value intimacy, allowing Lin Xiao to save the procedure of cultivating intimacy. He. Lin Xiao smiled and hugged Lalulas. Lalulas, from now on we'll be companions. Let's get along. Lass. Lalulas's small hands grabbed Lin Xiao's collar and her small mouth smiled in the shape of a crescent moon, looking very happy. Sitting on Yendi's broad back, Lin Xiao said to Yendi, "Yendi, let's go back. When Mei gets up later and can't see her she'll be anxious." Ow. Inferno let go of his hooves and began to run, gradually slowing down as he reached the city, where Pokemon weren't allowed to run through the streets during the day. Since Larulas was still young, Lin Xiao planned to wait until she was a bit older before retrieving her inside the pixie ball. "Larulas, will you play over there first?" "Lassie," said Lalu Lassie, climbing obediently onto the couch and playing away. "It's not what you have in mind when I recaptured Lalulas." Lin Xiao gently kissed Miko's small face and said, "Actually, if it wasn't for you dropping the poster on me, I wouldn't have known there was such a thing. You really won't do what the poster said?" Mei turned around and stared into Lin Xiao's eyes. asking seriously. Lass. The childish nature of Lass had long forgotten what had just happened. Thank you, Larulus. Sitting on the deck, Larulus the good-natured baby was interested in everything and couldn't stop for a moment. Lin Xiao, who was made a big headache by Larulus, had to leave her in Mei's care and go back to his room to catch up on his sleep. Chapter 27, Confession of Ghost. Later that evening, the big ship traveled to the Maiden Channel. It's so lively. Is there some kind of party going on here? Miko inquired. Lin Xiao shook his head. I don't know, but it looks as if it's something like this. Picking up the silver bracelet from the roadside stall, Lin Xiao put it on for Miko. It's very pretty. Lass, who was sitting on Lin Xiao's shoulder, looked at the silver color of Miko's wrist and said urgently, Lass, pixies like these things too? This one. Yummy. Lin Xiao, that one is so beautiful. Let's go over and take a look. That was so much fun. Giggle so much fun. Lin Xiao was taken around by the enthusiastic Mei to sneak around, eat snacks, watch juggling, buy new clothes. A few hours down, Lin Xiao almost deflated. Mei still a giddy look. Even the good gas baby Lalulasi is also spirited, which makes Lin Xiao wonder. Mei is a woman who likes to shop. The combat power outbreak is not strange, but you a small elf to get together, what the hustle and bustle? Under Lin Xiao's bitter pleas, Mei finally stopped. Lassie, Lass at this time, suddenly scampered onto the sofa and jumped into Lin Xiao's arms, pointing at the toilet seat and nervously shouting. Lin Xiao and Mei looked suspiciously in the direction of the toilet, but there was nothing. Also Larulus kept pointing at the place, so Lin Xiao had to get up and check, placing Larulus on the couch. Lin Xiao checked in the direction she pointed, but no matter how she looked, there wasn't anything else in the room. As Lin Xiao walked over to the decorated vase, a coolness traveled from the back of his head to his heart. The coolness caused Lin Xiao to be startled. Shouting, he said, "Who? Come out." The room remained silent except for Lin Xiao's shouts. It shouldn't be a ghost, right? Miko was also startled, her face instantly turning white. There can't be ghosts. Lin Xiao shook his head firmly. Suddenly Lin Xiao seemed to think of the anime where the Maiden Channel had a ghostess that had lived for thousands of years. This was one of the episodes that Lin Xiao didn't remember much about. It was mainly the fact that this ghostess could talk that made it possible for Lin Xiao to remember it. Lin Xiao, who thought of this, was instantly relieved. As long as there was a reference, it was much better. The unknown was the most frightening. Ghosts, come out. I know it's you. I couldn't be sure it was ghosts, but I had to try anyway. Phew. The back of the vase gradually emerged. A figure. A round body with ghost fire still emanating around it. A pair of large eyes that took up almost a third of his face. And two small pointed canine teeth. Just as Lin Xiao thought, it was none other than ghosts. Nima, I thought I'd met a ghost, but it was you. Ghostus, why are you hiding in our room to scare people? Lin Xiao glared at it with a face full of anger. Discovering that it was ghosts, the fear in Mei's heart dissipated quite a bit, but there was still some fear, and her white little face looked at Lin Xiao with a heartache. Before ghosts could reply, Larulus, who was on the couch, babbled something only she could understand, pointing her little finger at ghosts. I wasn't hiding in your room. Ghosts floated around accusingly. I just snuck in after you guys, and I didn't mean to scare you. Sneaking around and following me inside my room, almost laying me half dead. And you still call it not wanting to scare us? If ghosts had a physical body, Lin Xiao really wanted to strangle it with one hand. This Onius can actually talk? The shocked Miko forgot her fear and said with a face full of incredulity, resisting the idea of lifting his foot and stomping furiously on its face a few times. Lin Xiao nonchalantly interrupted Ghostess's boasting. Say it, why are you following us? That. Two blushes rose on Ghost's face. Because I like Larulus so much, that's why I followed me here. I really didn't mean to scare you guys. Naya, what the hell is this? Ghost's confession sent Lin Xiao and Miko into an instant Spartan state. Lass, said disgruntled toward Ghosts. What? You're saying you're too young to like someone else? That I'm not allowed to follow you? Ghostsy said sharply. I can't give up. I will never give up. I have been alone for thousands of years to guard the maiden's soul. Now that the maiden's soul has left, I choose to live the life I like. Chapter 28, Kikuko's plot. Larulus pitifully tugged at Lin Xiao's collar to complain. Ghosts had been pestering her since last night. The tortured Larulus pitifully chose to complain. Larulus, I really like you. Please look at me. Really? Just one glance. Ghostus continued to be like a bullseye, unrelenting in his questioning. Lass tucked her head into Lin Xiao's arms and refused to lift it up. Enough. Lin Xiao blackened his old face and said angrily, Ghosts, everything is appropriate. Don't go too far. Miko also blared at Onis with dissatisfaction. How can you chase a girl like that? Larulus was scared by you. You have to be gentle with girls. You know, Larulus is still so young. Don't leave any bad impression in her heart. You'll have even less chance in the future. Humph. Ghost snorted lightly in disdain, treating the two men as if they were straight out of the air. Ghost's attitude directly caused Lin Xiao's anger to rise wildly. It's best not to annoy me. In the eyes of others you are powerful and rare. In my eyes you are nothing but an ass. If you're not honest and obedient, get the hell out of here. I don't need a Pokemon like you in my team, messing up the whole team. Ghost stared Lin Xiao dead in the face. Human, you're pissing me off. With this amount of strength of yours, trainer, if it wasn't for Lalula's, how could I choose you? Don't you know what's good for you? A little elf like Ghosts that didn't know how to advance or retreat and didn't know how to repent wouldn't get more than a glance from Lin Xiao even if it was as strong as it was. Bah! Lin Xiao pulled out Ghost's elf ball and threw it on the ground, released Banjira and Inferno Emperor, and said without looking back as he hugged Lalula's, if it dares to follow it, then you guys treat it well. Don't be polite, and it's best to peel off a layer of skin for it. Inferno and Banjira gave Ghosts an impishly bulging look, signaling that it was not allowed to follow them, or else they would not be blamed for their impoliteness. The aura coming from Banjira and Yendi made Ghosts not dare to act rashly and could only hang far behind Lin Xiao. What an asshole! What kind of attitude does it have? As if that mouth breather begged it. Kicking a small stone off the side of the road, Nico beamed in displeasure. Alright, don't get angry. It's not worth it to get angry at that kind of guy. Letting Lalula's carry Nico, Lin Xiao pulled out his cell phone from his backpack and broadcasted the call from the Oki Institute. Soon, Dr. Oki's voice came over the phone. Hey Lin Xiao, what's the matter with the call? I'll hang up first if there's no emergency. There are still a lot of little elves that haven't been fed. I need to hurry over there, I can't let them starve. Didn't say anything yet, just wanted to ask Grandpa to make a call for me, Lin Xiao said casually into the phone. Dr. Oki asked suspiciously. Help with a phone call? I wonder who you want to call. Well, I'd like to ask Grandpa to call Kikuko Tenno for me. Just tell her that there's a super powerful Onius on the road that carries the Maiden's Channel to Gold City, that this Onius has been alive for over 1,000 years, and that she's even learned human language, so she can come over to take it in if she's interested. After living for over 1,000 years, talking Onis are indeed relatively rare. Dr. Oki stroked his chin and said slowly, in that case, I'll give Kikuko a call. I think Kikuko would be dry interested. Well, I'm busy. The call ends here. Do. After Dr. Oki hung up the phone, Lin Xiaohan gasped the cell phone and took Lalula's from Mei's hand and smiled lightly. Alright, let's go. Mei didn't ask Lin Xiao why he called to tell someone about ghosts. She just smiled slightly, nodded, and followed Lin Xiao's footsteps. With Inferno Emperor and Banjira behind him, Ghosts could only follow from afar holding his pokeball, and as long as it dared to come close, Banjira and Inferno Emperor would not hesitate to attack it. Jingle bells. It didn't take long for Lin Xiao's cell phone to ring, and it didn't take much guessing to realize that it must be Kikuko's call inquiring about ghosts. The phone had just been connected when Kikuko's pale, hoarse voice came out. Little Lin Xiao, do the ghosts you say really exist? I don't know if it's because of too much time spent in contact with ghostly pixies, but Kikuko's voice gives off a coolness that's just as uncomfortable as a ghostly pixie running into your shadow, making you shiver in your heart. Of course it's true. Lin Xiao took the phone and twisted his head to look at Gostas, who was hanging far behind. Right now that guy is following me, but I don't know how long it'll follow me, so hurry over here as soon as you can. I'm on my way to Gold City. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Kikuko hung up the phone. Why would Zhu Zi be on her way to Gold City? Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't bother to inquire about it. It was not a matter of concern. In fact, Zhu Zi's coming to Gold City did have something to do with Lin Xiao. Even if there was no such thing as ghosts, Zhu Zi would still come over. Mei's two eyes popped up with little stars and her face was full of adoration as she happily asked, Lin Xiao, is it the Juko Heavenly King who is coming over? Could this be the legendary Star Chaser? Lin Xiao froze and nodded. Yay! It's great! Mei jumped 3 feet high. Mei excitedly pulled Lin Xiao's hand. In the past, I've always only been able to see it on TV. I didn't think that I would be able to see the 4 Heavenly Kings in person. It's just great. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Lin Xiao looked at Mei with a head full of black lines. The 4 Heavenly Kings are pandas? What's the point of getting excited like this? The modesty is all shattered to the ground. Hey! Lin Xiao shook his budgie in dissatisfaction. It's just meeting the Kikuko Heavenly King. You don't have to get excited like this, right? Growling, Mei made a face, naughtily sticking her tongue out at Lin Xiao with an Onoid expression. Lin Xiao must be jealous because he envies Juko Heavenly King's popularity. How can that be? Lin Xiao exclaimed. To think that a handsome, tall, suave and talented person like me would be jealous and envious? After saying that, Lin Xiao's head was raised to face the sky at a 45-degree angle, and the dog's tail grass, contained in his mouth, fluttered in the wind. This look reminds Miko of the word Lin Xiao always said. Pretentious. Vomit. Mei made a vomiting face. Suave? Don't be disgusting. It's more like this girl sees you as snotty. Lin Zhao's even gradually darkened, and the corners of his forehead began to twitch. The clever Mei had run away before Lin Zhao could get mad, not giving him any chance to retaliate, only leaving him with a string of sweet laughter. Ta-da-da-da. The sound of helicopter propellers turning from far away heralded Kikyo's arrival. Upon meeting the real person, Nico, who was clamoring for an autograph, Togden squirmed. Lin Zhao, where's the ghosts you were talking about? Zhu Zi asked right after she got off the plane and opened the door. Here, over there. Lin Zhao pouted and pointed in the direction of ghosts. 2 minutes later, Kikuko growled at Lin Zhao with a black face. Bastard boy, are you taking the piss out of me? Is that Ghostus your Pokemon? It's still holding its own Pokeball in its hand. Zhu Zi glared angrily at Lin Zhao with his walking stick, with the appearance that he would serve his walking stick if he didn't tell the truth. That Ghostus is indeed Lin Zhao's, but it has already been released. Nico, who was at the side, softly accepted for Lin Zhao. Days. Lin Zhao looked at Mei with tears in his eyes. If you can't talk, you're bored. This is the end. Zhu Zi poked Lin Zhao a few times with her walking stick, her face full of wrinkles shaking and shaking, signaling that the current Zhu Zi was angry and the consequences were serious. It looked like there was no use explaining, so Lin Zhao could only make an appearance of being at his disposal, and could only pray in his heart that Zhu Zi's crutches would be smacked a few times less. As for resistance, even if Lin Zhao borrowed a few guts, he wouldn't dare to do so. Not to mention the issue of strength, just the fact that Kikuko was Dr. Oki's old lover could make Lin Zhao admit defeat. The furious Kikuko continued to poke Lin Zhao a few times with her walking stick, looking at the heartbroken Nico on the sidelines. You think, my wife is so easy to fool? However, if you can do one thing for me, then this time will be a one-off purchase. Zhu Zi did not give Lin Zhao a chance to refuse, twisted her head and walked into the helicopter, dropping a sentence. 3 days later, Golden City. Top floor of Blue Moon Mansion. Mei, are you helping me or harming me? Lin Zhao looked at Mei breathlessly and depressed. Embarrassed twisted his own corner of the shirt. Mei said innocently, I do not want just see the idol is too nervous. That's why I said the wrong thing. I hate idols. The corner of Kikuko's mouth lifted in triumph as she boarded the plane, where there was still a semblance of exasperation as she took out her cell phone and dialed. This is Kikuko. All is well here. 3 days from now on the top floor of the Blue Mansion. Chapter 29, The Divine King of the Olympics. Sharona. Lin Zhao, is this really good? It won't starve it, right? Mei looked at the ghosts in the distance and was slightly worried. Lin Zhao casually waved his hand and ate the fried ribs in his mouth. Don't worry, it's fine if people all over the world starve to death. We can't be soft now. If we can't subdue it once, it will be difficult in the future. It's lived for thousands of years, but hopefully it's a little smarter. Let's just keep eating and let it eyeball it. Oh, Nico nodded her head blankly, then put ghosts behind her and continued eating. Lin Zhao asked Banjira and Yendi to stop it from following. Instead of driving it away is giving it a path. If ghosts can take the initiative to admit their mistakes and change their rotten temper, Lin Zhao will accept it as always. If not, then I'm sorry. The big road to the sky go their own way. Shoo, shoo. Yendi quickly finished his lunch and glanced towards Banjira and the giant snapdragon as if he was a thief, obviously interested in the food in their pots. Although Yendi, Banjira, and the giant snapdragon loved human food because of their different tastes, so Lin Zhao made them separately. Although the portions made were sufficient, the gluttonous Yendi always liked to take advantage of Banjira and giant snapdragon, making the two Pokemon on guard against Yendi while eating. As long as one was not careful, their food would disappear, which was a thief-proof measure that Banjira and giant snapdragon had learned after they had fallen for the trick n number of times. Banjira hugged the basin, gave Yendi a slightly hostile look, and walked over to Lin Zhao to continue eating, because around Lin Zhao Yendi didn't dare to mess around, otherwise he wouldn't be given food for the next time he ate Pokemon food. The huge fast dragon turned its back as if it didn't see Yendi, just wagging its tail from side to side signaling Yendi, it's best not to come close to me at this time, or else I'll let you taste what it's like to have a divine dragon wagging its tail. Seeing that he couldn't steal any food, Inferno carried the basin to Budgie and yawned in boredom, looking at ghosts who cowered in the distance, slowly walking over to them and growling lowly twice. I say, you idle boredom and the master to fight what? This is good. This is no meal. I think you simply admit your fault, so that I do not have to stare at you all the time. Eyes are tired. No way. I don't want this kind of condescending and arrogant master. Ghost's tone was a bit punchy. Whatever. If you really love Larulas, you better go put on a good attitude and apologize, or you might be saying goodbye to your Larulas forever. Yendi gave a low growl listlessly. Think about it yourself. I'm going to sleep for a while. I advise you to better stay away. Although I look at you pitifully, but I will still carry out my master's orders as usual. After saying that, Yendi ignored ghosts and collapsed on the grass, huffing and puffing. Might I never be able to be with Larulus without apologizing and admitting my mistake? Gostus muttered something, looking away from Larulus, who was sleeping in the grass and sunbathing. Last the happy laughter of Larulus reached Ghost's ears. Ghosts looked lost. Did I really do something wrong? Larulus' happy laughter touched Gostus, who was constantly torn between apologizing and parting ways. After having dinner, Lin Xiao and his group continued to head towards Gold City. Walking into the Golden City, Lin Xiao's team attracted countless people. Not that Lin Xiao was so handsome and Mei was so pretty, but the Banjira, Yendi and the ghosts following behind them holding the elf ball were too pulling. Banjira's lanky figure shocked countless people, especially the 800 kilograms of weight. Every step would feel the ground shake the next, which made a lot of trainers and passers-by who liked Banjira's eyes rise up little stars. It was logical that Yendi, as one of the three holy beasts, should be very popular, but right now Yendi was not as popular as Banjira. The black flames rising from Yendi's body were incomparably demonic, coupled with the characteristic of being able to influence the spirit of others made people feel panic attacks and uncomfortable when they were slightly close. Of course those who were recognized by Yendi would not be like this, otherwise even Lin Xiao would have to retreat. The second point is that the number of Yandere is heartbreaking for those who want to take it in, not to mention whether they can fight it or not. Many people can't even spend their whole life just to see the honor of Yandere, and the scarcity of the number of Yandere breaks the heart of the trainers who want to take it in. Although Banjira is rare, there are still a lot of them, and you can still get them at a price. The Pokemon League's headquarters, Silver Mountain, has a lot of Yukira, and every year there are always a few lucky trainers who get Yukira, which is a little less, but still better than having no hope at all. Lin Xiao and Mei were already immune to the onlookers of passers-by, especially the shy Mei who had already practiced to the point of seeing passers-by as a cucumber. Came to the Gold City. Lin Xiao, even the Gold Dojo are not in a hurry to challenge. Went straight to the Blue Moon building, and Juzi's agreement is already the last day. Lin Xiao does not want a momentary lapse of the appointment so that Juzi chased all over the world to kill himself. And the ghost system Pokemon is godlike as the ghosts are very scary. Lin Xiao would rather fight with Watari than hope against Juzi. Retrieving Banjira and Yendi, Lin Xiao got on the elevator and pressed the top floor. Mei was resting at the hotel Lin Xiao had booked in advance with Lalula's in her arms, and in order not to have any accidents, Lin Xiao had Dr. Daiki's fast dragon follow Mei, leaning into the slowly ascending elevator maliciously wondering what would happen if he let Banjira out, wondering if this elevator would fall, called Juzi in advance. So Lin Xiao directly toward the Blue Moon Mansion, the innermost conference room to go, pushed open the door to pull open the loud voice shouted, "I said Juzi, you need me to do something. You can say." The conference room was extraordinarily lively. A group of people were talking and laughing. Lin Xiao's sudden intrusion was like a stirring stick, making it impossible for the crowd to continue. Looking at the people in the conference room, Lin Xiao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. At this moment in the conference room, Zhu Zi, who was on the main seat, looked at Lin Xiao with a smile and didn't say a word, and the burly man sitting on the left-hand side of Zhu Zi's lower head clapped his hands and laughed, welcomed the arrival of Du's disciple Lin Xiao. This lanky man was clearly the fighting heavenly king of the four heavenly kings, Shiba, which made Lin Xiao's head spin. It wasn't strange that Zhu Zi was here Lin Xiao, but why was Shiba here as well? Were the four heavenly kings all idle? And when did I become Wataru's disciple? Led by Shiba, the people clapped along. A young woman with long blonde hair and a long black dress stood up to Kikuko's right and smiled. "Hello, Lin Xiao. My name is Sharona, the Divine Olympics regional champion. I've asked for more this time, but please be merciful." Sharona, for this young, beautiful and powerful champion, Lin Xiao had naturally heard of her, except that the current Sharona didn't have the powerful aura and domineering look that she had when fighting. The first time Lin Xiao had heard of Sharona was 2 years ago, when Sharona had first become the Divine Olympics champion, when the then Shiba had visited the Divine Olympics on behalf of the Kanto, a visit on the surface, but privately a sparring match, and no one knew the outcome of that battle. But Lin Xiao heard Dr. Oki huffing and puffing about the disgraced Hiba, running off in a rage, only to be beaten and returned in disgrace. The face of the Kanto was disgraced. Lin Xiao stupidly stretched out his hand and Sharona shook her hand. The slippery little hand, delicate white quality smile made Lin Xiao's heart beat a whit. At this time, Lin Xiao was still dizzy. How did I become a disciple of Watari? And what does Sharona mean by showing mercy? A discordant voice inserted itself between Lin Xiao and Sharona. This is Lin Xiao? Watari Heavenly King's disciple. It doesn't look like much, and someone like this can fight me on behalf of the best rookie trainers in Kanto? Beside Sharona stood a handsome boy with the same blonde hair, full of disdain. Chapter 30, The Unbalanced Little Positive. Lin Xiao stared dead at this tugging 250-like teenager and thought to himself, is this kid sick? Catching random people and biting them like a mad dog. Shut up. Sharona frowned and gave the teenager beside her a hard stare. Masa, who taught you this? Don't blame me for being rude to you if you ever do that again. The teenager seemed to be very afraid of Sharona, aggrievedly skimming his lips, not daring to say much, but his eyes drummed Lin Xiao with an unkind look. Lin Xiao blared back without showing any weakness, eating a bellyful of gas for no reason. No one would be comfortable, not to mention the small-minded Lin Xiao. After lecturing the teenager beside her, Sharona apologized slightly and said, "Sorry Lin Xiao, my brother has such a foul temper, but he's still a good person. I hope you don't mind." It's fine, I won't be generalized with children. Lin Xiao snorted. Kikuko and Shiba stifled their laughter, but it was Sharona who laughed out loud. In her eyes Lin Xiao said that her brother was small, precisely a small child, but in Sharona's eyes Lin Xiao was likewise a small child. It's just that Lin Xiao's old-fashioned tone of voice made people want to laugh. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiao Zhang, who was standing beside Xylona, was so angry that he was trembling all over, and just wanted to have a fit. But when he noticed Xylona's eyes that were slightly skimming over, he suddenly quenched his fire, and all the words of cursing were stifled back in his stomach. Taking advantage of the fact that the attention wasn't on him, Lin Xiao winked vigorously at Shiba, signaling him to come outside. Leaving the conference room, Lin Xiao leaned against the window, lit a cigarette and deeply washed a few mouthfuls of it, looking at Shiba without a good mood. "Tell me, what was the point of tricking me into coming here? When did I become Wataru's disciple? Why did Sharona, the Divine Olympics champion, come back to Kanto? And what is this newcomer fight that Shiona's brother, Kamesa, is talking about? I'll turn around and leave immediately if I don't explain myself." Lin Xiao flew towards Shiba and sprayed saliva. Juicy Lin Xiao did not dare to say anything, so he had to find Shiba. Shiba laughed out loud and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Who made you famous now? On one side is the ultra-ancient fast dragon and on the other side is the Yen Emperor. Besides, it's not like I'm lying to you. If you want to find trouble, it's just to find Juicy and your uncle Xuechang. He's the one who recommended you." The corner of Lin Xiao's eye twitched slightly. "If I dared to find trouble with Juicy, I'd still be here nagging you? I've had too much to eat and have a pain in the ass?" Hiba stroked the scanty scruff on his chin and said, "Kozai is the younger brother of Sharona, the winner of the last Shineo regional competition, and as you can see from the situation, he's here to challenge our last quartz champion. The last quartz champion was from the Chengdu region, and although Kanto Chengdu has won, it's better to settle things in your own place so as not to make people look at you funny. So Oki Yukijo recommended you," Lin Xiao said without any good humor. "How could someone else's champion of the Divine Austrian regional competition look at a new trainer like me? It must be you guys who messed up, right?" Shiba lewdly hammed and hawed and whispered, "That was the idea Watari came up with. Let's just blow the fact that you're his disciple, a newcomer who just traveled this year, and that you're so strong that you're already a candidate for the next Heavenly King. So the kid got jealous and clamored to challenge you. Go ahead, abuse him hard and let him know how strong the newbie trainer is. See if he still dares to look down on me." "Kanto, Nima." Lin Xiao is full of black lines. "What do you mean by pulling me down in your own affairs? Heavenly King candidate? I'm still a champion candidate." The match had been set. Lin Xiao could not oppose it, and could only sigh that he was unlucky and could meet any bird. Life is like rape. Since the resistance cannot be, that can only open legs silently enjoy. Back in the conference room, the atmosphere inside caused Lin Xiao and Shiba to faintly stare. In the conference room, Kikuko and Sharona were sitting on the sidelines watching the show. Lin Xiao's ghosts were holding on to a land shark in the center of the conference room. The difference was that Kikuko and Sharona were smiling and chatting at the same time, watching the two Pokemon that were staring at each other, while Sharona's younger brother, Xiao Zhang, stood on the sidelines, his face red with color as he was talking to ghosts. Not only that, but Xiao Zhang's red face also had a tongue mark on it. Even if you think with your ass, you will know that it was the ghosts had done it. Ghosts ignored the land sharks and slobbered merrily at Kamesa. "Bastard! You go see Grandpa was famous when he wasn't even your grandpa yet. How dare you insult my family's most adorable Lalo-lass? Ghostsy, I'll spray you in the face. With that little strength of yours, how dare you show off? Go back and cultivate for a few more years before you say it, lest you come out and disgrace yourself. You." Kamesa reached out and pointed at Ghosts, clearly pissed off and shaking, unable to speak. Seeing Lin Xiao come in, Ghostsy grunted in dissatisfaction. "Humph, brat, hear you insulting my family's cutest and most adorable Lalululasher again. Ghostsy Grandmaster, I promise to follow you all the way so that you can play with Dream Food every night." After saying that, he glanced at Lin Xiao and disappeared away. It turns out that Xiao Zhang said that Lin Xiao was a newbie trainer. What decent Pokemon could he have? It seems that they are all big and unimpressive, which happens to be overheard by Ghosts. Ghosts stubbornly believe that Xiao Zhang is talking about his cutest and most adorable Lalo-lass, so directly with licking tongue to give him so. Ghost's licking tongue almost did not scare Xiao Zhang to death. Sharona, who had wanted to do something about it, heard that Ghosts was Lin Xiao's Pokemon and gave up the idea of doing anything about it, letting Xiao Zhang deal with it on his own. Oh, Lin Xiao's ghosts are pretty good. They can even talk. They have a lot of personality. But how does it fly around holding the elf ball? Sharona smiled at Lin Xiao and stopped talking about Xiao Zhang. Ignoring Xiao Zhang's eyes filled with anger, Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. That ghost, see? It's just like that because of a little conflict. Don't pay attention to it. Living for thousands of years with an odd temper. That's it then. Sharona reached up and flicked the blonde hair back out of her ear. The match is set for the day after tomorrow at the fighting dojo in the city. I hope Lin Xiao and Xiao Zhang have a good fight. Xiao Zhang, let's go. Following behind Sharona, Xiao Zhang opened his mouth to silently protrude a few words as he walked to Lin Xiao's side, then twisted his head away. Obviously he didn't dare to make a move with Sharona present. The very words that Xiao Zhang spat out were, "You wait for me." Lin Xiao disdainfully glanced at Xiao Zhang. If it wasn't in front of Sharona in a bad way, Lin Xiao would have beaten him to death. For this kind of guy with eyes on the top of his head just needs a hard time before he realizes why the flowers are so red. However, Xiao Zhang is a proud capital. The family has a deep heritage. There is a powerful sister. Its own strength is good. Containing a golden spoon grew up. Xiao Zhang has always felt high. Fairy to Lin Xiao's bragging let his heart is not balanced. Just traveled for 2 months of the rookie trainer spelled what to become the next heavenly king candidate, so it will always target Lin Xiao. Walking out of the conference room, Sharona looked at Xiao Zhang with dissatisfaction. Your performance today makes me very disappointed. In your heart there is no such word as respecting others? To be able to let Wataru praise means Lin Xiao's strength is good. Don't you understand such superficial reasoning? Hey, forget it. It's all because mom and dad spoiled you like this, as long as you don't regret it in the future. Sharona looked at her brother, who was overly spoiled by mom and dad, with a headache and waved her hand helplessly. But this Lin Xiao is an interesting person. Quite a personality, ghosts. Forget it, don't want to think about it. Downstairs seems to have my favorite sundae ice cream. Well, but choose what flavor is better. It's really troublesome. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhang, who was full of resentment, really wanted to smash the stall. Nima, nothing to sell, what ice cream? Aren't you harming people? Because Sharona, who was standing in front of the stall, had been picking for half an hour and still hadn't chosen which flavor of sundae ice cream she wanted. The ice cream seller had already reminded her for the 25th time with a black face, but Sharona was still frowning and struggling with what flavor to pick. Chapter 31, Benjira's Anomaly. Sharona and Xiao Zhang left, and Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs to smoke a cigarette. You two don't think I'm dumb enough to help you fight? Did you ask my opinion? Like to play the first come first served game? Or am I just more stupid as a person? Ahem. Kikuko pretended not to hear and walked out of the conference room on her crutches at a pace not at all unlike what a 60-year-old should have. The remaining Shiba was in a dilemma and said helplessly, Lin Xiao, after all, the Alliance has cultivated you. You can't see death to save you. Besides, now that the others have identified you, it's too late for us to find someone else. Cultivate. Lin Xiao sneered as Shiba's words set off the resentment Lin Xiao had hidden within his heart. Cultivation? You mean the cultivation the league gave me? Lin Xiao's voice instantly raised an octave and roared with fire. Other people paid their taxes and I didn't pay? As a result, I don't even have a initial Pokemon. Since you said cultivate, then I'll make it clear. Since the Alliance needs me to fight to gain face for them, what about compensation? I'm not your maid, nor am I a slave. Without reciprocal reward compensation, then whoever you want to find them. I don't have time to bull ***** with you. The resentment held in his heart finally exploded. Lin Xiao's heart was much more comfortable and he left the conference room without looking back with a cold snort. Just stepping out of the Blue Moon Mansion, Lin Xiao saw the two Xylona siblings who were tangled up in ice cream. Having been set up somehow, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't show a good face to the two, especially since the two were still the culprits of the cause of the incident. Walking to the side of Xylona's siblings, Lin Xiao nonchalantly threw out a sentence. If you are entangled in what to buy, simply buy all of them directly. Other people's big moms do small business. Can't stand your stocking? If you can't afford to buy it, don't hold up other people's business. Asshole. What did you say? I can't afford it. Xiao Zhang's newly calmed anger immediately burned up, but it was Sharona who was calm. Concentrating on dealing with the ice cream, she defiantly didn't even hear Lin Xiao's words. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth raised a trace of disdain as he raised his middle finger towards Xiao Zhang and jabbed it in the void, turning around and leaving in a dashing manner. Lin Xiao. Xiao Zhang was so angry that the second Buddha ascended to heaven and the 6 gods left his body. He clenched his fists and roared hideously. Lin Xiao, you'd better not be complacent. The day after tomorrow I'll definitely beat you so much that you can't take care of yourself. However, what was returned to him was still a raised middle finger. Lin Xiao's middle finger almost caused Xiao Zhang to spurt out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with hatred staring at Lin Xiao's distant back. From his pocket, he pulled out a stack of $10,000 bills and shoved them into the hands of the ice cream seller's ama. No need to look for it. The rest is for you to use as pension money. Don't sell ice cream here in the future, know what? The last know what Xiao Zhang almost roared out. Auntie froze looking at the money in hand. Was Xiao Zhang's broad-minded shocked? So much money, at least $1 million. Selling ice cream for a lifetime cannot earn so much. Pulling his sister Sharona, Xiao Zhang pushed the cart selling ice cream with a single-minded desire to leave this place that made him lose all his face. As for the money, Xiao Zhang did not think about it. In the eyes of other people who cannot earn money in a lifetime, in his eyes is pocket money. Back at the hotel, Lin Xiao didn't say anything to Mei about what happened at the Blue Moon Mansion. He didn't want Mei to worry. The hotel Lin Xiao stayed in could allow the guests staying there to cook in the kitchen by themselves, and after seeing that it was almost dinner time, Lin Xiao took out the ingredients and prepared to cook. According to the past custom, Lin Xiao prepared for the Pokemon first. As for the Pokemon that didn't eat human food, Miko would feed them with the pre-prepared Pokemon food. Soon after making the food, Lin Xiao carried it to the hotel's small garden to feed the Pokemon. Yan Di and the giant snapdragon's eyes glistened at the sight of the food and hugged the pots and ate it. But something was wrong with Banjira. After a few distracted bites while holding the basin, Banjira set it down on the grass and dozed off. What's going on? Banjira usually has a large amount of food, but today, she just ate so many bites. Lin Xiao thought that Banjira was sick and started to ask. Who knew that Banjira just hummed lightly a few times, signaling that she was fine. Lin Xiao was relieved that Banjira was fine, but the breath he had just sent down almost suffocated himself in one gulp. Inferno finished his food quickly, looked at Banjira's basin and hit a bad idea, gently touching Banjira with his own tail, wanting to attract Banjira's attention and take the opportunity to steal the food. Lin Xiao's pixies are usually used to fighting. Touching and fighting with each other will enhance each other's feelings, but today's Banjira is really too abnormal. Yan Di's tail just touched it. Banjira directly stormed out, and used the impact on Yan Di. Yan Di, who was focused on food, was hit by the Banjira flying and still could not understand what happened. The giant snapdragon was puzzled and put down the basin to look at them strangely, not knowing whether they were playing or fooling around. The sluggishness of the giant snapdragon was speechless. Was playful jostling useful in knocking someone a dozen meters away with a crash? Bangela! Stop it! Banjira's sudden outburst made Lin Xiao's heart jump to his throat, but fortunately Banjira didn't chase after him, and continued to lie down on the grass and snooze with 2 light grunts after knocking Indy off. Ow! Inferno roared at Bankiara in displeasure, clearly upset that Bankiara had suddenly attacked him. Banjira just opened her eyes and looked at them without any response, still lying on the ground. Banjira's reaction made Lin Xiao's heart lift. Using the Master Ball to retrieve Banjira, Lin Xiao let Mei take care of the Pokemon at the hotel himself, mounting the crooked-headed complaining Inferno to run towards the Society Yugo Baby Center. Looking at Lin Xiao's ice-cold face, Yan Di wisely shut his mouth and started running furiously with all 4 hooves. The rule that no large Pokemon were allowed to run in the city had long since been left behind by Lin Xiao. Banjira, you can't have anything happen to you. Lin Xiao sat on Yan Di's back and muttered as he held Banjira's Master Ball. Among all the Pokemon, Lin Xiao's favorite is naturally Banjira. No matter what time, Banjira occupies the first place in Lin Xiao's heart. At this moment, Banjira's abnormal state made Lin Xiao's heart so anxious that he didn't even realize that Jun Sha, who was following him, was shouting. Chapter 32, Mothering Banjira. Originally ready to call it a day, Gold City Junsa was riding her scooter, ready to go home and soak in a hot bath to wash away the fatigue of the day, then hunker down under the covers to watch her favorite Pokemon movie. But Lin Xiao's appearance ruined her desire to come home from work and take a bubble bath. Lin Xiao sat on Yendi's body and accelerated through the streets. The black flames ignited on Yendi's body pulled out long tails as it ran, and many of the green belts on the side of the road were set ablaze by the flames. As night began to fall, the streets of the Golden City were extraordinarily bustling and lively, with countless citizens wandering the streets and expressing their moods, and the stores on both sides of the streets displaying dazzling merchandise to attract customers' eyes. Yendi's appearance destroyed the beautiful scene. In Yendi's eyes there was no thought of whether he would hit people or destroy things. Loyalty to Lin Zhao's orders was the first guideline. Countless passers-by and merchants selling things were made to jump by Yendi. Stop! Riding a small motorcycle, Jun Sha angrily shouted at Lin Xiao sitting on Yendi's back. Lin Xiao, who was preoccupied with Banjira's problems, didn't hear it, and even if he did, he wouldn't let Yendi stop. Damn kid, how dare you let the elf run on the streets? Don't let me catch you, or else I'll peel your skin off. Old me. Lin Xiao, who didn't hear the shouts, made Jun Sha mistakenly think that Lin Xiao was doing it on purpose. Jun Sha was so angry that his teeth were itching. He upshifted his gear and flew after him. But how could the speed of a small motorcycle catch up with Yendi? It didn't take more than 10 seconds for Emperor Yen to disappear into the street. Squeal! The friction between the tires and the road ignited a burning smell. Jun Sha angrily slapped the steering wheel. Don't think you can get away with this. I won't stop until I catch you, old lady. Taking out his communicator, Junsa shouted. XX Street, someone is speeding on a Pokemon. I want his exact location. What? Pokemon Center? I got it. I'll see to it. Kid, think I can't do anything about you when we get to the Pokemon Center? Junsa grimaced and started his motorcycle towards the Pokemon Center. In the rules of the league, it is not allowed to let large Pokemon run in the city, except of course for emergencies, such as when a Pokemon is seriously injured and needs to be rescued. Junsha didn't want to just let Lin Xiao off the hook. Lin Xiao's attitude made her bubble up with a belly full of fire, and it was hard to get rid of her anger without catching Lin Xiao at the station and giving him a good education. Yendi rushed into the Pokemon Center amidst the many trainers and Joey's shrieks. Lin Xiao took out his Pokeball and anxiously said, "I'm sorry Miss Joey, I didn't mean to. Please heal my Banjira, please. This is my duty. Please don't worry. I'll treat Banjira with all my heart," resulting in Banjira's Master Ball. Joey said to Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao just recklessly rushed into the Pokemon Center like that, Pokemon problems are like that for most trainers, so Joey wasn't going to get angry over something like that. The surrounding trainers who were originally still furious quieted down after hearing Joey's words, putting their hearts in the right place. If they encountered such a thing, they would probably be the same way, and even do more out of the blue than Lin Xiao. Watching Joiner begin to do the examination for Banjira, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa and began to wait. Waiting is the most difficult moment for people. Distracted Lin Xiao took out a cigarette and smoked it. A few trainers had wanted to remind Lin Xiao that smoking was prohibited here, but Lin Xiao's icy cold face made them dismiss the idea and pretend they didn't see it. Crunch! The sound of scuffling resounded outside the Pokemon Center door as Junsa ran into the Pokemon Center gasping for breath and pointing at Lin Xiao, shouting, "Finally, I've caught you, darn brat. I now announce that you are under arrest. Please come with me to the police station." The white shiny handcuffs waved in front of Lin Xiao's eyes as Junsha looked at Lin Xiao, signaling whether you will go by yourself or I will do it to arrest you back. Distracted Lin Xiao impatiently pushed Junsha's handcuffs away. "Don't bother me. Go as far away as you can." What kind of attitude is this? Junsha incredulously looked at Lin Xiao. Not only Junsha is the surrounding trainers are dumbfounded. Dare to face let Junsha walk away from the far people or the first time to see, or in the case of to be arrested. How dare you resist arrest? Believe it or not, I'll add one more charge of assaulting a police officer to you. Whatever you want, Lin Xiao said with a frown and a face full of unconcern. You. Without waiting for Junsa to finish, Joey walked out with Banjira's Master Ball and said happily, "Congratulations, there's nothing wrong with your Banjira. She's pregnant and the delivery is in the last day or two, so please keep an eye out for her." "Hey, is Junsa there too? Pregnant?" Lin Xiao was instantly baffled. All this time Lin Xiao didn't know if his Banjira was male or female. He didn't realize that Banjira was actually pregnant, and his own Banjira did not contact with other Banjira. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao chagrined a pat on the head. Dr. Dajai at first for the Banjira measurement data, had let his own assistant pass a Banjira over, but it's too much of a rip-off. His own Banjira 5 meters high, and passed only 2 meters, and the contact time is only just 2 hours, so that it can be a winning bid? Banjira's condition put Lin Xiao in a better mood. It was good not to be sick, especially since Banjira had already broken through the quasi-god's canon. The hatched Yukara would inherit Banjira's good genes, and as long as Yukara was well-trained, strength was absolutely strong. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao was in a great mood and almost grinned. The mood of Lin Xiao took the initiative to follow Junsha to the police station. Even if he went to Junsha cannot take what he did. What he did is usually to be criticized. A little more serious is a fine. Lin Xiao sat in the interrogation chair and smoked leisurely, not worrying about his situation in the slightest. Junsha interrogated Lin Xiao with a cold face. Name, age, home address. Lin Xiao, 16 years old, Changpan City, Xin Town. Lin Xiao answered truthfully. Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Oh, I don't know. Touch. Junsha slammed the table. Be honest with me. Do you think this is your home? Believe it or not, I'll throw you in there to sit for 8 or 10 years? Just because he took the initiative to come to the police station didn't mean Lin Xiao would be indifferent to Junsha's intimidation. It's not my family, but I know the consequences of what I've done. And according to the union's Article XX, police officers are not allowed to intimidate others. I can totally sue you for intimidating me. I wonder what will happen when the Junsha family finds out what you've done. I have recordings. Oh. Lin Xiao took his PDA and shook it to air. Junsha's little face instantly turned white because of Lin Xiao's words. If Lin Xiao sued her for intimidation, Junsha's whole life would be ruined. Not only would she be thrown out of the family, but she would also have no chance with the job of a police officer for the rest of her life. Lin Xiao smoothly out of the police station, but also in the Junsha pile of smiling face sent out. Do not know thought the relationship between the two how good it, but do not know the handle was Lin Xiao whole. Junsha could not wait to eat him alive. Back at the hotel, Lin Xiao told Miko and the many Pokemon the good news, making everyone happy as hell and wishing Banjira well from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xiao, didn't you say that Banjira is a male? How can it lay eggs? The happy Miko rang up what Lin Xiao had said and asked in doubt. Mistake. Lin Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm afraid that this kind of embarrassing incident would only be made by him. Since receiving the giant snapdragon, the relationship between Banjira and the giant snapdragon is like a pair of iron brothers. Coupled with the fact that Banjira's size and powerful strength make Lin Xiao mistakenly think that Banjira is male. And now the soon-to-be a mother Banjira makes Lin Xiao embarrassed. Chapter 33, Lin Xiao's Extortion. This night Lin Xiao, Miko and many Pokemon have a great time in the hotel's garden. The hotel owner also sends his blessing when he learns that Lin Xiao's Banjira is becoming a mother and attaches a large amount of food for free. And the garden is also allowed to be a celebration site for Lin Xiao, only instructing him not to cause damage. And ghosts also flew to Lin Xiao's side at this time holding the elf ball and held it for a long time before spitting out a sentence. I'm sorry. The fact that Ghost C chose to apologize also meant that he was going to change himself. Lin Xiao was naturally very happy about this outcome and accepted Ghost C's apology, allowing Ghost C to join in the celebration meeting as well. The whole night Lin Xiao was in the garden of the hotel guarding Banjira to avoid accidents, and at this time, Banjira was extremely furious. No one including pixies dared to get close to it, but Lin Xiao was the exception. This was the benefit of a full value of intimacy. In Banjira's heart, Lin Xiao was always the most willing to be close to him. At 4 a.m., Banjira successfully laid an egg, and Lin Xiao was so excited that he jumped up and down, holding the elfin egg covered in slippery amniotic fluid and circling around Banjira. After giving birth, Banjira was very weak. The food Lin Xiao had prepared for it quickly went into its stomach. After eating and drinking, Banjira chose to enter the master ball to slumber and recuperate. If there was no Lin Xiao's presence, then Banjira would have guarded the elf egg until Yukira hatched. During this time Banjira was full of aggression. Any creature that dared to come close would be seen as a threat to Yukira and be attacked by Banjira. Lin Xiao carefully held the elf egg, afraid that he would accidentally make the future Yukira disappear. In fact, the elf egg shell was very thick and hard. As long as it wasn't maliciously damaged, an ordinary fall would have no effect on the elf egg. What made Miko cry and laugh was that Lin Xiao actually slept with the elf egg in his arms. The next day, Lin Xiao stared at Shiba with depressed black eyes. This damn guy actually disturbed his dreams. The old man from the league has promised to make it up to you, but only for the initial Pokemon. Initial elf is useless. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Lin Xiao really felt red for the big brothers of the alliance. Can this be called compensation? Don't say no yet. Heba crossed her legs leisurely. Sharona's brother has offered a combat wager. A bet? What do you mean? It's the battle reward item. The Divine AO party took out a baby earth dragon as a bet. Naturally Kanto, couldn't show any weakness. Watari picked a miniature dragon from his own dragon cave. Ha, you didn't see Watari's expression at that time. Heartbroken to the core. Shiba said with a big smile. Lin Xiao stared at Shiba and slowly said, that means I can win. And besides the initial Pokemon, the baby earth dragon and the mini dragon are all mine? If that was the case, then Lin Xiao had definitely earned a lot. 2 pure dragon Pokemon. No. Shiba shook his head in a hurry, ignoring Lin Xiao's furrowed brow, and said, you win the victory. And apart from the initial Pokemon, the baby earth dragon belongs to you, not the mini dragon. Why not? Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair and looked at Shiba with displeasure. Shiba shook his head helplessly, rubbing the scruff on his chin. Actually, the mini dragon had an intended owner, and since there was no suitable one, he took it out as a bet. And if you hadn't entered the battle, Watari would never have taken this mini dragon out. Even if there is no mini dragon, having a baby Geoduck is not bad. Taming it would be a humongous warrior. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao put forward his request like Shiba. The mini dragons are whatever you guys want, but the baby Geoducks must belong to me. And my initial Pokemon wish to be replaced with a Wood Guardian Palace from the Square Edge region for me. And finally, here Lin Xiao paused. Baby Earth Dragon is definitely yours. And the initial Pokemon swap for Kazuna is a minor issue. But don't make your last request too difficult, or the bigwigs in the league won't agree to it for sure. Hiba was slightly embarrassed. The last request, Lin Xiao is also forced. Dr. Oki gave the bank card Lin Xiao although accepted, but the money inside a penny did not spend. In their own bar mitzvah back to Jinshin Town has been secretly stuffed back to Dr. Oki. To the present, Lin Xiao's own private money has been spent all the way to the bottom. No money, even sleeping place. Not to mention a variety of other consumptions. Lin Xiao was slightly embarrassed and said, the last request is not a big deal for you guys. It's just that I've been rather short-handed lately, so I hope you guys will sponsor a little bit. Shiba had already prepared to rob Lin Xiao, saying that it was an alliance. In fact, the 4 heavenly kings represented the alliance, but never thought that it would actually be this kind of request. Reacting, Hiba was afraid that Lin Xiao would back out and hurriedly pulled out a bank VIP card and stuffed it to Lin Xiao. This is a VIP card. As long as it can be used in the area that the alliance belongs to, there is 1000 W in it. It's a deal. Junior, I'm looking forward to the moment when you beat Shallona's younger brother Xiaozhang to the ground tomorrow. After saying that without waiting for Lin Xiao to reply, he directly turned around and flew away from the hotel. Am I at too much of a disadvantage? Looking at Shiba as if he was releasing heavily, Lin Xiao felt that he had been pitted by Shiba. Forget it, the pit is the pit. Rare Pokemon themselves are not lacking. With the existence of the system on the Genesis, God can get out. What they are lacking now is money. With money not only can they travel without fear, but they can also build their own nest in the true new town. Stretching his back, Lin Xiao squinted at the sun that was just peeking out. Xiaozhang, baby Earth Dragon? Since you sent it, then I'll receive it without question. As for losing, Lin Xiao had never thought about it. If it was against Sharona, it would be more or less the same. Although Lin Xiao's Banjira, Yen Di, and Giant Rapid Dragon were all more powerful than Sharona's Spirit Bite Landshark. And in a fight, Lin Xiao would definitely be KO'd by Sharona. Pokemon has a level. Trainer is also a reason. If divided into levels, if Lin Xiao's trainer level is only elite level, relying on the strength of the Pokemon can barely count the quasi-heavenly king. Just barely. Against the strength of their own worse or the same level of the opponent, Lin Xiao casually can crush each other. But against champions like Sharona and Wadari, there was only tragedy. Unless Lin Xiao got a few super divine beasts to crush others with absolute strength. After basking in the sun for a while, Lin Xiao took out his cell phone and called Huazi, transferring some money on his card in the meantime, so that Huazi could help him hire a construction company to repair his house. Arranging various things, Lin Xiao hurriedly hung up the phone, and Huazi's sultry, seductive, and bewitching voice on the phone almost made Lin Xiao unable to hold on. Since he needed to battle tomorrow, Lin Xiao let out all of Banjira's Pokemon to come out and move around, adjust, and be in the best shape to face the battle. Chapter 34, Before the battle begins. Gold City, fighting dojo today extraordinarily lively, which is still the most lively after the establishment of the dojo, came to the Gold City of the trainers 99% of the only known at Superpower Dojo. As for the fighting dojo pressure route, no one asked. The owner of the fighting dojo is a crazy fighting fan, pursuing the essence of fighting all over the world. The dojo is handed over to the disciples to manage. Coupled with the rules of the fighting dojo make people want to vomit. Want to challenge the dojo must use fighting Pokemon. Fighting must be divided into rounds like boxing. In this kind of regulations, fighting dojo gradually out of the eyes of the people. If you can fight in the Superpower Dojo is the best choice. But the focus on Superpower's Natsu in addition to her doll, everything else is exempt from negotiation. Door-to-door lobbying, the league administrator was almost turned into a doll by Natsu, and even Hiba out of the way did not get it done. Natsu's Superpower Dojo is famous in Kanto, and since Natsu became a dojo trainer, no trainer has ever taken a badge from the Superpower Department Dojo. All the challengers were turned into dolls by Natsu to play with her. Luckily, although Natsu was cold and overbearing, she had a sense of propriety, and the trainers who were turned into dolls just played with her in Natsu's essence of the mind for 3 days before they recovered and left the Superpower Dojo. Or else the league would have revoked the Superpower Dojo long ago, because of the league's publicity. At this time the fighting dojo was already crowded with people, and a lot of people were looking for the win to come, especially the nearby Pokemon trainers were crowded into the dojo, and the trio of Xiaoji was among them, and they had just arrived in the Golden City when they heard about this matter, and they rushed to the dojo without stopping. Banjira, give me the pixie egg and you get into the Master Ball, okay? Lin Xiao and Banjira negotiating, recovering from the weakness after giving birth. The first time Banjira ran out of the Master Ball holding Yukara's elf egg and not letting go of it, especially when she just came out and saw Miko holding the elf egg when she took a fighting stance against Miko. This is a prelude to Banjira's attack, but fortunately, Lin Xiao's eyes are quick and took the elf egg away from Miko's hands, which calmed Banjira down. Unharmed, Miko was still terrified. A random blow from Banjira could put her in the hospital for months. The time of the match is gradually approaching, but Banjira refuses to enter the Master Ball. Lin Xiao is in a difficult situation. Letting Banjira outside, Lin Xiao is afraid that it will suddenly launch an attack on the passers-by. Then Lin Xiao has to choose to compromise, holding the elf egg himself and letting Banjira follow behind. The crowded crowd at the fighting dojo caused the corners of Xiaozheng's mouth to raise in a smirk as he clenched his fists. Watch, Lin Xiao. I will defeat you in front of the many spectators and trample and rub you under my feet. Sharona stroked Xiaozheng's head and softly said, you have to cheer up later. Oh, sister will be cheering for you on the judges' stage. Bring out your strongest strength. Aha. Kamesa nodded slightly, signaling that he understood. Smiling slightly, Sharona walked over to the judges' table and sat next to Kikuko. Ju Zi, who was beside Shalona, frowned and asked towards Shiba, who was on the side, why hasn't Lin Xiao come over yet? It's not a reversal, is it? No, this kid has a good reputation. He will do his best to accomplish anything he promises. And Dr. Oki and Oki Yukijo are here, so as long as Dr. Oki is here there's no need to worry about backtracking on anything, Hiba said as he pointed in Dr. Oki's direction. Glancing deeply in the direction where Dr. Oki was, Kikuko withdrew her eyes and said softly, "That's good. Who do you guys think will win?" Kong asked quietly to Kasumi. Xiaoji rolled her eyes and looked at Xiao Gang with a look of "Are you an idiot?" Of course Lin Xiao wins. Is there any need to consider that? Xiao Xiao also nodded her head to agree with Xiaoji. AI Xiaojiang sighed helplessly. Let's pretend that I didn't ask. Knowing that you guys are in the same boat as Lin Xiao I still asked such an idiotic question. Look, Lin Xiao is here. Xiaoji pointed at the entrance of the dojo and said happily. With the help of the staff, Lin Xiao led Banjira into the fighting dojo without any danger. And what Lin Xiao was worried about didn't happen. Lin Xiao, I thought you had stage fright and didn't dare to come. Lin Xiao just arrived at Xiaozheng the little Zhengtai and started to lash out. Lin Xiao directly ignored him, raised his middle finger at him, and turned his head to nod at Sharona, Kikuko, and Shiba on the commentary stage. Of the three, only Kikuko smiled and nodded her head in response, while Sharona froze and looked at Banjira behind Lin Xiao, and Hiba's eyes burned as he entered the arena, or to be precise, the elf egg in Lin Xiao's hand. From the news obtained from the Pokemon Center, Shiba knew that Lin Xiao's Banjira was pregnant. He just didn't expect that the elf egg had already been born. Shiba had originally wanted to find Lin Xiao to discuss after the battle was over again, and asked Lin Xiao to give Yukira, which was still an egg, to him to cultivate. Banjira's various data Shiba has already learned from the Oki family's trader Oki Yukijo. If he can get Yukira to cultivate himself hard his strength will definitely progress a lot. Lin Xiao didn't know that Yukira, who hadn't even been born yet, had already been hit, and handed the elf egg to Banjira, signaling the referee outside the arena that he was ready. Finally, after a sleep-inducing testimonial from Kikuko, the referee raises a small flag to swear the fight is on. Let's take a look at the main character this time. The white side on the left is Kamesa from the Shinao region. He was the champion of the last Shinao tournament. And not only is the Kamesa player powerful but he is also the oldest female champion the league has ever seen, the younger brother of Sharona. The commentator took the microphone and excitedly introduced to the people present. Wow! Xiaozheng's multiple aura caused people to gasp in surprise. The people present didn't know before the match that Xiaozhang was actually Shalona's younger brother, so all sorts of envious and jealous eyes were thrown towards Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang ignored the various looks and stared dead at Lin Xiao making a provocative gesture of slitting his throat. Xiaozhang's provocation made everyone in the room frown, and many of the audience members who were originally jealous of Xiaozhang's packet immediately took the lead and cursed. Kikuko and Shippa sat on the commentary stage as if nothing had happened. Old and calm, Sharona rubbed her temples with a headache. Kamesa's provocation was like stirring up a hornet's nest. This was Kanto not cameo. Now even if Sharona stepped in she couldn't calm the audience's anger. Oh, is player Xiaozhang from the Shinao region provoking our blue player Lin Xiao? The commentator took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and weirdly shouted. AI Lin Xiao shook his head breathlessly and tagged Xiaozhang with *******, a two-word tag. ******** him. Shinao's boy, get out of Kanto. Lin Xiao, him to death. Do you really think that we in Guangdong are easy to bully? Chapter 35, the battle continues. Yan Di's appearance. The scene got louder and louder, with all kinds of abuse and curses all over the place. The amazing thing is that Xiaozhang in the storm wind is not affected at all. In his eyes besides defeating Lin Xiao, he can't allow others. Eventually it took the calming of Shiba and Kikuko plus an apology from Sharona herself to get the large crowd to settle down. And the crowd settling down signaled that the match was about to begin. The commentator continued to introduce Lin Xiao to everyone. Next up on the blue side is Lin Xiao, a player from True New Town, Tokiwa City. And for those of you who don't know, Lin Xiao is this year's rookie trainer. The phrase newbie trainer made countless people's jaws drop to the ground, and the crowd wondered if Lin Xiao, who was still a newbie trainer, would be able to defeat Xiaozhang. And although Banjira behind Lin Xiao looked strong, the audience still had no idea in their hearts, having whetted the crowd's appetite. The commentator smiled broadly and explained, don't underestimate Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is the disciple of the dragon envoy Wataru. Oh, his second identity is the grandson of the renowned Dr. Daiki. With so many accolades I don't think that contestant Lin Xiao will let us down, so I announce that the match will begin. Waving his flag, the referee said to the two, the rules of the match are 3 against 3, with the ability to change Pokemon along the way, and if all of one side's Pokemon are incapacitated, the other side wins the battle. Lin Xiao and Xiaozhang nodded their heads slightly to indicate that they understood. Then the match begins, said the referee as he walked out and stood on the sidelines. Xiaozhang had a sardonic smile on his face. Lin Xiao, I've dreamed of defeating you in battle, but I hope you don't let me down. Come out Tudai Turtle, Sensing his master's crazy battle intent, the Tudai turtle stared angrily at Lin Xiao. Although your character isn't great, but the Tudai turtle was cultivated well. Come out, Lalulas. Lin Xiao scrutinized the Tudai turtle and complimented it. Cut the crap. It's not your turn to say how my Tudai turtle is doing. Tudai turtle flying leaf quick blade. What a grumpy-tempered child. Lalulas block it with her Nianli. Lin Xiao still shook his head without caring, but the more this happened the more angry Xiao Zhang became. The commentator shouted happily. Xiao Zhang player, used the flying leaf quick blade. What should Lin Xiao player do to deal with it? Oh, it's the Nianli. Lalulas's Nianli successfully blocked Tudai turtle's flying leaf quick blade. Larula's eyes glowed with silver light and she blocked the flying leaf rapid blade with her ninjutsu. Although she blocked it, nevertheless Larula's body swayed a little. The difference in level was too great, and Larula's was struggling against the turtle of the earth platform. But Lin Xiao didn't intend to win, and was mainly letting Larula's feel the atmosphere of the battle to lay the foundation for the future. Larula's, use illusion to control the Tudai turtle. Lin Xiao issued a new command to Larula's. Lalulas sent out a colorful ray of light that flew towards the Tudai turtle. Never, Tudai turtle, use earthquake. Don't let Larulas's illusion spell last. Kamesa shouted to Tudai Kame. The illusion jutsu managed to hit the Tudai turtle, but the earthquake of the Tudai turtle interrupted Larula's illusion jutsu, and not only that, Larula's took a considerable amount of damage. Take advantage of this. Tudai turtle, leaf storm, end the fight. A huge tornado made up of leaves rolled towards Larula's. Larula's, who hadn't learned instantaneous movement, couldn't dodge at all, and the strength of her ninjutsu couldn't control the leaf storm. The Pokemon of the superpower department are all notoriously thin-skinned, and if hit by the leaf storm, Larula's would lose 100% of her ability to fight. Lin Xiao let Larula's fight in order for it to get used to fighting, not to fight hard with an opponent. Putting away Larula's, Lin Xiao smiled and said, I admit defeat. Lin Xiao's choice to admit defeat caused the many spectators to get anxious and stand up to cheer for Lin Xiao. You're not a wimp, are you? Even such a weak Pokemon can come out to fight. It's just as I thought. The Pokemon you possess are all just goods that can't make it to the top. Xiao Zhang said sarcastically with a face full of disdain. Touch. Onis took the liberty of yelling from the pixie ball at the smug-faced Kamesa. Fight me if you dare. Who are you to bully the cutest and most adorable Larulas in my house? Ghosts, come back. How I fight is my business. Be honest. Lin Xiao didn't care about Xiao Zhang's sarcasm. Next time I will definitely make you look good. Ghosts, he hatefully dropped a threatening sentence and floated to Lin Xiao's side with a face full of aggression. Obviously not letting it appear was a blow to its confidence. Ignoring the whining ghosts, Lin Xiao sneered at Xiao Zhang. Hopefully you'll still be able to laugh later. Stop whining. If you have the guts to let your horse come over. Xiao Zhang impatiently roared. As you wish. Come out, Yan Di. Lin Xiao took out the master ball and threw it. Yan Di, who was covered in black flames, appeared in the grounds and defied the Tudai turtle, who at that moment was like a high and mighty king looking at his humble subjects. Wow, it's so shocking. Lin Xiao player even took out one of the three holy beasts. Yan Di, a Pokemon that only belongs to the legends, has appeared. Being recognized by Yan Di proves the great strength of player Lin Xiao. Let's applaud and cheer for him. The commentator almost roared out. The appearance of Yan Di greatly stimulated his ordinary wildly beating heart. The people at the scene cheered at once, although they often heard that there was a trainer riding an Inferno Emperor in Golden City, but hearing about it was not as shocking as seeing it with their own eyes. Since you said my Pokemon can't make it to the top, I'll show you what can't make it to the top. Inferno, electric lightning, use flame cart to finish it off. Ow! Yendi disappeared into the field with black flames. The crowd had not yet reacted to Yendi's acceleration, and a flash of lightning under the flame card directly hit the Tudai turtle. The huge impact directly hit the Tudai turtle into the field. The Tudai turtle that was knocked out of the field was covered in black flames that did not go out for a long time. Yendi's hellfire was fatal to the grass-type Tudai turtle, and it was fortunate that the Tudai turtle was already unconscious when it flew off the field, or else the scorching, corrosive state of the hellfire would have been enough to make it drink a pot of water. Yendi's one strike killed the fighting dojo, instantly quieted down. The fight ended too quickly, not giving the crowd the slightest process to react. The Tudai turtle did not have the slightest ability to resist. Just like that, he lost his ability to fight. Xiaozheng's heart thumped as he ran out onto the field and anxiously shouted, "Tudai turtle, are you okay?" Tudai came. If you don't send it for treatment quickly, it won't be long before it returns to nature's embrace, Lin Xiao kindly reminded. Receiving Lin Xiao's reminder, Xiao Zheng hurriedly took out his Pokeball to retrieve the Tudai turtle and asked the field staff to send the Tudai turtle to the Pokemon Center. Lin Xiao's Yan Di is powerful. Juzi Shiba and the others don't feel surprised. On the contrary, sitting on the side of Shalona frowned two eyebrows. Originally thought that Lin Xiao's strongest should be Banjira, but Banjira has just given birth to the elf egg. although the physical strength has been recovered but not suitable for battle. Did not expect Lin Xiao also has Yen Di? With the small positive hand of the small Pokemon versus the Yen Di, the victory rate is too low, or almost no. The bet of the battle is a small Geoduck, which Sharona doesn't care about. What worries her is whether or not Masa will take a hit and never take a leap of faith again. Chapters 36 to 37, Sharona who gave up the game. See, Lin Xiao is so powerful, he directly defeated his opponent. Xiaoxi shook Xiaogang's arm. Kong's head was full of black lines and he pushed Qi's hand away as hard as he could. See, let go. I'm dizzy. Hey, Koji said with a hefty laugh. Sorry, I got carried away. Kong, come out. Fire-breathing dragon. Kamesa took the Pokeball, and although he was worried about the two-die turtle, the battle was still going to continue. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth raised a hint of playfulness. Using a fire-breathing dragon of the fire system to fight Yen Di? Wasn't this an old man looking for death by eating arsenic? Ever since Yen Di's flames had transformed into black hellfire, ordinary flames couldn't do anything to Yen Di. I can't believe you still have a legendary Pokemon like Yandere. But even if I can't beat it, I won't give up. Neither the Pokemon, nor my own dignity will allow it. Kamesa licked his dry lips and said excitedly. Lin Xiao was still looking squarely at Xiao Zheng for the first time. Although I despise your person, I have to say that you have a heart that will never give in. Not afraid of failing but afraid of not daring to face it. Many people often do not realize that on the road to the highest point they are the biggest enemy. Unable to defeat themselves even if they have even the highest talent and resources, it's all for naught. In that case, let's get on it. Fire-breathing dragon used Jet Flame. Inferno Emperor, let's use Jet Flame as well. With the trainer's command, both the fire-breathing dragon and the Inferno Emperor spewed out a stream of flame. A black and a red stream of flame met in mid-air. The strength and the level of the flame was obviously easy to see. The black flames gradually engulfed the red flames, and even though the fire-breathing dragon had already brought out its strongest strength, it still couldn't change the end of being wrapped up in the black flames. Although it was a fire Pokemon, the fire-breathing dragon couldn't ignore most of the flames like Inferno could. A faint charred odor rose from the area burned by the black flames, and the fire-breathing dragon sensed that the black flames were constantly corroding his muscles and affecting his mind. Enduring the pain, the fire-breathing dragon growled at the Inferno Emperor, focusing himself. Ow, not good. Flame-breathing dragon's condition as a trainer. Kamesa naturally noticed. If this continues, flame-breathing dragon will be drained of its stamina by Inferno Emperor alive. Fire-breathing dragon, show your dignity. Use your reverse scales and use Dragon's Wrath to fight it out. Anxious, Xiaozhan was a bit sloppy with his spoken words. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon that used the reverse scale fell into a state of confusion. In the state of reverse scale, the power of the dragon's fury increased a lot. Usually this kind of kill the enemy 1,000 to the detriment of the 800 will only be used when in a crisis. At this time Xiao Zhang and the fire-breathing dragon has been cornered by the Inferno Emperor, so that Xiao Zhang had to make up his mind to fight with the Inferno Emperor hard. First reverse scale, then Dragon's Wrath. Lin Xiao almost laughed and sprayed. The fire-breathing dragon that lost its mind can find its target? Fire-breathing dragon lost its mind. Lin Xiao chose to let Yen Di back off. Poise and whatnot was worthless in his eyes. This kind of time an opponent hard contact only can do it. Yen Di don't pay attention to it. Make a high-speed movement to avoid it. Yen Di flew to the edge of the field in a string and waited for Lin Xiao's command. Fire-breathing dragon cannot find the target of the attack. Burning with high temperature of the dragon's fury out of control in the field explosion. Using the dragon's fury of the fire-breathing dragon is in the center of the explosion. So the fire-breathing dragon tragedy. Black smoke lying in the dragon's fury of the explosion of the big hole in the eyes of the circle. The fire-breathing dragon's dramatic loss of his ability to fight sent countless people into a frenzy. Being defeated by himself was the first time it had ever been seen. This idiot! Sharona cried and laughed and covered her face, wailing. A hallowed elite trainer would actually make this kind of mistake. And this trainer was also her own brother. Thinking about it, Sharona felt her face burning hot like fire. It was too humiliating. You tricked me, Kamesa said angrily as he retrieved his fire-breathing dragon. There's something wrong with avoiding? Lin Xiao was stunned. I really want to say, are you kidding me? You want me to stupidly let Yen Di eat the fire-breathing dragon's wrath? You! The furious Xiao Zhan was still trying to theorize with Lin Xiao when a chorus of voices interrupted him. Enough! Sharona violently stood up from the commentary table and said with a stern face, Xiao Zhang, who taught you this? To use Dragon's Wrath after reverse scale? I really feel bad for the fire-breathing dragon. Battles, no matter what method is used, as long as you can win, is a winner. Don't just think about duty to others. Take a serious look at yourself. There's no need to continue with the battle behind you. Bowing slightly to the crowd, Sharona apologized with an apologetic face. On behalf of Xiao Zhang, I announce that the later matches are forfeited, and Lin Xiao of Jinshin Town is the winner. Although it was strange why Sharona had to give up the match, but the face of the champion still had to be given. People have chosen to give up their own. What can be said? Sharona's words shamed Kamesa, who dared not say anything about Sharona's offer to forfeit the match and let Sharona handle it. Walking down from the commentary stage, Sharona handed Lin Xiao the bet this time and said, Xiao Zhang, you go back to the hotel first and reflect on what you've done. Xiao Zhang didn't dare to retort, grayed out and disappeared into the crowd. Looking at her departing brother, Sharona shook her head with a bitter smile and turned to Lin Xiao. Can you talk to me? Aha, talk to me? Lin Xiao couldn't figure out what this female champion wanted, but he nodded his head in agreement. Gesturing to Mei to go back to the hotel first, Lin Xiao took Banjira and followed Sharona to the fighting dojo's meeting room. Fortunately, the fighting dojo's meeting room was relatively large, otherwise Bang Kiara really couldn't enter. At this moment, Bang Kiara was holding the elf egg. Her eyes were radiating a maternal light. For her, as long as she didn't pose a threat to Yukira, who was still an elf egg, it would be the same wherever she was. For the first time, Lin Xiao was slightly nervous when he came face to face with the champion, not to mention that the one in front of him was still a big beauty. You've got a great Banjara. Sharona's first sentence made Lin Xiao freeze for half a second, but the topic had already been opened, so Lin Xiao naturally couldn't ignore it. That would look rude. Lin Xiao nodded his head and smiled. Yeah, it's my most important companion. I've always thought it's the best. Puff. Lin Xiao's nervous look made Sharona laugh. You don't have to be nervous. It's not like I'm going to snatch your Banjira or elf egg. Sharona's smile made Lin Xiao almost turn into a piggyback. But at least having lived 2 lives, Lin Xiao's self-control was pretty good and didn't make a fool of himself in front of Sharona's eyes, shaking his head to throw away the nasty thoughts in his head. I don't know. What did Ms. Sharona want to talk about? Getting down to business, Sharona withdrew her smile in an effort to look serious and said with a pleading look, First of all, I apologize for the trouble Masa has caused you these past few days. Secondly, it's for the sake of Yukira. I'd like you to transfer Banjira's egg to me. This Yukira has good genes. I believe that under my nurturing, Yukira's future accomplishments will not be lower than that of a land shark with a fiery bite. But the prerequisite requires your permission. Wanting Banjira's egg? Lin Xiao felt strange. What kind of Pokemon do you want that the Honorable Divine Olympics champion doesn't have? But you actually value Yukira's Pokemon egg. You don't have to feel confused. I haven't investigated you. At my level, many Pokemon's strength and potential can be gradually discerned from their every move. To be honest, transferring Yukira's elf egg out Lin Xiao can't afford to do so. Not to mention the fact that it will separate the mother and son, mother and daughter, of Banjira. And secondly, Lin Xiao knows everything about Yukira's innate genes. As long as he is willing to put down the money to cultivate it, Yukira will definitely be a formidable player. But with the request of Shalona, it's not good for Lin Xiao to reject it. To give, or not to give, hovered in Lin Xiao's mind, making it difficult for him. Even if he refused Sharona now, later on, there would definitely be the next person who wanted Yukira, such as Hiba and Oki Yukijo, who would come to his door to find himself. I can't imagine that the surprise Banjira brought to himself would actually turn out to be trouble in the end. Chapter 38, Rejection of Sharona. Banjira hugged Yukira's pixie egg, her eyes flooded with a motherly glow, and she kept sticking out her tongue to clean the egg for fear that it would get dusty. Lin Xiao twisted his head to see this scene and his pupils shrunk violently. If Banjira and Yukira were to be separated at such a time, what kind of blow would Banjira receive? Lin Xiao took out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply twice, apologizing to Sharona, who was frowning slightly. I'm sorry, I can't separate them from mother and child. I admit that Yukira will become very strong in your hands. Banjira is my most important companion. I don't want to make it sad. Raising her hand to lightly fan the smoke exhaled by Lin Xiao, Sharona slightly regretted. In that case, I'll take my leave. If you change your mind, you can always come to me. Although it's cruel to separate mother and child, I think it's worth it for Yukira's future. Think about it. With that said, Sharona turned and left the parlor, glancing in a daze at Banjira, who was cleaning up the elf eggs moments before she left the door. And after a long moment, Sharona sighed and left. After Sharona left, Lin Xiao let the cigarette end drop out of the ashtray and walked towards Bankiara. Banjira, Lindsay called out softly. Banjira looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously, stopping her own movements and bending down to lower her huge head to lean against Lin Xiao, gently stroking Banjira's head covered with thick armor. Lin Xiao's heart gradually trembled. Yes, although there is a better future, isn't the most meaningful thing in life to live happily with your loved ones? Noticing Lin Xiao's strangeness, Banjira raised her head to comfort him softly. Oh, I'm fine. Lin Xiao patted Banjira's back and smiled. Come on, let's go back. Everyone is still waiting for us. When Lin Xiao came out with Banjira, the people from the fighting dojo had basically dispersed, and the only people left behind were those Lin Xiao was familiar with. Dr. Oki Yukijo, Hiba, Kikuko, and the trio of Koji. Seeing Lin Xiao, Shiba walked up and said urgently, Lin Xiao, What is it that Shalona is looking for you for? Is it because of Yukira? Aha! Yes. Facing the crowd, Lin Xiao confessed. Sharona wanted me to give Yukira to her for training, but I refused. I don't want to separate the mother and son, mother and daughter, of Banjira. So, a glint of gloom flashed in Shiba's eyes, but he quickly recovered. Then make sure to cultivate it properly. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come and ask me. For the sake of little Yukira, I'll give you a hand. Shiba didn't mention Yukira's matter. Lin Xiao had rejected Sharona and naturally would have decided against him as well. Aha! Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Lin Xiao, this is the initial elf that the Alliance gave you. It's the Kazoku Shogun that you wanted. I purposely traded it with Dr. Odagi Maki to get it. Cultivate it well. Today's battle was great. Keep up the good work. Dr. Oki handed over the Kazokumiya to Lin Xiao, patting his shoulder and praising him. Finally came the Koji trio. Xiaoji couldn't wait to say, Lin Xiao, you're so powerful. Originally I thought that after training our gap would be narrowed, but now it seems that the gap is widening more and more. Koji was a bit frustrated, and Kasumi struck out unmercifully. Just you? I'll see about practicing for another 10 years. What did you say? Koji jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Kasumi pushed back rather aggressively. Who else would there be? Of course it's someone who only knows how to eat by being quite close. You. Koji was about to retort when he was talked down by good old Kong. Stop it, you two. We're all partners. How unseemly is it to bicker all day? Humph. Who's a partner with him? Her. Kasumi and Chi said in unison. The way Chi and Kasumi argued and had a tacit understanding made the crowd laugh. A few words of small talk with each other. Dr. Oki Yukijo, Hiba and Kikuko chose to leave. Especially Kikuko and Hiba delayed a lot of time in the Gold City. The Alliance has a large number of things waiting for them to go forward to deal with, and had to leave. As for the hospitality of the Shalona can be no longer their business now. Came out of courtesy all the way accompanied. And now that the game has been over, naturally do not need them to accompany. Sending Dr. Oki and the others away. Lin Xiao joined the trio of Xiaoji and the Pokemon, where Lalula's needed treatment for the injury she had sustained in her battle with the Tudai turtle. Along the way Lin Xiao smiled as he listened to the trio talk about the interesting things they had encountered during their travels. More than anything, the pair of rivals Chi and Kasumi kept bickering. Kojiro, do you think we should take action? Musashi asked Kojiro as he held the binoculars and observed Lin Xiao and the others. Or don't. You didn't see the battle just now. That kid's Yendi is very powerful. As far as our fighting strength goes up there, we'll soon be doing free rockets. Kojiro was somewhat afraid of Lin Xiao's Yendi and disapproved of Musashi's proposal. You idiot. Miao jumped up and scratched Kojiro's face with a few scratches. Even though he's very powerful, we'll be very rewarded if we capture the Inferno Emperor and give it to the boss. Oh Miao. I'm for it. I want a lot of paychecks, so not only will we pay off our debt, but it'll also allow us to raise our lowly position on Team Rocket. Musashi exclaimed excitedly, hugging Miao Miao hard and spinning him around. Seemingly another one who was scared by the debt. Ignoring Kojiro, who was on the ground wailing, Musashi and Miao took out their bazookas. Fake ones of course, bazooka net launchers, and fired them at Lin Xiao and the others. But Team Rocket obviously didn't count Banjira, who was 5 meters tall, and toppled the nets in midair. Ban! The eyes of Banjira, who was caught in the net, were blazing with flames, daring to piss off Banjira at this point in time, saying that the 3 rockets were courageous or had their heads caught in a door. A large net fell from the sky, causing Chi to exclaim, "What's going on?" Since you asked in good faith, then I'll be merciful and tell you. In defense of Musashi, who was concentrating on concocting his lines, saw Lin Xiao shaking his hand at him and immediately became furious. Hasn't your adult at your house taught you that you can't interrupt others at will? What kind of attitude is that? Lin Xiao didn't mean to interrupt Musashi's recitation of the classic Team Rocket line, but she had run out of time, and the caged Banjira's mouth had already coalesced with a deep yellow glow aimed at them. Boom! Banjira's destructive deathlight sent the trio up into the sky. Lin Xiao stared in awe at the trio that gradually turned into stars, marveling. Hit destructive deathlight is not only fine but also can fly away like stars. The bodies of these people must be incredibly strong. After resolving this little episode with Team Rocket, Lin Xiao accompanied Xiaoji and the others to the Pokemon Center to treat Larulas before saying goodbye to Xiaoji and heading back to the hotel. Lin Xiao was worried that Miko would be worried if he didn't go back for too long. Chapter 39, Crazy Gnats. After Larulas is healed, Lin Xiao bids farewell to Koji and the others. Lin Xiao is afraid that Miko will worry about herself. Just returning to the hotel, Lin Xiao saw Mei waiting with her head at the hotel entrance. At this moment Mei was like a little woman waiting for her husband to return home. Lin Xiao embraced Mei into his arms, gently kissed her on the forehead, and softly said, "Have you been waiting for a long time? Don't be like this next time. A man of my age won't get lost." Aha! Mei leaned on Lin Xiao's chest and answered softly. Lin Xiao's concern caused a warm current to flow through Mei's heart. Arriving in the garden of the hotel, Lin Xiao had little earth dragon and would Shagong come out to greet everyone, so that he wouldn't be embarrassed if he couldn't even tell his own people apart in the future. The little geoduck that had just come out of the elf ball looked around curiously and pounced hard on Lin Xiao's arms, rubbing up when he saw him. Although it was the first time Lin Xiao's little geoduck had seen it, but Pokemon usually recognized their own trainers, which was puzzling. Little Earth Dragon's character is very lively and active, and after greeting everyone, he played with Rogue Tang Vine Snake, not afraid of life in the slightest. As for the Wood Guardian Palace, Bijie was introverted, and after greeting everyone, he leaned aside and closed his eyes. Pixies also had their own personalities, so Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't force the Wood Guardian Palace to go and play around with everyone, as long as they weren't grumpy and destroying the team's atmosphere. Wow! The Vine Viper suddenly screamed, and the playful little geoduck bit down on its tail and wouldn't let go, causing the Vine Viper to yell and scream in pain. Ah! Miko let out a soft cry and shouted at the Little Earth Dragon. Little Earth Dragon, let go! The shouting of the Vine Snake made Miko's heart ache. Usually when the Vine Snake suffered the slightest injury, Miko would be heartbroken for half a day. This time it was good. The little rascal had met the little devil. With the help of Miko's good intentions to get rid of the small geoduck, the Fujitsuko snake pitifully let Miko look at its tail that was covered with teeth marks. The look was as aggravating as it could be. With this in mind, the Pokemon complete a ball, except for Banjira and Kazumonogatari, and Banjira no Pokemon dares to go near, including the little geoduck, who is naughty but not stupid. Just like that, Lin Xiao, Miko and the elves had a happy day. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Xiao was ready to challenge Natsu's superpower department dojo. Mei Lin Xiao still let her in the hotel. Natsu is an unsympathetic guy. Her reputation in Kanto is notoriously fierce. Lin Xiao was afraid that he could not take care of Mei when he fought and there was an accident. Mei, who didn't like to fight, was very well behaved and took care of the little elves left behind in the hotel. Obedient and well-behaved girls were often the easiest to tether a man's heart. Lin Xiao's feelings for Mei were the same. If one day Mei chose to leave, Lin Xiao was afraid that he'd break down. But Lin Xiao would never give Mei such a chance. Even if Mei left, Lin Xiao would travel the entire world to tie her back. Well, Lin Xiao looked at the youth who was holding his face red and using his superpower to bend the spoon and breathlessly dropped a sentence. Excuse me, are you constipated? It's superpowers. Superpower. The youth growled with a red neck. After going through a lot of trouble, Lin Xiao finally met the dojo master, the superpower Queen Nazi. Phew. Lin Xiao slightly exhaled his bad luck. The people in this dojo felt like a bunch of crazies, but it was good to finally start the fight. Hello, my name is Lin Xiao. I'm here for a dojo challenge. Nazi's eyes glowed blue. The rag doll in her arms opened its mouth and said, the rules of the match are one-on-one, and the loser has to turn into a doll to play with me. The tense and weird atmosphere was creepy. Lin Xiao really wanted to ask Nazi loudly, are you running a superpower department dojo or a ghost department dojo? After getting Lin Xiao's consent, the doll in Nazi's arms threw out the elf ball, and Yonghila with a spoon in both hands appeared in the field. At this time, Nazi, who was sitting on the side of the field, her eyes opened, and she connected with Yonghila with her own superpower, and Yonghila instantly evolved into Houdini. This Nima is cheating. Wow. Lin Xiao's forehead dripped a drop of cold sweat. He was speechless at Nat's cheating. No wonder no one could take the badge from here for so many years. It turned out to be Nat's messing with it. An official dojo match. Don't you feel despicable using this method? The other trainers were afraid of Nazi's strength and didn't dare to say anything, but Lin Xiao wouldn't be false to her. So what do you think I should do? Let that trash take the badge from me? Tell me. Nazi's superpower instantly enveloped the entire dojo. Even the air became icy cold, blowing on one's body and making one's hair stand on end. The badge won't lay in your hand, so why be so petty? I heard that you haven't smiled since you were a child and have been locking yourself in a dark room. Is that true? Lin Xiao, who was overwhelmed by his superpower, said forcefully, you seek death. Being mentioned by Lin Xiao in a painful place, Nazi instantly went berserk, and under the wrapping of his Nianli, Lin Xiao slammed his head against the wall with a muffled sound. Naji looked at Lin Xiao coldly. You think I like this? Ever since I was little, no matter what people saw, it was like seeing a monster, including my parents. I had fantasized that they would love their children as much as other parents do, taking them to playgrounds and parks, but I was disappointed that they didn't, not even once. Nats approached Lin Xiao step by step, her voice as terrifying as a night fork crawling out of hell. You come and tell me why this is? Am I not their child? Saying that they won't let me take a step away from home for my own good. Is this for my own good? Why don't you say something? Say something. Touch. Lin Xiao once again made a close contact with the wall, and the huge impact almost made Lin Xiao go over his back. Ahem. Lin Xiao's eyes were bloodshot as he coughed and got up from the ground, pointing at Nazi and saying disdainfully, you're a lunatic. Look at you now. What's the difference between you and an enraged beast? Why don't others dare to approach you? Because you're like a ing mad dog. Chapter 40, Choosing a Dress for Natalie. Rubbing the painful part. Lin Xiao hated to strangle Nats at this moment. Didn't he just ask a question casually? Why did you hit so hard? Could I just revert back to my old self and be a normal girl without using my powers at will? Nonsense. Lin Xiao replied back in displeasure. Without using superpowers, what's the difference between you and an ordinary girl besides an iceberg face? That's a bit scary. But do you think you'll ever be able to turn back into a normal girl? If you can't be a normal girl, then I'll make you a doll forever. Natsi's voice was as if it came from the nine hells, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Xiao's heart suddenly rose with an unsettling premonition and he raised his guard against Natsi, fearing that this superpowered queen would give himself so many blows again. Starting today, the Superpower Department Dojo is officially closed. Lin Xiao thus witnessed the closure of the Superpower Department Dojo. The closure of the dojo will prevent many trainers from turning into dolls. But Nima, I'm here to challenge the dojo, okay? If you close the dojo, what about my badge? How am I supposed to compete in the league tournament without my badge? Lin Xiao had thought of countless scenarios in his mind where Natsi would go on a rampage, but the only thing he couldn't imagine was that Natsi would actually go on strike. Choosing to close the dojo was closed, and there was no chance for himself and the gold badge. Wait, Nats, I haven't done the dojo challenge yet. If you can act in a way that satisfies me, I will give you the gold badge. Right now you should be thinking about what you can do to get me back to normal. Otherwise I will turn you into a doll for the rest of your life. Natsi used instantaneous movement to take Lin Xiao out of the dojo and appeared on the street. The two suddenly appeared, scaring quite a few passers-by, but with Natsi's style of doing things to scare people that was just a small matter. It was lucky that they didn't get people directly killed. You mean you want me to change your character and be an ordinary person? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, so much so that he could stuff a duck egg in his mouth. Natsi looked around. It seemed like she hadn't come out for a long time. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, she said back, the matter is because of you. Naturally you are responsible for it. You'd better come up with practical actions. My patience is limited. The words meant that Lin Xiao could turn into a doll at any time and become Natsi's toy. Holy, what's that got to do with me? Lin Xiao then shouted as if he had seen a ghost first. Nats, are you kidding me? You're asking me to do something like that? I'm a Pokemon trainer, not a psychiatrist. You know? Having not been exposed to the sun for almost an extended period of time, her pupils were not adapted to the bright light. Nats raised her hand to shield it in front of her forehead, her icy face devoid of any expression. That's up to you. Resisting the urge to fly up and kick Super Queen Natsi to the ground, Lin Xiao turned around and left, not wanting to get entangled with Natsi more than necessary. Change a person's character? Think I'm the almighty Tinkerbell cat? If he wasn't afraid of being turned into a doll by Natsi, Lin Xiao really wanted to spray her to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Nats naturally wouldn't let Lin Xiao leave. Almost as soon as Lin Xiao left, Nats floated after him. Noticing that Nats was following him, Lin Xiao purposely slipped around in crowded places in order to get rid of Nats. But was the Super Queen so easy to shake off? No matter where Lin Xiao went, Natsi's spiritual energy would stick to him, following the guidance of her spiritual energy to easily find him. Finally, after Lin Xiao hid in the mall's men's restroom and Nats stood at the door of the restroom for half an hour, Lin Xiao broke down. Sis, can't I just call you sis? What do you want? Natsi didn't react to how Lin Xiao called her, and said in a serious manner with a cold face, I just want to change myself. Before you do that, I will always follow you, even if you hide in the men's room. Fortunately, although Natsi had practiced her superpowers too much, she still understood the basics. Otherwise this shopping mall would surely have happened. The female sex. Wolf bravely broke into the men's restroom incident. Okay, you win. The defeated Lin Xiao raised the white flag and said in frustration, do you really want to change yourself and be an ordinary person? Nats, aha. No regrets? Nats, aha. Really no regrets? Nats couldn't bear it and glared angrily at Lin Xiao. If he dared to nag a word, he would turn him into a doll. I have to say that Nats turned people into dolls. This trick ruthless sharp. In the many superpowers department Pokemon and can use superpowers of the people. Only Nats will. Even if the superpowers of the Department of the Supreme Ultra Dream and Lokia cannot be done, probably the only one. There is no other store is said to be Nats. Since you can't hide, you have to change. Lin Xiao began to measure up Natsi, contemplating what to make changes from. Dark green long hair, bangs in front of her forehead covering her eyebrows, her face slightly pale from not seeing the sun for a long time, her smaller pretty nose, her sex without a trace of blood color, her sensual small mouth. Although she felt haggard, she was still very beautiful and could score 95 points, although Lin Xiao to Nazi not treat, but also must admit that Nazi is very beautiful, especially a pair of big eyes and purple pupils particularly attractive. In Lin Xiao has seen girls, to the eyes to comment on the words of Nazi undoubtedly make the most beautiful. However, The costume on Nats immediately made Lin Xiao frown. A red coat, a short red skirt plus thigh-high leather shoes, just short of holding a whip in her hand with the words "I am the queen" plastered on her head. Worthy of being the queen of supernatural, even her clothing was in the direction of the queen. Change your appearance before you change your heart. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers at Natsi, signaling her to follow him towards the clothing section of the mall. Lin Xiao, who had made changes to Mei, was naturally familiar with this kind of thing. When Mei's dress pants and stocking pants were changed at Lin Xiao's insistence, traveling in stockings was something only Mei's old mother could probably come up with. This isn't appropriate. It looks too serious. This one is nice, with a youthful vibe. Well, let's say it is. Lin Xiao picked out various clothes and compared them on Nats. Fortunately, the waitress on the side noticed Lin Xiao's difficulty and smiled to help Lin Xiao pick. Sir, I see your girlfriend's body. The size should be XXX and XXX, but what color does your girlfriend like? Nima. It's really worthy of being a professional. Knowing the size of the size with a glance with his eyes, Lin Xiao's admiration for this waitress was like a torrential river that was out of control, almost pulling the waitress to let her pass the stunt on to herself. My perception tells me that you're thinking about something unclean right now. Coldly, Natsi, who was on the side, twisted her head and shook out a sentence that almost didn't make Lin Xiao pee. Lin Xiao wiped the false sweat from his forehead and said that he was so close. Since Natsi could do superpowers, her perception must be very strong. It seems that he should be careful in the future. Changing into a real-life gentleman's face, Lin Xiao picked out a series of Durex inner clothes for Natsi under the dumbfounded eyes of the waitress, and all of them were black and ultra-thin. Not long after, Natsi walked out from the fitting room wearing a set of white casual clothes. At this time, Natsi changed the style of the queen, more like a teenage girl permeated with youthfulness, but only if she could have the bright smile that a teenage girl should have. Lin Xiao circled around Naji and rubbed his chin as he commented, "It's true that people rely on their clothes and beauty relies on bright makeup. After changing, you almost can't even recognize me. Any feeling of discomfort?" Listening to Lin Xiao's comment, Nazi frowned expressionlessly. "The rest is fine. It's that thin underwear that's very uncomfortable to wear. Must we wear this kind of underwear?" Lin Xiao's heart turned over with laughter. He managed to hold back from letting himself laugh, and said to Natsi in a serious manner, "Yes, you have to wear it. That's for the purpose of changing you. You can't take it off, you know?" As expected, when Nachi heard that it was related to her change, she immediately stopped trying to take it off, but her eyes stared at Lin Xiao and thought. Chapter 41, The Tough Nats. Shoot, why are you staring at me? How many times have I told you? You can't fly with your superpowers. You have to walk on your legs. Understand? Walking out from the mall, Lin Xiao started to do a big brainwash on Natsi, constantly telling her what she had to do to change herself. However, the queen of superpowers, Natsi, was great at utilizing her superpowers, and when it came to physical strength there was only one word to describe it, and that was weak. The walk from the mall to the beauty store is only a matter of minutes can make her breathless. Shoot, swallowing the water in her mouth, Naji stared at Lin Xiao and gritted her teeth. What is it for this time? If you want to drink water, take it with your hands, and don't you know that you have to pay for what you've taken from others? This behavior of yours is theft and you'll go to jail if you get caught. Natsi nuzzled her mouth in resignation, her pale face coloring a rare reddish haze, her eyes fluttering as she said, "I don't have any money." Lin Xiao helplessly covered his forehead. Nats, this is ready to empty glove. Want to help themselves? All the expenses also have to pay for themselves. Count me out. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly and quickly paid under the angry eyes of the store ant. Having already spent more than $100,000 on clothes, he didn't care about a little more in the beauty salon to do all kinds of maintenance, makeup, and spent Lin Xiao $100,000 big ocean. Looking at the card gradually disappeared ticket, Lin Xiao can only sigh. Women really a pit of money species, but $100,000 or so is still worth the money. The current Nats, even if he stood in front of his dad, are not necessarily able to recognize her. Before and after the difference is too big. If just now the Nats rating has 95 words, the current Nats can definitely be on the 98 points. Taking Natsi back to the hotel, Miko happily jumped into Lin Xiao's arms. "Why did you go for so long? Made me wait for a long time. Xiao Ji and the others even came to look for you to challenge the dojo together." The complaining Mei saw Naji behind Lin Xiao, broke free from Lin Xiao's arms, blushed slightly, and said in a delicate voice, "You didn't tell me when a guest came, but who is this beautiful big sister?" Handing over the key to the room to Natsi, because of the extra Natsi, so Lin Xiao gave the room next door for Natsi to set. Nats took the key, gave Miko a cold look, and turned to walk into her room, ignoring Miko's greeting. After Lin Xiao said everything about Natsi, Mei was filled with shock and said incredulously, Are you saying that she'll me us traveling together in the future and change her personality, and she doesn't have to manage the dojo? Lin Xiao then lay down on the sofa, lit up with a cigarette and shrugged his shoulders. It looks like that's the way it is. Why don't you want to? If you don't want to, then I'll go send her away. Actually, Lin Xiao was just making a show. The soft-hearted Mei naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Seeing that Lin Xiao really wanted to get up and dismiss Natsi, Mei hurriedly hugged Lin Xiao's arm and whispered, "How can you do this? It's not like I said I won't let Sister Natsi travel with me. And Natsi's sister is so pitiful. Lin Xiao, you must help Natsi's sister recover. Okay? Mei hugged Lin Xiao's arm and shook and pouted, taking out the results of his online search for hours one by one to Natsi. See, want to change yourself? First learn to smile. Beautiful smile can make people happy. To smile, eh? Nats looked at a picture of a smile in the computer in her hand and froze with half-hearted effort. A smile starts from within. Mentally visualize yourself smiling. Like this. Lin Xiao revealed a bright smile and demonstrated for Natsi. Although Lin Xiao couldn't be said to be handsome to the core, but only could be considered a little handsome, and his brilliant smile made Natsi lose her mind at once. Noticing that she had lost her concentration, Natsi hurriedly turned around, her ears reddening. Imagining Lin Xiao's smiling face, Natsi fantasized what she would look like when she smiled. A smile is an expression that comes from the heart, and a beautiful smile puts people in a happy mood. Natsi tried to make herself smile, but after half a second there was no reaction except for a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Such an outcome caused Lin Xiao to hug his head and cry, "Oh Tao ancestor, you send down a divine thunderbolt to strike me to death." So the stubborn Lin Xiao vowed not to stop until he got what he wanted in Natsi. But a few hours down the line, Natsi still had no reaction except for a slight movement of the corners of her mouth. Under Lin Xiao's drive, Natsi was finally able to shake out a hint of a shocking smile, although this smile was able to frighten a lot of children. But it was still an improvement, which made Lin Xiao greatly relieved. Shoot! 5 bright red fingerprints were steadily imprinted on Lin Xiao's face. Natsi's threat made Lin Xiao shiver coldly. Humph! Glaring angrily at Lin Xiao, Naji ruthlessly closed the door. Too ruthless. Lin Xiao rubbed the slap marks on his face and returned to his room with a bitter smile. Chapter 42, Excess. Oh oi, Larulas, you're defecting, okay? Lin Xiao was depressed that Larulas was relying on Natsi's arms and refusing to come out. He was its trainer, okay? Ever since meeting Nats in the morning, Larulas had abandoned Lin Xiao. Natsi quickly established telepathy with Larulas. How did this make Lin Xiao feel? A full value of intimacy, but also raised you for so long without a successful connection. The first time I met with Natsi, I took care of it. Humph. Natsi glared at Lin Xiao in dissatisfaction, defending Larulas in her arms. Larulas squinted her small red eyes, clearly enjoying Natsi's favor. Love. A big man still do condescending look. Are you ashamed? Quickly go to cook. I'm hungry. Mei turtle small mouth, touching the small stomach said. At the mention of eating, Nats's eyes lit up, and what made it hard to figure out was that Nats was actually a foodie, and was especially interested in the braised meat made by Lin Xiao. Thinking of the scene last night when Natsi brought a bowl of braised pork all the way to herself and ate it with her mouth full of oil, especially after eating it, she still tea-on lips as if she wasn't full, couldn't help but shiver. Under the urging of the two women, Lin Xiao sadly continued to serve them as a chef. After lunch, Lin Xiao transferred the Kame Turtle, Little Earth Dragon, and Wood Guardian Palace out for training, while the rest of them were just free to move around. Ghosts had recently become peaceful. Lin Xiao gave it the order to evolve into a gun ghost as soon as possible. Isn't it enough to pretend to be a gun ghost after 1,000 years of your sisters pretending? As for Larulas, forget it. Lin Xiao doesn't want to touch Natsi's eyebrows. Lin Xiao knocked on the Kame Turtle's shell and nodded in satisfaction. Kame Turtle, you've been doing very well with your training lately. When the time is right to evolve into a water arrow turtle, your strength will grow a lot. Keep it up. For now you'll specialize in stance damage. Physical strength training can stop. Kami, the Kame Turtle squinted happily as it was praised by Lin Xiao. He, go ahead, Lin Xiao said with a smile as he stroked Kame Turtle's head. Recently, Lin Xiao's heart had strayed to Banjira and Yendi, making a few of the little ones a bit tasty, and Kame Turtle just didn't show it like the Little Earth Dragon did. Kizamono, your training is rather one-dimensional. I need you to be able to have absolute strength and speed. You need to train with these two items in mind, okay? A grass-type Pokemon like Wood Shogun's physical strength and defense had always been its hardest hit, and even with training it would be hard to achieve anything, so it was better to let it take the violent route instead. With absolute explosiveness and speed, Kazuna evolved with Blade Leaf and Densetsu. It can absolutely finish off most Pokemon. Taking out a few sandbags for it to tie on, Lin Xiao signaled that the Wooden Guardian Palace can open. The Wooden Guardian Palace has its own set of training system, so Lin Xiao does not have to specially on it to formulate. Suitable for oneself is the best. Momu Shogun gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up and disappeared into the woods aside in a few jumps, while the little earth dragon looked at Lin Xiao excitedly, wanting Lin Xiao to distribute training tasks for it as well. Lin Xiao then realized that he had made a wrong decision in letting the little earth dragon out. The little guy had only hatched not long ago and his body was too tender to withstand the training. This was also the embarrassing thing about dragon Pokemon. Although they were very powerful, their growth cycle was too slow, and they were more than a few blocks worse than other Pokemon. Lin Xiao had no choice but to send it off to play with the Vine snake. Getting Lin Xiao's command, the little dragon happily ran towards the Vine snake. Seeing the little Geoduck coming, Tutu whimpered and covered his tail with his little hands, scurrying around. If he was caught up, the little Geoduck's mouth full of steel teeth would make him die. Even though Miko had tried to help it as much as she could, she was still being bitten by the little dragon's tail. Not to mention the fact that the little dragon was as round as a little ball of meat, but the little guy's speed wasn't slow. However, the little Geoduck was still very measured. Although it liked to bite, it wouldn't use too much force. At most, it would make the Vine snake's tail imprint 2 rows of teeth marks, which would dissipate back in a while. Is this fun? Nasi asked, twisting her head as she watched the little Geoduck chasing after the Vine snake. And the yelling Miko. Lin Xiao sat on his butt beside Nachi and smiled as he looked at the chasing Pokemon. They look like they're fighting, but in actuality, they're just playing. And this kind of playfulness can easily enhance the feelings between the Pokemon. After lighting a heel of cigarettes and taking a few beautiful puffs, Lin Xiao continued. The same is true between people. Body language has a great sense of touch and will make it easier for you to understand a person. For example, like this. Lin Xiao reached out and pinched Natsi's face, and Natsi's body shuddered with it. How about that? Was I right? Lin Xiao's behavior caused Lalalas and Nazi's arms to burst into a light laugh, reaching out her small hand to gently pinch Nazi's face in a similar fashion. Natsi covered the left side of her face that had been pinched by Lin Xiao and looked at Lin Xiao with seemingly unbelief. 2 seconds later, Lin Xiao let out a miserable scream, causing Miko and the pixies to look over. Natsi put down the Lalalas in her arms and violently pushed down Lin Xiao, riding on his back and biting the hand that Lin Xiao had just pinched his face with. Lin Xiao was pushed violently by Natsi, and then was mounted on Natsi's back, biting her right arm, and she could not make any strength for a while, so she had to ask for help from me. Miko, come and pull her away. This woman is a dog. Ah, that hurts. Hee. Miko made a face. I'm not going to. Go Nat-san. Bite this bad guy. Damn, your husband's getting bit and you're cheering for someone else? Whose side are you on? You think I'm a sick cat? Lin Xiao used his left hand to pull Nat's leg down as hard as he could, but with the front facing down. He couldn't use any force with his backhand. Nat's not only does not let go but has a tendency to increase the force. In the heat of the moment, Lin Xiao pulls Nat's pants and yanks hard. The pain and strange sensation coming from her buttocks made Nat's red-faced and clenched her teeth, not daring to scream out. It was because the family had agreed not to use their supernatural abilities on the way to Rainbow City when they set off for the city that Naji had been pressed down and spanked by Lin Xiao underneath her. Surprisingly, Nats didn't glare angrily at Lin Xiao, but just silently walked to the side to change her clothes. Nadia's calmness made Lin Xiao's heart uneasy. If Nadia broke out in an outburst, Lin Xiao wouldn't be surprised, but the calmer it was, the more violent the storm would be when it came. Chapter 43, Rainbow City and Sharona. Playing gold coins and training Pokemon along the way, Lin Xiao and the others continued towards Rainbow City. What makes Lin Xiao strange is that Nazi's retaliation did not come, which makes Lin Xiao, who has been in a state of defense, relieved. Although it was agreed that you could not use superpowers, but with Nazi's character, when did she use her superpowers to put you in a rotten ditch to fall asleep? You are still inexplicably confused about the situation. Come to the Rainbow City, Miko happy to scurry around in the forest to hold so many days. Miko in on the complaint that there is no hot water bath to wash. At this time to come to the big city, how not happy? Worthy of being the first big city in Guangdong. From the city map, the size of Rainbow City is no less than Beijing, the city where he was in his previous life. Although the city is big, but the environmental protection work is done very well. There is no bit of miasma that the big city should have, but with a bit of light fragrance. Lin Xiao, hurry up. I've wanted to go shopping in Rainbow City for a long time. It's the most famous perfume city. Most of the stores in the city sell perfume. Even the big shopping malls are no exception. Miko was excited at the thought of being able to purchase a wide variety of perfumes, and even the icy cold-faced Nasi was slightly moved. It seemed that as long as a woman was immune to perfume, even if she was a little girl and an iceberg woman, but Lin Xiao has no intention to match them slipping, because that would kill people. With Nazi around, Lin Xiao wasn't worried about them running into bad people, and Nazi's use of her superpowers could find herself at any time. After selecting a hotel to stay in and grabbing their bank cards, the two women went off hand in pairs. ready to sweep up a variety of perfumes. The enthusiasm of the two women made Lin Xiao's heart tremble. That's my money. Staying alone in the hotel was boring. Lin Xiao was ready to go out and take a stroll. And on the way, he went to the Pokemon Center to restore the Pokemon's strength and heal the dark wounds from training. Walking all the way except for perfume stores made one dizzy. And soon Lin Xiao tragically realized that he was lost. Lin Xiao had to wander around blindly while asking passersby for directions. Lin Xiao, who called me? Lin Xiao quizzically turned his head to look. He didn't know anyone in Rainbow City, but this voice defied where he had heard it before. Holy, is that Sharona? Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed at Sharona in the distance, rubbing his eyes vigorously for fear that he had misread the situation. However, Sharona was not in a good condition right now, being pulled by an older woman, and the two seemed to be arguing about something. Sharona, what are you? Determining that he hadn't seen the wrong person, Lin Xiao approached and asked, a Grand Divine Olympics champion arguing with an ama on the side of the road? It could be really strange. Seeing Lin Xiao, Sharona, as if she had a reliance in her heart, broke away from the big mom's hand to hide behind Lin Xiao. Turtle mouth aggrieved. I was buying ice cream by the roadside and my wallet was stolen. So I bought perfume and didn't have the money to pay for it. I wanted to let this AMA go with me to the Pokemon Center to get the money, but this AMA didn't believe me and took me for a liar. I swooned. Lin Xiao almost fell to the ground in a heap. Stolen wallet for ice cream? It's a wonder you don't get your wallet stolen when you're so slow to see ice cream. Since the wallet is gone, why don't you return it? Lin Xiao was speechless. No money to pay. You don't want it and it's done. Why make it like this? That. Two blushes fluttered up on Sharona's face, and she looked at the shopkeeper's aunt with embarrassment. Because I accidentally all but unpacked all those perfumes, and I wanted to try them out. Who knows? Hearing Sharona's words, Lin Xiao was shocked. Try being able to unpack all the perfume? What's the difference between that and taking a bite out of every cake in a cake store? And still, it's only after you've taken a bite that you're embarrassed to say to the shopkeeper, sorry, I've lost my wallet. Young man, how can you do this to your girlfriend? Why do you open all the packages if you don't have money? Not to mention trying every bottle of perfume. The spout is not plugged with wax. It will stink over time. How can I sell it? Auntie seemed to be getting angrier and angrier as she showed Lin Xiao the perfumes that Sharona had used. I'm not her girlfriend. Sharona stuck half of her head out to correct the older woman's words, hastily pulling her own head back after receiving an exasperated glare from the older woman. Lin Xiao really wanted to ask her, champion, where's your modesty? Under the stern eyes of the big mom, Lin Xiao hardened his head and paid for the perfume for his hard-plus girlfriend, a whole $630,000. Looking at the perfume bags hanging all over his body, Lin Xiao was depressed. Avoiding Mei and Nazi still couldn't escape the life of being a hard laborer. So many perfume spray to which year can be used up? Perfume has not yet been used up. I'm afraid you Sharona has been too old to be embarrassed to use it. That. Lin Xiao. Sharona tugged at Lin Xiao's coat corner, her small face slightly red as she pointed at the ice cream store not far away. Can you buy ice cream for me? Lin Xiao spat out 3 liters of blood on the spot, eating the strawberry sundae in the box. Lin Xiao looked strangely at Sharona, who was fighting a war with the ice cream, and asked, haven't you gone back to God's AO? How come you appeared in Rainbow City? Stretching out her sensual, fragrant tongue to lick the corner of her mouth, Sharona huffed and puffed as she poked the ice cream with a spoon to vent. It's not all because of Masa, who called and complained to the family, causing me to be scolded severely by my mother for defending the outsiders, and not caring for my own brother. I was in an irritable mood, so I let Masa go back first and was walking around casually by myself. Who knew that my wallet would be stolen, and that the Pokemon had left it at home? How else could the thief have stolen it? Sharona pestled her chin and spoke pitifully. Who would have thought that the 8-sided female champion of the tournament, Sharona, would actually have such a side? No different from a little girl who ran away from home without food. Lin Xiao's eyebrow corner twitched up. Feeling that your little elves who took the champion seat for you are helping you guard your wallet? Guarding your wallet so that you can pick your ice cream without worrying? Back at the hotel, introduce the 2 women to Hirona and let the 3 perfume-obsessed women go on their merry way. Chapter 44, Challenging the Rainbow Dojo. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Xiao left the hotel alone to the Pokemon Center. Sharona, 3 people are still in the hotel Nazi's room huffing and puffing. The 3 women last night in order to discuss perfume, tossing and turning most of the night. Lin Xiao does not want to knock on the door to face the 3 sleep-deprived female nightshade. How to say what the woman who was woken up in her sleep? Well, very scary. And Lin Xiao had another important thing to do today. Banjira's character of protecting his pups still persisted, like a time bomb that could not be guaranteed to explode one day. The only way was to keep Banjira and the elf egg apart for a while, so Lin Xiao planned to send Banjira and the little Geoduck to Jinxing Town to let Hua Zi take care of them for some days, just so he could keep Hua Zi company. The growth cycle of the little geoduck was too slow. Lin Xiao planned to wait for it to grow up a bit before bringing it with him. With this little rascal around, I'm sure Hua Zi would cry and laugh every day. The little earth dragon is very good at pleasing people. The same troublemaking kung fu is also first class. In the blink of an eye can help you cause a bunch of trouble, waiting for you to slowly clean up the mess. Banjira rubbed her head against Lin Xiao, her face full of net reluctance, both eyes staring straight at the egg in Lin Xiao's hand. It was cruel, but Lin Xiao could only do this for the sake of Banjira. Hardening his heart and putting away Banjira, Lin Xiao teleported it along with the little earth dragon to Dr. Oki, so that Dr. Oki could pass it on to Hanako. Dr. Oki didn't object to that. The Oki Institute was almost full of Pokemon, and there was no shortage of active little ones. If Banjira was there, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days for the Oki Institute to become history. Since he had come out, Lin Xiao planned to go back after challenging the Rainbow City Dojo, so as not to have to run back and forth. Rainbow City is very big. Lin Xiao spent 2 hours to find the place where the dojo is located. If not, the map shows Lin Xiao really think this is not a dojo but a perfume store. The perfume shop store manager and dojo pavilion's owner, Erica, gladly accepted Lin Xiao's challenge. The Rainbow Dojo was huge, by far the largest dojo Lin Xiao had ever seen. May I ask if you like perfume? Erica asked coldly as she introduced the dojo to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, then smiled. Of course I like it. Perfume can make one's mood happy and add to a woman's charm. When someone else was selling perfume, of course Lin Xiao couldn't say anything unpleasant, otherwise it would be a tragedy to be kicked out. Then you must be a kind-hearted person. Look, there are the Pokemon that our Rainbow Dojo keeps. They provide all the materials for us to make perfume. Erica happily pointed to the Pokemon doing gymnastics off to the side. Is there a connection between liking perfume and being good-hearted? Accompanying Erica around, Lin Xiao could be considered to have a long knowledge. The main material for making perfume was actually the saliva of the smelly flower. Lin Xiao even thought evilly, if a woman sprays perfume, think about the saliva hanging around the stinky flower's mouth. Still have the courage to press the nozzle. The dojo challenge has officially begun. Erica stood across from Lin Xiao and said seriously, even though you're a person who likes perfume, I won't show any mercy. The rules of the dojo match are 3-3, and trainers can change their Pokemon. Go get the Vine Monster, said Erica as the first one to come out was the Vine Monster. Although he felt squirmy at Erica's words, even though you're a perfume lover, I won't show any mercy. Lin Xiao quickly dispatched his side's Pokemon. Wood Shogun, this is your maiden battle. Show your strength, Lin Xiao said to Wood Shogun. Cha-mo. Mu Shogun gave a thumbs up towards Lin Xiao with a confident look. It's actually the wooden shrine of the Square Edge region, but it won't be that easy to get the rainbow badge from me. Vine Monster used the Vine Whip. Erica issued a command to the Vine Monster. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile. Didn't using the Vine Whip on the Wood Shogun signal that he was going to take a beating? Wood Shogun, use Lightning Flash to avoid it and get close to it to use Slap. The wooden Shogun in the lightning state easily avoided the Vine Whip of the Vine's monster, and the leaf-like tail fiercely slapped on the Vine's monster that couldn't dodge in time, slapping the Vine's monster a few meters away and losing its ability to fight with circles coming out of both eyes. Lin Xiao let the Wood Guardian Palace training pay off and KO'd the Vine monster in just one strike. Erica retrieved the Vine monster and looked at the Wood Guardian Palace and said, "You've done a good job of cultivating your Wood Guardian Palace, but I'm not going to give it up so easily. Go for it, Ogre Flower. Omashika, grab the first attack. Flying Leaf Rapid Blade, Kazumo Nagatari, seed the machine gun, then get close to it." Lin Xiao pointed at the Great Eclipse Flower and said to the Wood Guardian Palace. Wood Shogun's mouth spewed out, and bullet-like golden particles collided with the Flying Leaf Quick Blade in the air. Looking at the Kazuna who was approaching the Ogre Blossom, Erica snapped her fingers and said, "The same move won't work on me." Ogre Blossom used the paralyzing powder to envelop the surrounding area. Don't give the Kazuna a chance to get close. There was paralyzing powder floating around, swirling a layer of orange mist, and this kind of tricky move was too much of a restraint for a close-quarter explosive Pokemon like Kakuguru. Even if you hit your opponent, you'll still be on the ground. So Lin Xiao had to put away his Kazuna and replace it with a Kame Turtle. It's been a long time since the Kamehameha was excited about sparring. I should say that it has been a long time since I have not abused others. Carmichael Kame Turtle is very excited. Has been training hard. Carmichael Kame Turtle every day by the Fast Dragon and the giant Fast Dragon abused to death. But there are payoffs. Carmichael Kame Turtle's strength grows very quickly. Lin Xiao said to the excited Kame Turtle. Use Water Cannon. Kame Turtle spat out a huge column of water towards the Ogre Flower. Dalek Flower, get out of the way, Erica said urgently. This order seemed to be a bit difficult for the Great Eclipse Flower. How fast could it be when it jumped around? Before he could pop out 2 steps, the Ogre Flower was hit by the water cannon. The powerful impact sent the Ogre Flower rushing far away. although the water type had little advantage over the grass type attribute. The Kame turtle that was trained by the two fast dragons every day was no match for an ordinary water type Pokemon. Erika looked worriedly at Ogre Flower. Are you alright, Ogre Flower? Can you fight again? Concerned by their master, the large food flowers happily raised their tail like vines, signaling that they could still fight. Chapter 45, The Idea of Establishing a Dojo. Erika was happy that the Ogre Flower was able to continue the fight, but the Ogre Flower had just consumed a lot of stamina from being hit by the water cannons, and was panting slightly at the moment. Frowning with a willow brow, Erika gazed at the battle-hardened Kame Turtle and said, Great Eclipse Flower, give Kame Turtle the final blow. Sunlight Blaze. Use the few stamina you have to unleash the grass move Sunlight Blaze, and if you can't hit the enemy you'll have to lie down yourself. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and said, Kame Turtle move at high speed and interrupted with its steel tail. To be honest, Lin Xiao couldn't figure out why Erika would use Sunlight Blaze with little stamina left in the Great Eclipse Flower. It was fine if the opponent belonged to a slow-moving Pokemon. Being too fast was the same as standing and giving someone a beating. It takes time to gather for the Sunlight Blaze to be released, and a strong Pokemon can shorten the time. But Erika's Great Eclipse Flower can't reach that point. Kame Turtle's tail emitted a white light and struck hard on the Ogre Flower that was gathering energy. Unable to move, the Ogre Flower let out a miserable scream and fell to the edge of the field, losing its ability to fight. Omnivore. With a guilty look on her face, Erika ran over to the Ogre Flower to check on it. Kame. A bright light oozed from the victorious Kame Turtle, who already had enough experience to start evolving. Many people like to let their Pokemon suppress their evolution in order to get stronger. Lin Xiao scoffed at this kind of conclusion. This kind of behavior was the same as letting a growing child suppress itself and not be allowed to grow taller. No benefits were not available. Instead, it was easy to bring irreparable damage to the body. Kame, the evolved water arrow turtle, let out an excited shout. Although it wasn't his own Pokemon, wouldn't Lin Xiao also treated it equally without any favoritism. The well-developed water arrow turtle was a cut above the rest of its kind. If the Kame turtle before it evolved was barely a high-speed warrior, the evolved water rocket turtle becomes, well, a slow giant turret with a surplus of slow attacks. Moreover, the water arrow turtle's evolution signaled the completion of the mission Lin Xiao had taken on in Changpan City. More than 2 months together. It would be a lie not to have feelings, but someone else's is always someone else's. If Lin Xiao hogged the water arrow turtle, it would also stink up his own reputation. As for the unlimited quest of taking the water arrow turtle to the competition, Lin Xiao planned to give up. The 6 Pokemon led by the final champion could go into the history books. If he took the water arrow turtle for the sake of money, it wouldn't be fair to his Pokemon. On the opposite side, Erika had already switched to her last Pokemon, Stinky Flower, and in order to not have any more regrets in his heart, Lin Xiao had the water arrow turtle go all out. Water arrow turtle, water cannon. After evolution, water arrow turtle's water cannon power is even stronger. 2 thick water columns rushed water arrow turtle's shoulder, cannon tube sprayed out. Poor Stinky Flower received 2 water cannon, fainted on the ground. Stinky Flowers. Erika's pitiful eyes made Lin Xiao helplessly sigh. Are all the dojos in the Kanto region rotten? One way or another it abounded. Kon's Nibi dojo was half dead. Kasumi and her 3 sisters Nawa Blue dojo, not to mention, weak and violent to the extreme. Natsu chose to close the dojo. Even her parents can't open the Golden Dojo without her letter of appointment. And as for Erika, how strong can you expect a girl who's all about perfume to be? Taking the Rainbow Dojo given by Erika, Lin Xiao strolled purposefully down the street. Previously there were trainers from other regions who said that Kanto, as the location of Liang Ming's headquarters, has the worst dojo strength. Now think about it, really do not blame others. Guangdong whole 13 dojos, only gold dojos, light red dojos and red lotus dojo strength. The other dojos are either half dead, or made into a form of closure. Why don't you just open your own dojo? Anyway, being a dojo trainer is enough as long as you have elite strength. And dojo trainers earn a good income, and you can earn system gold coins when you battle other trainers. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's heart was on fire. As long as it was his own Pokemon fighting, no matter how far away, Lin Xiao would be able to obtain system gold coins. It's not often you can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Xiao monkeyed back to the hotel, whisked the 3 women chatting on the sofa out of the room, took out a pen and paper and started writing the plan. During this time, Lin Xiao purposely called Dr. Oki to ask about opening a dojo. And although he wondered why Lin Xiao suddenly wanted to be a dojo trainer, he nevertheless told Lin Xiao about the various standard regulations for opening a dojo. Lin Xiao was busy setting up the planner. He almost didn't go out of the room for the whole day, which made the 3 girls who were waiting for Lin Xiao to cook followed by their hungry stomachs. Having gotten used to eating Lin Xiao's cooking, the general food could no longer get into the eyes of Mei and Naozuki. As for Shalona, it was for the ice cream. The special flavored ice cream made by Lin Xiao made Shalona crave for more. Mei softly lay on Natsu's bed, touching her flat little stomach full of sorrow. Sister Sharona, what do you think Lin Xiao is doing? All day long he doesn't come out of his room. He doesn't open the door even when called. I'm starving to death. Sharona shook her head breathlessly, signaling that she didn't know. As for Natsi, she seemed to have no cause for anything, teasing Lalulas with her own amusement. This made the other two women helpless. Could superpowers be a meal? How come Natsi's spirit was still so good? Ha ha, I did it! Lin Xiao held the drawing in his hand and jumped up with excitement. The plan only took a moment to get done. Lin Xiao had spent almost all of his day on this drawing. Lin Xiao came out. It's too good to be true. Finally we have food. Mei happily jumped up from the bed and cheered. As a result, Lin Xiao has not yet flaunted his own proud works on the three women. Strong pressure to do up the chef. Half a child, the three women lying on the table devouring. Still, braised pork is the most favorite. Natsi does not care about the image at all to clip the fat but not greasy braised pork and stuff it into her mouth. Miko gulped down her saliva and craved for it. Natsi-san, I want to eat it too. Natsi, whose mouth was wrapped in braised pork and full of oil, looked hesitantly at Miko, and finally ruthlessly and reluctantly shared a pile of braised pork with Miko. At this time, Sharona's appearance of a strong woman all disappeared, looking at Lin Xiao pitifully, pointing at her bowl of rice and complaining. Do you really need to finish it before you can eat ice cream? Must finish eating. Lin Xiao wouldn't fall for Sharona's tricks. When this female champion looked pitiful, she might be playing something crooked. It was best to be vigilant to avoid being fooled. In the end, playing pitiful unsuccessfully, Sharona drummed a disgruntled glance at Lin Xiao. For the sake of the ice cream, eating more of the so-called nutritious meal was nothing. Chapter 46, The Dojo's Badge Map. After eating and drinking, Miko lazily laid down on the sofa and picked up the results of Lin Xiao's hard day's work. Lin Xiao, you're planning to set up a dojo? Be a dojo trainer? But what is this strange pattern of yours? Miko asked happily as she held the dojo plan. Nachi and Sharona both twisted their heads to look at Lin Xiao as well, and under the three women's expectant eyes, Lin Xiao had no choice but to reveal his intention to set up a dojo. The dojo is going to be set up right here in Rainbow City. The address is going to be chosen tomorrow when we apply to the alliance. As for the pattern you mentioned, it's a picture of an emblem I made. The creature in the emblem is a dragon. One of the four holy beasts. The green dragon. The four holy beasts. The green dragon? Mei held the drawing for Natsi and Sharona to view, obviously wanting to know what kind of Pokemon the green dragon was. Lin Xiao smiled and looked at the three. If they knew what kind of creature the dragon was, what else would it be? The three girls discussed together for half a day. Mei even took out the elf atlas and couldn't check it out. Even the female champion, Sharona, looked at the so-called green dragon in the drawings inexplicably, but she just couldn't figure out that it was a kind of Pokemon. The three women's complexion made Lin Xiao laugh. Check it out. Want to put. Even if you check out the drawings and information cannot check out. The three women who could not get any results angrily glared at the gloating Lin Xiao, causing Lin Xiao to dryly cough and put his smile away. Sharona handed the drawing to Lin Xiao and said with high interest, "Tell me, what kind of Pokemon is this? As far as I know, there's no such thing as the green dragon you're talking about in the dragon Pokemon. You can't be lying to us, right?" Sharona's words made Miko and Natsi look at each other angrily. If Lin Xiao didn't give a satisfactory answer, he would definitely be beaten up by the three girls. The green dragon is our hometown's faith to, a creature of great strength, and the people of our hometown call themselves the heirs of the dragon. Lin Xiao lit a cigarette and said slowly, "And don't ask me where I'm from. I can't answer that question." Miko was about to ask Lin Xiao why he didn't say where his hometown was, but she was stopped by Sharona, and with Sharona's stopping her, Miko put off asking Lin Xiao about his hometown, and turned back to the biodragon that had caught the trio's attention. Sharona penciled her chin and picked up the drawing. "According to you, isn't the green dragon a legendary dragon Pokemon like Jetram and Reshiram from the Shinao region?" No. Lin Xiao shook his finger to correct Sharona's words. Although Czechoslovakia and Reshiram are also the faith Tensu of the Isho region, there is no comparison between the two, one way or the other. Why is there no comparison? Sharona rolled her eyes in displeasure as the god of the Ishu region was denigrated. Lin Xiao helplessly shrugged his shoulders and spread his palms and said, "Because there is no comparison at all. The green dragon descends to cover the sky. The entire world will be enveloped by it. As for the rest, there is no need for me to say it, you think about it yourself." Lin Xiao didn't continue on, letting Sharona, Nachi, and Miko, who were in shock, digest it. It took a long time before Sharona came to a trance. According to what Lin Xiao said, how big should that green dragon be? Although size didn't tell everything, but what kind of power was hidden in a body that could envelop the world? Thinking about it made people feel shocked. Sharona was deep in thought, while Miko tilted her little head to calculate how big the green dragon would be if it could encompass the entire world. And finally it was Natsi, who usually spoke the least, who spoke up and asked, Then what kind of creatures are the other 3 holy beasts? They wouldn't be every bit as big as the green dragon, would they? No. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. The other 3 sacred beasts are the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the xuanwu, and although their bodies are huge, they are not as appalling as the green dragon. Though, the legend in our hometown is that the 4 holy beasts, the green dragon in the east, the white tiger in the west, the vermilion bird in the south and the xuanwu in the north, guard the 4 directions and keep the world safe forever. But that's just a legend. It's not certain if there are really 4 sacred beasts in existence. Looking at the 3 people who had walked into a bull's eye, Lin Xiao spoke out to enlighten them. If they really kept dwelling on the 4 holy beasts, Lin Xiao would have a big headache. The naive and lively Mei quickly put the 4 holy beasts to the back of her mind. Natsi has never been a person who likes to use her brain. Naturally she won't think much about it. Only the female champion, Zilanano, thoughtfully looked at Lin Xiao. Whether or not it really exists, that's not certain. Just like the Czech Roma and Lei Lam. Although it's a legend, but these 2 little elves do exist. This has been confirmed by people. Are you hiding something? Are you hiding something? Your sister. Lin Xiao muttered breathlessly. Czech Roma and Reshiram had already existed and were still alive and well. Why are you so curious? For a good reason. Where am I going to find the 4 sacred beasts for you? That thing only exists in the flood. Okay? After wasting countless words, Lin Xiao only tricked Shalona away. In the future, he must not mention those things in front of them again. As for his hometown, Lin Xiao wasn't afraid of them thinking about it too much. Lin Xiao really did not know where his hometown was, nor could he find his way back. The 3 girls of Mei squeezed into Natsi's room and slept together, and the lone Lin Xiao lay on his bed, remembering the events of his past life, and unconsciously fell asleep. The next day, Lin Xiao brought the application for the dojo and sent an application to the dojo Pokemon Center. This thought to wait a long time for the application, actually less than 10 minutes on the approval down. Not only so, also even the road museum or ready-made uniform to Lin Xiao issued down. Lin Xiao thought his eyes were blurred, but the big seal of the flower was right on his application. That thing was something that no one would dare to fake, and besides, it was still sent from the Pokemon Center. Since I cannot figure out, Lin Xiao simply pretend not to know anything. There is such a good thing not to accept. That is the heavenly reason to be struck by lightning. The location of the dojo is on the west side of Rainbow City, which used to be a dojo as well, but was closed down by the league when it became poorly run. The only thing left to do was to make badges and find people to look after the dojo. Lin Xiao needed to travel. Naturally, he couldn't manage the dojo all the time. At the Alliance headquarters, Watari once again shamelessly slipped into Oki Yukijo's research room to drink coffee. The reason Lin Xiao's application had passed through the vetting process so quickly was all because of Watari's handiwork. This is not. Dang Chengdu, champion of the ferry, turned around and slipped to the Bigwood Snow City here to invite credit. The thief heart is not dead. Want Bigwood Snow City again out of the mountain, to help their own arm. Oki Yukijo Butt and Watanabe grew up wearing crotchless pants together. How can I not know that Watanabe heart to play the small? Without saying a word directly to Watanabe, blasted out. To let outsiders know, I'm afraid it will be shocked off countless pairs of jaws. Chapter 47, Establishment of the Dragon Dojo. It took 3 whole days for Lin Xiao to finish dealing with the things in the dojo. The person who took care of the dojo, Lin Xiao, was ready to let Flower Child come. Lin Xiao's invitation, Flower Child naturally happy to agree. Not see Lin Xiao for a long time. Flower Child is very miss. The other thing that surprised Lin Xiao was Xiao Ming. When Lin Xiao recommended him to find Xiaobo to worship the master, Xiao Ming did come to the Red Lotus Island to find Xiaobo. Xiao Ming's qualifications and meticulous, never give up the spirit touched Xiaobo. In Xiaobo's coaching, Xiao Ming found his way, and Xiaobo is different as to say goodbye to leave the Red Lotus Road to continue traveling. Rainbow City set up a new dojo. The Alliance will naturally help to publicize. See the flyer. Xiao Ming hoofed it to Rainbow City. Lin Xiao did not accept him as a disciple, but let Xiao Ming temporarily settled in the dojo. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Xiao Ming actually went to Silver Mountain and was lucky enough to be one of the few lucky ones who were able to get Yukira every year. Although he got Yukira, Xiao Ming was broke. Yukira want all kinds of nutritious energy blocks as not he can afford. Not to mention the energy blocks. Even some ordinary ores are expensive. And Yukira's growth is built on money. There is no money to do the foundation of Yukira's future is worrying. Since Xiao Ming was allowed to settle down in the dojo, Lin Xiao naturally couldn't treat him poorly. The supplies needed by Kira Lin Xiao would prepare for Xiao Ming. On the day that the Dragon Totem Dojo was established, Banjira and Little Earth Dragon, who had been separated from Lin Xiao for a few days, returned to Rainbow City once again under the leadership of Hanako. Banjira had been separated from the elf egg for a few days, and his grumpy temper had calmed down a lot, but Lin Xiao planned to let him stay in the dojo for a while now. As for the little Geoduck, it was still the same as usual, slinking around curiously after changing to its new home, and playing around with Ming's Yukira. On the day the dojo was established, the people Lin Xiao knew were basically there. Even Lin Xiao's nominal master Watari came. Not transition, just visited the dojo, leaving a few words to continue to work hard and a box of dragon-shaped gold and red 2 kinds of badges, and went back to the headquarters. The original dojo Lin Xiao did not do what changes. In addition to ask the carving master to come in the dojo door and the arena next to the carving of the 4 sacred beasts statue, placed in the same place as the 4 sacred beasts guarding the direction of the same, the east green dragon, the west white tiger, the south vermilion bird and the north xuan wu. The challenge method of the dojo is also different from other dojos. The rule is one-on-one. Lin Xiao left 2 Pokemon as replacements, and the trainers who come to challenge must be drawn at the dojo. How about the fact that the Pokemon Lin Xiao left behind were Banjira and Quick Dragon, and the challenging trainer would randomly draw one for the challenge. The rule had just come out to the shock of many, and both Banjira and Crypto would have turned away 99% of the challengers. Lin Xiao actually did this because of an announcement commenting on the Kanto dojo and the tournament, an announcement that was greatly endorsed by many travelers from other regions. The announcement heavily criticizes how low the strength of Kanto dojo trainers is, especially since the Kanto's Quartz tournament is actually rated as the most uninspiring tournament, with every edition not being strong enough to produce winners from other regional travelers every year. 9 years. The Kanto's Quartz competition had actually gone 9 consecutive years without anyone from the region taking the title, so Lin Xiao planned to have his main Pokemon rotate once a week without a week. As for who he could draw, that would depend on the challenger's luck. Sometimes luck was also a form of strength. However, Lin Xiao did not block so trainers. If the frontal challenge of the dojo fails, you can train according to the training syllabus set by Lin Xiao. If you meet the standard, you will be able to obtain the badge, but it is a red dragon badge. As for the gold color, only if the frontal challenge victory can be obtained. The training that Lin Xiao had formulated wasn't that easy to accomplish. I believe that many people would have shivered in their little legs when they saw the training. The person who commanded the training and accepted the results, Lin Xiao, chose Xiao Ming. Hanako wasn't suitable for this kind of thing. Lin Xiao's dojo rules were not opposed by either Dr. Oki Yukijo, or Wataru, and they were naturally well aware of the state of the dojos in Kanto over the years. Among them, Wataru thought viciously in his heart when he knew the rules of the Dragon Dojo. Bird Day-sum, don't you think that the strength of my dojo in Kanto is too poor? Let's see how arrogant you guys are going to be in the future. It seems to be necessary to discuss with Kona and the others. In the future, if you want to challenge the Quartz tournament, you must have the Dragon Badge among the 8 badges, regardless of the color of the badge. As for the trainers in this region, just think of it as training. Lin Xiao's training syllabus is still quite good at training Pokemon. I believe it will add a lot of strength for them. Thinking of this, Wataru revealed a bad smile, as if he had already seen whatever trainer was tired of dying at the Dragon Dojo. Wataru's idea was passed with nods from Kona, Kikuko and Shippa. Lin Xiao or the Alliance sent a notice to come to know this matter. This also marks that in the future, if you want to participate in the Quartz competition, you have to beat the old man's dojo. The more people who challenge, the gold coins in one's pockets and in the system will go up with a splash. Such a regulation makes Lin Xiao ecstatic. Really want to hug the creator of the dodo and kiss a few mouths hard. At the same time, countless trainers who were preparing to challenge the Quartz competition had a message coming from their iconography, which caused countless trainers to speculate on what this newly established Dragon Dojo was capable of, allowing the Alliance to lay down such a rule. Among them, there was no lack of broken mouths, and Xiao Mao was exactly one of them. Traveling in a sports car, Xiao Mao had long since left Lin Xiao far behind, and now had to turn back to Rainbow City to challenge the Dragon Dojo. With the issuance of this rule, the Alliance also purposely built a Pokemon Center next to the Dragon Dojo to provide convenience to trainers who came to challenge, without having to travel to the east of the city to stay and treat their Pokemon. On the day the dojo was established, Lin Xiao planned to continue to leave for the Asahi Red Dojo Challenge the next day, leaving the dojo in the hands of Hanako and Kotomine to manage. Along the way, Miko thought the listless Rinshaw was sick and was in a hurry, and only the slightly older Sharona seemed to see what was going on. Sharona didn't break down Lin Xiao. She just comforted Mei not to worry, but secretly she scraped Lin Xiao a few times fiercely, making Lin Xiao so embarrassed that he almost didn't dare to meet Sharona's eyes on the way. Chapter 48, Natsu's Sneak Attack. Lin Xiao, are you sure there's a dojo around here? Mei looked at Lin Xiao, who was holding the map. With a skeptical face, Lin Xiao scratched his head and looked around, wondering, this should be the place. The map also marks this place, but apart from the big mountains, it's still big mountains. I really can't figure out why the dojo was built in such a place. Forget it, let's settle for lunch first before looking for it. After selecting a spot to cook by a small river, Lin Xiao took out various ingredients and started cooking. Great, finally I can eat. I'm exhausted. Miko collapsed straight onto the grass and posed in a big comfortable grunt. Sharona pulled a few strands of blonde hair in front of her eyes behind her ear, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth as she lay down next to Miko. Lin Xiao was speechless at this female champion's inexplicably joining his own team. Could it be that the Divine Axiom Alliance distribution was really letting her run all over the world? Aren't champions always busy? Although it felt great to have such a young, beautiful female champion by his side traveling together, Lin Xiao was genuinely afraid that Sharona's family would find trouble with him. Although he was afraid of trouble, but Lin Xiao didn't dare to let Sharona go back. Otherwise he would wait to be sanctioned by Miko. At that moment, Nats, who was teasing Lala Lass, was suddenly startled, and with a slightly reddened face, she looked around and ran into a small grove to the side. 2 minutes later, a cry of pain-laden alarm came out of the grove, followed by a scream that followed. What's going on? Lin Xiao and the two women twisted their heads to look at the grove. What happened to Nats, who went to facilitate? Putting down the work in his hands, Lin Xiao and the two girls ran into the grove. In the grove, Natsi covered her small but with an angry face, while beside Natsi lay a young girl in green shinobi costume. A gurgling cry of pain came from under the young girl's veil, and a quadrangular shuriken was inserted into Natsi's covered small butt, and a little bit of blood stained the white fabric near the shuriken red. What's this? Lin Xiao stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The two women worriedly questioned Nats, who was startled by a small patch of blood staining her white pants. That bastard actually sneaked up on me with a shuriken while it was convenient for me. Nasi stormed out, using her superpower to make the ninja girl come into close contact with the earth once more. This Nima is too far. The wilderness to go to the toilet is not safe. Looking at the darts on Nazi's little ass, Lin Xiao's chrysanthemum flower came from a faint coolness. To Nima horror. The young girl's muffled grunts made Lin Xiao and the two girls hurriedly stopped Nazi's idea of still wanting to educate the ninja girl. A lesson was a lesson, but if they got it going again, something big would happen. As the only man, Lin Xiao stepped forward to assign the task and said to the panicked Miko and Sharona, "You guys first help Natsi go back to take care of her wounds. Natsi's wounds are still retaining blood." Aha! Sharona nodded vigorously and helped Natsi back to the tent to tend to her wounds with Miko on her left and right. Sighing slightly, Lin Xiao bent down and picked up the ninja girl on the ground and walked out of the grove. It's not good to lay hands on anyone. Actually sneaking up on the superpower queen. Is she too bold or has she lived too long? Placing the ninja girl on the grass. It took a moment for the girl to ease up and take a few steps backward slightly. Looking at Lin Xiao in horror, it seemed that he was scared by Nats. Lin Xiao looked at her breathlessly. Who are you and why did you sneak up on my companion? Only when she saw that it wasn't Nasi did the young girl's look of shock dissipate. Her exposed ears flushed a light red as she apologized. I'm sorry, I'm Ayako, the younger sister of the Asahi Dojo's owner. Oranges, and since you're the dojo challengers, I wanted to try your skills. I didn't realize your companion was facilitating. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Ayako vigorously bowed to Lin Xiao and apologized. Feeling Nats, this is innocent in the mark. Wow. Fortunately this world's medicine is developed. The human body's resurrection function is also relatively strong. Do a small surgery can remove the scar, otherwise the stock left a scar on the Nats still not find Ayako fight for their lives? Lin Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. You'd better not do such dangerous things in the future. In case the dart hits someone's vital parts it's not good. Ayako rubbed her arm in embarrassment, clearly having just fallen. Never again. After a while, Sharona helped Nats out of the tent. The wound on Nat's ass wasn't serious. It was just a cut through the skin and not deep into the flesh. After bandaging it and rubbing skin care medication on it later it would make the wound go away. With Sharona's assistance, Natsi skimmed her legs and stepped out of the tent. A pair of purple beatific eyes glowing with a chilling death glare that was so intense it could not wait to swallow Ayako in one gulp. Ayako lowered her head in shame under Natsi's stern gaze. With her butt hurt, Natsi's appetite was so diminished that even her favorite red meat couldn't interest her, and her eyes constantly darted over Ayako, looking at Ayako in a furtive, fidgety way. In order to prevent Nats from causing any trouble, Lin Xiao planned to challenge the dojo himself and let Sharona and Miko accompany Nats. Led by Ayako, the two of them, who had turned numerous corners, finally arrived at the Asahi Red Dojo. Ayako, didn't I tell you not to run around? Did you go to test the trainer's strength again? The trainer of the Asahi Dojo, Orange, was a middle-aged man in his 30s, very strong, and I heard that he had already been chosen to be the next Chengdu Tenno, but the owner of this dojo was very strict, or at least that was evident from the point of disciplining his younger sister. In fact, Ajuma is a very gentle middle-aged man, but Ayako, who likes to make trouble, makes Ajuma have to put on a stern face and educate her seriously. Under the stern look from Crystal, Ayako muttered and spilled the beans about hurting Natsi with a shuriken. Looking at the face getting darker and darker orange, Lin Xiao helplessly sighed. How can you do bad things like this and come back to immediately admit it? You don't think the lesson you just learned is enough, so you're coming back for more? Orange apologized with a slight bow like Lin Xiao. Your challenge, I'm afraid it will have to be postponed a little bit. I need to take care of some family matters right now, so excuse me for now. bring Lin Xiao to the restroom. Orange carry Ayako into the backyard of the dojo. Lin Xiao can only silently mourn for Ayako, like to do trick or treat, but also to confess the child. In fact, what Lin Xiao doesn't know is that Ayako is older than him, but she just can't see it with the ninja veil on all the time. Chapter 49, The Asahi Dojo, The Violent Forest Lizard. Lin Xiao was bored and drank tea and smoked in the dojo lounge, and waited until he was drowsy before the dojo owner, Orange, appeared. As for Ayako, I don't know if she was mentioned by Orange to the backyard of the dojo angrily yelling, "Copy the dojo rules for me 100 times. 100 times. Hello, I've kept you waiting." With an apologetic face, Orange bowed slightly to Lin Xiao and said, "I apologize for the harm that my little sister has brought to your companion. I will strictly discipline my house sister in the future. If there is anything I need help with, please feel free to ask." Natsu's injury. Sharona naturally said to Lin Xiao, "Only need to bandage, eat anti-inflammatory medicine, and apply some scar removal cream afterwards." It was just that the 1 or 2 days without scarring was expected to be harder for Natsu, especially since she needed to lie on her back when she slept at night. There was not much of a problem with Nats, so Lin Xiao naturally couldn't put any conditions on Orange. Thanks to Mr. Orange's relationship, my friend's injury is not a big problem. After a while, long time can recover. If it is possible, please Mr. Orange, accept my challenge. Orange smiled slightly and said cheerfully, "As a dojo trainer, your challenge is accepted. The rules of the match are 2-2. The dojo trainer can't change their Pokemon. One side's Pokemon are all incapacitated and the other side wins." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "I have no objections." Traveling the lounge to the tournament arena, Orange and Lin Xiao each took a side, and the battle was about to start. "Well then, go forth, my partner." Orange took out his pixie ball and threw it, and a fur ball appeared on the playing field. The light red dojo's field of competition makes Lin Xiao very painful, because the field is tilted at 45 degrees. Put me not good sense of balance, if it is very easy to fall. Moreover, the dojo is a pure wooden structure. If the battle is intense, won't it collapse together with the house? Wood Shroud, you'll be the one to play the first game. The first Pokemon Lin Xiao chose was Wood Shroud. After Lin Xiao's hard training, Wood Shogun became quite strong. Chamo, the fighting spirit of the freshly emerged Wood Guardian Palace was very high. Being with Pokemon such as Banjira and Giant Snapdragon for a long time had stirred up its spirit of defiance, and hoped that it could become as strong as them through hard training. It's actually a Kazuna from the Square Edge region? This kind of Pokemon isn't rare in Kanto. In that case, Furball uses paralyzing powder. Tangerine gave a command to Furball. Upon receiving the order, the Furball spewed out some yellowish powder that floated towards the Wood Guardian Palace. Kazumo Nagatari, move at high speed to avoid it, and machine gun the caterpillar seeds. The Wood Guardian Palace avoided the paralyzing powder of the Furball and spewed out Gatling-like bullets from its mouth to fly at the Furball, which couldn't dodge and was hit by the seed machine gun. The tilted field didn't bother the Wood Guardian Palace. It was completely immune to tilting after years of jumping in large forests. Just ask if you can find a flat spot in a tree. Your Kisimonogatari has good qualifications, and will make a good starter with some training. Orange smiled as he complimented Kisameging, whose reflexes and speed made his eyes double take in admiration. The initial Pokemon issued by the League can be said to be of high quality, and as long as they are cultivated with care, they will be very powerful. However, many new trainers don't pay attention to this point, and they are full of what Pokemon they should take in, not realizing that the biggest treasure is right next to them. And how many rare Pokemon with good qualifications can there be in the wild? Orange's Furball was hit by the seed machine gun without having too much stamina taken away, and it's hard to hit your opponent with one hit and take advantage of the situation. Would Shogun use slap on the Furball? Lin Xiao shouted at Wood Shogun. Being able to be chosen as the next Heavenly King, Orange's strength naturally needed no introduction. Furball, mental interference, followed by the use of mental signaling rays. The Kakukai that was about to slap the Furball with its tail was subjected to nerve interference, and the jutsu stopped instantly. The Furball's signaling ray followed, and if it were to be hit by the signaling ray, it would be able to make the Kakukai drink a pot of water with the attributes and power of the signaling ray. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let Orange get away with it. Would Shogun, Shadow Split Technique, take advantage of the space where the Furball's jutsu stops and use Slap Strike? Could it be that his Wood Guardian Palace is able to shorten the stiffness brought about by the stance? Tangerine looked at Lin Xiao and his face froze, but the Furball's signaling light had already been sent out and it was too late to undo it now. Pixies will enter a short stiffness state when they release a stance. The more powerful the stance, the longer the stiffness. Lin Xiao had put in a lot of hard work in this area. If the move couldn't hit the opponent, but instead put himself in a stagnant state, the consequences would be very serious. If the Pokemon was attacked by the opponent and lost a lot of stamina, or if the Pokemon was eliminated by the opponent directly, The colorful rays of light only dispersed two of Kazumonogatari's doppelgangers, while Kazumonogatari's slapping attack accurately slapped on the fur ball. The powerful force slapped the fur ball flying into the wall at the edge of the field, both eyes bubbling with circles sliding down from the wall, incapable of fighting. It's me who made a mistake in command. The fur ball worked hard for you. Orange retrieved the fur ball and shook his head bitterly. An infallible attack was actually neutralized like this. No matter who encountered it would be depressed. Lin Xiao happily cheered on the wood shogun in the arena. Wood shogun? Great job. Let's do this and fight again. Cha-ma, the wood shogun, who was praised, narrowed his smile and gave a thumbs up towards Lin Xiao, followed by a white light emanating from his body, enveloping the arena. Surprisingly, it evolved. It seems that the trainer's attitude has a strong influence on the Pokemon. According to Lin Xiao's deduction, it would probably take a while for the Wood Guardian Palace to evolve. Who knew that the evolution time had been shortened because of his own compliments? However, the strength of the evolved forest lizard was furious, and the combination skill of high-speed movement plus Blade Leaf could instantly second a lot of Pokemon that didn't have a lot of physical strength. Compared to the Wood Guardian, the forest lizard's tail has become shorter, but there are more leaves on its arms that can be used to make blade leaves. Lin Xiao's deep forest lizard is very well developed. Its body size is higher than ordinary forest lizards, with an estimate of 1.5 meters, and its strong and powerful muscles cover its whole body, making it look like an assassin. The forest lizard is much stronger after evolution, though how much it is enhanced needs to be known in battle. Lin Xiao excitedly took Orange's second Pokemon, Big Mouth Bat, as an experimental subject. Wood Shogun, move at high speed, use the wall to jump up, blade and leaf attack. Not only was its strength enhanced, even its speed was much faster than the Wood Guardian before it evolved. The forest lizard instantly disappeared into the arena and rushed towards the Big Mouth Bat with the help of the wall's rebound force. The leaves on its two arms swirled with silver light like two sharp-pointed knives slashing at the Big Mouth Bat. Watching the forest lizard disappear, Orange's heart thumped and he hurriedly shouted, "Big Mouth Bat, avoid it!" Getting a hint from Orange, the Big Mouth Bat flew back, but the forest lizard was already close to it in midair, and two silver lights viciously split it from midair to the ground. Puff! The Big Mouth Bat that was knocked to the ground by the forest lizard struggled to fly up, but it didn't want to be slashed in the back by the forest lizard that came after it with a hand slash. The large-mouthed bat, which had once again made a close contact with the ground, twitched its wings a few times and then ceased to move. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was able to see it. Lin Xiao and Orange dumbfounded look at the victory of the forest lizard. The also too violent point, Big Mouth Bat almost 2 rounds by the forest lizard without the slightest delay. Strong takedown. Orange smiled bitterly and put away the Big Mouth Bat, handing the light red badge to Lin Xiao. I didn't expect that your Wood Guardian Palace would be so powerful after evolving into a forest lizard. The Big Mouth Bat didn't lose unjustly. Here's the light red badge. I wish you good luck in the Quartz Conference again. Getting the light red badge, Lin Xiao joyfully left with the forest lizard. Mei's 3 daughters were still waiting for themselves at the place where they had lunch at noon, and not going back for too long would make them worry. Chapter 50, Challenging Chi and Shigeru at the dojo. After Lin Xiao left, Asahi Red Dojo received the list of candidates for the Heavenly King, and found himself on the list happy to laugh. Ayako and Lin Xiao brought the depressed atmosphere suddenly disappeared. But when he saw that there was a jade picture of Lin Xiao on the candidate list, an old face instantly turned dark. This bastard, with such strength, he pretends to be a newbie trainer to rub my non-main Pokemon the wrong way. Even the mild-tempered Orange was filled with anger at this time, slapping the table with force. Orange chagrin. Why not pass it earlier? Even if an hour earlier? No, even 10 minutes earlier would have been better. This way, I can drink Lin Xiao squarely in an official match. It's not easy to find an opponent with equal strength, but I let him slip away like this. Orange darkened his face and sipped his tea in a depressed manner, scaring Ayako's heart out of her chest for fear that her big brother would make her copy the rules of the dojo 100 more times. Back in the camp, Miko and Sharona are still taking care of the injured Natsushi, but the conundrum of departure arises, because the place where Natsu was injured was the left hip, walking with a limp. This is still in Sharona and Miko's support, although Natsu is the queen of supernatural, but also cannot always use the supernatural ability to hurry. That way it wouldn't take more than half an hour for Natsu to overuse her superpowers and pass out magnificently. Originally Lin Xiao intended to let Naji ride Yin Di forward, but at this time Naji simply could not sit and stand, the whole person lying on the back of Yin Di again with the bumps. Natsu's eyes that had become red with her supernatural ability were staring at Lin Xiao with a look that said, "If you don't want to come up with a solution, I'll let you turn into a doll." Lin Xiao was furious at the horrifying look in Natsu's eyes, afraid that this superpowered queen would take it out on herself, and was in a hurry. It was Sharona who finally came up with the idea of using a human back. In the end, this hard work fell on Lin Xiao's head, who made him the only man in the team. With the help of the two women, using cloth strips to bind Natsu's waist and thighs to Lin Xiao's body. If he usually carried a beautiful woman on his back, Lin Xiao would feel very cozy because he had the chance to feast on tofu. But could the current scenario be described as cozy? This was a rush, not a parade. The bitter Lin Xiao was urged by the two women and had no choice but to carry Naji forward. Although Natsu is not heavy, only 90 pounds, Lin Xiao usually also pays attention to exercise. 1 meter 8 people, plus a body of muscles, can be considered to be a porous and powerful. But the back of the Nazi, not only the weight of the body, Lin Xiao, afraid of cloth strangled to the wound of the Nazi, has been holding the bend of the Nazi's legs with his hand. Coupled with the ruggedness of the mountain road, in less than 2 hours Lin Xiao is like a dead dog on the ground softly. Limbs are weak, legs trembling. Segmentation. In Rainbow City, Chi, who just got his rainbow badge, excitedly poses, drawing spits from Kong and Kasumi. Full of concern, Xiaoji immediately ran to the Dragon Dojo introduced by Erika. Although there is information released by the Alliance, but the nervous Xiaoji has long been the matter of Wangzai behind the head. If not for Erika's reminder, Xiaoji cannot think of it. Just as he reached the door of the dojo, an irritated voice drifted into Koji's ears. Why does the dojo have such a rule? How could the league agree to it? Walking into the dojo with Kong and Kasumi in tow, a few people arguing caused Chi to blink. As a few people Chi recognized. Fire, Shigeru, what are you guys doing here? Koji idiotically shook out an exciting remark, and Kong, Kasumi, and Pikachu cocked their heads to the side, pretending they didn't recognize him. Fire grunted softly in frustration, and Shigeru rolled his eyes breathlessly. This is a dojo. What else can we do if we show up here but challenge the dojo? Hey! Koji scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't forget, did I? By the way, what are you guys arguing about? Shigeru shrugged his shoulders, signaling that he had just arrived as well and didn't know what was going on yet. Hearing Xiaoji mention it, Little Fire, who had traveled with Xiaoji and the others from Jinxing Town, was filled with anger and said in a disgruntled manner, the dojo trainer is absent, and if we want to challenge the dojo, we have to go to that machine and draw lots for one-on-one battles. We know nothing about the Pokemon of such a trainer, and there's no pre-battle preparation at all, so I really don't know how the league could approve the establishment of such a dojo. Little Fire, who had caught the object of his complaint, began to talk with his mouth full. Koji suspiciously walked over to the machine where the lottery was being drawn and pointed at it. That sounds pretty new, but I'm not going to be afraid. After saying this, Koji reached out and tried to press the switch on the machine ready to draw lots for the dojo challenge. Just as Koji's hand was about to press the button, Hanako's voice came from the sidelines. She, Hanako, who was helping Little Earth Dragon bathe inside the dojo, heard the dojo door ringing and walked out holding Little Earth Dragon, not expecting to see Xiaoji, who was preparing to draw the lot, just coming out, and shouted in surprise, Mom! Hearing his mother's voice, Koji froze and turned his head to look at Hanako, who was holding the little Geoduck, his head spinning a bit, unable to figure out why Hanako, who should be at home in Zenith Town at this time, was here. It wasn't just Chi, even Kahaku and Shigeru were giddy in the brain, but both of them greeted Hanako. Hello Auntie Hanako. Among them, Kahaku's face was on fire, hot like fire. Looking at the situation with his butt, he knew that Hanako was the one who was taking care of the dojo, but he was actually yelling here. After months of not seeing her, Hanako happily embraced Koji into her arms, stroking and caressing Koji's head, her eyes revealing a kind, maternal glow as she gently stroked Koji's head. Mom, will you stop it? I've grown up. I'm not a kid anymore. Hanako's behavior caused Koji to turn red in the face and complained in dissatisfaction, fearing that Shigeru and the others on the sidelines would laugh at him. She was complaining, and the little Geoduck was likewise complaining, and the little Geoduck who was caught between the two was disgruntled enough to take a bite out of Chi's hand. Ah! A scream escaped his lips as Koji wrenched himself out of Hanako's arms and shook his hand as hard as he could, trying to wrestle the little Geoduck that was going to be in his grasp. Puff! Chi's embarrassing behavior made Kasumi, Kong, and the others let out a laugh. Hanako hurriedly hugged Little Earth Dragon and exclaimed, Little Earth Dragon, let go of Little G. You're hurting him with your bite. Under Hanako's persuasion, the little Geoduck dissatisfiedly loosened his huge mouth and grunted a few times at Chi in dissatisfaction. But the little Geoduck didn't lay a hard mouth, only leaving 2 rows of teeth marks on Chi's hand, and at most, it would be fine if it made Chi hurt for a while. It's a Little Earth Dragon. Not expecting to see this cherished Pokemon even in Kanto, Shigeru instantly screamed out. Hearing Shigeru's exclamation of surprise, the nervous Chi seemed to have forgotten the pain and asked stupidly, Is the Little Earth Dragon precious? Chi's words made Shigeru almost jumped up and kicked him to the ground, but he held his tongue in the face of Hanako, and said in an impassive voice, Of course it's precious. The Little Earth Dragon is a dragon Pokemon from the Shinao region, and when it grows up and evolves, it's capable of being just as powerful as a quick dragon. That good? Not only Chi, even Kong, Kasumi, and Fire looked at the little earth dragon with a surprised face, never imagining that this little orb-like guy could fight against a fast dragon later on. Fast dragon's power has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in Kanto. Since Wataru's grandfather's generation, many powerful champions or heavenly kings in Kanto and Chengdu have been accompanied by fast dragons, and fast dragons have been labeled as powerful and invincible since then. So hearing Shigeru say that the little earth dragon will be a Pokemon that can be as powerful as fast dragons has left the crowd awestruck. Chapter 51, Challenging Chi and Shigeru of the Dojo, 2. But you guys have to challenge the dojo first, or else you'll have to wait until tomorrow to start the challenge once it gets dark. Looking at the three who were staring at the small earth dragon, Hanako kindly reminded them. Koji swooshed up from the ground and slapped his head in chagrin. Yeah, I was challenging the dojo. How could I forget such an important thing? With a reluctant glance at the little Geoduck, Koji walked towards the lottery machine and prepared to draw. Wait. On the side, Little Fire saw that Xiaoxi was about to draw lots and got anxious. I was the first one to come here. According to the rules, I'm the one who challenged first. How can you cut in line? Is that so? She was embarrassed and looked at Hanako with a red face. After all, it wasn't a nice thing to say about cutting in, especially since Kahaku was from Makashin town as well. Well, feeling Chi's gaze, Hanako smiled slightly and said, that's right, but you don't have to be anxious, because it'll soon be your and Shigeru's turn, so wait in peace for a while. Cheer up, Little Fire. Hanako clenched her small fists to cheer for Little Fire. Kahaku mustered up enough courage to start drawing straws and was ready to begin the challenge of the dojo. Shigeru, however, looked at Hanako in confusion and asked, Auntie Hanako, what do you mean by getting to us soon? And isn't Little Earth Dragon afraid of being captured by the bad guys if he just runs around the dojo again like this? And who is the owner of this dojo? And how come Hanako is running the dojo here? The corners of Hanako's mouth lifted and swung into a reassuring smile as he said, that, you will soon know. Shigeru and Chi were both confused, but Hanako didn't want to say more. They had no choice but to listen to Hanako and wait silently. Soon Little Fire's draw was complete and it was number 1. Hanako took the number 1 stick in Little Fire's hand and pointed to the number 1 venue on the side and said to Little Fire, the number 1 stick you drew is to fight at the number 1 venue. Once you go in and press the button on the wall, the fight will begin. There is no referee at the Dragon Dojo. Won't it be best not to break the rules and use a second Pokemon, or the consequences will be severe fight? For each challenger, Hanako would do the explaining for them so as not to cause any unpleasantness. Aha! I know, Auntie Hanako. Fire nodded solemnly and walked into Field 1. As Little Fire enters Venue 1, Koji, Hanako, and Shigeru all flocked to Venue 1 to watch the battle, especially Shigeru and Koji, whose challenge of Little Fire taking the lead will allow them to be more or less mentally prepared to deal with it. Fire pressed the start button on the wall as hard as he could. Boom! The gates on the other side of the field slowly dropped. Little Fire held his breath and tensed as he watched his upcoming opponent. Koji and the others were also staring at the gates, wanting to know what Pokemon the number 1 signing out of the battle was. Dang! Knock! The sound came slowly from inside the gate. What on earth is it? Little Fire clenched his fists, his hands turning white due to excessive force. Could it be King Nido? No! King Nido hasn't yet reached the point where every step he takes makes the venue shake. What on earth is it? Only Hanako took a pitying look at Little Flame and sighed slightly. Kasumi saw Hanako's look and opened her mouth in dismay. Could it be that this Pokemon is? The huge figure slowly emerged from the gate, and the Pokemon that had been nagging Chi and the others for half a day finally appeared. Koji waited incredulously with wide eyes. This is Lin Xiao's Banjira, and Lin Xiao is the dojo master? Koji looked at Hanako in disbelief. But such a powerful Pokemon shouldn't be used to fight a challenger. And if that's true, can anyone take the badge from here? Lin Xiao? Both Xiaomao and Xiaohua twisted their heads to look at Hanako, hoping that Hanako could answer for them. Neither of them had seen Lin Xiao since they set out in Jinxing Town. Yes, Hanako said as she nodded to the crowd. Lin Xiao is the owner of the Dragon Dojo, but he invited me to help him with the dojo, and it's Lin Xiao's Pokemon that you need to challenge. Hanako raised her hand to rub Xiaoxi's head and smiled slightly. Little Fire's challenge has begun. So you guys focus on it. Maybe you'll be able to learn something. Lin Xiao's Pokemon will fight on their own and have no one to command them. There was also no one who could command them, including Hanako and Kodomine. They could only command the Pokemon Lin Xiao left behind except when the dojo was provoked or destroyed, including the little Geoducks. All other times Banjira and the others wouldn't listen to the command of anyone other than Lin Xiao. Banjira threw back its head and roared just as it arrived, its loud roar making the crowd's faces turn white and their eardrums ache. A moment later, Banjira stopped roaring and quietly looked at the first challenger of the Dragon Tang Dojo. Lin Xiao had given it the task of defeating the opponent with the strongest force no matter who came to challenge it. Voodoo. Little Fire's face turned white. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cursed. Lin Xiao, you pervert. This is still a dojo challenge? Nima. The Heavenly Kings don't even fight for positions like this. Fire Dinosaur, you go on. Although the difference in strength is too great, we're not going to admit defeat meekly. Fire said to his initial Pokemon. Oh, despite the fact that the aura that Banjira brought with him almost took his breath away, Dinosaur Fire stubbornly raised his head to meet Banjira's eyes, whether it was for himself or for his trainer. Fire. Dinosaur Fire would never allow himself to be defeated without a fight. Inside an observation room next to the No.1 dojo, Xiaoming held a notebook to make notes on Little Fire's fire dinosaur. Development is not perfect. It should be a problem with the food fed by the trainer. It is not timid in the face of powerful opponents. It has a good mindset. It can be included in the training object. The Alliance allocated Lin Xiao a large sum of countless zero, naturally not let Lin Xiao reckless abuse these challengers. As long as the Guangdong local trainers in the challenge of the dojo failed, the dojo will be targeted on the trainer's Pokemon to do observation. If the qualifications of the training, the dojo is obliged to these Pokemon training. This is tantamount to strengthening the strength of trainers in the Kanto region in disguise. As for trainers in other regions, I'm sorry, but it's not our duty to do so. So if you want to get free training like this, propose it to your own region's alliance. The battle came and went quickly, with the fire dinosaurs taking just one hit from Banjira's destructive deathlight before sprawling out, not overly disappointed at being crushed and blown up by Bankara. Fire Jr. quietly put away the fire dinosaur and watched Bankara walk out of Field 1 after going back inside the gate. That's the end of it? Shigeru said, lost in thought as he looked at Kahaku, who was walking out of the grounds. You could say it's over, or you could say it's just beginning, Hanako said to the stunned few, then walked towards Little Flame. The Dragon Dojo's badge is not a badge that you have to succeed in a head-on challenge. You go in down the passage to the right. There is our Dragon Dojo's professional trainer, Ming, and when you get there, Ming will tell you what to do, and it's up to you whether or not you can stick with it to get the badge. Hearing Hanako say that there was still a way to obtain the badge, Little Flame's heart trembled violently as he said excitedly, thank you, Auntie Hanako, I'll definitely get the Dragon Totem badge. In his excitement, Fire ran towards where Hanako was pointing, and in his excitement, he almost tripped over himself, causing Hanako to giggle. Looking at Little Flame's back, Hanako faintly lamented, it's good to be young. Hanako then turned to the curious-looking few and explained, this is the rules of the dojo. You can only know after you have challenged them. I have no right to tell you. Getting no hints from Hanako, a disappointed Chi and Shigeru walked towards the lottery machine and start drawing. Chapter 52, The Greatly Stricken Chi. Chi was luckier than Shigeru and drew number 2 against Quick Dragon, who was also at full strength. But Quick Dragon is usually merciful, and Chi's Pikachu that was in the battle didn't take any serious damage. Shigeru was a bit more tragic, and drew the same number 1 draw as Fire. Against Bankiara, Shigeru's main Pokemon, the Water Rocket Turtle, went 2 rounds in the hands of Bankiara, who was extremely rampant without Lin Xiao's command. Battle-ready amount of 2 people frustrated towards the road that Hanako said. Then this road they preferred to strength to get the badge, but the hope is very slim. In the Banjira's town, no one commanded free fighting it even if the Heavenly King came to tears, not to mention travel time of only 3 months of the 2 Xiaoji. Without a fight, Bankiara returned to the backyard of the dojo and sat down on his butt in front of the statue of Genbu, gazing at it silently. After a long time, the ground underneath Banjira began to tremble, and a small stone kept shaking. Banjira just gazed at the statue of Genbu as if he hadn't scratched it. Has crossed the quasi-god that hurdle. Banjira has never comprehended belonged to their own natural origin power. Since seeing the statue of Xuanwu Banjira every day, in addition to eating food, fighting has been sitting in front of the statue of Xuanwu like this. If Lin Xiao was here he would have been shocked. Banjira was at that moment sensing his natural origin and had already achieved good results, and Banjira's natural origin seemed to be connected to earthquakes. Lin Xiao had asked Transition and Sharona about this, although their fast dragons and fierce bite land sharks had also crossed that hurdle. However, there was no result in comprehending the natural origin. Such a conclusion once disappointed Lin Xiao, but he did not want to think that Banjira actually enlightened his own origin to the Xuanwu statue. Kodomine and Hanako were no longer surprised by Banjira's behavior. Banjira had always been like this since the founding of the dojo. Hanako was planning to call Lin Xiao. Banjira was Lin Xiao's heart. Hanako didn't want anything bad to happen to Banjira. In the training room of the Dragon Totem Dojo, Xiaoming said to the 3 of them with a book in his hand, as long as you complete the above training, you will be able to earn the Dragon Totem badge. Although it's a little bit of a pain, but it can be accomplished with a little bit of hard work. Shigeru and the others blackened their faces, looking at the training program in their hands, and asked in tears, "Why does the training even have to be for us trainers? Isn't training always for Pokemon?" Xiao Ming gave the three of them an expressionless look. Training with Pokemon can increase the intimacy and bonding between the two sides, which will help you in your future battles against each other. Other people can't even beg for it. And you guys actually dare to chirp about it and think it's bad? Xiao Ming's words made the three of them panic in their hearts. The only way for others to get the complete training method was to go to the door and worship the master. The Dragon Dojo not only had the training method, but also had someone to guide them. Where to find such a good thing? No, we have no objections. Start training right away. By the way, Kodomine suddenly turned to Shigeru and fire. Your fire dinosaurs and water arrow turtles have reached the designated training standards set forth by the dojo. So later on, send them to the XXX training room, and I'll provide them with special training in accordance with the dojo's regulations to enhance their strength. There's such a good thing? Little Fire and Little Shigeru looked at each other and nodded their heads vigorously in delight. It's not fair. Why do they have special training and I don't? She shouted angrily and challenged Kodomine. The three challenged together, and while Shigeru and Kodomine's Pokemon get special training, their own Pikachu doesn't, which infuriates Chi. You? Ming turned to look at Chi in amusement and said dismissively, because you're not up to par, why can't I reach the standard? Kodomine's answer, naturally, couldn't make Chi stop. Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly and pointed at Pikachu as he asked, its experience value has obviously always been at full value, but it has never evolved. If it was your idea, I really want to dig open your brain to see what's inside. If it's that Pikachu isn't willing to evolve, then I'd advise you to just give up on it. There's no need to waste a lot of resources training it because it's not worth cultivating. What the evolution of a Pokemon will bring is definitely not clear to you by the look of you. Although giving up evolution will retain the cute and amusing look, not evolving is almost the same as this Pokemon losing its qualification to climb the highest pyramid. Didn't anyone tell you that all of a Pokemon's ultimate moves are based on evolution? Evolved Pokemon can realize many powerful moves if they are qualified enough. But can it? Kodomine sarcastically said with disdain. You tell me, can it? What else does your Pikachu know besides electrocution? 100,000 volts, high-speed movement, and a few other basic skills? I'm pretty sure your Pikachu damn it, can't even do a steel tail. If all your Pokemon are like this Pikachu, then I can advise you not to bother traveling out there. That would only discredit Kanto. After growling angrily at Chi for a few moments, Kodomine turned away with a cold snort, never wanting to look at him again. Xiao Ming's words made Xiaoji as if he was hit by 5 thunderbolts. The past scene slowly drifted through his mind slowly. Half a minute later, Xiaoji left 2 lines of tears kneeling on the ground, murmuring, did I really do wrong? I really worked hard with Pokemon Master as my goal bit. Why is it like this? Pikachu. Not only did Kodomine's words hit Chi hard, even Pikachu wasn't another. All this time Chi hadn't forced it to evolve because it didn't like how bulky it looked after evolving. Now being criticized by Xiao Ming, worthless Pikachu lost sitting beside Xiaoji, eyes lost in thought. Hataru was about to comfort Chi, but after Shigeru took his hand and shook his head at him, he sighed slightly and left the training room with Shigeru. Hanako looked at Koji from the doorway of the training room. Koji's appearance made Hanako's heart ache immensely. Covering her mouth to keep herself from crying out, Hanako wiped the tears rolling down her cheeks, sobbing softly as she left silently. Chapter 53, Return to Rainbow City. The night gradually descended, and after having dinner, and chatting with the 3 women in a burst of snubbing and farting, Lin Xiao's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Xiao helplessly took out the cell phone from his backpack and just pressed answer when Huazi's pitiful voice came out. Lin Xiao, what do you think I should do? Xiaoji is so depressed right now. I'm afraid he'll do something stupid. Oh, on the phone, Hanako was crying, which made Lin Xiao, who couldn't figure out the situation, have his hands full. Huazi, don't be anxious. What's going on? Slowly to me, okay? Lin Xiao held the phone and said urgently. Xiaoji was Huazi's lifeblood. If something happened to Xiaoji, Huazi would definitely be grief-stricken. Now that Huazi had Lin Xiao's label on her, Lin Xiao naturally didn't want anything to happen to Huazi or Xiaoji. Don't cry first, tell me what happened. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Looking at the 3 girls who were staring at him curiously, Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and gestured to them, signaling them to rest themselves first. Taking the phone and walking to the side, knowing that there is no drama to see, the 3 women bored into the tent chatting away. The night mosquitoes began to become more. Was bitten by a bite will definitely grow a big bag. No, that woman wants to happen in their own body, this kind of thing. After listening to Lin Xiao's comforting words, Huazi gradually calmed down and slightly sobbed as she told Lin Xiao what had happened. That's a hell of a lot of bull ********. She was crushed because of a few words from Kodomine? Lin Xiao breathlessly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, softly consoling, don't worry, Xiaoji isn't that fragile. Don't mess yourself up, okay? Aha! Huazi nodded vigorously. Lin Zhao's words gave her a pillar in her heart that she could rely on, and her anxious heart slowly smoothed out. That, Lin Xiao, can you come back here? I would like you to help me comfort Xiaoji, and since Banjira is in addition to a bit of a condition, I think it would be better if you came back to see for yourself. Banjira doesn't listen to our commands and doesn't want to communicate with us. Hanako's voice held a hint of pleading, hoping that Lin Xiao would make a trip back to Rainbow City. Banjira? Lin Zhao's heart shook violently. The hand holding the phone was slightly white. He fiercely inhaled a few puffs of smoke to calm his heart. I'll be right back. Don't worry first. All things will be dealt with when I come back. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao rushed towards Natsy's tent in big strides, unzipped the tent, and said urgently, Natsy, lend me your hoodie. I have something urgent that requires me to make a trip back to Rainbow City immediately. The three women who were chatting were startled by Lin Zhao's rough behavior, and when they saw Lin Zhao's anxious face, they swallowed their words of reproach. Although he didn't know what kind of urgent matter Lin Xiao had to go back to Rainbow City, Natsy still took out Hoodie's elf ball and handed it to him. Thanks. Lin Xiao picked up the elf ball and turned to leave the tent to thank Natsy after releasing Houdini. After Houdini came out, Lin Xiao said to Houdini, I need to go back to Rainbow City right now. Use instantaneous movement to take me there. Although Lin Xiao was not his own trainer, after this period of time, naturally he would not reject Lin Xiao. Speaking of which, the toughest Pokemon within the Pokemon still belonged to Lin Xiao's. Basically it was hard for other people to command them except for himself. Hoodie's eyes glowed blue. Using his mental power to sense the bits of Rainbow City, after a long time, Lin Xiao and Hoodie disappeared into thin air. The distance of the instantaneous movement of a Pokemon of the superpower department was determined by its own strength. The stronger the strength, the longer the distance of the instantaneous movement. As Natty's only Pokemon, Hoochie's strength was naturally very strong, and in just 2 instantaneous movements, he brought Lin Xiao back to the Rainbow City. Outside of the Dragon Tendon Dojo, putting away the hoodie, Lin Xiao ran into the dojo as if he was on fire. Lin Xiao, just after meeting, Huazi let out a wow and jumped into his arms, crying, bean-sized teardrops running down Hua's face hitting Lin Xiao's clothes. Reaching out and patting Hanako's back lightly, Lin Xiao said softly, take me to see Xiaoji first, okay? Hanako hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face and led Lin Xiao to the training room where Xiaoji was. Inside the training room, Koji sat on the floor with his eyes dulled, looking out along the window. Pikachu whirled anxiously around Chi, constantly comforting him, but it seemed to bear no fruit. Kasumi and Kong were also both sitting with their heads hanging down, silently accompanying him. Sighing slightly, Lin Xiao walked over to Xiaoji and sat down beside him, following Xiaoji's gaze as he looked at the beautiful night scenery of Rainbow City, and said, this isn't the Xiaoji I know. Oh, in my impression, Xiaoji possesses a passionate heart that never gives up. Your depressed look will only make your loved ones, friends, and partners anxious. Look at Pikachu has not eaten or drank anything to stay with you. Can you really bear this? Pikachu's eyes were full of teardrops, pulling his long ears and gently tugging on Chi's coat, trying to cheer him up. From meeting Pikachu, to the first battle, all the ways that Pikachu had trained by hurting himself so that he could get his badge slowly drifted through Koji's eyes. Xiaoji fiercely picked up Pikachu and collapsed beside Lin Xiao wailing, Lin Xiao, did I really do wrong? I also want the Pokemon to have great strength. For that I respect and love them. Even if they don't want to evolve, I won't force them. But my heart hurts. It really hurts. What am I doing this for? Why can you do this to me? Outside the door, Hanako had long been sobbing uncontrollably, and Kasumi and Kong were also sobbing slightly, red-eyed, and twisting their heads aside, unable to bear to see such a scene. You didn't do anything wrong. Lin Xiao patted Xiaoji's shoulder and comforted him softly. There's nothing wrong with the Pokemon not wanting to evolve. They have their own opinions just like us. You just need to treat them with your own heart and understand them. Is it really okay? Xiaoji's eyes, swollen like 2 walnuts, looked at Lin Xiao, hoping to find an answer from him. Reaching out and rubbing his hand fiercely on Xiaoji's head a few times, Lin Xiao smiled and said, of course you can. Although strong strength is important, friendship with the Pokemon is equally important. Without a deep friendship, even if the strength is strong, the Pokemon will leave you. You just need to go with the flow. The Pokemon will naturally make a choice when they sense what's going on inside you. Don't you think so, Pikachu? Pikachu nodded his head vigorously and ran his hand over Koji's cheek to comfort him. In the end, under the comfort of Lin Xiao and Pikachu, Xiaoji was revitalized from the beginning, which made Lin Xiao sigh fiercely in relief. Comforting people, this job is not easy. Letting Hanako prepare food and a room for the 3 Chis, Lin Xiao headed towards Banjira to solve Chi's problem and also Banjira's business pestering him. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Banjira wasn't having problems with his body, but rather, he was comprehending his natural origin. which had been trembling in the place where Banjira was. This scenario surprised Lin Xiao. All along Lin Xiao had been having a headache over Banjira comprehending the origin, even going so far as to pull the plug and ask for help from Sharona and Wadari. What was unexpected was that Banjira actually comprehended it on his own. At such an important moment, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't disturb Banjira and instructed Quick Dragon to keep an eye on the place and not allow anyone to come close at will and affect Banjira's enlightenment. As for Xiao Ming, Lin Xiao nominally blamed him. It was Lin Xiao's designation to make him the trainer of the dojo, and what Xiao Ming said did make sense, but his tone was too forceful and he didn't know how to change. Chapter 54, Arrival in the Wild Wilderness Area. Forest Lizard, Blade Leaf, Calm. A poor little Lotta was nibbling on a tree fruit and was just inexplicably finished off by a forest lizard, spinning around on the ground with circles coming out of both eyes. Along the way both to be able to see the elf suffered. Lin Xiao let a few elves rotate, kill monsters and hit gold. Mei blackened her face, feeling her face burning. Lin Xiao's behavior is really, Lin Xiao, why can't you change your behavior of fighting when you see a Pokemon? Is it interesting to deal with these extremely weak Pokemon with your Pokemon level experience value? Along the way, Lin Xiao's trio was pointed at by countless people. The thick-skinned Lin Xiao was fearless, but the thin-skinned Miko couldn't. Of course it's interesting, Lin Xiao muttered in his heart. That's money, although it's a little less. Although the mosquito is small, it's still meat at least. If it's not for the Rift Hollow seat, you want this for me too? The price of the Rift Hollow seat was a dizzying $500,000 for Lin Xiao. As for capturing, don't even think about it. Don't look at Lin Xiao as Yen Di. This Yen Di is just the offspring of the Phoenix King's resurrection of that one. The strength is not comparable at all. The good thing is that the Yen Di's strength has been greatly improved with the help of Lin Xiao as the flames have evolved, so that it doesn't fail to live up to the Yen Di's name. To the Rift Hollow seat that level to try to capture is much more difficult. Lin Xiao clearly remembered the incident that happened in the Orange Alliance 4 years ago. Although the Alliance said to the public that it was a large tsunami, Lin Xiao, who worked as an assistant to Dr. Daiki, of course, knew the truth of the matter. 4 years ago, a certain bigwig of the Alliance used countless large capture machines to target Lokia, the sea god of the Orange Islands. Lokia obviously didn't expect the humans to use large capture machines to capture himself, and was caught just after he appeared. Just when the big man was happy to have captured Lokia, the caged Lokia went berserk, not only breaking free and destroying the large capture apparatus, but also setting off a huge tsunami of vengeance against the humans in the Orange League, a rare occurrence in centuries. The entire Orange Islands were shrouded in thick black clouds. Lightning flashed in all directions, and waves several hundred meters high swept towards the Orange Islands, just like the end of the world had descended. Lokia used his actions to prove that the legendary Pokemon are not that easy to capture, especially if you use the capture device. Facing Lokia's anger, Chengdu and Kanto's heavenly kings collectively mobilized, but in front of absolute strength, everything pales in comparison. Lokia did not give a damn about them. Directly a huge tsunami swept over, although in the end the matter was satisfactorily resolved. However, Lokia's anger was deep in the hearts of the Alliance's top management. As for the reason to calm Lokia's anger until today still could not get any results. Only a satellite shot of the picture. A pink pixie circled around Lokia who was in the center of the lightning. Other people weren't sure, but Lin Xiao knew that the pink-colored Pokemon was Dream, Ultra Dream's original body. Just as the bigwigs of the Alliance imagined that their god of the sea was still kind-hearted, Lin Xiao really wanted to spray him. If it wasn't for Fantasy's appearance, the Orange Islands would be waiting to welcome the big tsunami brought by Lokia. Although he didn't know why Fantasy had appeared, but Lokia's strength had shaken Lin Xiao deeply. In his previous life, when Lin Xiao was bored, he had flipped through a few homage novels, including the one about Pokemon, and saw that the pig foot in it led a few main forces to take down those so-called godly beasts. But after crossing over to this world, Lin Xiao realized that it was a dream. If divine beasts were so good at capturing the League would have been the era of divine beasts, instead of some quasi-gods like the Fast Dragon, Fiery Bite Land Shark, and the bloody winged flying dragon reigning supreme. Although divine beasts rarely appear, can they escape the satellites that blanket the Earth 24 hours a day? So it's better to be good and play gold to make money peacefully, and let the ones who don't want to die do it by capturing divine beasts and whatnot. Don't ask how many kinds of life there are. Don't ask how many lovers there will be. Lin Xiao hummed a little song and let the forest lizard set a bow to rights again, getting 11 gold coins. In response to Lin Xiao's behavior, Naji could only coldly pop out from between her teeth. Shameless, 2 words. After abusing and flipping the wave, after the wave, Lin Xiao took out the map to check the bit where he and the others were. Wild Plains Wilderness Area? Yay! That's great. I heard that you can catch Pokemon freely there, and many trainers catch dozens or hundreds of Pokemon there. Hearing that the Wild Wilderness Area was up ahead, Miko jumped up and down with joy. Nazi remained indifferent. the injury on her, but to be healed without the need for Lin Xiao's back. She resumed her daily days of teasing Lalulas and playing around, clearly uninterested in capturing the Pokemon, the superpower queen. Dozens and hundreds of them. Lin Xiao's head left a drop of cold sweat. Is this damn thing going to eat people or do something? Can you take care of it? These trainers were really tough. Compared to Lin Xiao, several people were simply weak. Miko, do you have a Pokemon you want? Lin Xiao twisted his head to look at Miko. Of course there is. Mei raised an eyebrow at Lin Xiao. But this young lady is going to catch it herself, so she doesn't need your help. Haven't you ever heard of doing it yourself? Mei's words caused Lin Xiao to be embarrassed. Auntie, when have you ever moved your own hands? Everything was done along the way, okay? However, Miko wanted to capture it herself, so Lin Xiao could only go along with her. And under the intimidation of the administrator Uncle Caesar's pistol, the three of them were busy collecting their own elf balls and leaving the hut. Mei and Natsi chose to go all the way. Lin Xiao became a loner. He had no choice but to skulk around to see if there were any suitable Pokemon for him. As for playing gold coins here, Lin Xiao didn't have that kind of guts. The two powder guns of Caesar who was guarding the door weren't vegetarians. Chapter 55, Coda Duck and the Hacklesaurus Mother and Child. Along the way, Lin Xiao did not meet the desired Pokemon. As for moving dozens or hundreds of them like other trainers, Lin Xiao said that he could not afford to hurt them, and his eyebrows could make people's heads spin just by feeding them. Moreover, it's no fun to take in and not train and keep them as pets. It's better to let them live quietly in the wild and outside. Walking and strolling along the way, Lin Xiao came to a small lake. Pulling out his pre-prepared fish tank, Lin Xiao planned to try his luck. He might not be able to catch one or two good Pokemon. Getting the bait, Lin Xiao made a strong effort to fling the fishing line into the small lake, fixed the fishing rod, sat on the grass and leaned against a rock, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Within 2 minutes, the fish started to move. How so soon with the movement? Lin Xiao hurriedly spat out the cigarette in his mouth, grabbed the fishing rod to reel in the line, and violently lifted it. Puffing, a stunted king carp popped one on the grass. This carp king has really taken over the entire water ecosystem. It can be encountered anywhere. It's fortunate that the king carp's chance of evolution isn't high. Otherwise, where would there be any other water Pokemon left to live? Lin Xiao put the carp king back into the water and put on the bait to continue fishing. Horned goldfish? No, sister. Still the king carp. Release. Mosquito tadpoles? Not bad, but unfortunately too small and obviously poorly developed. I don't know if it was overcatching or a bad environment, but what Lin Xiao caught was either a king carp or some underdeveloped Pokemon. Stubborn temperament up Lin Xiao. Catching no good water pixie is never stop. Has been repeated in the poll. Release. Where bait. Action. I don't know if it was because the pixie was too dense, but the bait Lin Xiao just threw down was immediately swallowed by the prey in one gulp. So heavy. Lin Xiao had originally planned to lift the fish tank in one breath, but surprisingly, he didn't manage it. Could there be a big guy? Lin Xiao was slightly agitated in his heart and carefully followed the direction this little elf was swimming in while slowly reeling in his line. Puffing, the lake surface splashed countless splashes of water, with let Lin Xiao's heart fire. Hot up. 2 hours of waiting finally have a harvest. How dare you pull down? Noticing that the elf in the water was pulling on the fishing line, Lin Xiao heatedly smiled. Since you're here, don't go. Stay. Rise. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, Lin Xiao used his entire body's strength to violently lift it up, and a yellow, colored figure landed beside him along the fishing line. It's not scientific. It's a Coda duck? Looking at the Coda duck, Lin Xiao suddenly Spartan. Waste half a day's effort in exchange for such a result? Quack. Coda duck pulled the fishing line out of his mouth, holding his head at a 45-degree angle and looking at Lin Xiao. His dull appearance was very cute, but what he wanted was not a guy who could be cute. Okay? Coda duck, silly and adorable, just looked at Lin Xiao, causing Lin Xiao himself to be a little embarrassed. Pulling out 2 water-based energy cubes from his pocket and handing them over, Lin Xiao reached out to touch and feel the soft feathers of the Coda duck and said, I didn't know I'd catch you up. These are water-based ability cubes. They're very tasty. As a way of making it up to you, okay? Quack. Coda duck didn't move a muscle, still staring blankly at Lin Xiao, confused whether it couldn't understand Lin Xiao's words or it was really stupid. Count me unlucky to catch this oddball Coda duck. Lin Xiao once again pulled out a few energy blocks and placed them on the grass in front of the Coda duck, lifting his fishing rod and preparing to try his luck in a different place. When Lin Xiao lifted the fishing rod and turned around, the Coda duck behind him immediately changed into a cunning face, grabbed the ability cube on the ground and raced it to his mouth, twisted his head and ran towards the lake, almost absolutely fell behind a movement. Lin Xiao twisted his head to look. The ability cube on the ground disappeared. The beak-wrapped bulging Coda duck is running to the lake upside down. Look at its smug look, which still has a trace of the dull and stupid look. Asterisk. Lin Xiao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had actually been tricked by a Koda duck that played dumb. If it gets out, will my brother's reputation be ruined? Auntie can't stand it. Uncle can't stand it. Lin Xiao pulled out his elf ball with a black face and roared, "Quick dragon, catch it back for me. If you can't catch it, you don't have to eat dinner." The snapdragon that had just come out shivered when it heard Lin Xiao's words and immediately flapped its wings to chase after it. After taking care of Xiaoji and Banjira in Rainbow City, Lin Xiao switched the fast dragons back, letting the giant fast dragon and the Genji that had evolved up from the ghost stay in the dojo. And Banjira Lin Xiao planned to let it be physically enlightened for a while longer. Ow! Crypto roared at Koda duck, trying to get it to stop. Hearing the roar of the fast dragon, the Koda duck scared hairs stand up, hands and feet in a panic to run to the lake, plop into the lake with a bang. The fast dragon followed suit and jumped into the lake without showing any weakness. Not only was it fast when it flew in the sky, but its speed in the water wasn't bad at all. The fast dragon is clear that his trainer is not a one-size-fits-all. If he really cannot catch the duck, his dinner today will not be able to fall. As for the mountain of fruits, fast dragon can only tearfully tell you, "I am a dragon, okay? My family is a meat eater, not a vegetarian." 2 minutes later, Quick Dragon grabbed the non-stop struggling duckling and came to bring it in front of Lin Xiao, leaving it at Lin Xiao's disposal. "How dare you fool me?" Lin Xiao took the elf ball and growled with a black face. "If you don't give me an honest explanation, I'll let Fast Dragon make you into a Peking duck for dinner." Quack! Croak! The Koda duck, who had been startled by Lin Xiao, was full of innocence as he pointed vigorously into the lake and yelled, "Did some other elf make it do this?" Lin Xiao looked at the calm lake and planned to find out, but first he had to take care of this duck that lied to him. It was the first time Lin Xiao had seen such a smart Koda duck, so he was really sorry for not taking it in. Quick dragon, use electrocution. Being electrocuted by a current as thick as a big finger from the fast dragon, the poor Koda duck was covered in black smoke, his eyes circled, and he gloriously flopped down after contributing 20 gold coins to Lin Xiao. Unconsciously, there were already more than 6,000 gold coins in the system, which mainly relied on those trainers who came to challenge him, as well as those who bullied wild Pokemon. Lin Xiao is no longer so eager for ordinary Pokemon, and he can also collect some along the way. Nowadays he only wants to save up enough gold coins to buy his favorite Pokemon besides Banjira, Rift Hollow Seat. After collecting the Koda duck, Lin Xiao pulled out a cigarette and lit it, and after taking a few hard puffs, he said, "Quick dragon, go to the bottom of the lake and look around, and bring up any rare Pokemon for me." Quick dragon nodded his head to show he understood, and with a jerk he plunged into the water and disappeared. After a long time, many bubbles rose from the surface of the lake, and the water began to roll up, as if the Snapdragon had been fighting with other Pokemon under the water. I do not know what happened under the water is. Lin Xiao on the shore remembers round and round. Really want to learn from the fast dragon to fall headlong into the lake water. The lake slowly swirled with several maelstrom and a few roars. Touch! The fast dragon rushes out of the water, bringing up a huge current, while it carries 2 water snakes in its hands. Air! It's a snake-like Pokemon. Oh, Quick Dragon carried the 2 water snakes and flew happily to Lin Xiao, inviting him to take credit. The appearance of the fast dragon made Lin Xiao almost bite his tongue off. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that there would actually be a hacker dragon and a mini dragon here. It seemed to be a mother and son, and they were also caught out from the bottom of the lake by the fast dragon. Wu Maze, the mother and son of the Harcosaurus, who were being carried in the hands of the fast dragon, protested loudly, wanting the fast dragon to put them down. But what they got in return was the fast dragon holding their tails and shaking them vigorously twice. Lin Xiao opened his mouth wide and swallowed his saliva hard. "Big brother, this is your kind, okay? And the Harcosaurus is obviously a female. You're just too uninitiated, aren't you?" Chapter 56, Conquering the Hackle Dragon Mother and Child. Quick dragon, put them down. Lin Xiao was prepared to take the Hackle Dragon mother and son together. So naturally, he didn't want them to create an interval with the fast dragons and affect the atmosphere of the team. Maze. The Hackle Dragon just glared at the Crypto Dragon in displeasure. But the mini dragon wasn't so easy to get rid of, and the little guy obviously held a grudge, yelling at the Crypto Dragon over and over again. On! The fast dragon glared at the mini dragon and let out a loud and clear dragon roar, scaring the mini dragon into hiding behind the Hackosaurus, its weak body shivering in a pitiful manner. Hacklong warily surrounded the mini dragon, fearing that the Snapdragon would strike against the mini dragon. Lin Xiao cried and laughed as he looked at the mini dragon. Adult male dragon Pokemon all have very strong self-esteem and can't tolerate provocations from their own kind that are weaker than themselves. The mini dragon's behavior was equal to issuing a challenge like the fast dragon. How could the fast dragon not be angry? Alright, don't add to the chaos. Go get Mei and the others. Lin Xiao patted the fast dragon's back and told it to leave first. Snort Snapdragon snorted in dissatisfaction, narrowed his eyes as he glanced over the mini dragon, flapped his wings and flew up into the sky, heading in the direction of Nico and Nasi. Although he had been separated from the two girls for a few hours, the snapdragon's frontal olfactory organ was very sensitive, and finding Miko and Nats was a simple matter. It was only after Quick Dragon left that Hackle Dragon calmed down, and the miniature dragon looked calmly in the direction Quick Dragon had left, his body trembling slightly. Oh, want to beat it? It seems that the mini dragons are males like the snapdragon, or they wouldn't be going toe-to-toe like this, but the mini dragons have a long way to go before they can kick the snapdragon's ass. Lin Xiao took out the elf ball. The corner of his mouth lifted, revealing a hint of a smile, and said to the mini dragon, "I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult if you want to defeat it." Oh, Fast Dragon in more than 30 years ago has helped Dr. Oki sit on the Heavenly King position. Strength can be imagined. There are many people with Fast Dragon, but can sit on the Heavenly King of the people are few and far between, not to mention like Watashi as the Heavenly King of Kanto, Chengdu's champion of the two places to serve. But with hard training, it's not impossible to try to surpass it. It's just a slim hope. Maze. The mini dragon blinked its big eyes, wanting to ask Lin Xiao if it was true. Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't joke about this kind of thing and nodded his head affirmatively. The mini dragon looked hesitantly at Hack Lion after Lin Xiao nodded his head. Hack Long rubbed his head against the mini dragon's neck. Oh. Lin Xiao, who couldn't understand the Pokemon language, was confused. And since Genji wasn't around, shouldn't the cat among the Team Rocket trio be grabbed over to be an interpreter? It's not bad to be a translator. It's better than following the two Kojarus to do bad things. Misty, after warming up with Haxorus for a while, the mini dragon twisted its water snake-like body to come in front of Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao, a mini dragon, was about to fight him, the mini dragon leapt up from the grass. Its tail gently touched the elf ball in Lin Xiao's hand, and burrowed into the elf ball. Air. Lin Xiao's dull brain was spinning a bit. This was the second Pokemon that had taken itself in on its own. The first was just Ghosts, but then Ghosts was for Lalulas. But what was the mini dragon for? Strength? Oh. Hacklun looked at the elf ball, his eyes wide with dismay. Lin Xiao also hoped that mother and son Hacklong could be together for a long time. So he asked, "Hacklong, travel with us so that you can be with the mini dragon all the time. Is that okay?" The Harker dragon looked at Lin Xiao very hesitantly, a little indecisive, obviously not wanting to leave the place where it had lived for many years, but the miniature dragon put it at ease. "Harkerin, go ahead. You don't belong here per se." Caesar, the wilderness warden, stepped out of the bushes on the side. Caesar's body was covered with weeds and a lot of mud. Obviously he had been ambushed here for a long time, but his appearance made Lin Xiao's heart furious. The speed of a Pokemon couldn't be faster than a bullet. Hacken apparently still recognizes Caesar, and with tears in his eyes, rubs himself against Caesar's body. "Ha, Harkerin, it's been 30 years since we parted ways back then. I can't believe that you've evolved into a Harkerin and have a child." Turbid tears flowed from Caesar's eyes as he hugged Hacklong and smiled, gently stroking Hacklung's cool, smooth back. Caesar was pleased. "If it wasn't for this teenager, I don't know when we would have met. Go, you don't belong here. The vast sky outside is waiting for you. Hey, kid." Caesar pulled up the gun on his legs and pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted, "If you treat the mother and child badly in the future, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and will not let you go. Know that? I'll let you taste the flavor of bullets then." The dark muzzle of the gun made Lin Xiao's hair stand on end and his back broke out into a cold sweat. "Don't point this damn gun at me, okay? What if it goes off?" But what made Lin Xiao wonder is why this grumpy uncle would persuade the Hackosaurus to travel with him. Knowing that Lin Xiao had asked if there were any mini dragons here when he picked up the elf ball in the small hut in the wilderness area, the result almost made Caesar ask him to eat a gun. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that if it wasn't for this Uncle Caesar seeing that he had a fast dragon, he wouldn't have persuaded Da Harkerin to travel with him, but would have put him on the spot and shot him in the ass. So twice. Finally, under Uncle Caesar's reluctant gaze, the Hackle Dragon automatically burrowed into Lin Xiao's elf ball like a miniature dragon and traveled with him. Who wants to just collect the Harker Dragon? Casa with a gun to let Lin Xiao quickly get out. Not allowed to stay in the wild wilderness area. The black hole of the two guns scared Lin Xiao to carry his pants and flew away. After escaping from the range of vision of this Caesar who liked to play with guns, Lin Xiao fiercely gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air, and after meeting up with Mei and the others, Lin Xiao pulled the two women to hurriedly and quickly leave. Only when he left the confines of the wilderness area did Lin Xiao stop and tell the two girls what he had encountered. "Ha, laugh me to death." Mei instantly rolled on the grass with laughter and said intermittently, Lin Xiao, you, this too amusing. Is it really that funny?" Lin Xiao's face gradually darkened, and he really wanted to hold Mei down and come on her ass a few times to revitalize Sunio. Glancing at Lin Xiao's black face out of the corner of her eye, Mei stifled her laughter and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, changing into a proper face. "But you're very lucky. Sister Nachi and I have just taken in 3 ibis, and are planning to think about how to let them evolve. Think I'm easy to get rid of?" Lin Xiao slightly slatted his face, twisted his head to the side and sighed slightly. I was going to tell her about Ibu's other evolutionary types. Hey, too bad. Looks like Ibu can only evolve into a water elf, fire elf, and thunder elf. There are other evolved types of Ibuki? Miko looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, and even Natsu withdrew her hand that was teasing Larula's and looked over. Well, it's a beautiful day. It's time to start cooking. Yes, just cooking. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky and pretended to open his backpack, taking out various ingredients from it. Being Lin Xiao hung up the appetite of Mei had to use pampering big hair, pulling Lin Xiao's hand left and right shaking. Lovely big eyes rose up little stars pretending to be cute. Whispered, Lin Xiao, tell me okay hubby. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Miko's coy voice made a few pounds of goosebumps rise up on Lin Xiao's body. Even Natsu who was beside him shivered a few times, picking up Lalula's and walking away a little bit. Miko's coy voice was too powerful to kill. Miko, who had finally obtained several other Ibuki evolution types, ran away happily, leaving only Lin Xiao, who was full of grudges, to cook in the same place. Chapter 57, The Violent Appearance of a Bookworm. At night, after dinner, Lin Xiao hunkered down in his tent to draw up a training plan for the mini dragons and the Koda ducks, especially the mini dragons, a strong little guy that needed special treatment. When Lin Xiao was busy in the dark, a scream of ah suddenly came out from Nat's tent. Lin Xiao was so scared that he almost let the cigarette in his hand poke his face, and the scream seemed to be a man's voice. How could there be a man in Natsu's tent? Closing the notebook, Lin Xiao rushed out of the tent. Just outside the tent he watched a man with purple hair, in his mid-20s and his Pokemon, Tsunade, make a close contact with the earth under Natsu's chanting. Although Tsunade had resisted as best he could, it hadn't done any good, and the queen of the supernaturals had shown it how superpowers should be used. Ever since she was attacked with a shuriken by Ayako, the younger sister of Orange, when she was conveniently in the grove of the Asahi Dojo, Nasi has been extra vigilant in the wild, especially when sleeping inconveniently. Help don't. I know it's wrong. I just let Tsunade use instantaneous movement. I didn't realize that I would appear in your tent. Lady warrior, spare your life. The man who was in close contact with the earth and had eaten countless amounts of dirt, fell on the ground and begged for mercy loudly. Using instantaneous movement to instantly appear in Natsu's tent? Lin Xiao mourned for this kindred spirit, hoping that he'd better catch Natsu still chatting with Miko instead of wearing a small nightgown and getting ready to sleep, or else it would only be even more miserable. Oomph! A cold snort escaped from Nachi's nostrils, puffing out her iceberg face as she stepped out of the tent, followed by Miko who was covering her Snickers. Judging by the two's clothing they shouldn't have slept yet. Seeing Natsu walk out with a stern face, the purple-haired man's pupils shrunk violently, his body trembled slightly, and he vigorously shrank a few steps backward. However, this man's luck was good. Natsu did not turn him into a doll in the first place. After traveling with Lin Xiao and the two of them for a while, Natsu's character was a lot kinder and did not have the previous behavior of serving superpowers without moving or turning you into a cute decoration without saying a word. Tsunade, who was still resisting with her Nyanli, made Natsu's face even colder, and Lin Xiao hurriedly intervened between these two people and their favorites, persuading Natsu, stop, the others didn't mean to do it. Let him explain, okay? Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose. Please listen to my explanation. Seeing Lin Xiao speak out to help himself, the purple-haired man hurriedly followed. Lin Xiao was born to persuade. Natsu withdrew her superpower, grunted softly, picked up Larula's and dug into the tent, obviously not wanting to be involved in what was to come. Miko narrowed her smiling eyes and gestured towards Lin Xiao, following into the tent and accompanying Natsu, pulling out a cigarette and handing it to the purple-haired man. Lin Xiao asked, say, what's going on? Finishing his sentence, he glanced at Natsu's tent. She can hear everything we say. Oh. The purple-haired man had not yet detached himself from his nervousness. He said thank you to Lin Xiao, took the cigarette and lit it up. His trembling fingers clamped onto the cigarette and took a few hard puffs. He said, thank you for your help. My name is Violence. I'm from the Divine Aura. I'm a Pokemon researcher. Because things are urgent, so Sharnader's instantaneous movement didn't determine a good bit before this situation occurred. And I'm deeply sorry for causing you all the trouble. I deeply apologize. After saying that, he bowed slightly to Lin Xiao and took out his researcher information card to show it to Lin Xiao. How dare you use instantaneous movement without knowing where you are? Aren't you afraid you'll end up in an abyss? Or in the nest of a giant stinging bee? It was indeed a researcher information card issued by the Alliance. Lin Xiao took it and faintly looked at it for a few moments, returned it to Violence and said, put away your Tsunade and take a rest in my tent. It looks like you haven't eaten yet. Let me prepare some food for you. Thanks, you are a good person. Violence put away Tsunade and once again bowed to Lin Xiao in gratitude. However, it did not enter Lin Xiao's tent, knowing that at this point, the two were still strangers, and casually entering someone else's tent would seem rude. Made a bowl of fried rice for Violence with the leftovers, plus 2 eggs and a ham sausage. It's so good. Violence praised in a blur of praise as her mouth was encased in rice. It's still the best fried rice I've ever had. Ahem. Lin Xiao breathlessly handed him the water. Didn't anyone teach him that it's best not to talk when eating fried rice or else it's easy to get choked? Besides, whatever one eats when he's hungry feels delicious. After a good meal, the two of them just sat on the grass and talked about one thing or another. Violence, aren't you a researcher in the Shino region? How did you come to Kanto? And looking at your clothes, it doesn't look like you're here to do research. Lin Xiao added silently in his heart. At this moment, Violence was wearing a white suit with a pink bow tie and white leather shoes. But because of those 2 hits from Nachi just now made the white suit and shoes covered in mud. The violet attire made Lin Xiao feel more like a groomsman than a researcher who had come to Kanto to do research. Noticing Lin Xiao's strange look, Violence smiled to himself. I look like a poke, don't I? In fact, I came to Kanto for my honeymoon with my newlywed wife. Honeymoon? Lin Xiao 2 eyes stared at the boss. Honeymoon to the middle of nowhere to come? And the violent look felt like updating the man who ran away from the wedding. Any more cigarettes? Theirs. Lin Xiao took out his cigarettes and handed them over. Violent frustration ruthlessly smoked a few mouthfuls of stifled smoke and smiled bitterly. You know what? That year she was 18. I was also 18. And we met because of our research on larulas. I could feel that it was God's plan. And the two of us soon became a couple that was the envy of countless people. And how romantic and beautiful everything was. This year we got married and had a big wedding. Saying this, Violence clenched his fists and slammed them hard on the grass a few times, shouting with a sobbing voice, but you know what? On the wedding night my wonderful wife demanded like me 8 times. 8 whole times. How many 8 times are there in life? Lin Xiao swallowed his saliva hard and couldn't help but ask, and then your wife pestered you to come 8 times a day? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Nima, this is too powerful. It will kill you if you do this every day. How did you know? Violence asked with a stunned look, then nodded. For half a whole month, what was supposed to be a wonderful honeymoon period turned into a trip to hell for me. So, I escaped with my Senaido. Lin Xiao was stunned with his mouth wide open, patting Violence's shoulder. He really didn't know how to comfort him, but being able to make his stepford wife hold out for half a month under the demands of 8 times a day was already great. Thank you, brother. Pouring out some words has soothed my heart, but I need to leave. Violence patted Lin Xiao's shoulder inside. My wife will catch up with me here soon. See you again sometime. I can smell the smell of Banjira on you. I hope that the next time we see each other we can have a sparring session with Banjira. Under Lin Xiao's stunned eyes, Senaido used instantaneous movement to take Violence away, leaving behind only cigarette butts all over the ground and empty bowls on the floor. In the tent, Natsu blushed a little and tickled Miko vigorously, puffing out her bun face. I told you not to listen to it. What kind of nice things can they say when they're men together? Ha ha. Nazi-san, spare your life. You're the one who used your superpower to eavesdrop. I was just along for the ride. Ha ha. Spare my life. I don't dare. Miko rolled on her bunk to avoid Natsu's attack. Violence's wife is really as he said. In less than 10 minutes after he left came to the place where Lin Xiao's 3 people camped out. But the other party is gentle and generous like a small daughter-in-law's appearance at home. How to think about it, and Violence said 8 times a night to get involved in the relationship. Chapter 58, Daily Training. In the morning, when Lin Xiao was still sleeping and talking to the Lord of the Week, the mini dragon itself ran out from the elf ball and rubbed its cold head hard on Lin Xiao's face, trying to wake him up. The coolness on his face caused Lin Xiao to open his eyes. Well, mini dragon, stop it. Let me sleep a little longer. Pushing the mini dragon with his hand, Lin Xiao pulled the quilt over his head. The mini dragon looked at Lin Xiao with a puff of air and complained 2 times in dissatisfaction before aiming its spear at Mei, who was in Lin Xiao's arms. A few seconds later, a shriek came from Lin Xiao's tent. Lin Xiao, get the hell out of here and teach your mini dragon well. I'll kill it if it dares to appear in the tent again in the future. And you, if you can't teach it well, you'll be ready to sleep with a hugging pillow in the future. The mini dragon's behavior almost didn't scare Mei's soul away. Facing the furious Mei, the mini dragon swooshed and drilled out of the tent, leaving Lin Xiao to suffer alone. Lin Xiao, wearing shorts and clutching his clothes, was kicked out of the tent by Mei, and the miniature dragon blinked his big eyes innocently from outside the tent, thinking it was none of his business. If you try to act cute, I'll kill you and stew you in snake soup. Giving the mini dragon a hard look, she put on her clothes in 3 tries and started cooking breakfast. While eating breakfast, Miko's eyes kept darting at the mini dragon, looking at the mini dragon's body hairy, hiding behind the hackle dragon and not daring to come out. Mini dragon looked at his own small empty plate, and then looked at the other as eating happily. Elf, aggrieved, kindly told you to get up. Chuang still do not have something to eat. Hacklong had wanted to share his food with the mini dragon, but was stopped by Lin Xiao, and the kind-hearted Mei. although she had been scared half to death by the mini-dragon in the morning, looked at the mini-dragon's pitiful appearance, and took the initiative to put in a good word for it. Mei's persuasion was ignored by Lin Xiao, who still didn't let the mini-dragon eat, and Natsi just glanced at it faintly before she stopped caring. After eating and drinking, only the hungry mini-dragon was left. Lin Xiao took out a piece of raw beef from his backpack and put it on the mini-dragon's plate after cutting it into strips. The miniature dragon sniffed it, frowned, and purred softly. Maize, if you want to get strong, you must first have a strong body. The smell is awful and the taste is not good, but it can make you grow strong. Lin Xiao smiled and stroked the mini-dragon's head, pointed at the fast dragon and said, haven't you always hoped to defeat it? A little bit of raw meat has made it difficult for you? Twisting his head to look at the fast dragon that was sunbathing, the mini-dragon gave himself enough courage to pick up a piece of raw beef and ate it. The strong smell of blood kept hitting the mini-dragon's nostrils, forcibly resisting the desire to vomit. The mini-dragon gritted his teeth and swallowed the beef into his stomach. Quack! Hearing that eating beef can make the body grow strong, Koda Duck picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth, but immediately spat it out, collapsed his face and scratched his tongue and head with his hands as hard as he could. Ignoring the Koda Duck, the mini-dragons helped themselves to the second piece of raw meat. Go go go! What are you meddling here all the time, Duck? Play aside. It's your turn later. Lin Xiao shooed the Koda Duck to the side and told it not to disturb the mini-dragon. Having just dispatched the Koda Duck, the forest lizard came up again. Chamo! Any opportunity to enhance its strength forest lizard wouldn't let go of, and the mini-dragon's treatment forest lizard wanted to try it out as well. What's a fruit-eating vegan lizard doing here? Chamo the forest lizard was still very insistent. Lin Xiao could only let it go, but it had the same result as the Koda Duck. Others Koda Duck is at least a duck, eating bugs at all times. You're just a vegetarian also want to come? After finishing a small plate of raw meat with great difficulty, the mini-dragon looked at Lin Xiao with a gasp, signaling that he had finished and could start the next stage of training. You mystic dragon, it would do you good to wander around and digest for a while before you start training. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the miniature dragon was on the grass and slowly began to walk, putting the sandbags on the Koda Duck and the forest lizard. Lin Xiao said to the forest lizard, see that koa tree? Your task is to keep jumping up and touching the trunk of the tree to train your bouncing power and explosive power. Following the tree Lin Xiao pointed to, it was a dead tree. The first branch was about 5 or 6 fans high from the ground. If it was usual, this height was just a small kiss for the forest lizard, but now it was full of sandbags. It was not easy to jump that high. The sandbags on the body will make it harder for the forest lizard to bounce and explode, but if the forest lizard adapts to the weight of the sandbags, it will become faster and more explosive. And since its stamina is not good and its defense is not good, it will only be able to attack. Shaya! The forest lizard picked up violently and used its whole body strength, but it was still a long way from touching the trunk of the tree, which made it a little uncomfortable. However, the forest lizard still followed Lin Xiao's instructions and picked up again and again, using its full strength every time. Fast Dragon, come over here. Lin Xiao whistled and shouted to Fast Dragon, who was sunbathing. Oh, the quick dragon looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously and flew in front of him. Lin Xiao patted the rounded belly of the fast dragon and scolded with a smile. Don't sunbathe after you've had enough to eat for a day. You'll be the one to train the Koda Duck later on. You follow behind it and supervise it to run. If it dares to be lazy or too slow, you can electrocute it. It doesn't have to be too powerful, just enough to numb it for a while. Winking at Fast Dragon. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth pulled up a bad smile. Oh, the fast dragon was quick to pat his chest and breast, signaling that the hug accomplished the task and that it would make Koda Duck die of lust. Quack! The Koda Duck stared at Lin Xiao with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Yesterday the fast dragon electricity at that time, the Koda Duck but in mind, that taste. Ignoring Koda Duck's complaints, Lin Xiao pointed at the hill in the distance and said, your task today is to carry the sandbags on your back. Run to that hill, and then run back, and on the way, you can use your Nianli to help reduce the weight. Alright, go! The Koda Duck, who still wanted to protest, saw the electric current rising from the tentacles on top of the snapdragon's head, and winced, twisting and running with the sandbag on its back. It didn't want to try the sensation of having its body tingling and the top of its head smoldering again. There are still many dragons left, but before Lin Xiao could say anything, Mei rubbed up and pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Lin Xiao, give me a clearer picture of what you said yesterday about the Ibuki evolution type. You just told me that there are still the Ice Elf, Night Elf, Moon Elf, and Sun Elf, but you didn't say how it should be evolved. I'll go. I'm not a god. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. I also saw it on the information Grandpa Oki sent from other regions. Since I wasn't really interested in any of Ibuki's evolutionary types, so I didn't check it out much. Mei clenched her silver teeth and angrily pointed at Lin Xiao. Then aren't you tricking me? Auntie, I dare to fool you? Lin Xiao instantly had one head become two big ones and hurriedly pacified Mei. Sun Elf is a superpower tier Pokemon. It needs to build up intimacy with the trainer during the daytime, and when the intimacy reaches saturation, it can evolve. Moon Elf is an evil tier, and the method of evolution is reversed from Sun Elf. As for the Ice Pokemon and Leaf Pokemon, I'm not sure, so I'll ask Grandpa Oki some other time. That's more like it. Only then did Mei, who had gotten a satisfactory answer, change to a smiling face. Her jade finger poked Lin Xiao a few times and said, "If I find out that you're lying to me, you're dead." After saying that, ignoring Lin Xiao, she turned around and darted over towards Nazi. Sister Nazi, the Sun Elf is of the superpower lineage. It should be very suitable for your. Let's cultivate one? This girl, she hasn't even landed herself yet and she's starting to think about others? Lin Xiao breathlessly wiped the cold sweat on his head. This can only be thought in his heart. Never say it out of his mouth. Otherwise Mei will surely look for himself to fight for his life. Chapters 59 to 60, The Two Stifled Champions. Go Mini Dragon. Go for it. For the training of the Mini Dragon, Lin Xiao can only start from the physical ability. There is no way that the physical ability of the little guy is a weak point. The Mini Dragon tied to the sandbags needs to take a lot of effort to crawl on the grass. Lin Xiao also strapped on sandbags for himself to accompany the Mini Dragon to train together, increasing the affinity between the two and cheering the Mini Dragon up in the process. Accompanied by a trainer, the Pokemon will exert far more perseverance than usual. Despite the sweat running all over its body, the Mini Dragon still tried to climb forward. Lin Xiao's companion cheering it up made it very happy. Every little bit of distance, the Mini Dragon had to pay a huge price to reach it. Even so, the Mini Dragon didn't give up until its strength was exhausted, fainting on the grass. Returning with the unconscious Mini Dragon in his arms, Lin Xiao placed it on the grass and splashed some cold water on it to help it regain its strength. At the same time, he asked Mei to help the Mini Dragon prepare some medicines for fatigue to help it relieve its fatigue. Lin Xiao, would it be too cruel? The Mini Dragon is still small. Mei's large eyes were filled with intolerance. It can't be helped. Lin Xiao wiped down the sweat on his forehead and gasped. If you want to gain great strength, you have to eat a lot of suffering. It's better to be a man than a man after suffering. AI Miko sighed slightly. The master was like that. So were the Pokemon. Why were they all working so hard? Is strength really that important? Rainbow City Dragon Dojo. Sharona looked at the yellow, colorful aperture surrounded by lying in front of the green dragon statue of the land shark. Slightly worried. Land sharks continue to be like this has been a few days, and during the period of rice and water do not touch, as if on hunger strike in general. Beside Sharona, what Ari softly said, "Don't worry, it's fine. Dragon Pokemon can't starve without eating for a while." Next to Sharona's land shark, what Ari's fast dragon was also lying there without eating or drinking, but the aperture on the fast dragon's body was blue, unlike that of the land shark. Sharona rolled her eyes. Did I say it would starve to death? Not a good thing to say right out of the gate. And isn't your Snapdragon the same? Seemingly noticing that his words were wrong, he awkwardly snorted. But Lin Xiao's Banjira origin comprehension seems to be getting faster and faster. I'm really envious of his kid, actually getting a Pokemon with such a good qualification. Compared to Banjira, the speed of the spirited land shark and the quick dragon in comprehending their natural origin was much slower, and were not on the same level as Banjira. Sharona nodded slightly, agreeing with Watari's words. I should have known that I would have tried everything to switch Lin Xiao's Yukira over in the first place. With a mother's qualifications being so good, the child wouldn't be any worse. I can't imagine that the Divine Aurora female champion also has a greedy side? Watari smiled faintly. Luckily Lin Xiao didn't promise you, but do you think these four great sacred beasts really exist? Saying this, Watari's face gradually became serious. The fast dragon comprehending the origin. Even in the middle of the dragon cave at home there was no reaction. How come in front of the green dragon it's like this? Could it be that the four holy beasts really exist? If so, then their strength. I don't know. Sharona shook her head slightly. I inquired about it, and Lin Xiao said that Qinglong was the ancestral dragon, the old ancestor of the dragon race, but refused to say much else. But this guy is so dark. A single chance to comprehend has squeezed a small earth dragon out of me. Every time she thought of Lin Xiao's greedy look of not telling you the way to comprehend the origin without giving it to the little earth dragon, Sharona would hate her teeth so much that she wanted to reward him with two panda eyes on his face. Watari coughed dryly and cocked his head to the side. This treatment was happening to him as well, only replacing the little Geoduck with a miniature dragon. Ding bell. The challenger draws number 7. Just as the two were depressed, a horn blared from the side. At the sound of the horn, Sharona's face fell as Watari smiled bitterly and rubbed her chin, saying, "You going or me? I'm afraid that the only person who can make two champions guard the dojo for themselves and dispatch the challengers in the entire alliance is Lin Xiao." Although the two champions would like to get rid of their hands, Lin Xiao dared to put Banjira in the dojo to realize the origin alone. They did not dare to The land shark and the fast dragon are almost the lifeblood of Sharona and Watari. If something goes wrong during this period, will they not cry to death? It was precisely because he knew that the two champions didn't dare to leave that Lin Xiao felt relieved to leave Banjira in the dojo. With the two champions around, who would dare to come and get any wrong ideas? Before the two champions could even walk to the ring, there was a conflict in the training room and the two had no choice but to be firefighters. In the training room, Kotomine clutched his laptop and stood by as a trainer from the Chanel screamed with his mouth full. It's not fair. What's going on? Sharona frowned, her powerful aura filling the training room, and asked, don't you know that loud noises are not allowed in the dojo? Sharona had just come in, and the trainer who had screamed about unfairness was immediately mute. Having been champion for 3 years in a row, unmatched and prestigious in the Chanel, now that the idol appeared in front of him, this trainer was shaking with excitement. That would still complain about the unfairness of the Dragon Dojo. After spending more than 10 days with Sharona and Watari, Kotomine had become immune to Sharona's aura, and shrugged his shoulders and told him what happened. It turns out that this challenger, who introduced training after losing the challenge, realized that he didn't have the same Pokemon special training as the other trainers, as to cry out that the league was unfair, which led to the above scene. Another mess left behind by Lin Xiao. Sharona rubbed her flooded temples, wanting to fly to Lin Xiao and strangle him to death. How can I explain this? Are there any trainers in the Kanto region who have specially trained me in the divine aura? The day is not good. The challenger is a petite little girl. Originally see their idol fairy is still very excited, but after the challenge failed, a fart sat on the ground to play a rascal. Oh, not fair. Why is the dojo challenge will be the champion sitting in the town? This is clearly does not want us to get the badge to participate in the Quartz Alliance. The fairy heavenly king is so annoying. Woo! The little girl's crying made Wataru's forehead bruise. When it came to fighting, Wataru was never weak, but when it came to comforting a crying little girl it was killing him. Wataru, who had never been in love, would never do such a thing. There was no way out of this world, no way in. Left and right coaxing. It is not easy to fix the little girl. Watari's back has been wet with sweat. No champion should have the temperament. The more the heart thinks the more it is not a taste. This is not pure pitfalls? In the end, the two stifled champions hated Lin Xiao with gnashing teeth and vowed to dismantle Lin Xiao, make it into cured meat and feed it to the dogs. Chapter 61, Pikachu Forest. For a few days, Mei had been in between, ignoring Lin Xiao, and sleeping at night by burrowing into Nachi's tent and huddling with Nachi. Helplessly Lin Xiao only unleashed the spirit of not lacking and never giving up, and it was only under Lin Xiao's stalking and cajoling that Mei was able to calm down her anger. On this day, the three of them came to a forest. Lin Xiao took out a map and looked at it, and after a long time exclaimed, Mei, you're blessed. This is called the Pikachu Forest, and there's a lot of Pikachu in it. Really? Miko instantly rejoiced. All along she had wanted to take in a Pikachu and put it outside to skulk around like Xiaoji. And Pikachu's look was cute and adorable enough that a girl would love it, just that she hadn't been able to find the right opportunity before. But now that she had encountered it, how could she miss it? But it's not easy to find Pikachu in such a big forest. Overly surprised Miko was a bit deflated. The thought of slowly searching for Pikachu in a large forest would be absolutely devastating after a while. This stupid girl is still really stupid. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, unexpectedly forgetting the biggest radar around. With the presence of the Super Queen Nasi, it wasn't hard to find Pikachu. What Lin Xiao had egg on his face was how Miko was going to take in Pikachu. Her vine tendrils had never been trained, and the same was true for the 3 ibis she had taken in the wild area. Was it hard to play the emotional card after finding Pikachu? You're afraid you won't be able to find Pikachu with Natty's presence, Lin Xiao reminded Miko. But I think you should think about what you should do to take in Pikachu first. Your Pokemon are untrained, and their battle power is only 5 points at best. Strangely enough, Lin Xiao had never been able to figure out how Miko had managed to take a bookie under her wing in the wild wilderness area. With the scummy 5 combat points of the vine snake, Mei chagrined and slapped her head, and happily said, how did I forget about Sister Nachi? As for how I should take in Pikachu, that's my own business. I don't need you to worry about it. Do you think that anyone is just like you just knows how to fight? After saying that, he didn't forget to give Lin Xiao a light grunt. What a good intention. Lin Xiao thought breathlessly. Since that day on the bridge after that thing, Nazi look at Lin Xiao's eyes some dodge, has not been willing to and Lin Xiao alone, make Lin Xiao depressed not to. I will not force, riot you, need to be like this? With Natty's superior mental powers, the place where Pikachu was quickly found. Retracting her superpowers, Nasi took 2 deep breaths. After all, using her superpowers to probe over a wide area consumed a lot. It's on the east side of the forest. I'm afraid we'll have to walk for a few hours if we want to get over there. Isn't it just a couple hours away? It's just a piece of cake. Miko temperament high and lead the way. It seems that not until the capture of Pikachu Miko vowed not to rest. A couple hours or less. You're in the woods. There's no trails. You think you're on the main road? Lin Xiao was speechless, but still quickly followed Mei. In the forest can not only Pikachu a kind of Pokemon. The thing popped out some offensive things to hurt. Scare Mei will not be good. Oh, less than an hour. Mei has been gasping for breath, pouting small. Mouth began to complain. Nothing to do, why grow so many vines, so that people did not all hair away. So annoying. Lin Xiao looked at Mei's pouting little mouth that could hang a kettle of oil and was helpless, walked over to her and bent down, saying, just know how to show off. Now you've tasted it, haven't you? Come up here and I'll carry you over. Hee. Mei mischievously spat out her small fragrant Tanyan lay on Lin Xiao's back. It's still hubby who's the best. Come, this is a reward for you. After saying that, she perfumed Lin Xiao's face. There are sleepy which when the husband is the best. No difficulty when the husband sighed to go to sleep holding a sleep pillow. Hey, women's minds guess not. Although Budgie is still small, but the size is still a woman. What Lin Xiao and Mei didn't notice was that behind them, Natsi looked at the intimate two. A trace of envy flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly hidden and silently followed the two. But it was by using her superpower to float. Natsi's stamina was even more thin than Mei's, and she'd have long since gotten down if she hadn't used her superpower. Without Miko as a little drag, the trio's speed gradually increased, and in 2 hours the trio finally arrived at the place where Pikachu had gathered. Not caring about her image at all, Nat sat down on her butt and began to rest. The hours of traveling had taken a toll on her. Lin Xiao agreed to do so and sat aside panting. The forest was full of branches and branches across the forest. Every step forward was difficult. Not to mention that Lin Xiao had carried Mei on his back for 2 hours. At this time, sitting on the ground, even his pinky mother was too lazy to move a bit. 3 people not far away from a large tree. Countless Pikachu and Piku in the above jumping around. Lively and cute figure caused Mei's eyes rose up little stars from the backpack out of the Pokemon food on the ground not far away. Said loudly, Pikachu, Piku, come over here. There's so much good food here. After saying that, he voluntarily withdrew some distance to allow the many Pikachu and Piku to come up and eat the food. Lin Xiao has been surprised by Mei's capture method to grow his mouth for a long time to close. A long time, a bitter smile, rubbing his head. I should have thought of it long ago. This collected Pikachu's method can be really strange. However, Lin Xiao was skeptical of this method, not to mention how long it would take to get the Pokemon to like themselves and travel with them. The problem was that there wasn't just one Pikachu and Piku right now but a group of them. The number was no less than 50. May have how much Pokemon food Lin Xiao but no clearly. That point of food contempt only enough to 50 or so Pikachu a Pikachu to eat a meal. Eat after how to do? Want to use a meal of food in exchange for all the time Pikachu. This idea is too bull asterisk. Pie. Pikachu. The Piku and Pikachu stopped when they heard Miko's shout and looked at her. Watching Miko place the Pokemon food on the grass not too far away and back away from her own. A bit frazzled. Eventually a slightly more daring Piku jumped down from the tree and after taking a few bites of the food Miko had put down, squinted and yelled at his companion. Choo. At Piku's call, Pikachu and Piku, who felt no danger around them, jumped down and gathered around the Pokemon food, snorting it. As she watched the Pikachu and Piku accept their food, Miko narrowed her eyes happily, then whirled around Lin Xiao. The look in Mei's eyes caused a sense of foreboding to rise up in Lin Xiao's heart, and he was about to find an excuse to bolt when Mei blocked him. Miko, who was blocking Lin Xiao's body, squirmed and played with the corner of her coat, her face covered with an embarrassed look as she softly said, hubby, I don't have enough Pokemon food for Pikachu and Piku. Can you see if you can help me make some more with those tree fruits? Nanny. Lin Xiao was petrified and pulled out his ears vigorously, fearing that he had misheard, and asked nervously, are you saying that I'm letting to make Pokemon food for these 50 or so Piku and Pikachu? Isn't that right? Under Mei's little head that was bobbing up and down vigorously, Lin Xiao sprayed out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Nima, this is 50, not 5, okay? Really do that back to the dead. Lin Xiao hated why he was making Pokemon food, hated why Xiaoji was skulking around with Pikachu, hated why this forest had so many Pikachu and Piku. Chapter 62, Stonestown and Cheese Encounter. Luckily Pikachu and Piku don't eat much, just a little bit at a time. If they were replaced by 50 Raichu, there were a lot of tree fruits in the Pikachu forest. There were quite a few of various flavors. Lin Xiao purposely picked some sweet and sour fruits. It seemed that the electric Pokemon had a penchant for sweet and sour type of food. With enough fruits and the help of Miko and Natsi, Lin Xiao quickly made enough food to feed this group of Pikachu good Piku for a few days. This made Miko so happy that she teased Pikachu and Piku with the food every now and then. Under the food ruse, in just one day Miko had already played with the little ones, which made Lin Xiao incomparably envious. It was clear that he had made the food himself, but as soon as they saw themselves approaching, the Pikachus all shrank back to the tree, as if they had seen some kind of monster. Brother, is that horrible? Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and glared at these picachas. Caught by the nest, you are dead. After 2 days of settling in the picacha forest, Miko managed to seduce a delicate, coquettish, and adorable Piku with plenty of food. Learning from Koji to make Piku sit on his shoulders and jump up and down, Lin Xiao can only helplessly spit out. Get a Piku or Pikachu to sit on the shoulder is really so foreign. Piku is still much better. Changing into Pikachu can be sad. Pikachu's weight has 6 kilograms. If well bred, the weight increases by 2 to 3 kilograms. It's basically the same as carrying close to 10 kilograms on your head and shoulders at all times. Xiaoji is powerful. Lin Xiao finally made a summary. Pai Piku. Miko teased the Piku on her shoulder with the Pokemon food, causing the Piku to whine loudly in displeasure. The cute look was extraordinarily endearing. Do you want to eat? Piku. You have to be quick if you want to eat. Cluck. Miko teased Piku with the food, and every time Piku was about to grab it, Miko would hold it away from him. Enjoying herself, Piku on her shoulder wailed in anxiety, and even Natty joined in on the fun by holding Larulas. Lin Xiao could only feel silent sorrow for little Piku. It was sad for little Piku to be in the hands of such an unscrupulous owner. Well, Lin Xiao, look. What is that? It seems like an Ibu? Miko, who was teasing Piku, suddenly pointed behind a tree hole not far away and said, "Why is there an ibuki in this place?" Lin Xiao suspiciously looked in the direction Mei was pointing, and sure enough, an ibuki was tied up with a rope, and there was water and food by the tree hole. There's water and food. Could it be that its trainer made it stay here? Lin Xiao looked at the food and water on the ground and said softly, "But why leave it here? Isn't it afraid of encountering danger?" Upon seeing the trio's arrival, Ibu pitifully purred softly at the trio, scruffing his large ears in hopes that the trio would take him away. Damn it! The kind-hearted Miko burst into flames. This ibuki was obviously forced to stay here by his trainer. How could he do such a thing? Not only was Miko angry, but even Nasi frowned slightly at her willow brow as she gathered up her lariats and untied ibuki's leash, cradling it in her arms and comforting it softly. It's got a tag around its neck. A sharp-eyed Miko saw the small tag around Ibu's neck as Nats picked him up. Lin Xiao bent down, looked and said, "Stonetown, E14, Tai Chi, this should be the address of Ibu's owner. It seems to be not far ahead. Let's go over and take a look." Humph. Miko clenched her small fists in dissatisfaction and put on a fierce look as she viciously said, "Don't let me catch you or you're dead." No matter how she pretended, the word vicious never had anything to do with Miko, but instead gave off a cute look. Heading down E14, the trio soon arrived in the town of Stonetown, and after questioning a few people, they soon found Taichi's home. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was about to ring the doorbell to see if anyone was there when he suddenly heard someone behind him calling out to himself, and turned his head to see that it was Xiaoji and his group. Seeing Lin Xiao, Xiaoji was very happy and ran up. "Great! Finally caught up. Lin Xiao, you don't know. Your what's-her-name Dragon Dojo can toss me around." Not waiting for Xiaoji to finish complaining, Kasumi immediately spat from the side. "Che, how dare you say that after taking advantage of someone else, the dojo helped you improve your strength so much, and you still dare to complain about someone else? Are you ashamed?" No matter what time, Xiao Xiao always and Xiaoji sing the opposite of the person. The two seem to be born incompatible. The strange thing is that the two people see travel together. Miko covers her snickers and Kong covers his eyes helplessly. These two are at it again. What does this have to do with you? Lin Xiao is the one who watched me grow up. Yeah. Our relationship is like blood brothers. Xiaoji's words made Lin Xiao almost choke to death on his saliva. He coughed dryly and said, "Alright, you guys just stop arguing. Xiaoji has been practicing for a while. It seems like he's gotten quite a bit stronger. Oh, but I'm surprised how quickly you guys caught up." Lin Xiao cannot dare to continue on this kind of topic. If let Xiaoji know that he has been treated as a big brother Lin Xiao has been and his old lady pat, how would he feel? "Because we're not lost," Koji said rightfully. "It's a miracle that the trio of Koji didn't get lost." "Lin Xiao, let me show you my Pokemon. Hey, they have become very powerful." Oh, Xiaoji couldn't wait to show off to Lin Xiao. Just like a little kid who got first place in an exam, the first thing he thought of was to find the adults at home to show off and get praised. Kasumi and Kong breathlessly walked aside holding Piku, showing off strength in front of Lin Xiao. I'm afraid that only Xiaoji could do it. "Come out, my fellows," as Koji yelled. Mythical Frogweed, Fire Dinosaur, Bibbidi, all appeared on the highway. This, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoji in confusion. Weren't his mythical frog seed, Little Fire Dragon, and Jenny Turtle all unwilling to evolve? By the way, where did Jenny Turtle go? Seemingly seeing what Lin Xiao wanted to say, Xiaoji scratched the back of his head and accepted. "When I was at the Dragon Dojo, I talked to everyone about it, and in the end, Mythical Frog Seed and Little Fire Dragon chose to evolve, and they're also very attentive to training themselves, and I've already felt that Bibbidi Bird is about to evolve, and when that time comes, I'll be able to sit on the Bibbidi Eagles and soar in the sky." "Oh, Did Kodomine hit him too hard, causing Kodoshir to choose to let the Pokemon evolve? Miko on the side couldn't help but ask softly. Where's your Jenny Turtle? Miko's inquiry made Koji look as if he had suffered a blow, and his demeanor immediately withered. Shrugging his head, Jenny Turtle left, glaring fiercely at Mei. What a pot to piss in. Lin Xiao patted Xiaoji's shoulder and said, don't be sad. If there's fate, I'm sure you'll see each other again someday. By the way, Xiaoji, you guys received the gifts I left for you and Shigeru at the dojo? Worthy of the nerves of Xiaoji. Blink of an eye will be negative emotions behind the head. Puzzled, no before leaving, Mom wants me to train by heart it. You do not know her, Mom, he annoyed. Lin Xiao, what is the gift you said? Nothing, I misremembered. Lin Xiao shook his head awkwardly. Since Huazi didn't give Xiaoji the little earth dragon, she should have her reasons. Lin Xiao didn't intend to get involved in this matter. Eventually unable to bear it, Natsu hugged Ibu and said in a cold voice, are you guys going to just keep standing at someone's front door and chatting? Hearing the words of Nats, Lin Xiao, suddenly embarrassed, ruthlessly scraped Xiaoji a glance. It's all you, causing the old man to make a fool of himself. Chapters 63 to 64, The Four Ibu Brothers. Just as Lin Xiao was embarrassed, a little boy, who opened the gate, exclaimed in shock when he saw Ibu in Nazi's arms. Bui Ibuki yelped happily at the sight of the little boy, jumping happily from Nasi's arms and running over to the little boy, rubbing his head affectionately against him. You can tell by looking at Ibu's behavior that the little boy is Ibu's owner, Taichi, but why did he leave Ibu in the forest? Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Miko rushed up, puffing out her bun face, and said to a disgruntled Taichi, how did you become a trainer? Don't you know that a trainer has to love their Pokemon? You threw it into the forest and didn't let it come back. Do you know how sad Ibu used to be? Facing Miko's scolding, the little boy pouted aggressively with tears in his eyes and retorted loudly, why did you guys bring it back? People had wanted to bring Ibu back after a long time, because now that the family is hosting an evolution party, the older brothers will definitely let Ibu choose to evolve. The more the little boy spoke, the sadder he became, sobbing slightly, causing Lin Xiao and his party to be confused. Because I didn't want to see my brothers fight, I chose to hide Ibu and pick him back up after the evolutionary Pi generation. I didn't want Ibu to evolve. I don't want to see my brothers fighting over Ibu's evolved type. Woo, this is too childish. Why are you talking and crying? At that moment, three people came out of Taichi's manor. The three gods were carrying fire elves, water elves, and thunder elves, and it looked like they were the three older brothers Taichi was talking about. One of the men with fire elf hair bent down and wrapped his arms around Taichi and said softly, my brothers just want Taichi to let Ibuki evolve. It would be much stronger that way, but we're not forcing you, Taichi. Yeah, said the blue-haired man with the water sprite on the side, we four Ibuki brothers are very united, so how could we be bickering over Ibuki's evolved type? Taichi, if you don't want Ibu to evolve, just tell your brothers. Why did you hide Ibu from us and make us worry? Brother. Taichi looked at his three smiling and nodding older brothers and couldn't hold back the release of his wails any longer. With the comfort of his three older brothers, Taichi managed to hold back his tears and broke into a smile, bowing and thanking them. Thank you for bringing back Ibuki. If you can, please come to my house for the evolution party. Kids are just simple, easy to explode and quick to put away. Lin Xiao and the others agreed to Taichi's invitation to an evolution party hosted by Taichi's family. Depending on which this was, the invited guests were able to get free evolution stones to evolve their Pokemon here at the Ibuki Four Brothers. The huge manor covers an area of at least dozens of acres. Could it be that the people who dug into the fossils are all so rich? Looking at the luxurious manor in front of him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart, wondering what it would be like after his house, which was still under construction, was built. Wait, Taichi's older brother, the red-haired man, suddenly called out to everyone and turned around to keep sizing up Miko, his naked eyes looking at Miko's heart. Slightly ducking towards Lin Xiao's back, Mei revealed a small head. May I ask what you want? His own girl was stared at by someone else. Lin Xiao was immediately offended, boarded up his face and said irritably, may I ask what do you mean by staring at my girlfriend? Xiaoji's trio had the look of seeing a small monster. Even if you like Mei, you don't have to be like this in front of someone else's boyfriend. Realizing that his actions were rude, the red-haired man smiled awkwardly, knocked his hand on his head a few times, and bowed apologetically towards Miko. I'm sorry, beautiful young lady, I didn't mean anything like that. I just smelled a scent of ibis on you, so I wanted to ask you if you have one. I apologize for causing any misunderstanding. So that's what happened. Hearing the redhead's explanation, Miko sighed in relief, patted her full, small breasts, smiled slightly, and said, I do have 3 ibises that I collected in the Wild Plains wilderness area. The redhead smiled slightly and said, as a token of my apology, if you want IB to evolve, I'll provide you with free evolutionary stones. Don't. Miko firmly shook her head vigorously. I want Ibuki to evolve into a sun elf, ice elf and leaf elf. There are other evolved types of Ibuki? The crowd stared at their beatific eyes in shock. Although Ibu's several other evolution types were not a secret, it was true that not many trainers knew about them, especially in Kanto. Knocking down Lin Zhao's shirt, Mei gestured for Lin Zhao to speak. Me again? The corners of Lin Zhao's mouth twitched slightly as he spoke to the crowd about Ibu's several other evolutionary types. The conditions for evolution. After a long time, Taichi's 3 older brothers. You looked at me, I looked at you, and finally laughed bitterly. Thanks to us thinking that we are the ones who know the most about Ibo. We actually didn't even know that Ibo has other evolved types. It seems that our experience is still too little. You don't have to be bothered about that, because the other evolutionary types of Ibuki, which mainly exist in the Shino region, are not clear. Looking at the tangled trio, Lin Zhao had to be the peacemaker and explain. Who knows that these 3 brothers said in unison. No, 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 it's not the region, it's the small scope of our knowledge. It's so true that the 3 brothers are talking so well together. After a long time, the red-haired man seemed to have made some kind of decision and said to his 3 younger brothers, I'm planning to go out for a trip after the evolution party, so I'll have to trouble you guys to take care of the house. On what grounds? No sooner had the redhead's words fallen out of his mouth than the blue-haired man began to protest. I'm going out on a trip too. It's better to leave the housekeeping duties to the oldest. The yellow-haired man, who was the 3rd oldest, rolled his eyes and whistled. Since we all want to go out on a trip, let's not push it. Why don't we, the 4 Ibo brothers, just go out together? Don't they say that a brother's heart is in the right place? I don't feel comfortable leaving my little brother alone at home. Makes sense. The oldest and second stroked their chins and nodded. Finally, in the oldest of the clap, Ibu 4 brothers decided to close the family into the fossil mall, and go out together to travel. The poor youngest Taichi, the face of the right to speak are not. Their own destiny is set by the 3 brothers. After attending the evolution party of the 4 Ibuki brothers, Lin Zhao and the others chose to leave, where the eldest of the 4 brothers loosened a set of evolution stones to Lin Zhao before he left. Lin Zhao didn't excuse himself and accepted it with alacrity. As for the Koji trio, I don't know if I've been dazzled by money or what, but I'm going to stay and dig into the fossils. What a noble labor to make money and exercise at the same time. Chapter 65, The Compound Leaf Badge. Originally toward the Red Lotus Road Museum, Lin Zhao trio came to an unknown forest, so that Lin Zhao depressed is that the 3 people in the forest turned a day did not come out. Lin Zhao, are you sure this is the way to Hong Honglian Island? Isn't the Red Lotus Island on the beach? Mei questioned Lin Zhao doubtfully. Lin Zhao, who took out the map to check, the more he looked, the darker his face became. He actually got lost. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Lin Zhao had encountered such a thing as getting lost. And it's not a general lost. The direction that the 3 of them are walking in is completely different from the direction of the Red Lotus Island by 100,000 miles, and they themselves are even taking Miko and Natsu to walk in the opposite direction of the Red Lotus Island. Lin Zhao smiled bitterly. It's true that it's not the way to Red Lotus Island because we got lost and went in the opposite direction. This forest is called the Compound Leaf Forest. Lost? What an unfamiliar word that was to the 3 men, and now it fell upon them. Miko cried and laughed as she hugged Piku. So what now? We're so far away from Red Lotus Island. How do we get there? Nats, on the other hand, looked unconcerned, going wherever she never cared to go. It's a bit far, Lin Zhao said as he looked at the other side of the forest. Since I'm here, I'll go out of the forest first. There's a town called Fuzzy Leaf outside of the forest, and there's a dojo in that town as well. Let's go to Red Lotus Island for the final challenge after getting the badge here. Mei shrugged her shoulders to indicate whatever, and determining the route, Lin Zhao's trio followed the path of the forest towards the town of Fuzzy Leaf. Maze. The mini-dragon itself ran out of the pixie ball and looked around. Lin Zhao shouted with a black face. Didn't I tell you that you're not allowed to just run out of the elf ball? Only yesterday I reminded you, and today you're starting to make mistakes. Maze the mini-dragon collapsed his little face in aggravation, signaling that he didn't do it on purpose. Natsu hugged Larulus with a slight pick of her beauty and said to Lin Zhao, it says it wants to train and doesn't want to stay in the Pokemon ball. Natsu, who had established telepathy with Larulus, could tell what the Pokemon was saying from Larulus. It was simply a major cheat. The miniature dragon squinted its little eyes and wagged its tail happily as Nazi said what she meant. Come on, you're a dragon, okay? Can't you have some dignity? Is wagging your tail something you should do? However, since the mini dragon ran out on its own and asked for training, Lin Zhao naturally wouldn't refuse and took the sandbag out of the backpack and tied it on for it. Luckily, the backpacks in this world all had folding space and could hold a lot of stuff without the weight increasing. Otherwise the stuff in the backpack alone would be able to crush Lin Zhao down. Since the mini-dragons started training, Lin Zhao naturally released a few of the others together. The forest lizards and the Kota ducks all joined the team. As for the other few, this training run to build up their stamina already played a minimal role for them. Alright, everyone run as physical training. Lin Xiao clapped his hands and led the way with his Pokemon, Miko and Nasi following behind. It's not easy to run in the forest, especially for a footless elf like a mini dragon. It's especially painful, and it takes a lot of effort to tug on sandbags to climb over bumps and potholes. Woo! Lin Xiao was running with his little elf when he suddenly saw an injured little fire dragon sitting on the ground under a small tree on the side of the road holding its feet and wailing in pain, its fiery red skin covered in sweat. Stop! Lin Xiao shouted to his back and ran to the little fire dragon's side, bent down and said softly, "Little fire dragon, your leg is injured. Let me heal it for you, okay?" The little fire dragon looked at Lin Xiao warily and shook its head vigorously. The sharp pain on its legs made the little fire dragon cry out in pain and cold sweat under the body's high temperature and then quickly evaporated, gasping for air, obviously not lightly injured. Lin Xiao frowned. The little fire dragon was very wary of himself. He couldn't heal himself without letting him let his guard down. The elves also surrounded the little fire dragon and chattered endlessly, hoping that it would relax and let Lin Xiao heal it. But no matter how much persuasion was given, the little fire dragon was dead set on not allowing Lin Xiao to get close, causing Lin Xiao to almost get burned by the flames he spewed out. What's wrong with Lin Xiao? Miko and Nasi had just come up to see the scene of the little fire dragon spewing flames at the face of the little one. Lin Xiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead that was scared by the little fire dragon and said, "Natsi, you ask what the little fire dragon was injured because of, and it holds a great deal of hostility towards humans." Lass, kneeling on the ground, Lalu Lass, began to communicate with the little fire dragon. Oh, being a perception beast, it was easy for Larulus to get in touch with other Pokemon, and the little fire dragon gradually opened up under Larulus' questioning. After a long time, Natsi wrinkled her pretty face and said in a cold voice, "This little fire dragon was abandoned by his master, who struck him in the leg for not letting him follow. Bastard!" Lin Xiao punched his fist on the ground. What Lin Xiao hated the most was this kind of people, abandoning the little elf, not to mention injuring the little elf. If he hadn't run into Lin Xiao and the others, the little fire dragon's fate would have been absolutely dark, and it would have eventually fused with nature and become its sustenance. Miko covered her small mouth in disbelief that there could be such a trainer. It seemed the little girl had seen such a dark scene. However, the little fire dragon's injury had to be treated first before it could be treated. Lin Xiao stroked Larula's pink hair and said, "Tell the little fire dragon that I'm going to help it heal, so that it will let its guard down. It can't put off its injury. Lassie, woo! It is not far from being willing to accept your treatment. We can only use hypnotism to make it sleep. Help it relieve its injuries first, and feel the town of Fuzzy Leaf as fast as possible, where there is a Pokemon Center." Nazi nodded, overriding Larulus to use hypnosis on the little fire dragon, who quickly fell asleep as she looked into Larula's red eyes. Lin Xiao examined the injuries on the leg for the little fire dragon and looked up and said, "It's a broken leg bone. It seems to have suffered a violent impact. According to the degree of scarring of the wound, it should have been injured in the morning. If it's not treated in time, its leg will be ruined." Taking out a splint from his backpack to secure his leg for the little fire dragon, he sprayed some painkillers on it and picked up the little fire dragon to release the snapdragon. Lin Xiao sat on the back of the fast dragon and threw Inferno's Master Ball to Miko and said, "I'll send little fire dragon to the Pokemon Center first. You guys take Inferno to catch over here, and you'll be able to get to the Fuzzy Leaf Town soon after following this down the road all the way." The fast dragon quickly flew up to the Sky Dragon and disappeared into the sky. Miko released Yendi and sat on him. "Sister Nachi, let's hurry over there as well. The little fire dragon's injuries are really worrying." Nasi sat behind Miko, and the two of them urged Inferno to get to Fuzzy Leaf Town as fast as he could, letting the fast dragon fly directly to the entrance of the Pokemon Center. Lin Xiao hurriedly picked up the little fire dragon and ran inside. "Miss Joy, this little fire dragon is badly injured. Please treat it." "What, Joey?" Looking incredulously at the little fire dragon in Lin Xiao's arms, "Isn't this child of that trainer who came to challenge the dojo yesterday? How could it be injured like this?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "He was alone in the forest when I met him, abandoned, and his injuries were caused by his owner. Please leave it to me. I'll make sure to return it to its original state." Joey placed the little fire dragon on the hospital bed and hurried into the medical room, pushing the Sichuang. "Hopefully, you'll regain your health." Lin Xiao annoyingly lit a cigarette and sat on the couch in the Pokemon Center, waiting for news about little fire dragon's treatment. When the two Mei arrived, they were relieved to hear that the little fire dragon was being rescued and accompanied Lin Xiao to wait for news. After hours of waiting, Joey finally emerged from the treatment room. Little fire dragon's broken bones have basically been connected. His injuries are completely under control. He just needs to rest for a while next. Joey wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with a smile to the three, "Ms. Joy, did little fire dragon's trainer just leave from here yesterday?" Little fire was fine. Lin Xiao's lifted heart fell back into his stomach and inquired. Joey froze, puzzled. "Yeah, He came to our place yesterday to challenge the dojo, and since it's out of the way and not many people came, the reflection was more impressive. I just didn't expect him to do something like abandoning his Pokemon. Many people in this world are not what they appear to be. They obviously have a civilized face, but they do things that are worse than beasts. I'd like to know the general information about this trainer, please. Joey was a bit uncertain, but he still spoke about that trainer's information and gave it to Lin Xiao. When she walked out of the Pokemon Center, Mei gently pulled down Lin Xiao's sleeve and quietly asked, "You're not trying to get back at someone, are you? If so, count my share as well." Lin Xiao gasped and laughed at Mei's question, knocking her hard on the head. "Have you watched too many urban blockbusters? Revenge on others? I also love to hate to kill. Nothing to pay less attention to that stuff. I just want his information to report to the Alliance. When the time comes, there will be someone to deal with him. What are you blindly worrying about? I'm just curious. Why are you hitting me on the head?" Miko grumbled with a small, disgruntled grumble. Ignoring Miko's complaints, Lin Xiao said to the two, "I'll go to the challenge dojo first. You guys find a place to stay, and I'll have Larula's bring me over in a bit." Lin Xiao took Larula's from Natsu's arms and put it on his shoulder. With Larula's present, Lin Xiao could easily find the two. The Rainbow Dojo is a grass-type dojo, just like the Rainbow Dojo, but the difference is that the Rainbow Dojo was founded because of Erika's love for grass-type Pokemon. The Fuzzy Leaf Dojo was founded purely because there were too many grass-type Pokemon in the neighborhood, but due to the remoteness of the area, not many people came to challenge it. Walking into the dojo, Lin Xiao shouted, "Excuse me, is anyone there? I'm a trainer who has come to challenge the dojo." "Another trainer to challenge?" A 7-8-year-old boy stepped out from the interior of the dojo, raising his little head with his small hands behind his back, and asked, "This kid isn't the head of the dojo, is he?" Who knew that the little boy grunted in dissatisfaction. "Put away your ignorant eyes. You guessed it right. I am the dojo's owner. My dad was busy farming, so he passed the position of the owner to me." As if he was afraid that Lin Xiao would not believe him, the little boy took out the appointment letter of the dojo and let Lin Xiao see it. "My name is Kobayashi, and I'm 8 years old. Don't underestimate me. I just beat the trainer who thought he came to challenge me yesterday." Lin Xiao was instantly petrified with his mouth wide open. Am I outdated myself, or are the times advancing too fast? The dojo owner is busy farming and letting his 8-year-old son inherit the dojo. Is the dojo in Kanto really opinion lagging to this point? Ignoring the stunned Lin Xiao, Kobayashi spoke to himself with his small hands behind his back. "Originally, the rules of the dojo were 2v2, but I don't have too many Pokemon in my hand, so it's only 1v1, got it?" Afterwards, Lin Xiao lost his smile and shook his head. Whatever, there are badges to take. As long as his dojo won't turn out like this, fine, I agree. Kobayashi walked over to the other side of the grass of grounds, puffed out her small chest and breasts, and said, "You'd better be careful. I'm supposed to be very strong. Oh, come out, my partner." A white light flashed, and a mythical frog seed had appeared in the middle of the field. Lin Xiao is sure that this child is arrogant and petulant, and the mythical frog seed is obviously still very small. His body is not even developed. How to look at it does not look like it is very strong. I really do not know how that trainer lost to him yesterday. Koda Duck, you're it against such a mythical frog seed. Lin Xiao chose to use Koda Duck. Quack! The Koda Duck held its head and looked at its opponent, and began to act silly again. Lin Xiao's brain floated up a few black lines and kicked it in the ass. "Be honest with me. I asked you to come out to fight, not to come out to act silly." Koda Duck covered his butt, aggravated, and put away his dumb look, ready for the battle to begin. Just as Lin Xiao was waiting for Shaolin to order the battle to start, Shaolin suddenly ran his ass over to Lin Xiao and pandered. Can we discuss this? I'll give you my badge, and when you go outside, you can say that I defeated you, okay?" Could it be that the same trainer from yesterday? "Of course," Kobayashi said rightfully. "My mythical frog seeds have only been hatched for a short while, and they haven't even been trained, so how can they fight? And our dojo's badges are awarded 10 a year by the league. We've only given out 4 in a few years, and there's still dozens more with no room for them." Well, Lin Xiao admitted that he couldn't keep up with the times anymore, and that he could come across this kind of strange dojo tournament, but as long as he could get the badge, everything else didn't matter. By getting the compound leaf badge, Lin Xiao only needed to challenge the Red Lotus Road Pipe before he could participate in the quartz competition, and there were still 500 system gold coins to be taken, so why not? As for who wins or loses, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he will leave here tomorrow to prepare to challenge the Red Lotus Dao Pipe. The agreement was reached. Shaolin patted Lin Xiao's butt, revealing a look of a child's face, and nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry, I'll definitely spread your fame and prestige far and wide. Are kids so precocious these days? It's a good thing I didn't say my name. Feel free to make a scene." Getting the badge, Lin Xiao didn't make any stops and asked Lalulus to telepathically bring himself and the two gnats to rendezvous. The two men who were chatting heard the doorbell ring and Miko opened the door with a start. Didn't you go to the challenge dojo? Did you not find the way? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders and walked into the room, collapsing on the sofa to tell the two about the dojo challenge he had encountered, which instantly caused Mei to laugh, and even Natsu to reveal a charming smile. That little brother is too funny to even think of such a way. I thought how strong it was, but it turned out to be a dojo badge for a change. Encountering this kind of dojo is indeed depressing, while some trainers who are not as strong can't wait for all dojos to be like this, so they can easily obtain badges. I made this dojo up, so don't look for it on the map. Chapter 66, The Knockout of the Ice Queen Kona. Leaving Fuzzy Leaf Town, Lin Xiao's trio headed towards the last stop, Red Lotus 2, but they ran into big trouble again when they passed through the forest. Because they wanted to take a shortcut, Lin Xiao's trio didn't go back along the path they came from, but instead directly penetrated the forest. The forest is overgrown with waist-high weeds, thorn forests, hidden roots that can cause you to stumble, and most terrifyingly of all, run into the lair of a pack of pixies. During the period Lin Xiao and the others had mistakenly entered the nest of the big needle wasps, thousands of big needle wasps were densely packed and definitely scared the people with dense phobia to death. Encountering such a large number of large needle wasps, Lin Xiao were to raise the desire to fight, lifting up his pants and slipping away faster than a rabbit. The pixies in the wild are not as cute as in the anime. Stopping the road is still a small matter, and a swarm of them press up and make you cry without finding a place to cry. It took more than 20 days before the three of them arrived at the southernmost port in the Kanto region to take a cruise ship to Red Lotus Island. It had to be said that the Red Lotus Island was a vacation mecca, and there were countless people who came to visit the island for sightseeing and catching a cruise ship. Miko and Natsu were both very happy, and this period of time brought fatigue was dissipated by the sea breeze. Pai Piku. Piku was also back to his old self, playing and frolicking on the deck with Larulas, listening to the two women discussing what to do about strolling around the Red Lotus Island and soaking in the hot springs. Lin Xiao revealed a small smile. Even Lin Xiao himself was physically and mentally exhausted after a few months. It seemed like it was time to rest quietly for a while after the Red Lotus Island. Although the slightly fishy and salty sea breeze made Lin Xiao uncomfortable, Lin Xiao still sat on the deck and chatted with the two girls about the interesting events in the past, whether or not he was teasing Larulas and Piku. The speed of the cruise ship was fast, and it had arrived at Red Lotus Island before half a day had passed. As soon as you get off the cruise ship and arrive at the island, you can see the bustling scene on the street, with countless merchants displaying their favorite products to attract tourists to come and buy. There are many hotels and inns, but if you don't make a reservation a week in advance, you are doomed to sleep on the street. Lin Xiao had followed Dr. Oki here a few times before, so he still knew everything about this place, and the hotel had been booked a week earlier. Arriving at the hotel and putting down her luggage, Miko pulled Natsu along to run the hot springs. Lin Xiao didn't accompany the front, but planned to visit Dr. Oki's old friend, the Red Lotus Road Pipe's pavilion master, Sharper. Arriving at Uncle Xia's home and seeing that the gate was unlocked, Lin Xiao carved familiar path into Uncle Xia's home and shouted, "Uncle Xia, I've come to pay a visit to your old man, Xia Bo," who was wearing a flower shirt and beach pants. When he heard Lin Xiao's voice, he walked out from the house and slapped him hard on the shoulder a few times. "When I asked you to come over to play often, your kid even took my words as a whisper. It's been a whole year, not even coming to visit my old man. Ha ha, it's been a busy year out traveling, so I don't have much time," Lin Xiao said with a hefty smile. "I knew it." Xiaobo fiddled with the wig on top of his head and revealed a lewd smile as he winked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Is it true that I heard that there are two beautiful girls traveling with you? Do you guys have that?" Lin Xiao forehead covered with black lines, very speechless. Just now was a kind old man, in the blink of an eye turned into a colorful old man. He's already a big old man and still cares about this kind of thing. Ahem! A coughing sound came from behind the two men, nearly scaring them to death. Xiaobo instantly became a little embarrassed. His old face reddened, and he busily interrupted. "You young people talk, old man, I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you." There were other people there who had the nerve to drag themselves around to talk about childish issues. "Now you've left yourself out here to dry." Lin Xiao turned around and looked at the person inside the room for a second and was surprised. "Sister Kona, why are you here? Couldn't I just show up? Or am I interrupting your conversation?" Ice Queen Kona stood up from the sofa and stretched out her jade finger to poke Lin Xiao on the side of his head. "Not learning at a young age, just like that old man, full of dirty thoughts. Ahem! Sister Kona, are you traveling to Red Lotus Island on a mission this time or?" Realizing that things were not right, Lin Xiao hurriedly diverged from the topic so as not to get further and further away. Pulling Lin Xiao to the house, Kona sat on the sofa and said, "Originally, I was traveling on a mission, but I heard Uncle Xia say that you would be coming over, so I stayed for 2 more days, waiting for you to come over." Waiting for me? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Did Kona have something to do with waiting for him on Red Lotus Island? Looking at Lin Xiao's puzzled appearance, Kona hated him and gave him a hard knock on the head. Ah, Sister Kona, what are you doing? Lin Xiao covered his head and commiserated. You're ruined for life if you keep this up. Kona wrapped her arms around her chest, slammed her face, and said, look at you. Is this still traveling? I see you crushing people everywhere you go. Yes, you have a few powerful Pokemon, but relying on them too much will only harm you. Other than the two Snapdragons, Banjira, Inferno, and Jengar, you can still come up with decent Pokemon? Kona's words sounded like a thunderclap in Lin Xiao's mind. Just as Kona had said, Lin Xiao had relied too much on a few powerful partners, and his own trainer level obviously couldn't keep up. What would he become without them? After a pause, Kona continued, you got so many dragon Pokemon and you think you can become the second dragon envoy Wataru? Even if you did, what would you do? I've stuck him in the Kanto Championship every single year, and even if you could get past me, do you think Kikuko would approve of Wataru's ascension to the title? Have you been a Tenno for decades for nothing? Kona's words shook Lin Xiao's mind. All along, Lin Xiao's Pokemon had been the main choice of the Dragon Tier, and in Lin Xiao's thoughts the Dragon Tier was almost equal to invincibility, and now Kona's words had knocked him out hard. Lin Xiao froze in place, recalling everything he had done in the past half a year or so. The pixie yellow does not reach the green. In addition to the direct strength of the powerful, the rest are a group of mimicry crumbs, and still the dragon system accounted for the majority. In terms of the growth cycle and evolution time of the dragon lineage, apart from the Hackle Dragon being able to fight in Lin Xiao's hands, it would definitely take a long time for the other mini-dragons and small earth dragons to form a fighting force and help Lin Xiao. But why did he rush to keep them with him? Was it because dragon Pokemon were powerful? Or was his possessiveness too strong? Lin Xiao fell deeply into meditation, reflecting on what he had done. Kona picked up the coffee on the coffee table and gently took a sip, quietly waiting for Lin Xiao to think deeply. But he could not hide his concern for Lin Xiao in his eyes under his glasses. If he didn't care too much about Lin Xiao, Kona would never say such words to him. Just like Lin Xiao, although he was mixed up with Shalona and Wataru, the two of them never mentioned it to Lin Xiao. Without deep feelings as a foundation, not to mention the future. Even if you live or die, others will not care too much. Am I considered to have done this to myself? Lin Xiao said with a bitter smile flowing out. Pretty much, Kona said with a nod. Your trainer level obviously can't keep up with the Pokemon, and your dependence on them will only grow stronger over time, with all sorts of utilization in terms of weather, environment, and attributes becoming weaker. Lin Xiao boy, what Xiao Kona said is certainly hard for people to accept, but it's all the truth. Unaware of the appropriate return, Sharper interjected. The peak season is good. So many beautiful little sisters. Looking at Kona, whose face gradually turned cold, Sharper hurriedly stuffed the rest of his words back into his stomach. That said, until now Lin Xiao was still not sure what the relationship between Kona and Xiaobo was, but looking at the two of them there was definitely something going on inside. Oh ha! Xiaobo awkwardly wrapped his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder and pulled him outside. Lin Xiao boy, I can't tell you the specifics. Later on, you'll change your strongest Pokemon over and we'll fight. Then you'll understand. Also, my little niece temper is a little bad. Hey, moving to my old man set the coffin face. This to say out my old man's face where to set. Seems to be a little dissatisfied with Kona. Xiaobo touched the stubble on his chin and sighed. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned that he was actually an uncle and nephew. But other people's family affairs, one is not good to interrupt. After all, it's not Xiaobo you a handful of years old do not learn. Full of crooked ideas will be like this. Arriving at Sharper's dojo, Lin Xiao used the teleporter to switch over the Banjira that had finished comprehending the origin. Since Sharper said to bring out the strongest, Lin Xiao had to do as he was told. The three Pokemon for the tournament were Huge Fast Dragon, Banjira, and Inferno Emperor, which were the three strongest that Lin Xiao could come up with. Let Lin Xiao depressed is, wait for their own change of Pokemon. Xiaobo and disappeared. With the butt can think of this old man must have gone to the street again to hang out. Aged body, teenage heart. Chapter 67 Lin Xiao's miserable defeat. After not seeing Banjira for a long time, Lin Xiao found that Banjira had strengthened a lot, and after comprehending the origin, his armor shone with a gray light, and he could bring up the ground shaking under his walk, like an earthquake. Then after not seeing him for a few months, Banjira intimately rubbed her head against Lin Xiao's body, and used her tongue and head to Tian on his face without stopping, as if she wanted to get back the silence and loneliness she had felt during this period of time. After washing his face again for free, Lin Xiao joyfully hugged Banjira and gently stroked its deep green and thick armor with his hand, the faint gray glow making Lin Xiao's hand tremble slightly. At the edge of the field, Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a hint of envy, and he cursed with a smile. Brat, isn't this irritating my old man? The battle has begun. My first partner to appear is Nine Tails. The intimacy with Lin Xiao was interrupted by Sharper, and Banjira glared at Sharper in dissatisfaction, patting her own chest as she stood next to Yen Di and the giant fast dragon. Nine Tails? Then Fast Dragon. The first fight will be yours, Lin Xiao said to the giant fast dragon. Oh, the giant snapdragon, with a clear roar, stepped into the field, looking down at Nine Tails in a battle stance, facing a fast dragon that was bigger than himself. Sharp's Nine Tails was not timid, sitting on the ground and swinging his 9 long tails gracefully. If we were to choose a gentleman among the Pokemon, Nine Tails would undoubtedly be the top seed. Despite his age, Sharper's heart wasn't old. In that case, I'll be polite. Ninetail Jet Flame, on command. Nine Tails spewed out a huge column of fire, especially in a place like the volcano grounds, where the temperature of the flames would be raised by at least 20%. Fast Dragon, water cannons to greet, Lin Xiao said to Fast Dragon. Oh, the giant snapdragon wasted no time in spewing out a jet of water as thick as a bucket of water to collide with Nine Tails' flames. The collision between water and fire ended up in an explosion, setting off countless water vapor that spread all over the field, blocking the sight of both Xiaobo and Lin Xiao. Because of the explosion, the huge fast dragon and Nine Tails took 2 steps back, and the diffused mist instantly enveloped them. With his eyes blocked by the mist and unable to see what was going on inside, Lin Xiao shouted to the giant Crypto Dragon, Crypto Dragon, strike lightning. In this way the fast dragon itself would be struck by lightning, but Lin Xiao believed that the giant fast dragon's stamina would be enough to support it until Nine Tails collapsed. In terms of stamina, there was no existence in Lin Xiao's Pokemon that could match the giant fast dragon, not even Happiness Egg, which was recognized by the Alliance as having the best stamina. Boom! Huge lightning bolts, falling from the sky, enveloped the huge fast dragon in the foggy water. Nine Tails, together. Oh, the giant snapdragon let out a moan of pain as he was hit by his own jutsu. Ha ha! Kid, you think my Nine Tails are that easy to bully? Xiaobo hemmed and hawed. Lin Xiao fixed his eyes on Nine Tails, who was also shrouded in lightning, and surrounded his body with a light blue aperture, stopping the lightning from intruding. Damn! This Nine Tails actually knows Nianli. Although it doesn't have enough attacks, at least it has enough defense. Lin Xiao cursed and said to the huge fast dragon. Fast dragon, fly up and use the fierce storm wind to blow the fog away. The sense of smell of the Nine Tails was very sharp, and being in the fog was not favorable to the quick dragon. The snapdragon flew up into midair and used its wings to fan out a small tornado to disperse the mist and restore it to its original form. That's a nice snapdragon you've got there. Sharper let out an exclamation of admiration for the giant snapdragon. I assume this is the super ancient snapdragon you took in at the Positive Glow Lighthouse? It is it? Yes. Lin Xiao nodded and said, quite a few people hit on it back then. Even I wanted to snatch it over. Speaking of this, Sharper revealed a lewd smile. Hee, if only I had a female snapdragon, I would definitely let it help with a breeding. To be disrespectful for the old. Absolutely. Lin Xiao looked at Uncle Xia speechlessly. How can you say such words? Humph. Kona, who was sitting on the sidelines, let out a cold grunt, which instantly made Sharper shiver. Hey, it's all you. Why did you find me to say this for good reason? Causing the old man me to be misunderstood again. Right. Xiaobo pushed 4, 5, 6, and put all the blame on Lin Xiao's head. As the battle continued, Sharp shouted to Nine Tails, Flame Vortex. With the addition of high temperature, the flame vortex expanded by a full circle, and it was full of power. Fast Dragon, Frozen Light, Lin Xiao shouted. A thick layer of ice froze up where the rush of freezing rays swept through, keeping the swirl of flames out, but the solid ice quickly melted, swirling up a large amount of watery mist. Damn, it's this thing again. Lin Xiao grew impatient and shouted, Fast Dragon, Dragon's Fury. Looking at Lin Xiao, who was getting anxious, Kona sighed slightly. The Lin Xiao who was used to crushing others would become passive once he entered a tug of war. Facing Quick Dragon's Wrath, Sharper didn't give any hints as Ninetail sat quietly on the field waiting for the Dragon's Wrath to come. This situation caused Lin Xiao to be startled in his heart. Could it be that this Nine Tails is a fire-attracting characteristic? However, it was too late to back out now. The huge fireball had already flown in front of the Nine Tails. As expected by Lin Xiao, the characteristic of the Nine Tails was to draw fire. And not only did the Dragon's Wrath not cause damage to it, it instead added to the fire of the Nine Tails, making the flames on the Nine Tails even more exuberant. Nine Tails, big word explosion. Just as Lin Xiao froze, Xiaobo ordered, Ow. With a graceful stride, Nine Tails made a large character explosion that struck the giant snapdragon hard on its chest, knocking the giant snapdragon back as the searing heat burned on its skin, raising a choking, charred odor. Ow! The immense pain stimulated the nerves of the giant snapdragon, causing the giant snapdragon to roar, and the loud and clear sound of the dragon's roar caused the people on the island to pause and look in the direction from which the sound came. Lin Xiao, Your heart is already messed up. Do you still want to continue? Xiaobo shook his head slightly and lamented. Damn it! Lin Xiao clenched his fists. His body trembled slightly. His heart was unwilling. He clearly had a stronger strength than the other parties, but he couldn't use his strength everywhere. Quick dragon! Destroy the death light! Still not giving up? Shark shook his head and said, Nine Tails, flash away with the help of the floating of the nimbus, and use the great word explosion once more. Floating under the nimbus, Nine Tails easily dodged the giant snapdragon's destructive death ray, and the big word blast knocked the snapdragon back once again. Undoubtedly, the final result was a crushing defeat for Lin Xiao. In addition to the class-pulling victory over the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex and the duckbill fire dragon fighting to the point of dying together, Lin Xiao still suffered a crushing defeat. Ironically, Lin Xiao with Yen Di and Giant Fast Dragon couldn't even beat Sharp's Nine Tails, and in the end it was Kono's voice that woke Lin Xiao up in exchange for a win and a draw against Banjira. To add to the irony, after healing his Pokemon afterwards, Kono used Lin Xiao's Pokemon to battle Sharper, and all three Pokemon, whether it was Banjira, Inferno Emperor, or the giant Crypto Dragon, accomplished a 1 vs 3 record. Although he still got the badge, Lin Xiao was lost and empty, walking aimlessly on the street like a walking corpse. Will this be too cruel? Xiaobo looked at Lin Xiao's fallen figure and couldn't bear it. Kono shook her head and said, It's cruel, but it's the best way to pull him back on the right path. There are failures that lead to successes. People grow through trials and blows. I remember you saying that to me back in the day. Ahem. Sharper's old face turned a rare shade of red. But, Kona, do you have your eye on this kid? I feel like you're treating him better than you do this dear uncle of mine. It's a little small, but it's still a man of size. Before the words were finished, the air around them instantly became tinged with a slight chill. Kono was so angry that his face turned red, and he growled angrily, You old ungrateful man, why don't you go to hell? Back in the hotel, after greeting the two girls not to disturb himself, Lin Xiao walked into the room and slammed himself down hard on the chuang. On the floor, his mind drifting back to today's sparring match with Xiaobo. After an unknown amount of time, a line of tears flowed from the corner of Lin Xiao's eyes. It wasn't until today that Lin Xiao realized that he had relied too much on the body system. Since going through the system to get Banjira, Lin Xiao began to become spirited and over time left the most basic things of a trainer behind. Without Banjira, could he have gotten where he is today? If one day the system disappeared along with the purchased Pokemon, where would he go from here? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao shocked out of a cold sweat. To the beginning and end of their own system as the biggest dependence. But then I do not know that the system is also the biggest barrier to move forward to the peak. If you can't get rid of the system, their whole life will live under the shadow of the system. Chapter 68, The State of the Dojo. Lin Xiao must miss me, you know? Mei carried her backpack with teardrops in her eyes, waving her hand and shouting, Call me every night. No peeking at other girls. No stealing behind my back. In the airport, countless people glanced toward Lin Xiao with strange eyes. Under the countless strange eyes, Lin Xiao's face stiffened and waved his hand to show that he understood. Only when Mei walked into the waiting room did Lin Xiao retract his hand and sighed in relief, leaving the airfield in a hurry. Returning from the Red Lotus Island, Mei's mother called to ask Mei to come home for her 15th birthday. After not seeing her for more than half a year, Mei's parents missed her and anxiously urged her over the phone. Although very reluctant to leave Lin Xiao, Mei still obeyed the words of her parents to go back to Ixu. Natsu chose to go back to Gold City, having left the dojo for most of the year with a bunch of things waiting for her, but took Larula's with her before she left. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao was left on his own, but Hanako was also at the dojo, so that Lin Xiao wouldn't become alone. Sharona and Wataru had left the dojo with the land sharks and fast dragons when Lin Xiao had just arrived at the Red Lotus Island, and with the Quartz Conference opening in a few months, there were a lot fewer people coming to challenge them, so the large dojo was suddenly cold and clear. In a few months' time, Lin Xiao had earned badges, and the gold coins gained from the challenges along the way plus the dojo challenges amounted to 31,520. In the old days Lin Xiao would have been very excited. At this time, Lin Xiao cannot raise the slightest desire, hope, since being knocked by Kona after Lin Xiao understand the road he wants to take. Although there was no strong desire, it would be nice to purchase a few divine beasts when the gold coins came together. A few big guys, Lin Xiao planned to let them rest for a while. As for the small ones, Lin Xiao had a big head. So far Lin Xiao's Pokemon are, Banjira, Inferno Emperor, Giant Fast Dragon, Genji, Squirrel Turtle, Koda Duck, Forest Lizard, Hackle Dragon, 2 mini dragons, and 2 small Geoducks. Among them, there are 7 pure dragon series alone, 2 Snapdragons, 1 Hacklin, 2 mini dragons and 2 small Geodragons, as well as Bikera eggs and an unknown Pokemon egg. Lin Xiao had asked Hanako why she hadn't given Little Earth Dragon and Mini Dragon to Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, but Hanako's answer made Lin Xiao spit blood. I want Xiao Ji to be independent, including this aspect of Pokemon. since I like it so much. It's good to catch it on your own Juliet, and it can also add a lot of life experience. For Hanako's answer, Lin Xiao could only report a bitter smile. His own dragon tendency dojo had really turned into a dragon's nest. When Sharona and Wadari hadn't left, there had been some people who had hit the small earth dragon and mini dragon to sneak up on the dojo. With the two champions guarding the dojo, all of that group of sneakers had returned without any success. Giveaway Lin Xiao can't afford to give up. He has no choice but to cultivate himself. The big deal is that he will let the dragon dojo turn into a dragon's nest in the future. Taking care of things in the dojo, Lin Xiao began to prepare for the quartz tournament, where the main thing was still training Pokemon, and the main thing was the little guys. Since the discovery of the Wild Zone mini dragons eating raw meat, all the other mini dragons broke their fasts and followed the trend. Both mini dragons were relatively quiet. The small Geoducks were troublesome. I don't know if all small Geoducks were very active. Lin Xiao's two small Geoducks stirred up the dojo every day and didn't have any peace. While it's good to be perky, too much makes it hard. Lin Xiao's life became a daily tutoring of a bunch of unscrupulous little dragons, plus a duck and lizard, little earth dragon, claws of the dragon, both of them, mini dragons, Dragon Hado, idiot, that's you. What's the point of stopping? If it moves you move with it. But the bad thing about having a large number of them is that, when you call out the little Geoducks, the two little ones immediately run to your face, but you obviously only call one of them. And when you are training them, they are lazy. And when you are looking at this one and shouting, the other one is just standing in place with an old spirit. Lin Xiao had no choice but to name a few small dragons with old-fashioned names. The two small Geoducks were Big Dragon and Little Dragon. The mini dragons were named Big Mimi and Little Mimi. Just for this corny name, Huazi complained to Lin Xiao countless times, but Lin Xiao really didn't have a talent for names. Plus it was hard to change it after calling it smooth. Coda Duck. Want to make Peking Duck? Quack. At the mention of Peking Duck, Coda Duck's feathers immediately stood up, and he hurriedly used his mind power to throw the iron ball in front of him up from the ground to exercise his mental power. Forest Lizard. Show some strength. Haven't you eaten? Jump up with all your might. Yes, that's it. Cut the jar with the leaf of your knife. No cracks allowed, or you'll be punished with raw beef for the night. Chamo. At the mention of raw beef, the height of the forest lizards picking up instantly increased by no. The children who are scared by beef can't be hurt. On this side, the forest lizard was scared by the beef and its little heart fluttered. And on the other side, the two little Geoducks actually grabbed and fought over a small pile of meat scraps. Ow, ow. The two little guys bit each other's tails and refused to let go of their mouths emitting tender roars to terrorize each other. But the scraps of meat they were fighting over had already been swallowed by Mimi in one gulp as they fought to get up, leaving behind the two little Geoducks who were biting each other in the face, staring at each other with wide-eyed disbelief. In the end, it was only after Lin Xiao each gave them a piece of meat that the two little Geoducks were willing to let go, picking up the pieces of meat that belonged to them and eating them with gusto. In fact, Lin Xiao wondered where the little Geoducks whose mouths took up one half of their bodies were loaded up with the things they ate. Time passed day by day. The strength of the little elves began to grow under Lin Xiao's training, and this time for the quartz conference, Lin Xiao planned to bring the little ones to see the world. During this time, Hanako made a trip back to Makishin Town, mainly to make arrangements for Koji and his party who had returned from their trip, and then returned to Rainbow City a few days later. When Hanako returned to Rainbow City, no one was happier than Koji, for whom the days without Hanako's discipline were the most dashing. Let as he knew that his old lady rolled chuang singles with Lin Xiao every night. Could he still be dashing? During the training, Coda Duck evolved, and what Lin Xiao couldn't figure out was that Haxorus also evolved. From the time it was taken in until now, Lin Xiao hadn't trained the Hackle Dragon since she didn't like to fight. Who would have thought that playing slap with a giant Snapdragon every day could evolve? Lin Xiao sometimes even wondered if Pat could speed up the evolution time of Pokemon? If this were to let Dr. Oki know, it must have ruthlessly knocked him to death with a record book. Patting can speed up evolution? This is pure bull *********. Chapter 69, Little Turtle is a Sunday? As the opening of the Quartz Conference approached, Lin Xiao's training of Pokemon gradually deepened, and Xiao Ji was involved in training even Pokemon such as Banjira and Giant Snapdragon. What made it hard for Lin Xiao was that he had actually missed out on the Ultra Dreams reversal storyline. Even half-assed trainers like Xiao Ji had invitations and he didn't, though it was slightly regrettable for Lin Xiao to miss it. In fact, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that when he went to Jinxing Town to check on the progress of the construction of his new home, Ultra Dreams Quick Dragon had come to the dojo. And not only did Quick Dragon defy the wrong place to choose, but loaded up on huge Quick Dragons and Mother Block Dragons that were doing some childishly inappropriate images. Huge Snapdragon realized that he was playing make-out with his old partner, and his own kind from nowhere dared to peep. In a fit of rage, the Giant Snapdragon drove away the Snapdragon that sent the letter in 3 or 2 strokes. and the snapdragon was driven away. Lin Xiao naturally ran out of invitations. The address of Lin Xiao's new home was chosen at a place 20 kilometers north of Jinqing town, which was carefully selected by Lin Xiao before it was determined. Backed by snowy mountains, under the snowy mountains is a small valley, although leaning against the snowy mountains, but the temperature in the valley is not low. All year round are 4 seasons of flowers. There is also a small lake in the valley. Not only solves the problem of the water source, can also be placed in the water system Pokemon. A large valley plus the surrounding area of the snowy mountains. Lin Xiao only spent 30W to buy it from the Alliance, but the mountain roads are difficult to transport the materials, and it will take some time before it can be built. Pavilion Master. Someone's looking for you. Joey, from the Pokemon Center next door, pressed his communicator and shouted. Walkie-talkie communicators were installed between the dojo and the Pokemon Center next door, just in case there was an emergency, where a buddy was prepared with one hand, letting the Pokemon train on their own. Lin Xiao changed his clothes and walked into the Pokemon Center. Uncle, here. Just after hearing the word uncle, Lin Xiao's figure of Sunday appeared in his mind. The only one who called himself uncle in this world was Sunday. Sure enough, Sunday was sitting not far away, squinting her smiling eyes and waving vigorously at him. Walking over to the chair across from Sunday and sitting down, he reached over and tapped her on the head, the corners of his mouth lifting into a small smile as he asked, "You graduated? Did Grandpa Principal give you permission to travel?" "No." Knocking my head. Sunday puffed up her bun face and glared fiercely at Lin Xiao, saying, "That's for sure. Otherwise why would I be here? And I'm here to pay back my debt." After saying that, Sunday faced Lin Xiao with a slightly unnatural look, slightly squirming. Paying off a debt? Lin Xiao was stunned. Miss Sunday would owe money? Then a message flashed through Lin Xiao's mind and he stood up and once again hit Sunday on the head. "Damn girl, how dare you trick me? And it's been a year since I fooled you. People don't want to." Sunday covered her head and pouted. "Who made uncle you so stubborn? People are just afraid that you will be starved to death to do so. Do not appreciate even if actually hit others. Is my little turtle okay now? Do I look like someone who needs to be covered by a woman to survive?" Lin Xiao gave Sunday a speechless blank look. "No good. It was boiled into turtle soup to replenish my body on the way." "What did you say?" Sunday exclaimed as she jerked to her feet and slammed her hands on the table with a loud bang. The loud noise startled the people nearby, craning their heads to look at the two disgruntledly. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose." Noticing her lapse, Sunday hurriedly apologized to the crowd, then bent down and pulled Lin Xiao's sleeve anxiously. "Quickly say, where did my little turtle go? You're not really stewing, are you?" At the end, Sunday's voice brought up a hint of crying. Sunday's anxiety wasn't feigned, because there really were people in this world who ate Pokemon, and the most of them were in the category of Jumbo Pincer Crab and Jenny Turtle. Looking at the teary-eyed Sunday, Lin Xiao breathlessly pulled her and ran out of the Pokemon Center. The little girl couldn't withstand the scare. She was on the verge of crying after only 2 words. Pulling Sunday back to the dojo, Lin Xiao pointed at the water arrow turtle that was busy training and said, "That's your little turtle, but now it's become a big turtle." Sensing someone approaching, the squirrel turtle raised its head, then let out a surprised cry. "Cammy!" The huge body crossed in front of Sunday in a few steps, rubbing against her affectionately. Not having seen his master for more than half a year, the water arrow turtle looked happy, his 2-meter-tall body trembling and shaking slightly. "Oh, little turtle, your fine is really great." Sunday hugged the head of the carmine turtle and let out a loud cry. The Sunday who hadn't stepped out of society yet almost thought that Lin Xiao had stewed his own little turtle. And now that he saw the arrow turtle, the thoughts that had been suppressed for more than half a year couldn't be controlled any longer, and they gushed out. Kame water arrow turtle likewise, strong it can't stop the flow of tears at this moment. Hitcher Sunday's clothes, touching the smooth, cold top of the head of the water arrow turtle. Sunday broke into a smile. "Little turtle, I can't imagine that you've grown so big. Your strength should also be very strong." "Right, doing very well. Oh, not worthy of being the little turtle of my universe's #1 beauty. Young girl." Miss Sunday, enjoying his master's praise, the water arrow turtle's thick old face rarely reddened, looking a bit unnatural, but his heart was still happy. Lin Xiao smiled as he smoked a cigarette and silently watched the 2 main favorites who met, but he didn't want Sunday to suddenly storm up and kick him hard in the leg. His Lin Xiao, who was hit by the tip of the leather shoe on his calf, sucked in a mouthful of cool air and jumped up, holding his calf and rubbing it vigorously, wanting to alleviate the pain. "Sunday, it hurts." "It hurts?" Sunday raised her willow eyebrows and pointedly said, "Bad uncle, you lied to me again. Do you know how sad I am again? You're such an asshole and a bad guy. Just know how to bully me." "Oh, thanks to the fact that people are so kind to try to help you." The more Sunday spoke, the more aggrieved she became, crying and kicking Lin Xiao's calves as hard as she could. "Cammy?" The squirrel turtle looked at the two headlong, Confused, human emotions were too complex and deep for the Pokemon. Lin Xiao, who had eaten a few flying kicks in connection, had no choice but to hold Sunday in his arms to keep her quiet. Sunday, who was hugged by Lin Xiao, displayed a stunned look, then wrapped her hands around Lin Xiao's bearish waist and let out a loud cry. Lin Xiao could only gently pat her back and let her vent out the sulkiness in her heart. This half-year in order to be able to successfully graduate, Sunday brought up 12 points of spirit to study every day. Pokemon Academy's ordinary students, as long as the results of each subject to get good, will be able to obtain a diploma. But Sunday cannot. Her grandfather is the principal. On her very strict requirements of each subject, scores have to be excellent before release. Long-time pressure cumulative coupled with Lin Xiao's stimulation. Finally, hard to help cannot help but outburst out. Hearing the cries, Hanako and Kotomine walk out of the inner courtyard of the dojo. Hanako smiles and shakes her head as she continues to take care of what she needs to do, while Kotomine looks at the two in depression and wails. Another one? Chapter 70, Opening of the Quartz Competition. As time passed day by day and there were still 3 days before the opening of the quartz competition, Lin Xiao, Sunday, Hanako, Xiaoming and the others went over early from Rainbow City on a plane to the Quartz Plateau. Although there were still 3 days before the competition would begin, the trainers participating in the competition had already come to the Quartz Plateau from all directions. Schools all over the place had chosen to take a vacation, and countless people had flocked over together. This time of the year is the busiest time of the year in Kanto. Businessmen from all over the world naturally won't let go of this kind of good opportunity, and have already begun their preparations as early as more than 10 days ago, all wanting to take advantage of the opening of the competition to make a fortune. Wow, what a crowd! Sunday was thrilled to see the crowd just after getting off the plane. Of course it's lively, it's only held once a year, and I'm afraid it would be even more lively if it weren't for the Alliance's restrictions. Squeezing through the crowds, Lin Xiao explained to Sunday. Such a crowded crowd. This is still under the Alliance restriction, so if there is no restriction, I am afraid that the Quartz Plateau will be crowded. Even the people from other regions will come to watch. After all, to participate in the competition, a large part of the personnel belongs to the other regions of the trainers accounted for. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao took out his chart and badge and gave it to Joey to register. He couldn't participate in the competition without registering. Some nervous trainers had done this. Receiving Lin Xiao's illustrations and badges, Joey smiled slightly and said, "It's 8 badges, yes, but how come there's no Dragon Tang badge? The rules have changed this year. You can't participate in the competition without a Dragon Tang badge." Lin Xiao was slightly embarrassed. A dojo trainer can't make up the numbers with his own dojo badge, and Joey recognizes the badge but not the person. Luckily, Lin Xiao had already applied for the certificate from the Alliance before he set off, or else he would have been really screwed. Puff Sunday, who was behind Lin Xiao, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not only did Lin Xiao's dojo badge stop a lot of trainers, but even he himself was blocked out. Blankly glancing at Sunday, Lin Xiao pulled out the certificate and handed it to Joey and explained the matter. Opening the certificate, Joey checked it over and after it was correct, began to help Lin Xiao register. When the registration was complete, Joey returned the icon and certificate to Lin Xiao. As for the badge, he took it back after the registration, showing a hint of a professional style smile and said, "Lin Xiao player, the registration has been completed. Please come to the drawing of the venue and opponent at noon 3 days from now, and apologize for the delay in your time." After thanking Joey, a few people went to the hotel they had already booked to rest and wait for the competition in 3 days. Sunday and Hanako chose to go out shopping while Xiaoming was busy training Yukira and losing weight for it. The idle and bored Lin Xiao walked out of the hotel by himself to wander around. As for Yukira, Lin Xiao said he was speechless. Under the cultivation of enough various mineral ability containing cubes, Xiaoming's Yukira was raised white and fat. It felt like it wasn't cultivating a main Pokemon but a pet. Just as I walked down the street, I came across the Holy Fire Parade, which was held for the opening ceremony, and this guy, Koji, was running around playfully with the holy fire. This guy's behavior was getting more and more humiliating. Lin Xiao hurriedly turned his head aside so that he wouldn't be recognized by Xiao Ji and accompany him to be humiliated. In fact, this so-called holy fire was nothing more than an ordinary flame. Other trainers might not know that, but Lin Xiao, who had been working as an assistant to Dr. Oki for 5 years, couldn't be clearer. Even the Phoenix King's golden flame would go out shortly after leaving his body, let alone the flame bird, one of the 3 silly birds. Shi, who ran in front of the group, was happily shaking his hand at Kong, not realizing that Kong had already had a knife in his heart to cut him to death. Shi, who was giggling, didn't pay attention to his feet, and plop, a sound, fell directly into the highway. Team Rocket dug a big pit, to prevent the destruction of the world, to guard the peace of the world. The N-word is omitted below. I thought that Xiao Ji was already strange enough. Who knew that there are also a few more strange to come? Listening to the slogan, also know that it is the undead little strong meow meow trio. Kid, The holy fire belongs to us. Team Rocket. Snatching the so-called holy flame from Koji's hand with his robot claws, Musashi exclaimed happily. That's, when we offer the sacred fire to the boss will surely make us promoted and rich. Ah ha 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 ha. Seeing that the sacred fire had arrived, Kojiro and Meowth hugged each other tightly and laughed maniacally. In fact, Lin Xiao had always wondered how these three idiots like Team Rocket could survive in this world. Would Itoki be so angry with them that he would vomit blood 3 times a day? Especially Kojiro, the rich young master, who gave up his family's fortune and ran out to live with Musashi with no food. And Meow Meow did the same. Being an interpreter would definitely be a hit. And what makes it even more of a crying shame is that Musashi, just because he doesn't look like Joey, gave up his dream of being a doctor. Team Rocket's result was no different than before being sent skyward by Koji's Pikachu with 100,000 volts. Looking at the Team Rocket trio that was about to turn into stars, Lin Xiao ran into a side alley and released the giant fast dragon. Quick dragon, go after it, bring that talking meow back, and if it's not honest electrocute it. Oh, the giant snapdragon, with a clear roar, took to the skies in pursuit in the direction of Team Rocket. The fast dragon flying in the sky attracted the attention of countless people. Look, it's a snapdragon. I can't believe that the competition hasn't even started yet, and there's already the appearance of a fast dragon. I wonder which trainer it belongs to. I'm so envious. Indeed, with the help of a snapdragon, it will definitely be the seeded player to win the championship. But this snapdragon's size defies to be much bigger than normal. Ignoring the crowd's comments, Lin Xiao lit up a cigarette and smoked it in the alleyway, leaning against the wall and waiting for Fast Dragon to return. Without the attraction of the Fast Dragon, the crowd followed the once again lit holy fire. Holy fire goes out? Moving forward, Lin Xiao was soon left alone. Before Lin Xiao could finish one of his cigarettes, the huge Fast Dragon had already returned and threw the black smoking, hairy, upright Meow Meow in his hand in front of Lin Xiao. Tough on you, Fast Dragon. Lin Xiao kicked the Meow on the ground with his foot after retrieving the giant Fast Dragon. Stop pretending to be dead and get up, or I'll have Quick Dragon electrocute you again. Meow. No. Meow bounced off the ground with a shriek. Musashi, Kojiro, come save me. Meow. Lin Xiao had wanted to capture Meow Meow as a translator a long time ago, but he just hadn't found the right opportunity. Although Gum Ghost could be fine, but that guy was too scary. Compared to Meow Meow, it was much better. The corner of his mouth pulled out a bad smile. Lin Xiao viciously inhaled 2 puffs of smoke, flicked the cigarette butt into the trash can on the side, winked at Meow, and said with a bad smile, "No need to shout. They're already on their own right now, so it's better for you to think about your own situation." Lin Xiao's movements were absolutely no different from the dilettantes on the street. No matter if he was flicking a cigarette butt or smiling badly. What should I do? Meow. Meow Meow nervously looked around, trying to find a way to escape, but 3 sides of the alley were fenced, and the only way out was blocked by Lin Xiao. Do we have to beat this one to get out? The mewling claws gradually revealed themselves, glinting with a bit of cold light. You'd better not move. Oh, Lin Xiao looked at the Meow's outstretched paw and said as he held the giant Snapdragon's Master Ball, "If you dare to mess around, I'll be made to turn you into a hairless Meow and then tie you to a tree for people to visit." Although this Meow's attack was not strong, it was still better to be careful. Being scratched was enough to enjoy for half a day. How horrible. Meow. How can there be someone worse than our Team Rocket? Hearing Lin Xiao's threat, Meow's double legs trembled as if he had already seen himself being stripped naked and chained to a tree for a visit. "As long as you behave, I won't hurt you. What do you want me to do?" Meow. Meow inquired apprehensively. "Just want you to get out of Team Rocket and come to my side as a translator only. When the time comes, not only will you have a salary but also endless cat food." Oh. Lin Xiao shook his finger and started to bait and tantalize Meow Meow. Although using violence would be fine, but then I'm afraid Meow Meow wouldn't return to his heart. Meow stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what Lin Xiao said. Is it really that simple? There's a paycheck and endless cat food? Of course it's true. I wouldn't cheat you. Meow, even if my character was checked. Lin Xiao nodded his head and sneered. But if you dare to run away, no matter where you run, I will catch you back. You can think of your own punishment then. And do you think you can outrun the Fast Dragon? Give you a sweet date first, then serve you with a big stick. The carrot and stick is an eternal truth. This, Meow was instantly caught in a conflict. The friendship with Kojiro and the others on one side, and the good life with a paycheck plus cat food on the other, made it a constant struggle to make up his mind. Lin Xiao didn't rush, as long as Meow Meow didn't run, leaning against the wall quietly smoking a cigarette, waiting for Meow Meow's choice. In fact, no matter which Meow Meow chose, Lin Xiao would bring it with him, except that his days would be better if he defected himself. Eventually remembering the past few years when he had followed Musashi and the two of them without enough to eat or wear, Meow Meow ruthlessly chose to accept Lin Xiao's goodwill. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow want to live a happy life too, so I'm sorry, Unaware of the silent thoughts in Meow Meow's heart, Lin Xiao took Meow Meow into a store and after purchasing a bag of assorted cat food, he took Meow Meow away. Returning to the hotel, Lin Xiao threw the cat food to Meow Meow and said, "Eat it, look at the way you keep drooling. After you're done eating, go take a bath yourself and tie your body clean." A sour odor permeated Meow Meow, who had been following Zayajiro and the others around doing bad things all day. So one could imagine how miserable the trio's days were. Oh, Meow was moved to tears by Lin Xiao, tore open the bag of cat food, grabbed the cat food and stuffed it into his mouth with a big mouthful, during which he was choked 10 times because he was too impatient. AI Lin Xiao lay on the bed. Looking at the wolf swallowing, Meow Meow slightly sighed. Meow Meow encounter is indeed heartbreaking to watch. No wonder when I used to watch anime has been secretly hiding money, but every time was Musashi and Kojiro found, and then were seared. Used to feel hilarious, but in reality everything is for the sake of life. Chapter 71, Mr. Lotta, guest appearance by the God of Wind. That night, the undefeatable little strong Musashi and Kojiro sneaked back to the hotel, wanting to take Meow Meow away, but the pair of red, horrible eyes that awaited them just inside the door directly scared the two into fainting. Hey! After scaring the two into unconsciousness, Genji opened the window, lifted them up and flew them out of the hotel. After mentioning the two to a small grove of trees and dropping them on the ground, Lin Xiao came to the grove a short while later and said to Gung-gue, "Didn't let anyone find out, did you? Aha! You don't have to worry about what I do." Ghost bullishly patted his chest and laughed strangely. Yeah, but the two of them are too timid. They fainted to death before I could use hypnosis. Crap! Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, sneaking into someone else's room in the middle of the night, and as a result, just after entering the door with the lights still on, he saw a pair of lurid red eyes and a ghostly laugh. An individual would be scared half to death. Do not say small Jiro too. Is Lin Xiao also by Gengi I scared ghost 10 times, although not fainted to death so spectacular, but almost pee out. Since it hasn't been discovered, then you can entertain them properly. I'm going back first, remember, come back right after you're done and don't go around scaring people. Lin Xiao twisted his head and purposely instructed Ghost. Ever since Larulas was dominated by Nazi, Ghost couldn't get close in the slightest and gave up his pursuit of Larulas after a long time. Without a target, Gung-gue somehow learned to scare people for fun there, and Lin Xiao, Hanako, Xiaoming and the new Sunday all fell for it. Now whenever Genji appeared, Hanako's trio would stay away from it, so that they wouldn't fall into its trap and fall into the hole it dug. Xiaoming had been scared to death in the bathroom by a Ghost in the middle of the night while going to the WC, which almost caused Xiaoming to suffer from night phobia, and he didn't dare to go to the restroom at night for almost a month. Knowing that he couldn't run around freely, Genji listlessly returned. Got it la. I'll be right back after I'm done with it. After Lin Xiao left, Gung-gue woke up the two, hypnotized them in their ghostly state, and then used dream food. After that, he woke them up and continued, knowing that they were too scared to come back to Meow Meow before letting them go, although it also wanted to sneak around and scare people for fun. Lin Xiao's words made Ghost not dare to refute them, and in the end, Ghost pulled his shoulders back to the hotel. When Kojiro and the two woke up, it was already the next morning. The breeze blowing through the woods made a soft rustling sound. Frightening, the two ghosts screamed, "There's a ghost!" After that, they fainted magnificently again. 3 days passed by in a flash. Lin Xiao brought Meow Meow forward to draw the venue and opponents. As for Hanako and the others, they were drinking coffee at the cafe. There were too many people in the morning. Lin Xiao chose to come down later. As expected, after a crowded day, the competition venue hall was less crowded at this time. Handing the icon to the staff for registration, Lin Xiao began to draw the venue. As for the opponents, that was randomly matched by the computer. Hello, Lin Xiao player. You have drawn the third grass of grounds. Please be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on time. For a period of time we will indicate that you have forfeited the match. The staff little sister dutifully told Lin Xiao the time and place. Yes, I'll be there on time. Receiving the illustration, Lin Xiao spent 5,000 yuan to purchase a point of information about his opponent. Lin Xiao was conceited but not a fool. It was easy to turn over in the gutter if you didn't understand your opponent's information. At 9 in the morning, it looked like he had drawn a tournament that was going to start with an elimination round because of the excessive number of trainers in the tournament, and after the 6 elimination rounds were over, moved to the main arena for the final showdown. Although it seems like there are a lot of people, there are not many people who can really enter the main field to play the final. The league is so stingy. 5,000 fast for a thin 2-page paper. So many trainers, how much money do they have to contribute every day? Coming to the cafe and ordering a cup of coffee, Lin Xiao went to Sunday's side. What venue was drawn? What time tomorrow? Sunday asked, twisting his head. Grass of grounds. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. By the way, where did Hanako go? Lin Xiao asked as he lifted his coffee and took a sip. Sunday pointed to the small restaurant across the street. Hanako-san, go and cheer Chi up, trying to get Chi to go over the top. Lin Xiao looked up, and sure enough, in the restaurant across the street, Hanako was stroking Xiaoji's head and talking about something, of which Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia covered their mouths and snickered, while Xiaoji's face was slightly red and unnatural. He. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head as he opened his opponent's profile and lifted his coffee to take a sip, but when Lin Xiao's eyes glanced at his opponent's profile, he instantly coughed and sprayed the coffee in his mouth onto Xiaoming's face, slapping his chest and coughing violently. Xiaoming, who was about to say something like cheering for Lin Xiao, had just opened his mouth when Lin Xiao sprayed his head and face with coffee. Sunday hurriedly helped Lin Xiao pat his back, pouting her little mouth and scolding, "Can't you slow down?" Lin Xiao managed to catch his breath and waved his hand at Sunday to show that he was fine. It wasn't that Lin Xiao drank too fast, but he choked on his opponent's information. Saying sorry to Xiaoming, Lin Xiao leaned back on the sofa with a red neck and inhaled a few hard breaths. That hit just now almost made him go over his back. I thought that my own group of dragon lineages was already thunderous enough. Who knew that there were even more awesome people than myself in existence? 6 Lotta. How much courage does it take to choose to take in Pokemon like that, and also participate in the quartz tournament? But the other party did not go through the challenge dojo but through the Pokemon firmament test to participate. And this trainer's breast name is actually Mr. Lotta, and his 6 Lottas are number 1, number 2, and so on. Upon seeing the information in front of Lin Xiao, Sunday laughed so hard that she rolled on the sofa holding her little belly. This Mr. Lotta was just too loving. Even though he didn't know how strong he was, at least the purpose of being funny was achieved. Kotomine looked at the two strangely, reaching over and bringing the information from the table and opening it up. Ha ha ha, that's ing lovey-dovey, Mr. Lotta, ha ha, laughing my ass off. Half a minute later, Lin Xiao wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and picked up the information to watch it from a new perspective. Although it was hilarious, the other party called himself Mr. Lotta, so he obviously had a hand in Lotta's training. Otherwise he would never have done this. After reading the information and finishing the rest of the coffee in one gulp, Lin Xiao helplessly carried Sunday, who was softly afraid on the sofa, back to the hotel. And when he passed by the entrance of the hotel, he gestured to Hanako to indicate that he would go back first, and as for Xiaoming, who was also smiling and softly on the sofa, Lin Xiao expressed his love for him. Returning to the hotel and dropping Sunday back to her own room, Lin Xiao went to the Pokemon Center and released the Pokemon. Since there were so many Pokemon, Lin Xiao let them draw their own lots, and the ones who drew them would get to play. Except for the 4 little dragons, of course. Lin Xiao planned to let them see the world, so he would use them until the finals. The dojo was closed, and even though Lin Xiao's number of Pokemon to carry had been changed by Dr. Oki to 12 on the line, he still couldn't carry them. However, fortunately, the Alliance has a strain for this situation. The pavilion owner can apply like the Alliance, using a special box to bump the Pokemon balls all together. But there is a time limit. When the time is up you have to pass the Pokemon back, and this kind of application also needs to have a background in order to be able to do so. Chapter 72, A Flagship Victory. On the second day, Lin Xiao came to the grass of the 3rd ground early. Just as Lin Xiao arrived at the venue, a staff member greeted him and smiled. "This player, please show your diagrams. You need to register before the match." Taking out the chart to give the staff rank. After registering and retrieving the chart, Lin Xiao began to wait for the start of the race. As for the icon registration, it was mainly a record of whether or not the players who had come to participate in the competition had arrived, and a measure to prevent running to the wrong place. Not long after, the loudspeaker in the waiting hall began to sound. "Contestant Lin Xiao from Jinxin Town, please get ready. The match will officially begin in 2 minutes. After 2 minutes had passed, Lin Xiao walked down the passageway into the grass of the 3rd ground. Although Xiaoji is but 9 o'clock in the morning, but the surrounding area has been surrounded by a dense audience. Because of the reason to come early, the Sunday and other people occupy the front row of seats waving their hands to cheer for Lin Xiao. Giving an okay gesture towards a few people, Lin Xiao began to inquire about his opponent. Mr. Radha. The first glance almost made Lin Xiao laugh. Really worthy of Mr. Lotta. A messy gray hair craggy in all directions. A big round face full of pockmarks. The most hilarious thing was the 8-pointed beard on his lips, and the 2 big incisors exposed in his slightly cracked mouth. In fact, this Mr. Lotta was only 14 years old. And as for how he got that goatee, Lin Xiao didn't know. Lin Xiao almost thought that this was a Lotta running into the tournament field in human clothes. This Mr. Lotta looked almost 8 or 9% similar to Lotta. No wonder he would take such an odd name and take in so many Lottas. The feeling that other people this was a real affinity with Lotta. Ladies and gentlemen, the match it now officially begins. The player on the white side is Lin Xiao from Jinxin Town. while the player on the blue side is Mr. Lada from Tokiwa City. The commentator introduces the information of the two players for the audience present. After the introduction of Mr. Lada, none of the audience did not laugh. Do not know the people really think that this Mr. Lada and Lada whether blood relations. The degree of coolness is so similar. Mr. Radha, who was ridiculed by the audience, red-faced, clenched his fists, and said in secret anger, "I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh after you've seen my strength." Poof. The rules of the match are 3v3, when all of a side's Pokemon are incapacitated. The side that makes it wins. Understood? The referee asked, waving a small flag. Aha! Lin Xiao and Mr. Radha both nodded to show that they understood. Then the race is on. The referee had just called the match, and Mr. Lada was the first to unleash his Pokemon. Lada, and Lin Xiao also threw out the elf ball. What appeared on the field was the big dragon. The little guy just appeared on the field and seemed to look around happily. There was no stage fright at all. Oh, our player Lin Xiao from Zenith Town has a small earth dragon as his Pokemon. It's a rare dragon Pokemon in the Sinnoh region, so worthy of being a dojo owner with a lot of gusto. And then there's our Mr. Lada contestant, and his choice of Pokemon. Oh, it's Lada. The audience, who were still surprised by Lin Xiao's taking out the small earth dragon, immediately laughed once again when they heard the commentator's words. This sad dude looks like Lada, has Lada in his name, and uses a Pokemon that is still Lada. In the face of the audience's laughter, Mr. Radha grunted, "Radha, make the obligatory incisor." The opponent was the first to attack. Lin Xiao's reflection was naturally not slow. De Long, jump up to avoid it. Dragon's Claw. Facing Radha's incoming surefire incisors, De Long gently leapt to avoid them. Then his right claw, which shone with white light, fiercely grasped Radha's ribs, and Radha immediately flew out with a cry of pain. "Lada, are you okay?" Mr. Lada exclaimed as he looked at Lada, who flew out. Luckily the blow didn't leave Radha outright incapacitated, and Radha, who had risen from the ground, frowned slightly at the fiery pain where she had been hit by the claws of the small earth dragon. Since Lada hadn't lost her ability to fight, Lin Xiao chose to grab the first attack. Dairon, rattle the sand then use slam. Oh, the large dragon purred cheerfully, turning his back to Radha and using his feet to throw up grass in the dirt and sand below toward Radha's eyes, then using a slam to follow close behind. "Nice try, Mr. Radha shouted and said, "Radha, avoid the sand and use the mandatory incisor." Lada, who had just tried to make a dodge, was tugged by the pain in his ribs, and was slowed down by the oncoming dirt and sand that flew into his eyes. Lada, the stinging pain in his eyes made Lada forget to dodge, and he flew out of the field wailing and incapacitated by a direct hit from the great dragon slam. Damn it, Mr. Lada put away Lada 1 and released Lada 2, and Lin Xiao also put away the big dragon, and according to yesterday's draw, let Nini participate in the battle. Mr. Lada is incapacitated, and his next Pokemon is still Lada. But this time the audience didn't laugh, because after a few times it ran out of laughs. Lin Xiao player chose to retrieve a small earth dragon. His next Pokemon is a mini dragon. The station is worthy of naming the dojo after the word dragon. There seems to be a lot of dragon Pokemon, the commentator said with a hint of envy. Nima, will you die if you don't break the news? Lin Xiao glanced speechlessly at the commentator, who was full of Mr. Radha snorted coldly. To use a mini dragon in the grass of grass grounds, I'd say you've done it to yourself. Charge. Lin Xiao frowned and didn't respond. There was no point in fighting verbally, and said to the miniature dragon, "Mystic protection. Proceed to use knockout." Maze the charging Lada slammed into the blue circle of light around the mini dragon's body, bouncing himself back a few steps before being viciously whipped to the ground by the mini dragon's tail. Mizuno no tail. Fix it. Beat the fallen dog. It's something like a fallen rat, of course you can't let it go. Otherwise your conscience will be uneasy. A blue tail, made of water, slapped Lada to the ground once more before it could react, creating a small crater in the ground now, while Lada 2 lay in the small crater with circles coming out of both of its eyes, walking off the stage of history. True to form, a knockout and water tail eliminated Lada. It seems that Lin Xiao's contestant-fronted mini-dragon is very strong. Mr. Lada's player's Pokemon is still Lada. After defeating Lada, the mini-dragon swooshed and climbed on top of Lin Xiao. Its body coiled around Lin Xiao's neck, lightly rubbing Lin Xiao's face with its own cold head, inviting credit from Lin Xiao. "I really can't do anything about you." Lin Xiao pulled out a pile of beef and put it in the mouth of the mini-dragon, retrieving it. Afterwards, he released his last Pokemon, Danny, and the mini-dragon didn't have a part in today's appearance because of his bad luck in the draw. As Big Nini appeared, the commentators and the audience at the scene gasped in amazement. For 3 matches, all 3 of Lin Xiao's Pokemon were in battle, and all of them were rare pure dragon types. Many trainers cursed with a black face, The Pokemon they dreamed of getting had never been able to meet, or they had met them and didn't have the strength to take them in. So how could Lin Xiao directly take out 3 of them and not make people's eyes red? These dragon Pokemon such as mini dragons, little earth dragons, and baby dragons in the wild are usually guarded by their parents and are not separated until they are strong enough to survive on their own. Many lucky trainers may not be able to successfully take them in even if they meet them, and the parents who protect their children are usually very violent. So if you're not strong enough, you'll be waiting to be beaten up by the dragon's mother. Lin Xiao's opponent, Mr. Lada, was already crying at this point. He used 3 Ladas to fight, but his opponent actually used 3 dragon families to fight. How can this still be a fight? Purely obvious bullying. Are you running a dragon dojo or a dragon breeding base? Losing his fighting spirit, Mr. Lada was quickly eliminated by Lin Xiao and Big Mimi, and with Lin Xiao's victory, the crowd in the arena cheered. In past quartz competitions, it would be good to see a dragon type. Of course fire-breathing dragons, Tyrannosaurus Rex and the like didn't count, but this year, someone had taken out 3 of them in the very first match, and the vast majority of the audience was shocked by Lin Xiao's largesse. Amidst the cheers and applause of the audience, Lin Xiao exited the grass venue and just as he stepped out of the arena, he bumped into Sunday and the others who came face to face. Uncle, you're too powerful. I don't know how many viewers were scared by you. 3 battles, 1 small earth dragon, 2 mini dragons. Seeing Lin Xiao, Sunday happily ran over and said excitedly, because of the excessive excitement. At this time, Sunday's little face was slightly flushed. He. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and pulled Sunday towards the outside, saying, hurry up and go, otherwise it'll be troublesome to be surrounded like monkeys later. He. Sunday mischievously made a face at Lin Xiao. That's only because your fame has become bigger. Uncle. Lin Xiao lost his smile and shook his head without saying anything as he led a few people out of the arena. Koji's match was in the afternoon, and Hanako, along with Sunday and Kodomine, went forward to watch, and Lin Xiao took advantage of the small number of people to draw his second match venue and buy a copy of his opponent's information on the way. In the second match Lin Xiao drew the number 10 rock field against a trainer from Golden City. Originally, Lin Xiao had planned to go forward to watch Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao's match, but who knew that he had just walked to the entrance of the arena when he bumped into Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao and the others who had already finished the match. Lin Xiao, I won the match with an overwhelming battle. Just after meeting Xiao Ji, he showed off to Lin Xiao in a stinky manner. Shigeru, who had been at odds with Koji, immediately spoke out in retaliation. That's because fire-breathing dragons are powerful, and you, a trainer, are still far from it, and you're even showing it off everywhere. Are you ashamed? Anger. Having himself criticized by Shigeru for being useless, she shouted angrily, what are you talking about, stinky Shigeru? The fire-breathing dragon is my Pokemon. Of course it's considered my strength law. If you're not convinced we'll fight right away. Come on, you think I'll be afraid of you, Hangtail-wise? Have you ever beaten me since you were a kid? Shigeru toppled back without showing any weakness, exasperating Chi to the point where his 6 souls left his body and his 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. In the end, it was Lin Xiao, who couldn't watch, who stopped the 2 from bickering, or else with their personalities they really would have done something like fighting on the street. As for the others, they were speechless, no matter when they could quarrel. Were these 2 people enemies in their past lives? So this life has come to take revenge. Chapter 73, The Weird Lin Xiao. On the second day, Lin Xiao's own battle was scheduled in the afternoon, so he came to the arena to watch other trainers' battles, not only to understand each other's strength but also to learn some Pokemon stances to match. The information purchased by the league poses one-sided, as if Lin Xiao himself, in addition to being the owner of the Dragon Dojo, uses Pokemon that only give information on 3, respectively, Arrow Turtle, Forest Lizard, and Gotcha Duck, plus the 3 little dragons that were used yesterday. Lin Xiao didn't know if this was alliance secrecy or if someone was helping to ventilate himself from above. Among them, Lin Xiao also made a point to watch Xiao Ji's match. I have to say that Xiao Ji is still very nervous but his strength has improved a lot, and his Pokemon have not appeared disobedient like in the anime, so it's no wonder that he would run up to himself yesterday to show off. In the 3 matches, the Pokemon that Koji fought were Pikachu, Pinsir Crab, and Mythical Frog Blossom, with Mythical Frog Blossom in particular showing his dominance by putting down his opponent's ironclad Tyrannosaurus Rex with just a single Vine Whip attack plus Sunshine Blaze. Winning by a landslide as he did yesterday brings a lot of popularity to Koji, who foolishly poses with his Pikachu to the loud cheers of the crowd. Beside Lin Xiao, Huazi was so excited that she was in tears. Xiaoji's success made Huazi, who was a mother, feel very relieved. Her child's success was her mother's greatest pride, depending on how much he didn't want to lose to his opponent Chi. Shigeru put on an eye-catching performance as well, with the water arrow turtle skewering his opponent into a candy cane string in a straight 1-2 at the field of ice. This jumped Qi and Shigeru a line as one of the favorite seeds to win the title. After the match, Lin Xiao met up with Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao, and a group of people rushed to the hotel in a flurry of activity, which naturally included Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao going toe-to-toe. Oki Yukijo and Dr. Oki would not come to watch the match until the 16-8, so Xiao Mao's lodging and life were all arranged by Lin Xiao. As for Xiao Ji, he clearly didn't want to be with Hanako and hunkered down with the two Kasumi-cons, which made Lin Xiao wonder if Hanako had ever mistreated him, only to be rewarded with a couple of pink punches and blank stares from Hanako. Asking for a large private room, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. There's no need to save money for me. Think of it as an early celebration for you too." "Oh yeah, great." Hearing that he could order whatever he wanted, Department OIG happily jumped up 3 feet high, grabbed the menu from Xiao Gang's hand and happily shouted, "I want to eat braised crucian carp, smothered fried scallop." Before the dishes were ordered, Meow Meow had already started drooling. Xiao Ji ordered either fish or seafood. These things were Meow Meow's favorite. From the moment Xiao Ji started to order the first dish, Lin Xiao's face began to darken. Hanako and Sunday covered their mouths and giggled. Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Ji strangely. This guy is an idiot? Only Kasumi and Kon looked at the crowd in bewilderment. Noticing the coldness of the crowd, Xiao Ji asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? These dishes are delicious. Usually I don't dare to order them because they are too expensive." "Stupid." Shigeru punched Xiao Ji's head to grab the menu and roared, "Are you an idiot? Don't you know that brother Lin Xiao's seafood allergy can't eat dishes with seafood and fish?" Shigeru was so agitated that he even shook out the name he didn't call in front of others. Shigeru usually only called Lin Xiao brother when the two of them were alone together, and all the other times he was called directly by his first name. "I wasn't too excited and forgot about it." Xiao Ji, who was K by Shigeru, originally wanted to retort, but after hearing Shigeru's words, he quieted down and said with an aggravated skim, "Humph." Shigeru coldly grunted, ignoring Xiao Ji, ordered 2 dishes then handed the menu to Xiao Gang, who ordered a dish and handed it back to Kasumi. The crowd took turns, and in the end, there was no more Xiao Ji's portion, which was considered a punishment made in disguise. Even though there's no more Chi, Hanako orders a dish of his usual favorite, the preserved pork ribs, to comfort Chi's broken heart. As for Meow Meow, Lin Xiao directly ignored it. Want to eat anything can be eaten, just cannot eat fish. The thought of Meow Meow followed beside his own mouth as a fishy flavor. Lin Xiao on the whole body goosebumps. Before the meal was finished, Lin Xiao's mobile phone rang. Lin Xiao glanced at the number and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But after listening to a few sentences, Lin Xiao stood up violently, startling others. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Lin Xiao trembled and held the phone excitedly. "You are after all true? You didn't lie to me?" After a long time, Lin Xiao put down the phone, a big mouth almost grinning to the root of his ear, showing that he was very happy at this moment. Really happy, because Lin Xiao rarely showed this kind of smile. Lin Xiao took 2 deep breaths and laughed loudly. "Extra food! Extra food! Give me whatever you want to eat harder, even if you want to eat seafood. Ha ha ha! No need to be jealous of my presence. Really Meow." The one who was the happiest to hear that he could eat seafood was still Meow, but Meow still asked with misgivings. "Ha ha, sure, eat whatever you want." Lin Xiao picked up the menu and helped Meow Meow order a few seafood dishes, even the dishes that Xiao Ji had just ordered, all over again. The crowd was left speechless with their mouths wide open by Lin Xiao's behavior. The contrast between Lin Xiao's back and forth was too great for the crowd to react. Could it be that he had suffered some kind of blow? Huazi quietly pulled Lin Xiao's clothes and frowned worriedly. Had she really suffered some huge blow? Lin Xiao smiled and whispered the reason for the incident in Huazi's ear. Phew! Huazi's reaction was the same as Lin Xiao's, standing up violently, staring with wide eyes, asking incredulously, "Are you telling the truth? Didn't lie to me?" "Of course it's true. Do I dare to joke about this kind of thing?" Lin Xiao helplessly rolled his eyes and looked at a few people and said, "What are you standing there for? Eat, eat, eat. What do you like to eat despite ordering? I'm happy today. I'll take you shopping later. What do you like to buy despite buying?" Oh, the crowd, except for Hanako, nodded dumbly and continued eating. Although many more dishes were ordered, everyone did not have a trace of appetite. Their eyes kept glancing at Lin Xiao and Huazi, wanting to know but not daring to ask, like a small grass scratching incessantly at the bottom of their hearts. It was hard to fidget. After eating, Lin Xiao went to the match with a big grin on his face. The spectators and his opponents were all a bit puzzled. This person can't be crazy, right? He kept grinning non-stop. The anxious Xiao Mao, who was watching the match, rushed out of the arena and quietly called back to Daiki Yukijo and Dr. Daiki to tell them about Lin Xiao's strange appearance. After the match was over, Lin Xiao left the crowd, whose appetites were whetted, and sped away on a huge fast dragon, leaving the crowd pulling Hanako around asking questions, with Sunday being the most pestering, constantly pouting and being cute. In the face of the crowd's inquiries, Hanako just smiled and said, "Can't tell them, but it's a good thing." Chapters 74 to 75, Nats is pregnant. Along the way, Lin Xiao kept urging the huge fast dragon to speed up, not caring about his tears and snot blown out by the wind, only wanting to fly to Gold City quickly with one mind. The huge fast dragon rolled its eyes helplessly, although it also wanted to speed up, but Lin Xiao was sitting on his back, and with the strength of his body he simply couldn't withstand the tearing brought about by extreme flight. With the rapid flight of the huge fast dragon, it soon reached its destination, this time, the City of Gold. Commanding the huge Lasse dragon to fly into Natsi's private villa on the outskirts of the city, Lin Xiao let it rest in the yard by itself, and then rushed up to the second floor in a fiery frenzy. On the balcony of the second floor of the villa, Naji was covered with a blanket, leaning on the sofa lazily basking in the sun, and when she saw Lin Xiao's arrival, the corners of her mouth lifted up into a small smile, and she didn't get up. Rushing up to the second floor balcony, Lin Xiao felt his body unexpectedly trembling and shaking. Although it was not the first time, Lin Xiao was still excited and apprehensive. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Xiao tightly embraced Nats into his arms and asked, "When did this happen?" Natsi leaned into Lin Xiao's arms, asking about the smell of Lin Xiao's body, and leaned her face against his chest to listen to his heartbeat. Half a minute later, Natsi raised her head and gave Lin Xiao a gentle kiss on his face, a happy glow swirling on her face. "In the morning, I've been wanting to vomit for the past few days, so I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said it's already been 3 months. Thank you." Lin Xiao's eyes reddened slightly, kissing Natsi's forehead deeply, raising his hand to gently caress and touch Natsi's slightly bulging belly, moving gently and slowly, afraid that he would disturb the little life in Natsi's belly. Nazi groaned slightly, leaning lazily in Lin Xiao's arms to enjoy the afternoon sun. "Lin Xiao, I want to eat braised pork. I'll do it right away." Lin Xiao let Natsi lean back on the sofa and rushed into the kitchen to prepare food for Natsi. Pregnant women usually have a huge appetite from the 3rd month until the child is born, and they have a love for sour food, which Lin Xiao, who had already been a father on Earth in his previous life, knew all about. In less than half an hour, Lin Xiao brought out a few of Naji's favorite dishes from the kitchen, placed them on the table, and greeted Naji for dinner. Looking at Natsi, who was lying on the table and eating with her mouth full of oil, Lin Xiao smiled and used a paper towel to help her wipe off the oil from the corners of her mouth. Sensing Lin Xiao's concern, Naji tilted her head and revealed a small smile before continuing to start sweeping and sweeping. Lin Xiao wasn't the slightest bit worried that Nat's overeating would affect the fetus. In fact, the fetus wasn't that fragile. As long as she didn't eat some scrupulous foods during her pregnancy and didn't fall and move the fetus, there was basically no major problem. When Nats finished eating, Lin Xiao washed the dishes and put them away and embraced Nats to continue sunbathing on the balcony. "Nats, will you leave with me? I don't feel comfortable leaving you here alone." Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of worry as he said softly to Natsi. Looking at Natsi, Lin Xiao knew that she hadn't made up with her parents and was still living alone. Natsi's carelessness made Lin Xiao unable to let go. Natsi reddened her little face and gasped, "I am your woman. No matter where you go, I will follow you and never leave. Even if you have many women around you, I won't change. Well, I know. I will never let you leave me." Lin Xiao reddened his eyes and hugged Natsi to death, as if he was letting rub her into his body. Natsi just quietly leaned her cheek against Lin Xiao's chest and closed her eyes to enjoy this moment of peace. The backs of the two of them were stretched out by the setting sun and imprinted on the walls of the villa. After the two of them had warmed up for a while, Lin Xiao packed up some clothes for Nats, and then the two of them boarded the nearest bow flight to the quartz plateau. The airplane had just taken off when Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. Since the technology of this world is far more developed than that of the Earth, there is no rule that you are not allowed to make a phone call on an airplane like on the Earth. Not to mention making a phone call, but also playing games on the internet when you are on an airplane. Lin Xiao had just picked up the phone when Dr. Oki's growling voice came out. "Where are you, brat? Hurry up and tell me." Dr. Daiki on the other end of the big talk roared anxiously. Lin Xiao flew towards Gold City on his giant fast dragon after the match, while Xiaomao secretly called Dr. Oki, saying that Lin Xiao seemed to have been irritated by something and was in a trance, not knowing if he would do something out of the ordinary. Can Dr. Oki not be anxious when this happens? Lin Xiao and Xiaomao are both his heart and soul, and he is afraid that the two of them will have some kind of failure. What's this situation? Lin Xiao gently patted the frowning Naji with his hand, signaling that it was fine, and queried, "Grandpa, I'm on a plane to the quartz plateau. May I ask what's the matter?" After Dr. Oki explained everything, Lin Xiao cried and laughed as he cursed Xiaomao for being nosy and causing trouble for himself without knowing the situation, causing himself to be scolded by Dr. Oki. After a pause, Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. "Grandpa, I'm mentally normal, and I wouldn't do something to harm myself. I came to Golden City to pick up your future granddaughter-in-law, Natsi, and your unborn great-grandson. You plainly for no reason visit Gold City Dojo Master Nazi dry. Then Dr. Oki slightly stunned. A chrysanthemum, flower-like old face agitated. Gripping the phone nervously asked, you just said to visit my future granddaughter-in-law Nazi and my unborn great-grandchildren? Lin Xiao smiled as he gripped Nazi's hand tightly and said, yes, you heard right. Your granddaughter-in-law Nazi already has a child. I don't feel comfortable with her living on her own in Golden City, so I took her back to myself. I have great-grandchildren? I have great-grandchildren. Dr. Oki froze in place, holding the phone and repeating the words half a dozen times. Dr. Oki erupted into a horrifying laugh that sent shivers down the sprites in the Oki Institute. You take care of Nats. I'll be there tomorrow. No. I'll be right over. You hear me? If anything goes wrong with Nazi and my great-grandson, I'll skin you. Dr. Oki excitedly yelled at Lin Xiao and then hung up the phone. The beep sound coming out of the phone made Lin Xiao laugh and cry. You are more excited than me who was about to become a father? Isn't it just a great-grandson? In the future, I'll let you hold one on your left, one on your right, and one on your thigh. Lin Xiao lost his smile and wrapped his arms around Naji's thin waist. The old man said that if you have any slip-ups he's going to skin me, so you have to be strong. Wife, there mustn't be any blunders, otherwise your husband I'll be finished. Puffing Naji laughed out softly, knocked Lin Xiao on the shoulder with her pink fist and snapped, I'm not your wife, just wait to be skinned by the old man. Inside the Oki Research Institute in Makishan Town, Dr. Oki was jumping and dancing like a small child. His old face, not full of wrinkles, was rarely flushed, as if it was he himself who was going to become a father. Soon, Dr. Oki smiled and asked his assistant to prepare his own special plane, then cheerfully called his old friends to show off. Dr. Oki didn't stop until his assistant alerted him that the plane was ready. Just after getting on the plane, Dr. Oki seemed to remember something, took the phone from his assistant and dialed. At the Alliance headquarters, Oki Yukijo, who was doing a research report with his disciples, heard the phone ringing and frowned slightly as he picked up the phone. The phone screen showed Dr. Oki, who was sitting on the plane, and Oki Syracuse wondered, where are you going, Dad? Is there something you want to see me about? Looking at his son, who was doing research, Dr. Oki exclaimed, check if there are any metal monsters in the headquarters Research Institute, and if there are, bring a well-qualified one to Quartz Highland immediately. A metal monster? Oki Yukijo froze. There is one. It just came from the Gado yesterday, but it's a borrowed one. What do you need a metal monster for? Dad, I thought you weren't raising Pokemon anymore? The spirited Dr. Oki was questioned by his son. An old face suddenly blackened, growled, I do things need you to question? Hurry up. Bring the metal monster to Quartz Highland. That's my gift to my granddaughter-in-law and unborn great-grandson. If you can't bring the metal monster you don't come to see me. Humph. Dr. Oki grunted blackly and hung up the phone. Granddaughter-in-law? Great-grandson? The first thing that came to Oki Yukijo's mind was Shigeru. Then he shook his head vigorously. Shigeru was too young. Then there was only Lin Xiao. After thinking clearly, Oki Yukijo realized why his father was so excited. If it was true, wouldn't he be a grandfather? Oki Yukijo stroked his bare chin, smiled slightly, and said to his apprentice, you go and bring the metal monster with you, and by the way, prepare the special airplane. I'm going to the Quartz Plateau. The disciple of Daiki Yukijo thought, honestly, that metal monster is borrowed, and we haven't even started doing our research yet. Shut up. Before the Daimoku Snow City's disciple could finish his sentence, he was chopped and scolded back. Oki Syracuse scholar Dr. Oki's words roared. I need you to question what I do. Hurry up. Bring the metal monster. I'm going to the Quartz Plateau to see my daughter-in-law and unborn grandson. Worthy of being two fathers and sons, speaking forehead tone is the same. The corners of the Yuki Snow City disciple's mouth twitched viciously a few times, but he didn't dare to laugh out and hurriedly turned around to leave the research room to prepare to go. Changing his clothes, Daijai Shuechan hurriedly mounted the oncoming Hiba and Kona, waved his hand at the two and said, I'm going to make a trip to the Quartz Plateau. You guys talked to Wataru and he borrowed the metal monster's return to me not to go back. The old man is going to give it to Lin Xiao's wife. After saying that, he crossed over the two of them and walked towards the outside, muttering under his breath, this kid moves really fast. He's going to be a father after traveling for less than a year. The future generation is fearful. Being a dad? Oki Yukijo's words caused Kona to jolt and freeze in place, not even realizing that the information in his hand had fallen to the ground. Finally, at the sound of Shiba's call, Kona came back to her senses, flashed a hard smile to signal that she was fine, picked up the information on the floor, and left the research room, lost in thought. TSK. Shiba stood in place, obscenely cupping his chin, muttering to himself, this kid is so capable. Face the Ice Queen's heart can be captured. I'm really looking forward to the scene where the Superpower Queen and the Ice Queen collide. Hee. That's just as exciting. No way. I have to go tell Watari and Kikoko. It seems that not only ordinary people, even the King of the Sky likes to gossip. Chapter 76, the Lin Xiao who bullied a little girl? I wonder if Dr. Oki and Oki Yukijo, father and son, made a date to arrive at the Quartz Plateau together in different places. Walking into the private room, Dr. Dejai gave Lin Xiao a hug and slapped him hard on the back a few times. His wrinkled old face was full of relief as he said happily, "Good job, you have the style of my youth. Keep up the good work and lick more members for my Dejai family." Puffing Dr. Oki's words made the crowd laugh. Only one-shot Koji looked at the crowd puzzled and confused. In the end, it was Oki Yukijo who couldn't look away, and with a dark face pulled Dr. Oki's shirt and whispered, "Father, can we talk about all this later? Aren't you here to deliver a gift?" Uki Yukijo had to speak out to stop it. If Dr. Uki was not careful and shook out his own young affair, it would be a big deal. Right, look at my memory. Dr. Oki slapped his head in chagrin, and took the elf ball from Oki Yukijo's hand with one hand, hanging up a kind smile, looked up and down Natsu for a while, nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's a good girl. This is a gift from Grandpa to you. Take it." Being praised by Dr. Oki, Natsu's small face was covered in a blush, and after looking at Lin Xiao to see him nodding, she busily stood up to receive the elf ball and bowed to say thank you. "Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Uncle." No, just add more new members to my Oki family in the future. Dr. Oki casually waved his hand and smiled. "Since everyone has arrived, let's serve the food and start." Hearing that the table could be opened, Tomo, whose stomach had long been rumbling, yelled out in delight, and shriveled back to his stool after being glared at by Hanako. The crowd traveled together and laughed as they ate and talked about it. Suddenly, Oki Yukijo stood up and gestured towards Xiaomao beside Lin Xiao, signaling to change seats. After handing Lin Xiao a cigarette, Dejai Xueqing lit up the cigarette and slowly took a few puffs, lowered his head and whispered to Lin Xiao, "What kind of relationship is it between you and the Ice Queen? She knows that you are going to be a father." A look of lost soul. Listening to Wataru said that the original preparation of the good meeting were postponed because of this. "Are you the Kona to that? If so, I'll support you." Saying this, Oki Syracuse revealed a hint of a bad smile and winked at Lin Xiao. "Aha, Kona?" Lin Xiao looked at Oki Xueqing in doubt and said, "No, Sister Kona and I have always been siblings, and we don't see each other very often. The last time was a few months ago on Red Lotus Island." Explaining is equal to covering up, you know? Oki Xueqing patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and laughed softly and strangely. "I'm very looking forward to you getting the Ice Queen back home. Having a heavenly king as a daughter-in-law. TSK. A row of black lines slowly climbed up Lin Xiao's forehead. Is this father and son crazy? Although there is no monogamous legal system in this world, when you are omnipotent, even Kona's idea dared to hit. Thinking of Kona's ice-cold appearance when he slapped up his face, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver, vigorously shaking his head as if he hadn't heard anything, and smothered his head to eat. After eating, Dr. Oki, father and son, encouraged Lin Xiao, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Mao before boarding their own special plane for the return trip. There were still a whole lot of things waiting for them to deal with in the research institute. "Nats-san, what is the Pokemon that Grandpa Oki gave you? Could it be a Snapdragon?" Sunday fantasized as she held her little face. "Have you gone crazy thinking about the Snapdragon? You think Grandpa's institute is a wholesale department for Snapdragons?" Lin Xiao knocked on Sunday's head without any good humor. "The Snapdragon that has followed Grandpa for decades is now in my hands. Where did Grandpa get a Snapdragon for Nazi? I think it should be a superpower lineage Pokemon. Just take a look and you won't know." "Humph." Sunday puffed out her bun face and pinched up her small fists to gesture towards Lin Xiao. And when she saw Lin Xiao turn his head, she hurriedly withdrew her hands behind her back with a look of weakness. Natsu lost her smile and silently Sunday's head, took out the elf ball and threw it. Touch accompanied by a red light flashed. The metal monster appeared in front of the crowd. Hiss! Lin Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This gift from Dr. Oki was really too big. In a way, the rarity of the metal monster was even higher than the mini dragon. Moreover, the metal monster was of the superpower system and the steel system, greatly compensating for the fact that Nazi's attack was more than enough defense. The metal monster looked around the group, finally resting its gaze on Naz, who already had superpowers, had a natural element of mutual attraction to superpowered Pokemon. After looking at Nazi for half a second, the metal monster finally gave a cheerful bark and floated over to Nazi, squinting its little eyes in delight. Natty smiled slightly and petted the metal monster's head as she retrieved it. For Natty it didn't matter as long as it was a super-powered Pokemon type, as long as it wasn't too ugly. Even Shigeru and Chi, who were one-dimensional, were immensely envious of gnats. A metal monster with a superpower line plus a steel line could finish off a lot of Pokemon, and was almost perfect except for the disadvantage of being too slow. Just when the crowd was marveling at the metal monster, in the Alliance headquarters, Wataru was whining in Okiyukashiro. This metal monster was borrowed by Wataru from the Shinao region to do research. This is a good thing. It's been taken by the two fathers of Oki as a favor to Luce. What will he do when someone else asks for the metal monster? Who knows that after Oki Yukijo came back to face Wataru's full of complaints, he dropped a sentence to defeat Wataru. That's the old man's idea. If you have a problem with it, go to the old man yourself. In the evening, Lin Xiao embraced Natsu and told her about himself and Sunday one by one. And when Lin Xiao finished he froze. Natsu did not know when she had already fallen asleep against his hand. And the food was enlarged and easy to be sleepy, which is a characteristic of pregnant women. The next day, Lin Xiao got up chuang early, covered Natsu with a blanket, and left the hotel after asking Hanako to wait for Natsu to wake up and accompany her, walking towards the competition field. As for Sunday, she followed Lin Xiao out of the hotel and came out, saying, "Cheer and cheer for your man." After arriving at the venue and registering, Lin Xiao waited for the start of the match, and soon after being reminded by the radio, Lin Xiao walked into the passageway and arrived at the No. 1 field of ice. Just walking into the arena, Lin Xiao was flabbergasted that he had met a familiar face, a trainer who was also from Rainbow City. This trainer was still the one who Lin Xiao had done the special training for her after she had failed the challenge, and the Red Dragon Tendency badge was also sent to her by Lin Xiao, so I never thought that I would be able to meet it under such a small chance. Seeing Lin Xiao, the little girl called Keat immediately waved at him, hanging two small dimples as she sweetly called out, "Pavilion Master." He. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Kaoru, I can't imagine that I can meet you with such a small chance. Later Xiao Ming will definitely blame me for blocking you from the final." Mentioning Xiao Ming, the little girl's face immediately reddened and squirmed. "It's not like people have a relationship with him. Why are you bringing him up, Pavilion Master?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly and did not speak. "The white side player this time is still our Pavilion Master. I wonder what kind of exciting match the Pavilion Master will bring us today." The blue side's keyed player is a beautiful little girl from Rainbow City. The commentator, grabbing the topic, chattered and sputtered, "Your sister as pavilion owner. Your whole family is a pavilion owner." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and ruthlessly cursed the commentator. 3 matches, 3 venue changes, every time he was commentating, and also gave himself the nickname of Pavilion Master. As the commentator's voice fell, the audience present all shouted for the Pavilion Master. The first 2 matches Lin Xiao had brought them too much shock, and the audience present hoped that Lin Xiao would continue to do so. Hearing Lin Xiao's nickname, Sunday and Xiao Ji laughed crookedly, while Xiao Mao, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang stifled their laughter, too embarrassed to laugh out loud. The rules of the match are 3v3, you can change your Pokemon at will on the way, and one side will lose all of their ability to fight, so that one side wins. Understand? The referee asked the two. Aha, Lin Xiao nodded. With a good family education, Keat hastily bowed toward the referee to thank this person. Lin Xiao depressed not to. I nodded to indicate that I know, but you bowed like someone else to thank? Make me like a rude guy like. Keat clenched her small fists and smiled. Be careful, Pavilion Master, but I'm making a pixie choice against you. Come on out, lost lips sister. Against me? Could it be directed at the 4 little dragons? But today is destined to disappoint her. Holding the elf ball, Lin Xiao was a little hesitant because yesterday's draw was really balls to the wall, especially since this was still the field of ice. Seeing Lin Xiao hesitate, the referee asked suspiciously, "Contestant Lin Xiao, do you have any questions?" Lin Xiao hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's fine. Forget it, let's just die." At most people will say that he bullied a little girl. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and took out the master ball and threw it. With Lin Xiao's movements, the commentator exaggeratedly yelled, "Keat's player's Pokemon is Sister Misty Lips. It seems ready to target the pavilion owner's dragon Pokemon. Our pavilion owner hesitates. Is he suffering from stage fright? It's out. The pavilion master's Pokemon is." As the Pokeball opened, the commentator was stunned, then snapped out of it. The pavilion master's Pokemon turns out to be Banjira. How will this monarch of sandstorms cope with it? It's a field of ice. Banjira, who had been holding his breath for a long time, just came out and made the venue shake, throwing his head back and roaring. 800 kilograms was no joke, weighing a whole lot more than even a Capibian. The loud roar was so loud that Keat and some of the seated into the audience had a hard time covering their ears to protect their raw eardrums from the shock. 5 meters tall, weighing far more than its counterpart, a gray aura flowed through its thick armor, and as it did, the ice on the field shook with it. This was Banjira's origin. Earthquake. The commentator, his face slightly white, swallowed his saliva and pointedly said, Could it be that the pavilion master is preparing to use the brutal Banjira against the petite, small and lovely keyed contestant? Is our pavilion master planning to bully little girls? Nima. Lin Xiao blackened his old face, really wanting to strangle this mouthful of assholes. After he said that, the audience present were looking at themselves strangely, as if they had done something that would be retributive. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Sunday and the others cracked up once more, and this time even Shigeru, Kasumi, and Kon didn't hold back. Banjira's powerful aura seemed to freeze the air around her, and Sister Misty Lips was so frightened under Banjira's powerful aura that she backed up. Go Sister Misty Lips, Keith shouted to Sister Misty Lips. Although our opponent is strong, we can't lose without a fight. Show your courage. Lin Zhao's strongest Pokemon, Banjira, who was in a relationship with Ming, had naturally heard of it, but she just couldn't imagine that Lin Xiao would take it out right at the elimination round. The strange eyes that filled the room made Lin Xiao depressed and wanted to vomit blood, but the one who drew the number 1 appearance sticker was Bangela, so Lin Xiao couldn't possibly replace it, which would break Bangela's heart. Chapter 77, The Angry Lin Xiao and Genji's Departure. Though feeling her master's pep talk, Sister Misty Lips quickly calmed down and wouldn't be able to avoid being nervous as the face, with the battle going against her. Keith shouted to Sister Misty Lips, Sister Misty Lips, Angel's Kiss. Wave. Sister Lost Lips squeezed up her sausage mouth and with a wave, a huge red kiss flew towards Banjira. Hadn't Ming told her that her own Banjira was a female? Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and said, Banjira, destroy the death light. Ben. With a roar of rage, Banjira's mouth coalesced into a deep yellow, colored spot of light and allowed the demon's kiss to fly onto her. Seeing that the devil's kiss hit, Ki jumped for joy, but 2 seconds later froze in place and lost her voice. How could it have no effect? Could it be that Banjira is a female? Impossible. 95% of all Banjira are males. How could this Banjira be so dominant be a female? AI looking at the destructive deathlight that had already coalesced in Banjira's mouth. Kodomine in the audience seat helplessly covered her own eyes, unable to bear to look at it anymore. When Keed reacted, she anxiously said, Sister Misty Lips, avoid it. It's already too late. Lin Xiao sighed lightly. Boom. Banjira's destructive death ray broke through the ice, bringing up a fog of ice and hitting Sister Misty Lips with pinpoint accuracy, pushing her all the way to the fence at the edge of the field before stopping. As Sister Misty Lips crashed into the wall, bringing up a large cloud of dust and obscuring the crowd's view, the ice of the arena was brought out in a long trench by the breaking club's deadlight, as if it was going to slice through the field. Lin Xiao didn't let Banjira take advantage of the situation. At this distance, there weren't many Pokemon that could resist being hit by Banjira's destructive deadlight, and Keed's Sister of the Lost Lips wasn't one of them. When the dust cleared, Sister Misty Lips' body was imprinted in the wall, both eyes circling and incapacitated. Hiss! The commentator looked at the power of the destructive deathlight and sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. This was still the fact that Banjira had already closed her hand after Sister Misty Lips hit the wall. What would happen if the power was all out? The many spectators reacted with the same shock as the commentators, followed by a shocking cheer that rang out across Field of Ice number 1. Pavilion Master! Pavilion Master! The noise in Field 1 startled the rest of the field, raising their heads to peer out and speculate on what was happening somewhere. Sister Misty Lips, it was my mistake. Come back, Keed said with a bitter smile. Banjira, you come back too. Lin Xiao retrieved Banjira and released the second Pokemon that participated in the battle, Jejie, before he even came out. The grim voice spread all over the place, causing the already low temperature to instantly drop a few degrees. The horrible laughter made Keed shiver and die with her eyes wide open, as if she had remembered some bad memories. The one Keed drew when she challenged the dojo was Genji, and Keed at the time was terrified by Genji. Hey! Genji appeared in midair, looked at Keed with a bad smile and laughed. Hello there, beautiful lady. Hello again, said the Gung Demon, sticking out his tongue and head Tian a bit to make a swoosh sound. Gung Ghost looked straight at himself, causing Keed to tremble and scream, holding her head as she crouched on the ground shouting, Don't come over, I'll give up the match. I'll admit defeat. Don't ever Tian me. Roll back, be honest. Lin Xiao glared fiercely at Gung Ghost. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy ignored physical attacks, Lin Xiao really wanted to kick it a few times. Gung Ghost was immediately demoralized, listlessly pulling and shrugging his shoulders as he flew back to Lin Xiao's side. Lin Xiao ignored it. Not only did this guy like to tease people now, he also liked to act pitiful. Back then, Keed was impressed by Gung Ghost's pitiful appearance before she fell for its tricks and was scared half to death by it. Contestant Keed, are you sure? Forfeiting the match? The referee waved a small flag and asked, shaking his head. The fight hadn't even started yet, and he chose to give up. Keed blushed miserably and shook her little head vigorously, determined not to continue the match. Lin Xiao wanted to say he was sorry, opened his mouth but couldn't get it out, and finally sighed helplessly. Glaring fiercely at Genji once again, he would find a chance in the future to make sure it changed its bad habits. Keed was unwilling to compete, and the referee regretfully declared Lin Xiao the winner. The audience in attendance clamored. What the hell? It's only one game and you're giving up. That can't be helped. Keed-san is so scared at the sight of a Genji that she can't bring up the courage to fight against it. Hey! Countless people felt sorry for Keed. Even if she couldn't win, at least finish the match. I can't believe I was scared down by a Genji. Take Keed out of the arena and meet up with Kodomine R. Let Kodomine comfort it. After a long time, Keed bowed slightly to Lin Xiao and apologized. I'm sorry, Pavilion Master. It's not that I want to give up the competition. But, Lin Xiao waved his hand and interrupted her. It's my own fault for not thinking things through and letting Gunghost appear to scare you. Xiao Ming comfort her well. Lin Xiao patted Xiao Ming's shoulder and left. What an understanding girl to stumble upon such an outcome. Lin Xiao then went back to the Pokemon Center, borrowed a sealed training room like Joey, and had Xiao Ji. After the two Xiao Mao bought themselves a bunch of mirrors and installed them, Lin Xiao sent them all out. Although they didn't understand what Lin Xiao wanted to do, both of them didn't ask more questions because at this moment, Lin Xiao's face was terribly gloomy. Lin Xiao then pulled out 3 elf balls and threw them. Come out Banjira, Yen Di, and Hoodie. Among them, Hoodie was borrowed from Nats. After the 3 Pokemon came out, Lin Xiao instructed Hoodie to stand at the door and block it with his mind power. Banjira and Inferno had no instructions. After everything was done, Lin Xiao threw the Genji's elf ball. In the past, when the Genji went around teasing people, Lin Xiao helped to wipe their asses, because the Genji was his elf and had no choice but to apologize like someone else. Every time Lin Xiao endured it and just warned Genji that he wouldn't be allowed to do that next time. But today, Keed's pale face and scared look made Lin Xiao feel guilty. Plus, when he just drew the venue, a list of the many people who had been tricked by the Genji was handed to Lin Xiao by a staff member. The list was sent by Ju Zi, warning Lin Xiao to take care of his Genji, or else the alliance will deal with it, because the only Genji that can talk is the only one of Lin Xiao's. In which case Lin Xiao's anger, which had been piling up for a long time, finally erupted. Hehe, just as he came out of the pixie ball, Gengai let out a strange laugh. What's the point of calling me? Isn't the game over? Don't disturb my sleep. I'm going out for the night. After saying that, Genji wanted to retract back into the genie ball. Yen Di. Lin Xiao gestured to Yen Di. After a year of living together, the tacit understanding between Yen Di and Lin Xiao was high. Few seeing Lin Xiao's gesture, Yen Di spewed out a black flame to burn the elf ball. Even Genji was injured. The flames of the Inferno Emperor carry the side effects of constant burning, corrosion, and disturbing the spirit, and can be painful if injured. Ah, damn big dog, why are you burning me? Genji screamed, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, the pain of the corrosion making him wince. When the flames receded, Lin Xiao looked at the wretched Gunghost and let out a cold smile, throwing the envelope to Gunghost and saying in a chilling voice, "Open it yourself and see for yourself. This is your promise that you promised me not to play tricks on people or scare them anymore." Phew! Lin Xiao slowly lit a cigarette and took a drag, waiting for Zheng to explain. Looking at the densely packed list, even Gung Gue, who was made up of gas, had his scalp tingling and broke out in a cold sweat, and with his fart, he could also imagine how furious Lin Xiao would be. Impossible! This is slander! Absolute slander! Genji shouted excitedly. He if Gunghost immediately bowed down and admitted its mistake, Lin Xiao would at most punish it and be done with it. As for what Ju Zi said about dealing with it, who would dare without Lin Xiao? Dr. Daiki, and Daiki Shuechang nodding their heads? Zheng was a prank, not a murder and arson, but Gunghost's deadly denial has chilled Lin Xiao's heart, and time again, he has sincerely paid in exchange for this result. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed insanely, because he was too excited. The hand holding the cigarette was constantly trembling and shaking. 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed down Lin Xiao's hideous face. Genji. Lin Xiao dropped his cigarette and slapped his left chest vigorously with his hand, roaring, "You've been with me for 7 months and 3 days, and although you're not formally taken in by me, feel your own conscience and ask how I treat you? Me, Lin Xiao, have I ever treated you badly?" Lin Xiao slapped his chest and roared madly. "This heart of mine is flesh and blood. Why do you have to cheat me over and over again? Promising me on one side and breaking your own promises on the other? Say something. Why don't you speak? Didn't you live for 1,000 years and consider yourself fluent in speech, and now you've become mute?" Lin Xiao revealed a miserable smile and stared at the silent Genji. After a long time, Lin Xiao laughed out loud and pulled his hair vigorously with his hand as he said in a chilling voice, "I'm so ing crazy that I would trust an unrepentant guy like you." Silently withdrawing the 3 little elves, Lin Xiao felt tired, really tired. His waist, which had always been straight, was even slightly bent down at this moment. Wiping away the tears on his face, Lin Xiao turned around and opened the door feebly and said, "Forget it, just pretend that we haven't known each other. Gunghost, you're free, go live the life you like." There are mirrors all over the walls. You can't get out. Go through the door. After saying this, Lin Xiao left the training room in a despondent stride. Gumgo silently looked straight at Lin Xiao's lost back and suddenly growled. Why? You think I can go back to my old life? Lin Xiao's figure gave a slight lurch before disappearing into the corridor. Back to the hotel. Lin Xiao lying on the bed. On the silent pull over the quilt for their own cover. 7 months of feelings cannot be cut off at once. The hearts of the people are meat long. Not to mention Lin Xiao this kind of importance of feelings of people. Sunday was about to ask what was going on, but was stopped by Nats, pulling Sunday out of the room. Nats shook her head and whispered, let him rest. He'll tell us when he wants to. Oh. Sunday took a step forward and left with Nats, but the color of worry in her big eyes couldn't be wiped away. Chapter 78, The Flying Field. At night, Gumghost floated outside the hotel window staring blankly at the sleeping Lin Xiao muttering softly, I said I would make changes. Can you forgive me? Suddenly, Nats, who was sleeping in Lin Xiao's arms, seemed to have discovered something. Her eyes rose up with a blue light, and after checking suspiciously and realizing that there was nothing going on, she yawned adorably and continued to shrink back into Lin Xiao's arms to sleep. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao came to the balcony and moved his aching muscles and bones, as anyone who had connected to sleep for more than 10 hours would do. After doing some activities, Lin Xiao picked up the god baby ball, kissed Natsi, who was teasing Lala Lass, on her forehead and said, I'm going to go to the competition first. I'll be back to accompany you later, so rest a little more, okay? Hee Lin Xiao smiled and rubbed Lala Lass' pink hair as he turned to leave. LOL. Lin Xiao, you have to work hard. It was a child woman's voice that resounded in Lin Xiao's heart. Lin Xiao slightly froze and turned around to look at Lala Lass in Nadia's arms in surprise. There are a lot of trainers with Larulas, but not many can establish a telepathic connection with Larulas. And don't even think about it without Larulas accepting you with an open heart. Nazi pursed her lips. It's a gift from the little one for you. Oh, go on. Come back with anything. Sure enough, Larulas lifted her little hand and waved it like Lin Xiao, and in the back of his mind resounded the words, goodbye. Lin Xiao patted his head and lost his smile. It's not like establishing a telepathic connection with Larulas is anything very strange. He's making too much of a fuss about it. As for the matter of Genji, Lin Xiao buried it deeply in his heart, unwilling to face it. Lin Xiao today drew to the flying field, since the only ones he could fly were those 3, so he didn't draw a lot. 6 elimination matches. This is already the 3rd one, after which the official 64-32 match will be held as soon as we pass through the Field of Inferno and the Field of Water. Arriving at the flight course, Lin Xiao realized that this course was actually quite redundant, with the vast majority of trainers rarely having 3 or more flight-type Pokemon. Many trainers who didn't have flight Pokemon had spat at the alliance. This one got out of the way? Even if Lin Xiao then only found 3 of the same guys in his Pokemon, fast dragons. Although there was a suspicion of bullying in using a fast dragon to play a flight match, after yesterday's incident, Lin Xiao's heart was then sealed a lot. Doing your own thing, why care about other people's eyes? If you're not convinced, you go get 3 fast dragons for me to fight too. As usual, first register and then wait. Yesterday, because of Genji's matter, Lin Xiao didn't even buy the information of his opponent, so he had to improvise. After waiting for the announcement on the radio, Lin Xiao walked into the passageway and headed towards the field of play. Unlike the other venues, flight to the field is high up on the quartz plateau, with the field below and huge stone pillars on either side, and the trainers all need to get on the elevator to rise to the top to command. And as for those who don't have a flight Pokemon, the league can only say sorry. You're looking at the little black dot on the ground to command yourself. Different venues are mainly for trainers to take the multi-element route, too single and easy to be restrained. Although the Heavenly Kings everywhere have a single attribute, the chances of such a character appearing are too small. Alliance off relying on the Heavenly Kings cannot hold up. A large number of grassroots trainers is the cornerstone. The Heavenly Kings and champions are just leading figures. Without the minions, what is the use of you a great general? Lin Xiao's opponent was a young man in his 20s with long blue hair. The two of them got on the elevator and started to rise upwards. When they reached the top of it, still stopped. Before Lin Xiao could speak, the youth on the opposite side was the first to speak. Hello, Pavilion Master. My name is Lan Yu. I come from Rainbow City, specializing in the flight department, and I'm looking forward to fighting you. Rainbow City? Lin Xiao nodded and responded. Hello, my name is Lin Xiao. But was he so lucky? Meeting a flight department specialized since? Let's see. This time our Whiteside's contestant is Blue Jade from Rainbow City, who is a trainer specializing in the flight system. On the blue side is still our famous Pavilion Master. We didn't see the Pavilion Masters possessing a flight-type Pokemon from the previous battles, so I wonder how our Pavilion Master will cope with it. The commentator took the information in his hand and introduced it to the audience. As the commentator dropped his voice, the audience shouted, Pavilion Master! Pavilion Master! A few matches for Lin Xiao to pull together a large number of popularity. A lot of the audience are specially come to watch Lin Xiao match. Originally the flight department match is the most popular. Has been looking up to see the neck cannot stand. But look at the big screen, have a feeling no excitement. This is the common problem of people. Even if the same thing, but all like to see with their own eyes. Nima, it's you again. Just heard the commentator's voice. Lin Xiao had a pain in his balls. How come you are everywhere I go? Or are you the only commentator for the competition? Won't you change one? After the referee announced the rules, Blue Jade took out her elf ball, both eyes showing a look of yearning. I used to dream of being able to fly in the sky again, soaring in the azure sky and touching the white clouds. Now I've been working hard in that direction. Come out, bibbity bird. Throwing an elf ball could say half a day's worth of opening remarks. Lin Xiao breathlessly took out the elf ball and threw it, and the mother snapdragon instantly appeared high in the sky. Unbelievable. Once again, our pavilion owner has proved to us that he runs a dragon den. Oh no, dragon dojo. It's worthy of being named after a dragon. There are so many dragon Pokemon. This is already the owner's 5th dragon Pokemon. I wonder what other surprises the owner will bring us. The commentator was excitedly spitting and yelling. Listening to the applause and shouts that went straight to the sky, Lin Xiao chose to ignore him. Otherwise he would only be looking for anger himself. From the moment Lin Xiao took out the fast dragon, Lan Yu's expression began to be grave. The fast dragon was most famous not for its powerful physical strength or its multi-attribute stances, but for its speed. The Bidu, which was known for its speed, didn't even have a share of eating dust behind it, since he couldn't keep up with the speed. Blue Jade chose to attack first. Bibbidi bird electrifies and uses its wings to attack. BB. The BB bird glows white as its own speed is further increased, attacking the smaller wings of the snapdragon with its wings, seemingly intending to make the snapdragon lose its flying target first. Trying to increase the power of your wing attack with the speed of an electric flash? Lin Xiao shook his head and said, unfortunately, this move doesn't work on me. Quick dragon flash away and catch it 100,000 volts. Facing the charging BB bird, the mother snapdragon dodged its attack with a flick of the wrist, and then hugged the BB bird from behind as the 100,000 volts that had gathered on both of its tentacles erupted out. Bye! The BB bird that was enveloped by the electric current screamed miserably and fell to the ground with black smoke coming out of its body. BB bird! Lan Yu exclaimed in shock, trying to retrieve it, but the distance was too far for him to do anything about it, and he could only watch as the BB bird rapidly approached towards the ground. Lin Xiao made a gesture, and the mother snapdragon immediately descended sharply, later arriving first to pick up BB bird. After receiving the BB bird, the mother fast dragon carried it and flew back in front of the Blue Jade. BB bird! Blue Jade cried out in joy and held BB bird in his arms. Just now his heart almost jumped out of his chest. That feeling of going back to heaven from hell in one go made people not dare to try it a second time. Retrieving the BB bird, Lan Yu thanked Lin Xiao. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, it's just a small matter. There's no need to keep it in mind. Fast dragon, you come back too. The audience at the scene shouted when they saw the performance of the mother rapid dragon, but when Lin Xiao put away the mother rapid dragon, he was stunned. As for the croaking commentator, please ignore him. Blue Jade had thought that Lin Xiao would let the female fast dragon continue to fight, and was also slightly stunned to see the wood-block dragon being put away. Before sending out her second Pokemon, Flying Mantis, Fast Dragon, it's your turn. 3 fast dragons. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't favor one side, so he simply fought one of them. Fast Dragon again. Lan Yu stayed in place. He had come out through the Noble Academy without challenging the Dragon Dojo, and had only heard about the dojos. Could it really be a dragon den? Seeing that Lin Xiao's Pokemon was still a snapdragon, the audience once again erupted. Of course people wouldn't think it was the same one. Each snapdragon had a different size and color depth, which was the best way to tell them apart. Fast Dragon, Electromagnetic Wave. This time Lin Xiao chose to attack first. A blue current erupted from the fast dragon's tentacles towards the Flying Mantis. Looking at Quick Dragon's electromagnetic waves, Blue Jade shouted, Flying Mantis, Shadow Split Technique. Cha! Flying Mantis split into 7 doppelgangers, and was knocked out of 6 by Quick Dragon's EMP. Good chance. Flying Mantis, move at high speed and use crosscut. Naturally, Blue Jade wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Placing both sides across his chest, the Flying Mantis charged towards the Quick Dragon. But when it only got close enough to the Quick Dragon, it was scared out of its 6 souls. A fiery red dragon's fury coalesced in the mouth of the fast dragon, just waiting for it to charge. In terms of actual battle experience, Quick Dragon was rich among all of Lin Xiao's Pokemon, having followed Dr. Oki on his journey south for many years. The various reactions of its opponents had long been deeply imprinted in its mind, and after the electromagnetic wave party had been sent out, Quick Dragon was already condensing Dragon's Wrath and waiting for the flying mantis to send itself to the door. Lin Xiao had wanted to voice out and tell Quick Dragon to use the Destruction Ray, but since Quick Dragon was already condensing the Dragon's Wrath, Lin Xiao swallowed back what he wanted to say and didn't say anything. The huge fireball wrapped around the flying mantis slammed into the ground with a boom. The explosion occurred with a bang, and a dusty fog filled the air, splashing debris everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the flying mantis lay incapacitated in the large crater created by the explosion. While the excitement and emotion of the audience was once again ignited by Lin Xiao, the medical staff on the sidelines rushed onto the field to carry Flying Mantis away to save his life, so that the players could fight in peace and not be distracted by the injuries to their Pokemon. Blue Jade revealed a bitter smile and said, "It seems I thought it was too easy. The difference in strength is too great. It's very difficult to win," said Blue Jade. Released his last Pokemon Bidoof. Speed has Mach 2 speed, can fly more than 2,000 kilometers per hour, comparable to an airplane. Many mountainous areas, even airplanes, don't have this kind of speed. It's all about participation, isn't it? Otherwise wouldn't life be too boring? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, retrieved the fast dragon and took out the last elf ball. The Master Ball. Master Ball. Blue Jade's pupils snapped. Graduating from Pokemon Academy, he naturally knew what that was. Blue Jade then laughed bitterly. Could it be that you still have a Snapdragon? This guy is so smart. How can he guess this? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders, threw the Master Ball, and shouted, "Come out, Fast Dragon!" Ow! The huge Fast Dragon just came out and cheerfully let out a loud and clear dragon roar that resounded freely in the 9 heavens. At this moment, 99% of the people present thought that Lin Xiao's dojo was definitely a dragon's nest. Nima! 4 small ones and 3 big ones. What is it if not a dragon's nest? And who knows if Lin Xiao is hiding a few more? And the size of the giant Snapdragon drew even more attention. As the crowd shouted, the sound of the Pavilion Master is even more spectacular. Huge Fast Dragon size let Blue Jade happy. In his opinion, finally have can win hope. Size huge speed back to decline. This is common sense. But he was doomed to tragedy. Lin Xiao's 3 fast dragons on the speed of the huge fast dragon has always ranked first. Making up his mind, Lan Yu shouted to BB Bird. BB Bird, Fierce Storm. He didn't seek for the Fierce Storm to bring any damage to the giant fast dragon. He only sought to affect the giant fast dragon's flight. Under the powerful wings of the Bijou, a huge tornado struck towards the huge fast dragon. Only when he watched the tornado getting closer did Lin Xiao slowly say, "Fast Dragon, Divine Speed, go after it and use Dragon Claw." Oh, huge fast dragon body rise yellow light, speed enhancement extreme. In the original place left a string of residual shadow to catch up within the eagle. The huge right claw with light ruthlessly slapped on the back of the eagle. The huge fast dragon learns divine speed or learns after returning from the Red Lotus Island. With the divine speed of the huge fast dragon's strength grows exponentially. Then eagle. The bee-eagle that was hit in the back screamed miserably, lost its balance, and flew askew in midair with great difficulty before stabilizing itself. But the damage from the dragon's claws was too strong, causing the bee-eagle to gasp violently, obviously consuming a lot of physical strength. Quick Dragon grab it and use Earth Up Throw. Taking advantage of the situation was the hard way. Lin Xiao didn't have the habit of letting his opponents off the hook. Not good. Bijou, quickly avoid it. Lan Yu shouted in a hurry. Bidoo's speed is Mach 2. The huge dragon has Mach 5. Plus Bidoof was injured. Not yet made evasive action has been huge fast dragon hold. 5 meters of fast dragon hold a meter 5 Bidoof, like holding a doll, bringing its speed up. The giant snapdragon charged towards the ground with the bishop, and when it was only a few meters from the ground it threw the bishop down hard and flew up sideways against the ground itself. Touch! With a loud bang, the speckled eagle stepped into the dust of the flying mantis, and similarly slept in a big pit with its eyes circling. Bidoof loses its ability to fight. Quick Dragon gets the victory. And the winner is Lin Xiao of Jinxing Town. The referee waved a small flag and announced the result. After greeting Blue Jade, Lin Xiao waved to the boiling audience before leaving on his giant fast dragon. As for the commentator, it was better to ignore him who was full of words. Hurriedly returning to the hotel, he took Larula's from Nath's arms and poked and prodded him up and down, trying to figure out what was going on with the little one's telepathy. Being Lin Xiao like a toy to fiddle with the Larullas, aggrieved toot up the small mouth like Nazi complained. Looking just short of the Larullas stripped, naked check Lin Xiao. Nazi cried and laughed. Larullas snatched back, raised his pink fists in his body, knocked a few times. Chapter 79, The Field of Inflammation. The Inferno Dojo was not built in the middle of the magma like Sharp's, but underneath the quartz plateau. Not as exaggerated as the Red Lotus Island, but not as bad either. Although it wasn't as dramatic as Red Lotus Island, it wasn't far behind. Only Sharp's dojo was lifted up by a few thick chains, while the tournament's dojo was built on a huge rock in the middle of the mountain, and was surrounded by hot magma as if it were a moat. Wait to say goodbye to God if the average Pokemon falls. The Pokemon used in the Inferno Field tournament are carefully selected, and there is no room for error. Just after walking into the field of inflammation, Lin Xiao felt a wave of heat spreading out, baking people all over. The intense high temperature made the air twist and turn as if it were ripples in the water. The good thing is that this high temperature is only in the arena. The audience is separated by the specially treated reinforced glass, and the air conditioner is on so that the temperature of the audience is not different from the outside except for some stuffy heat. Otherwise, how many people in the audience can stand it? No audience will lose a large sum of money in ticket fees. Just as he walked into the field of Inferno, Yendi's Master Ball began to tremble slightly, causing Lin Xiao to faintly stare. Many fire Pokemon liked to soak in the scorching magma. Yendi had never behaved like this since he followed Lin Xiao, wanting to break free of the Pokemon ball and come out on his own. Pavilion owners, go for it! Lin Xiao just walked into the arena. In doing, the audience began to shout up. This competition, Lin Xiao was named one of the hottest players to win the championship. Quartz competition audience. 90% of the local residents of Guangdong, their own region, appeared to be able to win the championship players. They are naturally very happy. Guangdong, countless people want a cover in the head for many years of the hat to remove. 9 years without a local Kanto trainer winning the Quartz tournament is a shame for the people of Kanto. How many 9 years are there in life? Many people started watching the tournament when they were just kids. But how can people accept the fact that the kids have grown up and the championship is still being won by trainers from other regions as it always has been? Lin Xiao's outstanding performance, coupled with the Alliance's covert promotion, made Lin Xiao become the new generation of Guangdong's son of heavenly pride. Of course, this was folklore, and by the time Lin Xiao knew about it, this title had already brought countless troubles. Eventually Yendi popped out of the Master Ball itself amidst the astonished eyes of Lin Xiao and the audience. Ow! Just after coming out, Yendi raised his head and roared, swearing his existence. Releasing a Pokemon before the match had even begun would be penalized if it were usual. But who could remember that boring rule now? Inferno's roar silenced the crowd, most of whom didn't recognize it. Unbelievable. Just because the audience doesn't know doesn't mean the commentator doesn't know. The commentator is equivalent to a Pokemon encyclopedia. Otherwise, what would happen if the commentator keeps running into Pokemon he doesn't know? Our Pavilion Master, once again, has brought us a surprise. This is a Yendi from the Chengdu region. I can't believe that the Pavilion Master faced such legendary Pokemon. I'm just so excited. I can't imagine that I'll be able to see a legendary Pokemon in my lifetime. I love you, Pavilion Master. The commentator, who was so excited that he had tears in his eyes, roared strangely in delight. Wow! The crowd heated up. Pavilion Master, we love you, please bring us more surprises. Snort! Ignoring the enthusiasm of the audience, Yendi snorted and leapt into the lava at the edge of the field. Drawing a gasp of surprise, Yendi tumbled twice in the lava and then disappeared. At this time, Lin Xiao's opponent came late in a hurry and entered the arena. Looking at his sweaty appearance, he should have run to the wrong place. If he had been a few minutes later, he would have directly lost his qualification for the match. Sorry, I accidentally went to the wrong place. The teenager, wiping the sweat from his forehead, apologized to the referee. This kind of thing happens every year, so the referee is not surprised and asks the two. The rules of the match are 3v3. One side loses all of its combat power, the other side wins. After both men nodded, the referee shouted, then the match is officially underway. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Xiao's opponent smiled slightly. My name is Xiao Ning. I'm from Gold City, and this is my first Pokemon, Wind Speed Dog. My name is Lin Xiao. Someone else greeted. Naturally, Lin Xiao couldn't pretend he didn't see it. I came out with it. Gotcha duck. Gouda. This was the first time Gotha duck had drawn itself out of the ring, and even though it was an inflamed field, it was still excited, preparing to use the water system. To suppress the fire system? Ning looked at Goddard duck and said, although water can suppress flames, this is the field of Inferno. Lin Xiao was speechless and didn't answer. He couldn't say that this was drawn by Goddard duck himself and had nothing to do with me. Wind Speed Dog. Jet Flame. Receiving his master's command, Wind Speed Dog barked and spat out a stream of flames, the power of which was increased by a lot under the heat. Looking at the flames coming in a straight line, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, but Gota duck is not a single attribute. Gota duck nimble. Return the flames. Lin Xiao did not intend to let Gota duck use a water stance like that, which would bring up a large amount of water mist. The nose of the Wind Speed Dog was very agile. It was easy to fall into a passive state. The feeling of others being able to hit you but you can't even find your enemy is too suffocating. Lin Xiao had already enjoyed it once in Red Lotus Island. Refueling wouldn't happen again, even though the opponent in front of him and Sharper differed by 100,000 80,000 miles. Goduk. A blue light bubbled up from Goten Duck's eyes and the jewel above his forehead, turning his surroundings into blue space as Wind Speed Dog's flaming cup of Nimbus wrapped around it and folded back. The flames spewing out of itself startled Wind Speed Dog. Dodge, Wind Speed Dog. Ning quickly ordered. motioning for Windspeed Dog to get out of the way, waiting for you to avoid it. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and shouted, Goddard Duck, Fossil Kung Fu, fix it. Looking at the Windspeed Dog that avoided the flames, Nings jumped violently, secretly saying that it was not good. Zia blue light shot out from the gem on Goda Duck's forehead, petrified Windspeed Dog, and landed on the field. Water cannons settle it. Under the impact of the huge water cannon, the Windspeed Dog rolled a few times on the ground, and lost the ability to fight with circles coming out of both eyes. Retrieving the Windspeed Dog, Ning said in admiration, It was me who underestimated you. I couldn't imagine that a little mistake would cause the Windspeed Dog to lose its ability to fight. But what's next won't be so good. Come out, King Nito. Will there be who knows? Come back, Koda Duck. Retrieving the Gotcha Duck, Lin Xiao threw out the second elf ball. Forest Lizard, come out. Cha Man. The Forest Lizard raised its big mother finger towards Lin Xiao. Although the scorching heat was hard on it, the Forest Lizard was still full of fighting spirit. The Forest Lizard's appearance shocked countless people's jaws. This is the field of Inferno, and you let a grass-type Forest Lizard go into battle? You didn't get your brain caught in a door panel, did you? The environment was unfavorable to the Forest Lizard, so Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't fight a war of attrition with his opponent. The Forest Lizard couldn't afford to consume here. Forest Lizard, Lightning Bolt, Blade and Leaf, Calm. The Forest Lizard, who was originally extremely fast, arrived behind King Nito in the blink of an eye under the acceleration of the lightning flash, and his hand blade swiftly slashed down. King Nito, Steel Tail meets it. Xiao Ning quickly thought of a way to respond and shouted, Roar! King Nito raised his tail in preparation. However, both it and Ning had underestimated the speed of the Forest Lizard, and King Nito's tail had only just been raised when the Forest Lizard's blade leaf viciously slashed at his neck. The huge impact caused King Nito to stand unsteadily and take a few steps, his steel tail broken. Once again, Blade Leaf. Ning was shocked. Which way this time? But his eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the Forest Lizard. Cha Mo. The Forest Lizard appeared on King Nito's right side, and Ning was startled, shouting, King Nito, use VA cut on the right. King Kanito laid it open. It was nothing more than the remnants of a Forest Lizard, and the blade leafed down on its neck once more. The sharp pain coming from his neck made King Nito rage. Standing and being passively beaten made King Nito's heart anxious. His huge eyes started to turn red and he kept gasping for air. Xiao Ning was startled and said urgently, King Nito, calm down. Don't be confused by your opponent. The Nito King in a rage could easily enter a berserk state, and once it did, it would lose its mind and not even listen to the words of the face trainer. But Ning's reaction seemed to be a bit slow, and King Nito entered a stormy state later. When King Nito went into a rampage, Lin Xiao let the Forest Lizard come back and said, Your Pokemon's heart quality is not up to par. It still needs more training. Thank you. Xiao Ning bowed slightly in thanks and retrieved King Nito, the King Nito that had already fallen into a rampage, only needing the rampage state to cool down to exhaust itself, so there was no longer a need to fight. Even if he continued to fight, without listening to the trainer's command, the Nito King that had lost its mind would likewise not be able to catch up with the Forest Lizard, and in the end, it would only die of exhaustion. If he were Lin Xiao, he would choose to wait. King Nito's stamina was far stronger than the Forest Lizard that was constantly attacking. When the Forest Lizard slowed down or made a mistake, King Nito's flurry of attacks would be enough to kill it in seconds. This is my last Pokemon. Gengar, Ning said as he tossed out the Pokeball. Gunghost? Seeing Ning appearing in the field as Gunghost, Lin Xiao's heart jerked. He himself had once owned it, and now everything was lost. Gunghost's appearance caused Lin Xiao to lose his mind of fighting and shouted at the magma, Yen Di, come out. Ow! Inferno Emperor leapt up from the lava, bringing a large amount of lava down onto the field, burning the grounds with the charred smell of faint black smoke. The appearance of the Inferno Emperor caused the temperature of the field of Inferno to increase by quite a bit, but the ghostly black flames on its body looked shivering. Gung-ai! Stealth! The overwhelming heat caused Ning's hair to buckle slightly and shake with the hot, dry air. Ning's Genji laughed strangely and disappeared into the air. Yen Di stood still, vigilantly patrolling the surroundings in case the Genji suddenly stormed out. Although Yen Di's nose was as sensitive as a Windspeed Dog's, but it wasn't easy to sniff the air to find the Genji. What a familiar scene! Lin Xiao revealed a bitter smile. Genji had evoked an unpleasant memory within him. There's no need to defend against the Inferno Emperor. Burn out and cloth the entire field. Lin Xiao didn't feel like continuing to stay here for a moment at this point, fearing that he would go crazy looking for Genji. Burn out? Ning froze slightly, obviously dissatisfied with having seen this stance. The vast majority of the audience present passed so. The venue where the two were fighting had amplified speakers that allowed the audience to hear what they were saying, and soon enough they had seen the terror of the fire stance. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's command, Yen Di lowered his head, muffled his roar, and the black flames on his body rose crazily. In the blink of an eye, Black flames over a dozen meters high covered the entire field and surrounded the venue, turning it into a black cage of flames. The reinforced glass of the audience's grill, emitting a clapping sound, began cracking and melting, frightening the audience sitting in the front rows to scream in shock and move backward. The gun ghost that was hidden in midair let out a miserable scream. Lin Xiao immediately told Yen Di to stop, and after Yen Di stopped and took the flames back, the entire field had shrunk by a full third, and the rest had melted together with the magma. Genji had already been put away by the frightened Ning when he let out his screams, or else when the flames slowly dispersed. It was still unknown whether Genji still had a life in him. Fortunately, the player's command stage was farther away from the field, so it didn't receive any damage other than the scorching heat. When he was on Red Lotus Island, Lin Xiao didn't let Yen Di use this move because he didn't dare to. If those 4 chains supporting the grounds broke, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yen Di releasing this move now was n times more powerful than when he was at the Zhenghui Lighthouse, and if he was not careful, not only would other people suffer, but he would have to follow his own bad luck as well. After the referee declared victory, Lin Xiao put away the Yen Emperor and left the field of Yen without looking back, leaving behind the dumbfounded Xiao Ning and the many spectators. As for the destroyed grounds, let the alliance have its own headache. After leaving the field of Inferno and returning to the ground, Lin Xiao took a few deep breaths to calm his inner irritation. I wonder what kind of life Zhengyi is living now. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the horizon of the sky like a statue. In the trees not far from Lin Xiao, Zhengyi appeared silently watching him. Chapter 80, the final elimination match. Today is the last water venue, but Lin Xiao's luck is not good. Surprisingly drew the last battle, scheduled for the night. I do not know if it is the alliance intentionally make a ghost. Lin Xiao didn't go to the scene to help Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao cheer, choosing to watch the broadcast at the hotel with Nazi. However, Xiao Ji's opponent is very difficult. The most disgusting is, Xiao Ji has a wonderful frog flower, fire-breathing dragon than the carving do not use. Choose the big pincer crab, mosquito tadpole out of the battle. Although the game in the end by Pikachu narrowly moved back, but this game let people watch the damn nausea. Lin Xiao really wanted to pry open his brain to see what was inside him. This was an official match, not a street fight. Freshly collected mosquito tadpoles and untrained pincer crabs all dared to be sent out. It was hard to stay up until the evening, and after dinner, Lin Xiao looked at the time and prepared to head to the arena, while Sunday's group of people also flocked into the spectator area to cheer for Lin Xiao. Managed to get the front row seat after a money attack by Sunday. Just as he walked into the arena, Lin Xiao heard Xiao Ji's loud voice. Lin Xiao, cheer up, all of us support you. Xiao Ji hugged Pikachu. One person and one pet posed vigorously in support of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's opponent is a young girl of a similar age to Lin Xiao, and when she heard that she saw Xiao Ji's support, she burst out laughing. Your friend did a good job of supporting you. It's very funny. Yeah. Lin Xiao laughed dryly and gave Xiao Ji a fierce blank look. Luckily, Sunday and the others weren't involved. Otherwise it would have been a real shame. Sister Nazi, should we throw him out? This guy is too embarrassing. I don't feel good sitting with him. Sunday's small face slightly reddened as she softly asked Nats at her side. Nats guffawed and shook her head gently without saying anything, leaving Sunday to huff and puff and whine in her seat. Koto Mine, Kasumi, Kong, and Shigeru all turned their faces to the side to pretend they didn't recognize him, and in the end, it was only when Shigeru, who couldn't stand it any longer, punched Koji on the head that he was able to get him to settle down. Stinky ass Shigeru, why did you hit my head? Shigeru blushed slightly, lightly poo-pooed, and growled lowly, hang on Chi, put away your boring antics. We're still embarrassed if you're not. The two who were not right started arguing again. Both Kasumi and Kong were relieved. It didn't matter if they argued. Just don't make that humiliating gesture again. The two were arguing every day anyway. Only Hanako pursed her lips and laughed softly, watching a few people bickering. Sometimes even she wondered if these two people were enemies in their 2 lifetimes, from childhood to adulthood. As long as they met, there wasn't a day that they didn't quarrel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last elimination match of this tournament. This time our pavilion master is facing off against Dark City's Ray player. I wonder what kind of exciting battle the two players will bring us. Let's wait and see. It was still the commentator who first introduced the two players. As the commentator dropped his voice, the audience all shouted, Pavilion Master. Even though Lin Xiao disliked this nickname, the more the audience shouted it, the more it went along with it, and now it was impossible to change it. After explaining the rules and getting agreement from both men, the referee yelled, let the match begin. Your popularity is good, but it won't be that easy to get past me. Come out, Water Arrow Turtle. Ray shouted as she threw her genie ball. Lin Xiao also threw out his own elf ball and laughed. How do you know if you don't try? Fast Dragon Road, you make your debut. The crowd chants once again as Crypto makes his entrance. Amidst the countless cries, the fast dragon roared with excitement. Its loud and clear dragon roar traveling up to the endless heights. It was as if Crypto had gone back to the old moments when he had fought by Dr. Oki's side, the times when the two had worked and fought together. All the thoughts that had been hidden in Crypto's mind and that he still couldn't get out of his mind. It's no secret among trainers that Lin Xiao owns 3 Snapdragons, Banjira, and Yendi, and the many trainers can only pray that they don't run into him or that Lin Xiao doesn't allow these guys to go on the field. Seeing the Snapdragon appear, Ray's face hardened. If it was any other Pokemon it could still use the pool to maneuver, but not the Snapdragon. A single rush of freezing rays turned the pool into ice, or a thunderbolt would make a Pokemon hiding in the water go to ground. Since you're not moving, I'll just strike first. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, Fast Dragon, strike thunder. Oh, electricity flickered from the tentacles of the Fast Dragon, and huge lightning bolts with a golden color fell from the dark sky, illuminating the quartz plateau in instantaneous whiteness. Water Arrow Turtle, retract into your shell. Iron Wall, Ray shouted hurriedly towards the Water Arrow Turtle. In terms of speed, the turtle was absolutely top-notch when it came to shrinking its shell, and in the blink of an eye, it had already shrunk its limbs and head and tail into its huge shell. The huge lightning bolt struck the turtle's shell with a loud bang, and was bounced off by the Water Arrow Turtle using the iron wall and landed in the pool to the side. ZZ countless currents rose up in the pool like a golden earthworm crawling everywhere, and finally, when the lightning was about to disappear, an explosion occurred at the bottom of the pool. Boom! The water in the pool was brought up by the impact of the explosion and flew in all directions. After everything was over, Ray looked at the safe and sound Water Arrow Turtle and sighed in relief. If the thunder hit the Water Arrow Turtle just now, the Water Arrow Turtle was afraid that it would be in a bad way. Lin Xiao looked at the water droplets splashing around and smiled. Crypto Dragon will strike thunder again. Don't you know that this is useless against the Water Arrow Turtle? Xiao Ling was puzzled as to why Lin Xiao was doing this, but ordered, Water Arrow Turtle, shrink your shell and use the iron wall once more. Wow! Once again, huge golden lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck towards the Water Arrow Turtle. This time the lightning didn't use to be bounced off by the Water Arrow Turtle's iron wall, but instead enveloped the Water Arrow Turtle as a whole, and the Water Arrow Turtle that was enveloped by the lightning let out a cry of pain. Under normal circumstances the iron wall can indeed bounce the lightning away, but don't you forget that the explosion just now has covered the surrounding area with water trails. Water is conductive. No matter how much the Water Arrow Turtle dodges, it's useless, Lin Xiao said as he looked at Xiao Ling. Ray fumed slightly. Yeah, water conducts electricity, but why didn't I pay attention to those droplets? When the lightning disappeared, the Water Arrow Turtle was covered in black smoke, and both of its eyes turned into mosquito form as it slumped helplessly to the ground. Chagrined, she put away the Water Arrow Turtle. Xiao Ling puffed up her little face and said unconvincingly, You're lucky. If it weren't for those water beads, how would you have one so quickly? Facing the unconvinced Xiao Ling, Lin Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, there were many kinds of ways to dry out the Water Arrow Turtle. Only the lightning damage was bigger. Besides, Lin Xiao was just utilizing the environment. There was no such thing as good luck or bad luck. This time Lin Xiao didn't choose to change Pokemon. Crypto was very motivated tonight. Fighting amidst countless shouts made its blood boil, and even though its opponent was very weak, it was still very happy. Lin Xiao didn't want to give Crypto Dragon a hard time in his heart, so he continued to let it fight. Putting away the Water Rocket Turtle, Ray released her second Pokemon, the Fire-Breathing Dragon. The Fire-Breathing Dragon, stirring its wings, flew high into the air to confront the Fast Dragon. In fact, among the Pokemon that are related to dragons, the Fire-Breathing Dragon is considered to be very domineering. The Snapdragon looks like an honest child. The Blood-Winged Flying Dragon looks like a ball of roundness. The Triceratops knows what's going on by the look of it. And the land-biting shark is much closer to a shark just by its appearance. As for the dragon divine beasts upwards, they all looked stranger than one another, at least according to Lin Xiao's aesthetics. You've bred your fire-breathing dragon well, at least from the looks of it. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of admiration as he looked at the fire-breathing dragon high in the sky. Ray's fire-breathing dragon was larger than normal, and the color of its skin was a deep red, and the flame mass on its tail, which was exuberant, was much stronger than Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon in Lin Xiao's opinion. Lin Xiao's words made Xiao Ling so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. What do you mean at least on the outside? My fire-breathing dragon is very strong. Okay, whether it's strong or not needs to be known after the competition. Fast Dragon, Water Cannon, Lin Xiao shouted at the Fast Dragon high in the sky, giving Lin Xiao a disgruntled blank look. Xiao Ling shouted, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Flame Vortex. The collision of water and fire stirred up a large amount of mist, and eventually the water cannon of the Fast Dragon broke through the flames of the fire-breathing dragon and crashed into the fire-breathing dragon in midair. The fire-breathing dragon that was hit by the water cannon fell from midair and was about to fall to the ground when it took off from the ground, except that the water cannon had done a lot of damage, causing it to move slightly stiffly and begin to gasp for air. Fire-breathing dragon, wing attack. At Rei's command, the fire-breathing dragon charged towards the fast dragon. Its massive wings lit up with a silver glow that shone brightly against the black night sky. Speaking of wing attack, the most embarrassing non-fast dragon. Fire-breathing dragon's wings are very large, many times can wrap themselves to reduce some damage. But the fast dragon's wings on a little bit and petite. For the fast dragon's body type for the proportion difference is too big. Give a person the feeling of strange. Lin Xiao didn't react to the fire-breathing dragon's wing attack until the two Pokemon were about to collide. Lin Xiao shouted, "Quick dragon! Quick battle! Hold him! Hit the thunder!" Oh, facing the charging fire-breathing dragon, Quick Dragon dodged its wings in a flash and hugged the fire-breathing dragon tightly from behind. Golden currents kept flowing through the two Pokemon, and Quick Dragon only frowned slightly compared to the wailing fire-breathing dragon in his arms. While we're at it, Earth cast, fix it. Holding the fire-breathing dragon in his arms, Quick Dragon increased his speed to the extreme and threw the fire-breathing dragon hard towards the ground and flew out horizontally. I don't know if Snapdragon did it on purpose, but where the fire-breathing dragon landed was the pool. Rei screamed, retrieving the fire-breathing dragon that was about to fall into the pool. In the elimination rounds, doing so would be tantamount to losing the battle, and you couldn't change your Pokemon at will until you got to the official rounds. Retrieving the fire-breathing dragon, Xiaoling angrily pointed at Lin Xiao and stifled a sentence. "You're so despicable. How dare you throw the fire-breathing dragon into the water?" Chapter 81, The End of the Field of Water. Despicable. Lin Xiao almost choked on his saliva. It's not like there's a rule that says you can't throw a fire-breathing dragon in the water, and it's a field of water. Oh, this player is so funny. Sunday covered her small mouth and snickered. In the tournament field, other than not being able to break the rules, the rest could be used. There was never such a thing as being mean. Not only Sunday, but a lot of the audience burst out laughing, making Rei's face red with anger. Rei let out a soft grunt of discontent and released her last Pokemon. Ow! A huge figure appeared in the pool, and an orange and yellow colored Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared in front of the crowd. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Still glittery. Girls in general don't like Tyrannosaurus Rex. It looks too mean. According to the league, the human Tyrannosaurus Rex accounts for more than 90% of the injuries sustained each year from attacks by wild Pokemon. So congratulations, you've hit the jackpot if you've wandered into its territory by mistake and pissed it off. Tyrannosaurus Rex, destroy the death light. Rei ordered directly without even saying hello. Ouch. A huge beam of light coalesced from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth and spewed towards the fast dragon. Quick dragon, avoid it. Use thunder, Lin Xiao said with a slight frown. With a low growl, Crypto Dragon was flashed next to the destructive deathlight and used the thunderbolt again. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning enveloped the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the pool. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was enveloped in lightning, was in no discomfort as the huge destructive deathlight swept towards the fast dragon once again, knocking it away. Thunder resistance? Many Flash Pokemon had some special ability, and Rei's Tyrannosaurus Rex was clearly lightning resistant, so it was no wonder she dared to fight a Snapdragon with a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the field of water. Knocking the Snapdragon away, the Tyrannosaurus roared, its faint pressure spreading out. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was naturally intimidating, and many timid Pokemon couldn't even bring themselves to fight against its face. Facing the tyrannical Carp Dragon's pressure, the fast dragon did not show any weakness and counterattacked back. Trembling, the dragon might spread all over the field. The fast dragon usually looks like a good boy, and will only release the dragon might when it is provoked. Realizing that the situation was starting to turn around, Rei hurriedly shouted, "Tyrannosaurus, don't fight it! Water cannon!" Looking at the water cannons that were shooting straight at him, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. This chick is really calm. Quick dragon, frozen light. Frozen rays collided with the water cannon, making a cackle sound. The water column was quickly frozen into ice. Luckily the Tyrannosaurus stopped the water cannon, or else even the mouth of the Eastern Europe would have been frozen. With a wave of her hand, Rei said, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, steel tail," slapped the icicle. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its huge tail and slapped the icicle in front of it, the broken ice splattering in all directions and giving off all sorts of glowing lights under the light. It was a sight to behold. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth raised a hint of a smile. Without slapping the ice, Tyrannosaurus Rex action is hindered. Slapping it is the same as the fast dragon has a chance to attack. At that moment shouted, "Fast dragon, billion shockwave." The quick dragon let out a low roar, its entire body surrounded by a pillar of purple light, and charged towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a huge pillar of purple light, the fast dragon slammed into the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, knocking the Tyrannosaurus Rex into the fence around the arena. Tyrannosaurus's huge body wailed and crashed into a large enclosure. Luckily, the enclosure of the arena had several grates, or else it would have crashed into the spectator seats. Quick Dragon, who had fought 3 battles in a row, unleashed several thunderbolts, and used billion blasts. was beginning to pant, clearly physically drained. Xiaoling's Tyrannosaurus Rex struggled for half a day in the pile of any time before it stood up from the new, in which the chest bit was obviously concave and the scales were broken countless. Although Fast Dragon's billion shockwave didn't have the gathering of chi, but the power was not small. To be able to stand up showed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's willpower was good. If she didn't meet Lin Xiao, Xiaoling would have surely been able to get an excellent result in this competition. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ray cried out as she looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was holding on with all of his will. Quick dragon, destroy deadly light, give it to your opponent. Lin Xiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and shook his head slightly. There were very few carp kings that could evolve into Tyrannosaurus Rex, and even fewer of the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared as a flash. And when he encountered himself, he could only say that Ray was unlucky. Boom! Under the blast of the destructive deathlight, Tyrannosaurus Rex's upright body went down. Ray hurriedly wiped her tears and put away the Tyrannosaurus without waiting for the referee to announce the result and ran towards the Pokemon Center. It seemed that Ray and the Tyrannosaurus had a good relationship. It looks like the Tyrannosaurus Rex is Xiaoling's initial partner. Ergo, thinking about this, Lin Xiao winced. How many people can have the Carp King as the initial Pokemon? As the match ended, the scene warmed up again, and Lin Xiao felt like he had been the bad guy once again. Waving his hand with the audience, Lin Xiao left the arena. Tomorrow there will be an official match of 64-32. No need to draw a venue. Unified to the official arena match, randomly paired by the computer. Just after walking out of the arena, Lin Xiao was surrounded by Xiao Ji and the others, chattering non-stop. As he watched the show get more and more intense, Lin Xiao had to interrupt with a voice. All stop. All have nothing to do? Chi and Shigeru. The official tournament starts tomorrow. The tournament will use 6 Pokemon. Are you all ready? Air. The two men were dumbfounded and shook their heads at the same time. Lin Xiao breathlessly knocked on the two men's heads. Then you guys still have the leisure to mess around here? Do you want me to knock a few more times? Saying this, Lin Xiao raised his hand and made the motion of knocking his head. Right away. Shigeru rushed off, pulling a dumbfounded Chi with him, chastising Chi as he ran. Xiaoji and Xiaomao left. Lin Xiao twisted his head to look at Xiao Ming and said indisputably, Keat has a strict tutelage and doesn't have a lot of time to come out. So you're not accompanying her. What's the point of following me around? Am I pretty? Finally it was Meow's turn and Meow looked around. I realized I'm full from dinner. Meow. Need a walk. Just a walk. In the end it came down to Hanako, Sunday and Nats. After arriving at the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao gave the Snapdragon to Joey to recover his strength. The few people returned to the hotel. Chapter 82, 64-32. Starting with the 64-32, the tournament moves to the main arena, with each of the 3 venues being played separately to separate the top 32 in a single day, followed by the top 32 dueling it out in the center venue to produce the top 16, and so on up the ladder until the champion is crowned. At 8 a.m., 64 players entered the field. At the back of the head table of the arena, a huge silver screen recorded all the opponents and venues of the 64 lives on it, and the participants only needed to come to the designated venues to compete according to the time on it. This is not only convenient for the participants, but also for the spectators, many of whom like to watch the matches of a certain trainer, so that they can know in advance and make preparations. Lin Xiao looked at the fact that his match was at 10 o'clock, venue 3, so he said goodbye to both Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao and headed to venue 3. Both Xiao Ji and Xiao Mao's battles were at venue 1, but the matches were in the afternoon. There was another match ahead of his own, so Lin Xiao had to sit in the lounge and wait, watching the live stream in the meantime. It was a full 6v6 battle, but the match went quickly, and in less than half an hour it was on borrowed time, after which the staff caught up with patching up the field and dealing with the large puddles and cracks that came with the battle. At 10 o'clock sharp, under the reminder of the radio, Lin Xiao walked into the passageway heading to the field to enter the field. Arriving at the arena, Lin Xiao looked around. There was a more open space here, allowing for more diversity in the fights of the players. The audience was too far away to see the fights anymore. They were all watched through the big screen above the arena. Lin Xiao's opponent this time also came to the venue from the passage. From 64-32, the league no longer provides trainer information. Want to get the information only depends on the player's own observation. Hello, Lin Xiao's opponent greeted with a smile. My name is Yun Tian. I'm from Chengdu. I'm glad to fight against you. Lin Xiao smiled and said, my name is Lin Xiao, from Jinxin Town. The referee naturally wouldn't let the two stand around chatting stupidly, and spoke out. The match is 6v6. You can change Pokemon in the middle of the match, and if one side loses all of their Pokemon, the other side wins, said the referee, looking at the two, signaling that he understood. After the two nodded their heads, it was shouted, then, the match is officially on. Come out. Then, my partner, Wristlet, Cloudy Sky shouted as he threw out his pixie ball. Fighting type? Lin Xiao then took out his elf ball and threw it, and the big dragon appeared on the field. Woo woo! Big dragon just came out and rubbed his round body against Lin Xiao's feet as if to please him, constantly pampering him. Lin Xiao helplessly pulled out a piece of beef and threw it up. Big dragon happily jumped up and ate the beef in one bite. This scene made Yun Tian look dumbfounded, and it was only after half a second that he asked with his mouth wide open, "You feed a Pokemon meat?" It was well known that apart from some Pokemon, most Pokemon were not interested in meat, especially raw meat, but Lin Xiao's maneuver was beyond most people's common sense. Oh, and it's only a few dragon Pokemon. The rest of the Pokemon eat pixie food and tree fruits. Only when he heard Lin Xiao say this did Yun Tian's heart quiet down. Both of them then looked at each other solemnly as the great battle was about to start. Cloudy Sky took the lead. Wrist power. Hand slash. Lin Xiao patted the big dragon's head and said, "Get out of the way and bite it like you usually do." Looking at the pouncing Brachiosaurus, the little Geoduck twisted and dodged over, aiming a vicious bite at Brachiosaurus's tail. Wrist. As its tail suffered, Wristlet let out a cry of pain and tried to fling the large dragon down, but after a few tries, the large dragon still clung to its tail and refused to let go. Instead, Wristful's flinging brought even more pain. Lin Xiao had measured today, a meter-tall big dragon, mouth full of steel teeth, the average length of 2.5 to 3 centimeters long, was bitten by such a big mouth. That feeling, Lin Xiao couldn't say it and didn't dare to try it himself. What kind of fighting style is this? Yun Tian cried and laughed as he looked at Little Earth Dragon and said, "Don't panic with your wrists. Use Shattering Rock." Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let Yun Tian have his way. If the shattered rock hit, the big dragon would almost be on its back. Big dragon, shake it off with force. Dragon claw. Oh, the little Geoduck was much taller than Wristlet, and while the fins on his back took up a lot of his body, they were more than enough for the big dragon. The great dragon stood on both feet and twisted his head to fling Wristlet out of the way, his bubbling silver and claws catching Wristlet's back in a vicious frontal grip. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wrist came into close contact with the earth, smashing a small crater in the ground. Wrist slapped in the small pit, trying to struggle to stand up, but tried several times still failed, and finally powerless lying in the small pit. Both eyes rose up in circles. The first match ended dramatically like this. Yun Tian revealed a bitter smile taking his wrist back. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of battle. Oh, Big Dragon jumped up and down and bounced in front of Lin Xiao, inviting credit towards him. Lin Xiao stroked its head in amusement and said, "Cheer up, win the next game again and have extra food for you at night." Looking at the battle-heavy De Long, Yun Tian shook his head speechlessly. "An extra meal makes you happy like this? Go, my warrior!" Cloudy Sky shouted as he threw his elf ball. Ho! The flying mantis raised its own scythe at the sun, emitting a chilling light in the sun's reflection. It also seemed to be a hey showy cargo. Flying mantis's behavior made Lin Xiao smile slightly and said, "De Long, quicksand inferno." A vortex appeared underneath the flying mantis's feet and gradually descended, frightening the flying mantis who was showing off and flying up in a hurry. Yun Tian frowned slightly. "Don't you know that this move is useless against the flying mantis?" "Of course it's useless." Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Big dragon, sandstorm, sweep the arena." Our big dragon let out a childish dragon roar, and with the help of the sand brought up by quicksand inferno, he unleashed a sandstorm, and with big dragon's power, the arena was gradually enveloped by the sandstorm. Whenever Banjura used sandstorm, Lin Xiao would throw Big Dragon and Little Dragon to Banjura so that it could lead the two little ones to feel the sandstorm. The arena was shrouded in swirling sand and dust, a mixed yellow color. The view was all obscured. Yun Tian frowned slightly. Flying mantis, sword dance, roll the sandstorm away. Cha! Flying mantis unleashed a sword dance and spun around. A large sandstorm was swept away. The big and small dragons were still small. Trying to hurt their opponents with sandstorms was still a stretch. If they were replaced with Banjura, it would definitely be enough for Flying Mantis to eat a pot. As the Flying Mantis rotated, the arena gradually cleared down, and Yun Tian fixed his eyes on the arena and was shocked at the absence of Big Dragon's figure, shouting, "Flying Mantis, avoid it, at your feet." Hearing Yun Tian's reminder, the Flying Mantis subconsciously looked towards its feet, and the great dragon instantly rushed out from the ground, throwing a large amount of sand towards its eyes. Sand flew into his eyes, and Flying Mantis closed his eyes in pain, pestling the ground with his scythe, trying to rub it out. With such an opportunity, the little earth dragon naturally wouldn't let it go, jumping up and striking the back of the Flying Mantis's head with a tile slash, sending the Flying Mantis flying far away, and then pouncing on it to finish it off with a bite crush, releasing a series of skills. Big Dragon was tired and out of breath, but the little guy was happy that Lin Xiao had promised him an extra meal for the night. Lin Xiao was satisfied with the performance of the big dragon, patting its rounded body and taking it back. There was no need for it to fight in the rest of the battle. Another mistake led to failure. and without even a chance to retrieve his Pokemon, Cloudy Sky dejectedly retrieved the flying mantis and sent out his third Pokemon, Coconut Egg Tree. Lin Xiao also sent out the forest lizard, hoping to use the experience of the match to evolve it to Lizard King. As long as it evolved to Lizard King, its strength would rise another notch. The forest lizard gave a thumbs up towards Lin Xiao for the millionth time, and Lin Xiao gave it a speechless blank look. After meowing, he knew what it meant by giving a thumbs up. Everything is covered on me. The Wood Guardian was still relatively introverted and shy during his time, and his personality took a 180-degree turn when he evolved into a forest lizard and changed. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Xiao chose to attack first. Forest lizard, seed laser gun. We'll use the seed machine gun as well, Cloudy Sky said towards Coconut Egg. The golden bullets collided in the air, and the pft, pft sound was made. The same stance. The forest lizard and the coconut egg tree fought to a standstill. Lin Xiao looked at the coconut egg and said, Forest lizard, electric lightning, use blade leaf. The forest lizard brought up a large amount of residual shadows and ran towards the coconut egg tree. The leaves on his wrist lit up silver as if it were a scimitar. I've seen footage of your fights. That move won't work on me. Coconut tree, noise, grab it with your mind power. Yun Tian shouted at coconut egg. Several of the coconut egg tree's heads came together to make a piercing sound, causing the forest lizard to pause. Before making a chant to grab the forest lizard, Lin Xiao covered his ears in pain. The noise was annoying. The loud noise shook his eardrums raw. Before the forest lizard caught by the numinous power could recover from the noise, it was hypnotized by the coconut egg tree, and Lin Xiao hurriedly retrieved the forest lizard. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and rubbed his aching ears as he said, You do have a good trick. I fell for you accidentally, but next time it won't be that easy. Come out, Goda Duck. Even if you switch to Goddard Duck, the attributes of Coconut Tree dominate, and Coconut Tree is still egg, Cloudy Sky ordered as he looked at Goda Duck. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Didn't anyone tell you that attributes don't determine everything? Goddard Duck, get out of the way and scratch like crazy. Faced with a coconut egg thrown at him by Coconut Egg Tree, Goda Duck dodged out of the way and clawed at Coconut Egg Tree with both claws. Coconut Tree was caught by Crazy Scramble and knocked back. And while the damage from Crazy Scramble didn't do much damage, the point of knocking the Pokemon back in a row was a headache. Looking at the coconut egg tree that was retreating back and forth, Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted, Goddard Duck, destroy Deadlight. Not good. Yun Tian's face changed and he exclaimed, Coconut egg tree, trample, break it. Lin Xiao looked at Yun Tian without uttering a word. If it was that easy to interrupt, Lin Xiao wouldn't have let Goddard Duck use destructive Deathlight. Before Coconut Tree's trample could be made, a pillar of yellow light from the Gotha Duck's forehead gem enveloped it, sending Coconut Tree flying off the field and out of combat. Chapter 83, Raging Bankiara. Yun Tian retrieved the coconut egg tree and released the fourth Pokemon, the fiery monkey. He kind of saw through it. As long as there was the slightest chance Lin Xiao could catch a beating. Firecracker monkey, this kind of small elf Lin Xiao never love? Too dangerous. At any time even trainers beat up the guy. Thin skin cannot withstand. Lin Xiao, looking Yun Tian up and down, secretly thought, this kid's resistance to blows must be good. Goddard Duck, water gun, humph, a test attack? Yun Tian said to Fiery Monkey, break it up, Megaton Punch. Firecracker Monkey easily dispersed Goddard Duck's water gun and came at Goddard Duck with his bubbling fist. Goddard Duck, use your mind power and grab it, Lin Xiao said towards Goddard Duck. Coda. The fiery monkeys that came straight at him were grabbed by the Nianli and floated into midair. It's not easy to defeat the fiery monkeys like that. Yun Tian looked at the Firecracker Monkey floating in the air and shouted, Firecracker Monkey, use brute force to break away. Over the shoulder drop, the monkey let out a roar, forcibly breaking away from the ninjutsu, grabbing the Coda Duck, who was backing up due to the interruption of his jutsu, and slamming it into the ground. There was a loud bang, and after using his brute force, Firecracker Monkey's power increased a lot, and Kodak Duck's body was deeply imprinted into the ground. His eyes circled, and he was killed by Firecracker Monkey's blow. His Lin Xiao fiercely sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The strength of this violent person was so great. Looking at the Firecracker Monkey, the tiny arms and the veins that had been bulging on his forehead, Lin Xiao shook his head fiercely. In the future, he must not be able to take in this kind of violently inclined Pokemon, or else there would be no guarantee of personal safety. As expected, the fiery monkey who watched Yun Tian run over to embrace himself, raised his fist to Yun Tian's head. The unguarded Yun Tian was punched in the head by the fiery monkey and got a big bag, not to mention that his face also came into close contact with the ground, making a mouth and a face full of sand and dirt. Bah! Bah! Yun Tian depressedly climbed up from the ground and angrily roared, Fiery monkey, how many times have I told you that you are not allowed to attack me? At this moment, Yun Tian's face had turned into an earthy, yellow, color except for his two eyeballs. And the spectators present saw the scene through the big screen and laughed out loud, clutching their stomachs. But the fiery monkey ignored Yun Tian and stared at Lin Xiao with both eyes. Me? What does this want to do? Lin Xiao was furtive in his heart by the firecracker monkey's look and took 2 steps back slightly. Lin Xiao had seen a video in the Dagwood Institute where a trainer was knocked over by his opponent's firecracker monkey with 2 punches during a match. Lin Xiao didn't want to follow in that trainer's footsteps, so it was better to back off a bit. But Lin Xiao backed off and the fiery monkey followed up. Nima, you think I'm afraid of you? Don't give me that face. Lin Xiao's face turned ugly as he took out Banjira's master ball and threw it. Banjira, beat it up for me. Beat it so much that its father won't even recognize it. Banjira's presence shook the field a bit, and glancing disdainfully at the firecracker monkey, Banjira snarled and growled angrily at it. At Banjira's roar, firecracker monkey connects with a few steps back before using brute force to force himself to a stop and attacking towards Banjira using the million-ton flying kick. This oddball terrorist. Lin Xiao looked speechlessly at the fiery monkey that attacked without getting an order. Since you're looking for death, it's not my fault, and immediately shouted, Bankiara, megaton punch. Let it see what power means. Banjira's fighting skills, Lin Xiao never let it fall. Such a huge body and strength using fighting system skills was quite violent. Banjira roared and swung his huge fist around, punching the fiery monkey kicking at him from above. Bang! The huge fist struck the body of the firecracker monkey, causing the monkey to cry out in misery as his entire body sunk into the grounds, causing the grounds to tremble. It was only at this point that Yun Tian turned back and let out a cry of shock, taking the fiery fire monkey back and vigorously trying to apologize by bowing to Lin Xiao. I'm sorry. I lost control of my fiery fire monkey. I'm really sorry. Looking at the nodding Yun Tian, Lin Xiao sighed slightly and signaled that he didn't need to care and just pay attention next time. There's no peace of mind when it comes to a Pokemon trainer like that. The match had to continue. But after this incident, Yun Tian's mood for the match was obviously affected, and his entire body couldn't lift his spirits. Lin Xiao didn't retrieve Banjira. A match without fighting spirit had lost the meaning of the fight. Cloudy's 5th Pokemon was Oddity, which was incapacitated in a few moments by the intensity of Banjira's impact. For the last match, Yun Tian forced his spirit and threw out the elf ball, saying, Lin Xiao, I hope I can have a painful fight with you next time. This is my initial partner, the Firestorm Beast. Ow. The Firestorm Beast, which had just come out, roared and looked at Banjira with warlike intent. From the size, fur color, and condition, one could tell that Yun Tian's Firestorm Beast had been bred quite well. Looking at the Firestorm Beast, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, I also hope that I can have a painful battle with you next time. Your Firestorm Beast is very good, but it's too hard to win against Banjira. Cloud Sky Wild stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he laughed. Whether it's hard or not needs to be fought to be known. Firestorm Beast. Big word explosion. Looks like you won't die until you reach the Yellow River. Lin Xiao shook his head with a lost smile and said, Banjira destroying Deathlight. As strong as Cloudy's Firestorm Beast was, the trench between the two Pokemon was too big compared to Banjira, and that wasn't something that could just be bridged. The dark golden destructive Deathlight penetrated through the Firestorm Beast's large character explosion and struck the Firestorm Beast's body, and the huge impact caused the Firestorm Beast to roll over a few times before coming to a stop. Although it carried it off, the Firestorm Beast didn't feel good. Standing in place and panting deeply, the destructive Deathlight not only took away a lot of its stamina, but also added a lot of wounds to its body. The Firestorm Beast did a good job. The next move decides the winner. Burn to the ground. Yun Tian waved his fists as if his entire body's blood was boiling as he shouted towards the Firestorm Beast. Burn out? I can't imagine that Yun Tian's Firestorm Beast would even know this move. Since his opponent had come up with the strongest stance, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't be flippant and shouted at Banjira. Banjira, show your origin. Billions of shockwaves. This was the first time that Banjira had displayed his comprehended origin in front of outsiders, and the sand on the field surged towards Banjira as if a block of iron had met a magnet. As the sand increased, a huge tornado of sand rolled up around Banjira, and as the gray light on Banjira's armor shone, the field began to vibrate. Once, twice, as the vibrations spread and intensified, cracks began to appear on the ground, like a spider's web covering the ground, and when the vibrations spread to the auditorium, the bad audience let out a gasp of surprise and shouted, Earthquake is coming, turning their heads and running toward the outside. But the majority of the audience still sat quietly at a distance, staring dead on at the pouring huge tornado, and from the inside that started to crack, they could think that it must have been made by the two battling Pokemon, and wasn't really an earthquake. The vibrations deepened over and over again, spreading to the two surrounding fields, and many spectators were inexplicably shaken off their benches. And although there were some people who panicked when they realized from the commentator that it was issued from the battle in the third field, the spectators all flocked to the third field. The root of the vibration Banjira's entire body was enveloped in a pillar of purple light from a billion shockwaves, with dots of purple coming through the earthy, yellow, colored tornado. Using burning out drained most of the firestorm beast's stamina, but the jutsu only enveloped the area that Banjira was in, and not all fire Pokemon could unleash burning out with the incredible power that Inferno could. Several meters of flames tightly enveloped Banjira and the tornado around it, but the orange-red flames couldn't penetrate into the tornado at all. Ban! With a loud roar, Banjira charged towards the firestorm beast with a yellow-purple tornado, and the several-meter-high flame cage was instantly torn apart by Banjira. Tearing through the flaming cage, Banjira rushed towards the firestorm beast with a thunderous momentum, and wherever it passed, the earth was cracked in all directions, and not a single piece of it could be found intact, and if it was still a cobweb just a moment ago it would have been in ruins by now. Boom! The huge impact sent the firestorm beast flying dozens of meters away, ruthlessly slamming into the thick fence in front of the spectator stand, instantly knocking down a piece of the fence with a roar. Many of the spectators were hit by the debris and screamed. Almost all of them were shocked by this violent blow from Banjira. Shippa, who was watching the live stream, scratched her hair fiercely a few times with a bitter face. I told you to be stupid. Why didn't you be a bit more resolute and cheeky to ask for Yukira in the first place? If you couldn't do it yourself, let Dr. Oki do it. Stupid. Stupid. Watching Banjira get stronger and stronger, Hippo wanted to smack himself a few times. With Banjira's power, the Yukira that was born was bound to be very strong if it could be nurtured properly. Not only that, but far away in the Shinao, Sharona, who had just swept through the challengers to go on to sit as the third champion, watched Banjira on TV, the corners of her mouth twitching hard a few times, and the ice cream in her hand couldn't whet her appetite. Yun Tian calmly retrieved the firestorm beast and smiled at Lin Xiao, cracking his fist out. Say yes, next time we meet Big Brother painfully. Oh, I will be waiting for you at the Chengdu competition next year. Definitely won't let you down. Lin Xiao smiled as he punched Yun Tian's fist. Asshole. Yun Tian held his fist and roared with a red face. You won't go lighter? Hiss. It hurts. He. Lin Xiao let out a bad smile and walked out of the arena with his arm around Yun Tian. Lin Xiao was also happy to have made Yun Tian a friend. The two of them were like a pair of good friends, pulling and tugging their way to a restaurant and drinking wine until Lin Xiao poured Yun Tian down before calling it quits. Back in the hotel, Lin Xiao took out his mobile phone and was startled. Surprisingly, there were more than 30 missed calls. Breathlessly throwing the phone away, Lin Xiao shrank into the quilt and wrapped his arms around Natsi as he prepared to sleep. A strong smell of alcohol led to Natsi pouting not to. Chapter 84, The Frantic Little Nana. At 5 a.m. Lin Xiao, who was sleeping soundly while holding Nats, was awakened by the sound of a cell phone beep, picked up the phone and looked at it. It was Shiba. Breathlessly throwing the phone aside, Lin Xiao continued to sleep, but the phone kept ringing. While Natsi closed her eyes, slightly frowned her willow eyebrows, gently pushed Lin Xiao down and grumbled. Throw your damn phone out, otherwise I'll crush it. Natsi's words caused Lin Xiao to wake up with a start. Big sister, that thing costs 300,000 yay, not $30. Picking up the phone that was ringing, Lin Xiao helplessly put on his clothes, lit a cigarette, walked to the balcony, closed the door, pressed the answer button, and said in a bad mood, I said, my Chiba Tianwang, Shiba's nickname. What time is it now? Is there such a thing as you disturbing people's dreams? Cough. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Shiba awkwardly coughed dryly. Didn't I have no choice? Who made you keep not answering your phone last night? Rubbing his somewhat dizzy head, Lin Xiao yawned and said, I met a friend last night. Drinking? By the way, you called for something? Bull asterisk. Shiba sat in his office and rolled his eyes. What's the point of looking for you when there's nothing to look for? I would say, that. Banjira. Listening to Shiba's broken words, Lin Xiao cried and laughed and said, my great heavenly king, are you trying to say Yukira's egg? Yes. Shiba, who was originally a bit squirmy, saw Lin Xiao bring up the topic, so he threw away his temperament. Lin Xiao, I sincerely hope that you can give Yukira to me to raise. Of course I'm interested in taking out something equivalent in exchange. I will take good care of it, nurture it, and make it as strong as its mother. Hearing Shiba's words, Lin Xiao fell silent, and Shiba didn't rush, letting Lin Xiao consider it. After a long time, Lin Xiao inhaled 2 deep puffs of smoke, picked up the phone and apologized. I'm sorry, I don't want to separate them from mother and child. I'm planning to cultivate them on my own. I hope you're disappointed. Shiba, despite the preparation in his heart, but hearing Lin Xiao's refusal, Shiba, still and very lost, sighed softly. Since you intend to train yourself, then I will not force you. If you want to let Yukira to train someone else someday, give me a call at the first time by yourself to know it. And Shiba blind talk for a while. Lin Xiao looked at the time, has gone for half an hour. Can suddenly bitter smile. Originally should lie in the warm nest hugging Nazi fragrant petite. Body to sleep can be Shiba. A phone call on the interruption. Pulling open the door to the balcony, Lin Xiao was ready to go back to sleeping. Back to sleep. Who would have thought that the damn phone would ring again? Who is this again? Closing the door from new. Lin Xiao looked at the phone number speechlessly, not recognizing it. Who could it be? After a slight freeze, Lin Xiao picked up the phone and the voice of the female champion, Xylona, immediately came out. Lin Xiao, it didn't disturb your sleep, did it? I'm already interrupting, okay? Powerlessly yawning again, Lin Xiao said helplessly, I say great champion, not sleeping in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? Don't you know that sleep is important for girls? Sleep? Sharona picked up the phone and froze slightly, then lost her voice and laughed. Haven't you ever seen a geographic map? It's already sun up my ass in Chanel, and you're telling me to go back to sleep? Mistake. Definitely a fumble, Lin Xiao said awkwardly. I got a little dizzy from drinking too much wine yesterday, so I forgot. After a pause, Lin Xiao continued. What? Could it be that you, Grand Champion, called across the ocean for Yukira as well? Why would I call you if it wasn't for Yukira? I'm not your little girlfriend who keeps calling you across the ocean. Sharona laughed slightly, out of the blue. She flirted with Lin Xiao. Half a second later, Sharona said with a straight face, Lin Xiao, how's the consideration of what I told you last time? Let's give Yukira to me to raise. I won't take it for nothing. How about I exchange it with the eggs of a land shark with a fiery bite? This proposal is not bad, right? Sharona's fiery bite land shark? Lin Xiao immediately winced and almost agreed in one bite, but once he thought of Banjira's kind gaze, Lin Xiao immediately gritted his teeth and stopped. It would be too unfair to Banjira to swap, and besides, he already had the big and small dragons, so there would be no point in having any more. Even though Sharona's spirit bite land shark offspring would be much stronger, but Lin Xiao couldn't find an excuse to reject Xylona. Remembering the words that Xylona had said back then, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Let's just die. Can she still eat me up in the Divine Olympics? Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth raised a bad smile, changed into a lustful tone, and said, why don't you be my girlfriend, and I'll send Yukira to you, okay? Xylona on the other end of the phone first froze, then exclaimed in shock, Lin Xiao, you don't have a fever in your brain, do you? Nana, I'm so sad to hear you say that. I've been in love with you since the first moment I saw you, and I feel heavenly pity for you. When he said this, Lin Xiao almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, but to do a full set Lin Xiao had to continue acting. My love for you is like a gushing river. It's out of control, and the two of us will surely grow deeper and deeper like a dung dipper pestling a cesspool. Across the room, a small face of Sharona slowly darkened. Something felt like it was crawling in her throat and she burst into dry heaves. Ha, Nana, you can't have gotten it. We haven't even started yet. Lin Xiao shamelessly continued to follow, holding the phone away from her ear. Sharona dry heaved for a while before slowing down, picking up the phone without waiting for Lin Xiao to continue and immediately growled. Bastard! Lin Xiao, you can go to hell. Vomit! Without waiting for Lin Xiao to reply, Sharona immediately hung up the phone. Sharona, far away in the Shenandoah, dropped the phone and ran into the bathroom to throw up. When Sharona was a child, she had accidentally fallen into a cesspit while playing in the countryside, and although the cesspit was dry at the time and didn't have any odor, Sharona vomited, and from then on, whenever the cesspit was mentioned, Sharona couldn't help but feel like vomiting. After half a day of vomiting, not only did she vomit all of her breakfast, but she vomited a lot of yellow bile water in her face, until she couldn't vomit anything herself. Sharona was already pale. Picking up the bathtub and standing up, Sharona looked at her pale face in the mirror, her eyes blazing with fire, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Lin Xiao, I must kill you, damn bastard. In one short sentence, Sharona practically roared out in a shrill voice, and Sharona's family and servants were startled. Who is this that has pissed off this mild-tempered young lady? Even the screams are coming out. Having taken care of the female champion, Lin Xiao planned to continue to go back to sleep. As for whether Sharona would retaliate against herself, Lin Xiao didn't think much about it. Even if she retaliated, it would be a later matter. The most important thing in front of him was to continue to sleep. But just after walking into the room and laying down on the bed, the damn phone rang again. Eventually the insufferable Nats, using her superpowers to squeeze the phone into a pile of scrap metal before silencing it. Chapter 85, 32-16. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, the 32-16 match will take place today, and I think you've all been looking forward to it for a long time. Just as he entered the arena, he heard the commentator chattering. Seeing Lin Xiao, Xiaoji and Xiao Mao gathered around. Lin Xiao, in the morning Grandpa called to say that your phone couldn't be reached and asked me to ask if something happened. Dr. Oki called too? The phone is broken. I'll buy a new one from later. Lin Xiao said with slight embarrassment. I'll call Grandpa after the game later. If Dr. Oki knew how the phone was broken, I wonder if he would chase Lin Xiao all over the street. After looking at his match time and venue, Lin Xiao walked towards venue 2. Venue 3 had been scrapped and turned into a piece of rubble after Lin Xiao's match yesterday, which made the staff of the competition heartbroken. The whole venue needed to be rebuilt, with no room for face renovation. The time of his own match was 11 o'clock, and Lin Xiao, who had originally intended to watch the match, began to drift off to sleep before he had finished watching a single match. And the hangover coupled with the lack of sleep made Lin Xiao's mind so dull that he leaned against the sofa in the lounge and fell asleep. Lin Xiao, who was playing chess in a good week, sensed someone shaking himself and opened his eyes in a daze. Lin Xiao, wake up, it's your match. If you don't get on the court, the referee will rule that you forfeit the match. Xiaoji shook Lin Xiao and shouted anxiously. The crowd saw that Lin Xiao didn't appear for a long time. Huazi quickly asked Xiaoji to come over to check. When Xiaoji ran over to take a look, he realized that Lin Xiao was sleeping through the night. Lin Xiao, who was in a daze, woke up when he heard Xiaoji's words and couldn't care less about talking to Xiaoji as he hurriedly ran towards the passageway of the arena. It's a good thing Qi came in time, or it would have been game over. Just as the referee was about to announce that Lin Xiao had given up the match, he saw Lin Xiao running out from the passageway, and only then did he swallow the words that were on his lips and waved his hand to indicate that Lin Xiao should hurry up and get ready to start the match. The rules of the match are 6v6. Pokemon can be changed in the middle of the match, and if all Pokemon on one side are out of action, the other side wins. Understand? Lin Xiao's opponent nodded slightly, and Lin Xiao also nodded under his breath. After the two agreed, the referee waved his flag and shouted, "So, the match is officially underway." Lin Xiao's opponent was called Shaolin, a 13-4-year-old boy from the Red Lotus Island where Sharper was from. "My first companion is it, Ajia? Come out," Kobayashi shouted as he threw out the pixie ball. Clunk! Big A just came out and made a few hard clangs with the big pincers on his head. Lin Xiao looked at Big Armor, who was showing off his pincers, and breathlessly threw out the elf ball, and Big Mimi instantly appeared on the field. Maze the petite mini-dragon was not even on the same level compared to the Big Armor. Kobayashi gave a small smile of triumph and said, "Big A rampage." Receiving his master's command, Big Armor lowered his head and aimed his pincers at the mini-dragon and charged with such a powerful momentum that many viewers closed their eyes in disbelief, as if they were seeing the mini-dragon being crushed by being knocked over and crushed on the ground. Big Mimi jump up and use knockout strike. Looking at the aura surging Big Armor, Lin Xiao said indifferently, "It wasn't until the Big Armor was about to hit itself that the miniature dragon's body exerted itself to use the power of its tail to bounce up and dodge the Big Armor's charge, and then its thin tail fiercely smacked against the Big Armor's back with a muffled sound. Huge force will be Big Armor pumped to the ground on the ground groaning in pain. Too many dragon training knocking the object but the water arrow turtle. Big armor even if the hardness is no match for the water arrow turtle. With one strike, Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't give up his fast attack and hurriedly shouted, "Big Mimi, electromagnetic wave." There, orange electric currents ran through Daka's body, bringing up a smell of roasted meat. Not only that, Daka was paralyzed and unable to move due to the static electricity. "Daiga!" Kobayashi shouted in alarm, trying to retrieve the paralyzed Daikia. Lin Xiao wouldn't let him have his way and shouted at the miniature dragon, "Big Mimi, tail of water." Mystery! The miniature dragon's tail whipped around, bringing up a tail made of water that lashed hard at the Big Armor, incapacitating it. "Bastard!" Shaolin blared fiercely at Lin Xiao, took back his great armor, and threw out his second Pokemon, the fire Pokemon. In displeasure, Shaolin's unfriendly eyes and that expletive made Lin Xiao narrow his eyes slightly. "Originally I wanted to give you some face and use it as a practice, but since you gave your face away then you can't blame me." Retrieving the big mic, Lin Xiao threw out the second elf ball. "Come out fast, dragon." Touch! The appearance of the giant snapdragon caused the field to shake, and its enormous size scared the fire elf back. There's a saying that if you don't die, you won't die. Lin Xiao hated the kind of trainers who held grudges against others when they failed in battle, and at that moment, without showing any mercy, he shouted, "Fast dragon, 100,000 volts." Facing the rapid and violent 100,000 volts from the giant snapdragon, Kobayashi hurriedly shouted, "Fire elf, dig a hole and hide in it." Digging a hole to hide in, the fire elf managed to avoid the 100,000 volts attack. To Shaolin's command, Lin Xiao opened his mouth and wordlessly sent him two words, "SB, fast dragon, earthquake." Finish it. Not good. Fire elf, come out now. How sharp was the reaction of the giant snapdragon? As soon as Lin Xiao gave the command, he lifted his right leg and stomped hard towards the ground, and a violent amount of trembling spread down its foot towards the arena, while the fire elf hiding in the hole immediately screamed miserably. Don't earthquake brought the force thrown out of the hole, landed in front of Kobayashi, lost the ability to fight. Bastard! Kobayashi retracted the fire elf and grimaced. I won't let you go. Lin Xiao indifferently shrugged his shoulders, indicating that you have the guts to come. Whether it is a Pokemon battle or real PK, Lin Xiao will not be afraid of him. 1m6 Shaolin. If and Lin Xiao open real PK will still be 1m83 full of muscle. Lin Xiao complete abuse. Lin Xiao's listless and provocative movements infuriated Shaolin so much that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But only when he saw the gap between the two clearly did he red-facedly resist the urge to rush up and punch him in the face a few times. Kentaro, come out! Throwing out the pokeball, Kobayashi shouted angrily. Kentaro burst in and rammed through it. Kentaro let out a bull call towards the huge fast dragon to come heavily. In the face of Kentaro's sudden advance, the huge loss of a dragon faced dodging Desire. Desire or not, lift up his left hand to pinch its horns and let it stop. Lin Xiao was skeptical that this Kentaro had any training. With such little strength, it wanted to knock the huge fast dragon to the ground. Dragon Claw, slap him to death. The giant snapdragon raised its right paw. The glowing claw slapped on the head of the panicked Kentaro at once, knocking Kentaro over and rolling on the ground for a couple of rolls, and sprawling out of the flameout pulling the lever. It's starting again. Tatewaki's Quick Dragon has once again one-shot his opponent's Kentaro. Crowd, let's cheer back to Quick Dragon. The commentator roared with excitement as he held the microphone. As the commentator started, the crowd followed with a chorus of chants. Pavilion Master, Tatewaki, Fast Dragon, cheer up, him over. Listening to the commentators and the audience's chants, Kobayashi's face was so black that even if he was thrown to Africa, it would still shock the local residents. I can't imagine there is someone blacker than me. Even in the depressed and atmospheric again, Kobayashi could only silently take Kentaro back and replace it with the next Pokemon. And if you dare to lash out at the audience and commentators, then congratulations, you can go back to wherever you hit. The audience represents God, bringing in a lot of tickets for the league. The commentators represent the face of the league and can't be offended by either side. The Pokemon Kobayashi then sent out was a Bishanen, and it seemed to be another one trying to bully the giant Snapdragon for being too big for its body, usually being too big affects speed. But that notion didn't work in the slightest on the giant Snapdragon's body. Looking at the bee eagle flying around in the sky, the huge fast dragon roared as if to say, "That's my territory, get the hell down." A single strike of thunder made the speckled eagle, into a black crow, fall straight down from the sky. The fast swimming frogs that followed didn't escape being covered in charred black. Frozenly retrieving his quick swimming frog, Kobayashi roared with a scowl on his face. "I'm not convinced. Why is this happening? How could your fast dragon be so powerful? It must be cheating. How dare you say such a thing?" Lin Xiao really admired his courage and shook his head helplessly, saying, "When you learn to be a human being you'll be able to white why this is happening." Lin Xiao does not mind does not mean that the referee does not mind. Hearing the word cheating has been a handful of years old. Referee angry, blowing his beard and eyes. "Player Kobayashi, please be careful with your words. Next time I will sentence you to simply forfeit the match." Having been a referee for more than 30 years, always clean and fair, how could he stand being challenged by Kobayashi now? You, Shaolin, who was originally 7.5 times killed by Lin Xiao, stretched out his trembling fingers to point at the referee and spewed out, "Black whistle." Lin Xiao sighed softly and withdrew the huge fast dragon. There was no need to continue when things had come to this point. Besides, this old referee would definitely not let Shaolin do the last battle. Unsurprisingly to Lin Xiao, the old referee's face turned red with anger as he waved his flag and said in a cold voice, "Contestant Shaolin, please leave the arena at once. I declare that you will not be able to participate in competitions organized by the Alliance again in the next 3 years." When a referee gets mad, it's not a small thing. Not only do you have to withdraw immediately, but you are also not allowed to participate in the tournament for 3 years, which means that Kobayashi, no matter which region he goes to, is if the official tournament organized by the league has nothing to do with him. Looking at Shaolin, who was dragged out by the security guards, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Maybe after this incident can let him know how to be a human being and know what words to say and what words not to say. This kind of thing happens once or twice a year in the tournament, so the audience is not surprised. Kobayashi's punishment was fairly light. Some trainers were not only stripped of their right to train Pokemon but also mentioned by Junsa to the station for training. Xiaoji and Xiao Mao's match was at 1 p.m. It was still early, so Lin Xiao planned to purchase a new cell phone and call Dr. Oki before the old man got mad again. Take yourself to start. Chapter 86, Shigeru's Loss in 16-8. Next time something happens make sure you call me. Keep your phone on 24/7, bring it with you. Next time you can't be found, watch out for your ass. Lin Xiao took the newly purchased cell phone to be judged by Dr. Oki. When Dr. Oki finished his nagging, Lin Xiao put away the phone and wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing with relief. The whiny old man could not be messed with. After lighting up the heel and smoking a few puffs, Lin Xiao looked up at the mall's timetable. 1:20. He had promised Shigeru to help him cheer, but he hadn't realized that so much time had passed since he had listened to Oki's nagging. Hopefully the game is not over yet. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao pulled his leg and ran towards the field. Fortunately the mall is not far from the field. Just after running to the entrance of the tournament halls, Lin Xiao saw Xiao Mao Sunday and the others walking out, but the atmosphere in them was depressing. Lin Xiao's heart jumped violently. Xiao Mao was eliminated? With Xiao Mao's strength there was no problem at all in reaching the quarterfinals. Could it be that the opponent was too strong? Seeing Lin Xiao, Sunday hurriedly beckoned and pointed at Xiao Mao, who had his head down. Lin Xiao sighed regretfully and patted Xiao Mao's shoulder without saying anything. Sunday quietly told Lin Xiao about the match, and then Lin Xiao gestured to a few people, signaling them to leave first. After waiting for a few people to leave, Lin Xiao put his arm around Shigeru's shoulders and went to the Pokemon Center first to give his Pokemon to Joey for treatment, then left the Pokemon Center and went to a restaurant, ordered some small plates and a couple bottles of wine. Silently pouring 2 cups of wine, Fong placed 1 cup in front of Xiao Mao. Lin Xiao softly said, "Drink it, you'll feel better after drinking it." Shigeru lifted his glass and drank all the wine in one gulp, because he drank too hard, causing him to cough violently. Fortunately the wine's degree was not high, otherwise this was enough for Shigeru to enjoy. Helping Xiao Mao with a few pats, Lin Xiao picked up his wine glass and took a sip and said, "Failure isn't scary, but it's important to find out the reason for one's failure. People grow up in failure." After a long time, Shigeru, who had stopped coughing, gripped the wine glass tightly, and the back of his hand bulged with veins, which was frightening. "Has brother Lin Xiao also failed? I thought you were omnipotent." "Of course I've failed." Lin Xiao smiled self-deprecatingly, "and failed miserably. I don't think I'll ever be able to forget that time in my entire life." Drinking the wine in one go, Lin Xiao held the glass and said, "Do you know how helpless and frustrated I was at that time? I was like a walking corpse with only a shell, wandering around. Compared to that you are much better than me." Shigeru stared wide-eyed and said incredulously, "When did this happen and how come I don't know?" Red Lotus Island. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, don't ask. Let's get drunk today, brother and sister." Xiao Mao smacked his bitter, flaming throat and said unnaturally, "Can you not drink it? This stuff is too spicy." That night, after getting Xiao Mao drunk, Lin Xiao carried him back to the hotel, put Xiao Mao on the bed. "Sleep well." Lin Xiao was relieved. Comforting people, this job is really not good. Back in the room, after fooling around with the 3 Nazis for a few moments, Lin Xiao retreated into the quilt and smothered himself in sleep. The next day, Lin Xiao woke up early and came to the field. As for Nazi, she became more sleepy due to her pregnancy. After Lin Xiao's enlightenment, Xiao Mao had already looked away, and this time, he was full of energy and ran to help cheer himself up. This made Lin Xiao very fraudulent. Could this kid not have a hangover? After checking his match time and venue on the big screen, Lin Xiao came to venue 1 to prepare. From the 8 into 4 semifinals there were no more venue matches, but all of them were held in venue 1. Checking his Pokemon, Lin Xiao began to wait. By this time there was no need to practice. The 4 little dragons Lin Xiao did not bring on his body. Although there are Banjura several powerful Pokemon to press the front, but carelessness this resolutely cannot be done. There are not a few people who can fight here are going to be soft persimmons. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, Lin Xiao entered the passageway towards the racecourse. It's worth noting that Xiaoji's match was at the same time as Lin Xiao's, but that guy was the second venue. Just after entering the arena, Lin Xiao's opponent smiled and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Bear, and I'm from Asahi City." Lin Xiao looked dumbfounded at the one in front of him, the boy who was as thin as a bamboo pole. How could he not connect his appearance with his name? "Xiong, my name is Lin Xiao. Nice to meet you." Lin Xiao extended his right hand and shook hands with Xiong, seeming to have read Lin Xiao's thoughts. Xiong let out a bitter smile and said, "Actually, this name doesn't go well with me. It's just that my father loves baby bears so much that he named me Xiong. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. "Your father is so great. He likes baby bears. His own son is called Bear. What if it's stinky flower and ugly fish?" "Stinky? Ugly?" The rules of the match are 6v6. You can change Pokemon in the middle of the match. One side's Pokemon are all incapacitated. The other side wins. Any questions? The referee, ever the same, asked the two. "No problem," Lin Xiao and Xiong said at the same time. After both men nodded, the referee waved his flag and shouted, "The match is officially underway." Bear took out his elf ball and held his eyes on the bridge of his nose with his hand and said, "I've seen the video of your battle, and I have to say that you're very strong. And it's no surprise that it'll be hard for anyone to snatch this year's championship from your head. Oh, by your good fortune." Lin Xiao took out his elf ball, threw it, and said, "This is my first partner, the forest lizard." Looking over at the forest lizard, Bear switched the pixie ball he was holding for another one and said seriously, "Although this will feel shameless, it's all about victory. Go fire dinosaur. In fact, this was just Bear's own blind worry. No one would despise him for being able to change Pokemon at will during the match, including Lin Xiao. Attributes aren't everything many times. Forest Lizard. High-speed movement, Lin Xiao said with a slight smile towards Xiong Xiong. Xiong Xiong, who had seen Lin Xiao's combat video. His first reaction was that the Forest Lizard was going to utilize its speed and then get close to the opponent to use its blade leaves. He was shocked and shouted, "Fire dinosaur smoke! Block its line of sight!" The fire dinosaur exhaled a large amount of black smoke, turning the area around itself into pitch black to prevent the Forest Lizard from attacking it. Lin Xiao revealed a bad smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Sorry, you fell for it." The Forest Lizard aimed the seed machine gun at the bit just now. Under Bear's disbelieving gaze, the Forest Lizard appeared using high-speed movement and spewed out countless golden particles from its mouth to shoot at the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaurs that were hit by the seeded machine guns in the smoke were knocked backward and out of the smoke's range. While we're at it, lightning strikes and slaps. At Lin Xiao's command, the Forest Lizard transformed into a green lightning bolt and rushed towards the fire dinosaur, the long leaves on its head, slapping at the fire dinosaur. Bear hurriedly shouted, "Fire dinosaur, steel tail, meet them." The Forest Lizard slapped down from above. The fire dinosaur flung its tail from below. The collision of the jutsu made a muffled sound. The tremendous force made the Forest Lizard bounce high into the air, while the fire dinosaur was given a lurch by the force from above. Looking at the fire dinosaur's back to himself, Lin Xiao knew that the opportunity had come, and immediately said to the Forest Lizard in the air, "Forest Lizard, keep your balance and use the blade leaf." In the air, the Forest Lizard forcibly twisted its body upright, and the leaf of its wrist transformed into a sharp blade, slicing towards the fire dinosaur's neck. The fire dinosaur with the Forest Lizard on its back had just recovered from the collision just now, and it was too late to turn around, and was directly hit by the Forest Lizard's blade leaves. The force from above combined with the power of the blade and leaf jutsu directly incapacitated the fire dinosaur with circles in both eyes. Putting away the fire dinosaur, Bear took out his pokeball and looked at the Forest Lizard and complimented, "Your Forest Lizard is very good. Any Pokemon that is a little slower will suffer a big loss in its hands. But you don't have that kind of luck anymore." Great Steel Snake come out. The huge body of the Great Steel Snake made the ground tremble, and then let out a roar to swear itself. Xiong Xiong took out the Great Steel Snake and Lin Xiao frowned, taking back the Forest Lizard and replacing it with Goddard Duck. Just as soon as Goddard Duck came out, Lin Xiao said to it, "Use Pray for Rain." Koda Duck gathered a water balloon in his hand and threw it into the air. The jewel on his forehead lit up with a red light and the water balloon burst apart automatically, drawing a dark cloud above the field, followed by a light drizzle. Although the rain wouldn't last for long, it was enough to hold out until this match was finished. Facing the shuffling rain, the Great Steel Snake twisted its body uneasily. The rain would make the ground slippery, and the Great Steel Snake's body would easily slip when crawling on it. Another thing was that although it had evolved, the Great Steel Snake still didn't like water. Using a water-based move against it would be quite effective. The ideal one would be a fighting type, but it was a pity that Lin Xiao didn't have any of these types of Pokemon, except for Banjera. Looking at the Great Steel Snake that kept roaring low, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Goddard Duck, use the water cannon." The slippery ground made it bad for the big steel snake to dodge, and it let out a pained wail as it was directly hit by the water cannon. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Bear hastily put away the Great Steel Serpent and summoned the Jeweled Starfish, whose speed and attack would be boosted considerably in wet and rainy weather. "Want to use the weather to duel?" Lin Xiao shook his head regretfully and laughed. "Unfortunately, you've hit the wrong target." Goddard Duck Frozen Light, freeze the field. From the jewel on his forehead, Goddard Duck shoots a blue light that freezes the field into ice. Slippery ice that makes the Jeweled Starfish fall immediately. Taking advantage of the Jeweled Starfish's fall, Lin Xiao immediately ordered, "Goddard Duck, destroy Deadlight." Though the gem on Goten Duck's forehead flashed, emitting a column of yellow light, facing the destructive death light coming in a straight line, Bear said to Jeweled Starfish. Jeweled Starfish spins at high speed and flies up to avoid it. Then use Height Star. Standing unsteadily, the Jeweled Starfish flew from the ice, spinning, and managed to avoid the destructive death light, spilling colorful stars like a windmill, hitting the Gotha Duck, who was still in skill freeze. Chapter 87, 16-8 ends. The high-speed stars don't bring much damage, but one thing they do is make the enemy back up in a row, just like the crazy scramble. Looking at the constantly retreating Goddard Duck, Bear hurriedly said, "Jeweled Starfish, grasp the balance, destroy the death light." The high-speed stars, flying in the sky to keep their balance, and the gem in the center use a destructive death ray to try and defeat Goddard Duck in one hit. Facing the incoming destructive death light, Lin Xiao shouted to Goddard Duck, "Goddard Duck, use Blister on the ice, make yourself fly." Receiving Lin Xiao's command, Goddard Duck bent down and spat out a water cannon. allowing itself to take off into the air at once, while the jeweled starfish's destructive deathlight just grazed its fur coat. Successfully using the water cannon to avoid the destructive deathlight, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, while the jeweled starfish fell out of the air as it fixed its body to fire the destructive deathlight, causing itself to lose balance. How can you miss such an opportunity? Goddard Duck, polarizing ray, freeze it, Goddard. The blue light pouring from Goddard Duck's gem managed to freeze the jeweled starfish, and just as Goddard Duck was preparing for his next strike, Bear put the jeweled starfish away. Although he succeeded in retrieving the jeweled starfish, the jeweled starfish in the frozen disaster ice was already equal to losing its fighting ability, and the following match had no part for it. The series of battles made Goddard Duck gasp for breath. At this time the furry rain in the sky also stopped, reaching out to flick the water droplets in the sea of retention. Lin Xiao smiled at Goddard Duck and said, Goddard Duck, come back and rest. The rest will be given to your forehead partner. After saying that, he withdrew Goddard Duck. Looking at Lin Xiao taking back the gotcha duck, Xiong helplessly sighed softly pity. Obviously it was just a little bit short, but it was destroyed by Lin Xiao at once. It seemed that his own cultivation had to be deepened. My next Pokemon is it, Rumble Rock. Looking at the bearish Rumble Rock, Lin Xiao took out Quick Dragon's elf ball, threw it, and said, come out Quick Dragon. The fast dragon just came out and stood on the ice and frowned all of a sudden, but it quickly calmed down. Lin Xiao had done a lot of ice resistance training on it, not to mention standing on the ice. Even the normal rush of freezing rays couldn't freeze it, it just brought more damage. Looking at the fast dragon, Bear rubbed his temples with a headache. Rumble Rock versus Fast Dragon. The attribute suppression is too great, and the fast dragon can fly. Most of Rumble Rock's best moves are useless against it. Although he wasn't afraid of the ice, it was uncomfortably slippery to stand on, and the Snapdragon flapped his wings and flew up to lock eyes with Rumble Rock. Quick Dragon is afraid of slipping, as is Rumble Rock, and to prevent him from slipping when he unleashes his jutsu, Bear has Rumble Rock shatter the ice with an earthquake. Lin Xiao didn't make a sound to stop it, but said to Quick Dragon as Rumble Rock used earthquake to shatter the ice. Quick Dragon, water cannon. Unfortunately, when Rumble Rock used earthquake, Bear had only just realized that Lin Xiao would take advantage of the situation, so he had Rumble Rock ready to defend himself against the water cannon by rolling. The rumbling rocks that rolled up on the field brought up a large amount of dirt, sand, and broken ice that managed to ward off the water cannons. Blocking Quick Dragon's water cannon, Bear ordered to Rumble Rock, use Shedding Strike. Surprisingly, he was planning to exchange injuries for injuries, but Lin Xiao wouldn't let him succeed and shouted at the fast dragon flying in midair. Fast Dragon, move at high speed to avoid it and use Dragon Claw. Using altitude movement, Quick Dragon managed to avoid Rumble Rock's body shedding strike, and his huge right claw clawed towards Rumble Rock's back. Seeing that Rumble Rock was about to be hit by the Dragon Claw, the corner of Bear's mouth lifted up into a smile. Rumble Rock, Big Bang, you sister. Xiong's strategy made Lin Xiao almost bite his own tongue off. Having thought of countless outcomes, he had never thought that Xiong would make this move. Moreover, the Snapdragon was already approaching Rumble Rock, and it was impossible to avoid it at this point, just to minimize the damage. Fast Dragon, stop and use Mystic Protection. Forcing an interruption of the jutsu would cause damage to himself, but the fast dragon immediately ended his Dragon Claw attack and used Mystic Protection to put up a blue circle of light around himself to protect himself. Almost as soon as Crypto had used his Mystic Protection, a large explosion from Rumble Rock swept through the area. Boom! The loud noise made the grounds tremble, and a large amount of dust and smoke obscured the two from view. When the smoke cleared, the two of them looked towards the center of the field in unison. The big explosion had blown a huge deep crater in the center of the field. Rumble Rock was lying on his back in the pit of the gods, incapacitated, and Crypto Dragon was half crouched on the sidelines, panting slightly. Fast Dragon was fine, letting Lin Xiao breathe a fierce sigh of relief. Using Fast Dragon and Bear's Rumble Rock to do the same thing was just not worth it. Looking at the gasping Fast Dragon, Lin Xiao worried. Fast Dragon, can you still fight? Soon Lin Xiao realized that he was being redundant. The reason why dragon Pokemon were powerful was that apart from a variety of powerful moves, physical strength was also their strong point. Although he had expended a lot of stamina, Quick Dragon still smiled and patted his chest, signaling that he could still fight. Seeing that Rumble Rock's big blast had only drained Crypto's stamina and brought no substantial damage, Bear shook his head in disappointment, put away Rumble Rock, and released his next Pokemon, Stink Flower. The smelly flowers that had just come out were immediately scared to take a few steps back by Quick Dragon's stern eyes, and a foul odor wafted out from the flowers above their heads. Oh, the fast dragon instantly shrieked and flapped its wings as it quickly lifted off into the air. Eileen! Lin Xiao hurriedly covered his nose, but still couldn't block the stench coming from the petals of the stinky flowers. The feeling was worse than the stinky socks that hadn't been washed for a few years and the moldy food piled up together to send out the question. Lin Xiao still couldn't find the words to describe the smell. Vomit strongly holding back the churning in his stomach and the numbness in his throat. Lin Xiao pinched his nose and shouted, "Quick dragon fierce storm, blow the odor back vomit." Oh, Crypto frowned, reluctantly using gale to blow the stench back. When Stinky Flower just came out and was startled by Quick Dragon releasing its stench, Bear froze, but when he came back to his senses, Quick Dragon had already returned all of that stench back to him. Xiong, who hadn't reacted yet, was immediately enveloped by the stench. He didn't pinch his nose in advance like Lin Xiao did, and immediately vomited. Even the referee on the sidelines suffered, puking after Bear. Not only that, driven by the gale force winds, the stench of the stinky flowers was gradually blown to the audience, causing many of them to pinch their noses and curse. The bear who had committed the offense immediately took back the stinky flowers and never dared to take them out again. After the stinky flower was retrieved and the smell dissipated, Lin Xiao took down his hand, took in a few mouthfuls of air fiercely, and exclaimed, "Finally, I've come to life. I say Xiong, you didn't mean to do it, did you?" Xiong, who managed not to vomit again, heard Lin Xiao's questioning and hurriedly shook his hand and said, No, I definitely didn't mean it like that. I also didn't expect the stinky flower to suddenly release stinky gas. In fact, Xiong was also wronged. How could he not have imagined that the frightened stinky flower would all of a sudden make the playing field stink? Originally, Lin Xiao had planned to have a chance to take in the stinky flower so that it could evolve into a beautiful flower. But after today's incident, he couldn't bring himself to take in the stinky flower anymore. Just like that, Lin Xiao's Pokemon blacklist had one more kind of Pokemon that should never be touched. Stinkflower was too afraid to use it. Jeweled Starfish was frozen into a block of ice, and there were only 2 Pokemon left that Bear could still fight. After thinking about it, Bear took out the Great Steel Snake's Pokeball and tossed it. "Great Steel Snake, it's your turn to play again." The Great Steel Serpent has the same unfavorable attributes against the Quick Dragon, but the bears had to line it up. Fast Dragon, Water Cannon. Lin Xiao chose to attack first, but after falling for Bear once, Lin Xiao didn't dare to let the Fast Dragon fight close to him again. In case the Great Steel Snake came with a big explosion just like the Rumble Rocks, it would be a lot of fun. Oh, the Quick Dragon dropped from the air and spewed a jet of water towards the big Steel Snake. In the face of the water cannon, Xiong let the big Steel Snake drill into the ground, then immediately came out. He did not know whether Lin Xiao's this Fast Dragon will be Earthquake. Even if it will not be Earthquake toward the cave mouth, spraying water can let the big Steel Snake drink a pot. Rumble. As soon as the Great Steel Snake burrowed out of the ground, Bear immediately shouted, "Great Steel Snake, use Destruction Deathlight." Eyeing the yellow light coalescing towards the mouth of the Great Steel Snake, Lin Xiao gave a command to Quick Dragon and said, "Quick Dragon, what about us to use the Destruction Deathlight as well?" The 2 destructive death rays collided in the air, but the Quick Dragon was much more powerful and pushed the destructive death rays into the body of the Great Steel Serpent, creating an explosion, which enveloped the Great Steel Serpent with an agonizing wail. Fast Dragon's destructive death light stalemate was very short, and just as it recovered, Lin Xiao continued, "Fast Dragon, Dragon's Wrath, finish it." At Lin Xiao's command, a huge fireball erupted from the mouth of the Fast Dragon and flew towards the Great Steel Snake. Watching the dragon's fury rush in, Bear anxiously shouted, "Great Steel Snake, avoid it." But the Great Steel Serpent's stiffness time from using destructive deathlight hadn't passed yet, and the damage from the explosion had slowed it down. So how could it avoid the dragon's fury in the face of the rapidly flying dragon's fury? The explosion brought about by the destructive deathlight had only just subsided when the dragon's wrath swept over once more. The violent explosion caused the Great Steel Snake to turn into a fiery serpent, rolling and wailing in the great fire, finally collapsing straight into the flames and losing its ability to fight. Squeezing his fists fiercely, Xiong unwillingly withdrew the Great Steel Snake. Facing Lin Xiao's Fast Dragon gave him a deep sense of powerlessness, but the game needed to go on, and Bear quite literally let go of his clenched fists, took out his last Pokeball, and shouted, "Come out, my most faithful companion, Mythical Frog Flower." This Mythical Frog Blossom should be Bear's initial Pokemon, the final evolved type of Mythical Frog Seed, which is good but too big and hard to make evasive moves. Basically, you either have to eat your opponent's attacks hard or go toe-to-toe with them, and once you play a tug-of-war, Mythic Frog Blossom is basically going to kneel. Gently silencing Mythical Frog Flower's head, Bear looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, let's make a move to determine the winner. How about it?" It seems like you're very confident, so I'll just do as you wish. You start first." "Very good. Mythical Frog Blossom, maximum power Sunshine Blaze." Bear shouted excitedly at Mythical Frog Blossom. Grass-type move Sunshine Blaze needed to make a strong gathering of abilities. That was why Lin Xiao let Bear start first. The length of time was based on the strength of the Pokemon. In just 3 seconds, the sunlight blaze had already coalesced in the flowers of the myriad frog flower, and Lin Xiao immediately said to Quick Dragon, "Quick Dragon, billion shockwave, break it!" Oh, Crypto let out a low roar, its body instantly enveloped by a huge pillar of purple light, charging towards Mythical Frog Blossom with an unrelenting momentum. The sunlight flames fired by Mythical Frog Blossom were directly dispersed by Quick Dragon, while Quick Dragon courageously crashed into Mythical Frog Blossom, sending Mythical Frog Blossom flying far away from the field, and heavily falling to the ground, smashing a big pit out of the ground, and then lying on its back in the pit, losing its ability to fight. After the referee declared victory, Lin Xiao retrieved the fast dragon and shook hands with Xiong once again to part ways, waving his hand with the crazy shouting crowd. Lin Xiao walked out of the arena with a smile on his face. Lin Xiao, who had just stepped out of the arena, saw Sunday and his entourage, which also collected the downcast Xiao Ji, who looked like he had also been eliminated just like Xiao Shigeru. But fortunately, Xiao Ji had Flowery to comfort him and didn't need Lin Xiao to step in. The good thing about Qi, despite being a one-track mind, is that it's easy to put unpleasant things behind him, unlike Shigeru who sulked for a long time before replying. Chapter 88, The Return of Oki Yukijo. The tournament is now in the semifinals and the rest of the guys are pushing forward with all their energy. 8 into 4 semifinals. Lin Xiao's opponent is the elimination of Xiao Ji Ahong, dressed similar to Xiao Ji. If you do not pay attention to see it, really think that these are two brothers. Lin Xiao had quietly teased Hanako if Hiroshi and Koji were blood brothers, and in return Hanako angrily gave him a few punches. Honestly, Hiroshi's strength among the remaining players can be said to be off the tail. I really don't know what Chi would have lost to him. It must have something to do with his hairy temper and tactics of just rushing. Hiro is a lot more composed than Chi. After the referee announced the end of the match, Hiroshi took out his genie ball and said, "Hello, Lin Xiao. My name is Hiroshi. I've heard Xiao Ji talk about you and I've seen your matches. To be honest, you're very strong. Please bring out your strongest strength to let me know the gap between us, okay?" Lin Xiao froze slightly and looked at Hong, whose eyes were slightly pleading, and nodded his head. "Then the first thing I'll play is it. Fast Dragon." Retrieving the Goddard duck he had originally prepared, Lin Xiao took out the elf ball of Fast Dragon and threw it. "A Snapdragon?" Hiro said seriously to himself. "Then the first game is yours." Pikachu. Pikachu, who had just come out, scruffy with big ears, looked curiously at the Fast Dragon. It had to be said that Pikachu was adorable and loved by people. It was just that this kind of Pokemon lived in groups in the forest in the wild and were not easy to capture. Looking at the Fast Dragon in the ring, Dr. Oki, who was sitting with Shigeru and the others in the audience area, shed 2 streams of muddy tears with excitement, since he himself retired from the position of Tenno and idled at home as a researcher. Fast Dragon followed suit. Now seeing the Snapdragon standing on the stage again, Dr. Dejai was sincerely happy for it. For the Snapdragon that had a lifespan of several thousand years, Dr. Dejai's Snapdragon was only 30 years old, which could only be counted as a small child according to the proportion of human age. Moreover, Dr. Dejai couldn't hide the wariness factor of the Fast Dragon from its bones, which is why Dr. Dejai let it travel with Lin Xiao. Facing the powerful Snapdragon, Hiro chose to attack first. Pikachu, 100,000 volts. Pikachu, the power-generating circles on his cheeks coalesced with electricity, instantly energizing 100,000 volts. Why do people with Pikachu like to use 100,000 volts for their first move? Fast Dragon, Electric Lightning Dodge, Steel Tail. Lin Xiao shouted to Fast Dragon. The speedy dragon easily dodged the 100,000 volts and appeared next to Pikachu, and before he could react, his huge tail swept across the room with a whirring sound. Bang! Pikachu was jerked up and landed beside Hiro, both eyes circling as he was incapacitated. One move, defeating Pikachu with a tight shot of Steel Tail. Hiro's pupils snapped as he looked at Quicklong. He thought that he could spar with Quicklong for a few rounds, but who knew that Quicklong's strength was far beyond what he had predicted. The crowd went crazy with chants as Fast Dragon defeated the enemy with one move. Not to mention Chi and Shigeru, but even a handful of Dr. Oki shouted along with the crowd. Seeming to detect Dr. Oki's voice, Crypto craned his head in his direction. "Way to go, old buddy." Dr. Oki waved his hand vigorously at the Fast Dragon, warm tears once again slowly descending down his wrinkled face. The Fast Dragon's eyes were drenched in crystal tears. Ow! Tilting his head back, he let out a roar, and the loud and clear dragon roar went straight up into the sky, spreading all over the field. Sitting next to Dr. Oki, Oki Yukijo choked slightly and looked at her father's wrinkled face with slightly red eyes. Shigeru couldn't take the melodramatic scene and wailed against his father. Oki Yukijo. Shigeru's behavior caused Sunday, Kong, Kasumi, and Tomo to look at each other inexplicably. unable to figure out why the Uki grandchildren suddenly became like this. If Hanako was here, she would have explained it to them, but unfortunately, Hanako was at the hotel with the pregnant Natsu and didn't come to the scene. Gently patting the Snapdragon's back twice, Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand in the direction of Dr. Oki and the others. Hiro gave a puzzled glance in the direction that Lin Xiao was looking, wondering why Quick Dragon was acting this way, and then sent out his second Pokemon, Bardock. Retracting his reluctant gaze, Chrysalon let the tears flow down his face. His body lit up with a terrible fighting spirit. The state of the fast dragon made Lin Xiao very happy. At this point, the fast dragon was worthy of its status as the main force of the Heavenly King back then. Fast dragon. Thunder. All the golden-colored electric current followed the two tentacles of the fast dragon and flew up into the air, bringing up a thick stream of lightning to slash towards Bardo. Looking at the lightning as thick as a waste pole, Hiroshi was shocked in his heart and shouted, Bada Foundation. Mystic Protection. The speed of the lightning unleashed by the fast dragon was too fast for Badabi to dodge, so Hiro had to let Badabi protect himself in order to survive. But Touchfly flew to gather a blue protective circle around himself to protect himself. Boom! The thin blue aperture, under the tremendous power of the thunder, shattered apart before it could be supported for even a second, and the lurid lightning instantly wrapped around the Bardo, extinguishing it with a mournful cry. With the end of the thunder, the blackened body of the Bardo, covered in black smoke, slowly fell from the air. As he watched Quick Dragon catch the Bada Wutu that fell from the sky and flew in front of Hiro, Lin Xiao apologized. I'm sorry, Quick Dragon's thunder seems to be a bit overdone. Hiro checked the condition of Bada Wuchuang and smiled. Bada Wuchuang just fainted. There isn't much damage, and it's the only way to know the gap between us, so you don't need to meddle with it. Well, ran into Zhou and Huanggai. Lin Xiao lost his smile and shook his head, taking back the Quick Dragon and replacing it with Yen Di. Let's continue then. Well, Hiro nodded, pulling out his genie ball and tossing it. Shakira, you're next. Lin Xiao stroked Yen Di's mane, looked at Shakira, frowned slightly, and said, You're Shakira. There seems to be a bit of a problem with development. Bringing up the issue of Shakira, Hiroshi scratched his head awkwardly. When I first got it, I didn't realize that Yukira needed a lot of precious minerals to build a foundation for the Pokemon food it feeds, but luckily I started to make up for it later on when I looked up the information. There are still some flaws, but I'll let Shakira make up for them before evolving. Yukira can be regarded as a kind of love and hate Pokemon. Love as evolved to Banjira is very powerful. The hate is that it needs a lot of tickets to give it a foundation. And many trainers who are traveling outside are working part-time while traveling. So how can they have that much money to support Yukira's stomach? Lin Xiao didn't want an otherwise powerful Pokemon to fall by the wayside. Perhaps there was a reason for it in the form of Banjira. After a pause, Lin Xiao said to Hiroshi, After the tournament, go find Xiaoji. I'll ask him to give you a set of energy cubes that Shakira needs. That one is much better than ore. I hope that the next time I see you it'll already be a powerful Banjira instead of the malnourished one that it is now. Thank you. Hiroshi bowed to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled. No need for thanks. Just continue the game. Shakira is bulky, like the armored dragon, but has excellent defense. But even the thickest shield will be pierced before a sharp spear. Inferno Emperor. Spray flames. Lin Xiao ordered with a wave of his hand. Ow! Black flames erupted from Inferno's mouth and shot towards Shakira, facing the rapidly shooting flames. Shakira naturally couldn't dodge them with her speed. Hiro hastily said, Shakira, use hard knock. At Hiro's command Shakira hurriedly hardened against Inferno's flames. Phew! Inferno Emperor's flames, sticking to Shakira's body, burned, and scorched black marks began to appear on Shakira's hardened shell, a corrosive characteristic unique to Inferno flames. Armored don't corrode. Shakira cried out in pain, constantly twisting his body trying to throw down the flames. But Yendi's flames are actually so easy to be extinguished? Looking at the base shaking Shakira, Lin Xiao shook his head and shouted, Yendi, large character explosion. Shakira, who shook his body to try and shake off the flames, was hit directly by the large character explosion, and his entire body turned a charred black color as he collapsed to the ground in a cloud of black smoke. This is the end? With Shakira's defense it's not like he's going to get seconded by a big word burst, is it? Lin Xiao scratched his head in confusion and looked strangely at Hiroshi, who reddened his little face and took Shakira back, refusing to speak. I really? Lin Xiao slapped his head vigorously. Shakira's defense needed to eat a lot of precious metal ores to increase. Hiroshi was traveling alone outside. Where did he get that much money to buy it? However, this kind of thing commanded the more it was smeared. Lin Xiao simply didn't mention it, so as to save Ah Hong from being embarrassed. Soon, Ah Hong's remaining AO Bone Swallow, Fire Dinosaur, Big Beak Sparrow, were all by Yen Di and Huge Loss Along Cross Less. After the match, Lin Xiao let Xiaoxi go to Xiaoming's place that a set of energy cubes to Ah Hong, As for the precious metal, can only think of the way of Ah Hong himself? Lin Xiao is not a savior, and Ah Hong is not so familiar with it. Kid, good job. Keep it up and bring me back the championship. Dr. Oki said as he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, an old face so smiling that it was about to wrinkle into a chrysanthemum or flower. It's not like it's my family's, so you can take it whenever you want? Lin Xiao breathlessly rolled his eyes, looked at the crowd without the shadow of Oki Shuechang, and wondered, why don't we see Uncle? Didn't he come? Dr. Oki casually waved his hand and laughed. Don't worry about him, I'm whisking him back. You'll understand later. Go! I'm very happy today. I'll treat you all to a big meal as a way of celebrating Lin Xiao's advancement to the finals. Lin Xiao took a few steps back slightly and blinked at Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao shrugged his shoulders, signaling that he didn't know. Riding on the plane to Tokiwa City, Oki Yukijo took the phone and dialed out. Looking out of the plane, at the blue sky, Wataru, who was in the middle of a meeting, frowned when he heard the phone ring and took it out to look at the number before revealing a hint of a smile. What's up, Syracuse? Weren't you accompanying your old man to watch the game? Why are you free to call me? Retracting his gaze, Oki Yukijo clenched his fists and whispered, What Ari? Oki Yukijo, back, come back, just come back. You call me for what? Wataru smiled and said without any concern. Then Wataru jerked. Stood up, his voice slightly trembling. Are you serious? In the conference room, Kikuko, Shiba, and Kona were startled by Wataru's sudden rise to his feet, confused as to what this dragon envoy Wataru was mad about again. Well, the old man approved it today. Oh, it's been 13 years in the blink of an eye. That's it for now. I'm going to go see my old buddies. I'll contact you later. Oki Yukijo smiled and hung up, looking out the window and murmuring, How are the guys? Ha ha. In the conference room, Wataru excitedly dropped the phone and slapped the table in excitement. Syracuse is coming back. Kona was taken aback by Wataru's behavior and gave him a disgruntled look. But as for Wataru's comment that Syracuse is coming back, Kona didn't care. Shippa was stunned for half a second, then laughed out loud. That guy's coming back? Wataru, I wouldn't be laughing so hard if I were you. I'm afraid there's no hope for you to make a run at the Kanto title this year. Hiba's words caused Wataru's face to cross and he looked unnatural. Wataru's look made Hiba crack a smile. To him the return of Oki Yukijo meant that he didn't have to run between Kanto and Chengdu anymore. Kikuko helplessly glanced at a few people. It seems that today's meeting can't go on. Let's do it some other time. Syracuse is back, so it's time for me to step aside and rest. Wifey, said Mortar and Pestle, walked out of the conference room. The three didn't say anything to Kikuko's words. The Heavenly King didn't just retire when he said he would. Everything still depended on the alliance. Getting off the plane, Oki Yukijo drove to the town of Mashin, a mountain not far from the Oki Institute. Looking at the familiar scene, Oki Yukijo revealed a small smile and made a trumpet shape with his hand by his mouth and shouted, Guys, I'm back. I've come to pick you guys up. Somewhere on the grass of the mountain, a fast dragon and a storm salamander were padding on the grass lazily sunbathing. Suddenly the two little elves raised their heads violently and looked down towards the mountain, and then opened their wings and couldn't wait to fly towards the mountain. And if one looked closely one would find that the fast dragon and storm salamander's bodies were actually trembling slightly. In a small river at the foot of the mountain, a huge Tyrannosaurus carp dragon burst out of the water and swam in the direction of where Daiki Snow City was. A spiny dragon king burrowed out of the water, calling anxiously along with the fading Tyrannosaurus rex. With a slight lurch, the Tyrannosaurus rex returned to the river, took the spiny dragon king on his back, and continued in the direction he had just traveled. Chapter 89, The Final. The finals were held twice throughout the day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, mainly to whet the audience's appetite. Lin Xiao's match was scheduled for the morning, at 10 o'clock. Before he even entered the arena, Lin Xiao was pulled by a smiling Dr. Daiki, patting him on the shoulder with relief. Lin Xiao, you must win this competition, okay? I've told my old friends that you're bound to win the championship, so for the sake of Grandpa's face you can't lose, right? Looking at Dr. Daiji's face of expectation, Lin Xiao speechlessly spat out, Can you have a little more high-grade pursuit? Where is the decency? With a belly full of resentment, Lin Xiao pulled his shoulders into the arena. Greetings gentlemen and ladies in this room. The commentator lifted the microphone and spoke the opening remarks. Today is the start of the finals. First of all, let's introduce the two contestants. The one coming in from the left channel is the contestant from Gold City, Xiao Liang, and the one on the right. I think you all already know very well that this is our new generation of Kanto's leading pavilion master, Mr. Pavilion Master. As the commentator introduced them, the crowd roared at the top of their lungs, Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master, Crackerjack, we want to see Fast Dragon. Hearing the audience's words, Lin Xiao and Xiao Liang both revealed a bitter smile. What kind of show was this? As we all know, Snapdragon and Banjira have become the hallmarks of the Pavilion Master. I wonder if the Pavilion Master will fulfill everyone's wishes today? Let's wait and see. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. Have you added oil to the fire like this? What am I going to do when you mess with me like this? But the crowd seemed to be relentless, chanting, "Fast dragon, dragon." Lin Xiao was like this, being watched by tens of thousands of pairs of eyes. All that nakedness, nudity looking at him made him uncomfortable, and only after he had no choice but to reach out his hand and make an OK gesture did he calm the audience down. After the referee explains the rules of the game and yells, the game is officially underway. The two of them take out their pokeballs in unison. It's going to be a tough defeat, but it's what I was hoping for. Rio, his eyes glowing, smiled slightly. Let's let the fast dragons test what I've gained this year. Come forth, Thunder Elf. Using crypto as a tool for testing? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. Come out, fast dragon. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile as he threw the master ball. Red light flashed. The huge fast dragon suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although it had already suppressed its size to the same level as Banjira, but its 5-meter-high body was still shocking, and the Thunder Elf was like a rag doll in front of it. The huge fast dragon looked down at the Thunder Elf. A faint dragon's might emanating from its body, causing the Thunder Elf to keep moving backward. The Thunder Elf, who retreated back and forth, made the giant Snapdragon snort, a disdainful look coming out of his eyes. Such an opponent made him unable to bring up the desire to fight. Thunder Elf, don't be afraid. Take out yours and use it. Don't let your opponent underestimate you. Xiao Liang shouted loudly. Lin Xiao, come on. Let me see if the strength of the fast dragon is not a sham. Oh, hearing Rio's words, the Thunder Elf perked up and chirped twice softly towards the fast dragon. He, you'll be able to see it soon. Lin Xiao said, still unconcerned. Then his face straightened and he shouted, Fast dragon, Godspeed, Dragon Claw, ow, driven by Godspeed. The huge fast dragon brought up a string of residual shadows and disappeared in place. How is it possible to have the fastest speed? Xiao Liang heart, a shock, face showed anxious look, dizzy, Thunder Elf, avoid. As soon as the words fell from his lips, the Thunder Elf let out a mournful cry, flipped several times in the air, and landed heavily in front of Xiao Liang. While the huge loss of a long appeared in the place where the Thunder Elf had just stood, the right hand that used the Dragon Claw was still raised. The impact of speed and the power of the Dragon's Claw directly caused the Thunder Elf to lose his ability to fight. His eyes were circling as he lost his ability to fight. The audience all watched in silence for a few seconds as the giant Quick Dragon and the Thunder Elf, who had lost the ability to fight, fell silent, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Quick Dragon, Fast Dragon. Xiao Liang's eyes were gloomy. Could the gap really be that big? However, the opponent defeated himself with the strongest strength. He should stand up his chest to meet the attack. How can he lose his confidence? Thinking of this, Xiao Liang's eyes regained their previous confidence, and his mind was free of distractions as he looked at the huge fast dragon and Lin Xiao. You're next, Yana Kara. Rio threw the genie ball. Young Gila? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Without a ghost or evil-type Pokemon, it would be difficult to face a superpower-type Pokemon, but it was merely difficult. Yanjira, Phantom Light. Rio ordered. Yangira, Yanjira exclaimed, holding 2 spoons and shooting 2 streams of colorful, irregular light from her eyes. Quick Dragon avoided, followed by the use of 100,000 volts, huge fast dragon speed to avoid the illusion of light attack, using 100,000 volts towards Yonghila strike. Yonghila, but in addition to the name of slow speed, physical strength is thin. If the 100,000 volts hit, absolutely have to be laid off. And its means of escape, instantaneous movement, is the difficult place. Rio said unperturbed. Yanjira, move instantly, followed by the use of your Nimbus. Unsurprisingly to Lin Xiao, Xiao Liang really did let Yanjira use instantaneous movement. Yanakara used instant move to avoid the giant Snapdragon's 100,000 volt, and appeared on the giant Snapdragon's left side, wrapping the giant Snapdragon in his ninjutsu. But he drank Rio, underestimating the giant Snapdragon's tonnage, and the ninjutsu's grip was related to the weight of the object. And of course, to the strength of the Pokemon. If it was Ultramarine and Lokia, they would have been able to abuse the giant dragon with just their ninjutsu, but Yanakira didn't have the ability to do that. Your wishful thinking is good, but it's a pity that you chose the wrong person. Lin Xiao shook his finger at Xiao Liang and laughed. Fast dragon, break away from the Nimbus and use Steel Tail. Ow! The giant Snapdragon roared with fury, lashing out, breaking apart the Nimbus that wrapped itself around it. Its thick, brawny tail flinging itself toward Angira with a silky wind-breaking sound. Just as the huge tail of the giant Snapdragon was about to attack Yonegura, Yonegura's body twisted slightly and disappeared, allowing the Snapdragon to pounce. Instantaneous movement again? This is what you forced me to do. Originally I didn't want to use such a rogue move. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao said to the giant fast dragon, Fast dragon, pray for rain. Let the field be covered in rain. Oh, the huge fast dragon gathered up a water balloon and threw it up to the sky to detonate it, which immediately attracted a dark cloud, and light rain fell from CC brush. Compared to Goddard Duck's drizzle, the huge fast dragon's use of praying for rain was a lot more powerful. Looking at the fly up to the sky water ball, Xiao Liang wanna stop has been too late. Ticking drizzle, let Xiao Liang's face ugly up. At this time if the fast dragon with thunder or 100,000 volts jutsu, no matter how the Yang Jiraiya instantaneous movement is useless, lightning will be along the rain to pass the whole field. Although this way the giant snapdragon itself would be struck by the electric current. The physical strength of the snapdragon was enough to throw off Yonghila by countless streets. Just one electric shock would not do much damage to the snapdragon, but Yonghila couldn't. This kind of environment, a single strike of lightning could make Yonghila lose its ability to fight, and there was no chance to use self-regeneration, and with the speed of the giant snapdragon, it was impossible for Lin Xiao to stand by and watch Yonghila use self-regeneration. At the thought, Ryo frowned as he put away Yanakura. Pikachu, that's you. Using Pikachu in this kind of environment, are you planning to exchange injuries for injuries? Lin Xiao asked with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. If Xiao Liang really planned to do this, he would be very tragic. The physical strength of a giant snapdragon would definitely make 99% of the Pokemon in this world cry, even if it is. So what? Being guessed by Lin Xiao in his own thoughts, Xiao Liang's face was a little embarrassed. Pikachu, maximum power thunderbolt. Pika. Electricity sparked from the power-generating ring on Pikachu's face, and with all his strength, he unleashed the thunder. In conjunction with the dark clouds in the sky, the power of the thunder was raised a lot and headed towards the fast dragon with a rumbling sound. Lin Xiao smiled as he watched Xiao Liang direct himself and waited until the thunder strike stunt was complete before he spoke out. Quick dragon, use mystic protection. A huge blue aperture of light formed a protective circle around the giant snapdragon. Boom! The golden lightning struck the protective circle of the giant snapdragon, quickly shattering the blue aperture and following the snapdragon and the water on the ground to cover the entire field. A thumb-thin electric earthworm crawling around the arena. Thanks to the mystical protection that allowed the giant snapdragon to escape the first blast of thunder, reducing a lot of damage for it, the giant snapdragon, wrapped in electricity, frowned against the invasion of electricity. Compared to Pikachu, which was much worse, Pikachu, also struck by lightning, let out a pained groan, his petite body staggering around the field. In the rain, Pikachu, who had sent out the thunder, was also unable to avoid the same encounter as Quicklong, and took more damage than usual due to the conductivity of the water. Soon, Pikachu collapsed straight into the field, while the giant snapdragon couldn't move due to the paralyzed state of the lightning. Putting away his Pikachu, Ryo didn't release his Pokemon right away. The arena was now full of static electricity, and coming out of it would end up in a state of paralysis just like the giant snapdragon. Soon, the huge snapdragon with superb resistance recovered from its paralyzed state and threw back its head to let out a dragon roar. Quick dragon, use clearing. Although it was past the confined state, a large amount of static electricity would have an effect on the Pokemon's matchmaking, so Lin Xiao planned to have the giant quick dragon use clearing. The sun appeared soon after the use cleared and the rain on the ground began to dissipate, and the static electricity that had been acting up without the rain all dissipated and disappeared. Chapter 90, the final, 2. Throwing out the elf ball. Goddard Duck appeared on the playing field. Xiao Liang looked at Lin Xiao and said seriously, I wonder how long your fast dragon can last. Its stamina can't be endless. Lin Xiao didn't care about Xiao Liang's words and revealed a mysterious smile as he said, you'll know after the fight. Fast dragon water cannon. Woo! The giant snapdragon spewed out a jet of water towards the Goddard Duck. Facing the water cannons coming in a straight line, Ryo was busy saying, Goddard Duck, we'll use the water cannons too. Goda Duck spewed out a jet of water towards Cryptos, as did Cryptos, clashing together in midair. The same water cannon stance, but the two are not comparable at all. Goddard Duck sprayed a water cannon as thick as a large bowl, while the giant fast dragon sprayed the same as a basin, not just in size, but even in power. The giant snapdragon's water cannons quickly squashed the water cannons spewing out of the Goddard Duck, and quickly charged towards it. His own water cannon was quickly pushed back, and Goda Duck froze slightly before it was swept up by the water cannon and flew into midair. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Quick dragon, use Thunderbolt to end the battle. In terms of what attribute stance attack speed is the fastest, the electric stance can definitely be ranked in the forefront. Goddard Duck has not yet landed on the ground by the huge fast dragon's thunder after the first directly hit. The effect is outstanding. Gotha Duck, who was enveloped in lightning, let out a mournful scream and landed on the ground, covered in black smoke. The mutual incompatibility of the attributes, coupled with the fact that the thunderbolt used by the giant snapdragon was much more powerful than the normal electrical Pokemon, directly rendered Gotha Duck incapable of fighting. Looking at the Goddard duck, which was covered in black smoke, Xiao Liang helplessly took it back and then froze as he looked at Lin Xiao and the giant fast dragon. Super speed, great power in using its jutsu, short stiffness time, extreme stamina and recovery. Did it really have no flaws or weaknesses? In Rio's eyes, the giant fast dragon was tantamount to insurmountable. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Liang, who was staring at the huge fast dragon in a daze, and coughed softly. But Xiao Liang was still deep in his own contemplation and couldn't extricate himself. Ahem. Finally it was the referee who looked at the silent Rio and blurted out, "Player Rio, please take out your next Pokemon and continue the match, okay?" The referee's loud reminder finally brought Rio to his senses. Hastily pulling out his genie ball, Rio slapped his forehead in frustration. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? How could I get distracted in the middle of a match? What a mistake." Then Isajira, "Once again, I'm going to trouble you." Looking at Yang Jira's appearance, the huge fast dragon's eyes became stern, apparently still forgetting the depression of a tail smack in the air just now. However, the instantaneous movement of the superpower Pokemon was indeed troublesome, and Lin Xiao scratched his hair helplessly. Recalling the scene of Yang Jira's instantaneous movement, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, slightly chagrined that he had done his best to dwell on such a simple principle for half a day. Lin Xiao then said to the giant fast dragon, "Fast dragon, the air will vibrate when Yonghila uses instant movement. You can attack it as long as you can sense where the vibration is. Got it?" The vibration of the air could easily be felt by the flying Pokemon. Flying in the sky all year round, they would rely on this skill to avoid a storm and unexpected situations, and it was precisely this that Lin Xiao intended to have Crypto Dragon utilize to restrain Yonghila's instantaneous movement. After understanding Lin Xiao's meaning, the huge Snapdragon nodded happily. As long as what Lin Xiao said worked, then long represented that it didn't have to be depressed about the unbearable feeling of its opponent suddenly disappearing. After the huge fast dragon understood, Lin Xiao immediately said, "Fast dragon, 100,000 volts. If Yonghila doesn't use instantaneous movement to avoid it, you'll continue to attack. If she avoids it, then be still and sense where the air is vibrating." Woo! Understanding Lin Xiao's meaning, the huge fast dragon sent out 100,000 volts to strike at Yonghila. Facing the powerful 100,000 volts, Xiao Liang made Yonghila use instantaneous movement to avoid it and appeared on the other side of the field. The giant snapdragon that sensed the vibration of the air rushed to use the electromagnetic wave to attack, but unfortunately, it was a step too slow. This time, Yonghila's instantaneous distance was farther away, and the giant snapdragon didn't have a chance to attack. Lin Xiao was satisfied with the response of the giant fast dragon and said excitedly, "Fast dragon, another electromagnetic wave." In the face of the electromagnetic wave launched by the huge fast dragon, Xiao Liang did not continue to let Yang Jira avoid. If the huge fast dragon to understand the instantaneous movement of the air vibration law, then Yang Jira will fall into a passive state. Instantaneous movement just appeared cannot be used ran in skill defense or attack. The middle of the time needs a certain amount of stiffness, but this little bit of time is sufficient to let Yang Jira into a 10,000 abyss. Yang Gaira, greeted with an illusion spell, Rio shouted at Yonghila, "Injala." Yanjira cupped her spoon and sent out an illusion spell that collided with the electromagnetic wave. The same irregular curve of light, except one side was blue and the other was multicolored. Two very different abilities collided and nothing happened, as if they melted away. As he watched both Pokemon's attacks dissipate, Rio immediately said, "Yangaira, use destructive deathlight on the Snapdragon." Apparently Rio was getting a little sullen, and at this point, Yangaira was already starting to pant slightly, while the giant Snapdragon didn't have a care in the world. Waiting for this move. As soon as Asira uses a difficult superpower stunt, then everything will be solved. Facing the whirling column of yellow light, Lin Xiao shouted to the giant fast dragon, "Fast dragon, use divine speed to avoid it, and use steel tail on Yonghila." Driven by the divine speed, the huge fast dragon's speed soared to the extreme, bringing up a string of residual shadows to graze the destructive deathlight, appearing beside Yonghila and lifting its long tail to sweep away. The extreme iron tail struck Isajira with a silky cracking sound. Yonghila let out a miserable scream and tumbled down in front of Rio, his hands covering his abdomen, his forehead covered in cold sweat from the intense pain. Yangaira's condition caused Xiao Liang to be startled and hurriedly said, "Yangaira, use self-regeneration." At the same time, Xiao Liang was shocked in his heart by the strength of the giant fast dragon. The giant fast dragon, who had already used divine speed once, was able to use this stance, which was comparable to cheating, again in such a short period of time. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't just stand by and watch Yonghila use self-regeneration, and hurriedly shouted at the giant fast dragon, "Fast dragon, impact stance to interrupt it." Originally not far from Yangaira, the huge fast dragon instantly flapped its wings and clambered over, successfully interrupting Yangaira's self-regeneration, and at the same time, The huge impact also caused Yangira, who had little stamina left, to lose her ability to fight. Finally resolving this difficult fellow, Lin Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief. Looking at Yonghila, the referee waved a small flag and shouted, "Yonghila is incapacitated. Lin Xiao, the holder of the fast dragon, is victorious." With Yangira incapacitated, the commentator immediately grabbed the microphone and exclaimed, "The Pavilion Master Snapdragon managed to defeat the fourth Pokemon of the Rio contestant. Does the Pavilion Master want to have Snapdragon in a 1 vs 6 scenario? Would you like to see that, ladies and gentlemen here?" The audience of course hoped that the huge fast dragon a pick 6. Just no one started just. Now the commentator, a mention of the audience naturally will not let go, have shouted, "Fast dragon, a pick 6, 1 to 6. To be honest, Lin Xiao hated this approach of the commentator. Certainly it had the meaning of driving the audience, but it was easy to hit the player's self-esteem and self-confidence. If it wasn't for the fact that hurling abuse at the commentator and the referee would disqualify him from the match, Lin Xiao really wanted to point at his nose and scold him, a rotten mouth that couldn't say a single good word. Luckily, Rio knew the commentator's intention and didn't take it to heart. "I did what I did and put away Yangira and threw out the Pokeball. My last partner, come out." Red light flashed. A water arrow turtle appeared on the field. The water arrow turtle, as soon as it came out for squinting his eyes around Xiao Liang. Obviously this person and a pet's feelings are very good. However, Xiao Liang's words caused Lin Xiao to frown slightly. The water arrow turtle was the 5th Pokemon that Xiao Liang had taken out. And what did Xiao Liang mean by final partner? Almost guessing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Xiao Liang smiled and explained, "My two main Pokemon were overly injured yesterday during the battle and are still recuperating in the Pokemon Center at this time, so they can't go out to the battle. And the other Pokemon are all freshly collected and untrained, so even if they go out to the battle against the fast dragon, they won't have the slightest effect. In that case, let's have the final battle. Fast Dragon 100,000 volt. Lin Xiao shouted at the giant fast dragon. Against water-type Pokemon, electrical stunts were always the best. Not only were they fast, but they also dealt high damage. Facing the giant Snapdragon's 100,000 volts, Rio said nonchalantly, "Water arrow turtle, shrink shell, use iron wall." Hearing Rio's words, the water arrow turtle quickly retracted back into its turtle shell while using the iron wall. Using the iron wall to make its shell glow white. Water arrow turtle's iron wall stance was very successful in bouncing the 100,000 volts away without hurting damage. The next thing that happened was that whether it was thunder, steel tail, or dragon claw was bounced away, and even dragon's fury only burned the turtle's shell to a crisp. And aside from consuming a great deal of stamina, the water arrow turtle didn't suffer any substantial damage. After releasing a series of skills, even the huge fast dragon started to pant slightly. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Liang speechlessly. This stunt was really disgusting too. As the time lengthened, Lin Xiao also lost his patience and shouted at fast-fighting fast dragon. "Fast dragon, water cannon attack the edges of the water arrow turtle's turtle shell to make it flip back belly up towards him." Lin Xiao's order made Xiao Liang startled. The shell on the abdomen of the water arrow turtle was not that hard, and the iron wall could not cover the abdomen. So he wanted to remind him, but the water cannons of the gigantic fast dragon made him hold his words back in his stomach. Looking at the water arrow turtle that was spinning in circles with its stomach towards the sky, Lin Xiao shouted, "Fast dragon is now, dragon claw to end it, let it go back home and swim." Holding a belly full of fire, the huge fast dragon slapped a claw angrily on the abdomen of the water arrow turtle. The cracking sound of the turtle's shell resounded. The water arrow turtle, which had already been depleted of too much stamina, finally couldn't support it and fainted to death. After the referee announced the results, Lin Xiao shook hands with Xiao Liang, then waved at the audience and left the venue to join Dr. Oki and the others. Chapter 91, Regional Face-Offs. Today was the opening of the finals. Quartz Plateau seemed particularly lively. Not only was the audience densely packed, even the many players stayed to watch the final showdown. Before entering the arena, the crowd encouraged Lin Xiao, expecting him to take the title of this competition. Smiling and receiving the encouragement from a few people, after saying goodbye to a few people, Lin Xiao came to the waiting hall. At this time, there were still 10 minutes before the start of the match. After checking the Pokemon once again, Lin Xiao waited up with peace of mind. Tic-tac-toe. The disturbing phone ringing. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Who would call at this time? Glancing at the caller ID, wasn't this the phone number of the police station next to the dojo? Could something have happened? Lin Xiao just picked up the phone and Jun Xiao's anxious voice scurried out. "Hello, is it Pavilion Master Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao's jolted. A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart and he busily said, "I am Lin Xiao, Miss Jun Xia. What happened? Please speak slowly, don't be in a hurry." Jun Xia, on the other end of the phone, took a few deep breaths while holding the phone and apologized. "I'm sorry Master Lin Xiao, because of our poor inspections. The dojo to be stolen. Lin Xiao gave a slight lurch and couldn't help but spray out a. He asked, what all was lost? Training equipment? Energy cubes? In Rainbow City, Junsa blushed slightly and muttered in embarrassment. The equipment and energy cubes weren't lost. It's the 4 statues that are the symbols of the dojo that were stolen. Statues of the 4 holy beasts? Lin Xiao froze in place. His face got weird. If it was training equipment and a large number of energy cubes lost, Lin Xiao still had some idea. But these 4 statues, at the beginning, in order to make the statues more majestic, Lin Xiao had used the whole boulders carved directly, each weighing more than 20 tons. What kind of person could have such a great ability to get rid of the 4 holy beast statues? And what are they doing moving the statue of the 4 holy beasts? Not to mention Lin Xiao's depression. In the lair of Team Rocket somewhere in the mountains in the center of the standing rock forest, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing the letter R printed in gold and a cap on his head, looked at his subordinates coldly and said, "You're telling me that my Stormbringer salamander didn't have any reaction in front of that green dragon statue, aren't you?" At the sight of the middle-aged man, the reporting Team Rocket minions saw the middle-aged man's face gradually cold, and immediately trembled with fear. This person in front of him cannot be messed with, otherwise the next step is to take off layers of skin without dying. Looking at the minion's head full of cold sweat, the middle-aged man coldly grunted, "How come Team Rocket is full of this kind of spineless garbage?" and asked, "Tell me about the process, and don't allow to miss a single thing, or else the consequences are known to you." Yes, I understand." The minion couldn't care less about the sweat on his head and nervously spoke up, "According to your order, we made trouble in Rainbow City again to distract Junsa and the police officers, and then used a large helicopter to move the 4 statues back, then place them in the same orientation as they were in the dojo. But my Lord Storm Salamander didn't have the kind of reaction in front of that green dragon statue that you said it would have." "My lord." The middle-aged man frowned and fell into deep thought. "It's impossible that there's no reaction. Otherwise what's going on with Wataru's fast dragon and Shirona's fiery bite landshark? This is the kind of information that our Team Rocket spent a lot of effort to find out. There's no way it could be false." Afterwards, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the minions and said, "You guys changed the direction again. If it still doesn't work, you'll put more effort into prying for information, okay? Other actions can be slowed down first. With this matter as the main focus, I will report to the boss. I will definitely fulfill Lord Vash's orders." The minion immediately stated his position, then respectfully bowed towards the middle-aged man called Vasha and retreated. "Storm Salamander, you will succeed in comprehending the origin." Vasha looked at the poster of Wataru on the wall of his office and took off the hat on his head. A hideous scar stretched from Vasha's forehead to the left side of his face. It looked incredibly horrible. Gently stroking the huge scar on his face, Vasha muttered softly, "Wataru, what you left for me, I, Vasha, will definitely return it to you with my own hands, ha ha ha." This world's medicine was very advanced, and it was difficult to leave a normal scar. But what was Vasha's intention in still letting this nearly 20-centimeter scar remain on his face? Listening to Jun Sha explaining the passage of it, Lin Xiao sighed powerlessly. Even the sound of the east and the west were used, but as long as the equipment and the dojo stored punching energy cubes were not lost, it was fine. As for the statue of the 4 holy beasts, it was nothing more than just a little bit of trouble to carve them again, that is. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao scratched his head in frustration. A few statues have people hitting on them. Speechless. Contestant Lin Xiao of Jinshin Town, your match will officially begin in 2 minutes. Please get ready in advance. Listening to the voice coming from the radio, Lin Xiao shot up his spirits and walked into the passageway to enter the arena. Lin Xiao had just entered the arena when the audience started to shout like crazy. Now Lin Xiao's popularity was high in the competition. Countless people hoped that he would take off the hat of shame of not having a champion for 9 years. Ladies and gentlemen, today is an important moment in the annual Quartz Conference. The champion will be competing among the 2 remaining contestants, so let's all wait and see. First of all, I'd like to introduce you to the 2 contestants. The one on the left, I'm sure you're already familiar with, is our pavilion master. The one on the right is the 0-star player from Chanel. It's worth mentioning that this year's announcement commenting on our Kanto Dojo came from the hand of this trainer. It seemed that the alliance was also holding a grudge, using the commentator's mouth to shake everything out. And even if the Divine Austrian Sub-Alliance protested afterward, the alliance could put all the blame on the commentator's head. But this move was really well used. Countless viewers and trainers' anger ignited, cursing and despising 0-star. Sporadic. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and began to measure him up. Sending out an announcement like that and still daring to participate in the quartz competition, one had to say that the guts were very fat. In the morning Lin Xiao thought that it was someone with the same name, but he didn't think that it was actually myself. 1.75 m. Long purple hair, with a pair of gold glasses, a snow-white casual dress, giving people a sense of elegance. How can not be connected with the more than forced online tone? Noticing Lin Xiao's gawking, Zero Star raised a small smile without a care in the world and said, "The person who made the announcement is me, and I wasn't wrong about the state of the dojos in Kanto, but don't you think it's too much? Since it's myself." Lin Xiao naturally won't give him any good face. Lin Xiao, who has already taken himself as a Guangdong person, is very disgusted with this. Our own family's business is still not your turn for an outsider to intervene and stir up the trouble. At that moment he chilled his face and coldly said. Zero Star lost his smile and said, "What? You're not allowed to talk about what you're doing well." Taking out his Pokeball and playing with it, Zero Star continued, "These Pokemon were all collected by me in Kanto, and I was going to take them to the highest top of your quartz conference. And in fact I did, and I will prove that what I say is right. It's not that the Pokemon don't work, it's that your Kantos don't work. Hee hee, too bad there's no hope for you. Everything you've done, one day I'll return it to the Divine AO on behalf of the entire Kanto as well. I, Lin Xiao, will do what I say." The sporadic words completely ignited Lin Xiao's anger. Zero Star shrugged his shoulders indifferently and spread his palms. "I look forward to seeing such a day. Nowadays you should be thinking about how to get past me instead of making some impossible oaths." Far away in a conference room in Shino, Sharona helplessly rubbed her aching temples. A small announcement had turned into a regional face-off. Sharona really wanted to slap these two assholes to death. Nothing to blindly talk about. Now it's good. Every word they said is directly broadcast. Now countless pairs of eyes staring. Want to reduce and delete, also impossible. At the headquarters of the Kanto Silver Mountain Alliance, Watari appropriately nudged Oki Yukijo beside him with his hand and teased, "This kid's declaration is very domineering. It seems to be deeply influenced by your old man." Oki Shuechang rolled his eyes and gave Watari a cross look and said, "If the old man hears what he just said, you'll be dead." But I believe Lin Xiao. He's the kind of person who doesn't promise vows so easily. Let's just wait and watch the show. The rules of the match are 6-6. You can change your Pokemon at will in the middle of the match, and all Pokemon on one side are incapacitated, so that one side wins the match. Understand? As much as he hated Zero Star, the referee dutifully asked the two. Zero Star nodded and threw up his Pokeball and shouted, "Come out, Electro Beast. Hopefully, you won't go back crying." Lin Xiao revealed a cold smile and took out the Master Ball and threw it. Dang! Banjira's appearance caused a muffled sound to emanate from the field, and sensing Lin Xiao's anger, Banjira glared unkindly at Zero Star and Electro Beast. "Think you can restrain the Electro Beast with a Banjira? The size is big enough, but I don't know if the strength is really as strong as it is on the match video." Zero Star commented at Banjira and said, "Electric Strike Beast, Lightning Fist." Looking at the Electric Shock Beast, whose fists were wrapped in lightning light and attacking, Lin Xiao disdainfully poo-pooed it and cursed the trash. Then he shouted towards Banjira, "Banjira next, Megaton Punch." No need to hold back. In the past battles, Bankiara had always suppressed its strength. Now Lin Xiao was ready to let it fire on all cylinders. Ban! Banjira roared as he reached out to catch the lightning beast's lightning punch, and his massive right fist struck at the beast from above with the sound of a silky wind breaking. With its hand grabbed by Bankiara, the Electric Shock Beast's entire body exerted force, trying to draw it back, but its strength and Bankiara's were not on the same level at all, and no matter how much it struggled, it had no effect whatsoever. Million tons of punches directly hit the Electric Shock Beast, powerful force with it into the ground. Eventually the arena cannot withstand Banjira's strange force, with the Electric Shock Beast as the center of the surrounding cracks, and the Electric Shock Beast has long been lying in the cracks and lost the ability to fight. Looking at the cracked trench on the field, Sharona slightly shook her head and turned off the broadcast. She, who had traveled with Lin Xiao for a while, knew very well what kind of strength Banjira had, and against Zero Star it was a complete crushing on the reverse side. The result of the match was known without having to see it. Now her headache was how to solve the trouble Zero Star and Lin Xiao had caused. Chapter 92, The Finals Match. It was only after half a second that Zero Star exclaimed, "That's impossible. Your Banjira is definitely not this powerful." "That's just what you think. Hurry up and change your Pokemon. Do you need the referee to remind you?" Lin Xiao gave Zero Star a funny look. "Does my strength have to be as reasonable as you think it is? This kid's brain hasn't been caught in a door panel, has it? You." Zero Star was squeezed red by Lin Xiao's words and took a deep breath to calm his anger before retrieving the Electric Strike Beast that had been KO'd by a single blow from Banjira. Giving Banjira a deep look, Zero Star tossed out the Pixie Ball. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, that's you." Roar! Just out of the Tyrannosaurus roared. Light pressure from the deep slowly emanated. Tyrannosaurus as a vicious Pokemon, itself with intimidating pressure. The less courageous Pokemon touched it will produce fear, cannot take the proper strength. But this little bit of intimidation was worthless in the eyes of Banjira, who looked at the roaring Tyrannosaurus Rex and roared up, going toe-to-toe with him. "It sells well. I just don't know how strong it is." "Is it as strong as you say?" Lin Xiao sent the sporadic words back to him. Even if he couldn't irritate him, it was still good to disgust him. Zero Star pretended not to hear Lin Zhao's words and ordered, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, water cannon." Receiving the command, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth immediately coalesced into a thick water cannon and sprayed it out towards Banjira. If hit by the water cannon, it would indeed do good damage to Banjira, but only if it could hit Banjira. Destroy Deadlight. Knock the water cannon back. Lin Zhao chose to attack hard with Zero Star without dodging, and the water cannon is not far from the destruction of the death ray in the air hit the Tyrannosaurus water cannon. Soon the destruction of the death ray will be broken up the water cannon. Towards the Tyrannosaurus blast. The water cannon was broken up. The Tyrannosaurus, which is still in the skill stalemate, was directly hit by the speed of the destruction of the death ray. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus Rex that was hit by the destructive deathlight let out a roar of pain and was knocked back a long way by the destructive deathlight, cracking a lot of the scale armor on its body. You still want me to compare with this amount of strength? Lin Zhao snorted lightly in disdain and continued to strike Zero Star. Banjira, billion shockwave. End it. Ban. The stiffness brought about by the destructive deathlight was no more than 2 short seconds for both Banjiras, as Lin Zhao ordered it to start using the billion shockwave. Soon, Banjira's entire god was wrapped in a purple spinning pillar of light and slammed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex with the aura of a monarch. Such a short stiffening time? Looking at Banjira, who was charging straight at him, Zero Star's heart jumped as he shouted, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, avoid it!" But this is on the ground and not in the pool. With the speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is faster than a turtle crawling a little bit. How to avoid? Tyrannosaurus twisted body want to avoid, but the result is disappointing. Tight crawl out a little distance. The Tyrannosaurus couldn't avoid it. Zero Star wanted to retrieve it, but the Banjira that came straight at him blocked the red light of the elf ball with its huge body, and slammed into the Tyrannosaurus hard, and the huge impact made Zero Star even hear the sound of the Tyrannosaurus's bones breaking. With a hint of a wailing sound, the long body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex landed heavily outside the grounds, smashing the ground out of a large crater while letting out a loud thud as it lay incapacitated in the large crater. The tragic appearance of the Tyrannosaurus caused Zero Star to clench his fists and glared fiercely at Lin Zhao. He hurriedly retrieved the Tyrannosaurus. Within the pokeball it could ease the Tyrannosaurus injuries. Although he extremely hated Zero Star, Lin Zhao would not let Banjira get the Tyrannosaurus killed. With the Tyrannosaurus injuries recuperating for a couple of days in a Pokemon Center, he would be able to recover. Moreover, this was a fight between people. There was no need to spill over to the Pokemon. Even though Lin Zhao had Banjira on fire, he was still measured in his actions. Even though it wasn't against the rules to get the opponent's Pokemon killed in the middle of a match, Lin Zhao didn't care to do so. Retrieving the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zero Star switched out his third Pokemon, Mega Mantis. If the selection of the coolest Pokemon, the giant mantis can occupy a foot. Cool expression, fire red armor, coupled with first-class speed, so that it has become the pursuit of many trainers in the heart of the partner. Although Banjira's speed is a little faster than the average Banjira, but not the giant clawed mantis, which relies on speed for its food. The giant clawed mantis's speed can throw Banjira off by 8 blocks. This battle Banjira would undoubtedly be passive, but Lin Zhao wasn't worried. Unless your giant mantis never attacked, you could make giant mantis go off and pull the lever as long as you let Banjira catch a chance to do so. Besides, there was a rule in the tournament that said that 2 Pokemon couldn't stay stagnant and not do an attack. Giant Claw Mantis, use Sword Dance. Zero Star intended to utilize Banjira's weakness of being slower, and first have the Giant Claw Mantis use Sword Dance to boost its attack power. How could it be that good? Although he couldn't catch up with the Giant Clawed Mantis, Lin Zhao wouldn't just stand by and watch it boost its attack power, so he immediately said, "Bankiara, earthquake," to interrupt it. The shaking of the earthquake and the cracked ground would cause the spinning giant clawed mantis to stand unsteadily to terminate its sword dance. As if he had already anticipated Lin Zhao's action, Zero Star said unhurriedly, "Giant pincer mantis, fly up in a spin." Bang! Banjira's thick, strong feet stomped hard on the ground, making the field shake. But the spinning giant clawed mantis also left the ground at this moment and spun into the air. This was also possible? Lin Zhao was slightly stunned. It was the first time he saw that the original sword dance could be used in this way. At this point, even if Banjira launched an attack, the giant clawed mantis was able to stop its sword dance quickly and avoid it calmly. The offense was unfavorable, so long could only wait. Lin Zhao ordered towards Banjira. Banjira, sandstorm. The sandstorm could surround Banjira's body. As long as the giant clawed mantis touched the swirling sand and dust, Banjira would be able to know the bit where it was, so it could attack. Ban! As Banjira roared, a large amount of sand and dust was carried around its body to surround the city with a tornado made of sand. After the sword dance was released, Zero Star had been looking for an opportunity, but Banjira, who was enveloped in a sandstorm, was like a hedgehog full of spikes, giving another feeling that there was no way to get off the ground. The two Pokemon just stood there in a stalemate. And finally the referee looked at the time reminder before Zero Star gritted his teeth and shouted, "Giant Pincer Mantis, use another sword dance and roll the sand away." "Nice try, Benjira." Destroy Deathlight. The giant clawed mantis, which had just spun up, had to end its sword dance in the face of the destructive Deathlight and then avoid it. Destructive Deathlight knocked the sand tornado out of a gap, and Zero Star seized the opportunity to shout, "Mega Claw Mantis, Electric Lightning, use Alloy Claw." Cha! The giant clawed mantis immediately transformed into a bolt of red lightning and rushed over to Banjira, its pincers that lit up with white light smashing towards Banjira's head. Seeing that the pincers of the giant clawed mantis were about to hit Bankiara, Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Bankiara!" Noise! A loud cacophony of noise drifted out of Banjira's mouth, and the giant clawed mantis in its haste paused for a moment. The moment the giant clawed mantis paused, Lin Xiao shouted, "Now is the time, Bankiara! Grab it and use Earth Throw." A tight momentary pause gave Banjira the opportunity to attack, and with a lightning strike of his big, thick, powerful hands, he grabbed the giant clawed mantis and jumped up by stomping on the ground. Speaking of which, Banjira's use of the Earth Throw is a comedic move that will make you want to laugh as you watch it. Normally Pokemon use heightened spinning power to throw their opponents to the ground. Instead, Banjira grabs the opponent and jumps up violently, tucking the foe under his butt, and crushing him down hard the moment he hits the ground. Zero Star also didn't expect Banjira's instant strike to be this swift, and hurriedly shouted, "Giant Claw Mantis, use Sword Dance, break away." Zero Star's Giant Claw Mantis had used this move to break away many opponents, but at this moment, the giant pincer mantis that was grabbed by Banjira's two pincers couldn't turn up at all. Without the help of rotational force, the giant pincer mantis wanted to break away from Banjira, which was tantamount to a fool's dream. With a huge bounce, Banjira jumped high enough to leave a deep crater in the ground from her legs, and soon the two Pokemon quickly descended under the gravitational attraction, and just moments before they were about to touch the ground, Banjira violently shoved the giant pincer mantis under her butt and ass. Boom! The force of the sag and the tonnage of the Banjira caused the field to let out a loud thud, making it shake up and bring up a lot of dust. When the dust cleared, Bankiara patted his stomach and stood up, while under Bankiara's butt, a big crater appeared, and the giant clapping mantis passed out with circles in both eyes, not knowing whether it was crushed by Bankiara or disgusted. With the powerful force coupled with the weight of Banjira, the giant clawed mantis would be damned if it could withstand it. As expected, Banjira's earthly cast drew laughter from countless viewers. When Lin Xiao first saw such a scene, he also laughed his stomach off. I'm afraid the only one who couldn't laugh was Zero Star. And of course there were the many viewers in the divine Austrian region, who watched the giant clawed mantis lose its ability to fight like that, and all of them ripped out their voices and cursed Zero Star. The encounter of the giant pincer praying mantis made Zero Star shiver coldly. Being sat on a fart and losing the ability to fight, I'm afraid that there is nothing more suffocating than this in history. I'm afraid that in the future, the giant pincer praying mantis will tremble in fear when it sees a fart and a stock. Come back, giant clawed mantis. Zero Star hurriedly retrieved the giant clawed mantis, which had been reduced to a laughingstock, and released his fourth Pokemon, Fossil Pterodactyl. The news of fossilized pterodactyls. Lin Xiao had seen them in museums. This was the first time he had seen them alive. When he had gotten lost in Neon City, there had been reports that fossilized pterodactyls had appeared in the Big Silly Valley not far from there, which made Lin Xiao feel sorry for himself. If he hadn't gotten lost, how good it would have been. He might have been able to take in a fossilized pterodactyl. The fossil pterodactyl, which is a flying type and rock type pterodactyl, has a lot of power when used correctly, but it's the nature of this guy that's a pain in the ass. The fossil pterodactyl is a direct predator of other Pokemon, and it's not easy to get it to give up the habits it's built into its bones, so if you dare defeat it Pokemon food, it'll definitely slap you to death with its wings. Chapter 93, The Quartz Conference. Roar! The fossilized pterodactyl was filled with a savage aura. The aura of a prehistoric predator was unmistakable, and it spread out in all directions, with a faint smell of blood coming out of its nose. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. You still haven't gotten it to change its predatory habits? Hee, why change it? Zero Star looked at Lin Xiao with amusement and said, that's its trait. Why do you want it changed? Don't you know that this can stimulate the ferocity of the fossil pterodactyl? Stimulating ferocity will allow the fossilized pterosaur to exert greater strength. Looking at the confident Zero Star, Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. I'm only afraid that by then even you will have become the prey for it to prey on, turning into a piece of nature's poo. This fossilized pterodactyl will definitely become even more brutal if it continues to indulge in its preying, and by that time, all other creatures other than itself will be food in its eyes. Just as in the past life some big men like to raise lions, tigers, but dare to teach them to hunt for food basically no. No matter how obedient it is, once their own hunt for food to stir up their own bloodthirsty genes in their bones, then it will become a complete beast. then you have to care about their own life. It wants to kill you and kill chickens, no difference. Come back, Banjira. Lin Xiao retrieved Banjira. His familiarity against Banjira, a flying Pokemon, was unfavorable, and then took out his Pokeball and threw it. Come out fast, dragon. I'll leave the rest of the battle to you. Ow! With a stirring cry, the Snapdragon took to the skies and locked eyes with the fossilized pterodactyl. The scent of the fossilized pterodactyl's breath and blood not affecting it in the slightest. Fast dragon? Zero Star frowned slightly as he looked at the smiling Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had 3 different fast dragons he had learned about through the battle videos, and with the exception of one that was slightly smaller, the other 2 were extremely berserk in strength. However, even if it is a fast dragon, so what? With the rock attribute of the fossil pterodactyl defense greatly enhanced, Zero Star thinks his fossil pterodactyl can definitely compete with the fast dragon. Fortunately, Lin Xiao does not know what he thinks, otherwise absolutely a mouthful of salt vapor sprayed him to death. When you get up the chuang in the morning when the bedboard of the brain shall squeeze to the? Having made up his mind, Zero Star immediately shouted, Fossil pterodactyl, use ice phone. Are you sure the fossilized pterodactyl can catch up with the fast dragon? The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth raised in a hint of disdain as he shouted, Fast dragon, avoid it, dragon claw. Let it know that the messenger of the sea isn't that easy to bully. The fossilized pterodactyl flapped its wings and opened its mouth wide, a mouthful of giant teeth bubbling up with a cold light blue light as it bit towards the Quick Dragon's shoulder. Accepting Lin Xiao's command, Quick Dragon avoided fossil pterodactyl's tooth of ice with a single sidestep, and the 2 Pokemon were not even on the same level when it came to speed. Avoiding the fossil pterosaur's attack, the Quick Dragon raised its right paw, and the dragon's claw wrapped in white light fiercely slapped towards the fossil pterosaur's back. Bang! A muffled sound came from the back of the fossil pterodactyl from the hit of the dragon's claw, and the huge force sent the fossil pterodactyl flying, though it didn't bring too much damage. The fossilized pterodactyl that staggered in the air, swayed a few times to stabilize its flight from the new toward the fast dragon roared. The pain in its back made its anger skyrocketed. Born as a sky overlord in the Triassic era, when had it ever suffered from being struck and injured in the air? Unfortunately, times have changed and the sky is no longer the domain of fossilized pterodactyls. Good job. The fossil pterodactyl didn't take a lot of damage, and Zero Star clapped his hands happily and shouted, Fossil pterodactyl, move at high speed and use Iron Head Bash. Compared to the happy Zero Star, Lin Xiao frowned and shouted, Fast Dragon lets use high-speed movement as well. After saying that, he also gestured to Fast Dragon. Seeing Lin Xiao's gesture, Fast Dragon was slightly stunned before nodding his head to show that he understood. With both Pokemon using high-speed movement, their stumps constantly appeared in the sky, making it a sight to behold. Suddenly, the Snapdragon seemed to make a mistake and actually moved in front of the fossilized pterodactyl. Zero Star was delighted and immediately shouted, Fossil pterodactyl, Iron Head Crash, then used Destructive Deathlight. After chasing half a day without even touching a single hair of the fast dragon, the fossilized pterodactyl had already held a bellyful of fire. Seeing the fast dragon miss, excitedly roared and slammed towards it. At the same time, according to the sporadic instructions, mouth began to coagulate Destructive Deathlight. Seeing that it was about to be hit by the fossilized pterodactyl, a hint of a bad smile suddenly appeared on the naive face of the fast dragon, and a thick stream of water cannons erupted from its mouth, directly hitting the fossilized pterodactyl. The fossil pterodactyl with rock attribute was struck by the water cannon, bringing great damage, and its mouth let out a painful groan. Not only that, the water cannon also detonated the destructive deathlight that had coalesced in its mouth, so the fossil pterodactyl's mouth exploded like a gun in a bursting hall. Many viewers covered their mouths, destroying the deathlight exploding in their mouths, wondering how many of the fossilized pterodactyl's mouth full of steel teeth would remain. Will it still be able to eat tomorrow? I'm afraid it's difficult to drink soybean milk. The fossilized pterodactyl, which had suffered consecutive injuries, struggled to let out low cries of pain from its throat, and its body staggered as it gradually fell down. Showing mercy or something that only a fool would do, Lin Xiao immediately shouted, Quick Dragon, give it back a destruction deathlight. Zero Star was startled at Lin Xiao's words and wanted to retrieve the fossil pterodactyl, but the distance exceeded the range of the elf ball, leaving Zero Star to hold the elf ball and watch as the fossil pterodactyl was pushed out of the sky and onto the ground by the deep yellow destructive deathlight. Pushed downward from above by the destructive deadlight, the fossilized pterodactyl came into close contact with the earth, while the destructive deadlight's ability caused an explosion that brought up a large area of dust. When the dust cleared, a deep pit once again appeared on the field, and the fossilized pterodactyl lay incapacitated in the pit, with only its huge gray wings twitching from time to time. You're cheating! Zero Star was so angry that his face turned red and he stretched out his finger to point at Lin Xiao. The difficulty was too much anger, causing his finger to tremble and shake slightly. Facing Zero Star's duty, Lin Xiao gave him a disdainful blank look and shrugged his shoulders without responding. Just because Lin Xiao didn't respond didn't mean that no one said anything. The referee waved a small flag and shouted, "0-star player, please behave yourself." Player Lin Xiao didn't act against the rules. Please change your Pokemon and continue the match. Despite his anger, 0-star had the self-control not to act out and accuse the referee, snorting coldly as he put away his fossilized pterodactyls and replaced them with his fifth Pokemon, the fire-breathing dragon. Mighty and domineering fire-breathing dragon once again led Lin Xiao up to accept a few fire-breathing dragon idea. Although the fast dragon is powerful, but a good old man's appearance how to change is like that. The last evolutionary type of the small earth dragon, the land shark, gives people the feeling of being close to a shark more, and the dragon can't be related to it. Only the fire-breathing dragon is more similar to the western fire dragon in the past life. 0-star didn't care about Lin Xiao's musings and directly shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon!" Big character explosion. The sporadic yelling made Lin Xiao wake up and helplessly slapped his forehead. He was getting nostalgic for his previous life again. Then shouted, "Fast dragon!" Water cannons greet. The thick water cannons and the big flaming letters clashed together, and the very different energies dissolved in a sudden explosion that shook the fast dragons and the fire-breathing dragons back a few steps. But the fast dragon took 2 tight steps back before forcing himself to twist and lift off, while the fire-breathing dragon withdrew a long way. Such an opportunity Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't miss it. The fast dragon had already stood still while the fire-breathing dragon was still retreating. This was the perfect opportunity to attack, and immediately shouted, "Fast dragon, 100,000 volts. Instead of choosing some huge damage jutsu, because the fire-breathing dragon will avoid it once the cohesion time is long. The 100,000 volts that do good damage and are fast are a lot better compared to the next one. 0-star was in a hurry and said sharply, "Fire-breathing dragon, use jet flame on the ground to fly up." The fire-breathing dragon rushed to the ground and used jet flame to use the rebound force to flap its wings and fly up. And just as it flew off the ground, Quick Dragon's 100,000 volts had already struck the place where it had just left, causing black smoke to rise from the ground. "That's a quick reaction." Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "But so what? Fast dragon, strike thunder." The thunder strike was a sure hit for moving objects in the sky, especially on a rainy day. Using Thunderbolt was like having a radar tracker. There was no way to dodge it except by sparring and resisting it, and that's why the electric Pokemon restrained the flying Pokemon. Oh, the quick dragon whimpered, the tentacles on its head carrying a large amount of electricity into the air, drawing down a huge lightning bolt that rumbled into the air. Originally panicked to avoid 100,000 volts of fire-breathing dragon. Facing the fast dragon's thunder hurriedly used Big Word Explosion to fight, but after all a little slower. Big Word Explosion just spouted out just hit the huge lightning from the sky. Lightning not only will Big Word Explosion detonation, but also hit not far away from the fire-breathing dragon. Ow! The intense pain caused the fire-breathing dragon to let out a wail, but luckily, the explosion of the Big Word burst didn't reach the fire-breathing dragon. After the thunder, the fire-breathing dragon landed on the ground, breathing heavily, paralyzed by the electric earthworms running through his body. The paralysis from the electricity was nasty, and would prevent the Pokemon from moving, and not being able to move meant that it would then be hardened against the opponent's attacks. Facing a fire-breathing dragon that can't move, Crypto has n number of ways to knock it out in one hit. 0-star retracted the paralyzed Spitfire dragon with a black face. The Spitfire dragon's condition was equal to having been eliminated, and continuing to stay on the field would be a target for the fast dragons. So it was better to retract the Spitfire dragon rather than letting it get hurt again. Taking out his last Pokeball, 0-star threw it reluctantly. "Come out, Ghost Stone." Ghost type? Lin Xiao looked at Ghost Stone and finally spoke of the fast dragon to retrieve it. Winning this game again he would be able to sweep 0-star out of the game. This was the first time in the records of the league that there was no matching attribute against the Ghost-type Pokemon. It was very difficult to deal with. "Bangela, trouble you once more." Banjira didn't even look at Ghost Stone. Possessing the evil system attribute, it wasn't afraid of Ghost Stone. Instead it turned around and hugged Lin Xiao, intimately using its tongue, head tea on his face, quickly licking Lin Xiao to a head of drool. The warm scene let countless trainers envy, and Lin Xiao's Banjira also set off a Banjira trend in Kanto. Countless trainers have flocked to the Alliance headquarters in the place of Silver Mountain, where there is the largest Banjira community, and by the Kira breeding base. The Alliance is faced with this situation is a headache, and cannot drive away all these trainers. Many trainers have a very strong background. The Alliance had no choice but to set a competition, held once a year. The final top 3 winners can get a free Ukira for training. Compared to Dragon Pokemon, Ukira was a bit more numerous, otherwise the league wouldn't have been able to organize such a tournament. Ghost Stone just came out and went into invisibility, and while it was impossible to find its location, forcing it out was simple. Banjira, Sandstorm. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said to Banjira, normal attacks were ineffective against ghost-type Pokemon, and the same was true for Sandstorm, but all Lin Xiao needed was for young Sandstorm to force Ghost Stone out. Ghost Stone's form is quickly revealed after the arena is enveloped in a sandstorm. Lin Xiao looked at Ghost Stone and said to Zero Star, how about it? Still want to continue? Like the superpower line, the ghost Pokemon have a single jutsu, mostly ghost and a few superpower lines, but these jutsu are useless against Banjira with his evil attribute, and Ghost Stone, who can't be invisible under a sandstorm, will be greeted by Banjira's onslaught of attacks. Zero Star's face grimaced and bit his lower/lip, clenched his fists, very reluctant. Even the lower lip accompanied by biting through the outflow of the slightest bit of blood did not notice. Even if he was unwilling to do so, Lin Xiao's 6 Pokemon were all still able to continue fighting, and he only had Ghost Stone, who was grammed, and Fire-Breathing Dragon, who was paralyzed. After a long time, Zero Star loosened his clenched fists, his face shedding 2 lines of unwilling tears as he retrieved Ghost Stone to give up the match. After further inquiries, the referee raised a small flag and announced, the Zero Star player has forfeited the match, so the winner is player Lin Xiao of Jinxing Town. Immediately after the referee announced the results, the commentator ghostly roared, this year's Quartz Grand has finally come to an end, and the winner of the championship is our pavilion master, contestant Lin Xiao. He made the 9-year shame hat hanging over our heads take off. Everyone cheer. Seems to be too excited. The commentator color face red, eyes slightly flooded with tears. No one can understand his pain. 9 consecutive years of commentary, but the protagonist is the other regions. The heart is obviously difficult to die but still have to show a smile to say words of congratulations. This is also the sadness of the commentator. Right. The audience was silent for a few seconds before roaring cheers erupted, shouting Lin Xiao's name. In the audience, Sunday and the others shed tears of joy, and even Koji and Shigeru put aside their unhappiness and embraced each other in happy celebration. After the organizer of the conference, a lewd little old man in Lin Xiao's eyes, after handing him the trophy, gibbered a bunch of sentimental words before taking a picture with Lin Xiao and his 6 Pokemon. The 6 Pokemon being Banjira, Inferno Emperor, Crypto, Giant Crypto, Gotha Duck, and Forest Lizard. The pictures of the 6 Pokemon and Lin Xiao would be included in the history books. Not only that, but the league will make models of the 6 Pokemon and put them in the winner's hall for people to visit. After finishing all this, Lin Xiao ruthlessly breathed a sigh of relief. The messy and tedious rules were really torturous. Afterwards, Lin Xiao holding the trophy back to the hotel and Sunday and other people to meet. Of course, inevitably celebrated by the crowd to take turns to pour wine. Chapter 94, New Home and Dojo Relocation. The conference ended, and the quartz plateau became cold as the crowd left, and Lin Xiao and his group returned to Rainbow City. In the Dragon Dojo. Originally, Dr. Oki wanted Lin Xiao to hold a celebration banquet in Jinxing Town, but the dojo was robbed. Lin Xiao had no intention of holding a celebration banquet, so he had to put off the idea from Dr. Oki and return to Rainbow City with Nats and Sunday. Xiao Ming is busy with his Kaoru to enhance the relationship, so have to wait for a period of time to come back. The flower accompanied Xiaoji back to Jinxing Town. A year without a few days together, the flower cannot let go of Xiaoji. Returning to the dojo, Lin Xiao checked and it was really as Jun Sha said. Except for the 4 statues, nothing was lost. It was considered a great fortune in misfortune. What made Lin Xiao's balls hurt was that after a few days of investigation, Jun Sha and the many police officers actually couldn't find out the slightest trace. Sure enough, as long as it's a police officer, it's the same no matter which world it's from. Lin Xiao was thinking about when he would carve 4 more statues, but Kanazi suddenly spoke out. Lin Xiao, hasn't your new home been built already? Could it be that you plan to, in the future, keep running both ways? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. Yes, what would happen to the dojo when he moved to his new home? Lin Xiao, why don't you just relocate the dojo to Jinxing Town? It's really quite troublesome in Rainbow City. Sunday uttered her suggestion. Relocate? Lin Xiao pestled his chin in thought and didn't reply. Sunday rolled her eyes adorably and said, if you don't make up your mind now, what will you do when a trainer starts coming to your door to challenge you after a while long? Keep the Pokemon until you manage them, or keep your new home unoccupied? Sunday has a good point. Sunday's suggestion was echoed by Nasi, who said softly, and Rainbow City is too noisy, so it would be good to relocate the dojo to Tranquility Zenith. Sunday and Natsi did have a point. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said, how about this? I'll call Grandpa and discuss it. After all, the relocation of the dojang isn't a small matter. It needs to be reported to the Alliance, so you guys go and rest first. After a few hours of doing the airplane, Nasi also felt a wave of drowsiness come over her, and then dragged Sunday to her room to rest. Just after dialing Dr. Oki's phone, Dr. Oki's puzzled voice came out. Lin Xiao, didn't you just separate? What's the matter? I'm still busy taking care of the Pokemon. Leaving for a few days, a bunch of little guys didn't toss and turn. Lin Xiao tells Dr. Oki about the relocation of the dojo and then waits for Dr. Oki's reply. After a long time, Dr. Oki, who had been contemplating for a moment, spoke up. Migrating here is not bad. Since you have an idea, then start preparing. I will greet the alliance in advance. If there is anything you need, Grandpa, just bring it up. There is no need to hide it. I know, Grandpa. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, I'll start preparing then. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao called the construction team. A new dojo would need to be built for the relocation, and the Pokemon Center and the police station next to the dojo would need to be relocated together. Preparations had to be made. According to the construction team, it would take about a month for the Pokemon Center, dojo, and police station to be built together before it was finished. But you can build a temporary house first and then generally go in when it's built. But first, we have to move the various equipment, Pokemon food, and energy cubes from the dojo. But these can be left to the movers just fine. After putting the goods, point loading, and confirming the quantity, the movers started to move them, while Lin Xiao brought the two girls to their new home in Jinqing Town. When she arrived at her destination, Sunday had a small mouth that could barely close, pulling Lin Xiao in surprise and asking, How did you find such a nice place? It's so beautiful. Although Nats didn't say anything, the smile on her face showed that she was in a good mood at the moment. It's something I found when I used to investigate the pixies with my grandfather. And then I bought the surrounding area when I had the money to build the manor. Lin Xiao took a few hard breaths of fresh air and said, That means the range of snowy mountains and valleys behind it all? Sunday asked, pointing to the snowy mountains. Lin Xiao wrapped his arm around Naji and smiled. Yes, even the surrounding area is full of them. And there are signs on the nearby hills to prevent unknown people from intruding. And there's also a fence built. Yay! Awesome! Sunday cheered, running happily into the valley with her arms open like a happy butterfly. Lin Xiao's new home was built near the small lake in the valley, but instead of choosing an antique building, it was repaired according to modern standards. The wall on the nearby mountain was just to prevent people from breaking in. There was still a wall built around the valley. Lin Xiao didn't want all of the nearby pixies to run into the home of the enter to sneak around. Otherwise, those artificial gardens, lawns, trees and fruits would suffer. One of the villas faces the entrance to the valley, which is the east, while the other training rooms and lounges are near the south. The small lake is to the west, and the snow-covered mountains leaning to the north. Although leaning against the snow-covered mountains, the climate of the valley is very good, and you don't feel the cold at all. Although it was a new house, there wasn't a single odor, and at Lin Xiao's invitation, Dr. Oki drove over with Shigeru, Shi, Kasumi, Kong, and Hanako. Looking at the huge valley, Xiaoji asked dumbfounded, Is this Lin Xiao's new home? So luxurious. If only I could have an estate like this too. Ouch. Shigeru, who couldn't look away, interrupted him with a direct punch. Do you know how much it costs to build an estate like this? And do you think you can just find such a nice place? What a daydream. People are just having a vision. She rubbed the spot where Shigeru had hit him and said angrily, And why did you hit me? Stinky Shigeru. Seeing that the two are about to quarrel again, the good old man Xiaojiang had to once again be a peacemaker, inserted between the two to persuade. Looking at the noisy two, Lin Xiao lost his smile and led the crowd into the manor to look around, and after taking the crowd for a sneak peek, they walked into the villa. Lin Xiao's villa was large enough to house dozens of people without a problem, which made Hua Zi, who was once an overseer, spit in his face, because he had already asked someone to clean up before he came, and all kinds of furniture and supplies had been prepared long ago. There was no need for Lin Xiao to worry. At Lin Xiao's invitation, all of them stayed at the villa, and Shigeru and Xiaoji seemed to like the place and pestered Lin Xiao wanting to stay, so that they could ask Lin Xiao for advice on how to train Pokemon. The two were eventually taken away by Dr. Oki and Hanako by the ears, and so life began to calm down for Lin Xiao, with everything in the dojo having been sent to be set up in storage, and the construction team catching up on building the dojo, the Pokemon Center, and the police station. Chapter 1, Traveling to Daikon Island. Pushing open the door of the institute, Lin Xiao opened his mouth and shouted, Grandpa, I'm coming over. What is it that you are looking for me? Lin Xiao, who was originally at home with Natsi, received a call from Dr. Oki and hurried over. Oh, coming? Dr. Oki, who was feeding a small fire dragon, looked up at Lin Xiao and said, Wait for me for a few minutes while I feed this little guy. After saying that, Dr. Oki continued to feed the little fire dragon, softly comforting it. Didn't the new batch of trainers leave the day before yesterday? How come there are still little fire dragons at the institute? Lin Xiao asked suspiciously. Grandpa, didn't the new trainers just depart? Has the next batch of initial Pokemon already been dispatched? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the little fire dragon's expression shriveled up, pulling his shoulders down on the floor and ignoring the food that Dr. Oki had given him. The look on little flame dragon's face caused Dr. Oki to sigh softly and laugh bitterly. Of the 3 new trainers who left the day before yesterday, one of them had an initial Pokemon of Yukara that the clan had gotten from the league, so little flame dragon was left without a candidate to fall off the list. Stroking the little fire dragon's back, Dr. Oki continued, probably because of being left out. The little fire dragon's mood is very low, and he hasn't eaten anything for 2 days, and he's been sullen and bored. Lin Xiao slightly shook his head inside. This was also the fate of little flame dragon. The least popular of the 3 initial Pokemon was little flame dragon, mainly because of the order of demoning in the dojos. From Zenith Town, the first challenge was basically Kong's Rock Dojo, followed by Hualan Dojo, and little flame dragon's attributes were unfavorable, and the Pokemon that has been abandoned by trainers the most is still a small fire dragon. I don't know what the other trainers think. Lin Xiao self feel that the 3 initial Pokemon in the late stage of the most powerful is the fire-breathing dragon, compared to the single of the water arrow turtle and the clunky of the mythical frog blossom. The fire-breathing dragon, whether it's the appearance or the strength of a very good. Looking at Lin Xiao, who shook his head inside, Dr. Oki's eyes rolled, a subtle look flashed in his eyes, and he said, why don't you just take the little fire dragon with you to train it? Haven't you always loved fire-breathing dragons? Oh, hearing Dr. Oki's words, the little fire dragon immediately raised its head, an expectant look in its large eyes. Lin Xiao froze slightly and said in shock, won't the defeated Pokemon be saved for the next time a new trainer sets out to use them again? Who knows? Dr. Oki spread his palms helplessly and said, but the next time the newcomer departs is in 3 months, and this little guy's temper. Hey! It has been proving itself by engaging in battles with the Institute's Pokemon from time to time over the past 2 days because it fell out of the competition. Do you want me to let 3 months go by taking fire dinosaurs to the newcomer trainers? Lin Xiao was speechless. With the characteristics of the fire dinosaurs, we'll definitely look at the new trainers, and then become the next Xiao Ji, then little fire dragon. Please teach me more in the future. Lin Xiao squatted down and stretched out his hand as he looked at the little fire dragon and said, oh, the little fire dragon was so happy that it jumped up from the ground and pounced into Lin Xiao's arms, rubbing hard. Lin Xiao, who was accustomed to stroking and petting miniature dragons and small earth dragons, deeply and gently stroked the back of the small fire dragon Del, and then gradually moved downward. 2 seconds later, a pig-killing scream came from the institute. Lin Xiao lifted his gauze-wrapped hand and looked at the guilty little fire dragon and comforted. Little fire dragon, this is my own mistake. I don't blame you, you don't have to be sad. Dr. Oki, who was on the side, put away his medical kit, rolled his eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, I'm really convinced. You dare to touch the tail of the little fire dragon. Don't you know that the temperature of the flames on it is very high? After a pause, Dr. Oki said, by the way, this time I asked you to come over. I want to ask you to help me go to the Orange Islands to get Dr. Naki to get the Mystic Pixie Orb back, even though I had already asked Chi to do so yesterday. But Chi's big personality made me uneasy, so I asked you to make a run. Alright then, I'll make a trip to the Orange Islands, Lin Xiao said with a nod. Well, then you should hurry up and get going. I'll call Dr. Naki later. After saying that, Dr. Oki walked into the observation room with the medical kit and left Lin Xiao cold in the hall. Looks like Dr. Oki is still the same. Lin Xiao sighed, put away the little fire dragon, walked out of the research room, released Yen Di, jumped on its back and said, Yen Di, let's go home. Returning to the manor, Sunday, Natsi, and Hanako saw Lin Xiao's right hand wrapped in gauze and instantly inquired worriedly. When Lin Xiao told the story, the 3 women all gave him a blank look in unison. The tail of the little fire dragon was something that could be touched casually? Knowing that Lin Xiao was heading to the Orange Islands, and with his character he would definitely return after challenging the Orange Alliance, Hanako hurriedly went into her room to help him pack, while Sunday quietly slipped back into her room and closed the door. Natsi let out a slight sigh, stroking the already bulging belly, and softly said, be sure to call back anytime you know. The baby and I will be waiting for you at home. And don't be reckless when it comes to difficult things, handle them carefully. Don't worry, I'll call back every day. Lin Xiao wrapped Nats into his arms and whispered, take care of your health at home. Oh, and just let Hanako and Ming do whatever you need to do. I'll leave Banjira, Inferno, and the Quick Dragons at home, so I can protect you and train some new Pokemon to exercise myself in the meantime. Relying on Lin Xiao's arms, Naji smelled the familiar scent of his body and nodded with her eyes closed, muttering, I'll be careful, but are you going to leave them all behind? Aha! Lin Xiao nodded cautiously. The Pokemon's nuanced matchmaking experience had always been Lin Xiao's shortcoming, which was why he had hit on the idea of starting from scratch. Naji opened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiao seriously, saying, there's nothing wrong with wanting to accumulate experience in sparring, but I'm not comfortable with you being out there alone, so at least bring one to keep for defense. Obey, Your Honor. Lin Xiao smiled and placed a gentle kiss on Natsy's thin lips, pulling Natsy to the flower garden. After releasing Yen Di, Lin Xiao clapped his hands and said, I want to travel to the Orange Islands, but I can't talk about you guys teasing around. I can only bring one, so let's discuss who will accompany me on the trip. By the way, this is everyone's new buddy, Little Fire Dragon, so get acquainted. Nats pushed Lin Xiao aside for a smoke and talked to the Pokemon herself about something. By the time Lin Xiao came over, the Pokemon had already deliberated and the giant Snapdragon stepped out as the partner that would accompany Lin Xiao to the Orange Islands this time, bringing along the giant Snapdragon and the small Fire Dragon. Lin Xiao picked up the duffel bag that Hanako had prepared and waved goodbye to the two. And just then, Big Nini suddenly ran out from the flower garden and wrapped itself around Lin Xiao's neck, refusing to come down. It was only after the two women snickered and helplessly agreed to take it with them that Big Nini quieted down, but still refused to come down from Lin Xiao's neck. As for Sunday, the little girl had already packed her bags and was waiting for Lin Xiao at the gate. Traveling with Lin Xiao was something she had been looking forward to for a long time. The two then boarded a flying boat to the Orange Islands. Daikan Island, without traveling over Sunday, was excited and screamed with joy on the flying boat. Chapter 2, Arrival at Daikan Island. The speed of the flying ship was very fast, and it had arrived at Daikan Island in the evening, and after asking the passers-by for the direction of the institute, Lin Xiao and Sunday walked towards the institute. Came to the research institute. Lin Xiao rang the doorbell. Let not as the person who opened the door is actually Xiao Ji. Didn't you leave yesterday, and you're still on Daikan Island? Lin Xiao asked. Hey, Koji scratched his head in embarrassment and said, it took us a bit of a detour to get here because the flying ship we were traveling on crashed, and we've only just arrived. Lin Xiao was speechless. A flying shipwreck? Sense that wherever Chi goes, a ticket thing is going to happen, and it's not a good one. Who's Chi? Kong asked out loud when he didn't see Chi come back for a long time. Letting Lin Xiao and the two of them in, Xiao Ji closed the door and answered, it's Lin Xiao and Sunday who are here. Walking into the research institute, Lin Xiao smiled and said, hello, Dr. Achamaki, Grandpa asked me to bring back that mysterious baby ball. Oh, it's Lin Xiao. Dr. Naki raised his head and said fraudulently, Dr. Oki has already called me. Let me introduce you. Dr. Naki pointed to the gold and white genie ball on the workbench and said, and this one is the mysterious genie ball I undoubtedly got, and because of the words on it I named it the GS ball. But why not teleport? Wouldn't that save a lot of work? Koji asked, looking at the GS ball in confusion. Carrying Bakobi off the table, Dr. Naki said bitterly, we tried, but this genie ball can't teleport. After saying this, he also had the triplet sisters demonstrate it for a few people, and just as Dr. Naki had said, the GS begged to remain on the teleporter after the teleportation light disappeared, and we've used countless methods to try to open it up, but no amount of hammering, chainsawing, or even oxygen cutting could get it open, which is why I gave it to Dr. Oki to study and see if we could penetrate the secrets inside. Receiving the elf ball from Dr. Naki, Lin Xiao called Dr. Oki, who thought that it would evolve into an endless discussion between the two doctors, which was fortunately interrupted by Xiao Ji, the nerdy goose. After getting the GS ball, Lin Xiao planned to leave first and find a hotel to stay, but Dr. Ninu knew about it and warmly invited several people to stay for one night and leave tomorrow. But when they arrived at the residence of Dr. Naki and the Three Glasses girls, the crowd was petrified. In one word, dirty and messy. Dirty clothes all over the floor, even underwear was thrown everywhere. Lin Xiao could even see a purple bra and cup hanging from the chandelier, and the piles of dirty bowls that had started to mold and the piles of garbage almost brought tears to the crowd's eyes. Is this a place where people live? Even the alleys where stray dogs sleep are cleaner than this place. Missy Sunday was the first to be unable to stand it, pinching her cute little nose together and frowning. This is too messy, isn't it? It can't be helped things. We just need to be casual about other things besides daring to be interested in research. Such a messy place made even Dr. Achamaki a little embarrassed, her face slightly red. Looking at Dr. Naki, who was blushing slightly, Kong was instantly aroused and passionate, and without a care in the world, he patted his chest and said, just leave these things to Cozy Eye. It's been a long time since Cozy Eye has had a chance to perform. Taking out the trash, washing clothes, and cooking are what I'm best at. You guys aren't allowed to steal from me. After saying that, he brought up a girth that he had pulled out of nowhere and began to move, and several people stared in awe at Kong, who was humming a little song as he cleaned up. The corners of Lin Zhao's mouth twitched viciously, feeling that there were really people who made cleaning up their housework a work of pleasure. I have to say that although Kong looks a bit poked, he is quite good at housework, and the messy room is quickly cleaned up and a table of food is made. This is the dinner I prepared. Please taste it. Xiao Gang was like a qualified housewife. introducing it to the crowd, and then said to Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, you can feel free to eat it boldly. None of this food is made from fish or seafood." It seemed that Xiao Gang remembered that Lin Xiao couldn't dip into anything with a heavy fishy flavor. "Oh, it's so good, Dr. Naki couldn't help but exclaim after a long bite. She smiled. Kong is not only a good cook, but he's also very good at taking care of Pokemon. Oh, and he's traveling with the goal of becoming a master Pokemon breeder. Dr. Uchimaki laughed. "Then you should do your best, Kong. We can discuss the aspects of Pokemon breeding." Hee hee, I'm not even close. Receiving Dr. Naki's praise did Xiao Gang's black face redden, squirming and glancing at Lin Xiao. He said, "Speaking of which, Lin Xiao is better than me whether it's cooking or making Pokemon food. I've always wanted to learn how to make energy cubes from him." But, saying this, Xiao Gang was a bit embarrassed and didn't continue, but he's too embarrassed to say it. Kasumi, who was on the side, immediately interjected, "That's right, so many times I've wanted to say it but Kong wouldn't let me." Koji immediately helped. With his old self shaken out, Kong was instantly embarrassed. Lin Xiao first froze, then lost his smile. "I thought it was something big, but since Xiao Jiang Touch wants to learn it, you can come and ask me. Later I'll give you the notes I've compiled. There are a lot of care for Pokemon requirements, making food and the method of making energy cubes as well." "Really?" Xiao Gang didn't expect happiness to come so quickly, and asked with wide eyes in disbelief. "Of course it's true. Eat quickly so you can study later." Finally Xiaoxia, who couldn't look away, pulled Xiao Jiang to her side and sat down to eat, but Xiao Jiang was so happy that he forgot his mind and kept giggling with his chopsticks. Dr. Uchimaki took his chopsticks and started to look at Lin Xiao a lot, until he looked at Lin Xiao in his heart. Then he said, "I can't believe that you're so powerful. Lin Xiao, not only are you a trainer but also take care of the work of a breeder. I can't see that you're still an all-around talent." Lin Xiao said with slight embarrassment, "That's just a few days of learning after Grandpa when he was taking care of the elves. It can't be on the stage." On the sidelines, Kong was on the verge of breaking down. "A few days of learning? You can't get on the stage? What's wrong with me then? Is that so discouraging?" After eating, Lin Xiao handed his notes to Xiao Gang, making Xiao Gang so happy as if he had gotten some rare treasure that he hugged it in his arms and wouldn't let go, giggling non-stop, ignoring the dumbfounded Kong. Several people joined Dr. Naki in viewing the Pokemon of the southern islands, perhaps due to their geographical location. The Pokemon here had very different body colors and patterns than those in the interior. Some of the gremlins are one size larger than the inland ones, like the bully flower and the stinky flower. After some observation with Dr. Naki, Lin Xiao and Sunday chose to go back to their rooms to rest. As for Xiaoji, Kasumi, and Kong, they wanted to observe more Pokemon that were unique to the south, so they continued to circle around Dr. Naki. Then after taking a shower, Lin Xiao walked into his room and closed the door to sleep. Bang bang bang! Just as Lin Xiao was sleeping in a daze, the sound of his room door suddenly woke him up. Just after opening the door, the oldest of the glasses girls anxiously said, "Lin Xiao, you hurry up and come over. Dr. Ninu was hit by the Overlord Flower's paralyzing powder in the backyard and has already passed out." "What?" Lin Xiao was instantly shocked and hurriedly said, "You call the Pokemon Center right away. I'm going to check on Dr. Naki." With that, Lin Xiao rushed into the bathroom and dampened a few wet towels. Twisting around, he rushed to the backyard. "Dr. Naki, wake up!" In the backyard, Kong was anxiously shaking Dr. Naki's body, anxiously shouting, "Let me see." Lin Xiao ran to Dr. Uchimaki's side and checked it out, then used a wet towel to wipe the paralyzing powder off Dr. Uchimaki's face. Dr. Naki was then picked up and shouted, "We must take this to the Pokemon Center immediately. People don't have the resistance of Pokemon, and inhaling the paralyzing powder can cause a weakened respiratory system, which is dangerous." Then, regardless of a few people, he ran towards the Pokemon Center with Dr. Naki in his arms, which thankfully wasn't too far from the Pokemon Center, just a few minutes away. Glasses girl Lao San had called earlier, so Joey and the Pokemon Center's medical staff were ready, and Lin Xiao began rescuing Dr. Naki immediately upon his arrival while holding him in his arms. Watching Dr. Naki enter the emergency room, Lin Xiao was relieved and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. After Xiao Gang and the others arrived to tell the story, Lin Xiao was speechless. Even if he observed the Overlord Flower in the middle of the night, seeing Lotta hit by the paralyzing powder, he even rushed up. With a pixie's constitution, it wouldn't take long to come back to life, but not a human. That would kill them. She, Kasumi, and Sunday, who ended up arriving at the hospital in a daze still in their pajamas, were still unaware of what was going on and stood wide-eyed in the hospital. Chapter 3, The Severely Injured Ride of the Dragon. It was the latter part of the night by the time Dr. Naki was healed, and the group returned to the institute without any sleep. "I have you all to thank for today. or the consequences would have been severe. Dr. Naki's face paled as he thanked the crowd. Kong shook his head vigorously in excitement and said, Dr. Uchimaki, this is what I should do. There is no need to say thank you. Looking at Xiao Gang, who had already fallen into Dr. Ninu's tenderness, Lin Xiao helplessly blanked him and said to Dr. Ninu, Doctor, next time, it's better to be careful when doing investigations. Never risk your life. Yeah, Doc mustn't do that next time. Koji, Kasumi, and the others said. Feeling the concern of the crowd, a warmth flowed through Dr. Naki's heart and smiled. Don't worry guys, I'll be careful next time. After chatting with Dr. Naki for a while, the sky and sun had slowly climbed out of the sea horizon and revealed its face, making goodbyes with the crowd. Lin Xiao, with two black eyes, traveled with Sunday to Shogun Island to prepare for the first dojo challenge. There was another dilemma when setting out. Lin Xiao didn't have any water-type Pokemon that he could ride on, and the nearby boats were on a point-by-point basis, and the earliest general boat would have to be lined up until tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao had no choice but to join Sunday in its little turtle and head to Shogun Island. The back of the arrow turtle wasn't big, and it was slightly crowded when two people sat on it, so in order not to fall off, Lin Xiao had to hold Sunday in his arms, and the two of them sat side by side. Sunday, who had already had intimate contact for a long time, had no objections to Lin Xiao holding herself, and slightly leaned into Lin Xiao's arms to enjoy the light Buddha of the sea breeze. The good thing was that the squirrel turtle was fast, but smooth and not bumpy at all. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from Sunday's body, Lin Xiao's upper and lower eyelids gradually beat up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao rested his head on Sunday's shoulder and muttered, I'll squint for a while, wait until we get to Shogun Island and then call me. Looking at the tired Lin Xiao, Sunday kissed him on the cheek painfully and said, Go to sleep, I'll wake you up later. Squeezing out a word from his nose, Lin Xiao hugged Sunday and leaned on her fragrant shoulder to start sleeping. In order to let Lin Xiao sleep a little more peacefully, Sunday also purposely asked the water arrow turtle to slow down its speed and try to keep it as smooth as possible. I don't know how long it took, but Sunday rubbed her numb shoulders and pushed Lin Xiao as hard as she could. Uncle, hurry up and wake up. Didn't you want to take in water Pokemon that could ride? We met yay. Lin Xiao, who was shaken awake by Sunday, slowly opened his eyes. A rideable water Pokemon? Yawning, Lin Xiao looked at the Pokemon in front of him and almost said, surprisingly, it's a multiplying dragon swarm. It is important to realize that due to human capture, the number of multiplying dragons is now scarce, and there are not many trainers who own multiplying dragons. Not to mention the chance of encountering wild multiplying dragons on the sea, which is as slim as winning the $5 million lottery. It was really a pillow just as he dozed off. Lin Xiao immediately lost his sleepiness, hugged Sunday tightly and said to Water Arrow Turtle, lean over. Cammy, the Water Arrow Turtle cheered happily and broke through the waves, swimming quickly towards the ride of the Dragon Clan. Oh, the proximity of the Arrow Turtle caused the ride-on dragons to panic, and a few of the older-looking ones called out a few times in a hurry. Hearing the old ride dragons shout, the ride dragons slowly calmed down and gathered together, locking eyes with the Water Arrow Turtle. After approaching the group of multiplying dragons, Lin Xiao made the Water Arrow Turtle stop, stood up and waved his hand and shouted, Hello multiplying dragons, I'm a trainer from Jinshin Town traveling to the Orange Islands. I even want to take in a multiplying dragon and have no other intentions, so you don't need to be nervous. Crew dragons are very intelligent, and studies have shown that they can pay good heed to human language, unlike some Pokemon who need to spend a lot of time together before it understands what you're trying to say. However, the human sizing up of the capture resulted in the multiplying dragons being mildly hostile to all humans. Facing the hostile gazes of the multiplying dragons, Lin Xiao accepted it openly and smiled as he waited for the multiplying dragons to answer. After a long time, sensing that Lin Xiao had no hostile intent, a few old multiplying dragons whispered softly to their clansmen and began to talk. Sunday was a little worried as she pulled Lin Xiao's corner and asked softly, Uncle, the multiplying dragons won't suddenly attack us, right? I feel like they're looking at us with unfriendly eyes. Lin Xiao smiled and rubbed Sunday's head, provoking Sunday's anger. In fact, the multiplying dragons in kind, and like the fast dragons often save people in distress in the water. It's just that some people don't know what's good for them and capture them in large quantities, and that's how it turned out. Good grief for the multiplying dragons. The kind-hearted Sunday began to sympathize with the multiplying dragons. After deliberating for a while, one of the multiplying dragons in the group slowly swam out of the group and chirped two clear chirps towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt that something was wrong with this fast dragon. It was slow, weak and didn't look like it wanted to fight against it, so he took out his elf ball and released Meow Meow. Ever since the last time Meow Meow secretly ate fish and climbed on Lin Xiao with a fishy odor, Lin Xiao had used the elf ball to lock it up as punishment. For a Pokemon like Meowth, who was used to being outside, Getting into a pokeball was as hard as having one's back locked in a small dark room. Sure enough, the meow that just got out of the elf ball immediately hugged Lin Xiao's leg and begged loudly, "I won't dare to eat fish next time, meow. Please don't put me in the elf ball again." Lin Xiao glared fiercely at Meow Meow. "Next time you dare to eat fish, you'll be locked up for life. Go translate for me. What is this multiplying dragon saying?" Startled by Lin Xiao's eyes, Meow Meow hurriedly began to talk to the multiplying dragon. After a long time, Meow Meow twisted its head to look at Lin Xiao and said, "It says that its clan is small in number, so it can't agree to your request. However, this multiplying dragon said that it was injured because of the storm and couldn't keep up with its clan, so if you can heal it, it will follow you on your journey." So that's how it was. Lin Xiao began to mask this injured multiplying dragon. The body size, the skin color, all good, maybe a little weak because of the injury. Lin Xiao then said to Meow Meow, "Meow Meow, tell it that I can help it heal, but I need to use the elf ball to collect it and take it away. This is still far away from Zagan Island, and I'm afraid I won't be able to support it there with its body." "I know, Meow." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Meow began to communicate with the multiplying dragons. Meow then turned around and said, "He says he can promise you that, but his left rear fin is broken and won't last long." The left rear fin was equivalent to a human's left leg, being broken and still swimming so far with the pack. If it hadn't come across itself, this multiplying dragon's fate would only have been to become nature's sustenance. Letting the water arrow turtle come closer, Lin Xiao began to watch the multiplying dragon's injuries. Sure enough, the multiplying dragon's left rear fin dangled limply in the water, while the center joint was swollen, with purplish bruises encased under the skin, and the top layer of skin beginning to redden. The multiplying dragon's injury made Lin Xiao startled. Without good treatment, I'm afraid that this multiplying dragon will be ruined. So he said urgently, "Multiplying dragon, your injuries are serious. I need to take you to the treatment quickly. I will first put you into the elf ball. Don't resist." "Woo!" The multiplying dragon weakly whimpered softly, signaling that he understood. Taking out an empty elf ball, he threw it at the multiplying dragon. After the elf ball touched the multiplying dragon, it emitted a burst of red light to retrieve the multiplying dragon. The multiplying dragon didn't struggle, so the elf ball didn't resist at all, and it returned to Lin Xiao's hand. Putting away the elf ball, Lin Xiao released the giant fast dragon. Holding Sunday and Meow Meow, he sat on the wide back of the giant fast dragon, and when Sunday retrieved the water arrow turtle, Lin Xiao pointed in the direction of Shagan Island and shouted, "Fast dragon, fly in this direction." At this moment Lin Xiao was glad that he listened to Nazi's words and brought the huge fast dragon with him. Otherwise today's matter would be difficult. Although the water arrow turtle's speed is very fast, but want to swim to the Xiagan Island still need a long time, and the multiplying dragon's injury and can't support for a long time. Ow! The huge fast dragon, with a high and noble cry, flew quickly in the direction Lin Xiao had pointed out. The multiplying dragons all froze as they watched Lin Xiao go away, their eyes filled with tears as they whispered their blessings for their companions. What took the arrow turtle 4 hours to travel? It took the giant fast dragon only 10 minutes to reach Shagan Island. When he reached the ground, Lin Xiao put away the giant snapdragon and ran towards the Pokemon Center, with Sunday and Meowth quickly following him. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao handed the Pokeball to Joy and said urgently, "Miss Joy, please help this crew dragon heal immediately. Its left rear fin is broken and it's seriously injured." Joey's face, which had been smiling, turned serious. "Jilly Egg, I need to perform surgery on this multiplying dragon, so go prepare the relevant supplies." Jilly Egg immediately took small steps and was ready to go. Watching Joey close the door of the emergency room, Lin Xiao was slightly relieved. It was up to Joey whether it would be a success or not. Even if this multiplying dragon's legs were ruined, Lin Xiao would teleport it back and let it retire in his manner without having to worry about the rest of his life. Lin Xiao calmly sat outside the emergency room and waited, but the little girl Sunday couldn't. Worrying about the safety of the multiplying dragon, she kept circling around the door of the emergency room. Looking at Sunday who was walking around, Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. "Missy, can you stop for a while? Even if you keep spinning, it won't help. Multiplying dragon's injury can only be seen by Joey. I'm worried," Sunday muttered in dissatisfaction, but instead of spinning around, she made it to Lin Xiao's side and wrapped her arms around him as they waited together. It was a full 3 hours before Joey walked out of the emergency room. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the frail Joey revealed a small smile and said, "Fortunately, the injuries of the multiplying dragon are under control. I've already connected its broken bones. The next thing that is needed is just to recuperate for a period of time and then it will be able to recover." "Thank you, Ms. Joy." Lin Xiao excitedly thanked Joy. Joey waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's my job, but the multiplying dragon is still in a deep sleep, and it will take tomorrow to visit it." When the multiplying dragon was fine, Lin Xiao breathed a fierce sigh of relief and took Sunday with him to say goodbye to Joey and leave the Pokemon Center. Since both of them were already past the age of 15, they had to find a place to live outside by themselves. Find still in to stay. The mood of happy Lin Xiao took Sunday and Meow to eat a big meal. A whole day did not eat. The two have long been hungry chest to back. Even Meow Lin Xiao also treated a bit, but there is no fish and seafood, so that Meow slightly regret. Chapter 4, The Arrival of Koji. In the early morning of the second day, when Lin Xiao and Sunday arrived at the Pokemon Center, the multiplying dragon had already woken up, but it was still tied up and secured to the hospital Chuan for fear that it would move around and involve its wounds. Seeing Lin Xiao, the multiplying dragon was very happy and kept tea on his palm and rubbed his head against him. The strange sensation of itching in his palm made Lin Xiao laugh out loud. Hee, it's so itchy. Touching the smooth and cold head of the multiplying dragon. Lin Xiao said, multiplying dragon, be good and recuperate your injuries. Oh, when your injuries recuperate we'll set off on a trip, okay? Oh, the multiplying dragon chirped cheerfully and clearly, signaling that he would definitely recuperate from his injuries quietly and accompany Lin Xiao on his journey. After accompanying the multiplying dragon for a while, Lin Xiao took Miko and Meow and left the Pokemon Center. The multiplying dragon's injury, it would take about a few more days to recover, and while this period of time was still available, he could still train Damei and the newly added little fire dragon. Sunday, like Miko, didn't have much interest in training Pokemon, and in their words, were not competing in tournaments. So why train hard all the time? A very strong reason that Lin Xiao couldn't find any words to refute. Sunday, who had no interest in training, carried Meow to go shopping. Meow's sweater gradually brightened up since he followed Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao made him take regular baths every day to do the cleaning, and also customized a small suit for him that he liked. Now Meow is already a big change. Just like a pet, can be held in the arms to skate, completely no longer in Zyajiro 2 together. Embarrassed look. Releasing all three Pokemon, Lin Xiao instructed the giant Fast Dragon. Fast Dragon, you can go out for a walk, but remember to be back before lunch. The Fast Dragon nodded to show that he understood, then spread his wings and flew up into the sky to skulk out over the ocean. Dammy, you should practice your stances now and try to make the stalemate time for releasing a stance as short as possible. Also try to use the Dragon's Wrath. You should be able to master it with a bit of practice at your level. Lin Xiao thought about it and pointed out the direction of training to Dammy. Maze. Dammy, who wanted to be stronger all the time, squinted happily and exchanged softly before wandering off to the side of a rock and using it to work on his jutsu. The little fire dragon had been following him for 2 days, but Lin Xiao still didn't know what stances it knew. So he asked, Little fire dragon, what stances do you know? Cast them. The little fire dragon opened its mouth and spat out a few sparks, then spat out a string of black smoke, followed by making a face at Lin Xiao. Well, the stances you know are spark, smoke and fear face. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said, then little fire dragon, you'll start trying to see if you can unleash jet flames to coalesce and then spit out the flames of the sparks. Okay? Come on, try it. Lin Xiao clapped his hands to encourage the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon's face was serious as it began to gather the sparks together and spew them out as Lin Xiao had said. The first time ended in direct failure, the little fire dragon's flames dispersing just as it spewed out. However, Lin Xiao didn't blame it. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time, and the road should be taken one step at a time. Good job, little fire dragon. Remember what you just felt and then do it again. The little fire dragon seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, and this time the flames, just like the first time, just spewed out and scattered. Looking at the anxious little fire dragon, Lin Xiao smiled faintly, gently stroked its smooth head and comforted. Little fire dragon, don't be in a hurry, take your time, calm yourself down first and let yourself stabilize. Here, follow me, breathe in and out. After the little fire dragon calmed down, Lin Xiao then had it learn to spray flames. Phew, pale yellow flames erupted from the mouth of the small fire dragon, and although the eruption was dispersed and dissipated a meter away, it was still an improvement. Little fire dragon, that's it. Remember the feeling of jetting flames just now. You'll learn to jet flames when you're familiar with it. Lin Xiao good-naturedly praised the little fire dragon. Many times praise was far more useful than blame. Receiving Lin Xiao's praise, the little fire dragon was happy and squinted its smiling eyes as it continued practicing its jet flame stance. On the ocean, Koji and the others were sitting listlessly on the back of the multiplying dragon as they traveled forward. So hungry. Ken, when will we reach Shogun Island? Koji asked, rubbing his empty stomach. The boy, who was called Little Ken by Koji, took out a map and looked at it, and said, well, it'll take about an hour or so to reach Shogun Island. Ah, she stared wide-eyed and disheveled. I can't believe it's going to be this far. I'm already starving. You guys, look, what's that? Jian shouted, pointing to a creature flying over the ocean not far away. Kasumi blinked and said uncertainly, It looks like a fast dragon, yeah. Hanami did not finish the sentence was intended by Xiao Jian. Xiao Ji hurriedly snatched the binoculars in Xiao Jian's hand and looked. It is a fast dragon, right? Just this fast dragon looks so familiar. Oh, seems like I've seen it somewhere. Once again Qi's words were interrupted as Jian grabbed back the binoculars and said excitedly, "This is the first time I've seen a fast dragon, the messenger of the sea. I'll have to observe it and record it," Xiao Jian said as he used a pen to spend a quick portrait of the snapdragon on his notebook. Xiaoxia looked at the fast dragon in the distance and said nervously, "It seems to be flying towards us. It shouldn't be trying to attack us, right?" As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the fast dragon reached the heads of the three. The giant snapdragon that was originally swimming in the ocean saw Qi and Kasumi from afar and flew over to greet them, but it didn't want to startle the trio with its actions. The three were startled by the giant snapdragon. The strong winds it brought up caused them to squint their eyes and not be able to see much, and just when they thought they were going to be attacked, Pikachu suddenly yelled out in delight, "Pika! Pikachu!" Pikachu recognizes the giant snapdragon and happily points at it and pulls Qi's shirt. It's Lin Zhao's fast dragon. When the strong wind passed, Xiaoji opened his eyes to take a look and shouted out in surprise, "Oh!" The giant snapdragon slowed down and flew beside Xiaoji, squinting and purring softly. When Xiaoji and Lin Xiao were together, they didn't play with its Pokemon from time to time, and over time Lin Zhao's Pokemon were familiar with Xiaoji. Although they were familiar and played together from time to time, Xiaoji wanted to command Lin Zhao's Pokemon at all. But on the contrary Lin Xiao could make Xiaoji's Pokemon listen to his words, especially the fire-breathing dragon and the Bijou. Their training was brought up by Lin Xiao, so they listened to Lin Zhao's words very well. Haha. Xiaoji affectionately stroked the giant fast dragon's head happily. "Fast dragon, will you take us to find Lin Xiao?" The giant snapdragon nodded and flew ahead of itself, signaling Qi and the others to follow. Looking at the huge snapdragon leading the way in front of him, Xiao Jian froze with his mouth wide open. "This snapdragon knows you guys?" "Of course I know you," Kasumi said cheerfully. The owner of the fast dragons is called Lin Xiao, and is considered one of Xiaoji's older brothers. This fast dragon is just one of his. Just one of them? Jian felt like his worldview was instantly changed. Pokemon that other people might not even see once in their lives were more than one in someone else's hands. Xiaoji laughed and took over Kasumi's words. "It's not just that then. Lin Xiao has 3 fast dragons, 2 of your mystic dragons, 2 dragon Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, Little Earth Dragon, in addition to Banjira, Inferno Emperor." Gradually Xiao Jian has begun to be numb. People are more angry than people, so it is better not to think about it, otherwise it will hit themselves even more. Led by the giant snapdragon, Xiaoji's trio quickly arrived at Shagan Island and headed towards the place where Lin Xiao was training. Lin Xiao, still a long way off, Qi had yelled at the top of his lungs. Hearing the shout, Lin Xiao and Sunday, who had already returned from shopping, looked up, looking at Xiaoji who came running. Lin Xiao laughed, "I can't believe you've come to Shagan Island as well. I'm here to challenge the Shaken Dojo here in preparation for the Orange League," Koji said happily. "Hello, my name is Ken. I'm a Pokemon watcher. Nice to meet you." Kuken extended his hand and introduced himself, and Xiao Jian I took a hand. Lin Xiao said, "My name is Lin Xiao. It's nice to meet you and, this is Sunday." "Hello." Since it was the first time they had met, Sunday nodded slightly in greeting. Just after greeting Xiao Jian, Xiaoji couldn't wait to ask, "Lin Xiao, have you already challenged Shagan Dojo?" "Not yet." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "The multiplying dragon I just got was injured rather seriously and is still being treated at the Pokemon Center. I'm planning to wait for multiplying dragon's injuries to stabilize before I challenge the dojo." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaoji's eyes lit up as he took out his elf ball and said, "I've also taken in a multiplying dragon O." Looking at the smelly and showy Koji, Kasumi couldn't help but spit out. "That's because that little multiplying dragon was separated from its own pack, and that's why it was taken in by you." "What the heck? What does it matter? As long as I subdue the dragon, that's all I need to do." Looking at the two people who started to quarrel, Lin Xiao lost his smile and advised the fight. Really can't figure out that the two of them who keep quarreling actually keep traveling together. Afterwards, he ate lunch with the 3 Xiaoji. Lin Xiao continued to train Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon while Xiaoji chose to go to the challenge dojo first. After a day of hard work, Little Fire Dragon has successfully mastered the spray flame stance, but Big Mimi's Dragon's Fury has not yet been successfully comprehended. Chapter 5, The Giant Fast Dragon That Takes the Waves. For 3 whole days, Lin Xiao was taking care of the multiplying dragon and training Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon in the meantime, and Xiaoji left Shagan Island after getting the Sakura badge. However, when Lin Xiao inquired about the course of the match, the 3 Xiaoji kept their mouths shut in secrecy. When he left Shagan Island, Xiaoji laughed loudly. Lin Xiao didn't bring his water-type Goddard duck out this time. The multiplying dragon is injured and the mini dragon is too small, so I wonder what Pokemon he'll use to ride the waves when he challenges the dojo. Kasumi also snickered from the side. I really don't know what Xiaoji thought. The dumbass he knew to tease Lin Xiao. Xiao Jian rolled his eyes speechlessly. Don't you guys know that fast dragons are able to learn the wave treading stance? And it can swim faster in the water than many water-type Pokemon. Xiaoji was dumbfounded and froze. That means Lin Xiao can use fast dragon to challenge Xiaogan Dojo? Then isn't the secrecy I've done for nothing? Hey, Xiao Jian sighed breathlessly. I really don't know what is loaded in Xiao Ji's head. From time to time and fast dragon together. Actually even fast dragon will be what stances are not clear. After 3 days of recuperation, multiplying dragon's injuries had basically recovered. But Joey repeatedly instructed Lin Xiao that he must not use multiplying dragon right now because its rear fins were still in a period of stabilization, and exerting too much force would cause the bones to break again. After asking Joey about the location of the dojo, Lin Xiao brought Sunday forward to challenge the dojo, and when he arrived at the Shogun dojo, Lin Xiao knocked on the door and shouted, "Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the dojo." As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, a young boy in his teens walked out of the dojo and said irritably, "Why is someone kicking the door again?" The little boy's words made both Lin Xiao and Sunday frown. This was the first time Lin Xiao had challenged a dojo and encountered this situation. The dojo wasn't open for trainers to come and challenge, was it open for viewing? Ada, how many times have I told you not to speak ill of trainers who come to your door to challenge you? An 9-year-old girl with coiffed hair walked out from the dojo and reprimanded the young boy, then apologized and said to Lin Xiao, "My brother doesn't know any better. I hope you guys don't mind. I am the owner of this dojo. My name is Itsumi, and this is my brother Ada." The others had already apologized. Lin Xiao couldn't possibly keep catching on. "It's fine, kids are like that." Leading the two into the dojo, Itsumi wanted the two to be introduced. The rules for challenges in the Orange Islands are different from the rest of the world, so I hope you're prepared. It's not easy to get the Sakura badge of my Southern Cross of the Western Star. Itsumi wagged her finger at the two. Lin Xiao cupped his chin and wondered. Then, what are the rules of the challenge? This is it. Ada, taking the remote control, flicked the switch, and the floor suddenly unfolded in both directions, revealing a large pool in the center, the sides of which were lined with cans. Itsumi, pointing to the cans, said, "The rules of the tournament are that it will be held in 3 separate matches. The first one will be with water Pokemon, so that they can use their water guns to strong then empty cans to knock them all down." After saying that, Itsumi released her own sea-spiked dragon to give Lin Xiao a demonstration, and the sea-spiked dragon neatly knocked down several empty cans. Does that mean that all the empty cans are shot down with the water pistol within the time limit and cannot be missed? Right, that's it. Itsumi nodded. Lin Xiao threw out the elf ball and said, "Then it's you, Mini Dragon." Misty the mini dragon just came out and looked at Lin Xiao with high fighting spirit and called out softly, "Very rare Pokemon, good fighting spirit, looks like you bred it well." Itsumi smiled and snapped her fingers, saying, "Ada, get ready." Taking her sister's cue, Ada hastily pressed the remote, and a platform rose up from the edge of the pool, a row of canisters on top of it, and a wooden board grating in the center of the platform, apparently half for each of the 2 Pokemon involved in the battle. Then, the match is officially on. Itsumi pointed at the cans and shouted, "See Spinosaurus, use the water gun to shoot them all down." Lin Xiao didn't dare to lag behind and shouted, "Mini Dragon, use the water gun and shoot down all the cans." Put, poof, put. The cans were knocked down one by one as water guns erupted from the mouths of the miniature dragons and sea spiny dragons, the 2 Pokemon knocking down all the cans at almost the same time. Nice strength. Itsumi crossed her arms and laughed. Lin Xiao stroked the mini dragon's head and said, "The control of the stances. These are all in the foundation of the mini dragon's training, so it's normal for the mini dragon to be able to do the doo-doo." Pulling a few strands of hair from her face behind her ear, Itsumi said, "Next is the second session, but this time the target is moving." After saying that, Itsumi nodded at her brother, Ada, who signaled, pressed the remote control, and a plastic saucer flew through the window. Oh, looking at the flying saucer, the sea-spiked dragon immediately sprayed its water gun to shatter the saucer. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Crying begins. Whether it's 1 saucer or 3, the sea Spinosaurus kills them all in 1 hit, successfully shattering the saucer and completing the mission. The same was true of the miniature dragon, for whom such a target was no difficulty at all, and the 2 Pokemon ended up working together to smash the last saucer together. The first 2 sessions are a tie. Next is the 3rd session, and if you win, you get the Sakura badge. Itsumi said as she led the 2 out towards the back. The 3rd session is to take your own water Pokemon and swim around that marker, and the first one back wins. Looking at the markers on the sea, Lin Xiao's face unnaturally rose up, a little embarrassed. Puff. Sunday, who knew why Lin Xiao was like this, burst out laughing at once, then hurriedly covered her mouth and turned around, blankly glancing at Sunday. Lin Xiao said with slight embarrassment. Must I use a water-type Pokemon? Etsumi stared at first, then laughed. Don't you have any water Pokemon? Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. The mini dragons are too small, and the multiplying dragons that were just taken in are still recovering from their injuries and can't go into battle. Atomy was speechless and asked, any Pokemon that can ride waves or swim is fine. Don't tell me you still don't have one? Air. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and said, wait for me to ask. Saying this, he released the giant Snapdragon and asked, Snapdragon, do you know how to ride waves? The giant Snapdragon froze slightly, then nodded. The fast dragon clan had always lived in the sea and lakes, so how could they not know the wave treading stance? Looking at the huge fast dragon talking to Lin Xiao, Etsumi and Arrival were frozen. After a long time, Arrival looked at Lin Xiao excitedly and asked, may I ask if you are the last quartz champion? Mr. Pavilion Master? Lin Xiao looked at the siblings suspiciously and nodded. Wow, awesome. Ada was so happy that she jumped up and down, pulling out her notebook from somewhere and looking at Lin Xiao apprehensively. May I ask Mr. Pavilion Master, can you sign an autograph for me? Feeling that brother has fans now? Lin Xiao lost his smile and slapped his forehead, signing Ada's name. To Etsumi, he said, my fast dragon can participate in the tournament, so let's get started. Ada, who had gotten an autograph, ran off joyfully clutching her notebook, not even bothering to cheer her sister on. Water Arrow Turtle, let's see you perform this time, Etsumi shouted as she threw out her elf ball. She wasn't too surprised by Lin Xiao's fast dragon. The Orange Alliance's chief trainer Isamuji also had a fast dragon. It just wasn't as gigantic as Lin Xiao's one, and she had just stayed still because she was just surprised because her own brother was actually so quick to his idol's meeting. Etsumi stood on the turtle shell of the Water Arrow Turtle and turned around. The call will be based on Ada's flare gun, and the first one to come back wins. Lin Xiao nodded and stood on the broad back of the huge fast dragon, riding this fast dragon to fly, which was no surprise, but standing on the back of a fast dragon to ride the waves was still the first time for Lin Xiao. It was good that the giant Snapdragon wasn't lying flat like the Water Arrow Turtle, but was floating upright in the sea, so Lin Xiao could stand on his back and hold its neck. Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out, and both the Water Arrow Turtle and the giant fast dragon used wave treading to rush towards the front. Not to mention that the giant fast dragon flew very fast in the sky, and even wave treading in the water wasn't slow either. Lin Xiao, who was enjoying this feeling for the first time, immediately shouted with excitement, and hearing Lin Xiao shout, the huge fast dragon even exerted its milky strength, stepping on the waves and rushing hard. Originally, using the fast dragon treading waves was already strange, but Lin Xiao was still yelling and screaming strangely. Etsumi quizzically turned her head to look, but she didn't want to see that this look almost made her eyeballs glaze over. The huge snapdragon that was treading the waves with all its might quickly threw the squirrel turtle out of reach, and in the blink of an eye had reached the marker and turned back around in a circle. Ha ha! Fast dragon, good job, come on, you'll win soon. Looking at the general distance already finished, Lin Xiao shouted happily. For the first time, the huge fast dragon was happy to be carrying someone on the waves, and with a happy lowing, he headed for the finish line. Soon the huge fast dragon arrived at the end of the line carrying Lin Xiao, and the huge waves brought up by the treading waves nearly toppled Sunday and Ada to the ground. And at this point, Etsumi and her squirrel turtle still had a long way to go before they reached the finish line. After reaching the finish line, Etsumi jumped off the back of the arrow turtle and took out her Sakura badge and handed it to Lin Xiao with a bitter smile. I never thought that the speed of the fast dragon treading waves is also so fast. Today is really an eye-opener. Hee Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, if it wasn't for today's match, I wouldn't have known that fast dragons could ride waves and be so fast. After today's incident it gave me a lesson. Sunday's eyes glowed as she hugged her meow and looked at the giant snapdragon dead in the face, clearly wanting to have a go as well. After getting the Sakura badge, Lin Xiao and Sunday bid farewell to the Etsumi siblings and headed towards their destination for a bit, in which Sunday also enjoyed the sensation of riding the waves on the back of a huge fast dragon. The powerful freshness made Sunday giggle with delight. Chapter 6, The Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Gold Rush. In the middle of the ocean, a king carp was swimming leisurely, eating some floating water plants in the process. Just then, a miniature dragon quickly approached the king carp, raised its tail and smacked it without saying a word, and the king carp immediately floated on the surface with its eyes circling and its belly facing upwards. Maze. Finishing off the carp king, Big Mimi quickly swam to Lin Xiao's side, happily claiming credit. Lin Xiao affectionately silenced its head and complimented. Big Mimi, good job, keep up the good work. The miniature dragon squinted happily and dug into the sea again, looking for prey. Sunday breathlessly rolled her eyes again. Uncle, how many times has this happened? You think it's fun to bully some Pokemon who can't fight back? Watch out for retribution. Ignoring Sunday's blank stare, Lin Xiao called up the system and a Carp King increased by 8 gold coins. Although he didn't want to rely on the system, Lin Xiao had been paying attention to the system's movements and the growth of his gold coins, and now Lin Xiao's gold coins had grown all the way from more than 30,000 before he participated in the quartz competition to 140,000, of which getting the quartz champion rewarded him with a whole 50,000, and together with all the competitions along the way, the system rewarded him for every stage he advanced. Now to the Orange League, Lin Xiao still non-stop brushed the gold. On what place the most small elves? Undoubtedly make the sea. Although 99% are Carp King, but cannot resist the amount of more. Lin Xiao still can't remember how many Carp Kings. This is already the first Carp King that Danny dried down. Well, there are not many other things in the sea, but the Carp King is the most numerous. Maze. Big Mimi suddenly scurried out of the water and jumped into Lin Xiao's arms in panic, as if there was some extinct and ferocious beast chasing behind her ass or stalk. Big Mimi's action startled Lin Xiao. Holding Big Mimi, Lin Xiao asked suspiciously, "Big Mimi, what's wrong?" "Maze. Fan." Big Mimi anxiously pointed her tail into the sea and barked. Lin Xiao froze slightly, then hugged the spines on the back of the multiplying dragon tightly and looked sideways. But the water was still calm and there was nothing. Just as Lin Xiao turned toward twisting his body and asking Big Mimi again, a water column suddenly rose from the surface of the sea, and a huge head, immediately sticking out of the surface of the sea, startled Lin Xiao. The owner of this head is the sea's overlord Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the strength of the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the sea is not the strongest, but the densely packed Carp King ghosts do not know how many successfully evolved into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the face of endless Tyrannosaurus Rex, even if it is the god of the sea Lokia to come to the 3 points must also be avoided. Scared me, but you can't blame me for sending yourself to the door. I'm still missing a few pets in my little lake. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao took out the giant fast dragon's elf ball and prepared to take in the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus looked at Lin Xiao and roared. After the roar, a second Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the sea, followed by a third and fourth. Lin Xiao's smiling face had disappeared with the appearance of the sixth Tyrannosaurus Rex, and his face instantly became grave as the number of Tyrannosaurus Rexes was still increasing, and in the blink of an eye, it had already exceeded the number of 20. Uncle! Sunday was scared pale by the swarm of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it was hugging Lin Xiao's arm that made her feel secure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The number of Tyrannosaurus Rexes exceeded 30, and seeing that the number was still increasing, even the stoic Lin Xiao could not help but burst out a foul mouth. Throwing out the elf ball, Lin Xiao shouted, "Fast dragon, come out!" Ow! The giant snapdragon just came out and rubbed his nose in the fact that something was wrong, and let out a demonstrative roar at the group of Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Are you crazy, uncle? You still want to fight at this time?" Sunday looked at Lin Xiao with disbelief. "Fighting my ass." Lin Xiao spewed out a sentence with a very ugly face, carrying Sunday and Meow Meow as he climbed onto the back of the huge fast dragon and retrieved the ride. "Now is the time to run for your life. Ghosts want to fight dozens of Tyrannosaurus Rexes on the ocean. Fast dragon, quickly elevate. Beware of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's dragon's wrath." Lin Xiao exasperatedly admonished the giant fast dragon. Could it really be that retribution had come? After bullying the Carp King, the boss Tyrannosaurus Rex had stepped in? Tyrannosaurus Rex's dragon's fury wasn't a huge fireball like the quick dragon or fire-breathing dragon, but a huge tornado. The scene of dozens of Tyrannosaurus Rex releasing their dragon's fury together. Lin Xiao was already breaking out in a cold sweat just thinking about it. Ow! The giant snapdragon let out a low roar to keep the Tyrannosaurus Rex from doing anything rash, and at this point it also realized that something was wrong. Spreading its wings and making a straight line upward flight, even using its divine speed, the huge strong wind almost blew down Lin Xiao and Sunday behind it. Fortunately, Lin Xiao put one hand around Sunday, and one hand held the neck of the huge fast dragon. As for Meow Meow had been trembling with fear, and held Lin Xiao's clothes, fearing that he would fall down and be buried in the dragon's mouth. Seeing the huge fast dragon escaping with Lin Xiao and the two of them, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was leading the way roared in anger and used the dragon's wrath. Under the leader's leadership, the Tyrannosaurus Rexes used their dragon's fury, and the dragon's fury of dozens of Tyrannosaurus Rexes united together to form a tornado connecting to the sky, bringing up a large area of dark clouds. "Nima, if I escape safely, I will definitely not let you Tyrannosaurus Rex tribe go in the future, and I will capture all of you to keep as pets." This super huge tornado scared Lin Xiao's heart so much that it almost jumped out of his throat. The situation was so critical that the huge fast dragon used all its strength to fly towards the tornado's sweeping range. Luckily, the speed of the giant fast dragon was fast enough, and with the addition of God's speed, it took a long toss before the two managed to bring them out of the danger zone. Watching the giant snapdragon flee, dozens of Tyrannosaurus Rexes chased after it and let out a terrifying roar. The loud roar almost shook the clouds apart. After escaping from the danger, the huge fast dragon gradually slowed down and flew smoothly, landing on a small island. At this moment, Sunday and Lin Xiao had still turned into the appearance of a refugee, especially Sunday, with her long hair blown about by the strong wind, her face pale, and her body trembling slightly. Lin Xiao paralyzed on the ground and said in a hateful voice, "Damn Tyrannosaurus Rex, I won't capture all of you as pets. I can't swallow this breath." After a long time, Sunday, who had slowed down, ignored her image and jumped into Lin Xiao's arms, crying loudly. When had Sunday, who had grown up smoothly in the family since she was a child, experienced something so exciting? "Woo woo, it's all your fault. Why do you keep picking on the Carp King, causing us to be chased by the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Lin Xiao looked at Sunday, who was bitterly pearly and tearful, heartbrokenly patted her back and comforted her. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault for giving you a fright." Sunday hugged Lin Xiao to death and cried, "They must be taught a hard lesson. It's just too hateful." "Fine, fine, I'll capture them all for you as pets and train them well." It was only after Lin Xiao's comfort that Sunday finally calmed down, leaned into his arms, and fell asleep. Pitching the tent, Lin Xiao carried the sleeping Sunday into the tent to sleep, then checked the luggage. Fortunately, the luggage was not lost. Looking at the dozens of elf balls in the luggage bag, Lin Xiao began to make a plan to capture the Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Dare to scare me? See if I don't capture all of you as pets." Chapter 7, Lokia, God of the Sea. On the second day, after Lin Xiao prepared all the preparations, he mounted the huge fast dragon and said goodbye to Sunday. Although Sunday also wanted to go along, Lin Xiao was afraid that an unexpected situation would happen and scare or hurt Sunday, so he refused to be accompanied by Sunday, and planned to go to catch the Tyrannosaurus Rex alone. Soon came to the sea yesterday. Lin Xiao said to Big Mimi, who was responsible for luring and enticing, "Big Mimi, later you go down to lure the Tyrannosaurus Rex up, and jump up to get out of this rope when you float up to the surface, no?" Lin Xiao pointed to the rope tied to the tail of the giant snapdragon. Doing so was also just in case. Although the anti-electricity fat coated on the exterior of the mini dragon, it was always right to be careful. Against Tyrannosaurus Rex there is nothing more ideal than electrical stances. For this group of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin Xiao but the Sunday's Thunder Mount are borrowed, ready to do a double strike with the huge fast dragon. Electricity to death at Dam Maze. Big Mimi exchanged two soft voices to Lin Xiao, burrowed into the water and disappeared. Waiting for Big Mimi to burrow into the sea, Lin Xiao said to the giant crypto dragon and Lei Qiu, "Wait for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you show your head. You guys use 100,000 volts to electrocute it." However, in order to prevent harming himself, Lin Xiao only let the two Pokemon use 100,000 volts instead of thunder, which leisurely locked onto objects flying in mid-air, and both Lin Xiao and Reichu stood on its back, so accidentally injuring himself could be a tragedy. Wu Chu, Chu. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's instructions, both the giant fast dragon and Thunder Mound patted their chests to signal their assurance that there would be no problems. Assigning the giant snapdragon and Reichu, Lin Xiao squatted on the back of the giant snapdragon, holding the rope tightly with his hand. As soon as Big Mimi jumped out of the sea and bit the rope, Lin Xiao would pull it up as fast as he could. After about 10 minutes, Big Mimi violently rushed out of the sea and bit the rope. Lin Xiao pulled Big Mimi onto the back of the huge fast dragon with a single effort. Immediately after that, a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out from the sea. I don't know if it was because of the sea. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the sea was far bigger and stronger in both size and strength than the usual violence in small rivers and lakes. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex obviously recognized Lin Xiao and the giant snapdragon. Raising its head towards the air and roaring, its enormous roar shook Lin Xiao's eardrums. "What's with the ghostly yelling and screaming? Are you afraid that people won't realize that you have a big mouth?" Lin Xiao muttered, then shouted to the giant fast dragon and Lei Qiu. "Fast dragon, Lei Qiu, 100,000 volts, electrocute it." Zip! Lei Qiu and the giant snapdragon heard Lin Xiao's words and immediately unleashed 100,000 volts. With such a close distance and the seawater, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not even avoid the phase and was hit by the double 100,000 volts. Ow! Being hit by the double 100,000 volts, the intense pain made the Tyrannosaurus Rex roll around in pain on the still, setting off a huge wave, struggling for a moment before the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with circles coming out of both of its eyes, rolled up its belly on the surface of the sea and fainted to death. Looking at the fainted Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin Xiao threw off the elf ball and the fainted Tyrannosaurus Rex was taken in by the elf ball with almost no resistance. After conquering the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Pokeball automatically flew back to Lin Xiao's hand, who happily patted the three Pokemon and complimented, "Good job, it went well out of the gate. Let's go for the second one next." Letting the giant snapdragon, flying some distance. Tyrannosaurus rex generally have their own concept of domains, and usually don't gather together unless there is a special circumstance that occurs to do so. After flying for some distance, Lin Xiao made the huge fast dragon stop and let Big Mimi come as a period bait again. As the saying goes, the second time the Tyrannosaurus rex just peeked out of the ocean and was stunned by a double dose of 100,000 volts before he could make sense of the situation. Collecting the Tyrannosaurus rex, Lin Xiao randomly passed the elf ball back. Ha! Looking at the elf ball that suddenly appeared, Xiao Ming was slightly stunned. Lin Xiao went elite and was carrying a number of 12 Pokemon. It shouldn't be full so quickly, but the teleporter here was only for Lin Xiao. After checking the information, it was indeed undoubtedly transmitted by Lin Xiao. Xiao Ming checked the Pokemon inside. It's a Tyrannosaurus rex, just put it in the small lake later. After saying that, Xiao Ming continued to swab the glass, but after 10 minutes or so, the teleporter lit up again, leaving behind a pixie ball. Did the sun rise from the west? Xiao Ming looked at the Pokeball incredulously. In his impression, Lin Xiao wouldn't just take in Pokemon, let alone pass them back. Tyrannosaurus rex again? After checking out the information on the Pokemon, Ming helplessly set the Pokeballs aside, interrupting to put the hygiene in order before dealing with them. But the next thing Kodomine did was hover over the teleporter. Beep! The teleporter went off once more and lit up with a white light. The light flashed by another pixie ball. Looked at a glance. Xiao Ming, speechless once again, put the elf ball on the side. This is already the ground 23, and all of them are tyrannical carp dragon. It is really doubtful that Lin Xiao is drilled into the Tyrannosaurus rex's lair. When Ming told Hanako and Natsu the news, both women were thunderstruck, speechless. What is Lin Xiao trying to do? Forming a Tyrannosaurus rex fleet? Hanako laughed out helplessly. Xiao Ming and Natsu both shook their heads in unison, not knowing what Lin Xiao had in mind. Luckily, the small lake behind the villa was big enough to accommodate dozens of Tyrannosaurus rex. Everyone has done a good job. There are already 29 of them. Catch one more and we'll call it a day. Go back and I'll give you an extra meal and treat you well. Teleporting the captured Tyrannosaurus rex back once more, Lin Xiao happily said to the 3 Pokemon. All 3 pixies were happy to hear that there was an extra meal, and Big Mimi narrowed her smiling eyes, wanting to jump into the ocean again. Human, that's enough. Stop it. Your behavior will affect the sea, causing the ecological balance to be lost. But right at this moment, a majestic voice sounded in Lin Xiao's heart, startling him. Who? Lin Xiao was shocked in his heart and shouted out. Lin Xiao's reaction startled all 3 little elves, and they all turned their heads to look at Lin Xiao suspiciously. Telepathically, Lin Xiao's first reaction was a superpower lineage Pokemon, but then he immediately vetoed it. This was an endless sea. There shouldn't be any superpower lineage Pokemon. Seemingly in response to Lin Xiao's words, a large white and blue bird flew out of the sea, flapped its huge wings, and stayed in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. Looking at the big bird in front of him, Lin Xiao almost bit his tongue and head off in one bite. Isn't this the god of the sea, Lokia? Lokia's appearance caused the giant snapdragon to turn its scales upside down and warn it not to come any closer with a wary low growl. Both Raichu and Dami looked at the giant snapdragon in confusion, wondering why it was acting this way. Lokia sighed and once again telepathically said towards Lin Xiao and the huge fast dragon, Human, I have no ill intentions. I only appeared to stop you. I never thought that it would follow you. Despite the smaller size, Lokia could still make out the giant snapdragon's body at a glance, and they regarded each other as recognizing each other. Upon hearing Lokia's words, the giant snapdragon quieted down, only still looking at it warily. Lin Xiao didn't know why Lokia was stopping him, so he asked, why would my capturing a Tyrannosaurus rex cause the ecology to go out of balance? And do you know my snapdragon? Lokia nodded and said, recognize. It once issued a challenge to me, but I refused. Tyrannosaurus rexes are plentiful in the sea, but uncontrolled catching will cause the various fish in the sea to explode like crazy, affecting the survival of other Pokemon. After a pause, Lokia continued, and I can feel that you didn't take them in to use them for fighting before making a sound to stop them. If you need a strong Tyrannosaurus rex, perhaps I can help you, said Lokia as she dug into the sea, leaving behind the frozen Lin Xiao. Soon Lokia returned to the surface again, only it had one more Carp King on its back, and this one was black, and its body was several times that of the other Carp Kings, almost on the verge of reaching 3 meters. This is a very scary length. The general length of the Tyrannosaurus rex is 6 meters. Before the evolution of the king carp, even less than 1 meter, and many king carp grow stronger and bigger, then evolved into a Tyrannosaurus rex. The bigger the size, the stronger the strength. The largest Tyrannosaurus rex documented in the Alliance used to be an aquarium in the City of Gold in the City of Gold. That Tyrannosaurus rex length of a horrifying 25 meters, and it did not have the evolution of the king carp before the king carp has close to 3 meters long. Using his Nianli to hold the black carp king in front of Lin Xiao, Luoqia Shangua had a trace of reluctance and sorrow in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, This child was abandoned by the clan. I've been watching it grow up, and I believe that it will be very strong after it evolves, so I hope that you can treat it well. Calmly taking in the Carp King with the elf ball, Lin Xiao wondered, why were you abandoned? I can feel that your heart is not at peace. Is there something hard to tell? Lokia hesitated for half a second before finally speaking. It was abandoned by the pack because of its ability to transform into an alien. And it's not just it, even our Lokia pack has experienced such a mutation. Diametrically opposed abilities as if they were born to restrain the sea god. Lokia is the superpower system plus flight system. The opposite ability to restrain then is not that the emergence of the evil system of Lokia? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao was shocked in his heart. What would happen if Lokia's attributes turned out to be of the evil lineage? Unfortunately, Lokia was unwilling to say more, so Lin Xiao had to press the doubts in his heart. Since Lokia had appeared and had also given himself the Carp King with endless potential, Lin Xiao naturally did not feel good about continuing to capture the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Human, I'll take my leave then. I can feel a powerful unknown energy in your body. It just hasn't awakened yet. I hope you'll make good use of it in the future. Lokia reminded Lin Xiao and turned around to fly back to the sea. Seeing that Lokia was about to enter the sea, Lin Xiao hurriedly spoke out and asked, I want to know if the Lokia that almost swept the Orange Islands with a tsunami 6 years ago was you? In fact, Lin Xiao was very puzzled. Lokia gave him a feeling like a warm spring breeze, not at all like she would casually retaliate against people. That's why she voiced out the question. As for the unknown energy in his body, Lin Xiao thought that Lokia was talking about the system. The Lokia that was about to return to the sea gave a slight lurch and said, No, that's the clan's patriarch. A Lokia without the heart of the sea god can't be called the god of the sea, and the heart of the sea god can only be inherited by the clan's patriarch. And a Lokia without the heart of the sea god can't draw on the power of the sea. Looking deeply at Lin Xiao, Lokia drilled into the sea, leaving behind a sentence. I hope we can see each other again. Chapter 8, Pumpkin Island. The unknown energy in my body? Could it be that Lokia can detect the pure presence of the system? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No, if Lokia can really feel the pure presence of the system, I'm afraid it will be the first time to destroy me. After all, the existence of the system will bring unknown influences for this more world. Lokia can't possibly let himself mess around. Since it's not the system, then what is the unknown energy in my body? With a belly full of questions, Lin Xiao let the giant fast dragon return. I'm afraid that Sunday will worry about herself after being out for a long time. It's almost time to go back. With a belly full of questions, Lin Xiao quickly returned to the small island where he had set up camp under the fast flight of the huge fast dragon. Landing on the island, Lin Xiao let the giant snapdragon move around on its own. Lokia's appearance had made the giant snapdragon tense its nerves, and it was better to relax appropriately. Uncle, nothing happened, right? Why did you go for so long? Lin Xiao had just returned to the island when Sunday threw herself out of the tent with Meow Meow in her arms and asked with slight concern. It's fine. Everything went well while the Tyrannosaurus Rexes were summoned back to the manor by me. Lin Xiao chose to print full about meeting Lokia and took out the elf ball and said, the biggest reward of this trip is it. Come out, Carp King. The biggest catch? Sunday stared dumbfounded at the Carp King that kept bouncing on the ground, his mind somewhat spinning. Puff, puff. The Carp King was seemingly dissatisfied with Lin Xiao for placing it on the ground, and kept slapping the ground with its tail in protest. Its huge body, and black scales shining faintly in the sunlight, and countless sandy soil being slapped up by its tail. Lin Xiao has seen countless Carp King, which includes normal red, and 2 flash colors are blue and orange respectively, but the black one is still the first encounter to see. I do not know what kind of special skills will be brought to the Carp King, but these need time to experiment to be able to come up with. You should have learned in school that glitter Pokemon can be even more precious and rare, right? Aha! Sunday heard and nodded in a hurry. Only then did Lin Xiao continue. That's why I said that the biggest gain this time is it. I think you should know about the evolution process of the Carp King, so I won't say much here. I'll go make lunch first, take a good rest in the afternoon, and we'll proceed tomorrow. With Lokia's discouragement, Lin Xiao was not in a good position to capture the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he had to move on in the direction of the next dojo. The next day, Lin Xiao and Sunday put away their tents and continued this sea trip, riding on the back of the multiplying dragon. Sunday kept teasing Meow Meow, who was growling and barking strangely in his anxiety at the cat food in front of him that he could see but not eat. Although Meow Meow's sensibilities had changed now, Lin Xiao didn't have the heart to tease it, although he had always wanted to look for a mascot all the time. The kind that didn't have to fight and stayed around to watch. He hadn't come across a suitable one. The afternoon sunshine made people drowsy. Sunday hugged Meow Meow and yawned listlessly and asked, Uncle, what's our road? I'm hungry. The words did not finish. A gurgle sound interrupted Sunday's words, the sound of hunger emanating from her little belly embarrassed Sunday, and she blushed bright red, pressing her little head hard against her small, high, bulging breasts. Ha ha. Sunday's embarrassed appearance let Lin Xiao could not help but laugh out loud. This is still the first time he saw Sunday blushing. How to say? Well, it was just a different flavor. Originally passed out, this kind of indecent sound for the Sunday of the very strict family teachings is already humiliating enough. Did not expect Lin Xiao actually still laughs. At the moment red-faced anger whacked him a few times. Hee stop it. Be careful of falling. Lin Xiao sits upright with his Sunday in his arms and takes out a map to check. Not far ahead of us is Ponkan Island. I heard that it's a small island that focuses on making glass crafts, so we can buy some on the way and send them back. But first, let's fix lunch. All the way here, Lin Xiao was cooking by himself. The flavor of the island was unbearable. 80% of the food was related to seafood. Perhaps it was the flavor. The food people here ate almost always had a faint fishy smell. Lin Xiao, who had eaten once, no longer dared to eat in a restaurant. Ponkan is an elongated island divided into a main island and a sub-island, of which the people are concentrated on the main island, while the sub-island is deserted. Arriving at the sub-island, Lin Xiao planned to settle for lunch here before going up to the main island for a stroll, buying some glassware to send back and enriching his manner. Soon after lunch, Sunday found a shady place to lay a carpet for a nap, which is a habit she has always developed. Napping after meals promotes cell regeneration, and girls who nap more will have better skin. However, Lin Xiao didn't have the habit of taking a nap, so he let the multiplying dragon play on the seashore to guard the Sunday in the meantime, and he himself began to skulk around the island. Walking to the beach, Lin Xiao stretched his waist, when he suddenly felt a piercing light flashing on the right side of the beach, and under suspicion, Lin Xiao twisted his head to see that there was actually a cave on the side of the beach. The piercing light just now was obviously coming from inside. With a hint of doubt, Lin Xiao walked into the cave, and the situation inside the cave made Lin Xiao freeze in place for a long time before he reacted. It's actually a cave covered in crystals. So beautiful. The crystals all over the place emitted colorful light under the reflection of the light, which was very beautiful. The world is really a strange place. To let himself find such a beautiful place, Lin Xiao hurriedly took out the small video camera that he was carrying and recorded all this, ready to give it to the several people of Naiji to enjoy it when he went back. After recording the cave, Lin Xiao put away the camera and found that there was actually a small pond in the cave, and under the illumination of the colorful light, the water of the pond also turned colorful, which reminded Lin Xiao of a scenic area on the earth in his previous life, Ju's Haegu, where the color of the water was also colorful and very beautiful. Looking at the crystal clear pool, Lin Xiao immediately felt his body itching. Lin Xiao, who was not used to seawater bathing, immediately took off bare clothes and jumped into the water. Yes, after swimming in the water for a few laps, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim that it was really best to have fresh water. The salty and fishy smell in the seawater was too much for people to bear. Just when Lin Xiao shouted freely, the middle of the ass stock seems to be touched by something to come from the faint cold. Suddenly a chill instantly enveloped Lin Xiao's heart, but there was still nothing in the pool, and under great alarm, Lin Xiao hurriedly covered his brother and climbed up the bank, putting on his clothes in disbelief. The pool water was still crystal clear and free of the slightest debris. Then what was it that touched him? The coldness that existed on Lin Xiao's buttocks and femurs made him veto the idea that he was hallucinating. Dare to touch the grandpa's butt? But, I'll make you suffer. Lin Xiao took out his genie ball and released the giant snapdragon and shouted, Snapdragon, use 100,000 volts at the pool. The giant snapdragon nodded at Lin Xiao before releasing 100,000 volts and attacking the pool. The pool began to sway under the electric current. Lin Xiao guessed right. There was indeed something in the water. As the water waves swirled, a large rock snake with a crystal clear body as if it was carved in crystal emerged from the water, looking at Lin Xiao and the huge snapdragon and growling up, obviously dissatisfied with the huge snapdragon's behavior of attacking itself. Nima. Lin Xiao at this time was also very fortunate. Fortunately, this guy did not touch his butt stock with the horns on his head. Looking at the sharp horns on the head of the crystal big rock snake, Lin Xiao felt a tightness in the back, subconsciously clamped his legs, and winced. How dare you touch a tiger's ass or stock? Lin Xiao blackened his face and said to the giant fast dragon, Fast dragon, give me a steel tail, whip it hard. Almost losing his chrysanthemums and flowers, Lin Xiao's favoritism towards the crystal oroclaw dropped to zero, even if it was precious and rare. Ow! The huge fast dragon roared at the crystal big rock snake. The huge iron tail with a whirring sound struck the crystal big rock snake's body, causing the crystal big rock snake to let out a painful wail, and where it was hit by the steel tail, the crystal cracked quite a lot. In severe pain, the crystal rock snake sprayed water cannons at the giant snapdragon that attacked it, wanting to return the favor. Due to the cave's environment being too small, the giant snapdragon couldn't avoid the attack of the water cannons, and carried it off hard. Crystal Orox's water cannon didn't do much damage to the giant snapdragon, and although it knocked the giant snapdragon back a few steps, it managed to provoke the giant snapdragon's anger. The angry huge fast dragon used its dragon claw before Lin Xiao ordered it, and leaped up towards the crystal big rock snake, and its right claw with white light fiercely slapped on the head of the crystal big rock snake, sending out a muffled sound of bang. There was a muffled sound, out with an agonizing wail. The crystal orochi collapsed straight into the water, and then slowly floated on the surface of the water, losing its ability to fight with circles coming out of its eyes. Lin Xiao took out the elf ball to take in the crystal big rock snake and left the cave. Although this place was beautiful, but that touch of the crystal big rock snake made Lin Xiao's heart furious. In case something strange and weird drilled out again to scare him, it would not be good. Back at the campground, Sunday had already woken up, and when she saw a wet head of Lin Xiao, she rubbed her eyes and wondered, "Don't you hate seawater? Why did you go swimming?" Wandering along the beach, I saw a cave with a freshwater pool, and I took in this a very beautiful big rock snake. Lin Xiao took the crystal great rock snake's elf ball, took it out and said mysteriously, "Shay." Sunday disgruntledly skimmed her lips. "The big rock snakes are all gray. What's there to see?" "Thanks for talking so mysteriously." "Really?" Lin Xiao made a helpless look and said regretfully, "I was going to give it to you as a gift, but since you don't like it, I can only keep it." Saying that, Lin Xiao released the crystal oroclaw. The crystal auroch snake came out and gave a low chirp towards Lin Xiao, depending on the fact that it hadn't seen the sunlight for a long time, causing it to squint its eyes and lazily lie down on the beach. The originally crystalline and translucent crystal Ouroboros, under the sunlight, its entire body glowed with multicolored light. From the moment the crystal aurochs came out, Sunday's eyes turned peachy, both eyes staring straight at it, a look of nymphomania. If the corner of Sunday's mouth with so much drool. Chapter 9, Ponkan Island's Glassware. It was only after a half-long time that Shangdai withdrew her own gaze, her eyes full of expectation, pulling Lin Xiao's hand and blinking her big eyes. This girl, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Just now he had shouted that it wasn't rare. He didn't want a big rock snake, but now he wanted it but was too embarrassed to open his mouth. Gently caressing and touching Sunday's soft hair, Lin Xiao smiled and handed over the elf ball and said, "Take it. I know you like these shiny things. Girls are born with a love for shiny things. This point is the same as the mythological Western dragon." If not because of the Sunday words, Lin Xiao will not take in the crystal big rock snake at all. In Lin Xiao's eyes is always the strength first, appearance second. Happily receiving the elf ball, Sunday happily perfumed Lin Xiao's face and ran over to the crystal auroch snake side and kept obling it. After organizing his living utensils and loading them into his backpack, Lin Xiao shouted to Sunday, who was very obsessed with the crystal orochi, "We should get going. We have to buy ingredients later. So hurry up." "Coming." Fondly putting away the crystal great rock snake, Sunday answered and then carried Meow Meow and Lin Xiao to the main island. But there was a small strait in the middle of the two islets that needed to be taken over by a ride on a dragon. Stepping onto the main island, it didn't take long to get to the town, which was filled with all sorts of beautiful glassware, and all sorts of everything. Sunday happily looked east and west, in love with the glass-made Pokemon. Letting Sunday pick for herself first, Lin Xiao walked to the west side of the town to buy ingredients. "Young man, come and buy some fish." It's not that the old lady brags. "All the fish I have here are just caught in the morning, absolutely fresh." An old lady, bragging about herself, held the sea fish to Lin Xiao's eyes and shouted. The strong smell of the sea almost made Lin Xiao's back go over in one breath. Pinching his nose and slightly retreating a few steps, Lin Xiao's face turned green. "This lady, please take this fish a little farther away, okay? I'm allergic to seafood and can't see the fishy odor." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the old lady immediately took the fish back and smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, old lady, I didn't know." "Young man, don't mind. It's okay. It's fine." Lin Xiao quickly waved his hand and quickly left the boss lady's seafood stall. Only when he left the seafood area Lin Xiao was relieved. He took a few deep breaths and started to pick the ingredients. "Well, this is good beef. I think it was just slaughtered this morning. This is not bad either. You can buy more." Lin Xiao muttered as he carried a piece of pork chop and looked at it. Buying ingredients is also a learning process. How long you need to eat and how long you can store them all need to be considered. Not only meat, even fruits and vegetables. If you accidentally buy some meat that has been stored for a long time or ripe fruits and vegetables, it won't be long before they will be rotten as a mess. Disgusting. Although he didn't eat fruits himself, Lin Xiao still bought some to make fruit salad for Sunday. It took a whole hour for Lin Xiao to pick out what the two needed, especially the meat prepared a lot. With Big Mimi and the huge fast dragon around, the meat were consumed very quickly. Fortunately, the backpack space in this world was folded and the weight would not increase. Otherwise, not to mention whether it would fit, the weight would be enough for Lin Xiao to drink a pot. After purchasing sufficient ingredients, Lin Xiao returned to the merchandise area to meet up with Sunday, but after searching around a few times, he couldn't see Sunday's silhouette. Where had this girl wandered off to? Just as Lin Xiao took out his cell phone to call Sunday, he suddenly heard Sunday's shouts from not far away. "Uncle! Here! I'm here! Not far away!" Sunday was waving her hand towards an empty store, signaling Lin Xiao to go over. Arriving at the store where Sunday was, Lin Xiao said reproachfully, "Why did you run here, causing me to look around for several times without being able to find anyone?" After saying that, Lin Xiao strangely looked around the store. "But what's going on with this store? Why aren't there any goods put out?" Sunday mysteriously smiled and pulled a little girl out from behind herself, making Lin Xiao puzzled. What did it mean? After whispering a few words in the little girl's ear, the little girl instantly blushed a little and squirmed as she looked at Lin Xiao and asked weakly, "Big brother, my name is Masami. This is the store I opened with my brother, but unfortunately my brother doesn't have the inspiration to make glass products, so our family has no goods to sell. Originally, the crystal great rock snake that my brother wished to see has already been seen, but this big sister said that you have a better reference item, so could you please lend my brother some viewing?" After saying that, the little lowly Masami even kept bowing to Lin Xiao, hoping that Lin Xiao would agree. Stopping Masami from saying thank you, Lin Xiao suspiciously pulled Sunday over and asked softly, "What are you doing? What better reference item?" After Sunday's explanation, Lin Xiao realized what happened. Sunday sees this empty store with not a single item while shopping and asks Masami, the little girl sitting in the store. Upon learning why, a sympathetic Sunday lends the crystal orochi to Masami's brother, Kung, to watch for inspiration. After seeing the real crystal orochi, Kung was happy to thank Sunday and was ready to start making the glasswork. But Sunday had the good sense to say, "My companion has a better reference piece. If you look at that one you should be able to make a better one." Finally, at Masami's pleading, Sunday patted his chest and assured him that the matter would be accomplished. And that's how the drama came to be. Knocking on Sunday's brain, Lin Xiao gave a blank look to Sunday, who was covering his brain and shouting in pain without any good humor, and asked, "Where did I get any reference item? What are you talking about?" Sunday puffed up her bun face in dissatisfaction and rubbed her head as she grunted, "Isn't it just that miniature statue of the 4 sacred beasts that you carry around with you? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat if you borrow it." Miniature statues of the 4 holy beasts? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned, and then took out from his backpack the statue made by his lover, or colored. All more the look Lin Xiao had seen in his previous life were made. Taking the statue of the 4 holy beasts, Sunday happily pulled Masami into the backyard of this store, and in the yard, Masami's brother, Kung, was thinking about something, and when he heard the footsteps he raised his head, and Burma said, "That, MS, Sunday, he." Sunday pursed her lips and took out the statues of the 4 holy beasts and placed them on the table. "That's them, I hope they can help you." Then pointing to Lin Xiao, "This is my boyfriend Lin Xiao, this statue is his." "Thank you." Ah Gong excitedly bowed to the 2 senses. His face reddened due to too much excitement. Then he began to observe the statue. Then Ah Gong looked at Lin Xiao to say something. Noticing Gong's look, Lin Xiao took the initiative to explain, "This is the faith Tingtu of my hometown, and was also for becoming the 4 holy beasts, respectively guarding the 4 directions. This is the green dragon, this is the white tiger." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ah Gong gave him a grateful look, then his entire body became engrossed, almost reaching the realm of oblivion. Gong's dumbfounded appearance worried Masami and wanted to speak out, but Lin Xiao stopped her. Gently shaking his head, Lin Xiao signaled Masami not to disturb Gong, and then began to survey this tool for making glass products. A pot lid like bunker used to burn sand. At least in Lin Xiao's eyes this thing is very similar to the bunker built by the brats during World War II. A long iron pipe, and some coal, iron hooks. The other line is like a mountain. Lin Xiao, in addition to know that the bunker is used to burn sand to make glass accident, other tools are looking confused. Such a simple tool could burn such beautiful crafts. Lin Xiao truly admired these glass workers. It is really true that skillful hands can create the world. After a long time, Ah Gong stood up violently and excitedly bowed to Lin Xiao once again to thank him. This world's way of thanking people had always been unbearable to Lin Xiao, and hastily righted Gong, smiling, "If you want to thank me, do it for the sake of making a set of the 4 sacred beasts." Kung nodded vigorously and released his partner, Fire Dinosaur, to begin crafting the perfect piece in his mind. Looked at half a day, Lin Xiao hard to understand how to make Ah Gong, helpless to sit aside and smoke a cigarette. As for Sunday and Masami, the 2 large and small girls went out shopping hand in hand, watching the glass model of the 4 holy beasts gradually reveal its original image under the hot flames spewed out by the fire dinosaur. Lin Xiao watched with wide eyes and refused to let go of a trace of the process. Soon the 4 holy beasts gradually molded little by little, and in the end it was almost exactly the same as the several miniature statues Lin Xiao had taken, only because the glass was still hot, it was still reddish. After that is the color. Lin Xiao looked at the busy hands and feet of the Gong, have the intention to help, but afraid of their own help, and finally can only be around the circle. The heart is like a kitten scratching, like, really want to directly see the finished product is what kind of. It wasn't until 2 hours old that Gong this stopped along with the fire dinosaur, and the 4 holy beasts' glass products were just laid out in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao dumbfoundedly picked up the masterpiece that Gong had labored for hours, gently caressed it, and after a long time, laughed. It's very nice. This is the most beautiful glasswork I've ever seen. Congratulations, Gong. Thanks. Gong was tired and flopped down on the chair. His body was sweating heavily. Not only Gong but also his partner Fire Dinosaur. Although he was very tired, but Gong was very happy. Afterward, at Gong's invitation, Lin Xiao accepted this first set of glassworks of the 4 holy beasts and left Pumpkin Island with Gong and Masami waving goodbye. Sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon, Sunday kept playing with the water arrow turtle that Kung had made for her, her large eyes squinting up into a smile the whole time. Taking a look at Pumpkin Island, Lin Xiao sincerely wished that Gong's work would sell well and attract more sightseeing customers. Chapter 10, The Little Pink Rhinoceros. On the Great Sea, the multiplying dragon carried Lin Xiao and Sunday onward. Sunday hugged Meow Meow and inquired, "Uncle, how long will it take for us to reach the island?" Long time sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon, Sunday had already felt uncomfortable. The multiplying dragon's back is thick armor. Sitting for a long time is very choked fart. Stock. Not to mention the Sunday, even Lin Xiao is the same. Fortunately Lin Xiao bought a cushion. If like Xiao Ji they will probably be very tragic. The skin will have to wear off a few layers. Lin Xiao took out a map to take a look and said, "Almost there. Not far ahead is Pinkan Island. Let's rest at Pinkan Island." "Isn't Hurakan Island surrounded by a huge vortex that you can't get into?" Sunday asked with wide, incredulous eyes. Lin Xiao said with a faint smile, "That's right, so I'm going to fly over." But Sunday was still worried. It said that outsiders are not allowed to enter Hurakan Island, and that if they're caught they'll go to jail. "Isn't that marked on the map?" "Of course it's marked, but go over there anyway." "What did you say?" Sunday was stunned and exclaimed, "Uncle, are you crazy? You'll go to jail if you get caught." Releasing the giant fast dragon, Lin Xiao climbed onto the giant fast dragon's broad back and laughed. "Don't worry, it's Grandpa who told me to go over there. I won't go over there without Grandpa's order." "That's more like it." Sunday sighed in relief, patting her own wrapped, full little chest and breasts as she climbed onto the back of the fast dragon with Meow following in her arms, waiting for Sunday to sit firmly. Lin Xiao put away the multiplying dragon, patted the neck of the huge fast dragon and shouted, "Fast dragon, think about setting off for Pinkan Island." Standing on the back of the huge fast dragon and looking ahead, Lin Xiao laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, Lin Xiao, will finally have a mascot as well." Sunday looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously, thinking what's wrong with this uncle? What's there to smile about if nothing else? Just in the morning, Dr. Oki called and said that Lin Xiao should run to Hurakan Island and bring back an oddball Pokemon, which was why Lin Xiao chose to take a detour. And when Lin Xiao saw the picture and information of this little elf and could not take his eyes away, his long-awaited mascot had finally appeared. Sunday was still sleeping under the covers when the information came in the morning, so he didn't know about it, hence what happened before. In the past, he had always envied the Pikachu that Xiao Ji had put outside, and it was very loving to keep skulking around, but if he also got a Pikachu, it would seem too crummy, too unoriginal to follow the trend or anything, and Lin Xiao had no love for the Pie God. When he thought of this, Lin Xiao was not only filled with excitement. Let the fast dragon fly directly into Hurakan Island and come to the center of the island. Just as he came down to put away the huge fast dragon, Junsa, who was guarding the island, came to the two of them in his SUV, and because of the alarms Junsa had noticed the huge fast dragon as it approached the island. After comparing it with the photo and checking Lin Xiao's iconography, Jun Sha revealed a smile. To the two, "Come up here. I'll take you there. We have to be cautious because of the prevention of poachers, so we have to be careful." Getting into the buggy, Sunday looked around at the Pokemon, her eyes popping up with red peaches. The pink Pokemon everywhere you looked couldn't help but fall in love with them if you extended a glance. Sunday's appearance caused Lin Xiao to roll his eyes and interrupt her visions with a voice. "The Pokemon here are not allowed to be captured, so just die." "Ha?" Sunday shrugged her shoulders in disappointment and muttered, "It's so boring. It's so hard to see a pink Pokemon but I can't even capture it." Junsa, who was driving the car, looked back at the whining Sunday and smiled. Because of the special environment here, the Pokemon are different from the rest of the world, and it has been classified as a world reserve, and none of the Pokemon here can be caught, and that's still an order from the Alliance. After a pause, Junsa continued, "And these Pokemon will turn pink all because of the hiragana fruits. After consuming these fruits their bodies will turn pink." "Will it change color?" Lin Xiao was shocked in his heart. This was related to his mascot, and immediately asked, Then if the elf here doesn't consume the pinkin fruit, will the color of the body gradually return to its original hue? Junsa looked ahead and shook her head. I'm referring to Pokemon that enter this place in general. And Pokemon that have bred here natively for many generations can't be restored. The pink hormone has fused with their DNA and can't be separated, and will be restored again if they are taken outside and bred over several generations, I suppose. Face was a little relieved to hear that it wouldn't change color. After all, how could gray look better than pink? When the SUV drove to a round building, Junsha stopped the car and said, "You guys come with me? I'll take you to meet that naughty little guy." Following Junsha into the building, Junsha greeted the police and researchers inside and led Lin Xiao towards the second floor. Just as he walked to the second floor, Lin Xiao heard a sound of banging against the cage and took a puzzled look at Junsha. Who knows? Junsha revealed a bitter smile and said, "Come in, I'll explain it well later." With that, Junsha opened the door and walked into the room. Following Junsha into the room where the crashing sound came from, Lin Xiao immediately saw what he needed to take with him on this trip. In the corner of the room there was a cage 30 centimeters high and 50 centimeters long, and in the cage there was a petite pink ironclad rhinoceros. Because of its dissatisfaction with being locked in the cage, the ironclad rhinoceros kept banging against the cage trying to get out. But this iron armor rhinoceros' strength seems to be very small. No matter how to hit the cage, in addition to the protrusion of a little other than no other reaction, but instead will be their own tired gasping for breath. Looking at the iron-armored rhinoceros in the cage, Junsa said with a headache, "This is the Pokemon you're taking away. Wow, so cute." Sunday bent down to look at the iron-armored rhinoceros and asked, "Miss Junsa, did this child just hatch out? It feels so small." Comparing the body of the iron-armored rhinoceros, Sunday was puzzled. This iron-armored rhinoceros was much smaller than a normal one that just floated out. Could it be malnutrition? This child's height is 18 centimeters, his body length is 30 centimeters, and his weight is only 11 kilograms, said Junsa with a bleak look in her eyes. It's not stunted or just hatched. It's been like this since it crawled out of its eggshell 3 years ago and hasn't changed until today. And lately this ironclad rhinoceros has been looking at the sea as if it wanted to get out. And because of that, so it has fallen into the sea several times. And luckily all of them were saved by me arriving in time to save it. How is that possible? Sunday stared with wide eyes, full of incredulity. Sighing deeply, Junsa revealed a bitter smile and said, "It's hard to believe, isn't it? But he did happen. Not only can this child not grow up, but it doesn't know any jutsu. In a way it will always look like this, unable to grow up or evolve." Oh, the iron-armored rhinoceros pitifully wailed twice, seemingly wanting Junsha to let it out of its petite, small body, paired with a pitiful look, so that the heart couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Junsha shook his head helplessly and said, "This little guy is very good at being pampered and cute. The first few times I was soft-hearted and released it, but it fell into the sea again. Since you're here, then I'll give it to you. I hope you'll treat it well from now on," said Junsa as she walked out of the room and closed the door. "It's not fair. Didn't you say you couldn't capture it? Why would you let you take this tiny iron-armored rhino?" Sunday beamed and complained in dissatisfaction. "Cough," Lin Xiao said with a serious face. "I'm taking it back to do research." "Research, understand?" Sunday gave him a disgruntled blank look. "If you say research on the surface, doesn't it secretly become yours?" Not to do entanglements with Sunday. Girls get jealous, the gods have to step aside and shout a few times. Can't afford to mess with it. But what Sunday said was indeed the truth. On the surface it was given to Dr. Oki for research, but it would become Lin Xiao's when it changed hands, because Lin Xiao had already reserved this tiny iron-armored rhino when Dr. Oki passed on the information. Dr. Oki didn't object and only dropped a sentence. "As you wish." Holding the cage with his hand, Lin Xiao revealed a smile and said, "Iron-armored rhinoceros, will you follow me on my travels in the future? I'll take you with me all over the world." With the iron-armored rhinoceros' eyes were full of anticipation. Its eyes were unblinking as it looked at Lin Xiao. It had wanted to leave the island for a long time, otherwise it wouldn't have made the move of falling out into the sea in number of times. Petite body, coupled with the reason for the size of the iron-armored rhinoceros voice sounds, very childish, just like a small child, very endearing. Carrying the iron-armored rhinoceros out of the cage, Lin Xiao felt that the iron-armored rhinoceros weighed about the same as Xiaoji Pikachu, except that Pikachu's fur was soft, while the iron-armored rhinoceros had a hard layer of armor all over its body. Knowing that he was able to leave, the iron-armored rhinoceros happily used its pink little tongue, head, and happily tea on Lin Xiao's face, causing Lin Xiao to have a face full of saliva. getting the tiny pink iron-armored rhinoceros. Lin Xiao and the two of them left Pinkan Island in the huge fast dragon under Junsha's reluctant gaze, in which Lin Xiao asked Junsha to ask for quite a few pinkan fruits to prepare for making energy cubes for the iron-armored rhinoceros. The iron-armored rhinoceros that had just come out of the island was definitely not adapted to the taste of the food outside, so preparation was a must, but Lin Xiao would add some other fruits inside so that the iron-armored rhinoceros would slowly get used to the taste of the fruits in the outside world. After leaving the island, Lin Xiao released the multiplying dragon and continued on his way. During this period, Sunday countless times took the meow meow in her arms and the little lying on Lin Xiao's shoulder. The name Lin Xiao took. In the end, Sunday pouted and secretly thought, I don't care about it. My meow can talk. Chapter 11, Getting Drafty. Getting the tiny pink ironclad rhinoceros at Pinkan Island. Lin Xiao and Sunday continued to set off on their journey. Along the way, Xiao Xiao was very curious about the outside world, constantly looking east and west. Even the multiplying dragon aroused its interest, staring at the multiplying dragon for a whole day. In the evening, Lin Xiao had the multiplying dragon stop at an uninhabited island and prepared to set up camp and rest. After setting up the tent, Lin Xiao turned on the lighting and started cooking. The little elves were all running around on the island, especially Tiny. It was very lively and flew around so fast that Lin Xiao had to have the giant fast dragon follow it so that it wouldn't get lost. As for Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon, they couldn't wait to start doing their training right after they got out, and since they were sailing on the ocean, there wasn't a lot of time available for them to train, and every night was a training frenzy. As for the Black Carp King sent by Lokia, Lin Xiao didn't let it train. No matter how it was trained, it would only jump in the water. Lin Xiao's daily task for it was to eat hard, and then make itself grow bigger. After dinner, Sunday retreated back into the tent with her laptop in her arms, while Lin Xiao gave training to Little Fire Dragon, Dammy, and Ride Dragon. Compared to when they first set out, the little fire dragons had grown quite a bit, and the flames on their tails had changed from orange to red. Whether they were little fire dragons, fire dinosaurs, or fire-breathing dragons, experienced people could tell their health and probably strength from the flames on their tails. All you have to do nowadays, Little Fire Dragon, is learn to use the steel tail, and let Dammy show you how to do it later. Big Mimi demonstrated to the Little Fire Dragon twice, and then slipped to the side to continue practicing his Dragon's Fury. Although he had already mastered this skill, the release of the Dragon's Fury was very unstable, and many times it was still an empty cannon. Lin Xiao's multiplying dragon wasn't like Xiao Ji's that was still a child. It was already an adult, allowing Lin Xiao to let go of his training. After a long time of training, Lin Xiao found that the multiplying dragon was very powerful, using both water and ice stances. But the destruction of the death light went wrong. The stiffness time was too long, which was a fatal flaw, and if he couldn't hit the enemy at once during the match, he would bring himself an undeserved disaster. Can destroy the deadlight of the stiffness time reduction can only rely on their own time and time again to practice. There is no shortcut method. The good thing is that the multiplication of the dragon character is very gentle. Lin Xiao distributed tasks after it can be completed one by one. After training, Lin Xiao didn't choose to retrieve the Pokemon. Relaxing and resting outside would enable them to recover their stamina faster. After taking care of everything, Lin Xiao hugged Xiao Xiao and drilled into the tent. And just after Lin Xiao had entered the tent, the multiplying dragon made two low calls to the huge fast dragon. The huge snapdragon that was originally lying on the grass and resting its eyes raised its head in confusion and looked at the multiplying dragon. Looking at the multiplying dragon swimming towards the sea while calling out, the huge snapdragon gave a low growl towards Big Mimi and Little Flame, signaling them to stay where they were and rest, and flapped its wings to follow the multiplying dragon itself. Coming to a point far enough from the island, the multiplying dragon stopped to bark incessantly at the giant snapdragon. A difficult look appeared on the face of the giant fast dragon, hesitating for a long time before finally nodding towards the multiplying dragon and releasing destructive deathlight a few times towards the surface of the sea. Compared to the multiplying dragon, the stalemate time of the giant fast dragon releasing destructive deathlight was pitifully short, or rather, it was not there at all. Want to destroy the stiffness of the deathlight to shorten? In addition to a lot of practice, also need to have a strong body. The stronger the body, the stronger the ability to withstand. The stiffness of the time will naturally be greatly shortened. After releasing the destructive deathlight a few times as if it were a laser cannon, the giant snapdragon growled a few low growls at the multiplying dragon, then flew back to the island, leaving the dumbfounded multiplying dragon behind. After a long time, the multiplying dragon seemed to have made up its mind about something, and began to use the destructive deathlight towards the sea. But no matter the power, speed, and it was a few levels away from the giant fast dragon. The more mild-mannered a person is, the more terrifyingly stubborn they can be, and it's hard for anyone to change their minds. And the same goes for Pixie. The physical strength of the multiplying dragon naturally couldn't be compared to the giant fast dragon. Just a few strikes of destructive deathlight already made the multiplying dragon gasp for breath, but the persistent look in the multiplying dragon's eyes didn't diminish at all, but instead became even more exuberant. Floating quietly on the surface of the sea to rest, after a few moments to regain some stamina, the multiplying dragon continued to unleash its destructive deathlight, resting when it was tired and continuing afterward. How are the Pokemon doing? Noticing Lin Xiao coming in, Sunday stared at the computer screen with both eyes and asked without looking back. Placing Xiao Xiao on the quilt, Lin Xiao took off his coat and nodded his head. Well, it's not bad. Little Fire Dragon and Big Mimi are both working hard. Multiplying Dragon's destruction deadlight stiffness problem needs to be solved slowly. There's no rush, but Carp King's evolution might be a bit difficult. Said here Lin Xiao is also for the Carp King headache. Carp King evolution does not need to accumulate combat experience. Even goodwill, intimacy do not need, purely to rely on luck. And the larger the size of the Carp King the more difficult to evolve. This is countless bricks and mortar and beasts to study in years to come to the conclusion. Xiao Xiao had a lively personality and liked to run around. Lin Xiao was afraid that it would accidentally get lost outside before he forced it into the tent. After a long time, Sunday, who felt herself about to suffocate, let go of Lin Xiao, gasped slightly and said softly with a red face, "The opportunity has arrived. I think the Carp King will evolve successfully. Don't worry about it, okay?" "Aha! I know." Lin Xiao hugged Sunday and lay down under the covers, and the two of them just hugged each other tightly, talking about some insignificant issues. Oh, Tiny blinked and burrowed between the two, purring softly as if she wanted to sleep with them as well. Lin Xiao lost his smile and picked up Tiny and started coaxing it. "Tiny, be good. Oh, go to sleep. I'll give you good food tomorrow." Tiny, although very petite, small, but the body armor is hard and strong, hold in the arms to sleep. Hearing the delicious food, Little's eyes instantly glowed and he nodded vigorously, signaling that he would be a good boy and go to bed. Little greedy cat. Lin Xiao cursed with a laugh and put Little in its little nest in the corner. Lin Xiao turned off the lighting and said to Sunday, "Go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow." Sunday replied softly, burrowing into Lin Xiao's wide arms, smelling the familiar scent of Lin Xiao's body, closing her eyes and starting to sleep. Everything was quiet. Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon should also pass out quickly for the fatigue of training. Meow was lying on his favorite tree and snoring, and only the huge fast dragon opened his eyes every now and then and looked up in the direction of the multiplying dragons. On the surface of the sea, the multiplying dragon was tired and sweaty, and his chest, which was level with the surface of the sea, was violently floating up and down, panting heavily. Half a second later, the multiplying dragon dug into the sea and pulled out a bunch of seaweed, chewing gently and eating to regain its strength. Although Lin Xiao had more delicious Pokemon food and energy cubes there, the multiplying dragon didn't seem to intend to do that, quietly eating the seaweed. After eating the seaweed, the multiplying dragon closed his eyes and rested for a moment, then opened his eyes that were bright in the darkness of the night, and continued to do the practice of destroying the deadlight. The huge column of yellow light kept illuminating the darkness of the night, and then recovered. If Lin Xiao found out, he would definitely stop the multiplying dragon. This training method was useful, but it was too damaging to the body, commonly known as suicide training. If it was to train Banjira and the giant snapdragon, Lin Xiao would use this method. Banjira and the giant snapdragon's body strength was very high. They could withstand such training, but not the multiplying dragon. Its body couldn't withstand this self-inflicted training. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao, who was still dreaming, was tossed awake by Xiao Xiao. Under Xiao Xiao's urging, Lin Xiao put on his clothes with a bitter smile and took Xiao Xiao out of the tent. As for Sunday, Lin Xiao intended to let her sleep a little more. Food and energy cubes were prepared for Tiny, Little Fire Dragon, and Meow Meow, while Big Mimi's was the usual, raw meat cut into strips, and the giant fast dragon was so used to eating with Lin Xiao that he basically didn't touch Pokemon food or ability cubes now. Lin Xiao lifted the food of the multiplying dragon and wondered, "Where's the multiplying dragon?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiao Xiao, Little Fire Dragon, Meow Meow and Big Mimi all raised their heads in confusion as they also realized that one of their companions was missing. Fast Dragon. Looking at the puzzled Pokemon, Lin Xiao twisted his head to look at the giant snapdragon. With two low grunts, the giant snapdragon spread its wings and flew out to sea towards where the multiplying dragons were doing their training. It says that the multiplying dragon went to the surface of the sea by itself last night to do special training. Meow. The giant snapdragon's words were quickly translated by Meow. Doing special training on the sea at night? Meow's translation led Lin Xiao slightly stunned, suddenly smiled bitterly. It is said that children with mild temperament driller Bullhorn to be very crazy. It seems that there is no mistake. What kind of special training this did? Used the whole night? Placing the food on the ground, Lin Xiao turned into the tent and took out the medical kit. Just after getting the medkit out, the giant snapdragon returned to the island pushing the almost deflated multiplying dragon. Looking at the almost deflated multiplying dragon, Lin Xiao's heart trembled and rolling tears involuntarily flowed from her eyes as she gently stroked the multiplying dragon with her slightly trembling hand. Idiot, is this worth it? I won't look down on you just because you're weak. Why trample on yourself so much for me? Oh, the multiplying dragon weakly rubbed its head against Lin Xiao's hand, signaling that it had volunteered. He. Lin Xiao revealed an ugly smile, wiped away the tears on his face, took out a potion that could quickly restore your strength and said, "Come on, multiplying dragon, take this potion and you'll soon regain your strength." As for the dark wounds left by the training, they could only be treated at the Pokemon Center. The multiplying dragon obediently drank the potion, and Lin Xiao lifted the food on the ground and fed it into the multiplying dragon's mouth bit by bit. When the multiplying dragon was full, Lin Xiao patted its head and softly said, "Next time, you're not allowed to do this, okay? There are many ways to be able to grow in strength. There's no need to use this self-inflicted method of training." Oh, the weak multiplying dragon, after eating its fill and then under the play of the potion began to squint, and after a night of no sleep, it quickly floated to the edge of the island and fell asleep. Making breakfast, Lin Xiao quickly finished his share, took out the basin from the tent, hit his bare feet, took out some potions and water and stirred them together, gently sprinkled them on the body of the multiplying dragon. This would help the multiplying dragon to recover quickly. It seemed that he was afraid of waking up the multiplying dragon. Lin Xiao was careful with every action. Chapter 12 Untitled. Looking at Lin Xiao carefully taking care of the multiplying dragons, both Little Fire Dragon and Big Mimi's eyes showed a look of eagerness. After finishing his work, Lin Xiao lit a cigarette, took 2 puffs and looked at the 2 little dragons in a bad mood and said, "You all be honest with me or I'll send it back. Don't want to travel with me in the future. Stay at home obediently. This kind of thing has to be squashed sooner rather than later, or there will be trouble when the little ones follow suit." Multiplying dragon isn't hurt, is he? Sunday asked worriedly as she looked at the resting multiplying dragon. There are no injuries. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "But there might be some dark injuries left over from extreme training that need to be treated at the Pokemon Center, so it looks like we won't be able to leave today. Consider it a break from training Pokemon," Sunday said softly in a comforting voice. Lin Xiao nodded and prepared to train the Pokemon. Just then Sunday suddenly yelled, "Right!" Sunday slapped her forehead in chagrin. "I actually forgot. Uncle, wait a minute. There's good news." After saying that, Sunday hurriedly ran into the tent, leaving behind a puzzled Lin Xiao. "What good news?" Soon after, Sunday took out her PDA from the tent and shouted to Lin Xiao, "That's the good news I was talking about. Oh, this morning Uncle Syracuse once again became the Dragon Sky King of Kanto. Oh, I can't believe that Uncle Yukijo, who was the namesake of Uncle Wataru in the beginning, has once again appeared on the scene. Both of them are experts in using dragon Pokemon, and they are also partners since they were young. So I'm really looking forward to the clash between them." Sunday's face was filled with longing, and in her mind she kept visualizing the scene of the two fighting. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and knocked on Sunday's head, saying in a bad mood, "Do you think it's a child playing house saying you'll fight? Stinky uncle, no hitting my head." Sunday puffed out her bun face and complained in dissatisfaction. Ignoring Sunday's complaints, Lin Xiao took out his computer and wondered, so which Heavenly King has stepped down from his position? Could it be Kikuko? In Lin Xiao's impression, the Kanto Heavenly Kings had the greatest chance of unloading the position of Heavenly King, undoubtedly making Zhu Zi. After all, he had dominated the position of Heavenly King for so many years, and he was also relatively old. Rubbing her forehead, Sunday beamed and said, "Not at all. It was Wataru who stepped down as Kanto's Tenno and let Uncle Yukijo take over, and Uncle Wataru is now only serving as Chengdu's champion. And all the new Tennos of Chengdu for this term have already taken up their positions. Among them is that oranges you were talking about." Looking at the report released by the Alliance, it was really the same as what Sunday had said. Chengdu's new 4 Heavenly Kings were unknown to Lin Xiao except for Orange. But why was it Watari who unloaded the throne of the Heavenly King and not Kikuko? For this Lin Xiao was very puzzled, took out his cell phone and pressed out the phone number of Oki Yukijo, dialed out of politeness. Greetings and congratulations are a must, not to mention that it is almost a family now. Without the blessing of the family, what does that look like? Oki Yukijo, who was with Kikuko and the others, took out his cell phone and took a look at it, then revealed a small smile as he picked up the phone and laughed. "I thought your boy was out on a trip and didn't know about it." Shigeru seems to be unaware of the news yet, and wonders where he's gotten to. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth revealed a smile as he said, "How could I not know about such a big event? Congratulations to Uncle for sitting as the Heavenly King once again." Family members still say what polite words, "As long as you kid have this heart is good." From the voice, one could hear that Oki Yukijo was very happy right now. After bragging to Lin Xiao for a few moments, Oki Shuichang hung up the phone and smiled at the few people. "It's Lin Xiao. This kid called me to give his blessing after seeing the news." Shippa and Kikuko smiled weakly and didn't say anything. Only Kona frowned slightly. a little too eager to speak, and in the end said nothing. In a certain city in Kanto, the female champion, Sharona, holding a pen to record the address where Lin Xiao was, said into the phone, "I know, thank you, I'll treat you to sundae ice cream some other time." A bright female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Enjoy yourself slowly. I really can't figure out that you have eaten ice cream for more than 20 years and actually haven't eaten enough, but you can't say that I gave you the address, okay? The alliance is not allowed to privately inquire about the trainer's information, especially Lin Xiao's is still listed in the classified. If it is known in the alliance, I will lose my job." A smile appeared on the corner of Sharona's mouth as she said, "Don't worry, we've known each other for 18 years, when have you ever seen me with a big mouth? That's it, next time I'll definitely treat you to ice cream," said Sharona, hanging up the phone. The smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with an icy face. "On your way to Neptune Island?" Looking at the paper in her hand, Sharona said viciously, "Dare to disgust me, causing me to be unable to eat for a few days. I'll definitely make you look good this time." Constantly thinking of countless ways she could torture Lin Xiao, the thin paper was rubbed out in Sharona's hands as if the paper was Lin Xiao. On the nameless island, Lin Xiao, who had just hung up the phone, suddenly shivered coldly. Putting away the phone in doubt, Lin Xiao looked around for a moment. The sun is shining, and there's no wind blowing, so why the sudden cold shiver? Is something bad going to happen lately? Lin Xiao, who couldn't come to a conclusion after thinking about it for half a day, had to put it behind him and prepare to train his Pokemon. After a period of time, Big Mimi successfully mastered the key points of the release of the Dragon's Fury, and now there are basically no more empty shots, only the cohesion time is still very long. The little fire dragon's steel tail is also learning the ropes, so I'm sure it won't be long before he learns them. The King Carp saw everyone training and tossed himself vigorously in the small pit, but achieved nothing except to muddy the water. Fortunately, in the afternoon, the multiplying dragon had already woken up, and after taking medication and sleeping again, the multiplying dragon's spirit recovered quite a lot. Multiplying dragon woke up. Lin Xiao was very happy. Hugging multiplying dragon's neck, Lin Xiao said heartily, "Multiplying dragon, you can't do this next time, you know? There are many ways to grow in strength. We can take our time." Multiplying dragon also knew that he had gone a bit too far this time, and embarrassedly rubbed his head hard against Lin Xiao's face, signaling that he wouldn't do it again. Multiplying the dragon is fine. The little elves have gathered around, chattering and handing over. Lin Xiao smiled and left the time for them to exchange their feelings. Even Tiny and the not-so-united Meow Meow also added in. "All of you quarrel with each other in a lively manner." Looking at the little elves, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "It's very cozy, isn't it?" The good feelings and exchanges between the pixies made Sunday's eyes involuntarily redden. Leaning on Lin Xiao's shoulder and nodding vigorously. Chapter 13, Two Fighting Giant Carp Kings. Jussie, there are so many small islands around here. Seeing countless uninhabited islands along the way, Sunday hugged Meow Meow and marveled. "It's a lot." Lin Xiao held the binoculars and watched. After the small island, we've arrived at Naipulu Island, where the next dojo is located. I wonder what the rules of the dojo challenge there are. Sunday narrowed her smiling eyes and said, I'm sure that with Uncle's strength, no matter what kind of dojo, you'll be able to get through it without any problems." This girl, Lin Xiao laughed in exasperation. "I really don't know where your self-confidence comes from." "I say Sunday, don't be calling me uncle, okay? It feels like I'm like a weird uncle abducting a little loli myself. It's weird, yeah, aren't you?" Sunday's eyes widened as she looked Lin Xiao up and down and said righteously, "In my eyes you're an uncle who specializes in abducting little lolitas." I'm not wrong." Breathlessly rolling his eyes, Lin Xiao had no choice but to not dwell on this topic and looked at a small island not far away and said, "Let's settle our lunch there." Compared to the bare look of the other small islands, this one looks good with a beautiful scenery. Sunday rolled her eyes adorably and laughed. Jussie, I want to eat beef hot pot." "Hot pot?" Lin Xiao froze slightly, then lost his smile. "Sunday, this is a small southern island with a hot temperature, and it's still noon. Are you sure you want to eat hot pot? Be careful of growing pimples." Throwing Lin Xiao a blank stare, Sunday patted Multiplying Dragon's neck and shouted, "Multiplying Dragon, let's go to the island in front." Then she hummed lightly, "This young lady is youthful and beautiful and bubbly. How could such a thing as pimples appear on a family member's face?" "Uncle, you are not allowed to curse me." There was no doubt that Miss Sunday was arrogant. Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head without responding, because questioning a girl's beauty was just as tragic as the fact that he would accompany them on a shopping spree, and the end would be disastrous. Coming to the island, Lin Xiao released all the little elves, and the place where the two of them went ashore surprisingly had a small pool, which was convenient for the Carp King, saving the giant crypto dragon from once again helping it to smash pits in the ground. As for the sea, Lin Xiao did not even think about it. With the Carp King's confused appearance, washed away by the seawater, do not know, then where to find. Things like finding a needle in a haystack are good to talk about. They must not be done. After feeding the king carp a bunch of Pokemon food and a large amount of energy cubes, Lin Xiao stroked the king carp's head and said, "Swim in the water by yourself. I'll call you when we set off later, you know?" The black carp king's huge size required a large amount of food to maintain the body's daily consumption. Otherwise it would be malnourished, affecting its development, and the evolved Tyrannosaurus rex would be prone to deformities in the future. The Pokemon food and the energy cubes were not important in Lin Xiao's eyes. What mattered was the health of the carp king. Ooh, ho! The well-fed king carp squinted happily and nodded his massive head, then leaned back and fell straight back into the water and went off to play. Lin Xiao then began to organize the ingredients. Because eating hot pot in the wild requires a lot of charcoal, so Lin Xiao asked Sunday to put down her meow to gather firewood, although it was very reluctant. But for the sake of the hot pot, Sunday still pouted and walked towards the woods. After the Sunday picks up the firewood back, Lin Xiao builds a fire and throws a cow bone into the pot with water to simmer the soup to make the base of the hot pot, and then starts to wash the vegetables and cut the meat. Eat hot pot with meat should be cut thinly, so eat up enough flavor. In the hot pot a hot can enter the mouth, and eat hot pot can arouse people's appetite. Eat will eat more than the usual eat fried vegetables, so Lin Xiao prepared a lot of meat and cattle. After the pot of bone broth boiled, Lin Xiao began to add various spices, of which chili peppers, peppercorns, and deodorizing spices were essential. Otherwise the pot was filled with a fishy smell, and that made it impossible for people to eat. With the ingredients complete, the pot emitted an aroma that made people's mouths water, and Sunday had long been staring straight at the boiling hot pot soup with both eyes, secretly gulping in secret saliva. Little glutton can't wait? Sunday's eye rolling made Lin Xiao laugh out loud. You can start when the flavor of the spices seeps into the soup in a few minutes. Humph. Sunday, who had the attribute of arrogance, reddened her little face and hummed lightly after being teased by Lin Xiao, twisting her head to the side and looking at the sky at an angle of 4 or 5 degrees. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao tried the flavor of the soup with a spoon and felt that it was almost ready, and was about to shout that Sunday could eat, who knew that a familiar voice came into the ears of the two. "Ha, Miss Joy, where did it go? But what's the smell? Oh, it smells so good." Not far from the two Lin Xiao, Xiao Ji and his group were walking over, in which Xiao Ji, who had a spiritual nose, sniffed down the flavor in the air and asked. Kasumi and Xiao Jian, also scholars Xiao Ji's appearance, smelled it and said, "It seems to be the smell of hot pot soup, or beef. Could it be that someone is eating hot pot here?" In the end, it was the big grinning Koji who punched the air and said, "Let's go over there and check it out." Then, looking at Xiao Ji and the others who were gradually approaching, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth raised into a smile as he stood up and laughed. "Xiao Ji, long time no see." "Lin Xiao," Xiao Ji shouted in surprise. Obviously God was surprised to meet Lin Xiao here. Not only Xiao Ji, even Xiaoxia and Xiao Jian also had a surprised look on their faces. "Oh, since we've met, come over and have lunch together. I've prepared enough ingredients for all of them." Xiaoxia, who knew Lin Xiao's character well, immediately agreed happily. Only Xiao Jian, who was not too familiar with Lin Xiao, was a little embarrassed. In the end it was Xiao Ji who pulled Xiao Jian to sit down and said quietly, "It's okay, brother Lin Xiao is very hospitable and kind to people. Just let go of your stomach and eat." In order to confirm Xiao Ji's words, Kasumi also smiled and nodded. Watching the two of them move, Xiao Jian only put away the squirming look. Frankly, go out and travel to dabble in food is a normal thing. If you keep squirming, you can't be sure when to starve to death. Do not know. Xiao Ji, who had originally put down his Pikachu to prepare for dinner, suddenly saw Xiao Xiao, who was circling around a giant snapdragon not far away, and immediately exclaimed, "Pink ironclad rhinoceros, isn't that only found on Hurakan Island?" The others were not sure, but the three Xiao Ji who had been to Hurakan Island naturally knew that all the Pokemon there were pink in color. Xiaoxia and Xiao Jian were also stunned. Weren't Pinkan Island's Pokemon uncatchable? Why would Lin Xiao have the tiny iron-armored rhinoceros here? This iron-armored rhinoceros was given to Grandpa for research by Junsa, the guardian of Hurakan Island. But you guys can't just talk about it outside. Lin Xiao didn't expect Xiao Ji and the others to have been to Pinkan Island, displaying a blank stare before explaining with a smile, but still giving a few people a warning. Understanding the reason for this, the three Xiao Ji all patted their chests and breasts and said that they wouldn't say anything about it. "I'm going to start." Chi and Sunday, who had been waiting for a long time, shouted with chopsticks and bowls, chucking the thinly sliced beef into the pot. "Chi, no grabbing allowed. That's the meat I put down. Don't." Lin Xiao said that the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. And if you don't move fast, you won't be able to eat. "Chi, grab my meat again and I'll kill you. There's more here. Don't grab it. Everyone, there's plenty more. Eating or more people are more lively. You grab to me to fight. It is very interesting." Eaten. Lin Xiao looked at a few people still scrambling, The corner of his mouth showed a smile, lit a cigarette and sat on the side to swallow clouds. Bang! Right at this moment, from the small pool not far away from Lin Xiao and the others dining came the road. The muffled sound from the impact. What happened? The muffled sound made Lin Xiao's heart startled. His carp king was playing in the pool. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao dropped his cigarette and stomped it out, running towards the small pool. Seeing the panicked Lin Xiao, Sunday hurriedly put down her bowl and ran after Lin Xiao. Although she didn't know what had happened, the three Xiaoji also put down the bowl in their hands and followed Lin Xiao in Sunday's footsteps. Just as he ran to the edge of the pool, Lin Xiao saw Joey standing on the bank anxiously shouting, "Carp King, stop it, no fighting. What's with the Joey here?" A panic ensued in his heart. The Carp Kings were fighting? Lin Xiao rushed closer to the shore to look. In the pool, two Carp Kings, one black and one red, twisted and fought together, and kept hitting each other with their heads. The water surface was swept up by countless water splashes. The two Carp Kings seemed to have a life and death grudge, and would not stop until they defeated each other. No matter how Joey shouted, it was useless. What a big Carp King! It was almost as big as his own Black Carp King, knowing that the Black Carp King given by Lokia was almost 3 meters long, while the Carp King that was wrestling with the Black Carp King didn't have to be much smaller than the Black Carp King. But now was not the time to be surprised. Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Carp King, stop, no fighting with others." Saying that, he took out his genie ball and tried to retrieve the Black Carp King, but he didn't want the Black Carp King to dive into the water. Avoiding the flashing red light of the genie ball, refusing to enter the genie ball, and using his big head to hit the exception of one of the Carp Kings again, the two Carp Kings seemed to be fighting out of fire. Even their big open mouths were used, tearing each other non-stop. Hiss! What a big king carp! Or two! The three Xiaoji who followed behind were all taken aback by the size of the Carp King, with no time to care about Lin Xiao and the others. Joey knelt on the bank and cried sadly, "Carp King, please stop, okay?" Lin Xiao also wanted to retrieve the Carp King again, but the Carp King once again avoided the red light and refused to enter the elf ball. Gradually, both Carp Kings began to gasp for air, and the red Carp King, who had sensed Joey crying, wailed as his body radiated an evolutionary glow, and Lin Xiao's Black Carp King entered the evolutionary stage unwillingly, his black body enveloped in white light. Chapter 14 Bloodshed caused by calcium tablets. The two Carp King evolutions caused Lin Xiao's eyes to jump and a sense of foreboding bubbled up in his heart as he shouted, "All of you, back off, it's dangerous here," pulling Joey, who was kneeling on the ground and crying, away from him. Lin Xiao shouted at the giant Fast Dragon, "Fast Dragon, come and help." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sunday obediently pulled Joey out of the pool, and Xiao Ji's trio hurriedly followed. The huge snapdragon that was originally basking in the sun heard Lin Xiao's shout and jerked its head up, standing up and flying towards where Lin Xiao was. Ow! With two roars that resounded freely in the sky, the light of evolution gradually dimmed and subsided, and two huge Tyrannosaurus Rexes, one black and one basket, with a length of more than 20 meters, appeared in the pool, and the small pool became crowded all of a sudden. Quite a few of the Pokemon in the pool were hiding in the corner and shivering from the pressure of the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Holy, do you two have a grudge against each other? Why do you keep fighting with red eyes when we meet? After evolving into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, the fight between the two Pokemon became even more brutal. Originally the King Carp hit each other and bites were not harmed, but now it's good to be full of mouths of huge steel teeth a bite down as the blood and flesh flying. Scales scattered, a black and a basket of two figures, entangled together. Huge mouth mercilessly super each other's body greeting. Although not using any stance, the fight between the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes was far beyond the physical battle between Banjira and Emperor Yen. The small pool was gradually dyed red with dripping blood, and both Tyrannosaurus Rexes were quite injured, but they still had no intention of stopping. Oh, the huge fast dragon fell from the air and looked at the scene in front of him somewhat puzzled, looking at Lin Xiao in confusion. The arrival of the giant Snapdragon caused Lin Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief and immediately shouted, "Snapdragon! Use thunder to silence them." Oh, the giant Snapdragon let out a low cry, and immediately used the Thunder Strike stance. Huge lightning bolts descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck the two Tyrannosaurus Rex's bodies. Ow! The blue giant Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a painful wail, and its body, which was enveloped by class electricity, gradually trembled, while Lin Xiao's black Tyrannosaurus Rex was unaffected in the slightest, ignoring the lightning attacks. Holy, could it be that the black scales can resist lightning attacks? Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse angrily. If it was usual, Lin Xiao would be very happy, but how could the scene at this moment make anyone happy? Fast Dragon, Frozen Rays, freeze them! As the giant Snapdragon spat out freezing rays, the bodies of the two giant Tyrannosaurus Rexes resounded with ka. The two giant Tyrannosaurus Rexes were frozen into a big pile of ice. At last the world was quiet, no more war, and all was calm again. Lin Xiao sat on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and waved his hand toward the few people in the distance to signal that it was okay to come over. When a few people came closer, Lin Xiao asked suspiciously, "Ms. Joy, I wonder why you're here, and how did they fight?" Joey wiped the tears from her face and sobbed slightly. "I'm cruising around here treating all sorts of injured Pokemon. This king carp saved me when I was a kid and we have a good bond, but it's too big so it's calcium deficient and needs to take calcium pills regularly. I've come to deliver the medication as usual today as well." Saying this, Joey paused slightly and continued. "I saw this black king carp thinking it was a wild king carp that had accidentally run in, so I shared some of the calcium tablets with it, and who knows they got into a fight." The crowd was stunned at Joey's words. Lin Xiao shook his head speechlessly and lost his smile. "Is this the legendary bloodshed caused by calcium tablets? What? Starting an endless fight over a few calcium pills? You've disgraced the king of carp." In fact, the tiny calcium tablets could not lead to such a fight. Lin Xiao's black carp king had been driven out of the tribe since it was a child, causing it to have a faint hostility towards all the other carp kings. Originally, the black carp king was already upset that there was a kindred spirit as big as himself in the pool. Who knew that the guy dared to come up and fight for it when Joey was handing out calcium tablets to him? The black carp king's resentment that had been hidden inside was detonated, and a big battle broke out. Attacked by the black carp king, Joey's carp king naturally chose to fight back. Originally has only belonged to their own things by the black carp king share some. Joey's carp king heart is not happy, plus the black carp king attacked himself first. The fire of the carp king immediately and the black carp king twisted together. Fighting the two carp king are fighting out of the real fire. Even the master's words choose to ignore, not to stop until the other party dry down. Well, I've had my eyes open today. They can fight like this over calcium tablets. Those who didn't know thought that there was some kind of father-killing and wife-taking hatred between the two carp kings, and the carp king's fight made Lin Xiao feel speechless. Understanding the causes and consequences, Lin Xiao planned to retrieve his Tyrannosaurus Rex first and treat it later. Ka-ching! Who knew that the elf ball hadn't succeeded in retrieving the Tyrannosaurus Rex and had cracked and shattered into several pieces on its own? The more powerful the Pokemon, the higher the level, the higher the Pokeball needed to take in. After what happened to Banjira, Inferno Emperor, and Giant Crypto Dragon, Lin Xiao was calm to take out a new high-level ball from a new one before he could retrieve the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Retrieving his Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin Xiao looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had originally been stunned by lightning, shrunk into a ball, and frozen into ice by the rush of frozen rays, and asked, "What about this guy?" Joey shook his head. "I need to travel around. I don't have time to take care of it, and the Pokemon Center isn't that big to accommodate it. Can you all be trainers and take it away?" With the degree of hatred between the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes, it was impossible for Lin Xiao to get them to live together peacefully. So Lin Xiao chose to abstain. Sunday had no interest in Pokemon that were too huge, so she followed suit and abstained. Kasumi, whose favorite water-type Pokemon had a natural fear of Tyrannosaurus Rex, still abstained. In the end, only Xiao Jian and Xiao Ji were left, although he sincerely hoped that Xiao Ji would take in this Tyrannosaurus Rex with good strength to enhance his own strength. But Lin Xiao would not say anything more on this kind of thing and left the two to deal with it on their own. Although Chi wanted to take this Tyrannosaurus Rex, but he didn't feel like saying it out loud. In the end it was Ken who laughed frankly. "Chi, it's better for you to take it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can enhance a lot of strength for you. I'm a Pokemon watcher. I don't need a strong partner, so I'm out." In the end, Xiaoji is expected to accept this huge Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the elf ball or Lin Xiao handed him a high-level ball. Xiaoji carries all the elf ball as $3,000, the cheapest kind of popular elf ball. The matter of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was resolved perfectly, and the two Tyrannosaurus Rexes were each stabilized by Joey's treatment of their injuries, but treated separately to prevent them from fighting again. Waiting to deal with the matter of the tyrannical carp dragon, Lin Xiao made the hot pot soup has been burned dry. Incidentally, also hitched a burned pot, but also a good number of people have already eaten enough. Pack up the dishes. Lin Xiao and Sunday let Xiaoji a few people to say goodbye, and continue to go on the road. A few of the Chis chose to stay behind for the time being to help Joey heal the injured Pokemon on the nearby island and leave later. Sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon, Sunday still had a timid heart. "I can't imagine that the Tyrannosaurus Rex fights so ferociously. Seeing the blood and scales flying everywhere, my heart is still poofing now. Poof, my heart is still pounding." Lin Xiao smiled faintly and took her into his arms and comforted her. "Don't think too much. Isn't it common for Pokemon to get injured? Since you've become a trainer, then you should be mentally prepared for this." Sunday relied on Lin Xiao's arms and nodded gently, closing her eyes without speaking and starting to doze off. Sunday would sleep for a while to calm herself every time she was frightened, and having known her for 6 whole years, she naturally knew her habits, and told the multiplying dragon to slow down so that Sunday could sleep more comfortably. Slowly the ride on the dragon carried the two out of this area of the archipelago and towards the island of Nephrite, which was very close. By evening, Lin Xiao let the multiplying dragon camp on a small island not far from Naipulu Island. Did not continue to move forward. Naipulu Island is deserted except for the dojo. Tourists are all daytime play at night to leave, and the island on the snowy mountains. The temperature will be lower than other places, where the choice of camping is not the best choice. It is better to go directly over to the challenge of the dojo early tomorrow morning. Setting up the tent, Lin Xiao started to make dinner. As for the Pokemon, Lin Xiao let them rest individually after feeding them again, nourishing their spirits so that they could face tomorrow's challenge of the dojo. Not sure about the rules of the challenge of the dojo, but it was still necessary to make enough preparations. After dinner, just after entering the tent, Sunday drilled into Lin Xiao's arms and said in a delicate voice, "Uncle will tell me stories, okay? After taking a nap in the middle of the day I'm not sleepy at all now." Holding Sunday's fragrant keto body, Lin Xiao was instantly a bit headstrong. "But I don't know how to tell a story." "No, just say anyone, preferably the touching and romantic kind." Sunday twisted a few times uneasily, and the fragrant shoulders that her pajamas couldn't cover were suddenly revealed and exposed to the air. Sunday Lin Xiao didn't carry her to bed every night like Mei did. This particular hobby Lin Xiao only sprung up when he was with Mei. He didn't have this habit with the other few girls, pulling the covers up to cover Sunday's snow-white shoulders, revealing only her head resting on her arm. Sunday's request is going to be really difficult for Lin Xiao. Having seen countless sci-fi blockbusters, how is he going to tell that kind of romantic and touching story? Finally, under the urging of Sunday, Lin Xiao had to tell her the story of Titanic, and the final ending made Sunday feel very sorry, pulling Lin Xiao to ask questions to make Lin Xiao's head big. Chapter 15, Challenging the Napra Dojo. After having breakfast on the second day, Lin Xiao couldn't check up for the Pokemon. After all, the challenge of the dojo would mainly depend on them, but the Pokemon were all in good shape. Knowing that Lin Xiao was going to challenge the dojo today, they all looked confident and hoped that they would be able to go out and fight. Looks like everyone is in good spirits, so let's get our badges in one breath. Ow, oh maze. Hearing Lin Xiao's fighting spirit-filled words, the little elves all cried out, smiling as he retrieved the Pokemon. Lin Xiao picked up Xiao Xiao and Sunday to sit on the back of the riding dragon and headed towards Nephrite Island. In a short while the two arrived at Nephrite Island. Retrieving the multiplying dragon, Lin Xiao led Sunday in the direction where the dojo was located. Naipuru Island in the Orange Islands is considered to be a rather peculiar island, surrounded by lush vegetation, while in the center is a huge mountain. The entire mountain is bare without a trace of vegetation. From the halfway point of the mountain is covered with snow and ice. From afar it looks so beautiful. Walking onto Nephrite Island, Sunday looked around suspiciously and asked, "That's strange, why is it quiet and there's no one there?" Taking out a map and looking at it, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Because there aren't any accommodations, places to eat on this small island. So other than the occasional passing of tour groups, the rest of the time it's pretty cool. Let's go to the dojo." Oh, knowing the reason, Sunday hurriedly hugged Meow Meow tightly to follow Lin Xiao's footsteps. Soon the two of them came to the place where the Napru dojo was located, but the door of the dojo was tightly closed. Pushing open the tightly closed big iron door with great force, Lin Xiao shouted doubtfully, "May I ask if anyone is there?" But it was still quiet inside. There was no sound. How strange. There is no ring for the competition. There is only a cable car for going up the mountain and a passageway. Could it be that the venue for the match is on top of the mountain? Lin Xiao poked around and said doubtfully, "Here, uncle, look here." Sunday stood in front of a signboard with Meow Meow in her arms and waved to Lin Xiao. Walking over to Sunday, Lin Xiao bent down to look at the notice board. "Trainers who have come to challenge us, please hike up to the top of the mountain first. And remember, you may not use Pokemon power on the way up, or you will be disqualified from the tournament. Those accompanying you may take the gondola up the mountain. Trainers may not take the path that opens out while climbing. There are monitors here, so please be conscious. Challenging a dojo requires climbing a mountain first?" This rule makes Lin Xiao very speechless. No wonder the Orange League is not famous. This is to change into a boy is okay. If it is a delicate little girl, you also let other people's unarmed climb up? After knowing the rules of the challenge, Lin Xiao took out his down jacket and hiking shoes from his backpack. From the halfway point of the mountain, the place was covered by ice and snow. The preparation work had to be done sufficiently. Putting on his down jacket and changing into his hiking shoes, Lin Xiao handed Xiao Xiao to Sunday and said, "Take them both and wait for me on the cable car road up the mountain. I'll be able to reach the top soon." Aha! Sunday nodded and obediently carried Meow Meow and Xiao Xiao up in the cable car. Xiao Xiao, who was used to lying on Lin Xiao's shoulder, suddenly jumped on Sunday's shoulder. The weight of more than 10 kilograms almost made Sunday sit on her butt on the ground. "Tiny, can't you be gentle? It almost made me fall." Taking Tiny off his shoulders, Sunday couldn't help but complain. Oh, the little one who was blamed by the Sunday felt aggrieved. It and Lin Xiao had always been like this and had long since developed a habit. But how could the Sunday's small body be compared to Lin Xiao's big man? Looking at which side of the Sunday, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and then began to climb the mountain. Climbing the mountain was afraid to be difficult for many people. For Lin Xiao it was purely as an exercise. It was just a small thing. Because it was all rocky, Lin Xiao tried each step carefully, feeling that the rock was sturdy enough to bear his weight before he climbed upwards with strength. Climbing experienced people will be like this. If the foot or under the rock is not stable, you grab on it or step on it, a slip can be a tragedy. Then not to die will have to take off layers of skin. As Lin Xiao slowly climbed upwards, the temperature on the mountain also followed the gradual cold. It took nearly an hour for Lin Xiao to finish climbing the part of the bare, exposed rock, and the rest of the journey was covered with ice and snow. Luckily, the dojo trainers are quite conscientious. From here there is a path. The trainers who come to challenge only need to be careful to follow the path covered with snow and ice, slowly walk up to reach the top of the mountain. If you are climbing slowly up the steep rocks like before, I don't know how many trainers will choose to give up. It was already steep, and with the slippery snow and ice, an accidental fall would kill you. Compared to the challenge of the dojo, small life is more important. Following the path, Lin Xiao quickly arrived at the top of the mountain, where Sunday was sitting on a chair outside the mountaintop hut in a down jacket, wrapping Meow Meow and Xiao Xiao in thick towels. And beside Sunday stood a red-haired young man of about 20 years old, who should be a dojo trainer by the looks of it. Seeing Lin Xiao ascend to the top of the mountain, Sunday happily waved her hand vigorously and ran up to see if Lin Xiao had suffered any injuries during the climb. The red-haired man walked forward as Sunday did as well, extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, Master Pavilion. My name is Dan. I'm a trainer at the Napara Dojo, and I'm glad you've come to challenge me." Receiving the towel handed by Sunday, Lin Xiao wiped his head and face with the water droplets from the melting snowflakes, then shook hands with Xiao Dan quizzically. "You know me? He the last quartz tournament champion, the leader of the new generation of Kanto. I naturally know, but I'm not going to let go of this challenge." Lin Xiao laughed and said, "I don't dare to be the best or anything, but I will defeat you to get the badge based on your strength." Xiao Dan smiled slightly and said to Lin Xiao, "The rules of the competition here are 3 sessions. First, the first session is to use the power of the Pokemon to freeze the geyser that is spewing out of the ground. Whoever uses the shortest amount of time wins the first session, and the one who wins the next 2 of the 3 sessions wins today's competition." A geyser on top of a snowy mountain? Shouldn't that thing exist in a hot place? Following Xiao Dan to the destination, Lin Xiao was considered to have seen the world again. Geysers on top of snowy mountains. How strange. Taking out the elf ball, Lin Xiao twisted his head and asked, "It only needs to be frozen into an icicle? Are there no rules on size or anything?" "Right, just freeze it into an icicle." Dan nodded and tossed the pixie ball. "Come on out, Queen Nido." Since there was no size regulation, Lin Xiao took out the Tyrannosaurus Rex's Pokeball and threw it out. Using freezing light, the Pokemon that Lin Xiao carried on his body besides the giant fast dragon was the most powerful was the black Tyrannosaurus Rex that had just evolved not long ago. Ow. The Tyrannosaurus's injuries had healed almost as well after Joey's treatment, and just coming out to stand at the top of the peak the Tyrannosauruses roared in delight, startling Dan and Sunday. Dan looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex dumbfounded and muttered, "I can't believe it's grown this big, and it's still a glitter Pokemon. It seems that you're not powerful for no reason. Pavilion Master, every single one of your companions is so powerful." Patting the thick scales of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin Xiao smiled. "Thanks for the compliment, but I won't be merciful just because of that." Xiao Dan smiled and shook his head, pointing to 2 cave entrances not far away, saying, where the geysers erupted almost the same time, "Our first session will be competed here." Lin Xiao and Xiao Dan both stared dead center at the hole, and the moment the geyser erupted, they both shouted at the same time, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, after Nido, frozen light." The Tyrannosaurus roared, a thick blue curved column of light spewing out of its mouth freezing towards the spewing water column. The other side of the Queen Nido, who was releasing freezing rays with the horns on the top of her head, did the same. Compared to the Tyrannosaurus's freezing rays, the Queen's was quite a bit thinner. Ka! Click! With the sound of a column of water freezing, the geyser in front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was soon frozen into a giant icicle. Tyrannosaurus Rex had already completed his task, and Nido on the other side had only completed 2/3 of it after, and a comparison of the power of the jutsu showed the difference. After Queen Nido managed to freeze the column of water into an icicle, Xiao Dan looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the icicle in front of it somewhat speechlessly. If Queen Nido's icicle had a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 5 meters, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's icicle had a diameter of 2 meters and a length of 8 meters. Sighing slightly, Dan pointed to the sign off to the side and said, "The first circumstance is that your Tyrannosaurus Rex wins, and the second session is to use 3 Pokemon to make icicles into ice ships like the one on the sign. Though there's no limit to the size of the ice ships, and it's still the shortest time that wins." knowing what the second part of the competition was about. Lin Xiao lost his smile as he looked at Xiao Dan and asked, "The third round won't be sliding down that stream to the foot of the mountain in an ice boat, right?" Lin Xiao's words immediately stunned Xiao Dan, and after a slight loss of concentration, Xiao Dan nodded. "Yes, just like you said. The first one to arrive at the foot of the mountain wins. Let's proceed to the second session. The Pokemon I used were King Nido, Flying Mantis, and Howlick." Lin Xiao also pulled out the Pokemon he was using, which were Huge Fast Dragon, Little Fire Dragon, and Big Mimi. This round was sure to be difficult. With the inapplicability of the Pokemon coupled with the fact that he was already familiar with making an ice boat, Xiao Dan was faster than Lin Xiao, the layman. Anyway, Dan's Pokemon all started to make the ice ship in an organized manner. King Nido controlled the icicles, Hori smashed the ice with his fists, and Flying Mantis was in charge of chipping down the broken ice, and the ice ship was gradually taking shape in the hands of the three Pokemon. Although the icicles were larger, Lin Xiao had no intention of reducing them at all. The larger and heavier the object was if it was going downhill, so that the inertia would be greater and the speed would be faster. Little Fire Dragon and Big Mimi used Steel Tail, Quick Dragon used Dragon Claws. However, Lin Xiao forgot to remind the giant Fast Dragon to pay attention to the power, and when the giant Fast Dragon's claw slapped on the icicle, the tremendous power instantly caused the icicle to shatter into several pieces. The icicles that shattered into several pieces suddenly scattered on the ground, causing Lin Xiao to freeze in place, dumbfounded. Chapter 16, Challenging the Napra Dojo, 2. Not only Lin Xiao was dumbfounded, the dojo trainer Xiao Dan was the same. Having seen countless challengers, it was the first time he had seen one that destroyed the icicle as soon as he came. The giant Snapdragon looked at his hand and whimpered in aggravation, signaling that he hadn't done it on purpose, that the icicles were too fragile. Puff! Sunday, who had come back to her senses, could no longer hold back and let out a loud laugh. The aggrieved look of the giant Snapdragon was just too loving to watch and couldn't help but laugh. Sunday could laugh out loud. Lin Xiao couldn't laugh out loud. Awkwardly scratching his head, he asked, "Icicles destroyed and made from scratch. There's no violation of the rules, right?" No, but this session is considered a win for me." Dan pointed to his side of the ice boat that was ready and said, "So let's just wait until you're done with the ice boat and we'll do round 3. Losing was fine as long as it didn't violate the rules." Lin Xiao didn't intend to win the second session anyway. Luckily, the Tyrannosaurus Rex hadn't put it away yet, so Lin Xiao had to ask the Tyrannosaurus Rex to get an icicle out again. Getting the icicle, the huge fast dragon carefully put the icicle down on the ground, began to process. The result is not even 5 minutes the icicle once again rupture. The giant Snapdragon breathed a sigh of relief. Now he finally had someone to embarrass himself with. This time it was Big Mimi who destroyed the icicle, raising her tiny tail, and Big Mimi stated that she was innocent and that it was the icicle that wasn't hard enough to withstand the slapping. Nima! Lin Xiao was on the verge of tears. "You guys are still here? Can't you just pass it all at once in peace?" Once again, Sunday fell back in his chair laughing. Even Danny laughed. "Forget it. Anyway, today has already been humiliated to the grandmother's house. It doesn't matter if it happens again." Once again letting the Tyrannosaurus get the icicles. But during that time Lin Xiao kept on urging it to make the icicles a little bit harder. This caused the Tyrannosaurus Rex to roll his eyes and almost whip him to the ground with his tail. It was clearly the only way to go. "Okay? How dare you blame me for making an icicle that isn't hard? You damn well aren't looking for a fight?" After the icicles were done, Lin Xiao looked at the 3 Pokemon with a bitter smile and said, "Let's all be a little lighter. Don't break them again. It doesn't matter if we slow down a little bit. We've already lost anyway. We'll win it back in the next round." Hearing Lin Xiao's words made the 3 little elves nod their heads together and start making the ice ship. But this time, the force used was much smaller. It seemed that the 3 guys were also afraid that the icicles would break again, and their movements were all very gentle. The giant Snapdragon was in charge of slapping the surface of the icicles. Big Mimi was in charge of removing the broken ice with her steel tail, and the little fire dragon was in charge of dissolving the sign with flames. The 3 Pokemon divided up the work hard and took half an hour to get the ice ship ready, which was weak compared to Dan's few minutes. The 3 little elves succeeded in making the ice ship for the 3rd time. Lin Xiao sighed fiercely in relief. This thing was really torturous. Lin Xiao's ice boat was made and Dan spoke out the rules for the 3rd part of the competition. "We will each sit in the ice boat with 3 Pokemon and slide downward together. The trainer will be in command and the Pokemon will be in charge of accelerating, decelerating, and turning." The 3 Pokemon I used were Flying Mantis, Little Fistful of Stones, and Naughty Bomb. Pushing the ice boat to the departure point, Dan took the lead and sat inside, with Little Fist Rock, Flying Mantis, and Naughty Bomb sitting behind Dan one at a time. Which 3 should be used? The giant Snapdragon, the Tyrannosaurus, and the multiplying dragon were all eliminated in droves. They were too big for the ice ship to hold them. so the only ones left were Big Mimi, Little Fire Dragon, and Tiny, who didn't have any fighting ability. Holding Xiao Xiao in his arms, Lin Xiao stepped inside the ice ship that he entered, with Big Mimi sitting in the center and Little Fire Dragon last. After sitting on the ice ship, Lin Xiao began to assign tasks. Big Mimi is in charge of accelerating and turning left. Little Fire Dragon is in charge of turning right. No problem, right? As for slowing down, it was directly omitted by Lin Xiao, who intended to rush to the finish line with a bang. After getting ready, Xiao Dan looked at Lin Xiao and said, "We'll start after the race signal lights up green. The first one to arrive at the beach is the winner." "No problem. I'm ready." Lin Xiao got ready. Xiao Dan took out the remote control and pressed the button, and the signal light not far away from the two of them began to flash. Do! The first frame of signals started to light up red, followed by the second frame. The second frame of signal lights had just lit up, and Lin Xiao and Xiao Dan were dead set on the third frame of lights. Do! Accompanied by the sound of the signal light, the green light of the third compartment suddenly lit up, and Xiao Dan and Lin Xiao together over-controlled the ice ship towards the bottom of the mountain. Seeing the two start rushing down the mountain, Sunday hurriedly picked up Meow Meow and rode the cable car down the mountain. The inertia of mass soon showed up in Lin Xiao's ice ship. The greater size and weight was Lin Xiao's ice ship was faster and soon left Xiao Dan behind. But Lin Xiao wasn't satisfied with this speed and shouted to Big Mimi, "Use the rapid freezing light to freeze the road surface and make the iceboat skate faster." Big Mimi nodded as she listened and spat out freezing rays to freeze the road in front of her. Lin Xiao's ice ship accelerated once more and the distance between him and Xiao Dan gradually widened. "Is this even possible? Aren't you afraid of losing control too fast?" Xiao Dan said dumbfounded as he looked at Lin Xiao who was traveling rapidly. Xiao Dan's flying mantis could extend its scythe to control its speed and turn, but Lin Xiao's pixie couldn't do that, and at this speed it would be a big problem to turn. Lin Xiao dared to do this naturally had his own way of dealing with it. Otherwise if he couldn't turn the corner and rush straight down the cliff it would kill someone. Soon, the ice ship Lin Xiao was riding on had arrived at the mouth of the first bend. Looking at the bend in the distance, Lin Xiao said to Little Fire Dragon, "Little Fire Dragon, when you get close to the bend you'll warrior maximum power jet flame, and utilize the force of the jet flame to turn the ice ship around, know what I mean?" The Little Fire Dragon nodded discreetly, signaling that he knew, and began to enter the curve, where the Little Fire Dragon immediately spewed flames at the side of the roadbed. As the Little Fire Dragon's flames spewed out, the ice ship began to twist in the bend and was soon out of the bend, of which the process was scary, but it made it through the first bend safely. The second turn was not far from the first one. Lin Xiao shouted to Dammy, "Dammy, it's your turn this time. Use the water cannon to turn with the help of force like the Little Fire Dragon." May's Dammy purred softly, signaling that she understood and promising to get the job done. Like the first turn, Big Mimi's water cannon trick managed to get the ice boat through the turn safely. Subsequently, without Lin Xiao instructing them again, both Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon were able to complete the tasks assigned by Lin Xiao, in which in a straight line, Big Mimi even used the frozen light to make the ice ship accelerate. With the cooperation of Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon, Lin Xiao's ice ship quickly sailed out of the icy section and entered the rocky section. The undulating rocky road caused the ice boat to bounce up and down. Lin Xiao was really worried that he would accidentally turn it upside down. In that case he would have a lot of fun. Entering the rocky section, Lin Xiao was not asking Dammy to use the freezing rays but switched to the water cannons. The water mixed with the mud on the road would become slippery and make the ice boat slowed down speed increase again. Little Fire Dragon, increase the intensity of the flames. The bends are bigger this time. Omi, you help too. The bends are small this time, so Big Mimi's water cannons can be reduced in power a bit. After entering the rocky section, the curves also began to become larger. There were a few times when the ice ship almost brought Lin Xiao and the elves to crash into the roadbed on the side. But fortunately, after the efforts of Big Mimi and the Little Fire Dragon, they all passed through the danger. As for the little one in Lin Xiao's arms, he can't help at all. Not only that, the little guy also felt very exciting. So excited that squinted up the red little eyes, shouting loudly, constantly let Lin Xiao accelerate. Standing and talking waste does not hurt, I am afraid that is to describe this time of the little. The bumpy and rocky sections quickly wore out Lin Xiao's iceboat a lot. Luckily the end was close at hand and there was no need to worry about the iceboat melting away before it reached the end. Very good. Just about to reach the finish line, Big Mimi continued to use the water cannons to make the road slippery. Little Fire Dragon towards the back using jet flames as propellers. Seeing that he was about to reach the finish line, Lin Xiao happily shouted to Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon. Accelerated by Big Mimi and Little Fire Dragon, Lin Xiao's iceboat flew across the finish line and rushed into the sea, stirring up high waves. The ice ship rushed out a long way before stopping. Lin Xiao let Dammy use the water cannon to push the ice ship closer to the shore, hugged Xiao Xiao and got off the ice ship. The Little Fire Dragon and Dammy also followed. Jussie, you're awesome. What about pulling Dan out by a large distance for the victory? Just after walking up to the shore, Sunday happily ran up and said excitedly, I have to say that sitting on the ice boat so that sliding downward is very exciting. Lin Xiao's heart at this time is still non-stop beating wildly. Little is also the same. Seems to feel not too much. Little finger ice boat to Lin Xiao shouted loudly. At this time Xiaodan also arrived at the finish line, but with the slowing down of the flying mantis, Xiaodan's ice boat didn't directly rush into the sea like Lin Xiao's, but stopped after crossing the finish line. Walking off the ice ship, Xiaodan took out his badge and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying admiringly, I didn't expect you to phase out this approach. This is the first time I've come across it after being a dojo trainer for so long. Your modus operandi has inspired me a lot. This is the White Wave badge. Receiving the White Wave badge in Xiaodan's hand, Lin Xiao smiled this and said, inspiration is seen to be too much. There is a great risk in my maneuver. One slip up and things will go wrong. Thinking back to Lin Xiao's thrilling journey, Xiaodan immediately lost his smile. You do have a point. Congratulations on earning the White Wave badge. I'm looking forward to the scene where you're going to beat the crap out of Youngji. Go for it. After obtaining the White Wave badge, Lin Xiao and Sunday didn't stay much longer, but directly left Nephrite Island. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that Xiaodan did adopt his modus operandi for the day and made Xiaoji, who came to challenge him later, suffer greatly. Chapter 17, The Best Way to Get Back at a Man. Tiny, be good. Come and let me look. You won't lose a piece of meat if you touch it. Lin Xiao hugged Little and kept persuading. For some reason, Lin Xiao had become interested in the small horn on Little's nose these days and liked to pinch it a few times when he had nothing to do. But Xiao didn't buy it in the slightest, blinking her little pink eyes and turning her head to the side to ignore Lin Xiao. Just then, Sunday suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, Uncle, look, there's a small island. Yeah, small islands? Lin Xiao put down his teasing little thing, took out a map and looked at it, and said, in front of them seems to be the fruitful 7 islands. These small islands produce Wendan, and they are considered to be relatively famous small islands in the Orange Islands. Wendan? Sunday's eyes lit up and she said happily, Uncle, let's go up and buy some Wendan to take away, shall we? It just so happens that we don't need to replenish the ingredients. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and gave Sunday a look without any goodwill. Vindaloo is something that needs to be processed before you can eat it, so what's the point of you buying it? We do need to replenish some ingredients though. Let's just go to the main island. There's a town there. Not here? Sunday was obviously a little impatient to hear that he was going to land on the main island. Ha! The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth lifted up a smile as he narrowed his eyes and said, that's fine, as long as you're not afraid of being caught as a thief and squatting at the police station for 10 days and half a month. I have no problem with that. People don't know. Lin Xiao's words caused Sunday to dryly laugh twice and muttered in embarrassment. Her tiny voice would not have been able to hear what she was saying if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xiao's hearing was outstanding enough, I'm afraid. Multiplying dragon. Let's just go straight ahead. I'll talk to you when we get to the place. Sunday had no more comments, and Lin Xiao patted the multiplying dragon's neck to let it continue forward. Half an hour later, a huge island appeared in front of the two of them, and Lin Xiao had the multiplying dragons lean over, preparing to land on shore. Just ashore, Sunday greeted Lin Xiao and went shopping by herself. Knowing that Lin Xiao had something to be busy, so Sunday didn't ask Lin Xiao to accompany her. Saying goodbye to Sunday, Lin Xiao put away the multiplying dragon and headed directly towards the Pokemon Center. The dark wounds brought about by the multiplying dragon's training hadn't been healed, along with the fact that all the other Pokemon were also tired. It was just right to take advantage of the Pokemon Center for a one-time healing. Joy, I'm counting on you for my Pokemon. Joey gave a professional smile and narrowed his eyes. It's okay, it's my duty. Saying that, he picked up Lin Xiao's elf ball and put it on a plate. And by the way, he also put Tiny on the plate and prepared to go to the healing room. Woohoo! Tiny struggled hard on the plate, pathetically yelling out to Lin Xiao, obviously not wanting to leave Lin Xiao to be with Joey. Looking at Tiny, who was struggling hard, Joey guffawed. Your little elf is very dependent on you. This little guy. Lin Xiao sighed slightly and said to Xiao, Xiao be good. Immediately follow Sister Joy to receive treatment, okay? I'm going to go buy something first and come back later to pick you up, okay? Ooh-hoo. Xiao shook his head fiercely, made a jump from the iron plate that Joey was carrying, jumped into Lin Xiao's arms, and kept arching over him with his little pink head. Tiny's sudden force made Joey almost lose his grip on the plate, and his body swayed so violently that the plate fell to the floor with all the pixie balls on it. Lin Xiao hurriedly played down to pick up the elf ball and apologized to Joey. I'm sorry, Miss Joey, my elf was too naughty. Rubbing his tingling fingers, Joey smiled helplessly and bitterly and said, it's fine, it seems that this child doesn't want to leave you, but I see that it has good vigor, so it shouldn't need treatment. Favoringly rubbing Little's head, Lin Xiao had to bring it along to go shopping. Lying on Lin Xiao's shoulder, Little intimately tea on Lin Xiao's face with its little pink tongue and head vigorously. in a cafe not far from the Pokemon Center, the female champion, Sharona, watched the close one from a distance. What to do to get back at him? Today the female champion is still torn. Even though she had already thought of countless ways to torture Lin Xiao before she came, Sharona wimped out when it came down to it. Beat him up? But after looking at her own small body, with her small arms and legs, and looking at Lin Xiao's 5 feet 8 inches or so and the muscles bulging under her tights, Sharona immediately gave up on this method. Beat the crap out of him with a land shark? But the thought of reports circulating throughout the league the next day that the female champion, Sharona, had attacked someone with a Pokemon, Sharona once again vetoed it. It's so annoying. Sharona frowned helplessly with a willow brow, feeling how it was almost as difficult to get back at Lin Xiao as it was to pick out her own ice cream. Beside Sharona, a red-haired woman about her age couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the tangled Sharona. I say Nana, this is the first time I've seen you in such a difficult situation. Haven't you figured out what method to use yet? Rolling her eyes helplessly, Sharona looked at her BFF and said, You're smart, so tell me what to do. The redhead pursed her lips and showed a hint of a bad smile. I know the best trick to get back at a man. Do you want to know? Sharona's eyes lit up in surprise. Of course I want to know. Tell me, Shauna, my little Shauna. In order to get the trick, Sharona even used her whiny voice that made people's hair stand on end when they heard it. Can't stand you, Shauna. The redhead couldn't help but shiver under the attack of Sharona's whiny voice. Shaking off the goosebumps, Shauna shook her finger and said squarely, the best way to get back at a man is to marry him, then eat hard, spend all his money hard, and then give him a dozen children, so that he will have a miserable life for the rest of his life, running around every day to support his family. Before she could finish her sentence, Sharona was already Spartan on the spot, staring dumbfounded at her BFF and asking frostily, Are you sure you're doing this to get back at someone else and not yourself? It's like you're putting yourself in the middle of it, isn't it? Of course not. That's the advice my mom gave me when she got back at my dad that way. Shauna shrugged her shoulders and lifted her coffee to take a sip, signaling that believe it or not, Shauna was actually just teasing Sharona, and as for her old mom it was just an impromptu shield. No wonder your family has so many younger siblings. What kind of revenge is this? It's purely a losing business, okay? Sharona was powerless on the table, no longer able to spit, but just let go of Lin Xiao's Ilona was not willing, so she had no choice but to puff up her bun face and glared viciously at Lin Xiao who was walking on the road. Ken could be influenced by Sharona's eyes. Lin Xiao felt that someone had been staring at him behind his back, and under suspicion he twisted his head to look, and the eyes of the two eyes suddenly collided in the air. Sharona didn't expect Lin Xiao to suddenly turn back. The two of their eyes immediately clashed together. After a slight freeze, Sharona hurriedly retracted her own eyes. Perhaps because of her nervousness, her snow-white face rarely reddened. Isn't that Sharona? Why is she here in the Orange Islands? And she's sneaking around and spying? After being slightly stunned, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth raised in a bad smile as he walked towards the cafe where Sharona was. In the cafe, Sharona blushed and rolled her head back to get Shauna's attention. Reaching out to touch Sharona's flushed cheeks, Shauna inexplicably asked, I say, little Nana, why are you blushing over nothing? Did you see a handsome man? Raising her hand to look at the time, Shauna said breathlessly, I say little Nana, my lunchtime is coming to an end. After accompanying you for more than an hour, you still haven't come up with a way to take revenge on Lin Xiao. I'm really convinced. Lin Xiao, who had originally walked into the cafe and was about to greet Sharona, froze. A way to get back at me? This time Lin Xiao completely understood why Sharona appeared in the Orange Islands, the feeling that this was to take revenge while, under the curiosity, Lin Xiao quietly sat beside the two women and ordered a cup of coffee ready to listen to how this female champion retaliated against herself. Vainly raising her head to look out of the window, there was no figure of Lin Xiao. Sharona sighed in relief, and soon thought doubtfully, no, I'm here to take revenge. Why should I be vain? The one who should be vain should be Lin Xiao. Eyeing the distracted Sharona, Shauna spat feebly, why don't you just marry him like I said? Give him a dozen kids, and spend all his money as hard as you can. Put. Cough cough cough. Lin Xiao, who was originally listening sideways, was so shocked by Shauna's words that a mouthful of coffee got stuck in his throat and he almost took a back breath, and after he managed to spit out the coffee in his throat, Lin Xiao coughed violently. Lin Xiao's coughing sound immediately interrupted the two women, who both frowned and turned their heads. This turning back almost scared Shalona to the point of losing her three souls. Pointing at Lin Xiao with her mouth wide open and saying in shock, Lin Xiao, aren't you on the road? How did you get into the cafe? Shauna, who was originally about to spray Lin Xiao with a few words, was stunned when she heard Zylona's words. He's Lin Xiao? Then didn't he hear everything I just said? Thinking of this, Shauna's face immediately burned like fire. Hot pain, red-faced, picked up her own bag, and dropped a sentence to Shalona. You take care of it yourself. I'm going to work. After saying that, she didn't even look at Lin Xiao and directly ran out of the cafe. Waiting to run out of the cafe, only then did Shauna cover her red cheeks with both hands, muttering her small mouth, complaining, shame on you, to be overheard. It's all because of the little Nana. If it wasn't for her, how could I say such a thing? Well, what to do? Vigorously beating his chest, with great difficulty, to regain his breath, Lin Xiao softly sat on the sofa, wiping the tears that were choked out. I must say that you women do have strange methods of revenge. So Ms. Sharona, how will you plan to get back at me? Chapter 18, Water Guns with Sharona. Sharona was instantly blocked by Lin Xiao, unable to speak. After a long time, Sharona took out her elf ball and shouted, Lin Xiao, I challenge you. Realizing that she couldn't speak to Lin Xiao, Sharona had to shift her strategy. No, I refuse. Knowing that you're here to seek revenge, I'm still stupid enough to get into your gun sight? Isn't this purely seeking abuse? Lin Xiao directly rejected Sharona's challenge without any wiggle room at all. Sharona, who was rejected by Lin Xiao, was furious and laughed. Are you still a man? If you are a man, accept my challenge. The flood of voices made people in the cafe look sideways. I don't have a penchant for seeking abuse. If it was usual, Lin Xiao would have immediately agreed. Being able to fight against a champion would be greatly beneficial to him. But facing Sharona, who had come to take revenge, Lin Xiao wouldn't be foolish enough to go up to her. The corner of his mouth raised a smile. Lin Xiao stretched out his index finger and middle finger in his head. Whatever you say, I'm still refusing anyway. I'm sorry, my lord champion. I personally have to continue traveling. I don't have the time to accompany you to fool around. After saying that, Lin Xiao picked up Xiao Xiao and left the cafe without looking back, leaving behind a stunned Sharona. Only after Lin Xiao walked away did Sharona come back to her senses and said angrily, that bastard, how dare he reject me? Putting away the elf ball and taking out $100,000 bill and placing it on the table, Sharona ran out of the cafe and chased after Lin Xiao in the direction he left. Leaving the cafe, Lin Xiao quickly put Sharona's challenge behind him and walked into a large supermarket and started shopping, purchasing a whole bunch of various ingredients, medicines, and household items in bits and pieces. After buying the stuff and walking out of the supermarket, Lin Xiao noticed Shalona following behind him, and a hint of inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Lin Xiao continued to walk forward and left the fruitful 7 islands after meeting up with Sunday. Lin Xiao left the island and sailed on the sea, while Sharona still used meanness to continue following behind. Looking at Sharona, who had been following behind herself and the others, Sunday pulled Lin Xiao's coat and said, "Isn't that the Divine Olympics champion, Miss Sharona? Why is she following us? It's okay. She'll give up after a while with a long time." Lin Xiao leisurely held his palm-top computer and checked the latest news released by the Alliance to see if there was some valuable information. Lin Xiao said it was fine. Sunday couldn't be bothered to ask again. A blind man could see that Sharona was rushing at Lin Xiao, and Sunday wouldn't even ask about Lin Xiao's affairs with other women. Venus, though also a water Pokemon, was very poorly suited for the ride, having to stand on its long body or else get sure clothes from the waves. Her calves were soaked in seawater for a long time, giving off an itchy sensation, and Sharona regretted a little why she hadn't brought a Pokemon that could ride in the ocean. And as for the blazing land shark, don't even think about it unless Sharona was sitting on its neck the whole time. I'm having a hard time here, and that guy's playing with a computer? Venus, water gun on that guy. Remember, less power. Minus twisted her head in confusion and glanced at Sharona. What kind of order was that? To attack and still reduce the power. Although she was puzzled, Minus still carried out Sharona's order and sprayed a small stream of water gun towards Lin Xiao. "Uncle, watch out!" Sunday, who was observing Sharona from time to time, shouted when she saw Minus water gun spraying towards Lin Xiao. "Ha!" Hearing Sunday's shout, Lin Xiao inexplicably turned his head to look and was immediately hit in the face by Minus water gun. Without the slightest preparation, Lin Xiao was hit by the water gun. His body tilted and puton. With a bang, he fell into the sea. Without the slightest preparation, Lin Xiao drank a large mouthful of salty seawater, choking on seawater with tears in his eyes. Fortunately, the multiplying dragon found Lin Xiao fell into the sea and immediately picked him up with his mouth and put him back on his back. Cough, 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 coughing the seawater out of his mouth. Lin Xiao glared fiercely at the distant Sharona. Was this woman crazy? Lin Xiao was knocked into the sea by the water gun, and Sharona held onto Mina's neck and let out a loud laugh, especially when she saw the wretched Lin Xiao being picked up by the multiplying dragon. Looking at it, covered in clothes, and the computer that had been buried in the sea, Lin Xiao angrily took out the elf ball. "If you want to play, then I'll play with you." Releasing Big Mimi, Lin Xiao pointed at Sharona in the distance and shouted, "Big Mimi, use the water gun to attack her. No stopping without my order, until she is knocked into the ocean." Maze. Big Mimi, who was instructed to do so, immediately attacked Sharona using a water gun. Facing the oncoming water gun, Minus subconsciously dodged, and as Minus dodged, Sharona, who had been caught off guard, suffered the same treatment as Lin Xiao, and fell headfirst into the sea. Put! Lumbering up onto the back of Minus, Sharona spat out the seawater in her mouth, ruffled the blonde hair from sticking to her face, and angrily pointed at Lin Xiao. How dare you fight back? Why can't you fight back? Are you superior because you're the champion? Lin Xiao proudly patted Big Mimi's head to signal that it had done a good job, then smiled broadly at Shalona and said, "How's it? The sea water tastes good, right? I was the one who fell in first. Oh, brother's bath water tastes good." You. Sharona was half pissed off by Lin Xiao's words. Her jade fingers pointing at Lin Xiao were trembling slightly. Minus, water gun, water gun, water gun. Spray him to death for me. Think I'm afraid of you? Big Mimi water gun. Return fire. Facing the water gun of Minus, Lin Xiao immediately let Big Mimi hit back. The childish water gun battle started between the two again. Seeing that things were not going right, Sunday had long ago released the crystal Orochi to ride up and slipped aside, lest the two's childlike fighting ripple out into the air. Luckily, both Minus and Dami knew that their masters were in a fight, so the water guns seemed to be constant, but they were pitifully small in power. Soon the situation was unfavorable to Lin Xiao. The Minus had a great ability to dodge in the sea. Big Mimi's water gun was basically avoided, and the only few rounds were blocked by it, and it didn't hit Sharona at all. On the contrary, Lin Xiao stood on the back of the multiplying dragon was not good at dodging, and was hit frequently by the water gun of Minus. Although it did not hurt, but it made Lin Xiao angry and wowed. Wiping the water droplets from his face, Lin Xiao took out the umbrella from his backpack and held it out in front of himself, and told the multiplying dragon to turn around and attack with Dami. Luckily Lin Xiao's backpack was waterproof, otherwise he didn't know what had become of all the things inside. With the addition of the multiplying dragons, the form improved instantly, and Sharona, who was hiding behind Minus, connected with a few hits. Sharona, who had been shot in the connection, instantly protested loudly. "Bastard! Lin Xiao, you're cheating." Facing Sharona's accusation, Lin Xiao cracked a good, shameless smile. "I like it. I'm happy to. If you have the guts, you can also fight more against less." "Humph," Sharona hummed disdainfully. "Even if the form is unfavorable, this lady will not be afraid." Minus quick attack, water gun, split. I mean, Champion Sama, do you have to take so long to take off your clothes? I've been waiting for 10 minutes. Taking the clothes handed by Sharona, Lin Xiao handed his own clothes in and said, "You can put this on first and wait for me to bake the clothes dry before you change." "MHM," Sharona answered softly, picking up the clothes handed by Lin Xiao, then zipped them up. Hearing Lin Xiao's gradually distant footsteps, Sharona hurriedly shouted, "Lin Xiao, you wait." Hanging up the clothes, Lin Xiao began to cook. After Sharona's stirring, Lin Xiao and Sunday hadn't eaten lunch until now. At this time it was already in the afternoon, so they had to solve lunch and dinner at once. Chapter 19, Pokemon Mayhem. Only after Lin Xiao had finished cooking did Sharona wriggle out of the tent. Lin Xiao's casual clothes were obviously too big on Sharona's body. The clothes were hanging loosely on her, revealing a languid air. Best of all, it's vacuumed inside. After looking Sharona up and down, Lin Xiao continued to do his own thing. It wasn't that he didn't have a reaction to the beauty, but he couldn't raise his interest with a hungry stomach. Seeing the two men surveying her, Sharona looked a little uncomfortable as a blush spread across her face. "Sister Sharona, come and sit down. Dinner will be ready later," Sunday voiced as she looked to her left and right, not at Sharona. Although she was not very treating of Sharona, but Sunday would not make a move to embarrass Lin Xiao. Don't look at Sunday's usual big grin. In fact, Sunday was very smart, at least for the people in the crowd of women in the ranking of the number, with Sunday's outburst easing the embarrassment for Sharona. Pulling up her long pants, Sharona sat down beside Sunday and blew off a word with Sunday. After making the meal, Lin Xiao took out the Pokemon food and energy cubes and asked like Sharona, "Do you need help preparing your Pokemon together?" Sharona froze slightly, then said, "No need. My land sharks with fiery bites and meanness I had prepared for them when I came over." What Sharona didn't know was that because of her early preparation, she caused a big mix-up among the Pokemon. When Sharona was changed, she took her store-bought Pokemon food out of her pouch as she usually did, and poured it out to divide between her own land sharks and Minus. Since the land sharks and Minus were sunbathing, they left the Pokemon food stranded for now, but they didn't want Tiny, who was playing around, to see it. The stomach has long been hungry little sneak close to the land shark. Land sharks look at this little bit did not care, lifting the basin of food, little regardless of the 3-7 relying on a long time to the mouth. Race while chewing a small mouth was wrapped round bulging, and when the land sharks reacted, the food has been into the small mouth. Sitting on the ground with his bulging little butt, Xiao Xiao covered his mouth with his hand and chewed vigorously, not realizing that the land sharks on the side were already glaring at him with flames in their eyes. Who knows, only swallowed a little bit. Little bitter face will will mouth all the food spit out, as if the mouth to eat is not food but a pile of poo. From Pinkan Island, Xiao Xiao's food has always been carefully configured by Lin Xiao, because Xiao Xiao likes sweets and is a picky eater. So Lin Xiao would use all sorts of sweet fruits to mix and match together to make it. And the food that Sharona gave to the land sharks and Minas was bought from a store, so you could expect it to taste good? And with some high-protein ingredients added to the land shark and Minas Pokemon food, this thing had a meaty flavor to it, and Tiny was a purely vegetarian Pokemon, so how could she possibly eat it? Watching his food being spoiled by Xiao Xiao, the little one, the land shark instantly reached the brink of volcanic eruption, furiously roaring and charging towards Xiao Xiao, wanting to teach Xiao Xiao a lesson. Woohoo! The fierce look of a blazing land shark scares Tiny. Oh wow! Woo-wah! The small body sitting on the ground trembling, has been well cared for, cannot be scolded when the small has seen such a situation. On the spot by the land shark scared to cry, bean-sized teardrops along the red small eyes out of the fast touch, with a loud bang. The tiny land shark was knocked away at a fast speed before it could even get close to the tiny land shark. Ow! The huge fast dragon that had been observing the tiny little one directly used divine speed to rush up and knock the land shark away. As long as he was out in the wild, Lin Xiao would let the giant fast dragon watch over Tiny, lest it get lost or run into danger. And Tiny, who didn't know any stunts, would be in danger if he ran into some offensively powerful wild Pokemon, crashed into the land shark. The huge snapdragon stood in front of the small, angry towards the land shark roar. Small as Lin Xiao's heart baby, as a nanny of the huge snapdragon to see to attack it, land shark is naturally very angry, and inattentive by the huge fast dragon knocked away. Originally held a belly full of anger, land shark, suddenly like a powder keg was ignited. To the huge fast dragon issued a roar. The body slightly leaned forward. Familiar with land sharks know that this is it is ready to launch the prelude to the attack. Other Pokemon are afraid of Xylona's land shark, but the giant snapdragon is not afraid. It has lived for thousands of years. What kind of scene has not seen? Even Lokia dared to challenge, let alone land shark. The roar of the two Pokemon startled the other Pokemon, and Mina slowly crawled over to the land shark with a fiery bite, looking at the giant snapdragon with an unfriendly look in his eyes. The Pokemon of Kazuki, Lin Xiao, and Sunday all gathered around the giant snapdragon, especially the black Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was more than 20 meters long, and looked particularly eye-catching. The land sharks would not be cowed by the large number of them, and directly launched the Berserker Dragon attack towards the huge fast dragon to come back. The giant snapdragon used the same stance against the fiery land shark, and the two Pokemon collided with a loud bang, both of them bouncing far away from each other with tremendous force. When the boss fights, the little brothers will not be idle. Under the leadership of the grumpy guy Tyrannosaurus Rex, the rest of the Pokemon, except for Tiny, swarmed towards Minas. It seems that not only do humans like to fight, but the Pokemon will do it as well. The dragon's roar coupled with the loud noise of the collision caused the three of them, Lin Xiao, to jerk their heads up and look in the direction where the elf was. Had the Pokemon been attacked? But with Sharona's land shark and her own giant snapdragon around, who would have the guts to come and play sneak attack? Putting down the Pokemon food in his hands, Lin Xiao pulled his legs up and ran towards where the Pokemon were, and Sunday and Sharona quickly followed. After all, their Pokemon were among them. The three of them walked through the grove and froze in place, their minds spinning at the sight before them. The giant snapdragon and the fiery bite land shark were fighting each other. Both sides were injured and no one was getting the better of them, and the other side could only be described as miserable. Although Xylona's Minas was very strong, but a tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves, and two fists can't beat four legs, and being surrounded by a group of Pokemon together, it was miserably beaten by the group. That's not a ING attack, that's infighting and fighting. Quick dragon, stop, and all of you stop. Lin Xiao immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Sunday and Sharona also immediately spoke up to quiet their Pokemon. With the intervention of the three, the Pokemon stopped, and both the blazing land shark and the giant snapdragon suffered some minor injuries. Nothing serious. The group beaten Minas was a bit more miserable, as was the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who also fought as a striker, and the other Pokemon had more or less scrapes. And the thing that made Lin Xiao laugh and cry was that Meow Meow, a scum with a combat power of only 5, also participated in the battle. Woohoo! As soon as Lin Xiao came, Xiao Xiao jumped violently into his arms and pitifully pointed at the spirit-biting landshark and complained to Lin Xiao. However, now was not the time to comfort the little one. Handing Xiao Xiao to Sunday, Lin Xiao walked over to Mina's side to check it out. The results of the examination left Lin Xiao relieved. Are some traumatic injuries? Not, and very serious. Rub some medicine to recuperate a little bit, will be fine. Tyrannosaurus Rex's injury is the same. It's nothing serious. Rub some medicine on it and you'll recover after resting for a while, Lin Xiao said as he gestured towards the two women. With a stern face, Sharona crossed her eyes at the spirit bite land shark, her whole body radiating a powerful aura as she looked around the circle and asked, "What's going on here?" Quiet. All the Pokemon didn't say a word, and under Sharona's stern gaze, Meow Meow fearfully burrowed behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex, her legs and legs trembling. Meow. This woman is so scary. Meow. Put away your unnecessary aura. I'll ask. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and glanced at Sharona before calling out to Meow. Come on Meow. Tell me what happened. Why are you guys fighting as one? Having been named himself, Meow Meow stepped out from behind Tyrannosaurus Rex with a bitter look on his face and told him what had happened. After listening to Meow Meow's explanation, Lin Xiao rubbed his temples with a headache. Just a few days before the calcium tablets caused two Tyrannosaurus Rexes to pinch each other, and in the blink of an eye there was another fight over food. What a bunch of mindless guys. Reaching out, he flicked Tiny on the side of the head, causing Tiny to yelp loudly. You're the little guy who started all this trouble. As for the giant Snapdragon and the other Pokemon, Lin Xiao didn't blame them, and it was common for battles to happen between Pokemon who were unfamiliar with each other. Lin Xiao had seen such a scenario countless times before at the Dagwood Institute. Returning to the tent to pick up the medical kit and Pokemon food, Lin Xiao folded back and anointed Venus and Tyrannosaurus before distributing the food to the Pokemon. As if realizing that he had done something wrong, Tiny also took the initiative to push his food towards the land shark, which had calmed down and accepted Tiny's kindness, but didn't move Tiny's food, as it had no interest in sweets. Aside from Minus still being unkind to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Pokemon were back to their usual selves, getting along together in a cordial manner. It's really like a bunch of little kids, quick to make a mess and quick to get better. Looking at the little elves, Lin Xiao shook his head speechlessly and said, it was Sharona who was a bit embarrassed and apologized. I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for me, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Xiao waved his hand unconcernedly and picked up the fed-up Xiao Xiao and said, let's go silly girl. What does this have to do with you? Quick dragon, let's eat. The huge fast dragon that didn't eat Pokemon food was with Lin Xiao every time he ate, and then the few people who were already starving started to do a big sweep to the table full of food, and as for the huge fast dragon's portion, Lin Xiao would fill up its basin for it. Not to mention Lin Xiao and Sunday, even Sharona is also hungry, not the slightest disregard for the image of eating and drinking. What champion? Ladylike, all dead aside. First fill the stomach is the hard truth. Chapter 20, meeting Genji again on the ghost ship. After eating, Lin Xiao didn't choose to train the Pokemon again and instructed them not to run around freely before returning to his tent to rest. Sharona did the same. Luckily Lin Xiao came with two tents and lent the unused one to Sharona. Lying lazily under the blanket, Lin Xiao felt much more comfortable both physically and mentally. The blanket was really the best place to relax. Uncle, you're not going to do that to Sharona, are you? Sunday leaned into Lin Xiao's arms and asked with slight worry. What are you thinking? Lin Xiao gently kissed Sunday's forehead and said, it's not what you think, it's just an ordinary relationship. After a pause, the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile as he teased. Even if I wanted to, others wouldn't be happy about it. Other people are lofty divine Olympics champions. How could they possibly look at a mountain boy like me? What Lin Xiao said is indeed the truth. Nowadays in the eyes of the public and the alliance can be worthy of Sharona is only Chengdu's champion Watashi. Countless people hope that the two together as a pair, but unfortunately there is no relationship between the two. Watashi has no feelings for Sharona. Sharona is the same. Sunday smiled slightly and said, that's not necessarily true. Maybe someone else has their eye on you? Be a good boy and go to bed. What are you rambling on about? Lin Xiao didn't have the heart to knock on Sunday's head, then closed his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted up a smug smile as he arched towards Lin Xiao's arms and closed his eyes to sleep. Not far away from Lin Xiao's tent, Sharona slept in her tent, thinking back on the events of today, and when it came to the thought that she was actually acting like a little kid and getting into a water gun fight with Lin Xiao, Sharona couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ever since sitting on the Divine AO champion Ho, it was the first time that Sharona had been so relaxed and playful as she was today. For some reason, every time she was with Lin Xiao, Sharona felt relaxed. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiao had never treated her like an ordinary girl. Every time she was with Lin Xiao, Sharona felt relaxed and free from the constraints of the past, fighting and playing with him every day, then enjoying the food Lin Xiao made. Without realizing it, Lin Xiao's everything had slowly begun to penetrate into her heart. With a small smile on her lips, Sharona just slowly fell asleep. The next day, Lin Xiao walked out of the tent refreshed and stretched. To Lin Xiao's surprise, Sharona had already gotten up and was sitting on the beach, looking at the endless sea. Morning. Walking over to Sharona, Lin Xiao sat on his butt on the sand. At this time, Sharona had already changed into the clothes she used to wear, all in black, giving her an extra sense of faint superiority. But unfortunately, this feeling was dispensable to Lin Xiao. At this time the sun had just revealed the horizon. The orange-red light dyed the earth red. Sharona pulled her reddish-blonde hair behind her ear and said faintly, "Ever since I was a child, I've always loved to watch the sunrise on the beach," feeling that the moment the sun had just risen was the most beautiful scene in the world. Lin Xiao didn't know how to answer. For the scenery Lin Xiao has never been a fan. Scratching his head, he said, "In my hometown, watching the sunrise on the beach is usually something only couples do." And, before Lin Xiao could finish his words, coldly, Sharona suddenly twisted her head to look at him and asked, "Just like the two of us? What does this mean?" Lin Xiao turned his head and coughed awkwardly twice, pretending that he didn't hear anything, and Sharona, realizing her slip of the tongue, hastily turned her head, her little white face flushed, even her ears. "Sharona, what's gotten into you? How can you say such idiotic words? It's over. What if Lin Xiao takes it seriously?" Sharona constantly questioned herself in her heart. The atmosphere between the two became awkward, and for a moment it was quiet, neither one speaking again. In the end, it was Lin Xiao who stood up and patted the sand on his ass, and dropped a sentence, "I'll go and make breakfast first, so you can enjoy it slowly." After saying this, Lin Xiao flew away, and only after walking far away did Lin Xiao say strangely, "I didn't do anything wrong? Why are you running away like a thief?" Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Lin Xiao threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind, took out his backpack from the tent, chose the ingredients, and started making breakfast. Only after Lin Xiao walked away did Sharona let out a sigh of relief, then covered her small red face and muttered, "Why are you so stupid? You dare to say such ambiguous words." At this point, Sharona's heart was in turmoil, with nervousness and a hint of anticipation. After a while, Sunday came out of the tent holding Xiao Xiao with a yawn, and smelling the aroma emanating from the pot, asked, "Uncle, what are we eating this morning? It smells so good." Lin Xiao took a spoon and tried it. "Today we'll eat lean meat porridge. You go wash up first, you can eat in a while." Waiting to eat breakfast, Sunday discovered the problem between the two. Like to fight the two at this time is very quiet, not only so even do not even look at each other, occasionally as a thief glancing at each other and immediately withdraw their gaze. There must be something wrong. Sunday penciled her chin and looked at the strange pair, cocking her head as her eyes continued to dart over the two. Sunday's eyes looked at Lin Xiao and Sharona's hearts furtively, and Sharona absent-mindedly stirred the bowl of rare rice with her spoon, secretly saying, "This idiot, he can't have said everything to Sunday, right? What if Sunday gets jealous? Should I take the initiative to explain to Sunday?" Cough. The atmosphere was once again awkward, so Lin Xiao had to dryly cough twice and said, "Sunday, we'll be leaving later. Have you packed your bags?" "Oh." Sunday nodded then and turned toward the tent, but muttered, "Humph, being a thief." Although Sunday's voice was small, it was still heard by the two of them, and Lin Xiao turned around to clean up the dishes and the elf spots, pretending that he didn't hear them. This kind of thing would only be smeared more and more. Sometimes it was wise to choose to play dumb. Sharona's blush, which had easily dissipated, once again crept over her cheeks and dropped a sentence to Lin Xiao. "I'm full." Running towards her tent, Hayal is too talkative to cause trouble. Lin Xiao at this time or some regret. Nothing to bother others to watch the sunrise for what, and now cause trouble, right? Packing up their things, Lin Xiao and Sunday continued on towards their next destination, with Sharona naturally joining the two. Since Lin Xiao's PDA fell into the sea because of Sharona, he had to take Sunday's computer and check the information. Soon Lin Xiao realized that something was wrong. According to the direction that he and the others were traveling forward, they should be able to reach Statch Island very soon, but there was no appearance of an island on the sea. Not only that, just now the sun was shining, but now there was actually a fog. A thick fog blocked out the sun and made the sea overcast. Lin Xiao put away his PDA and said seriously, "We'd better be careful. I feel something is very wrong." Sharona frowned slightly as well. "It feels like there's a very strong dark aura. Usually this kind of place is only found in places where ghost-type Pokemon have been living for too long, but this is the ocean. It shouldn't be like this." Just as several people were confused, a large, dilapidated ship slowly appeared in front of them. Not only that, but several voices familiar to Lin Xiao also came out from this dilapidated large ship. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. The earlier screams seemed to be Xiao Ji, and the appalling laughter behind it should have been a ghost-type Pokemon, but why did he have a very familiar feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before? Suddenly, Lin Xiao's body was violently stunned. His eyes were dead set on the large ship and his body actually trembled slightly. Noticing Lin Xiao's movement, Sunday worriedly pulled his sleeve and said in a worrying manner, "Lin Xiao, are you alright? Don't scare me." Trying hard to calm his trembling heart, Lin Xiao took a hard breath and slowly said, "Xiao Ji is on this lousy ship, and Genji is there too." Gang Ai? Sharona froze. How could Lin Xiao's Genji be in this place? and Sunday froze because she didn't expect to actually meet up with Gung Ghost again in a place like this. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao patted the somewhat uneasy multiplying dragon and said in a deep voice, "Multiplying dragon, don't be afraid. Let's lean over." Although he was a bit scared, the multiplying dragon still obeyed Lin Xiao's words and swam towards the large ship that looked like a ghost ship. Soon after approaching the big boat, Lin Xiao reached out and pulled the rope hanging from the boat and said to the two people, "You guys wait for me here. I'll go up and take a look myself." After saying this, without waiting for the two to respond, he pulled the rope and climbed onto the big boat. "Uncle, be careful, okay? If there's danger, back off right away." Looking at Lin Xiao, who had already climbed onto the large ship, Sunday hurriedly shouted at him. Lin Xiao gave an okay gesture to the two women at sea, then stepped on the decaying deck towards the location of the laughter. As Lin Xiao walked around, the rotten wooden boards kept making creaking. As Lin Xiao walked, the rotten wooden boards kept making creaking noises, adding a bit of a scary atmosphere to the ship, and those who were not brave enough would turn back and leave this horrible place immediately. With the stairs into the large ship, Lin Xiao who walked into the hall saw Xiao Ji, Kasumi, and Xiao Jian who were scared to the ground and trembling. Even Pikachu was pulling, shrugged his ears and shivering. Hearing the footsteps, Pikachu braced himself to look up, and instantly yelled in surprise as he pulled hard on Koji's shirt. "Lin Xiao?" Seeing Lin Xiao, Xiao Ji immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was sort of scared by the ghost-type pixies on this ship today. Even his speech was a bit shaky. Sighing helplessly, Lin Xiao said to the three of them, "You guys should leave this ship first. This kind of place is very dangerous. If you are mesmerized by a ghost-type pixie, there's a chance that you won't be able to leave for the rest of your lives." Lin Xiao's words made all three of them stand up in their millimeters, and Xiao Ji hurriedly said, "But Team Rocket took the championship cup, and the championship cup was taken by the ghost Pokemon here. We want to." Before Xiao Ji could finish his words, he was glared at by Lin Xiao's slack-jawed face, and the rest of his words were immediately held back in his stomach. "This is not something you should care about. Hurry up and leave. Is this ninja an idiot or just brain dead? Other museums are not in a hurry, but you are enthusiastic enough. Moreover, listening to Xiao Ji say that the championship cup was taken from this ship, isn't it clear that this is something that belongs to these ghost-type Pokemon? And you're still stupid enough to want to take it? Don't think that a ghost-type pixie would only toy with people. If you pissed it off, it would absolutely kill you." And there were many such incidents recorded in the Alliance. Seeing Lin Xiao's anger, Xiao Ji timidly shrunk his head and quickly left with Xiaoxia and Xiao Jian. Watching Xiao Ji and the others leave the terrifying ship, Lin Xiao then returned to the wearer's body, looked at the empty hall and sighed slightly. "Come out, Genji. I know you're here." But there was no more ringing in the surroundings except for the sound of the wind. Only after a long time did Lin Xiao speak. "Since you don't want to see me, then you can live here in peace." After saying this, Lin Xiao turned around and prepared to leave. Genji emerged from the ragged ceiling, a ghost and a ghost stone following it. Gung Ghost's appearance caused Lin Xiao to stop in his tracks, open his mouth, and finally spit out only one sentence. "How have you been lately?" "Ha ha, of course." Genji let out a maniacal laugh. "I kept wandering all over the place, and I finally met the two of them, and we're overriding this ghost ship together." Genji's voice actually trembled as he spoke later. "But I don't know why. I haven't had a single day of true happiness. Why am I like this? What am I doing this for?" Looking at Gung Ghost who was hysterically yelling, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, opened his arms and said, "You because you still have dreams. Come back Gung Ghost. The guys miss you." Chapters 21 through 22, Genji's return and Kara's hatching. "I've thought hard about what's going on between us after you left, too. But I let you down, didn't I?" Gung Ghost shriveled and lowered its head, its expression uninspired. The scene of Lin Xiao's disappointment, pain, and roar that day had remained deep within its heart, and every time it thought back, Gung Ghost felt guilty. There were several times when Zheng Yi wanted to go back on his own initiative, but once he thought of Lin Xiao's disappointed expression, he stopped again. Lin Xiao didn't retract his open hands, smiled faintly at Gung Ghost, and said, "Gung Ghost, no matter if it's people getting along with each other, or Pokemon getting along with each other, the most important thing is trust. Although you had let me down, my heart is firm that you will definitely change." Genji's red eyes flashed in disbelief. "But will we ever be able to get along as well as before? From what I know about humans, once a crack in a relationship occurs it's hard to mend it again." Lin Xiao sighed slightly and stared at Gung Ghost. "It's all because you've gotten used to the human way of thinking. No matter what, Genji, you're just a human-speaking Pokemon, so why put so much pressure on yourself? Human beings themselves are complex creatures. When you see through it all you'll realize that this world is different from what it used to be. The longer one lives, the more one learns, but the more one learns, the harder it is for one's heart to be quiet already. This is true for humans, and it is also true for Pokemon. Giant Snapdragon also lived for thousands of years, but it has always had its own life rules, not like Genji to learn all kinds of human so the giant snapdragon has always kept its heart unaffected. Genji, on the other hand, is like a Pokemon in a human mask. Even his own shifts have been disrupted, and no matter how much he pretends, he still can't get rid of the fact that he's a Pokemon, and he's just adding to his own troubles for no reason at all. Gung Ghost looked at Lin Xiao, then at Ghost Sea and Ghost Stone, who were by his side, unwilling to stop screaming, and hesitated. Lin Xiao didn't push, letting Gung Ghost figure it out on its own. Even if it was willing to stay here and continue to live with Ghost Sea and Ghost Stone, Lin Xiao wouldn't blame it. Instead, he would heartily bless it because it had found the life it wanted. After a long time, Genji sighed and said to Ghost and Ghost Stone, "As much as I would like to continue my carefree life with you guys, I've decided to return to my partner's side." Ghosts and Ghost Stone stared at it with wide, unbelieving eyes, thinking they had heard wrong. "I still have a lot of ties in the human world, but I'll come back to visit you from time to time. Goodbye my friends." After saying this, Genji looked at Lin Xiao expectantly, hoping that he would promise. "That's your freedom, no need to ask me. You can always come back if and when you want to. I won't stand in your way." Although they were sad to let go of Gung Ghost, Ghost Sea and Ghost Stone still blessed it to return to its partner's side. However, as Gung Ghost returned to Lin Xiao's side, Ghost Sea and Ghost Stone instantly stared at Lin Xiao so tightly that the air instantly dropped a few degrees, making one's hair stand on end. However, Lin Xiao had long since gotten used to such scenes, and smiled faintly at Ghost Sea and Ghost Stone and said, "Don't worry, I won't rob you guys. I came here knowing that I wasn't just trying to rhythm Gung Ghost." After a pause, Lin Xiao turned around and walked outward, waving his hand at Gung Ghost and said, "Gung Ghost, I'll be waiting for you on the ocean. Make goodbyes to your friends." After saying that, Lin Xiao walked up to the deck. Pulling the rope, he climbed up to return. Xiaoji 3 had been waiting on the sea with the two Sunday girls. Seeing Lin Xiao return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. With the unknown ghost system Pokemon, you simply don't know what will happen in the next moment. Returning to the back of the multiplying dragon, Lin Xiao said to the crowd, "Let's go. Let's leave this place first. Staying in this ghostly atmosphere for a long time will be too much for people to bear. Let's go to the front and wait for Gung Ghost." After saying that, Lin Xiao patted the neck of the multiplying dragon and signaled it to leave this sea first. Is Gengai coming back? Although he had been scared by Genji many times, Sunday was still happy to hear that Genji had returned. "Aha!" Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Genji's return, Lin Xiao was in a happy mood at this time, knowing that Gung Ghost had returned. Xiaoji's trio was also happy for Lin Xiao. Sharona, who didn't know why, blinked and wondered, "Your Gengai ever leave today?" So Lin Xiao explained to Sharona and Xiao Jian what happened when he had a falling out with Gung Ghost and then got separated. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sharona actually breathed a sigh of relief and patted her full breasts. "It's a good thing that I had left before you came back, or else I would have been one of them." Although it was common for ghost-type Pokemon to like scaring people, there were very few that were as frequent as Lin Xiao's Gung Ghost, almost scaring people half to death. Not to mention experiencing it, and just hearing about it made my body tingle. Leaving the ghostly mist-filled sea, Lin Xiao made the multiplying dragon stop and said to Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, that thing you mentioned belongs to the Pokemon. I advise you not to be fighting that idea of helping someone else bring it back, and do things steadily, don't be fussy and just rush. The league doesn't pay the police department that much money every year for their retirement, but isn't helping others what we should do?" Being scolded by Lin Xiao, Xiaoji felt aggrieved. "That's you going forward like a fool to die." Lin Xiao's voice suddenly raised an octave. "Helping people is only called helping people when you have the ability to do so. What's going on in your head when you don't even care about your own self-safety?" Sunday and Sharona both tugged on Lin Xiao's coat, signaling him to be gentle. Ji was still a child. Looking at the silent Xiaoji, Lin Xiao sighed slightly and jumped on Xiaoji's multiplying dragon, wrapping his arm around his shoulders. "In the future, think before you do anything. Don't rush forward in a hot-headed manner. Think about how upset your mother Hanako would be if anything happened to you." Lin Xiao's words caused Xiaoji to be violently stunned and froze with wide eyes, unable to speak. Point blank, Lin Xiao didn't continue, returned to his ride the dragon's back, took out a cigarette, and quietly smoked it. Before the cigarette was finished, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a coldness in his body, which could only happen if he was possessed by a ghost-type pixie. Knowing that it was Gung Ghost who had returned, Lin Xiao extinguished his cigarette and said, "Gung Ghost is back. Let's go. Let's go to Starch Island for a day and leave tomorrow." Then glancing at the three Chis, "It's good that you guys are coming along too." Arriving at Starch Island, Lin Xiao found a hotel and opened a room. Afterwards, he called Hanako. It was indeed worrying that Xiaoji's nature like this never changed, and with the close relationship between Lin Xiao and Hanako, he couldn't just leave it alone. So Lin Xiao had to call Huazi and let Huazi handle it better. After listening to Lin Xiao, Huazi sighed slightly and smiled bitterly. "That child is this nature. I will communicate with him. In addition, you travel outside to watch him a little more. Lin Xiao nodded, signaling that he knew, and then asked, "You worry more about things at home, especially Nazi who is pregnant." Among several women, Lin Xiao was most ashamed of Huazi. Huazi had been asking for nothing else to help herself behind her, while Lin Xiao had not paid anything for her. "I've been there. I know all this. Just travel in peace. Plus I have good news for you." Hanako winked mysteriously at Lin Xiao and smiled. "Yukira just hatched out of the eggshell yesterday. Originally we wanted to take it over and raise it, but Bankara wouldn't let us, and rigidly guarded Yukira from us. Xiaoming and I are still having a headache about this. Probably when Yukira grows up a bit, then Bankiara will let it go." "Yukira hatched?" Lin Xiao first froze, then rejoiced. It took more than half a year for this guy to come out of the eggshell. If it wasn't for asking Joey to check at any time that the life fluctuation in the egg was normal, Lin Xiao thought that Yukira's egg was widowed, and that this hatching time was several more than the average Yukira. "Oh, the little one is very cute, but the other egg you left behind didn't have any reaction until now. If it wasn't for the fact that Joey said that the life fluctuation of that egg was very strong, even I thought that it became unable to hatch." Saying this, Hanako once again showed a bitter smile. Not only flowery, even Lin Xiao was the same. It had been a year since that system-gifted egg, and surprisingly, it hadn't hatched yet, and he couldn't find out which kind of Pokemon it belonged to. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao's original pleasant mood due to Kara's arrival was also disturbed by that inexplicable egg. "Holy system, you have the guts to hatch out all the way to Phoenix King for me." "What Phoenix King?" Sunday, who had gone out to buy something and came back, asked strangely when she saw Lin Xiao alone with a ghostly roar. Scary. Lin Xiao was almost scared half to death by Sunday. If she knew about the system, it would be a big deal. "Hey, today's weather is nice." Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the dim sky outside, breathlessly blanking Lin Xiao. Sunday said without any good humor, "The sun is covered by dark clouds. It's about to rain heavily and still the weather is good? Finding an excuse is all such a poke. The waiter just told me that the meal is ready, so hurry down and eat." Putting down the things in his hands, Sunday shouted towards Lin Xiao. Watching Sunday walk out of the room, Lin Xiao breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Luckily the little girl didn't pursue the question, otherwise he really didn't know how to explain himself. When Lin Xiao came down, the others basically arrived in one hit, and after Hanako's teaching, Xiaoji didn't giggle like he usually did. Instead he was bored in a corner by himself. Xiaoji, who was usually the king of big appetite, just casually ate something and went back to his room. Lin Xiao had to let sense not to disturb him. Sometimes it was better to be alone instead. Chapter 23, Flooding in the Middle of the Night. Day, said goodbye to Xiaoji. Several people continue to fulfill. After a day of indulgence, Xiaoji have recovered the previous look. As for the flower child's persuasion and admonition, he remembered a few points as not known. Leaving Starch's island, we encountered few small islands along the way, and didn't find an uninhabited island until nighttime, which was really just a larger reef. But it was better to have a place to camp than to float out in the ocean all night. After dinner, Lin Xiao didn't let the elves stay outside because there was no place for them to stay at all. After packing up the dishes and pots and washing up, Lin Xiao got into the tent and prepared to rest with Sunday. Both of them were exhausted after sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon for the whole day. Sleeping to the middle of the night, Lin Xiao was awakened by a burst of clattering sound of water. Open the lamp to see. The tent is already floating in the seawater. If not, Lin Xiao purchased the tent as a layer of airbags underneath the words of this time the two are already sleeping in the sea. Damn! I can't believe it's a high tide in the middle of the night. How could I have forgotten about this? Luckily the tide had just started not long ago. It was just flush with the reef only. What made Lin Xiao cry and laugh was that at this time, Sunday was still unaware and was still sleeping soundly. Patting Sunday's little face, Lin Xiao shouted, "Sunday, we're being flooded by the seawater. Get up quickly if you don't want to sleep on the seawater." Sunday, who was in a daze, pulled the covers over her head and complained disgruntledly, "Uncle, stop it. I'm so sleepy. This girl is really..." Lin Xiao was immediately exasperated by Sunday and laughed, pulling back the covers with all his might and shouting, "The tide is rising. If we don't pack up and leave, we'll be drowned in seawater later." The quilt was suddenly pulled away by Lin Xiao. Sunday pouted with dissatisfaction and did up and yawned. "Flooded is flooded. Why pull my quilt?" Then Sunday, who was in a daze, jerked her eyes open and, with her little mouth open, asked, "Uncle, did you just say that the tide is rising?" Lin Xiao, who was packing up his things, twisted his head and nodded. "You'd better hurry up. Wait, wear thicker clothes. It'll be colder in the middle of the night on the sea." Packing up the luggage. At this time the seawater had already drowned to the calves of the two men. Carrying the shoes, Lin Xiao folded his bare feet to release the multiplying dragon, and sat on the back of the multiplying dragon together with Sunday. Not only was the sea dark at night, but the cool wind came in waves, making people shiver. Taking out a map and looking at it, Then comparing it to the navigation, Lin Xiao said to Multiplying Dragon, let's head in this direction. Another island in about 3 to 4 hours. In fact, the best choice is to use the huge fast dragon to fly directly over. But the night is pitch black except for the huge fast dragon. Lin Xiao and Sunday can't see clearly, so it's easy to go off course. Coupled with the cold wind at night is too big. Lin Xiao is worried that Sunday can't withstand it, give up using the huge fast dragon, and turn to take the ride on the dragon. At this point, Sunday had wrapped herself up like a little ball, bulging all over, and pulled the blanket out of her backpack, letting Sunday lean into her arms and cover her up. Lin Xiao wrapped his arms tightly around Sunday and said softly, "Go to sleep. I'll call out to you when we get to the island." Originally sitting on the back of the dragon all day, it was hard to find a place to sleep. Not even 2 hours on the water was forced to get up. The Sunday's eyelids have been fighting toward Lin Xiao's arms arched to continue to sleep. Afraid of the sea breeze attacking Sunday, Lin Xiao covered Sunday's whole body with a blanket, including her head. With Sunday's soft physique blowing too much sea breeze in the middle of the night would definitely catch a cold. In no time Sunday had fallen asleep resting on Lin Xiao's arm, pulling the blanket tightly. Lin Xiao had a word with Meow to pass the boring time. Tiny was treated pretty much the same as Sunday, similarly wrapped in the blanket by Lin Xiao, running east and west with the two Kojiros. Meow, who had been through thick and thin, was calm, pulling on his little suit and chatting with Lin Xiao. After the conversation with Meow Meow, Lin Xiao knew a lot of Meow Meow's past events, which was heartbreaking to hear. While Meow Meow was very frank and told Lin Xiao about his past events one by one without changing his face, another poor fellow, reaching out and rubbing a few times on Meow Meow's head, Lin Xiao comforted, "Follow me in the future and you won't go through that miserable life again, and when you meet the cat boss who bullies you someday, I'll help you take revenge. When I have time, I'll accompany you to get a new gold coin." The gold coin on Meow Meow's forehead was still a cheap one that Hanako had bought on the side of the road, saying "buy gold coin," but it was actually copper cast. Hearing the gold coins, Meow immediately came to life and asked loudly in disbelief, "Are you telling the truth? Didn't lie to me, Meow?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Of course it's true. Wait until the next island and I'll accompany you to buy it." Pure gold. Oh, with Lin Xiao's current financial resources, buying a gold coin for Meow Meow wasn't a big deal, but Meow Meow didn't think so. "Oh, I'm so touched, Meow. No one has ever been so good to me, Meow Meow." Crystalline tears seeped out of Meow Meow's eyes as he pounced onto Lin Xiao and hugged him, refusing to let go. "Meow, get down here. Why are you rubbing all your tears on me? And snot? Hurry up and die down. I don't want to, Meow. I'm definitely not coming down." Who knew that Meow Meow was even boldly fattening up at this moment, not fearing Lin Xiao in the slightest, and hanging on to him to death. "Get your ass down here. Look at your snot. Sis, it's disgusting. Don't. Absolutely don't. I'll die before I come down." Meow. Chapter 24, Challenging the Flying Mantis. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Xiao rode Jackie Chan to Matek Island, a small island famous for bug-type Pokemon. The island was covered with lush vegetation, and a wide variety of bug-type Pokemon lived on the island. And many trainers traveled to this island to capture their favorite bug-type Pokemon. It would be dawn in a short while, and Lin Xiao was no longer sleepy, so he went to the Pokemon Center and handed the Pokemon over to Joey to recover his strength. Putting Sunday, the sleepy little ninny, on the sofa, Lin Xiao asked Joey about the places on this island where the flying mantis lived and wanted to catch one. "The place where the flying mantis lives is in the center of this island, but I suggest you go after dawn. Many of the bug-type Pokemon at night are rich in strong aggression, and it would be dangerous to go now." Lin Xiao's inquiry Joey not only enthusiastically answered for him, but at the same time reminded Lin Xiao to pay attention to safety. It wasn't long before the sun slowly jumped out of the horizon, mischievously revealing its own red face. When Sunday woke up, the two of them ate breakfast together and strolled around the streets. Although the town here was not big, it was rich in supplies. After purchasing the various items and ingredients needed for the trip, Lin Xiao purposely picked out a gold coin for Meow Meow, which touched Meow Meow to the core. Afterwards, placing his things in the inn, Lin Xiao planned to enter the island to see if there were any flying mantis worth cultivating, and if there were, then he would take one in. The flying mantis's evolved type, the giant clawed mantis, was able to adapt to many kinds of venues of combat, and its strength was also good, along with its cool appearance. It was considered to be a great tool for sparring and pretending to be a pimp. Walking into the forest with Sunday, the two of them walked straight towards the interior of the island, and before they got far they encountered countless green caterpillars and unicorns. Luckily Sunday wasn't afraid of fearful bugs like Kasumi was, or else this part of the road would have been difficult to walk. "So many bugs. If they were pretty, we could take some in, but unfortunately neither the Bardo nor the Great Needlebee are pretty to look at." There were bug-type Pokemon everywhere. Sunday was a bit disappointed. Her guidelines for taking in Pokemon were all about appearance first and strength second. Without a good-looking appearance, even the strongest strength wouldn't look twice. Since this was part of the companion tropics and the dense jungle, the temperature was high, and the two were already sweating before they had gone far. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. When it comes to beautiful bug-type Pokemon, it feels like only the hunting phoenix butterflies in the Square Edge region are more beautiful, and I thought you'd be interested. Hunting phoenix butterflies? Sunday took out the icon to check, but the icon didn't show up. Use mine. Your icon hasn't been upgraded, so you can't check it. Lin Xiao took out his own icon and handed it to Sunday. It's good to have a grandfather who is a PhD. Taking advantage of everything. Why isn't my grandfather a PhD? Said Sunday took over the illustrated book. Inquired about the information of the hunting bee butterfly. In less than 2 seconds both eyes were filled with little stars, pulling Lin Xiao in surprise. It's really beautiful. It's a pity that it's only available in the Feng Yuan region. There's no hope now. After inquiring about the hunting phoenix butterfly's living area, instantly cried out. Retrieving the icon, Lin Xiao handed the water to the sweaty Sunday. Actually, you don't have to go through that much trouble. Stinging-tailed worms aren't a very rare Pokemon in the Square Edge region. Just wait until you go back and ask Dr. Oki to ask Dr. Otamaki from the Square Edge to teleport 1 or 2 of them over here. Gulping down a dozen mouthfuls of water, Sunday asked curiously, why do you need 2 when 1 is enough? Because stinging tailworms can evolve in 2 directions. That is, hunting phoenix butterflies and poison pink butterflies. It's up to your luck as to what they evolve into. We're starting to get closer to the center of the island. Step it up, through the dense jungle, and after that, a forest. And the Pokemon that live here aren't all just creepy crawly bugs like on the outskirts. Big armor, big needle bees, everywhere. Pulling Sunday and bending down to pass by, Lin Xiao didn't dare to touch the anger of these little elves. If you stood up straight and stared at it, it would definitely attack at you. After walking a long distance, he came to the center of the island, where there was a small lake, and instead, there were not as many Pokemon as there were in the middle and outer periphery. Although there weren't many, the Pokemon living here were all very strong. Not far from the small lake, a group of flying mantises were lazily sunbathing on the grass. Shoo! The arrival of the two made the flying mantis all stand up, flashing their sides that glowed in the sunlight, a faint chill emanating from the white blade. As the flying mantis flung it felt as if even the sky was about to be sliced open. What a sharp sight! Sunday hid behind Lin Xiao in fear, revealing her little head. Uncle, they won't attack us, right? These flying mantises give off a very strong feeling. No, Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and explained. As long as you don't piss them off, they won't attack you at will. The reason why they look strong is because every flying mantis is a proud warrior. They have to face countless battles from the moment they are born, and retreating without a fight would be seen as a shame by them, which is why the number of flying mantises is scarce. The vast majority of flying mantises die in battle before they even grow up, and the ones that survive are the strongest of the colony. So cruel. Sunday gulped a little in fear. As great as their spirit was, the challenge of living a cruel life was frightening. Facing the flying mantis that lit up its side, Lin Xiao knew that he absolutely couldn't run at this time, or else these guys would definitely cut you a few times. Letting Sunday stay where he was, Lin Xiao walked towards the flying mantis tribe alone. I don't have any malicious intentions. I just want to take in a flying mantis as a companion to travel with me. I don't know if there's any of you who are willing to travel with me? Knowing Lin Xiao's intention, the flying mantises looked at each other for a few moments, and finally, it was the leading flying mantis that stretched out its scythe and made a few gestures towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned in confusion because he couldn't understand what the flying mantis was saying. Meow, who was in Sunday's arms, immediately jumped onto Lin Xiao's other shoulder and translated. It says that if you want to take away its people, you must first show strength that can be recognized by them, so you can choose the flying mantis that you have your eye on for a challenge. And if you win, that flying mantis will go out on a trip with you. Meow. Lin Xiao took out the elf ball and asked, all of them? After exchanging a few words with the lead flying mantis, Meow immediately said, it says yes, including it. Meow. Listening to the Meow translation, Lin Xiao squinted his eyes and started to measure the group of flying mantis. First of all their leader, but at the first glance Lin Xiao frowned. Somehow the leader of this group of flying mantis was already an old guy. The green beard under his cheeks showed that this guy's age wasn't small anymore. Facing such an old guy, Lin Xiao was not interested. The older he was, the less potential he could develop, so he began to survey the other flying mantises. But after looking around, there were almost no satisfactory ones. Either too old, too young, or too many injuries, which can slow you down. Just when Lin Xiao thought he was going to return home in defeat, Sunday pointed to a big tree on the side and said, Uncle, there's another one there. It feels strong. Following the direction Sunday was pointing, Lin Xiao turned his head to look, and sure enough, a flying mantis belly stood under the tree, staring at Lin Xiao with sharp eyes that made people not dare to look directly at it. Seeing this flying mantis, Lin Xiao's heart rejoiced. His dish had finally been found. This flying mantis was in its prime. Both its body and the sides on its arms were also bigger than the other flying mantises, and an X-shaped scar on its forehead made it look incomparably hideous. However, this scar was beautiful in Lin Xiao's eyes. The flying mantises all took the scars on their bodies as honor. Generally, this kind of flying mantis was whisked away from the pack, because the powerful ones could threaten the leader's position at any time, so the leader would whisk them away when they hadn't reached the peak of their strength. Just like the lions on Earth in the past life, the chief lion would kick out the young lions that are only 2 years old so that they won't grow up to be a threat to him, even if the young lions need to be 7 to 8 years old to reach adulthood. This flying mantis was afraid that it was facing such a scenario. Being isolated was the best proof. If Lin Xiao didn't come, then there were only two paths waiting for it, either to leave or to launch a challenge to the chief. Slowly walking towards this flying mantis, Lin Xiao shouted at it, "I want to challenge you, can you answer?" Raising his two sides. Cha! This flying mantis with a scar on its forehead let out a soft cry, signaling Lin Xiao to let his horse come despite. Little fire dragon, watch your show. Flying mantis, not underestimating the little fire dragon just because it was still a little guy, raised his scythe to his chest and prepared himself for battle. The fire department held an attribute advantage over the insect department, so Lin Xiao immediately ordered, "Little fire dragon, spray flames." The little guy obeyed Lin Xiao's order and spewed out a crimson flame towards the flying mantis. After more than a month of training, although the little fire dragon hadn't evolved, the flame had already turned from the pale yellow color at the very beginning to crimson, and his battle experience had reached full value, so as long as Lin Xiao wanted it to, the little fire dragon could evolve at any time. Facing the flames that came straight at him, the flying mantis avoided them with a light jump, and then raised its sharp scythe to slice towards the little fire dragon. The blade glowing with cold light would definitely bring great damage if it slashed at the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon, steel tail, meet it. Oh, the little fire dragon raised its tail that lit up with white light, and drew it towards the flying mantis, and the collision between the side and the tail made a clink. The scythe and tail collided with a clink sound, as if two pieces of steel had touched each other. Chapter 25, Conquering the Flying Mantis. However, Little Flame's strength was so far from Flying Mantis that he was shaken far away by the impact of the jutsu, while Flying Mantis rolled over in a circle and steadied himself. Looking at the small fire dragon that kept retreating, the Flying Mantis immediately used a flash of electricity and quickly rushed up, wanting to seize this moment to give the small fire dragon a head-on blow. The little fire dragon that was still falling back couldn't make an attack to return the favor, and couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, and it was hard to dodge in front of the flying mantis that excelled in speed. Looking at the flying mantis that was rapidly approaching Little Flame Dragon, Sunday instantly became nervous, sweating for Little Flame Dragon in her heart. It wasn't until the flying mantis got close to the Little Flame Dragon that Lin Xiao shouted, "Little Flame Dragon, use smoke and evolve." The little fire dragon hastily spat out a large amount of black smoke from the end, turning the surroundings into pitch black. And the flying mantis that lost its target of attack due to the blockage of the smoke also stopped and stood in place to defend itself against a sudden attack from the little fire dragon. Gradually a white light rose from the smoke, and the body of the little fire dragon enveloped by the white light gradually changed and evolved into a fire dinosaur. After evolving into the fire dinosaur compared to the little fire dragon, all aspects of the value were raised quite a bit, and had the power to collide head-on with the flying mantis. After evolving into a fire dinosaur, his voice was not as childish as that of a baby fire dragon, and he already had the ability to roar. Slowly stepping out of the smoke, the fire dinosaur roared at the flying mantis, swearing himself in, a tactic the elf utilized well. The reason why the little fire dragon would take so long to evolve was all because Lin Xiao had been letting it suppress it, and this was the first time that Lin Xiao had suppressed a Pokemon from evolving. The reason why he had let the little fire dragon suppress evolution was because Lin Xiao wanted the little fire dragon to deepen its control of the flames and the depth of the flames in the early stages. And while it was fine after evolution, it was best to do it while riding on the little fire dragon when it was still small. It's like a blank sheet of paper. It's easy to draw anything you want, but once you draw something else it's hard to change it. Fire dinosaur, use flame vortex. Crimson flames erupted from the fire dinosaur's mouth, circling the city in the air and flying like a flying mantis. Facing the fire dinosaur's flame vortex, the flying mantis didn't dodge, and directly used its sword dance in place to roll the flames up into the sky and dissipate them into thin air. What a clever maneuver to make your opponent's attack dissipate and become invisible while increasing your own attack power. Flying mantis approach made Lin Xiao unable to help but let out a hint of praise. Huge portions of wild Pokemon that were untrained preferred to play hard to get, and the paired use of jutsu was optional for them. However, there were some smart ones that would use it in conjunction with each other, like this flying mantis in front of Lin Xiao, using the sword dance to counteract the flame vortex instead of going toe-to-toe with the fire dinosaur. Not only did it allow the fire dinosaur's flame vortex to dissipate into nothingness, but it also allowed his own attacks to be boosted, so that he would be able to defeat his opponents even faster in the next attack. The swirls of flame were dissipated by the sword dance, and the flying mantis once again used lightning bolt to charge up, its shining silver side making an X shape in front of its chest as it used cross-chop to slice towards the fire dinosaur. The flying mantis was originally good at speed, and became even faster under the acceleration of the lightning flash, leaving a string of residual shadows in place, and in an instant, it arrived in front of the fire dinosaur's body, and its two huge sides sliced towards the fire dinosaur's body. Fire dinosaur. Noise. Seeing that the flying mantis was about to attack the fire dinosaur, Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Oh oh oh ow." The fire dinosaur opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing high-decibel disorganized sound. Lin Xiao and Sunday hurriedly covered their ears to avoid ear injuries. There had been a trainer who had let a Pokemon's Pokemon use noise to injure his own ears, and Lin Xiao didn't want to follow in that guy's footsteps. The surrounding flying mantises also all leaned on the ground with their sides, their faces emitting a saddened look. Luckily the ears of the flying mantises were small, and the piercing sound they heard wasn't very loud. This was even true of the people and pixies around them, not to mention the flying mantis in the middle of the vortex. The noise made by the fire dinosaur from out of the blue caused the attacking flying mantis to stutter and stop, with a roar in his head and a constant whimpering ringing in his eardrums, and a pained look on his face. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xiao said to the fire dinosaur, "Fire dinosaur, one more flame vortex." This time the flying mantis didn't avoid the flame vortex and was surrounded by a circle of flames. The fire system did a lot of damage to the insect system, and the flying mantis was burned with black smoke all over its body, and used its scythe to pestle the ground, gasping for air. The flame vortex not only caused the flying mantis to lose a lot of stamina, it also caused burn marks all over its body. Fire dinosaur, steel tail, and it. Facing the bruised flying mantis, Lin Xiao said softly. The tail wrapped in white fiercely lashed at the body of the flying mantis, jerking it a few meters away and dropping it to the ground. Being hit by the steel tail, flying mantis can be said to be injured on top of injury. Lying on the ground want to struggle to climb up, but tried several times were unsuccessful. Although can't climb, but flying mantis is still defiantly looking at the fire dinosaur. Sighing slightly, Lin Xiao directly said, "Fire dinosaur, spray flames and end this battle." "Uncle, it can't even stand up anymore. Why is it attacking?" Looking at the bruised and battered flying mantis, Sunday was somewhat unable to bear it and couldn't help but speak out. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop, but the personality of the flying mantis was like this. Hit it until it faints and dies before taking it in. Otherwise it isn't recognizing you as a trainer. After being burned by the fire dinosaur's jet flames, the flying mantis completely fainted. Lin Xiao took out his genie ball and collected the flying mantis that was covered in charred blackness and emitted the scent of meat, then bid farewell to the flying mantis clan and quickly left the island to run towards the Pokemon Center. "Uncle, why did you need the fire dinosaur to attack at the end?" The flying mantis was so badly injured. Lin Xiao also didn't expect Sunday to still dwell on this, so he had to twist his head and explain, "Because it's hard to get it to recognize you without doing so, and the only way to do so is to crush it completely. And the stronger the flying mantis, the more so it is, or else how could it be known as the most condescending warrior of all time?" Lin Xiao then pulled Sunday, who was in the middle of nodding her head, and quickly left the center of the island, encountering many Pokemon that blocked the way along the way. Lin Xiao had the fire dinosaur scare them away with flames. Luckily not all bug-type Pokemon were as unappealing as Flying Mantis and Big A and Big Needlebee, and with the fire dinosaur driving the way, the two quickly made their way back to the Pokemon Center, placing the Flying Mantis's elf ball on a plate at the service counter. Lin Xiao gasped slightly and said, "Ms. Joy, please treat my Flying Mantis for the trouble you're in because the time I took it in caused it to suffer severe burns." Taking the plate, and knowing it was urgent, Joey rushed towards the emergency room. "Don't worry, I'll treat this child well, please wait a moment." "Excuse me for a moment." After saying that, Joy drilled into the emergency room and closed the door to start treating Flying Mantis injuries. However, Joy didn't blame Lin Xiao. Having worked here for many years, she also knew the nature of the Flying Mantis, and it was inevitable that something like this would happen. There were many cases every year. Lin Xiao and Sunday just sat on the couch outside the emergency room and started waiting. About 2 hours later, Joey opened the door to the emergency room, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and walked out with Jilly's egg, smiling. "Its injuries are under control. A little rest next, and it will be fine, and tomorrow it will be alive and kicking. It just suffered some burns, not much of an effect." "Thank you Ms. Joy." Lin Xiao hurriedly thanked Joy. You're welcome, it's my job. You guys can go in and visit the Flying Mantis. It's already awake," said Joey as he left with Jilly Egg, leaving time for the two. Walking into the emergency room, Lin Xiao looked at the flying mantis that was tied to the bed and silently sat by the side to keep it company. Shoo! Watching Lin Xiao enter, the flying mantis twisted its head and let out a soft chirp before closing its eyes. It says it won't go back on its word and will accompany you on your journey. Translator Meow Meow immediately translated what flying mantis said. Looking at flying mantis not wanting to communicate anymore, Lin Xiao had to walk out of the emergency room with Sunday holding Xiao Xiao and Meow. Uncle, the flying mantis shouldn't be uncomfortable in its heart, right? After all, you beat it up so badly? The performance of the flying mantis made Sunday come to a ludicrous conclusion. What's going on in your little head all day long? Flying mantis nature is like this. It appears cold. You'll understand after spending time together. Rubbing Sunday's head in a good-natured manner, Lin Xiao turned around and walked towards the public phone booth. Cell phones couldn't be seen, so Lin Xiao chose a public phone. Who is Uncle calling? Just after straightening her hair, which had been ruffled by Lin Xiao, Sunday came up. What about calling Grandpa? Where else would you get your hunting phoenix butterflies from? After saying that, Lin Xiao ignored the happy Sunday and dialed the phone number of the Oki Research Institute. The phone only rang twice before it was answered, followed by Dr. Oki's slightly vicified figure appearing on the screen. It's Lin Xiao. What's the matter with this call? I'm going to hang up if there's nothing. There's still ramen cooking on the fire. Just after connecting the phone, he was urging. Lin Xiao looked at Dr. Oki speechlessly and said, Grandpa, eat less ramen. Eating that stuff when you're old is not good for your body. After persuading him for a while and looking at the veins gradually bulging on Dr. Oki's forehead, Lin Xiao hurriedly changed the topic and told Dr. Oki about the hunting of the phoenix butterfly. No problem, it's wrapped up in me. I'll pass it over to you at PM. That's it, I'm busy. Hang up. After saying that without giving Lin Xiao a chance to respond, Dr. Oki hung up the phone. When he hung up the phone, Dr. Oki breathed a sigh of relief. Bastard. Not too old to ghost talk, not too much. Oops. My ramen. A wave of cries and ghostly wails scurried out from the departure of the Oki Institute, startling the Pokemon. Chapter 26, Kona. By the afternoon, what Dr. Oki had promised Lin Xiao was done, and after connecting the teleporter, the light flashed, followed by an elf ball appearing on the teleporter. Sunday couldn't wait to pick up the pokeball and throw it, and a crustacean chrysalis appeared on the ground, looking around curiously with large eyes. Looks like Grandpa is quite concerned about you. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, this is an armor chrysalis. When the closeness between you reaches a certain level, it will evolve into a hunting phoenix butterfly. Yay! Great! Sunday happily picked up the crustacean pupa and wiped the dust that stuck to it with her sleeve. Judging from that, this crustacean pupa should have been specially captured by Dr. Odomaki. Sunday's happiness infected the chitinous nymphs, and although they didn't move, the chitinous nymphs Yimi smiled with their eyes, and after getting the chitinous nymphs Sunday immediately abandoned Meow Meow and kept the chitinous nymphs in her arms, refusing to let go of them. In response, Lin Xiao just smiled and didn't say anything. Girls as old as Sunday were like this. With any new companion or dolls of sorts, they would be precious as hell. After having dinner, Lin Xiao was bored to death in the hotel. Only sleeping for a while, he felt his head was drowsy at this time, collapsing on the bed. On the bed not even 30 seconds before he began to snore, sleeping in the dark. The next day, Lin Xiao, who had slept for nearly 10 hours, got up refreshed, and then felt that his waist was stuck by a certain hard thing, and puzzledly took it out to take a look at it, and it was actually a crustacean chrysalis. Feeling that this little girl sleeps with it in her arms, Lin Xiao immediately lost his smile and placed the armor chrysalis by the bedside, then got up and did his morning exercise and headed towards the Pokemon Center. After a day and night of recuperation, Flying Mantis's injuries were basically recovered, and bringing Flying Mantis with him, Lin Xiao returned to the hotel to wake up Sunday, had breakfast, and then continued on his way by Ride the Dragon. It was only noon when he arrived at Little Orange Island. Putting away the multiplying dragon, Lin Xiao looked up at Little Orange Island and revealed a smile. It made Sunday wonder how he came to the island with a smile on his face. Was there something on this island? Looking at the puzzled Sunday, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, there's an acquaintance on this island that I haven't seen in a few months. Let's enter the island. But the two had just stepped onto the island, and before they could take a few steps out, a trainer came towards Lin Xiao with an elf ball. Hello, looks like you're a trainer too. How about coming and doing a match with me? After a slight freeze, Lin Xiao accepted this trainer's challenge. Lin Xiao chose to use Big Mimi to battle. According to Lin Xiao's observation, Big Mimi only needed to battle against each other a few times before it could evolve, which made Lin Xiao powerless to spit out his words. It had been half a year since he took in Big Mimi, and he hadn't even begun to evolve until now, so it was obvious how long the evolution cycle of a dragon Pokemon was. The match ended quickly, with Big Mimi quickly defeating her opponent's Bardo. And not only did she get some evolutionary experience herself, but she also allowed Lin Xiao to get 53 gold coins. Since the incident of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Lin Xiao had restrained his behavior of crazily brushing gold coins and didn't dare to fight one when he saw one and beat up two when he came to two as before. But even so, Lin Xiao's gold coins were also approaching 160,000 in a straight line, and he had basically put together a quarter of the rift seat. After defeating the challenger, Lin Xiao wanted to put away the big mic, but he didn't want to immediately come up with a few more people to issue a challenge. I can't believe you're using the psychedelic Pokemon's Misty. You're dragon. I guess you should be pretty strong. Come fight me. I'm the one who issued the challenge first, so lean to the side. Looking at the several people who were bickering, Lin Xiao shouted breathlessly, I accept all of your challenges, but they have to come one by one. Sunday approached Lin Xiao and asked quietly, Uncle, why are all these people so enthusiastic? It's a bit unorthodox to have so many people challenging just after getting on the island. Not to mention Sunday, even Lin Xiao was wondering, not only him here, looking around the challenge of peoples everywhere. Could it be that the trainers of the Orange Islands have all flocked to the small Orange Island? Bewilderment aside, the battle is still to be fought. It looks like there are a lot of people, but most of the trainers are not very good. In the hands of Big Mimi basically cannot go more than 2 rounds before being KO. After winning the third match, Big Mimi had on both sides of the mountain-shaped small horns lit up a white light. Lin Xiao knew that this was a prelude to Dami preparing to evolve. Many Pokemon would have this characteristic before they evolved. A certain part of their body would emit a bright light. Oh me, there's no need to suppress it. Evolve? Isn't that what you've been waiting for? Across from Big Mimi who was about to evolve, Lin Xiao looked excited. Maze. Big Mimi narrowed her smiling eyes and nodded. A dazzling light was then emitted from his body, and Big Mimi's slender body was enveloped by this white light, and changes gradually appeared in Big Mimi's body that was enveloped by the light. First of all, the body gradually became thicker and longer. 2 blue beads grew out of the front of the tail as if they were worn on the tail, and the original round head became somewhat snake-like with 3 horns. The neck had a bead like the one on the tail, and the original mountain-shaped horns turned into the shape of a human's palm. When the light dissipated, Big Mimi evolved into a Haxorus. Oh, after evolving, Big Mimi looked happy. The horns and ears on its head slightly opened and grew bigger, allowing it to fly in mid-air, and its long body curled towards Lin Xiao, wanting to coil around Lin Xiao's neck like before. Big Mimi's move startled Lin Xiao. Stop! No climbing on me! Before it evolved, Big Mimi was just over a meter long and 3 kilograms, but now that it had evolved into a Haxorus, its body had reached over 4 meters in length, and its weight had increased n-fold. The current Big Mimi could almost wrap Lin Xiao head over heels. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen, so he hurriedly stopped Big Mimi's actions in a loud voice. Oh, Dami, who was full of wanting to celebrate with Lin Xiao, after being rejected, was aggrieved and beamed her little face, pitifully and softly purring. Lin Xiao helplessly stroked Big Mimi's head and comforted. Your body has gotten bigger, so you can't be wrapped around me like before or above. So be good, okay? You familiarize yourself with your evolved abilities first and leave the next battle to your partner. Retrieving Big Mimi back into the Pokeball, which came with a space where the Pokemon was about to slumber and move around. It was best to get used to their new bodies and abilities in there. Putting away Big Mimi, for the next battle, Lin Xiao chose to have the newly added Flying Mantis answer the battle. A long time of sparring could increase the intimacy and tacit understanding between the Pokemon and the training. Cha! As soon as the Flying Mantis came out, it lit up its own sharp sive, and its stern eyes swept over those trainers who came to challenge it, and many of them felt a chill coming out of their hearts, and silently put away their elf balls, no longer shouting words of challenge. Many trainers went away at once, and the rest were quickly resolved by the Flying Mantis and turned into Lin Xiao's gold coins. Waiting for the surrounding trainers to disperse, Lin Xiao then breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was good to have gold coins to earn, but don't a group of people surrounded as a monkey to see? Lin Xiao felt strange. Haven't seen you in a few months. Looks like you've gone through quite a bit of sharpening and don't have the same frippery you had back then. Just as Lin Xiao was about to put away the Flying Mantis and was about to move on, a pleasant, cool voice came out from behind him. Lin Xiao gave a slight lurch, then turned around in surprise. Sister Kona? Kona stood behind Lin Xiao, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile as he touched and felt Lin Xiao's hair, sighing with emotion. I haven't seen you in a few months. It feels like you've grown up. What was rare was Lin Xiao, who actually squirmed a bit. Sister Kona, I've grown up. Stop touching my head. This scene made Sunday almost bite her tongue and head off in one bite. In Sunday's impression, Lin Xiao had always looked like an uncle. When had he ever shown such a childlike look? And Sunday knew that Lin Xiao hated it when people said he was like a child and touched his head. But now that Kona did both, Lin Xiao still looked as if he was willing to do it, which would definitely make the jaws of those who knew Lin Xiao well to be shocked. Come on, take a break at my villa. is this that iron-armored rhino you got on Hirakan Island? It's cute. After saying that, Kona picked up Tiny and turned towards his villa, the usually uninviting Xiao Xiao, at this time obediently lying in Kona's arms, squinting his small eyes with a look of enjoyment. Lin Xiao and Sunday both followed behind Kona and headed towards her villa. Uncle, MS. Kona is the acquaintance you mentioned? What is your relationship? On the way, Sunday quietly pulled Lin Xiao to inquire. Yes, my acquaintance is Sister Kona, and as for the relationship, it's like a normal sibling relationship, a sister who has always been good to me. Oh, arriving at Kona's villa, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask out loud, Sister Kona, why are there so many trainers on the island today? It was cold when I came before. Why is it so lively today? Chapter 27, Kona's accession. Could it be that MS? Kona is going to teach her own Upanishad to the crowd? Sunday stared incredulously at the two. Put. The tea Lin Xiao had just drank into his mouth suddenly spewed out, picking up the paper towel on the table and wiping it off, giving Sunday a breathless look. You don't really think that all the so-called heavenly kings have aoi, do you? Isn't it? That's what everyone says. Sunday asked rightfully. Lin Xiao was helpless. You believe that kind of rumor? In fact, there is no such thing as the rumored axiom. If you do not believe it, you can ask Kona-san. The reason why the heavenly kings are powerful, in addition to the strength of the Pokemon itself is powerful, the factors to grasp the individual species is very accurate, and almost any favorable to their own are able to be used in the combat power. There are still some discrepancies, but what Lin Xiao said is indeed the case. Kona gently pushed her glasses and smiled flirtatiously. Charmingly, even I myself don't know what the so-called AOE is, so how can I possibly take it out to teach others? Besides, my speech contest tomorrow is just a demonstration. It's really up to the trainers and their Pokemon. Conducting a live sparring match is more useful than listening to 100 lectures. I can't believe it's fake. Shang Dai's good wishes instantly collapsed in an instant. She had originally planned to ask Oki Yukijo to teach her about the Upanishads when she returned so that she could become a little bit stronger. But when she heard Lin Xiao and Kona say that, she instantly lost hope. Lin Xiao lost his smile and shook his head. If that was true, what was the point of traveling? It would be better to directly worship the Heavenly King as a teacher to learn the Upanishads and become super strong in one step. The so-called explanation is just a reminder to trainers to pay attention to the details. To enhance the strength of the still rely on their own little accumulated. Want to overnight from the mortal into a god? This idea can only be dreamed of when it can be done. The three of them chatted for a while. Most of the time was spent on Kona and Lin Xiao discussing things about Pokemon. Sunday, who had no interest in this, had to run out and sneak around on her own, taking Meow Meow shopping. As for Tiny, he was still the same, unwilling to run after Sunday and kept jumping up and down on Lin Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the little brat that I was is now going to be a father, and I haven't given you my blessing yet. Would you like my sister to make it up to you? Kona smiled faintly, staring at Lin Xiao with both eyes, and suddenly said, Lin Xiao was confused by Kona's jumping questions. What does this mean? Why did it feel like there was something in Kona's words? Did Kona want to start a family? Without waiting for Lin Xiao to reply, Kona lethargically leaned back on the sofa and slightly pushed up the huge size of her chest in front, so as not to pout. Remember when we first met? Remember. Although he couldn't figure out why Kona had jumped the conversation again, Lin Xiao still nodded. The first time he and Kona met, Kona was only 17 years old, and at that time, she was not yet the high and mighty Ice Queen, but a young girl who was criticized by her master for not training hard enough to let out a cry. Yeah, 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. A smile of remembrance appeared on the corner of Kona's mouth. She could never forget the little boy who brought her bread to eat and told her not to cry and to puff up her chest and stand up to face everything. In fact, Lin Xiao didn't know that Kona would remember so clearly, when he first met Kona himself or because he was a guest at Kona's master's place with Dr. Oki. Kona was an innocent young girl at the time, chastised by her own master for slacking off in training and punished by not being allowed to eat. Being chastised in front of the guests, Kona was so aggrieved that he ran to a small hill behind the house and let out a loud cry. At that time, after hurriedly picking up his bowl of rice, ignoring Shigeru, who was still a little kid, Lin Xiao took 2 loaves of bread and went in the direction Kona ran out. It didn't take long to see Kona, who was squatting under a big tree and crying, taking out a paper towel and patting it on the ground. Lin Xiao put the bread on the paper towel and sat aside to accompany her silently. It wasn't until Kona's crying slowed down and she was sobbing softly that Lin Xiao spoke. Since it's the path you chose to take, then don't complain. Stand up and puff out your chest to meet it. Standing up from the ground and patting the dirt on his butt, Lin Xiao looked at the distant sky. People are good at deceiving themselves and always looking for excuses for themselves. But how can you see a beautiful rainbow without experiencing the storm? If you feel oppressed by life, then get up and take the initiative to meet it. Then you'll realize that it's not really that hard. It's just that you didn't make the effort to face it before. looking at the fading back. Kona looked at the bread on the floor for a long time. Originally, he only thought he had done a trivial thing, but since that day, Kona began to rise to the occasion, obeying his own master's instructions and training hard, which filled Kona's master with joy and constantly praised Kona for growing up. From that time on, Kona played with his own master from time to time at the Oki Institute, and every time he came, he brought a lot of food for Lin Xiao and Xiao Mao, and the happy Xiao Mao ran around with the snacks, showing them off everywhere. Lin Xiao, who was learning to take care of the Pokemon and making energy cubes, naturally didn't have too much time to accompany her. Basically, Lin Xiao was busy with himself while Kona was sitting on the side quietly watching him, who was studying hard. When Lin Xiao finished his daily homework set by Dr. Oki, only then would he accompany Kona to chat. But basically it was Lin Xiao talking again while Kona was listening. And this relationship was maintained until Kona was 20 years old, when he ascended to the throne of the Heavenly King before it was broken off. In the blink of an eye, Kona has been a diva for 3 years, still winning the title of Ice Queen, and Lin Xiao has grown into a man once again. With her jade hand gently cupping her chin, Kona narrowed her eyes and kept circling around Lin Xiao's face. This made Lin Xiao get a little unnatural and touch his face. Wondering, my face has gotten dirty? Kona shook her head, still staring at Lin Xiao's face. Sometimes I wonder if you're an alien descended into the world. Otherwise, how could an 11-year-old child say something like that? You haven't felt like a little kid to me since that time. Kona had asked this question countless times, and Lin Xiao had pulled it countless times. Sister Kona, I've said it dozens of times, that I saw it on TV and wrote it down at the time, not realizing I'd actually have to use it. But no matter what station or program I ask you, you can't tell me. Aren't you lying to me? Of course there's no use lying to you. That's true. I just can't remember which station it was broadcast on. Kona brought up the old story again, and Lin Xiao's head suddenly became big. Oh yeah? Without pursuing the matter further, Kona lifted his already cold tea and took a sip, saying casually, but of all the TV programs that year, I learned by all means there was no such thing as that life and planning you speak of. Here it comes again. Lin Xiao really wanted to hug Kona's thigh and shout, Sister, I'm calling you sis, okay? Don't ask, okay? Looking at the bitter Lin Xiao, Kona smiled faintly, let you go for now. I'll leave the meals to you in the future. You're a better cook anyway. It just so happens that it's also time to eat. You'll be in charge of the kitchen, and your sister will help you with the dishes. When I heard Kona say that, I felt a little hungry, so I went into the kitchen and took out some ingredients, preparing to cook. But when I saw Kona, who was leaning against the doorway with a smile on her face, I remembered back to Kona's words at that time. Sister Kona, what do you mean by that later? Kona leaned against the doorframe, spreading her palms and shrugging her shoulders. Not much of a point. It's just that the Alliance recently gave me a long vacation, so I was planning on traveling with you for a while to relive my childhood. What? You're not welcome? How can I not welcome it? I'm happy to have more companions on the way to traveling, especially with an extra bodyguard like Sister Kona. Although he didn't know what Kona was thinking, Lin Xiao immediately agreed with a smile. The jade finger of his body nodded at Lin Xiao's forehead, and Kona took the radish and winter melon in his hand without any good humor. So that's what you're playing? Sister's cheapness is not that easy to take advantage of. Oh, hurry up and chop the ribs. Sister wants to drink rib soup today. Facing the faintly angry Kona, Lin Xiao cracked a smile, saluted Kona, and exclaimed, as you wish, my sister-sama. I'll definitely have rib soup for lunch. Just know how to be poor. The more you grow up, the fiercer your mouth becomes. Kona smiled and shook her head, plugged Lin Xiao and started cutting and washing radishes. When he got the lunch ready, Lin Xiao made a call to Sunday, who was shopping, and rushed back to the villa, and the three of them began to enjoy today's lunch. Lin Xiao's original idea of visiting Kona and then leaving had fizzled out because of Kona's joining, so he could only wait until Kona finished the commentary conference tomorrow before he could leave. In fact, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that Kona's place was on vacation for a period of time, and it was purely a strike. At the Alliance headquarters, Oki Yukijo looked at Kona's leave of absence with some bemusement, glared at Watari without a good reason, and asked, tell me, what's going on here? Kona took a year-long vacation, but in advance, you'll take care of her share of the work yourself. After saying that, Oki Yukijo lifted the coffee on the table and took a sip, waiting for Watari's next words. What made people lose their laughter was that the heavenly and earthly fearless dragon envoy duo was embarrassed at this time, his old face slightly red. Embarrassedly asked, is it okay not to say that one? Giving him a blank look, Oki Yukijo took the leave slip and shook it. Then you can explain this stuff to the Alliance yourself. I can't help you. After half a moment of hesitation, Watari finally confessed, pulling his shoulders back and leaning back in his chair. I accidentally got drunk the other day, then accidentally called Kona and ended up accidentally saying what was on my mind. Put. Oki Yukijo spewed the coffee in his mouth at once and said in shock, you confessed? Chapters 28 to 29, Subduing the Young Lightning Bird. Day is Kona's commentary conference. The trainers on the island hurriedly ran to the venue to wait. Lin Xiao also saw the figure of Xiaoji's trio among them, only they didn't go up to say hello. Lin Xiao was curious about this commentary conference, but he was quickly disappointed. While the other trainers watched with joy, Lin Xiao watched drowsily. It's just a few selected trainers going on the field to do battle with Kona, and then explaining. These trainers are almost always killed in seconds against Kona. There is no point in watching. And what Kona is talking about is also a time when new trainers tend to forget or do not pay attention to the basics. These things are clearly written in the textbook. Has long been memorized in the heart of Lin Xiao cannot mention half interest. Only half of the explanation was carried out on the small hold back to the villa to sleep. Luckily, the commentary conference only lasted 3 hours, and it was only noon before Kona and Sunday returned to the villa, and Lin Xiao had already prepared lunch. After lunch, the trio packed their bags and set off for the Great Plains of Kotobukijima, the closest way to the next dojo, across the island. It would take a few big detours to get there by water. After sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon for more than a month, Sunday had long been tired of the sea, and now that he had to cross the prairie, Sunday was almost as energetic, running around like a happy little butterfly. Lin Xiao and Kona both smiled slightly and didn't stop her. That's what happens when a person holds it in the same environment for a long time. Even though it can be very tiring to do so, Sunday was still enjoying herself. Pulling the tie around his neck, he looked at Kona breathlessly with his backpack. Sister Kona, can you let me change out of my suit? It's really uncomfortable to wear this. The clothes Lin Xiao hated the most was the suit. Not only was it troublesome to wear, but it was very inconvenient. It felt like it was binding himself. It was still the best for casual wear. Not only did it save time when it came to getting dressed, but the clothes were loose and comfortable to wear for traveling. Facing Lin Xiao's 21st inquiry, Kona still replied, "No way, this is very handsome. Casual wear and all that is dirt." "But Sister Kona, you're wearing casual clothes." Lin Xiao almost collapsed. Kona smiled flirtatiously, charmingly, and straightened Lin Xiao's collar. "Sister is a woman, oh. In what way can she wear formal clothes and come out to travel? Well, don't complain, keep going. Hopefully we can arrive at the town on the Great Plains tonight." Kona usually wore all corseted, short-skirted urban professional suits, which were naturally inappropriate now that she was out, so she changed into her newly purchased casual clothes. But without going toward far, the sky began to fill with dark clouds. There's going to be a rainstorm in the grasslands any time now, so let's quickly find a place to hide, otherwise it will be dangerous. The lightning in this area is very violent when it rains. Looking at the black clouds in the sky, Kona, who was familiar with the climate in this area, hurriedly said to Lin Xiao. Hearing Kona's words, Lin Xiao hurriedly took out his binoculars and looked around, and realized that not far to the right of himself and the others, there was a small dirt slope, and on the slope there was a cave, which should have been dug out by the people on the grassland to make it easier to hide from the rain. "There is a cave in front of us. Let's go where to hide from the rain and sleep in the open. We started too late today, and it's already afternoon, so it looks like we won't be able to reach the town." Saying this, Lin Xiao took the lead and ran towards the small dirt slope. The cave in the small dirt slope wasn't very big, but it was enough to set up 2 tents. The 3 of them had just run into the cave when a fierce wind began to blow outside, and the rumbling sound of thunder suddenly resonated through the prairie. Frightening thunder and lightning with strong light rushed out from the dark clouds and fell on the prairie. In this kind of weather, in the prairie, except for some electrical Pokemon, all other creatures would be in danger. One carelessness would be struck by lightning. In no time the heavy rain began to cover the entire grassland. The rain washed over the grass and brought up an aroma of dirt mixed with grass to the face. "Uncle, shall we have hot pot for dinner? The rainy weather is cool and perfect for hot pot." Sunday looked at the torrential rain outside the cave and shivered as she couldn't help but propose to Lin Xiao. Watching the rain and eating hot pot?" Lin Xiao instantly laughed bitterly, feeling that Sunday still had such an interest. The weather that was slightly cool due to the rain was indeed very suitable for eating hot pot. Not only Sunday, even Kona's eyes lit up, obviously wanting to try it. Since Kona had no objections, Lin Xiao looked at the time. It was already 5:15, so he set up a pot and prepared to cook. Luckily Lin Xiao had brought a spare gas stove with him, otherwise he really couldn't find firewood in the grassland Shanghai. Lin Xiao was in charge of cutting the meat and stewing the soup. Kona and Sunday were in charge of washing the vegetables, and soon a pot of hot pot soup that was steaming and emitting fragrance was ready. Taking out the mat on the ground, the 3 of them sat down on the ground, opened the rain, slowly eat hot pot. The first time to eat hot pot of Kona was spicy little face slightly red, but chopsticks keep toward the pot to clip to. Hot pot is like this, the more spicy the more delicious. Let a person cannot stop, and there is a mass phenomenon, is to eat hot pot to eat more than the usual things. After eating, Kona washed the dishes, and then the 3 of them began to enjoy the view of the prairie in the heavy rain. But what made Lin Xiao strange was that there was no more lightning since the rain started, and it started to ravage the prairie again, and the gloomy sky kept illuminating. General thunder and lightning rain. In the heavy rain scared for a while after the thunder and lightning disappeared, but today not only did not disappear, instead there is a more and more intense trend. As the lightning drifted down, a golden figure flashed through the clouds, which the two women who were chatting naturally didn't notice, while most people who saw it would basically think that it was the light carried by the lightning. Lin Xiao, who was reliably smoking on the cave wall, however, could see it clearly, and the golden figure made Lin Xiao faintly freeze, and then stood up violently. It was too late to say more to the two women. Lin Xiao ran towards the outside of the cave while shouting, "You guys stay here, don't follow me, I'll go out and take a look." Lin Xiao's action startled the two women. Sunday didn't even think about it like she was following her out, but just as she took 2 steps she was grabbed by Kona and pulled her back. "It's dangerous outside, you have to trust him. Stay here obediently and don't do anything to worry him." Looking at the anxious Sunday, Kona softly comforted. Running out of the cave, Lin Xiao threw out his elf ball and shouted, "Quick dragon! Maximum power destructive death light to break up the clouds," followed by using great clear sky. The clouds on the prairie are not post thick and are very short and close to the ground, so it basically rains over the prairie and doesn't stop for more than an hour. The giant snapdragon had just come out when it heard Lin Xiao's command, and at that moment, it gathered a thick stream of destructive death light in its mouth to strike towards the clouds. The destructive death light, which was almost a meter in diameter, suddenly rushed through the clouds and dispersed quite a few dark clouds. Chirp! The cloud was attacked, and at once an angry bird chirped from within. Hearing the angry bird song, Lin Xiao shouted happily, "Fast dragon, increase the power." As the power of the giant fast dragon's destructive death light increased, more clouds were instantly dispersed, and a golden bird that had been covered in electric currents burst out of the clouds and screamed angrily at the giant fast dragon. "Sure enough, it's you all right, Flash Bird." Being able to see the lightning bird, Lin Xiao was very excited to strike a fist in the air. Although the heavy rain was gradually smaller as the clouds were dispersed, Lin Xiao's clothes were instantly drenched, dripping with water underneath. Wiping a handful of rainwater from his face, Lin Xiao shouted, "Quick dragon, take advantage of the fact that we're using a great sunny day to disperse the dark clouds." Originally it was undoubtedly agonizingly difficult to disperse all the dark clouds, unless it was a Pokemon like Lokia who could control the weather, but now that the clouds had been knocked away, it was much easier. As the rain gradually turned into a light drizzle after the giant snapdragon's use of the great clearing, the clouds began to dissipate, and the sun revealed its own reddish faceplate from behind the clouds. With the dark clouds dispersed, the lightning bird appeared even angrier and struck a bolt of lightning directly at the giant fast dragon, although the sun had already come out. Standing on the wet grass, if one was struck by lightning, the damage received would definitely be great, and Lin Xiao, who was not far away from the gigantic snapdragon, would also suffer. In order to prevent this from happening, Lin Xiao said to the giant snapdragon, "Use 100,000 volt to greet. As a last resort, your side can use electrical jutsu to defend against your opponent's lightning attacks." And the giant snapdragon didn't fly up into the sky, which would have made it easier to get hit by lightning. Powerful electric currents accompanied by the roar of a huge fast dragon met the thunder that fell from the sky, and at the same time the electrical jutsu. The collision of the two jutsu suddenly fused together and finally dissipated into the sky. Seeing the lightning bird's thunder, Lin Xiao slightly frowned. It shouldn't only have this kind of power, otherwise how could it stand up to its lightning bird's great name? Then Lin Xiao picked up the binoculars and looked at the lightning bird, then realized that this was the lightning bird was actually still a young bird. This lightning bird's size was only a meter or so, twice the size of a normal lightning bird. Seeing that it was a small one that was still growing, understanding all this, Lin Xiao smiled happily. The more the Pokemon was trained from a young age, the better the bond between the two parties, and training from a young age was more likely to stimulate the Pokemon's potential and make it stronger as an adult. Fast dragon, Godspeed, rush up and use Dragon Claw. Ow! The giant snapdragon roared, its body leaving a trail of residual shadows in its place as it charged towards the lightning bird in midair. The lightning bird was shocked and immediately sent out a 100,000 volt attack on the giant fast dragon, but the giant fast dragon was dispersed, apparently hitting the stump. Instead, the giant snapdragon's main body instantly appeared behind the lightning bird, raising a claw almost as big as half a lightning bird and slapping it hard on the lightning bird's back. Bang! Chirp! Dragon claw contact with the body suddenly came out a muffled sound. In the dragon claw, under the huge force of the lightning bird wailed, fell from the air, or the child that withstood the attack of the dragon claw suffered a small injury. Several times Wanta struggled to flap his wings to fly up again were unsuccessful, can only watch himself fall to the ground. Looking at the lightning bird that was falling towards the ground, Lin Xiao took out the master ball that he had with him and threw it out. already severely injured plus the characteristics of the Master Ball. Lin Xiao easily took in this lightning bird that was still a young bird. Chapter 30, Arrival at Pomelo Island. The giant fast dragon picked up the Master Ball and flew back to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao happily patted its back and laughed. Good job. I'll give you extra food later. Eat whatever you want. Hearing the extra meal, the giant snapdragon happily squinted its eyes and laughed nervously. For the giant snapdragon that had lived for thousands of years, eating was considered its favorite thing. Kona and Sunday walked out of the cave together, and Sunday immediately jumped into Lin Xiao's arms and kept checking, afraid that Lin Xiao was missing something. Uncle, next time you can't be so impulsive. So much lightning, how dangerous. Facing Sunday's concern, Lin Xiao smiled and rubbed her soft hair and said, Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to mess around without certainty. Don't worry about me, isn't this fine? Not only are there no parts missing but instead I've also subdued the lightning bird. Pushing Lin Xiao without any good humor, Kona said angrily, Still hurry up and go change your clothes? It's comfortable to wear soaked clothes? Be careful not to catch a cold. After Kona said that, Lin Xiao immediately felt sure sticky and uncomfortable on his body. At that moment, he cracked a smile and ran into the cave to get into the tent and change clothes. When he opened his backpack, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. His clothes all disappeared. The backpack was full of suits. There were all kinds of styles and colors. Looking at the various kinds of suits, Lin Xiao breathlessly shouted towards the outside. Sister Kona, where are my amount of clothes? Outside the tent, Kona and Sunday burst out laughing. The smiling Kona is like a beautiful peony flower that mesmerizes people, while on the contrary Sunday is like a rose that hasn't fully bloomed yet, and the two women have their own style. There was a pause before Kona put away her smile and said, Those crappy clothes of yours were thrown inside the villa's trash can at noon when I was sorting out my backpack, and they should be inside transported to a garbage disposal site somewhere by now. Okay. Lin Xiao looked at the suits breathlessly. It was better than nothing, and defied Kona to buy some high-grade goods. Changing his clothes quickly, Lin Xiao drilled out of the tent and just wanted to release the lightning bird to heal its wounds, but he didn't want to be shouted at by Kona. Even if you're in a hurry, you should put your clothes in order. You're going to be a father and you're still fussy all the time. Kona called out to Lin Xiao, like a little daughter-in-law tenderly helping him to organize his clothes. Sunday on the side looked envious and really wanted to whisk Kona away and do it herself. But unfortunately Miss Sunday didn't know how to do this kind of thing, so she had to watch from the side with bulging eyes. He. Lin Xiao cracked a smile and said jokingly, If anyone marries Sister Kona in the future, they must be dead happy, beautiful, gentle, powerful, and a family man. I'm really a bit envious of that guy. I don't know which animal will be cheaper in the future. Receiving Lin Xiao's praise, Kona's heart was as sweet as eating honey. As for Lin Xiao's words about which animal would be cheaper, Kona didn't think much about it, but only slightly added in her heart, It would only be cheaper for you, the animal. Tidying up his clothes, Lin Xiao walked out of the cave with the medical kit and couldn't wait to throw the master ball and release the lightning bird. Chirp having been taken in by Lin Xiao, the lightning bird also identified with him, only just as soon as it came out, still a child. Its eyes were filled with tears and it turned its back to Lin Xiao, chirping pitifully. Looking at the lightning bird's swollen back, Lin Xiao was a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the one who had made the giant fast dragon fire. Now the lightning bird's back was imprinted with a huge claw-shaped mark and was swollen up, so it was obvious how ferocious the giant fast dragon's slap was. Taking out the knife, painkillers, anti-inflammatory medicines and external spray potions from the medical kit, Lin Xiao softly said to the lightning bird, Lightning bird, I'm going to heal you. It might be a bit painful, so bear with it a little bit, okay? Chirp. The lightning bird nodded its head to show that it understood and would be turned towards him, biting down on its self-sharp beak as it waited for Lin Xiao to treat it. After getting the consent of the lightning bird, Lin Xiao put on the rubber gloves and prepared for the treatment. Putting on the rubber gloves not only prevented bacteria from being transmitted to the lightning bird's wounds, but also prevented the static electricity on the lightning bird's body. It was important to know that the lightning bird was equivalent to a moving transformer with countless electric currents. And although Lin Xiao had already subdued it and didn't have to worry about it electrocuting himself, the static electricity that had been coursing through its body could make one's body sore and numb, slightly trembling, as if he were having an epileptic seizure. Putting on the rubber gloves, Lin Xiao picked up the small scalpel and gently cut a small slit from the edge of the lightning bird's swollen back to drain the dead blood inside. Chirp! As Lin Xiao began to move his hand, the lightning bird screamed out in pain, and dark, smoking dead blood flowed out along the opening cut by the scalpel. Lightning bird, be good, it'll be over in a minute, bear with me. While comforting the lightning bird, Lin Xiao squeezed out the black blood that had coalesced on its back and then smeared it with anti-inflammatory ointment because the wound Lin Xiao had cut wasn't that big, so he didn't need stitches. Touching the anti-inflammatory and antiseptic ointment, Lin Xiao picked up the external spray potion and sprayed it on its back. fed the painkillers and internal anti-inflammatory medicine to it, and then took out some energy cubes and fed them to the lightning bird before taking it back to the master ball. After doing all this, Lin Xiao was already sweating profusely and panting slightly, feeling more tired than a 5-kilometer long run, mainly because Lin Xiao was afraid that the lightning bird wouldn't be able to hold back the pain, so he had been slowing down his movements in order to minimize the pain, which was why he had consumed so much physical strength. Kona took out a tissue and gently wiped the sweat off Lin Xiao's forehead and face, a trace of worry spreading on her pretty face. It doesn't matter, does it? Want to rest for a while? It's fine. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, took off his rubber gloves and washed his hands in a small puddle of water on the grass and said, "It's fine. It's just a bit of sweat." Standing up from the ground, Lin Xiao stretched his back and washed his hands once again from the new, then prepared dinner for the pixies. And by the way, cooked the food for the giant snapdragon. People are counted by bowls, but the giant snapdragon is counted by pots and pans, feeding the little elves to their fullest. Lin Xiao put them away, and by now, the sky had slightly darkened, so the three of them dug into their tents separately and prepared to rest. Taking the newly bought PDA on Little Orange Island, Lin Xiao drilled into the tent and boredly inquired about the information, then closed the computer and went to sleep. With the addition of Kona, the two women naturally went together to make a pile. The next day Lin Xiao got up early and released the lightning bird to check it out. Thankfully the lightning bird recovered very quickly. The wound had already scarred and the swollen back had also returned to its original state. The lightning bird was fine, so Lin Xiao's heart relaxed, and then called out the pixies to familiarize themselves with each other, lest it would be bad if they didn't know each other in the future and caused conflicts. Chapter 31, Learning to Dance from Yoshi. In the morning of the second day, Lin Xiao and the two girls headed towards the dojo after having breakfast and checking the state of the Pokemon. Just after walking to the door of the dojo, deafening music could be heard coming out of the dojo. This situation made Lin Xiao and Sunday confused. Was this a dojo or a cabaret? Kona had expected this and smiled slightly without saying anything, leading the two inside the dojo. Just as they walked into the dojo, the music got louder, and many trainers in the dojo danced to the music with their Pokemon. However, Lin Xiao noticed a problem after watching for a while. The dancing of these pixies seemed to be regular, with some of the usual movements of dodging jutsu added to it. I can't imagine that there are still people who use the mobility of dancing to train Pokemon. It seems that the world is really full of strange things, only what you can't think of. There is nothing that others can't do. With the arrival of Lin Xiao's trio, the people in the dojo stopped their movements to turn off the music and looked at the trio. One of them, a 15-6-year-old red-haired teenager, walked forward and bowed slightly to Kona, respectfully saying, "I didn't expect Master Kona to patronize our dojo. It's truly an honor for our dojo. What is it that Master Kona has come here on the dojo today? If you need my help, just ask." Kona revealed a bright smile and casually waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to be nervous, pointing at Lin Xiao and saying to the red-haired teenager, "Ai, don't you know my habits yet? Besides, I'm out on a trip this time, and this time I'm accompanying my brother Lin Xiao to come and challenge the dojo." Ai smiled slightly. "Okay, I got it." Then Ai looked at Lin Xiao and felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Is this brother of Master Kona the winner of the last quartz conference? Mr. Pavilion Master? Dog, said the commentator. Your sister's Pavilion Master. I didn't expect this nickname to reach here. Lin Xiao made to curse that, full of, in the bottom of his heart. The curator you're talking about is me. Lin Xiao stretched out his right hand and said, "Hello Ai, my name is Lin Xiao. I'm from Jinxing Town and I'm traveling to the Orange Islands to challenge the Orange Alliance this time." Shaking hands with Lin Xiao, Yi was pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect that it was really you. I used to watch the broadcast of the last quartz conference to learn some of the ways to fight against each other, and your battles were outstanding. But even if you're great, but it's not easy to take the wheel treasure badge from my hands." Taking out the wheel treasure badge from his arms and showing it to Lin Xiao, he signaled that he wouldn't let go even if Lin Xiao was the previous quartz champion winner and also Kona's younger brother. Lin Xiao didn't care about these and smiled faintly, holding tightly to Xiao Xiao who was looking around. "Since I've already challenged you at the door, I'll naturally have the confidence to take the badge from here. Accept my challenge." It's always the rule that any trainer who comes to the door to challenge you needs to give their name and issue a challenge first. Then it's up to the dojo trainer to see if they're willing to do so. And while the dojo trainer can't refuse you, they can drag you to your death. So it's a good idea to pray that you haven't offended the dojo trainer before you challenge them or you'll be in a lot of trouble. Ie fluttered his hair flirtatiously. A seductive smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I agree to your challenge, but I need to do a test before the challenge. All trainers do this. It's not possible to avoid it just because you're strong. Are you ready for it?" After Lin Xiao nodded his head, Ie led them towards the outskirts of the island. And when they arrived at the outskirts of the island, Ie pointed at a small boat and said, "I'll be joining you guys on that boat later." and the boat will quickly move forward in the river. There are moving or fixed targets that appear all along the shore. All you need to do is use 3 Pokemon with different attributes to shoot down, or destroy all of them, and if you don't miss a single one, you'll be qualified to challenge the dojo. Getting Lin Xiao's consent, he sat on the boat with the 3 of them, and when a few people were seated, Ai started the engine on the boat, making the boat rush into the river at a fast speed. Just as he entered the river, Lin Xiao released all 3 of his Pokemon for this challenge, namely Big Mimi, Flying Mantis, and the Lightning Bird that he had just taken in. As soon as Big Mimi and Lightning Bird came out, he froze, then shook his head with a bitter smile and said in his heart, "How worthy of the Pavilion Master." One of the 3 challenged Pokemon is a psychedelic Pokemon, and the other is even more of a legendary Pokemon only. As soon as the Lightning Bird came out, it mimicked its eyes and wanted to get close to Lin Xiao, but it was immediately stopped by Lin Xiao, not to mention the fact that it was still in the middle of the test. Just the electric current that ran amok in the Lightning Bird's body made Lin Xiao look away. The Lightning Bird was still a child and could not yet control the electric current in its own body well, and until it had fully collected the electric current there was no chance of intimacy with Lin Xiao, unless it put on rubber gloves and an insulating suit. Stopping the Lightning Bird's approach, Lin Xiao said to the 3 Pokemon, "Later on, targets will appear on the shore, so you'll each use a jutsu to shoot them down or destroy them. Got it? Big Mimi is the first one. Use the water gun. Lightning Bird is the second one with electric shock, and Flying Mantis is the third one that will directly cut the target off." Lightning Bird and Big Mimi both patted their chests to signal that there was no problem, promising to complete the mission. NDR. Flying Mantis said nothing, silently lifting his scythe to face the wind and standing at the bow, breathlessly blanking the Flying Mantis. Lin Xiao was powerless to spit out, "Your sister, will you die if you don't pretend?" Just after assigning the task, a target appeared behind the rocks on the left side of the river, and Big Mimi immediately used the water gun to knock the target down. Then it was the turn of the Lightning Bird to use the electric shock to destroy the target, and the most tawdry Flying Mantis actually warriored the electric flash and rushed up to slice the target all the way to filigree. What makes it even more of a crying shame is that this guy came back and flashed his scythe to show it off. How come I didn't realize this guy had a flirty streak when I took him in? Now that the cool image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, his true nature is starting to show? Something as simple as shooting down and destroying a target was the easiest thing for the pixies to do, and as the boat skittered around the river, the pixies accomplished their task. The test challenge was completed, and then IE brought a few people back to the dojo, and just when Lin Xiao thought that he was going to have the next sparring match, IE suddenly shook out a sentence that made Lin Xiao plant his head on the ground. "So for the rest of the day, everyone just rest for the night at the dojo. I'll be hosting a party for you all tonight. The official challenges are scheduled for the next day, so you might want to wait a little while." "Master, Nima, why didn't you tell me about this rule? I had to follow you back to the dojo. Isn't that a joke?" However, this was the rules of the dojo, so Lin Xiao couldn't say anything and left the 2 girls to run to the Pokemon training room by themselves to watch the Pokemon dance. Although it looks funny, it's good to enhance the strength. Not only watching it by himself, but Lin Xiao also released the little elves to watch it together, hoping that they could learn a little something. Except of course for the Lightning Bird. The poor kid was brought to the corner by Lin Xiao. "Lightning Bird, you need to learn to control the electric currents in your body now so that they don't randomly run around the surface of your body so that everyone is scared of you. For everyone's sake as well as your own you need to cheer up." Lin Xiao patted the Lightning Bird's head with rubber gloves and comforted it. After a few days together, all the Pokemon including the giant Snapdragon didn't dare to get close to the Lightning Bird. If they weren't careful they would be electrocuted. Although the electricity wasn't strong, it was easy to bring up static electricity, and it wasn't a good feeling to be so soft and numb that you couldn't move. Chirp! The Lightning Bird also knew his biggest problem right now, and with 2 low chirps, he crouched down in a corner and began to control the electricity in his body. But it was a long journey, not something that could be accomplished overnight anymore. Arranging the Lightning Bird, Lin Xiao returned to the Pokemon to continue observing, where Tiny had already begun to dance in style with the dojo Pokemon. "How about it? It's great. If you want to learn it I can teach you." Incorporating the rules and movements of dance and Pokemon dodging will have an unexpected effect. Oh, not only can you express your Pokemon's emotions, but you can also enhance your strength. Seeing Lin Xiao who was observing with great interest, he walked up and said with a smile, "But there are conditions." "Oh, exchange it with your training insights, so that no one suffers." Lin Xiao immediately agreed to Yi's proposal. Comparing training tips or all personal secrets can't just hand them over to others, but exchanging them is different. Everyone learns from each other and improves each other. Handing IE the record book he used for some of his training tips, IE opened it and nodded happily. "So let's get started. First the trainer and the Pokemon have to dance together. This will enhance the relationship between both parties and also motivate the Pokemon. This is followed by the various dances of the Pokemon. which must be distinguished at this point because of the different types of Pokemon, which differ in size, appearance, and dodging rule movements. Luckily, Lin Xiao had learned dancing in his previous life, so it was easy to get started, and after teaching Lin Xiao a little bit, he began to teach him the various Pokemon dances and told him the main points and what he had to pay attention to. After teaching everything to Lin Xiao, Yi took the Pokemon and did a couple demonstrations for Lin Xiao before leaving. He still needed to prepare everything for the evening party. After he left, Lin Xiao started practicing according to his instruction. Not to mention that this kind of dance not only increases the elf's dodging ability but also makes the elf's body softer, which was unexpected by Lin Xiao. The benefits of increased body softness are not just half a star. And the funniest of them all is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, whose huge body has a sense of comedy that makes people laugh no matter how it is twisted. And it's a good thing that the dojo space is big enough to accommodate it otherwise. Chapter 32, the challenge begins. The two women, accompanied by the trainers in the dojo, watched a round of the dojo, and when the two women came back to see the scene of Lin Xiao dancing with the Pokemon, they let out a loud laugh. Whether it was the unfamiliar writhing of the Pokemon or the fact that Lin Xiao was dancing in a suit, it was hilarious. Wipe the sweat on the forehead. Lin Xiao towards the two women a smile. Since coming to this world Lin Xiao were the first time dancing, so that has a basic and no jokes. Just in addition to a sweat, coming to the side of the two men and taking a few sips off the water handed by Sunday, Lin Xiao smiled. For the first time, I know that dancing is also something that can enhance my strength. It seems like there are still a lot of things that I need to learn. Everyone's walks a different path, learning from others and then blending their own, though ultimately it's about abiding by your own heart. Fearing that Lin Xiao had taken a crooked path, Kona immediately spoke out to remind him. Wiping his sweat with a towel, Lin Xiao cracked a smile. Don't worry, Sister Kona. I know what my path is. I won't go astray. What's good for others can only be borrowed. What's right for you is the best. Sunday took a puzzled look at the two and voiced, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Lin Xiao and Kona looked at each other and didn't say anything, and at once the anxious Sunday went round and round. After resting for a while, Lin Xiao stood up, made a standard gentleman's pose toward the two women, bent down and stretched out his hand, and said in a deep voice, so, two beautiful ladies, can I invite you to a dance? Although she wanted to agree, when she thought that Lin Xiao didn't tell her the answer just now, she let out a light snort and twisted her head to the side, arrogantly. Sunday temper tantrums, Lin Xiao and Kona are a laugh. To the nature of the Sunday, after a while will recover. If you accompany her to cajole, then this time will be infinitely prolonged. Female ran although you need to be spoiled, but spoiled over the top will change the taste. Kona graciously extended her hand and agreed to Lin Xiao's invitation to dance. Lin Xiao put his arm around Kona and the two of them danced to the music. Oh! The surrounding people applauded when they saw Lin Xiao dancing with his arm around Kona. Sunday turned her head and looked at the two of them, suddenly losing her temper, beaming her little mouth, secretly saying, how could you be so stupid? You should have promised him. Oh! Wrapping his arms around Kona's full, elastic waist, Lin Xiao smiled and matched Kona's footsteps. The heat coming from her waist caused a hint of blush to rise on Kona's face, which looked dazzling in the light, like a ripe water honey, peach, so that one could not help but take a bite. Sister Kona, you're beautiful. Pulling Kona around in a circle, Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise him. Kona smiled flirtatiously, charmingly and followed Lin Xiao's movements, leaning her head on his shoulder, blowing gently into his ear and asking, so do you like it? Kona's action caused Lin Xiao to freeze, thinking that Kona was joking. He immediately revealed a smile and said, of course I like it, said also bent down in the forehead of Kona's gently kiss. In fact, Lin Xiao this kiss pressure fundamentally does not have any underhanded ideas, purely because of the relationship between the two siblings. Being kissed and kissed by Lin Xiao for the first time, the blush on Kona's face instantly widened and burned to the root behind her ears, shyly lowering her head, not daring to look at him. SHHHH. The intimate behavior of the two people made everyone whistle, and at the same time, they also admired Lin Xiao in their hearts. The Ice Queen Kona dared to kiss. Only Sunday puffed up her bun face in dissatisfaction. I knew this would happen. What a sibling relationship. It's all a lie. After dancing with Kona, the two of you thank the others like they did. It's rude to not have electricity as you're applauded by others. Returning to Sunday's side, Lin Xiao smiled and once again sent an invitation to Sunday. This time Sunday did not make a fuss but graciously accepted Lin Xiao's invitation. As the eldest young lady in the family, Sunday had naturally learned the etiquette in this regard. Jussie, it must have been great just now, right? Kona-san's skin is so good. Lin Xiao helplessly rolled his eyes and whispered, don't think nonsense, okay? Sister Kona has always been my older sister, and although the relationship between us is very good, it's not what you think. I don't believe it. I can tell by the way Kona-san looks that she's interested in you. He, Lin Xiao guffawed. Sister Kona and I knew each other 6 years ago. Where else would you be if it was really interesting? So don't think nonsense, okay? Sunday just beamed and didn't say anything more, only adding a mental I don't believe you. After the two finished dancing, Lin Xiao continued to train the Pokemon for a bit and put them away after feeding them. After all, he had to prepare for the party, and letting the Pokemon run around outside would affect other people, which Lin Xiao naturally couldn't do as a guest. The evening party was a lively one, and IE had invited trainers and acquaintances from Yuzu Island, though most of the people were gathered around Kona. After the party, Lin Xiao, who drank a little bit of wine, returned to the guest room prepared by E to sleep early. Sunday and Kona did the same. Not only Sunday was surrounded, Sunday did not escape. With Sunday's beauty naturally attracted a large number of suitors, but this is also considered a part of Sunday's private life. Lin Xiao will not intervene. Let her deal with her own. The first rule of getting along between a man and a woman is trust. If there is no trust, how long can this relationship last? And there will be no one to do that kind of mooching at such a party, or else they will be dishonored and will be besieged by the crowd. The next day, Lin Xiao still woke up on time under the reminder of his biological clock, got up and washed up, and then did his morning exercise to stretch his body. After everyone had woken up and eaten in the meal, Yoshi took the group on a hot air balloon ride and explained, the dojo grounds are on that huge rocky platform off the island, and because of the huge whirlpools all around it, you need to take a hot air balloon ride to get there. Arriving at the competition venue in a hot air balloon, Lin Xiao and Yi each took a side. Everyone else except the referee, who was in a bijou, watched the fight in a hot air balloon, which was a great style of the Yuzu dojo, and the huge platform. In addition to the field, there is almost no place left for the crowd to stay. The platform is surrounded by some huge rock pillars. The ground floor is the whirlpool that can roll the big ship in. The sparring Pokemon accidentally fall down, if not dead will have to take off layers of skin. So the rules of the tournament are 3 against 3. The first match will be an insect Pokemon versus Pokemon, so please take out the Pokemon you will be using for your match. Lin Xiao threw out the elf ball and the flying mantis appeared in the arena. Glancing at flying mantis, Yoshi took out his Pokeball and shouted, so the first one is you, Daiga. As soon as the big armor came out, it clamped down a few times with the huge pincers on its own head, making a crisp ringing sound like a flying mantis demonstrating. Shoo! The flying mantis, raising his own scythe, slashed twice in the air towards Daikia. Displeased that Daikia dared to demonstrate to him. It seems that the Pokemon's battle spirit is high, so let's take the lead in the attack. Big armor, sheer attack. With IE's command, Daijia opened the huge pair of pincers on his own head and bent down towards the flying mantis. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, flying mantis, avoid it and then you slash. Cha! The flying mantis dodged Daka's attack with a slight leap, its sharp side slashing towards Daka's waist. Seeing that it was about to attack Big A, Yi suddenly shouted, Big A, move and show it what dancing is all about. With Yi's shout, Da gently twisted, like a twisting motion during a dance, just in time to avoid the flying mantis's scythe. Big A managed to avoid the flying mantis's attack, and he happily said, Big A, that's it, good job. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and looked at the writhing big armor. Nice dodge, but that's not going to be hard for me. Flying mantis continuous slash. It doesn't matter how many times it comes, it's useless against my big armor. I shook the hair on his forehead. Ajia, that's the way to avoid it. Cha! Just as the flying mantis was about to slash the great armor again, it was still avoided by the twisting of the great armor. Just as big armor had just avoided it, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, flying mantis, spin up and keep slashing. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's order, the flying mantis instantly spun around, its two sharp sides forming a huge green circle driven by the rotation, just like the according disc of a chainsaw. Spinning around, the sharp edge of the flying mantis's side struck Daijia all of a sudden. Struck by the sharp scythe, Daijia let out a cry of pain and was sent flying out by the powerful force. It's even possible? Yi's mouth was wide open as he looked at the scene incredulously. Of course you can, because your dancing evasive maneuvers are performed in a small range, and a large range would be out of control, causing your body to be unsteady. But the spinning up flying mantis attack changes from a straight line to a spin so that the range of the attack becomes larger, and hitting Daijia is to be expected unless Daijia performs a wide-range dodge in order to avoid it. After listening to Lin Xiao's explanation, Ai discreetly nodded and said with a slight bow, this seems to be my shortcoming. I surprisingly did not consider this point. Thank you for reminding me. Even without my reminder, you'll still find out over time. Lin Xiao waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to be like this. But this match can end now. Flying mantis, electric lightning followed by the use of cross-chop. Knowing the pattern of Daka's dodging, the flying mantis rushed towards Daka driven by a flash of electricity, forming a forked scythe to widen the distance, not allowing Daka a chance to dodge. Originally injured in the waist, it was difficult to move. Coupled with the speed of the flying mantis and the pull of the crosschop, the great armor had no way to dodge a direct hit. With a miserable wail, Big Armor was sent flying heavily by the flying mantis and landed outside the venue. Incapacitated. Big Armor is incapacitated, so the first match is a win for Flying Mantis. Chapter 33, Battle in Progress. Then the second match will follow, so please bring out the water Pokemon used by both teams. The referee sits on the back of the bijou and shouts at the two men with a microphone. Lin Xiaoani took out their elf balls and threw them out at the same time. Dimi, Jeweled Starfish, come out. Looking at Lin Xiao's big boobs, he smiled slightly and asked, is this Hackle Dragon one of the miniature dragons you used at the quartz conference? Lin Xiao nodded and said, yes, the other one is sitting idle at home, and I plan to wait until I go down to the reform area to bring it with me. When people are more angry than people. Ai shook his head speechlessly. Jeweled Starfish, high-speed stars, cha! The Jeweled Starfish spun up quickly, and countless colorful little stars spread out all at once towards Harkonnen. Dammy, use Tornado and return the high-speed stars. Big Mimi nodded to Lin Xiao. Then her long tail lifted up and spun around, soon bringing up a small tornado that swept up the high-speed star and struck it towards the Jeweled Sea Star. The white tornado with colorful stars, radiating various colors, as if the tornado installed a variety of colors of light bulbs, is very beautiful. As beautiful as this colorful tornado was, it was like a rose with spiky thorns that could be seen but not touched. Jeweled Starfish, use the high-speed rotation to avoid the tornado. How can it be that easy? I'm not going to let you dodge through easily. It would be too much of a shame not to leave something behind. Lin Xiao violently flung his hand, shouting. He said, Big Mimi, electromagnetic wave. Yi's heart violently trembled, secretly said, not good, but at this time, it was already too late to give another order. The spinning and flying Jeweled Starfish was still in midair. Cha! Using high-speed spinning to avoid the tornado interspersed with high-speed stars, he was hit by the electromagnetic wave that followed from Demi. The damage and pain from being hit by an electrical Jedi was high. The Jeweled Starfish let out a cry of pain and landed on the ground, smashing a small crater into the ground. Jeweled Starfish, are you alright? Ai looked worriedly at the Jeweled Starfish in the small pit. Lin Xiao wouldn't show any mercy just because of the miserable appearance of the Jeweled Starfish. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. This saying was unchanging throughout the ages. No matter which world there was such a famous saying. Omi, use the binding stance. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's command, Big Mimi quickly swam towards the Jeweled Starfish and used her 4-meter-long body to bind the Jeweled Starfish. While her body began to power up and contract, the snake's body is made up of countless strands of muscle throughout the body, binding the enemy or prey contracting with an incredible amount of force, enough to strangle the opponent's bones. Although Hakken is not a snake, but the body structure is no different from a snake. The huge contraction force pressed the Jeweled Starfish body Jewel's cackle, as if at any time will be cracked and fall apart in general. Ai, with his face dissatisfied with the anxious color, couldn't help but shout, Jeweled Starfish, break away. Wrapped up in Big Mimi's 4-meter-long body, the Jeweled Starfish couldn't get free no matter how hard she tried, but instead, because of her own wobbling, she allowed Big Mimi to catch the opportunity to trap her body even tighter. Ka! Eventually the gem of the Jeweled Starfish couldn't withstand the tremendous force and cracked with a crunching sound, the cracks gradually spreading out to the surrounding gems. Stop it, I admit defeat. Please let go of the Jeweled Starfish quickly. It's hard to heal its jewel once it's shattered. I admit defeat. The condition of the Jeweled Starfish caused Ai to exclaim at once. He was more concerned about his Jeweled Starfish than the competition. Big Mimi, come back. When Yi conceded defeat, Lin Xiao took back Big Mimi. Ai immediately ran forward and checked the condition of the Jeweled Starfish. Luckily the shattered jewel was the part at the edge, which made Ai sigh in relief, gently stroking the Jeweled Starfish for a while, softly saying, tough job. You can rest next. After Ai retrieved the Jeweled Starfish, the referee immediately declared, the second match, player Ai, forfeited the match, so Hacklund gets the win. Next up is the third match. Please have both teams bring out the electrical Pokemon used. Releasing his own electric strike beast, he looked at Lin Xiao in admiration and said, Pavilion Master really deserves to be the leader of the new generation of Guangdong. Both his strength and battle sense are perfect, and the slightest opportunity can put his opponent in a place of no return. But I remember that your electric Pokemon seems to be Lightning Bird. That little guy is still a child. He can't control his electric current intact yet. I don't know how you're going to win this third match. My Electro Beast's level is very high. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. But you don't seem to know what tricks Flashbird knows, do you? Lin Xiao cracked a smile. Since I dared to come out to fight with the Lightning Bird, I have my own way of fighting. Come out, Lightning Bird. Chirp. The Lightning Bird flapped its wings and chirped just as it came out, countless currents running through its body, making it look regal. Ai really wanted to rush up and kick Lin Xiao to the ground. Aren't you talking nonsense? The lightning bird's information is few and far between in the books. How do I know what tricks it can do? Even though the lightning bird is still a child and the voltage control is unstable, I can still win, but hopefully your electrified beast won't be charged with lightning. Lin Xiao's mouth revealed an evil smile as he shouted, "Lightning bird, use maximum power prayer rain." Although it couldn't be like Lokia who had gusts of wind and lightning and waves raging at her disposal, it was true that the three divine birds could control the weather, just not over a wide range, and it wasn't very powerful. Chirp chirp, the lightning bird flew high into the sky and chirped loudly. The normally gentle and smooth-sounding bird's chirp turned into a piercing scream at this time, spreading out in all directions. Whether it was IE or Lin Xiaopal Sunday, Kona and the others covered their ears lest their ears be pricked by the sound. As the lightning bird screamed, the sky gradually filled with clouds, covering the upper part of the venue. Sparse drizzle gradually landed on the venue. As the drizzle fell, the lightning bird flew into the clouds to release electricity, and there was a thunderous sound, electric current running in all directions. Chirp! After skittering around in the clouds, the sound of the lightning bird gradually moderated, and his entire body, wrapped in thunder and lightning, flew out of the clouds and landed in the field. From time to time, the powerful electric current flowed into the ground where the rainwater was sticking, making a soft slap. The light sound. Electrical Pokemon are about to perform a charge to absorb current, but that has a limit. I wonder how much lightning your lightning beast can withstand. On a rainy day, lightning bird's voltage can be released in its entirety and be much more powerful. Facing the lightning bird whose entire body was shrouded in lightning, the electricity striking beast instantly became cautious, and a grave expression spread across its face. He was shocked and cursed crazy. Anyone who dared to use this tactic was either crazy or out of their ing mind. A random strike from a lightning bird whose entire body was wrapped in lightning was the same as any other Pokemon using 100,000 volts or thunder cohesively on their body. Even an electrical Pokemon couldn't withstand the powerful force generated by the burst of electricity, and there was a limit to how much an electrical Pokemon could absorb lightning, and once it was overdone the body would collapse, like a person eating several pounds of rice in one breath. The bloating could kill you, and as the rain got heavier and heavier, the lightning bird's current was still rising, and when the powerful current hit the ground, it made a slap sound, followed by a small hole. "Since you're not moving, I'll attack first." Lin Xiao smiled slightly and shouted, "Lightning bird, 100,000 volts." In the rainy environment, not only did the electrical jutsu become more powerful, but their speed also increased quite a bit, and the lightning bird's 100,000 volts instantly arrived in front of the electrified beast, enveloping it in a cage. Ow! The electric strike beast roared, absorbing all the lightning, and its body was immediately covered with electricity just like the lightning bird, making a squeak sound. The sound of squeak. Yes, that's it. Lin Xiao cracked a smile and said to Lightning Bird, "Use Steel Wing next." The lightning bird's golden wings were suddenly wrapped in white light, and it flew up and approached quickly towards the Electro Beast, its wings slashing diagonally at the Electro Beast. Electro Beast, use Thunder Fist. Next, AI's heart bubbled up with a sense of foreboding, always feeling that Lin Xiao had some kind of conspiracy, but he couldn't figure out what he really wanted to do even if he dug his head through. The fist of the electric shock beast and the wings of the lightning bird collided, immediately sending out a powerful explosion, causing the huge arena to tremble and bring up a large amount of smoke. In the smoke, the electric shock beast and the lightning bird simultaneously let out a mournful cry and fell out. The difference, though, was that the lightning bird shook its head and stood up without taking much damage to its body, while the electrocution beast was grazed in many places and slumped on the ground for a half-dozen moments before getting up. Electrical Pokemon use lightning all over their bodies, and when they collide together they will have a big explosion, just like positive and negative currents touching each other. The side with the strong current in the explosion will instead suffer less damage. You probably didn't notice that, did you? This piece of information was something that he had seen when he was at the Oki Research Institute, but he just didn't think that it would be used in a battle today. The lightning bird was still a juvenile. Apart from the appalling electric current, there was nothing else outstanding. According to the normal way of fighting with the electric shock beasts, the chances of winning were not great. That was why Lin Xiao chose to use such a method. IE was slightly stunned. He hadn't really paid attention to this. Although he had possessed the Electro Beast for many years and had fought countless electrical Pokemon, the explosions that occurred when both sides were covered in electric current and collided weren't strong, so he hadn't thought about it in that direction, assuming that it was just a Jedi stance collision that had brought it on. Chapter 34, Preparing for Special Training for the Lightning Bird. IE revealed a bitter smile. "So what you're saying is that I'm just going to stay passive?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "It won't. It can't work as long as the Electro Beast doesn't have electricity on it, so it's usually used once, the same as the Fire Pokemon's heavy strike stance. But it's worth it for the Lightning Bird to spend quite a bit of stamina to bring about the results." What? Yi was shocked in his heart and hurriedly looked towards the electrified beast. The taser was carrying quite a bit of damage from the explosion, but those were minor problems. The biggest problem was that its left leg seemed to be a bit off, and the standing taser leaned as far as it could to the right with its body in an effort to tilt its weight over to the side. The explosion just now injured the electro beast's left leg. Did you calculate all of this? Yi looked at Lin Xiao incredulously, staring at this wide-eyed, dissatisfied to believe this scene. Lin Xiao breathlessly rolled his eyes. I'm not a god. How can I calculate so clearly? The electric shock beast's leg was an accidental injury. It looks like it was twisted, but I'm not going to show any mercy for this. I'll take the treasure wheel badge. Lightning bird, lightning flash and use the steel wing once more. Chirp. The lightning bird chirped low and attacked towards the electro beast, its open wings wrapped in white light, and with the acceleration of the flash of electricity, it flew next to the electro beast in just an instant. The electric shock beast instinctively tried to dodge away, but just as it moved, the sharp pain coming from its left leg made its body stiffen, and it was directly hit by the lightning bird's steel wings. With a scream of pain, the electrified beast was instantly sent flying far away, smashing into the ground and splitting into several circles. Throwing his head back with force, the electro beast once again endured the pain and got up from the ground, but the injury to his left leg seemed to be worse. But the electro beast's eyes were full of stubbornness and still wanted to fight. Lin Xiao sighed and looked at the electricity-striking beast and said, "Courage is commendable, but it still doesn't change the fact that the lightning bird is once again electrified." Enough! He shouted fiercely and rushed into the middle of the field. Ignoring the static electricity on it, fiercely hugged the electric shock beast and shouted, "I admit defeat. No need to compete." Gently stroking the electric shock beast's solid hair, he revealed a smile and said, "Electric shock beast, victory or defeat is a normal thing. Compared to you and my heart is more important, you know? After recovering from the injury, we can still continue to fight together, right?" The lightning bird stopped to look at the one person and one pet who were embracing each other. His heart was filled with emotion and he slowly leaned towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, whose attention was focused on Yi and the electric shock beast, didn't notice that the lightning bird had already leaned towards him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. As the lightning bird rubbed its head vigorously against his hand, a soft and numb feeling from Lin Xiao's arm straight to the whole body. Lin Xiao grew up his mouth to speak. Who knows, just squeeze out a numb. He fell straight to the ground, convulsed and fainted. Chirp! Lin Xiao's situation caused the lightning bird to be in a big hurry, and it surrounded him and kept chirping. Lightning bird's behavior startled Kona and Sunday, who were watching the battle, and as I's admission of defeat was the same as the battle being over, the two women rushed to get the hot air balloon to stop on the field. Kona jumped cleanly out of the hot air balloon's enclosure and ran to Lin Xiao's side. "Lightning bird, hold your horses for a moment. Come, let me see." The lightning bird hurriedly got out of the way for Kona so that she could examine Lin Xiao. After bending down and checking on Lin Xiao, Kona sighed in relief and said to Sunday and a few others, "It's fine. It's just a temporary fainting spell. I'll be able to wake up after a while." Chirp! Lightning bird knew he had done something wrong and lowered his head, whimpering guiltily. "Lightning bird, it's not your fault. Lin Xiao will wake up later. You don't have to blame yourself, you know." Comforting the guilty lightning bird, Kona said to Ai, "I wonder if I can borrow your hot air balloon to transport Lin Xiao back to the dojo?" "Of course. And there's medicine in the dojo to bring the body back from paralysis." Ai nodded and shouted to the dojo, "Come over here and help. Get him to the hot air balloon. Let's go back to the dojo first." Several people lifted Lin Xiao onto the hot air balloon towards the dojo with 7 hands. As for the lightning bird, it was retrieved by Kona, who took out its master ball from Lin Xiao's waist. When Lin Xiao woke up and realized that he was sleeping in the room of the dojo, he immediately revealed a bitter smile, rubbed his tingling arm, and said to Sunday and Kona, who were gathered around the bed, "Don't worry, I've already recovered. It's just that my body is still numb." Lin Xiao woke up. The two women were relieved. Kona helped Lin Xiao up and sat on the bed, picking up the prepared white water and handing it to him. Drinking a large amount of water could ease the paralyzing feeling. Taking a sip of water, Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect the lightning bird's current to be so strong. It seems like we need to solve this problem first before we can do so. Otherwise it's dangerous to plant a bomb around us." "But doesn't controlling the voltage require the Pokemon to take their own time?" Sunday looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously, wondering what method he used to help the lightning bird. Drinking the warm white water in one gulp, Lin Xiao stood up from the bed and moved around a bit. "That being said, there are still external forces that can be used to help the lightning bird. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass." Saying that, Lin Xiao said his approach to the two women. Kona held his glasses and said, "Then you should rest for a while. I will prepare everything else, but it's not easy to find a place to train like this. I remember that there's a deserted island in this annex, so it's good to carry out it wherever you are." With that said, Kona left the room and went forward to prepare what was needed for this training of the lightning bird. Sunday kept on massaging the muscles on Lin Xiao's body. Because of the electric shock, Lin Xiao's muscles all over his body became hard and it was difficult to walk. At this time Lin Xiao is considered to sincerely admire Xiaoji, has been electrified by Pikachu, but the recovery speed is super fast, although related to the current and strength but also very impressive. Afterwards the recovering Lin Xiao says goodbye to Ai after he gets the wheel treasure badge from Ai, in which Ai says that he's planning to go out on a trip to attend this year's quartz conference in the meantime, hoping to earn the Golden Dragon Tendency badge by way of a challenge. However, Lin Xiao can only wish him good luck. His own dojo is a one-on-one system. Good luck to draw the Goddard Duck. Forest Lizard. There is hope. If you are unlucky enough to draw a Banjura, Yendi, or Fast Dragon, then IE will only be kneeling. Even the Goddard Ducks and Forest Lizards are not vegetarians. Lin Xiao and Sunday returned to the hotel just as Kona returned. I have everything I need for tomorrow, but I suggest we go over in the morning and come back at night. Training can leave Pokemon injured and tired, and you can still heal at the Pokemon Center when you come back at night. Leaning on the sofa, Kona spelled out his proposal for Lin Xiao to consider. After a slight aroma, Lin Xiao agreed to Kona's proposal. After all, this time there were not a few Pokemon but a group of Pokemon, and just recovering energy for the Pokemon without going to the Pokemon Center would be a big trouble. The trio went to bed early for the next day's special training. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the trio got up and packed what they needed, and after breakfast, the trio went to the Pokemon Center and picked up a large box with Pokeballs, full of electric Pokemon that Kona had borrowed yesterday to help the Lightning Bird with its special training. Taking the case with him, Lin Xiao released the huge fast dragon and left Pomelo Island amidst the crowd on the island's gasps of surprise. And with the speed of the huge fast dragon, he arrived at the deserted uninhabited island that Kona had spoken of in just over 10 minutes. It was a rocky island with a diameter of about a kilometer or so, and there were no living creatures surviving on the island, which saved Lin Xiao a lot of trouble. Taking out Lightning Bird's Master Ball and tossing it, Lin Xiao said to Lightning Bird, "Lightning Bird, I'm going to do some special training for you today and these days. It might be hard, but in order to make a successful voltage control, so you're going to have to work a lot harder, okay?" Chirp. The Lightning Birds flapped its wings happily, signaling that as long as it could successfully control the voltage, it could withstand even the most grueling special training. With the help of the two women, it took the three of them a long time to release some of the electric Pokemon. Fortunately, they had their own master's orders before, so they weren't afraid of these Pokemon making words that didn't stop their orders. A whole 100 or so electrical Pokemon appeared on the island at once, looking at Lin Xiao and Lightning Bird suspiciously, wondering what their mission was. There were Pikachu, Raichu, Electro Beasts, Thunder Elves, all sorts of different types of Pokemon in this group. As long as they could be borrowed, the electrical Pokemon were almost all exhausted by Kona. Luckily, there was Kona's reputation as a guarantee, or else it wouldn't have been easy to borrow so many Pokemon. Looking at the Pokemon in front of him, Lin Xiao clapped his hands and said loudly, "This time everyone's task is to help the Lightning Bird train, but the training is very simple. Just help the Lightning Bird recharge when it's tired. In addition, I have prepared a lot of Pokemon food and energy cubes for you all, and I won't treat you badly." The Pokemon got together and talked about it, and finally sent out a representative, which was IE's Electric Shock Beast, and with Meow Meow's translation, Lin Xiao knew what the Pokemon meant. After arranging the Pokemon, Lin Xiao began his special training for the Lightning Bird. What Lin Xiao doesn't know is that just yesterday when he left the Yuzu Dojo, Koji happened to arrive at Yuzu Island and rescued Yoshi's sister and then issued a challenge to Yoshi. As a result, Koji lost, and Yoshi retrieved his own 9 tails, looking at Koji and his fire-breathing dragon and shaking his head in disappointment. Although they are both from the same place, but your strength is too different from Lin Xiao. This fire-breathing dragon is very good, but unfortunately, you don't deserve its strength and can only drag it down. Wait until you are strong enough to challenge it. Thanks to Lin Xiao's intervention, Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon isn't as stunted as it is in the anime and doesn't listen to Xiaoji, but Xiaoji remains the same as ever, completely unable to utilize his fire-breathing dragon's strength. Chapter 35, Special Training for Flashbangs. Flashbird's special training is divided into several phases, and today is the first day. Lin Xiao led the pixies to the center of the island looking at a huge rock. Lightning Bird, from now on, you keep attacking this rock with 100,000 Volt and Thunderbolt, with 100,000 Volt and Thunderbolt turned up to the max. As for the other Pokemon, your job is to help charge the Lightning Bird when it gets tired. Lin Xiao's command Pokemon all did as they were told. The reason why so many electrical Pokemon were needed was because the Lightning Bird needed a lot of power for every charge. Many power plants lost a lot of power overnight, most of which was the work of the Lightning Bird. Being able to suck the power supply to the city dry at one time showed how fierce the Lightning Bird was. If it was any other electricity Pokemon, it would have exploded and died. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's Lightning Bird was still a young bird, so it didn't need such a huge amount of power. and more than 100 electricity Pokemon would be enough. Chirp! Lightning Bird used his maximum 100,000 volts to attack the rock, and there was a slap. There was a soft thud as a small piece of rock fell and the area that was hit turned black and nothing else happened. Lin Xiao immediately shouted. Lightning Bird continues. Keep going until you run out of stamina. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Lightning Bird put even more effort into its training. The bright light of 100,000 volts kept lighting up the island. Sunday, who was preparing food for the Pokemon, marveled. It's really worthy of being a Lightning Bird, using 100,000 volts so many times, but it's fine. If I were to replace it with my Raichu, it would have been down long ago. Kona straightened her somewhat sore back and wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling slightly. After all, it wasn't easy to prepare food for so many Pokemon, not to mention transporting the food. Just separating the plates for the Pokemon was a huge task. Pokemon naturally had different appetites depending on their size and type, so it wouldn't be easy to evenly distribute all the food. But with great power comes no small problem. It's easy for a normal electrical Pokemon to control the voltage in his body, but not a Lightning Bird, and that's just nature's rules. Sunday nodded, agreeing with Kona's words, but looked at the piles of plates and Pokemon food and collapsed her little face. How long will it take to get this much? My hands are so sore. This was still a result of having help from the trio's Pokemon. Otherwise it would have been worse. All three of them were just as busy as Kona and Sunday, with the exception of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the multiplying dragon, whose huge size was a good thing they didn't add to the trouble. Taking an empty plate, filling it with food and handing it to the fire dinosaur to carry to the side, Kona laughed. It can't be helped. The fast dragons that transport the food work even harder than us. And this is only the noon portion. The evening portion will be prepared later. Geez, why don't you just kill me? Sunday instantly wailed. As the eldest young lady in the family has always been food and clothes, when did she ever do this kind of hard work? Sat down on the ground and did not move. Looking at the crying Sunday, the corner of Kona's mouth lifted up a bad smile, glanced in Lin Xiao's direction, and said suspiciously, Lin Xiao, why did you come over? Sunday, who was preparing to be lazy, was startled when he heard Kona's words and immediately got up from the ground and continued to fill his plate with food. But after half a second, Sunday realized something was wrong and looked behind her. Where was Lin Xiao's figure? Noticing that she had been tricked, Sunday pouted her little mouth and looked at Kona with sultry eyes as she complained. Sister Kona, you're bad. How could you trick me? It scared me a lot. Giggle. Sunday's reaction caused Kona to cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Little girl, being complaining, hurry up and work. Do you want Lin Xiao to see you afraid of hard work? At Kona's words, Sunday grunted lightly in dissatisfaction, but continued to work, clearly not wanting Lin Xiao to see his bad side. In fact, Sunday is completely blindly worried. What kind of environment she is growing up in, Lin Xiao is more than clear. Not to mention that Sunday is afraid of suffering. Even if Sunday is on strike and not doing her job to throw a tantrum, Lin Xiao won't feel strange. Phew, phew, phew. The Lightning Bird, who had expended a great deal of physical strength, was panting violently, his chest rising and falling as he panted. Lin Xiao clenched his fists and cheered for the Lightning Bird. Lightning Bird, you haven't reached your limit yet. Continue. Only by constantly surpassing yourself can you achieve success. Chirp! Lightning Bird gasped and nodded vigorously, continuing to use 100,000 volts to attack the rocks despite the sweat that ran all over Head Mountain. It didn't take long for the Lightning Bird to run out of energy and flop limply on the rock. Flash Bird, you can't lie down. The more this time of year, the more you can't lie down and rest. Stand up. Listening to Lin Xiao's words, the Lightning Bird, eyes dissatisfied with the stubborn look, struggled to stand up from the rock, but too much physical exertion led it outside to fall to. Stand unsteadily. Exhausted the whole body strength, the Lightning Bird only straight stood on the rock, waiting for Lin Xiao's instructions. Lin Xiao happily struck a circle to the air, was very excited, although it did not necessarily want the Lightning Bird to stand up, but this time the test is the willpower of the elf. Want to become a strong person, powerful strength and will is indispensable. The Lightning Bird managed to stand up, and Lin Xiao turned to the 100 or so electrical Pokemon that he had borrowed. Now please use 100,000 volts together to help recharge the Lightning Bird, and I'll count to 3 to unleash the jutsu together, okay? The elves had long been infected by the Lightning Bird's unyielding heart, and when they heard Lin Xiao's words, they immediately called out, signaling that they would do as he said. The elves were fine with it. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, then let's get started. 1, 2, 3. As Lin Xiao's 3 shouted out, all the Pokemon used 100,000 volts together to charge the Lightning Bird. Over 100 Pokemon's 100,000 volts fused into a stream of lightning several meters thick, enveloping the Lightning Bird. Chirp! The Lightning Bird let out a pained cry, its body trembling slightly. biting its own beak tightly and closing its eyes to endure it. Being embraced by a powerful current from the outside world all at once into its body was a very painful thing. Lightning bird, although it's painful, you must endure it. The huge electric current can help you expand the electric air sacs in your body. The expansion of the electric air sacs can help you control the voltage in your body faster, so that they will obediently listen to you. The lightning bird, who originally couldn't support himself, heard Lin Xiao's shout and once again exerted his strong will to accept this huge current. Looking at the lightning bird that was shrouded by thunder and lightning, Lin Xiao's heart was lifted up. He didn't even wipe his eyes when the suit on his body was wet by the sweat of nervousness, and he was focused on the lightning bird. Chirp! After a long time, the lightning bird suddenly let out a high cry, its wings snapping open, shattering the currents still being channeled by the Pokemon, and tilting its head back to the sky in a high, clear cry. It worked! The lightning bird managed to pull through, and Lin Xiao was almost on the verge of jumping for joy. At this time, the electric current enveloping the lightning bird's body became thicker and more numerous, and the strong electric current brought up the sound of ZZ from time to time. However, now was not the time to rest. Lin Xiao hurriedly shouted to the lightning bird, "Lightning bird, while you're at it, close your eyes and control this electricity like you did in the past." The lightning bird nodded, retracted its wings, closed its eyes, and began to slowly take control of those currents. Slowly, a lot of the current on the lightning bird disappeared. All of it was sucked into its body, successfully taking control, although it was still only a very small portion, but it was already enough. Lin Xiao laughed out in relief and softly said, "That's fine, lightning bird. Next you crouch down on the rock and rest. We'll continue after we've nourished our spirits." Chirp! The lightning bird happily opened its eyes and flapped its wings, chirping happily, wanting Lin Xiao to start now. The current that it had managed to control was still only a small portion, but it had already made the lightning bird very happy. "No!" Lin Xiao looked at it with a stern face. "Now you must rest, eat something, and close your eyes for a while before you can continue to start. Otherwise it will put a load on your body." Putting on rubber gloves, Lin Xiao carried some food and water to the lightning bird, and the lightning bird obediently ate the food and squatted in place to rest. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, brought 100 elves forward to enjoy the food and water that had already been prepared. Only after the Pokemon had finished eating did Lin Xiao result in the fast food that Saint and the giant Snapdragon had bought when they transported Pokemon food from Pomelo Island and wolfed it down. The spirit had been continuously in a state of concentration and Lin Xiao had long been starving in front of his chest and against his back. After eating lunch, Lin Xiao let the elves rest in place for an hour while he himself and the two girls put away the plates they had eaten on. After doing this, Lin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. An hour passed quickly and Lin Xiao continued to do special training on the lightning bird. Lightning bird's next stance changes from 100,000 volts to thunder. Not only Lin Xiao is doing special training, Xiaoji is doing the same. Failing to challenge the dojo and being criticized by Yi for being useless, Xiaoji is frustrated. But thinking of Lin Xiao's words about getting up from where he fell, Koji initiated ruthless training, while also staying up late to formulate tactics to use in battle, in preparation for another challenge to the Yuzu dojo. When she got up in the morning, Kasumi saw that she was still crafting tactics and sighed with a slight shake of her head. Every time, you know how to make up for it only after you fail, but then you start to be smug and arrogant after you get a victory. Ken patted Kasumi's shoulder and smiled. That's Chi, isn't it? I'd be surprised if he could think of a battle plan before a sparring match. Both of them shook their heads with bitter smiles after saying that. Koji's character like this had always been a crying shame. Chapter 36, Striking a Giant Beagle with a Stick. Lightning Bird's special training lasted for 4 days before it was completed. And not only were Lightning Bird and the Pixies tired during the 4 days, but Lin Xiao's trio was also exhausted. The Pixies had a comfortable first day, charging only twice. But as the Lightning Bird's control of the voltage became more stable, the number of charges gradually increased, and the starting transmission became larger and larger at a time. Luckily every day when they came back they were at the Pokemon Center to let them regain their strength. Otherwise it really wouldn't have lasted. Even Joey had been busy for a few days, and having so many Pokemon regaining their strength all at once was quite torturous. During the period Xiaoji challenged Dojo Victory, heard Lin Xiao is doing special training to character run to the deserted island bit Lin Xiao cheer. But Xiaoji 3 the next day left. With the special training done for the Lightning Bird, he was now able to play close together with Lin Xiao as well as the other Pokemon without the fear of being electrocuted as he was before the training. After returning the borrowed Pokemon and saying goodbye to Yoshi, the trio left Yuzu Island and continued their travels. After a few days of busyness, the three of them sat on the back of the multiplying dragon lazily bragging and chatting, and Lin Xiao, who had been insisting on the constant act of brushing gold coins, also temporarily terminated it, and it took 2 days for such a situation to recover. On this day, Lin Xiao was checking the latest news with his PDA so that he wouldn't miss something valuable. Lin Xiao, don't you like huge Pokemon a lot? There's a small island right in front of us, and it's inhabited by this many BBs and ironclad Tyrannosaurus rexes, which are a circle larger than the average ones, with the most exaggerated ones being 1 or 2 times larger. Kona, who was familiar with the environment of the Orange Islands, immediately proposed to Lin Xiao. Giant BBs and ironclad Tyrannosaurus rexes? Are they really that big? Lin Xiao glanced at Kona with a half-hearted mindset. The Pokemon that came all the way to the Orange Islands hadn't changed much compared to the ones in other places except for the darker color of their patterns. According to what Ko said, the most exaggerated 1 or 2 times bigger. Wouldn't it be a 6+ meter tall ironclad Tyrannosaurus rex and a nearly 5 meter bishop's eagle according to the proportions? It felt a bit too exaggerated as well. In response to Lin Xiao's questioning, Kona gave him a disgruntled blank look and said without any good humor, "This is my hometown. As well as the fact that I've been working here for the past 3 years of being a heavenly king, am I going to lie to you? Since that's the case, then it's really time to go forward and take a look. Maybe we can take in a beagle." Lin Xiao gently cupped his chin and mused. Even Sunday became interested and immediately asked, "What about the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rex? Don't you want to take it in?" Lin Xiao, "Don't. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rex doesn't fit my aesthetic." "Kona-san, you point the direction. Let's go over there and take a look. It just so happens that it's lunchtime too. Why don't we just stop by that island and have lunch?" Lin Xiao retrieved his PDA and gave the seat in front to Kona, doing the back himself. After Kona switched places with Lin Xiao, he commanded the multiplying dragon to move forward in the direction he had indicated. Soon arriving at the island that Kona had mentioned, Lin Xiao let the multiplying dragon approach the island. Coming to the island, Lin Xiao put away the multiplying dragon and took a look at the dense jungles and abundant fruits on this island, then grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and looked at it, finally coming to a conclusion. If I'm not wrong, the reason why the Pokemon here grow so big should be caused by the environment. The geographical location is off the equator, causing it to be sweltering hot, and the Pokemon need to eat more food in order to allow to maintain their daily consumption, coupled with the fact that the soil here is fertile and there's plenty of food. That's why it's like this. Lin Xiao nodded approvingly, took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "You're right. There have been many scholars who came here to study the same thing. It's dangerous on this island though, because of the sweltering heat, and the Pokemon here are not only huge, but also very grumpy, and so many of those who came to do research were injured by Pokemon attacks." In the end, Kona had to remind the two of them so that they wouldn't be in danger later. Although his own strength and Lin Xiao's strength was good, but in the face of countless furious and aggressive Pokemon, even if the Dragon Envoy Wataru was here, there would only be the part of running away with his tail between his legs, and an ant can bite an elephant when it's more than one. In order not to attract the attention of the pixies, Lin Xiao chose to cook on the beach on the spot, not even checking the firewood, directly using the gas. The black smoke from the firewood burning is definitely the thing that attracts the fire. If because of this it is attacked by the pixies here, then it would be miserable. Soon after dinner, Lin Xiao asked the two girls to stay here and wait for him, while leaving his backpack behind, intending to pack light. Soon Lin Xiao burrowed into the jungle and crossed the jungle in no time, after which what appeared in front of him was a wide plain, with many iron-armored rhinos and iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rexes lazily sleeping on the ground. Lin Xiao had no love for the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus rex, and quietly crossed over them towards the side, entering the jungle once again, and walking for nearly an hour before the jungle slowly dissipated, replacing it with a towering sky-high tree. Only close to this place, Lin Xiao heard many bibbidi birds calling. Looking up to see, sure enough, many bibbidi birds were on the big trees, jumping around, but Lin Xiao didn't see the bibbidi eagle's silhouette, compared to the fact that it should be that the stronger the strength the more the elf lives, the closer it is to the center. Pulling the blanket of woven leaves draped over his body, Lin Xiao bypassed this group of bibbidi birds and continued to move forward. The elves here had a do not enter people attitude, and would attack any humans that suddenly appeared. Bypassing the huge flock of bibbies, Lin Xiao walked for a short while before finding the bib-bid eagle, the goal of my own trip. On a large tree not far in front of Lin Xiao, a bee-eagle that was about 4 meters tall was standing on the trunk of the tree with its eyes closed. Not only was this bishop eagle huge, but its fur coat was brightly colored, causing Lin Xiao to thump his heart when he first saw it. But how to capture it became a difficult problem. If he fought, he would attract the nearby bibbidi birds, but it was impossible to try to directly subdue it without fighting. Lin Xiao was in a difficult situation. After sitting on the ground and thinking for half a second, still not coming up with a suitable method, Lin Xiao slapped his forehead in exasperation. What the hell should I do? Is it possible to dry it out with a muffled stick and take it out of this island before subjugating it? But there didn't seem to be any other way but to do that. When all is said and done, Lin Xiao released the giant snapdragon and had it lean against the trunk of a tree, then covered it with a branch. Close to that, Lin Xiao took out some energy cubes used by flying Pokemon and placed them on the ground, having the giant snapdragon spray a thumb-sized jet of water to wet the energy cubes. Quick dragon, when the bijou comes down to eat the energy cube, you'll freeze it as fast as you can using the freeze ray. After the giant snapdragon nodded, Lin Xiao hid aside and took an elf ball to prepare. This was mean, but there was no other way but to do it. Mean is better than taking a risk. After the energy cube was wetted, it gradually emitted hot smoke and a faint fragrance that drifted in the air. Moreover, Lin Xiao purposely used the energy cubes consumed by the flight Pokemon and utilized the fact that the energy cubes would heat up and emit a fragrance when they met water just to lure the bishop eagle down from the tree. The bijou standing on the tree pole snapped his eyes open and looked towards the place where the scent came from suspiciously. Blinking his eyes, the bijou looked around strangely, spread his huge wings and flew down from the big tree, standing on the ground in front of the energy cube. After looking around again and not realizing why it was wrong, the bijou then bent down and lowered his head to eat the energy cubes on the ground. Looking down at the bijou whose head was an energy cube, the nervous Lin Xiao's palms broke out in hot sweat, and his heart cried out, "Fast dragon! What a fight! Must succeed!" If it didn't work, Lin Xiao would only have to run away with his tail between his legs. It was unwise to fight against such a large number of giant Bibidi, and that was just this small area. Hell knows if the fight would draw other Pokemon from other places as well. Bijou ate the first energy cube in one bite, raised his head sharply and checked his surroundings vigilantly, seeing nothing wrong before he ate the energy cube, followed by the second and third pieces likewise. The fourth energy cube, Lin Xiao placed it slightly closer to the huge fast dragon, but with the height of the bijou it was just one step away, eating 3 of the NU over cubes with no movement around them. The bishop's eagle completely let go of his heart and took a step towards the fourth energy cube to bite into it. Just as the bijou bit down on the fourth ability cube by the giant snapdragon directly stormed up, the already prepared freeze ray instantly sent out, freezing the bijou into a large pile of ice, until he was frozen into a block of ice. Then the eagle's eyes flashed a trace of dismay, obviously did not think that here hit a Pokemon even bigger than himself suddenly turned on himself. Lin Xiao saw the right time to throw out the elf ball. Frozen into ice, then the eagle was taken in without the slightest resistance. But this is only temporary. When the ice on the eagle melts, it will rush out of the elf ball by itself to find Lin Xiao to fight for its life. Picking up the elf ball on the ground, Lin Xiao retrieved the giant fast dragon and immediately walked towards the periphery of the island. Now Lin Xiao could only hope that the giant fast dragon's frozen rays could freeze the bishop eagles a little bit longer, and at the very least, he had to support himself until he got to the periphery of the island. Fortunately, there were no emergencies along the way, and Lin Xiao soon arrived at the outskirts of the island, and after rounding with the 2 women, he directly released the huge fast dragon and sat on it to fly towards the nearest nearby island. Both Kona and Sunday were puzzled as to why Lin Xiao was so impatient, but seeing the elf ball in Lin Xiao's hand that began to tremble, Kona seemed to have thought of something and immediately lost her smile and shook her head. With the speed of the huge fast dragon, it didn't take more than a few minutes to find a new deserted island and landed on it with the 3 of them. Lin Xiao had just stood still when he got off the back of the giant snapdragon when the elf ball in his hand shook violently, followed by the giant bishop eagle running out of the elf ball itself. Out came the pixie ball, and the bishop eagle immediately took to the skies, vigorously shaking off the ice slush that hadn't completely melted from its wings. Then eagle, the bi-eagle shook the ice slush off its wings and screamed angrily, spreading its massive wings towards the giant snapdragon that had laid a smothering blow to itself. Chapter 37, Conquering the Giant Speckled Eagle. Jin, the huge fast dragon, let out a loud and clear dragon roar. Its thick right leg trampled hard on the ground, shaking open countless cracks, and a huge dragon-like metropolis spread out, diffusing in all directions. Just now on the island was afraid of causing trouble before doing the knocking thing. Just like that, the giant snapdragon was already very upset, but here then the eagle still dared to get in front of himself, which made the giant snapdragon instantly furious. Strong dragon might make downward rushing, then the eagle a slow, early air hovering hesitation. It is angry, yes, but then the eagle is not a little cute. The huge fast dragon's strength is very strong, knowing that the opponent is very strong, but also stupidly rushed up. That is the behavior of the Dudan Munkler Jacket's outlet. If he was still on the island where he lived, then the statue would have rushed up without saying a word. But not here. There were no companions to help themselves. Bijou, I didn't mean anything else with Quick Dragon. I just wanted to take you in and bring you along for the trip. I had no choice but to bring you out that way. I hope you don't mind. Then eagle, the bi-eagle flapped its huge wings and stabilized itself in the air, screaming up towards Lin Xiao as if it was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao for taking it out of the island. Lin Xiao looked over and meowed, signaling that it's your turn to appear. It says bring it out, it's angry, meow. Translator meow meow immediately translated the words of the speckled eagle. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and said to meow meow, you tell it that I want to fight it and subdue it completely. Meow meow exchanged a few words with the bijou and finally shrugged its shoulders helplessly. It says you're mean, so it doesn't agree. Your sister, if you're not mean, you'll be beaten up. Soft cannot be used to hard, can only wait for the eagle's violent nature to ease after the exchange of feelings. Fast dragon, 100,000 volts. The giant snapdragon glanced at the airborne bijou, and the tentacles on top of its head condensed a large amount of electric current, and 100,000 volts instantly erupted out and struck towards bijou. Looking at the huge golden current rushing towards him, he was shocked and tried to avoid it. But even though the speed of the bijou had Mach 2, it still couldn't avoid the attack of 100,000 volts, and was hit by the 100,000 volts just after a few flaps of its wings. By eagle, the bee eagle, who was hit by the 100,000 volts, let out a cry of pain and struggled hard to break free from the lightning. If it was so easy to avoid, then wouldn't the electrical stances claimed to be the flight department killer be blown out of proportion? Being hit by the 100,000 volts, the Bidou flapped its wings, gasping for air and glaring angrily at the huge fast dragon. As the leader of the pack, the Bidou had been suitably treated like this, and now Lin Xiao and the huge fast dragon had succeeded in igniting its anger. If the bijou was just cranky a moment ago, it was now burning with rage, more than a carving. Then the eagle angrily roared towards the sky. His body was instantly wrapped in golden light, charging towards the huge fast dragon, and there was still a huge golden bird remaining behind the eagle, accompanying it in its charge. Lin Xiao stared in disbelief at this scene. This was a bird flying Pokemon's big move god bird, but Nima, this comparable eagle, didn't go through any training. Lin Xiao's heart was on fire. He already knew how to use the divine bird before he had been trained. What if he trained it? Quick dragon! A billion shockwaves to meet it. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the huge fast dragon roared. A pillar of purple light instantly enveloped it, and with an infinite momentum, the huge fast dragon charged towards the bijou from below. Boom! A purple and a gold, two colors instantly collided in the air, producing a huge explosion. The explosion, then the eagle wailed. Feathers fell off a lot, flew backward and landed heavily on the ground, and the giant snapdragon also flapped its wings and flew out from the smoke produced by the explosion. Relative to the bijou, the giant snapdragon had no other injuries on its body except for a bit of abrasion from the explosion, and its strength and weakness were quickly divided. Giving a thumbs up to the gigantic fast dragon, Lin Xiao complimented it and then moved towards the bishop eagle that was struggling on the ground. How about it, Beagle? Travel with me? It won't bring you back to your old life, but I can bring you great strength. I have a lot of powerful Pokemon around me, and Snapdragon is just one of them. Lin Xiao looked at Bidou seriously and said, "Become my partner. I don't think I'll condemn you, although I don't dare to say that I'm the best in the world, but I, Lin Xiao, dare to make sure that I'm worthy of being your trainer." Carrot and stick is always the best strategy. First letting the Bidou realize its own strength, and then luring it with increased strength so that it will willingly follow him. Lin Xiao believed that the Bidou would make a choice. There wasn't a single Pokemon with a strong and belligerent nature that didn't want their strength to be stronger. After struggling on the ground for a few moments, the Bishop Eagle's huge wings brought up a large amount of dust, and finally, with the help of his wings, the Bishop Eagle managed to stand up. With angry, stern eyes, he stared tightly at Lin Xiao, as if he was examining whether or not what Lin Xiao said had any credibility. Lin Xiao quietly stood still and let the speckled eagle scrutinize him. At this time, if Lin Xiao showed a hint of an unnatural expression or flinched under the speckled eagle's eyes, then the speckled eagle would definitely think that he was lying to deceive himself. The huge fast dragon gently landed beside Lin Xiao and similarly stared at the Bidou, preventing the Bidou from suddenly rising up to injure Lin Xiao. "By Eagle Eagle!" After a long time, the Bidou eagle suddenly shouted, and the huge fast dragon immediately took a step forward, immediately surrounding Lin Xiao behind him as soon as the Bidou eagle made a move to attack. Lin Xiao didn't retreat, but patted the back of the huge fast dragon to make it retreat first, then gestured to Meow. Meow understood, and immediately stepped forward to translate Bijou's words. Then the eagle says if you can actually bring him great strength instead of cheating it on Meow. Hearing Meow's words, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Everything I said is true. I don't have any intention of deceiving you. 'Tis not necessary. If there is a day when you feel that I'm deceiving you or not worthy of being your trainer, then you can leave at any time and I won't blame you." Beagle. The Bishop Eagle flapped its wings, crouched down and closed its eyes. Unresponsive, Lin Xiao looked at Meow suspiciously, wanting to know what Bijou was saying, throwing Lin Xiao a reassuring look. Meow said, "It said it wants to think about it and asked us not to disturb it." Lin Xiao nodded and walked over to the two women with the huge fast dragon and sat down on the ground to rest, waiting for Bidou's reply. "How's that? Did the Bishop Eagle say yes?" Just as Lin Xiao walked over, Sunday and Kona surrounded him. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and laughed. "Not yet. The speckled eagle said that it would consider it for a while and asked us to leave it alone, so we'll just take a break and wait for its reply." "Right. The elves haven't had lunch yet." After saying that, Lin Xiao chagrined and slapped his head. "Almost forgot. At noon, in order to successfully capture the bijou, Lin Xiao ate his lunch and drilled into the jungle. At that time, he was afraid that the pixies came out to attract the attention of the pixies on the island before he planned to eat a little bit and then feed. He didn't think that in order to the bijous matter since he had forgotten about it. Taking out various kinds of food and ability cubes from his backpack and loading up his plate, Lin Xiao released the little elves and the island instantly became lively. Chirp! The lightning bird just came out and rubbed its head affectionately on Lin Xiao. The little guy was still a child, so it was rather clingy. Lin Xiao smiled and touched the slightly tangled feathers on its head and laughed. Go eat quickly. Sorry for almost forgetting you guys and causing you to eat your lunch so late. Woo roar! Chirp! The elves all shook their heads in unison, signaling Lin Xiao not to take it personally. Smiling and teasingly distributing the food to the Pokemon, Lin Xiao carried a tray of flying Pokemon food over to the Bishop Eagle and placed the food on the ground. Bijou, eat something first. Eating enough will make the injuries on your body heal faster. Since the speckled eagle was not yet submissive, it would not allow Lin Xiao to heal itself, but would slowly recover. Looking at the food on the ground and then at Lin Xiao and the lively playing Pokemon, the Bishop Eagle silently ate the food and ignored Lin Xiao. Then the eagle accepted his goodwill. Lin Xiao was already very happy. According to the elf habits, accepting his food means that he has started to accept himself. After lunch, Fire Dinosaur and Big Mimi stepped aside to do their training in silence, while Tyrannosaurus Rex swam into the ocean with Ride the Dragon. Tyrannosaurus Rex's jutsu is very powerful and not afraid of electric shock, which is its advantage. But there is a disadvantage, is not yet able to Dragon's Wrath and destruction of the Deathlight. Stiffness time is too long, and multiply the dragon the same, so the two hard to train together, which also exchanges a little from time to time. But there was one that was an exception, the giant fast dragon. By now it was undoubtedly difficult to increase its strength unless it encountered a chance, or had an epiphany, but it served as a teacher in all of the teams. The Pokemon would all seek out the giant Snapdragon after training and critique it. Even the lightning bird was no exception, and after all this time together, the interval between the lightning bird and the giant Snapdragon had disappeared, and they got along harmoniously. Among them, Genji was the one that the giant quick dragon could not point out, as it did not know the ghost or superpower department's stances, but the experience of battle did explain a lot to Genji. Although Gunghost had lived for thousands of years just like the giant quick dragon, the difference was that the giant quick dragon had fought almost all the way through these thousands of years, while Gunghost had played for thousands of years. After eating the food, the Bishop Eagle watched the Pokemon silently, and finally his eyes set in determination. Hearing the Bijou's cry, Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward as Meow stood on his shoulder and said, "The Bijou said it can go out traveling with you, but you have to let it go back to say goodbye to its companions." Chapter 38, Lokia's Plea for Help. Lin Xiao was overjoyed when the Bijou agreed to travel with him. "Don't worry, I'll be here waiting for you to say goodbye to you and your partner, but you'll need to get the injuries on you taken care of before then." Lin Xiao hurried back to his backpack, took out his medical kit, and hurried towards the Bijou. Looking at the furtive Lin Xiao, both women guffawed, but they were also happy for him in their hearts. Just by looking at it, they knew that the speckled eagle had agreed to travel with him. Most of the injuries sustained by the Bijou were bruises from the explosions that occurred from the collision of its use of the Godbird and the billions of shockwaves from the giant Snapdragon, and they weren't very serious. First, he used alcohol to help the bird eagle clean the wound. Then Lin Xiao took out the external spray potion to help it spray on it. Alcohol for a potion of let the wound come from a burst of stinging pain. Then the eagle cannot help but grunt out softly, the huge body slightly trembling. Fortunately it is squatting on the ground. Otherwise Lin Xiao really do not have a way to help it to treat. The size difference is too disparate to stand up straight. The body of the eagle than Lin Xiao, but also 2 times higher. It stings a bit, but the wound will heal quickly after applying medicine, Lin Xiao explained as he treated the wound. Bida nodded slightly and frowned as he let Lin Xiao let go of his hands to help heal himself. In less than 10 minutes Lin Xiao took care of the injuries of the speckled eagle. Putting away the medical kit, Lin Xiao took off the disposable medical gloves and patted the speckled eagle's wings. "Okay, all done, next rest and recover." After treating his wounds, the Bishop Eagle rested for a while before standing up, spreading his huge wings and flying up into the sky towards the island he lived on. Lin Xiao raised his head and silently watched the Bishop Eagle leave. "Aren't you afraid that Bijou won't come back once he's gone?" Sunday looked at the Bijou that disappeared into the sky and asked out loud, "If the Bijou won't come, it can only mean that there's no fate between us, but I'm sure the Bijou will come." Lin Xiao turned forward to gesture the empty plates of the pixies, all of which needed to be washed and filled for the next feeding of the pixies. Lin Xiao's words caused Sunday to hear a headache, and Sunday immediately pursued, "Why do you dare to assert that the speckled eagle will come back? You know that it hated you in the beginning." Lin Xiao, who was gesturing the plate, twisted his head and cracked a smile, "Because it has a heart that wants to become strong." After saying that and ignoring the frozen Sunday, Lin Xiao began to clean the plates that were left with food crumbs. After doing all this, Lin Xiao began to set up his tent. Then the eagle should take a lot of time to go this way, and it would be too late to think about leaving then, so it would be better to just rest one night in the same place and leave tomorrow. In the evening, Sunday even said that Lin Xiao had been tricked and that the bijou really wasn't coming back, but Lin Xiao still smiled faintly and didn't respond. Early the next morning, after eating, Lin Xiao put away his tent and luggage. At that moment, the loud and clear chirping of a bishop's eagle came from the sky. The bijou spread its huge wings with a spread of 8 meters and chirped as it flew towards the island. Lin Xiao nudged his mouth towards Sunday and smiled without saying anything. The return of the bijou made all of Sunday's speculations turn into nothing. The speckled eagle flapped its wings and stopped beside Lin Xiao with a strong wind, looking at him with 2 low chirps. Touching the wings of the bijou, Lin Xiao took out the elf ball and touched it on the bijou. The elf ball instantly sent out a red light to take the bijou in. Because the front then the eagle struggled to run out of the elf ball, so it is not considered to be submissive. The elf ball put away then the eagle. Just a flash of red light is not shaking. Lin Xiao smiled, picked up the elf ball, put on his backpack, and cheerfully shouted, "Keep going." Although also want to report a pos like Xiao Ji, but Lin Xiao cannot pull that face, always feel like that obedient. The matter of the bijou was perfectly resolved. Lin Xiao's trio continued to move forward towards the next dojo. As long as they challenged the last dojo, Lin Xiao would be able to issue a challenge to the Orange Alliance. Unlike other regional leagues, the Orange League can be challenged whenever you want as long as you get 4 badges. Almost the more he moved towards the inside of the Orange Islands, the hotter the weather became. Lin Xiao, sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon, was already sweating. The thin shirt was clinging to his skin because of the sweat, making it hard to bear. Sunday and Kona, on the other hand, were topped off with parasols and miniature electric hairdryers in their hands, blowing out the wind, pulling the tie around his neck. Lin Xiao propped his jacket on the back of the multiplying dragon, intending to swim around the sea. Although he hated the fishy smell of the seawater, it was better than being covered in stinky sweat. Speaking with the 2 women, Lin Xiao intended to have them turn back and undress themselves, but who knew that both women were smilingly looking at him, without the slightest intention of turning their heads back. Lin Xiao blankly glanced at them speechlessly, gritted his teeth, unbuckled his belt and took off his pants and shirt. Standing on the back of the multiplying dragon wearing only a pair of boxers, Lin Xiao's muscles weren't very big, but the evenness combined with the sweat under the sunlight gave off a strong aura that made Kona and Sunday's little faces redden. Jumping down into the sea and swimming in the cold seawater, Lin Xiao kept exclaiming freely. After swimming around, all the dryness in his body had disappeared, so Lin Xiao climbed onto the back of the multiplying dragon, put on his clothes, and shook the water droplets from his hair, which immediately caused the 2 women to cry out. Taking a small revenge on the 2 women, Lin Xiao timidly pulled out a cigarette and smoked it, but just then a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the back of his mind. "Human, please do me a favor." Lin Xiao gave a slight lurch and looked around, not finding anything wrong, and just when he thought he had heard wrong, that familiar voice sounded again. "Human, I'm Lokia, we just met a little while ago, and I need your help with something." "Lokia?" Just as Lin Xiao was about to ask it what was wrong, a blue light wrapped around him sitting on the back of the multiplying dragon and then disappeared. Lin Xiao's sudden disappearance caused the 2 women to freeze. Then they became alarmed, hurriedly dropping their parasols and shouting, "Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao!" Compared to Sunday's panic, Kona was undoubtedly much calmer. "Sunday, does Lin Xiao have any superpower lineage Pokemon on him? Could it be that he's teasing us?" "No, Lin Xiao's only superpower series Pokemon are Lalalas and Gotcha Duck, but both of them were left at home and never brought out. Because of her anxiety, Sunday's voice even had a hint of crying in it. Kona looked at the panicked Sunday and took her in her arms and comforted her. "This is probably some wild superpowered Pokemon playing a prank. Don't panic, calm down, let's stay here and wait. If Lin Xiao doesn't show up after 2 hours, then we'll go to the last dojo there. I'm sure Lin Xiao will also head there at the first opportunity after realizing that he's separated from us." "Right." The phone. Sunday, who was leaning on Kona's arms, suddenly thought that Lin Xiao was carrying a cell phone on his body, so she exclaimed in shock and hurriedly took out the cell phone from her own bag to dial Lin Xiao's number. "Do. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in the service area. Please dial again later. If you need to leave a voice message, please press 1. Sunday pressed the number 1 button without even thinking about it, crying and shouting, "Lin Xiao, I know you're lying to me for fun, aren't you? I begged to show up quickly. I don't want to play this missing trick with you." Kona looked at Sunday, who was crying pearly tears inside, shaking her head. "Sunday, this was just self-congratulation." Knowing Lin Xiao for 6 years, Kona had never heard that Lin Xiao would do such boring things. Taking Sunday into his arms once more, Kona gently patted her slightly trembling back. "Don't worry, Lin Xiao will be fine. He has all the Pokemon with him. and with quick dragon strength I believe that no matter what trouble he encounters he will be able to get through it safely. But Kona guessed wrong this time, because what he encountered was something the giant snapdragon couldn't really help. Lin Xiao was just about to ask Lokia what she needed from herself when she felt her body being wrapped in superpowers subsequently disappearing in place. A burst of white light flashed, piercing light so that Lin Xiao could not open his eyes. When the light flashed, Lin Xiao then realized that he actually appeared in the sea, and still sitting on the back of the god of the sea, Lokia, while Lokia used the superpower system to dissatisfy a blue aperture around him to ward off the intrusion of seawater, and to store air, so that Lin Xiao wouldn't be suffocated to death. Lin Xiao was just about to open his mouth when Lokia's voice came again. Human, there's no need to panic, I won't harm you. At this moment, Lokia was rapidly swimming towards the bottom of the sea. Even if Lin Xiao used the huge fast dragon to bring himself up, it was impossible. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be suffocated due to the lack of oxygen before he swam out far. But where exactly was Lokia taking herself? As if sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Lokia continued to swim towards the bottom of the sea while telepathically saying to Lin Xiao, "You'll know when we get to the place. Human, sit tight. The bottom of the sea is under a lot of pressure." Just after the words were said, Lin Xiao felt a huge pressure keep squeezing the aperture made by Lokia with her superpower. The powerful squeezing force made Lin Xiao almost fall down. He hurriedly crouched down and pulled the blue bulging hard object on Lokia's back. At this time, the surroundings were already pitch black, and Lin Xiao could only make out a small range around Lokia and its periphery, and this was still because of the illumination of Lokia's superpower aperture. Looking at the odd fish and pixies that had passed by him from time to time, Lin Xiao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Humans are afraid of everything unknown, and the bottom of the sea is also such a place. Despite the advanced technology of this world, it still can't resist the pressure of the sea, and everything on the bottom of the sea is still a mystery. Soon, Lokia swam to the bottom of the sea, her eyes glowing with blue light, and disappeared to the bottom of the sea with Lin Xiao. Again the blinding light. Lin Xiao cursed in his heart and closed his eyes tightly, waiting for everything to calm down before opening them again. Chapter 39, Dark Lokia. Opening his eyes, Lin Xiao checked his surroundings. This place that Lokia had brought Lin Xiao to was like a hexagonal star-shaped space built on the bottom of the sea. The walls all around were cast with something like crystals, but Lin Xiao asserted that it wasn't crystals because crystals don't glow, while these special stones that wanted to be like crystals actually glowed on their own. That's a special material that the leader of my clan specially sought out to build this place. Humans, come in with me, Lokia explained to Lin Xiao and then walked towards the passageway towards the inside. This made Lin Xiao even more puzzled as to why the Lokia clan had built such a structure and why Lokia had brought herself here. What made Lin Xiao feel even more uneasy in his heart was that this space felt like a huge cage to himself, as if it was holding some overwhelmingly ferocious beast. Despite the apprehension in his heart, Lin Xiao still followed Luo Qia's footsteps. There was no one other than it who could bring himself out of the depths of this seabed. As Lokia walked into the interior of this huge hexagonal space, Lin Xiao instantly froze in place in shock. His own guess was not wrong. This was indeed a huge cage, and what was being held up was not simple. Couldn't help but gulp nervously. His hands were sweating hotly as he looked at Lokia somewhat uneasily. The big guy lying calmly on the ground gave Lin Xiao a feeling of uneasiness. Lokia, that's the brother you were talking about the time before? But why is it being held here? Through the thick transparent wall, a trace of sadness flowed out of Lokia's eyes, because of its unstable energy, and its tendency to rage and lose its mind, and because of its attributes, as if it was specifically restraining our Lokia clan. In the end, the patriarch built this cage and used the power of the Poseidon's heart to keep it locked up here. Nima, a dark Lokia that would go berserk at any moment? A chill rose up in Lin Xiao's body. There was really no guarantee of safety with such a dangerous guy. But what did Lokia mean by asking herself to come here? Do you want me to set this big guy straight? Humans, Lokia gently stroked the wall with her palm-like wings and said, I want you to soothe the discontent and darkness in its heart, which is why I brought you here. You mean you want me to set it right? Lin Xiao looked at Lokia in shock, simply unwilling to believe what he heard. Flatten dark Lokia? This guy can slap me to death with a single wing, and you want me to level it? Lokia nodded calmly and pointed with her wing to a blue bead protruding from the wall. You will be able to communicate with this bead by placing your hand on it. Don't worry, there won't be any danger as you aren't the first to try it. The matriarch sealed his brother here with the Poseidon's heart, having made a vow that the power of the Poseidon's heart would only dissipate when its darker side had been cleansed and taken under its wing, at which time it would regain its freedom and leave this place. Knowing that there was no danger, Lin Xiao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. How easy would it be to cleanse the darkness within its heart? And who was that capable of taking it in successfully? Lin Xiao didn't think he was that lucky just because he was a traveling party. Before Lin Xiao could make a choice, the dark Lokia that was lying down in the wall of light raised its head, its scarlet eyes, and crossed its own brother before it began to look over Lin Xiao's body. Arnold, Dark Lokia directly opened its mouth and said, which caused Lin Xiao to be taken aback and it would speak. Ignoring Lin Xiao's surprised expression, Dark Lokia continued, it seems like you're still not willing to give up. How many trainers is this already? Do you think he can do it? Don't make an indifferent struggle. It's been locked up for hundreds of years anyway. I'm used to it. Dark Lokia's words revealed a feeling of unwillingness, helplessness, and remorse. No. While wondering for what reason Dark Lokia was being held here, Lokia fiercely beat the wall of light with her wings and roared. Since Lokia had not disconnected her telepathy, the tremendous roar almost shook Lin Xiao to the point of vomiting blood. Her body shook slightly twice, and she half-kneeled on the ground to cover her chest and sucked in a few hard breaths before easing up. Yar! I won't give up. Ever. Outside can turn over the clouds. Lokia faced the thick wall of light but cannot help. The powerful force impact on the wall of light, not only will it rebound all the power, but also let the inside of the darkness of Lokia frowned, revealing a trace of pain. Look. Noticing the look of pain that Dark Lokia showed, Lokia hastily stopped herself. Lin Xiao had long since dodged aside, and the huge rebound impact nearly tore him apart. Taking 2 deep breaths, Lokia apologized and said to Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, human. I was too excited, causing me to forget about your existence. Lin Xiao's face was pale and covered in sweat as he squeezed out an ugly smile and shook his hand. It's okay, as long as you don't get excited next. Rubbing his still aching chest, Lin Xiao looked at Dark Lokia suspiciously and asked, but why did your clan leader imprison it here, and also locked it up for hundreds of years at a time? Lokia froze slightly, a look of pain flashing in her eyes, and didn't say anything. Instead, it was its younger brother, Yar, Dark Lokia, who said in a self-deprecating tone, because I lost my mind when I fell into a state of chaos and nearly killed my own brother. Brother, isn't that Lokia? What the hell is going on here? The younger brother almost killed the older brother and was instead locked up here for hundreds of years while the older brother was trying to do everything he could to get out regarding that younger brother who almost killed him. Lin Xiao was instantly confused. Yar loses his mind for a while every year. The matriarch says it has too much darkness inside it and that tonight is the first day. That's why I sought your help. Every year I look for some trainer to come and try and they all fail. Lokia's magic fell a bit. Don't worry, even if it doesn't work, I'll still send you out. I'll just erase this part of your memory. If your matriarch could find something wrong with it, why didn't you help it undo it? Lin Xiao immediately voiced his inner doubts. The heart of Poseidon is not infallible. Humans begin. Place your hand on the nacreous bead and feel the heart of Yar. If you are bounced off the bead then it means failure. Lokia shook her head with some disorientation and pointed at the blue beads on the light wall to Lin Xiao. With a heart full of doubts, Lin Xiao still approached the wall of light and covered his hand on the blue bead. As soon as Lin Xiao's hand touched the bead, he felt a suction force coming from all over his body, as if he was trying to pull his soul out, and the same was true for Dark Lokia. Eventually this suction force grew bigger and bigger. Lin Xiao lost consciousness in both eyes, but still kept his previous appearance, his right hand covering the beads, not moving, like a shell that had lost its soul. Seeing Lin Xiao's appearance, Lokia was so excited that it wanted to roar a few times to swear its feelings, but it didn't dare to, and could only stand aside and quietly look at Lin Xiao. How many years has it been? Having tried countless times and failed every single time, although each time he comforted his brother by saying that he could definitely succeed the next time, gradually even Lokia herself had lost her confidence, and this time, bringing Lin Xiao over was still with the attitude of trying. If Lin Xiao failed like the other trainers, Lokia could only erase this part of his memory and send him back to the sea. Lin Xiao, who had lost his consciousness, felt that he had come to a marvelous place, surrounded by a faint black fog like the Hongming period written in the novels. There was nothing around. After a long time, the light fog began to disperse, and a giant picture slowly appeared, and the main character in the picture was clearly Dark Lokia. These pictures recorded the scenes of Dark Lokia from birth until now, slowly sliding by, one after another. Gradually Lin Xiao knew why Dark Lokia had appeared to go berserk and lose her mind. The diametrically opposed energies had turned him into an alien, and his own father had left the world drained of energy because of his birth. The strange looks from his clan, and the long absence of his brother had led to a gradual unease within the Dark Lokia. It always felt that it was all caused by itself, and as time piled up, it became more and more intense and finally erupted under the provocation of the clan. And what it didn't expect was that the first outburst almost cost its own brother his life, which made the Dark Lokia step even more into the abyss of self-reproach, loneliness, and thus became uncontrollable. What the Dark Lokia doesn't know is that each Lokia channels the remnants of its life energy into its child before it dies, instead crediting its own father's death. The reason why the other clansmen looked at it with strange eyes was purely because of fear. Possessing the dark attribute, it was almost about to be said to be the nemesis of superpowers, and the other clansmen in the entire clan except for the patriarch who possessed the heart of the sea god would be crushed to death by it. Under all the pressure, Dark Lokia was becoming more and more self-condemning, and the sense of security within her heart was becoming weaker and weaker, before she finally exploded because of a few provocations from her clanmates. At this time the soul of Dark Lokia was doing the same thing as Lin Xiao, except that the pictures were replaced with Lin Xiao's memories, but it seemed to be the power of the world's rules that made these pictures appear. Only everything in Lin Xiao's world, and not half of all the things from his previous life appeared, including the existence of the system. Just as Lin Xiao was interchanging memories with Dark Lokia, this huge cage suddenly shook and Lin Xiao's body jolted so violently that his palms almost slipped off the beads. This surprised Lokia so much that her heart almost jumped out of her throat, and she hurriedly used her superpower to stabilize Lin Xiao's body, waiting for its body to return to its original standing position before letting go. Retracting his nimbus, Lokia's eyes flared with anger, and he looked upwards before finally disappearing in a wrap of blue light. On the island directly above the cage, a huge airship burned with a blazing fire, and 3 large birds were angrily fighting over the island, the vibrations just now clearly due to them for appearing. Lokia instantly appeared above the island and looked at them angrily. With the appearance of Lokia, Koji and the others on the island were instantly happy. The festival on the island was right. When the 3 divine birds lost control of the battle, Lokia, the god of the sea, would appear and soothe them, calming them down. Now that the entire aseptic pressure island is blisteringly close to being destroyed by the lightning bird, the freezing bird, and the flame bird, now that Lokia's appearance has made it so that Koji and the island can actually be upset, unfortunately, instead of coming out to appease as the prophecy had said, Lokia appeared with a monstrous fury. Anon. Immediately, Lokia roared up towards the 3 god birds, and a huge destructive death ray destroyed the smoking ship overhead. A huge pillar of blue light then erupted from his mouth, which was Lokia's natural stance Aerial Blast. Aerial Blast works a lot like Dragon Pokemon's Dragon Swarm, except that Dragon Swarm is a gathering of stars that explode and then disperse, like fireworks. Aerial Blast, on the other hand, will disperse and fly for a short distance before reassembling into a single unit and sweeping towards the enemy. The angry 3 godly birds were directly swept by the light pillar, screaming miserably as they fell from the sky. But Lokia's anger wouldn't be so easily quelled. Her whole body wrapped in golden light as she used her godly birds to charge towards them. Looking at Lokia, who was rubbing and abusing the 3 godbirds on the upside down side, Koji's head spun a bit and looked at the girl in the festival dress beside him and asked, "Is this how Lokia pacifies the 3 godbirds? I feel more like beating them up." Not only the 3 Xiaoji, even the residents of Asia Island froze. The situation today was completely different from the prophecy book. Being attacked by Lokia, the 3 divine birds all used their powerful stances to attack Lokia, but even if they fought back, they couldn't get rid of the reality of being punched by Lokia upside down. In front of the fully fired Lokia, the 3 divine birds were being rubbed and abused like little children. After giving the 3 god birds a sea beating, Lokia used instantaneous movement to bring them back to their respective islands, and after doing so, Lokia looked at Koji and the others, before drilling into the sea and disappearing. If he wasn't worried about his brother, Lokia wouldn't have treated the 3 godbirds like this. There had been times when the 3 godbirds had raged against each other, but then Lokia had only appeased them instead of attacking them directly like this time. Back in the crystal-like cage, Lokia stood guard quietly, waiting for the results. Chapter 40, The Missing Lin Xiao. Just as Lin Xiao was still in the underwater world, Kona looked at the gradually darkening night sky, shook his head in disappointment, patted the reddened sundae in his eyes, sighed, and traveled towards the nearest island. After resting for the night on the uninhabited island, the two had the multiplying dragons rush towards the island where the last dojo was located. It took a day for the 2 women to arrive at Durkan Island, but what broke them down was that when they came to the dojo to inquire about it, they realized that Lin Xiao hadn't been here at all. Oh! Sunday hugged Kona to death with red eyes and let out a sad cry. "Sister Kona, what should we do now? If something happens to Lin Xiao, how are we going to explain to Natsu-san, Grandpa Oki and the others?" Kona comforted Sunday slightly. At this point her heart was in turmoil as well. She was just forcing herself to calm down, but you could tell how she was feeling at the moment by her slightly trembling, shaking pinky mother. "Let's wait for 2 days. If Lin Xiao hasn't appeared after 2 days, let's tell everyone the news." Kona sighed deeply and looked at the night sky outside the window. "Lin Xiao, I beg you to show up soon, okay?" 2 days later, Kona and Sunday were basically desperate. Taking the phone and dialing the code good of the Oki Institute, Kona had a bitter smile on her face, not knowing what to say to Dr. Oki. The phone rang twice and was answered. "Hello, this is the Oki Institute." "Hey, if it isn't Kona, what are you calling about?" Dr. Oki took one look at Kona and a small smile appeared on his old face. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm still busy," said Dr. Oki as he pulled the instant noodles from the table and ate them. Looking at Dr. Oki's peaceful smile, Kona's heart slammed, and the pressure squeezing inside couldn't be pitched any further. choking out what had happened. Dr. Oki, who was eating ramen, was startled when Kona suddenly revealed his crying voice, but after hearing Kona's words, the chopsticks in Dr. Oki's hand suddenly fell to the ground, making a ding sound. The chopsticks in Dr. Oki's hand fell to the ground with a ding sound. Dr. Oki's smile immediately disappeared, his voice slightly trembling and shaking as he took 2 deep breaths and asked, "Are you sure it was a superpower Pokemon that did this?" Although he didn't know why Dr. Oki asked, Kona answered truthfully, "Yes, I can confirm that it's an instantaneous movement from a super Pokemon. And did anything strange happen along the way?" Dr. Oki asked in a deep voice, his eyes red and his fists clenched tightly. Lin Xiao had already told Kona all the interesting things Sunday had told him along the way, and Kona recalled and told him what happened when he met Lokia. "I know." Dr. Oki seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. His face was slightly white and he forced himself to squeeze out an ugly smile. "I'll call his uncle and his family, and I'll ask you to notify the others. It's hard, but it's still important to let them know that they have the power to do so." After saying that, Dr. Oki hung up the phone with difficulty and sat down stupidly on the ground, muttering Lin Xiao's name in his mouth, and muddy tears flowed out of his reddened eyes, slowly falling down his wrinkled face. "Doctor, are you okay?" Dr. Oki's assistant walked into the research room with the report and was shocked to see Dr. Oki sitting on the floor with a dumbfounded look on his face. Woken up by his assistant's voice, lost in thought, he shook his head, signaling that he was fine and told him to go ahead and ignore himself. After the assistant left, Dr. Oki was his old self, sitting dumbfounded on the floor. After a long time, Dr. Oki slowly stood up from the ground, but his usually hard body was a bit bowed at the moment, giving the impression that he couldn't stand straight. Forcing back the strangling pain in his heart, Dr. Oki wiped the tears from his face and called Oki Syracuse in Lin Xiao's manner. Luckily the person who answered the phone was Hanako and not Nasi, otherwise Dr. Oki really didn't know how to open his mouth. Alliance headquarters, originally was chatting with Wataru about those beautiful girls he ran into. Oki Yukijo puzzled to pick up the private phone. The only people who know this number are their own old man and Lin Xiao. "Xiao Mao, what's the matter this time?" After picking up the phone, Oki Yukijo only listened to a few words before he stood up violently and asked incredulously, "Is everything you said true? But how is this possible? How could this happen?" Deijai Shuicheng couldn't believe what his own old man said. Lin Xiao took the giant fast dragon out on a trip he knew. With the strength of the giant fast dragon, wanting to do Lin Xiao without saying a word that was simply impossible. If it was someone else who had made the call, Oki Shuicheng would have sprayed him in the face, but his own old man's words made him have to believe it. Frozenly hanging up the phone, Oki Yukijo lost his mind and softened to the chair, half speechless, doubtfully glancing at his disoriented best friend. "What are?" he teased. "What's the matter? Look at you turning into such a bird all of a sudden. Is it because the little lover you keep has been discovered by the family?" Bang! Oki Yukijo took the phone and slammed it down on the table so hard that it immediately fell apart into a pile of parts and scattered all over the floor, startling Wataru, who had a bad grin on his face. "I'll raise your sister. Can I have that kind of heart? Have the guts to give your sister to me to raise." The old man just called to say that Lin Xiao has disappeared in the Orange Islands. "It's been 2 whole days. No news. I don't know if he's alive or dead." Wataru froze slightly before exploding. "Screw you. You want to raise my sister. If you have the guts to go. If that's the case, why are you still fuming here? Why don't you go find it? What a dumbass. Stupid to the core." After saying that, Wataru pulled Oki Yukijo and hurriedly left the office, going forward to mobilize manpower to look for Lin Xiao. In Lin Xiao's manner, Huazi hung up the phone, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. Lin Xiao had gone missing for 2 days, life or death unknown, but what should she tell Natsu about such news? Hanako then became worried. What would happen if Natsu, who was pregnant, found out? Just as Hanako was still sad and torn, Natsu stood behind her. "There's no need to hide it. I'll know everything that happened in the whole villa." Already pregnant for 4 months, Natsu's stomach started to round out. Gently stroking her stomach, a smile floated on Natsu's face. "There's no need to comfort me. I'm not that fragile, and Lin Xiao is still alive, so there's no need to worry." Hanako's eyes snapped open and he hurriedly pursued. "You knew about it? Did he contact you?" Nats shook her head and said, "No, but I trust my instincts." "Well, it's late at night. You should rest too." With that said, Nats walked into her room. "Intuition?" Hanako laughed bitterly at once. The problem was that intuition was really that reliable? In fact, what Hanako didn't know was that Natsu, who possessed powerful superpowers, would lose control of her superpowers and become agitated every time something bad happened around her. And this time, even though Lin Xiao had been missing for 2 days, Natsu still believed that he was alive and well. After calling everyone he knew well, Kona collapsed limply onto the couch, feeling like the world had gone gray and there was no longer any color to speak of. "That, Kona-san, Should we call MS? Sharona of the Divine Aura? Sunday, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, asked in a soft voice. When she called Miko just now, the two of them hugged the phone and cried together. Kona slightly laughed bitterly in his heart. The man is not good at hooking up with girls as first class. Rubbing his swollen temples, Kona waved his hand towards Sunday. I'm tired. I'll rest first. I have Sharona's number in my phone, so let her know, said Kona, lost in thought, walked into the room and closed the door, fell straight on the bed, motionless, just under the glasses bean-sized rolling teardrops cannot stop clattering out. No. Hanging up the phone, Sharona froze in disbelief, looking at the phone in her hand. After half a dozen moments, Sharona slammed the place to the floor, sweeping all the papers on the table across the floor in one go, muttering, how could this happen? You haven't given me a complete answer yet. How can you just leave like this? Just then, the door to Sharona's office was suddenly pushed open. Xiaozhang walked in with a smile on his face holding the elf ball and shouted, Sis, didn't you say you'd help my spirit bite land shark do special training tonight? But when he saw the messy office and Sharona, who was lying on the table in tears, Xiaozhang hastily put away his smile and asked worriedly, Sis, are you alright? Sharona snapped her head up, her stern eyes sweeping over him, startling Kamesa. Get the hell out of here. Bother me again and I'll throw you out. Do you hear me? Inexplicably by his own sister Messi Rora pass. Xiaozhang on the spot was dumbfounded. Cannot figure out just now smiling sister is how. But in the heart of the fear, let Xiaozhang shrank head, hurriedly ran out of the office. Lin Xiao, who didn't know about the commotion caused by his disappearance, was still invading that mysterious space, and learning everything about Dark Lokia's past. Lin Xiao instantly smiled bitterly. Where is this psychological darkness? Putting it in the human world is like warphobia. Many people who have served in the military have such symptoms, always feeling insecure, unable to trust others, and suddenly storming out at the slightest breeze. What made Lin Xiao's head hurt even more was that the so-called cleansing of inner darkness, which was clearly something that a heart doctor should do, okay? But once you find the problem, it's much better to be afraid of scratching your head and not being able to figure out what's going on. Just as Lin Xiao finished looking at these pictures, he felt a stream of thoughts begin to merge into his mind, seemingly wanting to communicate with him. Could it be Dark Lokia? Chapter 41, Rejection of Lokia. Lin Xiao didn't reject it, but received it. But what was surprising was that it wasn't a Dark Lokia communication, but a scaled-down version of a Dark Lokia. His own spiritual sea merged with the tiny Dark Lokia. The tiny Dark Lokia was shivering in the storm, alone, helpless, and the storm in its mental mind seemed to be tearing it apart, leaving it with no help to hide from. And though it cried out for help, there was no response. Lin Xiao could clearly see the despairing eyes on its tender face. And ghostly, Lin Xiao couldn't help but walk forward and hold it. The tiny Dark Lokia made an effort to squeeze her body towards Lin Xiao's arms in order to find a trace of safety. In the real world, the body of the Dark Lokia in the cage shuddered and trembled violently, causing Lokia to be startled. Luckily the Dark Lokia then calmed down again and didn't react. Lokia's hoisted heart was once again put back, and then continued to keep an eye on Lin Xiao and Dark Lokia, so as to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. In the sea of consciousness, Lin Xiao tightly hugged the tiny Dark Lokia, especially when he noticed that it was burrowing into his arms. It's okay, all of this is some kind of sham. You need to snap out of it. The world isn't as dark as you think it is. You should be open to it. But the tiny Dark Lokia didn't seem to understand what Lin Xiao was saying, babbling twice and continuing to stuff it into his arms. But Lin Xiao didn't care and continued to speak to himself. When you open your heart to accept it, you'll realize that the world is actually a beautiful place, and keep invading in the memories of the past will only make you suffer more. The tiny Dark Lokia raised her head and silently listened to Lin Xiao without saying a word. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that in the real space, along with of his telling, the Dark Lokia wasn't shaking as if it wanted to break free from something. I don't know how long it took before Lin Xiao stopped. At this time the tiny Dark Lokia was asleep in his arms as soon as he was startled. A little bit of saliva seemed to flow out of the corners of the little guy's mouth. Holding the little Dark Lokia, Lin Xiao observed the surrounding how he should go out, feeling that a long time had passed since he arrived in this space. If he hadn't gone back for too long, Kona and Sunday must be worried to death. What would he feel if he knew that at this time the outside world was already in chaos because of his disappearance, driven by the search of Dr. Oki Yukijo, Wataru, and others? Almost the entire Kanto and Orange regions knew about Lin Xiao's disappearance, and all sorts of information not only appeared on the internet, but even notices were posted on the streets. Soon Lin Xiao found out a very bad news. That is, he didn't know how to leave this space. No matter how he turned, this gray space seemed to have no end. It didn't take long for the little darkness Lokia to instantly wake up, as if she had some horrible nightmare, opening the corners of her scarlet, eyeball-less eyes, glancing at Lin Xiao to still be there instantly sighed in relief. relying on Lin Zhao's arms to shiver slightly. Lin Zhao had to softly comfort it and tease it. Under Lin Zhao's enlightenment, the little dark Lokia seemed to come out of the nightmare and happily played with Lin Zhao. The subsequent time long turned into a scene of Lin Zhao leading laughing Lokia around and playing. I don't know how long it took, but the little darkness Lokia no longer had its usual innocent look and revealed a hint of a terrifying aura as it looked at Lin Zhao. Thank you, human. This is the happiest time I've ever had, and I'm so thankful you were able to bring this to me. Immediately after a flash of white light, Lin Zhao's consciousness returned to his mind. Phew! As his consciousness returned, Lin Zhao immediately sat down softly on the ground. Every muscle in his body was not sore and weak, and there were bursts of severe pain, while there was a strong feeling of hunger coming from his stomach. His throat was so dry that it was about to smoke, and both his eyes were dim, and he felt that even the sky was spinning. When Lin Zhao's consciousness returned, Lokia instantly tensed up but didn't forget to push the fruit she had collected towards him. Herself and Dark Lokia could go without food for a long time, but Lin Zhao couldn't. With his human body standing for 4 days and without rice or water, he had long since reached his limit. If it was usual, Lin Zhao would never touch these fruits because the fishy flavor that was rich in it was too much for him to endure. But at this moment, how could Lin Zhao care about the fishy odor? Grabbing a piece of fruit, he ate it in one big gulp, ignoring the sharp pain coming from the contraction of the muscles on his body. The fruits and juices reached Lin Zhao's stomach along his dry esophagus, and the long period of time without food made his stomach convulse. Forcing himself to endure the discomfort of his body, Lin Zhao ate 3 fruits in a row before stopping. Although he could still eat more, Lin Zhao knew that his body would only bring damage to his body if he ate too much food now. Feeling a little stock in his stomach, Lin Zhao, who was in pain all over his body, suddenly fell to the ground in a daze and passed out. This is the situation that occurs when you use your brain excessively. At this time, Lin Zhao, who had passed out, could not even feel the severe pain brought about by the contraction of the muscles on his body, and slept to death. Using her superpower to move Lin Zhao aside to sleep peacefully, Lokia stared intently at the dark Lokia behind the wall of light, trying to make a sound but being stopped hard. Seemingly sensing Lokia's worry, dark Lokia's eyelids moved, followed by opening scarlet eyes with no eyeballs. If an ordinary person saw dark Lokia's eyes, they would definitely be startled. Imagine what it's like to have no eyes, just a reddish color with a cold look in your eyes, especially at night. I'm afraid you'll think you've met a ghost. Opening her eyes and glancing at her worried-looking brother, Dark Lokia broke into a smile and said in a hoarse voice, "Arnold, do me a favor." Lokia shook her head hard and thought she had misread the situation. Her brother was actually smiling? It was the first time Lokia had ever gotten to. After being slightly stunned, Lokia was instantly overjoyed, her voice slightly trembling and shaking. "Yaar, what do you want me to do?" Standing up and moving his somewhat stiff body, he let out a loud pop, pop, pop. A loud sound was made, and turning his head, Dark Lokia pointed at Lin Zhao's waist. "Help me bring over the white and purple elf ball that's around Lin Zhao's waist. The other elf balls can't carry my power." Lokia froze and said in shock, "You're able to get out of here?" Dark Lokia gave a slight nod. "But you need that elf ball to do that. Otherwise you can't leave. And the oath the matriarch made is no joke." Lokia hurriedly nodded and used his mind power to take the empty master ball from Lin Zhao's waist and placed it in the groove next to the blue bead on the light wall. The light flashed, the master ball suddenly appeared in the light wall. "It's been a few hundred years. I wonder what has become of the outside world." Dark Lokia looked at the tiny master ball with a mocking smile. Instead of answering, Lokia frowned and contemplated for a moment. "Yaar, do you want to get out of here with the help of this human named Lin Zhao?" Dark Lokia knew what his brother was worried about and instantly shook his head. "I'm not an ungrateful thing. I'll always accompany him on his travels when he gets out and see the outside world." Knowing that his brother did not have the idea of abandoning Lin Zhao just by using him, Lokia was instantly relieved. "But right now Lin Zhao is still asleep. I'm afraid you can't come out until he wakes up." Picking up the master ball on the ground and placing it on his palm-shaped wing to watch, Dark Lokia said casually, "I know, it's been locked up for centuries, don't care about this night." Dark Lokia then touched the master sphere and retracted into it herself. The master sphere moved slightly for a few moments before falling to the ground without shaking. The huge cage was instantly silent and devoid of any sound. Glancing deeply at Lin Zhao, Lokia squatted down on the ground and closed its eyes to rest, not closing its eyes for 4 whole days. At this moment, it also felt mentally exhausted, and in a short while, it let out a faint snoring sound and fell asleep. After sleeping hard for more than 10 hours, Lin Zhao woke up, rubbed his arms that were numb from leaning and looked around. Lokia had already woken up long ago, and when she saw Lin Zhao waking up, she immediately turned her head to look at him. "Human, I'm grateful to you for this time. If it wasn't for you, Yair wouldn't know how long he would have to be cooped up here. Now that Yair has decided to travel with you, I hope you will treat it well." Feeling the paralysis in his arm dissipate quite a bit, Lin Xiao immediately picked up a fruit to fill his empty stomach. Eating a fruit quickly, Lin Xiao felt a lot more comfortable in his stomach, then shook his head at Lokia and said, "Thank you is not necessary, but I can't take it out for a trip." When Lin Xiao refused, Lokia froze and said suspiciously, "Why? Yair is very strong, don't you know that?" Lin Xiao revealed a bitter smile and explained, "It's not that I don't want to, but I don't dare to. Darkness. Yair is very strong, this I know, but the problem lies in the point that it's too strong. The current Dark Lokia was a bomb that could explode at any time. Of course Lin Xiao didn't dare to take it away. In case this guy suddenly exploded one day and took a bite out of himself, it would be a tragedy. Too much strength?" Lokia was full of question marks, not understanding the meaning of Lin Xiao's words. Was it not good to have a strong strength? Lin Xiao had no choice but to explain to Lokia the problems that Dark Lokia was having right now. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lokia frowned and asked, "You mean that right now Yair has a heart disease that needs to be treated slowly, and that this symptom will break out at any time?" "Yes, in fact, the inner darkness that your matriarch is talking about is the symptom I'm talking about, but it needs to be enlightened slowly. There's no rush. If I bring it around, what happens when it suddenly explodes? My elf can't suppress it." Lin Xiao didn't think that his existing Pokemon could suppress this fellow. Right. Lin Xiao seemed to remember something and hastily reminded like Lokia, "It's best to treat this disease quickly because the longer you delay it, the harder it will be to cure. There's only so much I can do to help you guys. Please send me back to the sea. I still have to turn with my partner." Chapter 42, The Return. Lokia instantly fell into deep thought and did not say a word about Lin Xiao's words about sending him back to the surface of the sea. Lokia's reaction made Lin Xiao feel anxious in his heart. This guy wouldn't want to back out, would he? If one could only live under this ocean floor for the rest of one's life, it would be better to run headlong into death. Contemplating for half a second before Lokia came back to her senses, looking at the somewhat anxious Lin Xiao, she apologized, "I will successfully send you out to sea. You don't have to worry about that." But Lokia looked at Lin Xiao and said word for word, "I want you to take Yair." "You sister." Lin Xiao in the bottom of his heart cursed, "I also want to take away. Strength so powerful bodyguard who do not like, but compared to the strength of the obvious life is more important. That guy to start crazy to 6 relatives, not to mention that I'm an ordinary human." Sighing heavily, Lokia discreetly looked at Lin Xiao. "As for the matter that Yair will break out, you don't have to worry. I plan to go with you as well. Anyway, I have been guarding Yair for hundreds of years. I don't know where to go now, and I can't rest assured for a day that Yair hasn't recovered." Hearing Lokia's words, Lin Xiao was stunned and pulled out his ears thinking that he had heard wrong. "You say you're traveling with me too? And then you came to suppress Yair when he broke out?" "Right." Lokia nodded, pointing to the master sphere behind the wall of light. "Human, take Yair and let's get out of here." I'm sure Yair couldn't help but want to see what's out there a long time ago. Since he had Lokia's assurance, Lin Xiao was no longer worried. When the time came, even if he couldn't beat them, he could still hold them back. As long as Yair regained his senses, he would be fine. But the pixie ball is behind the wall of light. How do I get it? Lin Xiao looked at the thick wall of light and was in a bit of a dilemma. This thing didn't even have a way to destroy Lokia. How was he supposed to take the master ball out? "Just place your hand in the grooves next to the bead," Lokia reminded Lin Xiao. After Lokia's prompting, Lin Xiao stepped into the wall of light and placed his hand in the groove next to the nacreous blue bead, and the master ball behind the wall of light suddenly shook and appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Looking at the master ball in his hand, Lin Xiao sighed slightly. "Although I don't dare to say any guarantees, I will definitely do my best to enlighten you and make you become like the other Pokemon." As if sensing Lin Xiao's sincerity, the master ball shook slightly as a response to Lin Xiao. The problem of the Dark Lokia was somewhat similar to the previous Nats, only that Nats was countless times better and didn't appear to be losing its mind. The time it would take to recover it was definitely very long. Exactly how long it would take Lin Xiao wasn't sure. Maybe it was the day he died of old age. Putting the master ball back on his waist, Lin Xiao took out an empty master ball and said, "Lokia, from now on, you can use this genie ball. Ordinary genie balls can't carry your power. Just call me by my first name from now on, same as Yair." Lokia touched the master ball and shrunk in on herself. At this time Lin Xiao was also a bit thankful that Dr. Oki had thrown himself 6 master balls at the beginning. Otherwise there was really no way to bring these 2 brothers along. But there were only 3 master balls left. The 2 Lokia plus the lightning bird had used 3 of them, so it seemed that he should still find a chance to find the old man to ask for some. The master balls that were hard to find outside for thousands of dollars were still plentiful at the Oki Research Institute. After all, the creator of the master balls, so it was normal to keep some more. The master ball only moved slightly before regaining its calmness. This was still the result of Lokia's voluntary action. If Lokia resisted, Lin Xiao really didn't know what kind of elf ball could trap it. "Arnold, so long to trouble you to send me back to the surface. Lin Xiao said as he threw the master ball. Noah nodded and gestured for Lin Xiao to stand on himself, climbing onto Arnold's back. He stabilized his body by grabbing the blue bumps on its back like he had come to do. With a flash of white light, Lokia took Lin Xiao out of the hexagonal cage and appeared in the ocean, still using her superpowers to support a blue circle of light around her body. Arnold chanted loudly and swam towards the surface. In the sea far away from the Orange Islands, a huge-sized Lokia raised its head violently to look at the direction of the Orange Islands. Yar! I hope you can recover yourself, even if you come afterward and seek revenge on me for seeking imprisonment for hundreds of years. I'm still willing. Muttering darkly, the massive Lokia continued to close its eyes, and if one looked closely one would notice a hexagonal gem on its chest, emanating a blue light from the bottom of the ocean. Compared to when he came, the speed when he went back was a lot faster, and in a short while, he arrived at the surface of the sea and rushed out of the sea with Lin Xiao. Arnold flew silently in mid-air. Just as Lokia flew out of the sea, Lin Xiao froze because this was not the place where he disappeared and asked, Arnold, what is this place? Lokia looked at the area of the island that had been destroyed by the three god birds and said, this is Asia Island, the fringe area of the Orange Islands. Fine Yaya Island? The distance in between can be far enough apart. Lin Xiao immediately let out a bitter smile. But I heard that there are three god birds here, right? Arnold stared slightly, then said, yes, but do you want to capture them? I'm just trying to capture one of the freezers. I don't need the other two. Plus I have a flicker bird myself, but it's still a baby. If it's a matter of needing a rush bird, I might be able to help you. Lokia led Lin Xiao towards the further south. If the frozen birds here are gone, then the remaining flame birds and lightning birds will surely fight over territory. They don't have a good temperament, said Arnold. Also the previous days of the three god bird battle and his own rushing out of the sea. A series of stories to listen to. Lin Xiao froze. Lin Xiao really did not expect Arnold will be the three god bird wildly flattened, and then thrown back to their own island. Since Arnold said that it came to end the matter of the frozen bird, Lin Xiao went along with it and then took out the cell phone in his pocket to call Sunday to report his safety. He had suddenly disappeared for a few days, and I wondered how worried they had become. On Durkan Island, Sunday, standing in his hotel room, lost in thought and staring out the window at the ocean, did not react when he heard the phone ring. How come no one is picking up? Lin Xiao looked at the phone suspiciously, not noticing the hundreds of voicemails in the mailbox, and dialed Sunday's phone number again. The cell phone rang again, and a hint of impatience surfaced on Sunday's numb face as she turned around and grabbed the phone on her bed and was about to hang up. But when she saw the caller ID, she froze in place. After freezing for a few seconds, Sunday snapped back to her senses and hurriedly picked up the phone, shouting, Lin Xiao, is it you? From the Sunday voice, Lin Xiao immediately knew that this time I am afraid that there is no good day without a good explanation. It's me. Lin Xiao had only said 2 words when Sunday wailed on the other end of the phone. Instantly anxious, Lin Xiao went round and round. Don't you cry first, okay? First tell everyone that I'm safe and sound. My phone is about to run out of battery. I still have a few things to do right now. I'll meet up with you later. Tell me your address. I'll go over there directly. In the Sunday intermittent crying, Lin Xiao knew where they were. Then Lin Xiao comforted her. In the phone came Drip Power Week. When hung up the phone, knowing from Sunday what had happened in the past few days, Lin Xiao was instantly apprehensive, especially with the old man and Kona, who were the worst to muddle through. After thinking for half a day and not coming up with a suitable excuse, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled bitterly. What the heck? The big deal is to be lectured. Flying out of Asia Island, Arnold continued to fly towards the south, but Lin Xiao and Sunday's calls were heard by it. With a hint of guilt, Arnold spoke. I'm sorry, it's all because of what happened to us. Blowing the long-lost sea breeze, Lin Xiao took a few deep breaths and smiled. It's fine, just wait to go back and explain it to them. By the way, Yair is still in the elf ball. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead in chagrin and took out the master ball to release Yair. Anon. After being locked up at the bottom of the sea for hundreds of years, Yair just came out with an excited roar and opened its huge wings to soar in the sky. Although it could freely enter and exit the master ball, it didn't do that, giving Lin Xiao enough dignity to be a trainer. Looking at the happy Yair, Lin Xiao and Arnold were sincerely happy for it. From time to time, Yair flew high into the air before landing instantly, his huge black wings suddenly bringing up huge waves, playing like a little kid, with Arnold leading the way. It was not long before they arrived at their destination this time, a bare island which was all covered in ice and snow. When they arrived at the place, Arnold used his superpower to bring Lin Xiao to Yair's back, then picked up one of the master balls at Lin Xiao's waist and flew towards the island. In less than 5 minutes, Arnold returned and Lin Xiao was back on its back from the new one, while Yair, feeling a bit tired from the playfulness, returned to the master ball. Returning the master ball to Lin Xiao, Arnold spoke. This child is the child of that frozen bird from Asia Island. It's just that this child is very naughty, so you'll have to take more care in the future, said Lokia as she led Lin Xiao back to the ship. In fact, Lin Xiao wanted to catch the frozen bird not for himself but for Kona, who had always taken care of herself, and she had nothing to give back. And her favorite Pokemon besides the multiplying dragon that she grew up with was the frozen bird. That's why Lin Xiao wanted to capture it all the time to give it to her. Flying back into the confines of Asia Island, Arnold returned to the Master Sphere, not ready to appear directly in front of human eyes. Lin Xiao then released the huge fast dragon that he hadn't seen for a few days and had it rush forward towards Durian Island. Chapter 43, Lokia Wants to Fight. 2. With the speed of the giant fast dragon, in less than half an hour's time, he had arrived at Durkan Island. Sunday and Kona, who knew Lin Xiao would be back soon, were at the entrance of the hotel early, waiting for his arrival. Looking at the time, Kona spun in place with some annoyance. Sunday, are you sure Lin Xiao said he'd be back in a while? Not only Kona, but also Sunday was a little annoyed. Looking up and watching from time to time, that's what Uncle said, right? And told me to order a meal, that he was about to starve. Sighing heavily, Kona and Sunday had no choice but to continue waiting, hoping that Lin Xiao would really show up soon. Arriving at Durkan Island, Lin Xiao asked for the following address and headed towards the Dragon God Hotel with a diameter. But without going out much further he was already out of breath. He hadn't eaten for 4 days and had only eaten a few fruits last night and in the morning to cushion his stomach. Now Lin Xiao was already exhausted. He really didn't want to take another step. It was hard to walk to the entrance of the hotel. Lin Xiao wore a rough breath and shook his hand to the two women at the entrance, signaling that he was here. Lin Xiao? Looking at Lin Xiao, who was shaking his hand towards the two of them, Kona and Sunday were pleasantly surprised and immediately flew over. Originally wanted to jump into Lin Xiao's arms as soon as the Sunday have opened their hands, but did not expect to be pulled by Kona's hand. Lin Xiao revealed a bitter smile. Hugs or something? Can we talk about it later? I'm starving to death right now. I don't even want to move my pinky mother anymore. At this time, Lin Xiao's white suit became gray. The original soft smooth hair at this moment also turned into a chicken nest head. The two eye sockets became black, like a giant panda. The original wheat-like skin at this moment also became a pale color. A face of yellow and skinny, as if the refugees escaped from Africa. Lin Xiao's miserable appearance made the two women want to laugh and feel heartbroken at the same time, and one on each side set him up and walked towards the hotel. Coming to the booked private room, the table full of food almost shook Lin Xiao's eyes blindly, swallowed saliva fiercely, ignored the image and sat on the chair and ate. After a few mouthfuls of food was still too much of a hassle for the chopsticks, and directly grabbed it with his hands. Uncle, slow down. No one is robbing from you. Lin Xiao's hungry look made Sunday shed tears. With his mouth wrapped in food, Lin Xiao swallowed hard and said in a fuzzy not-so-light voice, I'm being too impatient. Cough cough cough. Due to the dryness of his throat, swallowing the food immediately made Lin Xiao cough violently. Kona immediately handed him a glass of water and patted his back to smooth out the air. A pretty face full of heartache. Eat slowly, don't choke on it. You're such a big man. Receiving the water handed by Kona, Lin Xiao drank it all in one vicious gulp, smoothed out his breath, and leaned back in his chair to gasp for air. After a while, Lin Xiao continued to eat, but instead of wolfing it down like he did just now, he picked up his chopsticks and ate slowly. Wolfing down food at a certain time causes a lot of damage to the body, especially the stomach. Lin Xiao had just overstarved himself to do that. At this time his stomach had some food padding to alleviate his hunger, and he naturally had to slow down a bit for the sake of his body. Clipping 2 chopsticks of vegetables and putting them in the bowl to eat slowly, Lin Xiao looked at the two women and said, ask whatever you want to ask. I know you guys must have been in a hurry these past few days. Since she knew that Lin Xiao was fine, Kona's mood gradually improved, smiled faintly, didn't say anything, and quietly watched Lin Xiao eat. The little girl Sunday then couldn't hold back, immediately asked, where have you been these days? How come the phone has no signal and you can't get through? And disappeared for 4 days at a time? Lin Xiao immediately revealed a helpless smile. These past few days have been at the bottom of the deep sea. It would be strange if the phone could have a signal. Deep sea bed? Sunday was startled and asked anxiously, how did you get where you are? Could it be true that you were brought there by a superpower line Pokemon like Grandpa Oki said? That's right. Remember the Lokia I met a while back when I was catching the Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's the same one that brought me to the bottom of the ocean. Where did the other Pokemon get the ability to get me to the bottom of the ocean? Anyway, sooner or later, Lin Xiao directly confessed to the two girls, including the fact that Lokia sought help and was now traveling with herself. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, both women were in a state of petrification, opening their sexual, sensual, tantalizing, and attractive little mouths as they looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. A Pokemon like Lokia would even follow Lin Xiao on a trip? And there were 2 of them at once, especially Kona, who was well aware of the incident a few years ago when Lokia swept the waves to flood the Orange Islands. As soon as Lin Xiao had said that Lokia would be traveling with him, Kona had been shocked. With 2 Lokia asked who in the alliance was Lin Xiao's opponent now? Moreover, Kona was also worried that Lin Xiao would rely too much on the power of the Lokia and cause himself to forget his roots. Opening his mouth, Kona tried to get his thoughts out, but for some reason closed it and didn't end up saying anything. Looking at Kona's appearance, Lin Xiao knew what she wanted to say, and at that moment, he patted his rounded stomach with satisfaction and laughed. Sister Kona, don't worry, I won't use Lokia at will. That won't do any good to my growth. This is a point of truth that I still know. After eating his fill, Lin Xiao immediately felt a wave of drowsiness come over him, but now was not the time to sleep. A smelly sweat and a head full of messy hair made Lin Xiao feel uncomfortable. Kona-san, I heard that all the hotels here have hot springs. I'd like to take a dip, and by the way, let the Pokemon get acquainted with the Lokia brothers. Lin Xiao thought that the best thing to cure Yair was to have more contact with other Pokemon to increase its affection. That would make it easier for it to open up and accept the outside world, instead of being smothered like a stuffy gourd. Besides, since he had taken them and Lin Xiao didn't intend to let them stay in the Pokemon Ball all the time, I'll book a larger hot spring soaking area right away. Sunday you pair up with Lin Xiao to take a shower and change your clothes first, Kona said as she walked out of the booth and went forward to set a reservation for the spa. And Lin Xiao went back to his room with Sunday, preparing to take a bath and change out of his swimsuit before going to the hot springs to relieve his fatigue. Along the way, Sunday tightly pulled Lin Xiao's hand for fear that he would disappear once again. Back in the room, Lin Xiao took off the dirty clothes on his body and drilled into the bathroom to put on water to take a shower not long after Kona came back to tell the two of them that they had already taken care of it, and that they should just bring their bathing suits over. After a hasty shower, Lin Xiao changed his clothes and took his swimsuit and set off with the two women. Wow! When Xiao Xiao, who was originally playing in Kona's room, saw Lin Xiao, he immediately let out a loud cry and jumped onto him at once, rubbing his tiny head against his body time and time, and his mouth kept making intimate sounds. Lin Xiao smiled and touched Xiao Xiao's hard armor. Alright, don't be petulant, I miss you too. Let's go and go to the hot spring together. Lin Xiao was away for a few days. Xiao Xiao was all together with Kona, especially at night when he couldn't find Lin Xiao when he slept kept spinning around in Kona's quilt, making Kona's head big for a few days. The hot spring area of the hotel is divided into separate and mass. Separate area are enclosed, except that the price is more expensive. Most people choose to be in the mass area. We all soaked together. The three Lin Xiao, who did not wish to be disturbed, naturally chose a separate area, and because there were too many pixies, Kona directly exploded the largest hot spring pool in the hotel. Changing into his swimsuit, Lin Xiao laid down comfortably into the pool and released the pixies. This is Arnold and Yair, who will also be your companions from now on, so let's get closer. Oh, Tiny looked curiously at his two new companions, not at all fearful, and jumped directly onto Yair's back to play. Little jumped onto himself at once. Yair first froze, then his body shook and wanted to drop it, but after glancing at the smiling Lin Xiao he still held back and let Little toss it around. The pixies exchanged a few words, then all jumped into the hot springs and began to soak. One of the most interesting is the fire dinosaur, lying on the shore, put his tail on the stone, body immersed in the water. Not afraid of water instead of their own hot springs of fire dinosaur. In addition to Lin Xiao, this has been afraid that can no longer find such an oddball. Lin Xiao had been training to try to get the fire dinosaur to restrain its desire to be afraid of water, but he didn't expect that now this guy was not only not afraid of water, but instead liked to soak in hot springs. Under the small drive, Yair gradually talked to the pixies, although the progress was not great, but Lin Xiao was very happy. You guys come down as well, the pool is big enough to hold it. Lin Xiao pointed at the hot spring pool and said to the two brothers, Yair and Arnold, glancing at the Pokemon swimming in the pool. Arnold walked straight into the pool and plopped down and closed his eyes and started to enjoy himself. Yair, on the other hand, hesitated for half a second before finally entering the pool, but Tiny didn't dare to swim in the water and could only splash around a bit in the shallow water. And for some reason Tiny liked to lie on his back and scurry around on Yair's body while Yair closed his eyes and let it fool around. Lin Xiao, just as Lin Xiao and Ride the Dragon were playing in the water, Arnold suddenly opened his eyes. Ha! Lin Xiao froze slightly, then cracked a smile. What happened to Arnold? Arnold looked up at Era, who was playing with Tiny. I just heard that you're going to challenge the dojo tomorrow? Yair and I would like to fight as well, and since we recognize you as a trainer, it's only fair that we contribute as well. Lin Xiao was stunned and couldn't figure out what these two brothers were thinking, so he glanced at Yair, who knew that it was also nodding its head to signal that it meant the same thing. Chapters 44 to 45, A Battle Without Suspense, Chapter 3. After sleeping for a while, Lin Xiao felt relieved to change his body, and as usual, he went out to do some activities. But Lin Xiao had just opened the door when he realized that Kona was standing in the doorway. Before Lin Xiao could react, Kona wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a good morning kiss, then walked into the room with a smile on her face, frozen and touching his lips. Lin Xiao was sweating profusely, It was unthinkable that Kona actually had the talent to be a queen. Something Lin Xiao had not thought of before. Out of the hotel, Lin Xiao ran around and then returned to the hotel to eat breakfast and prepare for the challenge of the dojo. But what made Lin Xiao speechless was that the old boss of this hotel, also known as the dojo trainer, actually ran out into the street by himself to pull tourists. This is still Lin Xiao personally ran to the street to issue a challenge to others to come back. Now the world is really strange. The old boss of the big hotel personally soliciting. The dojo is built on the ground floor of this hotel building. Let me show you around first. The dojo's owner, also known as Ryuri, the Dragon God Hotel's old boss, led the three towards the dojo's arena, accepting a few people in the process. Following the passageway into the dojo, countless training equipment appeared in front of the eyes of several people. Many Pokemon were working out under the arrangement of the trainer, and all of these selected even equipment were new guys. TSK, really worthy of running a big hotel, really rich. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he looked at the facilities of the Durkin Dojo, even though his own dojo was countless times more luxurious than the Durkin Dojo. I wonder how my Durian Dojo compares to Master's Dragon Dojo. Ryuri smiled and nodded to the surrounding trainers as she asked towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. Saying that there is no good bar for you is too detrimental to himself, but saying that he is good again seems to be striking people. Lin Xiao was really hard to be stopped by this for a while. Luckily, Luli was also an open-minded person and did not ask more questions in this regard. Seeing that Lin Xiao did not say anything, she led a few people towards the inside. There's only one playing field for the Durkin Island pipe, so I'm all for asking the construction team to fix it as perfectly as possible. And inside is the playing field. So you guys come with me. Luri smiled and opened the door, leading several people into the arena. So luxurious. Sunday couldn't help but praise as she looked around. Lin Xiao nodded his head in agreement with Sunday's words. An ordinary venue, but the surrounding spectator stands were too damn extravagant. It was almost like a giant stadium, enough to hold tens of thousands of spectators. But what was the point of building so many spectator stands? Were there really that many people watching the Durkin Dojo match? Seemingly sensing Lin Xiao's thoughts, Ryuri smiled slightly and said, actually, there aren't that many people at the dojo tournament. It's just that Durkin Island hosts the Pokemon Gorgeous tournament every year and this is the tournament venue. That's why it's fixed so big. No wonder. The Gorgeous contest was also well attended. And without enough auditoriums it really couldn't accommodate the crowds watching. When the referee arrived, Luri turned to Lin Xiao and said, the rules of the Luri Dojo are 2 against 2. One side uses 2 Pokemon each to enter the battle. If one Pokemon loses its ability to fight, the side wins. Pavilion Master. Got it? Lin Xiao gave a beat. That's a 2-on-2 doubles match? When Lin Xiao saw the referee this time he suddenly had an egg on his face. Wasn't this the lobby manager of the Dragon God Hotel? This manager referee coughed slightly and announced, then this battle with the Luri badge at stake will officially begin, with both strong sides taking out the Pokemon they are using. Lin Xiao glanced at Luri. Usually it was the dojo trainer who took out the Pokemon first and then let the challenger make preparations. And Lin Xiao really didn't have any number of preparations, because the 2 Arnold brothers were going to be on the field, and Lin Xiao had promised them that the available Lokia to challenge always gave a feeling of bullying. My partners are them. Come out. Hootie, Gala Gala. Ruri's face was filled with confidence as she threw the pixie ball. It's a good combo, with Gala Gala's main defense and Hoodie's main offense, and Gala Gala's bone stick used in conjunction with Hoodie's superpowers to keep people off guard. Moreover, these 2 Pokemon of Ryuri's must have cooperated countless times and have long been close to each other, so an ordinary trainer would have an extreme headache against them, and would be swept out of the game in a matter of minutes. I've been wanting to have a battle with the Pavilion Master for a long time now. Your Banjira and Quick Dragon are both very powerful. Can you use them in battle? Lin Xiao hadn't even thrown the elf ball yet when Luli took the initiative to ask for it. It was the first time Lin Xiao had encountered such a thing and was slightly embarrassed. Sorry, I don't have my Banjiro with me and I don't know which one of the fast dragons you're talking about, so there's no way I can agree to the request. Ryuri was a bit disappointed, then guffawed. It's fine. In that case, just wait for the next time. Come on Pavilion Master, let me see just how strong you are. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and let out the Master Ball. Although I feel a little embarrassed, I won't refuse a request from a Pokemon. Come out, Arnold. Yaar. After the red light flashed, 2 figures, one white and one black, appeared on the field, and because of their relatively large size, the 2 brothers stood in unison in a row almost filling the field. The appearance of 2 identical Pokemon, except for their colors, and the fact that they had seen them before, made Houdini well Gala 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 Gala. This is the god of the sea? Ryuri, who grew up natively in the Orange Islands, naturally knew about Lokia. Sunday was dumbfounded, pulling Kona beside her and asking, Sister Kona, what is Uncle doing? The users are 2 big guys without saying a word. In Sunday's eyes, the Lokia brothers are two cute big birds. If she knows that the cute big birds in her eyes may explode at any time and hurt people, I don't know what she would think. Kona gave a bitter smile. I don't know. He didn't say anything about it, but it seems like they asked to fight on their own. Is this the opponent this time? It feels so weak. Yair looked at Hoodie and Gala Gala with some confusion. I'll go. How many Pokemon can you look at? Yair's words made Lin Xiao sweat profusely. This was too much of a blow. No, it was too much of a blow to Pokemon. Sure enough, both Hoodie and Gala Gala showed their anger and were pissed off at Yair's comment. But their anger was directly ignored by the two Yair brothers on the opposite side of the table, making faces for nothing. After Ryuri returned to her senses, her face revealed a grave expression. Even if it's the god of the sea, I won't show any weakness. Let me see what kind of strength the famous god of the sea actually has. With the Pokemon all ready, the referee waved his hand and shouted. Then the match begins. Hootie Phantom Light, Gala Gala use Bone Boomerang. Ryuri chose to strike first, who certainly didn't specify who they were attacking, but both Pokemon unanimously aimed their jutsu at Yair, wanting to show Yair what would happen if they looked down on them. Yair, block their attacks. Arnold used Destructive Deathlight and attacked Gara Gara. Lin Xiao waved his hand and shouted at their brothers. On! With a growl, Yair swatted the crunchy stick of bone away with one wing, allowing Hoodie's Phantom Light to strike at him, and Arnold readied his attack as his brother acted. As if gold-like points of light began to coalesce in the lining of its large mouth, the Phantom Light attack struck Yair, swirling a circle of blue light and disappearing without any effect, a situation that startled Houdini and Ryuri. Yair's attribute is Vice. Superpower department stances won't work on it. Just a reminder, Arnold is of the superpower department. As for the flight department, Lin Xiao didn't say. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that Lokia, who had wings and could fly, must have the flight department attribute again. The bone stick was slapped back by Yair with a wing, and Gara Gara reached out to catch it out of habit. But the immense force coming from the bone stick caused it to instantly disengage and be brought down to the ground. And the bone stick finally flew to the field, changed the wall deeply inserted. Did not leave a bit again outside. Gala Gala did not dare to quality look at the bone stick that did not enter the wall of the road, rubbing the arm that is almost about to break. Visible Yair's strength is how horrible. Just a random shot can be so. Lin Xiao is sure that his own Pokemon and the biggest strength of the Banjira also not on it. Without waiting for Gala Gala to react, the destructive death light from Arnold's mouth struck towards it, a meter in diameter. Golden destructive death light, so that Ryuri was shocked. If Gala Gala was hit by this, surely will lose the ability to fight. Hootie, have reflexes and protect Gala Gala. Gala Gala use guard. The two Pokemon listened to Ryuri's command and immediately used their defensive jutsu to defend themselves, although it was tempting for Howdy to use instantaneous movement to avoid it. But after Lin Xiao reminded them, Ryuri knew that Arnold, who was also in the superpower lineage, would definitely be able to sense where they appeared and would be attacked just the same, and then there would be no room for resistance at all. A glass-like object immediately appeared in front of Hootie, and Gala Gala, standing behind this transparent glass, clasped her hands to her chest, her body glowing white. Boom! Thick destruction of the light of death struck on the half-reflective, powerful impact. Suddenly half-reflective formed by the glass shattered. The speed of the destruction of the dead light does not reduce, still towards the Gala Gala rushed. The use of guarded Gala Gala was immediately drowned by the golden light, issued a miserable scream. When the smoke cleared, a large portion of the wall at the side of the arena collapsed, while Gala Gala lay in the rubble with both eyes circling and passed out. Chapter 46, The Last Battle of Citrus Island. Fourth shift. Not only was Gara Gara passed out, but there were many wounds on his body, smoking black, so it seemed that he was not badly injured. Garla, Ryuri exclaimed, running to its side to check it out. Sunday swallowed his saliva and looked at the two brothers somewhat nervously, muttering in a low voice, really? Why use so much power and beat others so badly? The words were swallowed back before they could be finished by the sweep of Yair's scarlet eyes, without giving Sunday a good-natured look. Yair looked at the fainted Gara Gara. When sparring, it's the greatest insult to the opponent to show mercy. Silently withdrawing the Gala Gala, Luli said with a slight smile, it speaks well. It's a sign that the Pokemon respects the other party. For Yair to be able to speak, Ryuri felt strange, not to mention the powerful strength. Lin Xiao had more than just Yair in his hands that could speak to the Pokemon. Sunday beamed and didn't say anything. She couldn't understand any of this without tropical combat. Gala Gala has lost his fighting ability, so player Lin Xiao from Jinshin Town wins. The boss lady's Gala Gala lost its fighting ability, and the referee immediately declared the result of the match. Putting away the hoodie, Luli took out the glazed badge and handed it to Lin Xiao. This is what you deserve. I hope you can excel again when you challenge Yangji. I'll be watching the live broadcast. Thanks. Lin Xiao smiled as he received the glazed badge and looked at the two Arnold brothers and said, Are you going to enter the elf ball to rest or are you going to sneak around outside for a while? Arnold went straight into the master sphere, but it was Yatter who muttered. It doesn't feel like there's any number of places to sneak around. Might as well rest in the Dawnguard sphere. Hearing Yatter's muttering, Lin Xiao smiled helplessly, put away the elf ball, and left the dojo with the two girls. Back in the hotel, Lin Xiao took out the 4 badges and took a look. After nearly 2 months, I finally collected all 4 badges, so I just need to challenge the Orange League's highest trainer next and I can go home. Kona sat on the edge of the bed and laughed. Yanji's strength is also good. Oh, you don't want to get caught in the gutter. He was named one of Chengdu's Tenno candidates last year just like you. Only Yanji refused, saying that he wasn't strong enough. Not strong enough to be judged? Could it be because of the Dragon Envoy Fairy? Lin Xiao put away his badge and twisted his head to ask. It's not all down to Dragon Make Wataru. I say OG's fast dragon can almost reach that point, but I have a feeling it's going to be a little short of that. But just a little bit could take a long time to get there. In fact, the so-called Tennos have strengths and weaknesses. Some Tennos only have one Pokemon at the Tenno level, and some have every Pokemon that strong, like Oki Yukijo. He who was also an expert in using dragon Pokemon was no less powerful than Watari, but he was still just a Tenno, with the strength of a champion, but without the heart to want to be one. The weakest of the Kanto 4 Heavenly Kings when it comes down to it is still the fighting Heavenly King, Shiba, followed by Kona, then Kikuko, and before that it was Wataru, but now it's been replaced by Oki Yukijo, but I don't know what the reason is. Watari has challenged for the title every year but failed, but Oki Yukijo hasn't issued a challenge, and I heard Kona say that if Oki Yukijo challenged he could almost take that seat. However, Lin Xiao hadn't seen Oki Yukijo fight, nor had he seen his Pokemon, so Oki Yukijo's strength was a mystery to him. When Lin Xiao opened his mouth to ask for clarification, his mobile phone which was fully charged last night rang, and Lin Xiao's heart suddenly thumped. Lin Xiao's heart immediately thumped. Stiffly picking up the phone, a loud voice almost on the verge of detecting one's eardrums came out. Bastard, didn't even know to give my old man a call. Do you want me to worry to death? I really shouldn't have adopted you little bastard in the first place, causing my old man's gray hair to increase quite a bit. The only person who dared to yell at Lin Xiao like that was, good old Dr. Daiki. But good old men who got angry were usually the most terrifying. Holding the phone some distance away from his ear, Lin Xiao bitterly smiled and glanced at the two women, wanting them to help put out the fire. But both girls hid to the side to cover their snickers and let Lin Xiao take care of it himself. The two women did not help. Lin Xiao had to stomach to bear the old man's anger, hardened his head and let the old man curse indiscriminately, and waited until Dr. Daiji's fire dropped quite a bit before making this time clear. Although there was a reason for the incident, but Dr. Daiji still could not help but to spray Lin Xiao a meal before hanging up the phone. Rubbing his numb ears, Lin Xiao held the phone speechlessly. It seems that this time he really pissed the old man off, otherwise the old man wouldn't be like this. On the contrary, because it was an adoption. In order to not let Lin Xiao's heart get goosebumps, Dr. Daiji and Daiji Syracuse treated Lin Xiao better than Xiao Mao. But the phone rang again. Lin Xiao rubbed his aching temples and picked up the phone. This time it was Oki Yukijo. Although he didn't yell at Lin Xiao, a burst of verbose nagging was unavoidable. While not waiting for Oki Yukijo to finish his rant, the phone rang again. Lin Xiao, who knew he was in the wrong, didn't even look at the caller ID before connecting the phone, ready to be blamed. But there was no response from the other end of the phone except for all the breathing sounds. Could it be a wrong call? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned. When he wanted to check, a sentence came out from the phone. I miss you. After that, there was nothing more to say, only the beep of hanging up the phone. Sound. A sentence caused Lin Xiao to be stunned, and it took a long time before he turned around. The owner of that sentence just now was clearly Shalona, who was far away in the divine austerity. Did you guys call Sharona in the days I was missing? The two women, who were chatting, turned their heads. Sunday nodded and said, seeing as how you're in an unclear relationship with MS, Sharona, you fought it. Lin Xiao nodded a little lost, shook his head and put away the phone. Let's take the boat directly to Citrus Island tomorrow. It only takes one morning to get there by boat, but it takes a day to take the ride on the dragon, in which we have to rest and cook. What do you think? This proposal was endorsed by the two women, having already drifted on the sea for more than a month in a ride on a dragon. Even if there was any interest at all, it had been worn out. Sunday now wanted to go back immediately when Lin Xiao finished his challenge, and take a few days of beautiful rest and relaxation. After resting for a day on Durian Island, Lin Xiao also did down a simple special training for the pixies, mainly to warm them up and then face tomorrow's battle. The next day, the three of them got up early and caught a boat to Citrus Island and headed for it. By a little afternoon, they had arrived at Citrus Island, disembarked from the ship, and under the direction of the map, the three of them arrived at the sign-up location for joining the Orange League. Lin Xiao took out his badge and handed it to the staff along with his own chart. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao from Jinshin Town. I want to participate in the orange competition. Please help me register. The staff member immediately smiled and took Lin Xiao's illustration and badge, checked them and inserted the illustration into the computer for registration. After registering, the staff handed the icon to Lin Xiao and smiled. Already registered. Please head to the Citrus venue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for the tournament, which is using 6 Pokemon in battle, so please prepare as early as you can. Also, if a few of you don't know where the Citrus venue is, I can lead the way for you. The staff uncle, smiling, explains to the three. Then I'll trouble you, uncle. Lin Xiao instantly thanked happily. Having someone to lead the way could save himself a lot of trouble. Where? This uncle smiled and said, these are my jobs. My name is Riley. You can call me Uncle Riley. After saying that, Riley said hello to his co-workers and beat the three towards the Citrus venue and introduced himself, where we hold any events or have orange competitions in Citrus Road, he said, pointing in the direction of the venue to show a few people. It didn't take long since it came to a place that looked like an ancient Roman Colosseum. This is it. LOL, I congratulate you for succeeding in your challenge tomorrow and then placing a picture of yourself and your Pokemon and your footprints in the winner's palace. Riley smiled and cheered Lin Xiao on. Sunday looked around in amazement. This arena is so big. It feels so spectacular. But what's that one? Looking around, Sunday suddenly pointed at the huge statue next to the audience. This statue seems to be a fast dragon, right? Lin Xiao looked along where Sunday was pointing and wasn't very sure. It's a fast dragon. Because every generation of our Orange Alliance's chief trainers will always have a fast dragon as a companion. Plus fast dragons are powerful and kind-hearted. Every year they save a lot of people on the sea, so that's why they put up statues to show their respect. Riley, energized at the mention of the fast dragon, was full of spit and explained it to the three. Knowing the location of the venue, Lin Xiao's trio chose Riley to say goodbye and then found an inn in the city to stay. After eating, Lin Xiao adjusted his Pokemon's state before putting them away. After all, the competition had turned out to be tomorrow instead of today as he had expected. Lin Xiao, have you already chosen which 6 Pokemon you want to battle with? Kona asked as she swabbed the master ball of the frozen bird. Hearing Kona say that, Lin Xiao reacted to the fact that he hadn't decided on the Pokemon that would be fighting, and that other than Tiny, who couldn't fight. The other Pokemon would definitely want to be able to fight, but there were only 6 slots available, but the number of Pokemon was exceeding the limit. In order not to let the little elf heart goosebumps, Lin Xiaoji let them draw their own lots. At that time, cannot go on the field, can only be their own tone of voice is not good, but when Lin Xiao know the results of the draw, almost will be jaw shocked down. Chapter 47, the battle begins. On the second day, Lin Xiao came to the venue early, probably after publicity. The whole venue is packed with people. Not many people come to challenge each year, plus a few dojos rare and strange rules on the run a piece of trainers, so every time there is a trainer challenge, the whole venue will be full. Led by the staff, Lin Xiao quickly entered the venue, while Kona walked into the audience area with Sunday wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, doing so to prevent being recognized and causing a ruckus. After all, Kona's popularity in the Orange Islands was very high. There's a new challenger. I wonder if he'll manage to beat Isaoji and enter the hall this time? Let's all just wait and see. With the commentator's drive, the audience's excitement and emotion was quickly hoisted. It wasn't that the audience was like that, but since Isaoji had been the Orange League's chief trainer, there had been no challenger who had successfully stepped into the hall and left their mark. So the audience was curious as to how long Isaoji's undefeated record would last. Although he often heard people mention it, but Lin Xiao is still the first time to meet in person. Compared to Watari, Yongji is obviously a little old. Looks like Watari is just a little bit older, probably because the Orange Islands are hotter. The average age of people in hotter places is usually shorter and they look mature. Seeing Lin Xiao, Yongji cracked a smile, extended his hand, and said, I've heard my brother mention you many times, saying that your strength is good. I didn't expect that you would come to challenge the Orange Alliance, which surprised me. Shaking hands with Yongji, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. I'm looking forward to it too. I heard that your quick dragon is good. I've long wanted to compete with you. First, the two of you had a handshake, and then the drawing of venues began. Oh, it's the grass venue. I wonder what kind of battle the two of you will bring for us. Let's wait and see. After shaking hands, the two stood on each side of the field. The rules of the Orange League were 6-6, divided into 2 matches, and the venue would be changed after 3 matches had been played. But Yongji couldn't change his Pokemon in the middle of the match, whereas Lin Xiao, who was the challenger, could. Please both sides take out their Pokemon, the referee said as he looked at Yongji. As a rule, Yongji needed to choose his Pokemon first, then Lin Xiao. Since it's grass field, I'll just choose to use it. Come out, mythical frog flower. Isaoji took out his Pokeball and threw it with force. Bang! Within the Pokemon, Mythic Frog Blossom had a decent amount of tonnage, but not so much speed, and just showing up made the field shake a few times. Lin Xiao looked at Mythical Frog Flower. then took out one of the 6 Pokemon he had drawn yesterday. Fire Dinosaur, it's your turn. Woo! Happy to be out himself, Fire Dinosaur looked warily at Isamu's Mythical Frog Blossom. So round 1 of the tournament is Fire Dinosaur vs. Mythical Frog Blossom, and now the tournament begins. Fire Dinosaur, Preemptive Strike, Jet Flame. As soon as the referee's words fell, Lin Xiao began to command. Although Fire Dinosaur's level is not as high as Mythical Frog Blossom's, it has the advantage of its attributes, and its fire moves do considerable damage to grass-type Pokemon. With Mythical Frog Blossom's bulky size and super slow speed, it naturally couldn't avoid the jet flames, and with a big wave of his hand, Isaoji shouted. Mythical Frog Blossom used the rattan weave to rotate up against the jet flames. With Isamu's command, Mythical Frog Flower immediately wrapped the rattan together and spun it around, bringing up the sound of silk wind and successfully blocking the Fire Dinosaur's jet of flame. Although it resisted the jet flames, Myriad Frog Flower's Vine Whip was also burnt and battered quite a bit. Yanji frowned at Mythical Frog Blossom's retracted Vine Whip and felt bad. Looking at the situation, Lin Xiao wouldn't intend to let the Fire Dinosaur and Mythical Frog Blossom collide head-on, but instead used the flames against it to consume it. Gritting his teeth, Isaoji shouted with a heartfelt cry, Myriad Frog Flower, Sunshine Blaze, Sunlight Blaze. Lin Xiao's heart jumped slightly. He didn't think that Yangji would do this, and now that the sun was in the sky, the sunlight blaze of the Myriad Frog Flower would increase quite a bit in terms of both power and speed, and the time it took to coalesce would be greatly shortened. Looking at the sunlight flames that began to coalesce from the Mythical Frog Flower, Lin Xiao ordered to the Fire Dinosaur, Fire Dinosaur, use Smoke, then Flame Vortex. Woo! The Fire Dinosaur let out a low roar and spewed out a large amount of black smoke from its mouth, almost covering most of the field and enveloping itself in it. Mythical Frog Blossom, who was originally condensing the Sunshine Flame, was slightly stunned. It was useless even if he condensed the Sunshine Flame when he lost track of his opponent. Just as it froze, a huge ring of fire in the smoke suddenly flew towards it. Mythical Frog Flower, immediately fire the Sunlight Blaze, resist the Flame Vortex. Looking at the frozen Mythical Frog Blossom, Crowded hurriedly reminded it. Phew! The sunlight flames that hadn't yet coalesced were suddenly emitted, crashing into the flame vortex and exploding. Since the sunlight blaze hadn't finished coalescing, and sending it out in haste would also damage itself, along with the stalemate time of the jutsu instantly prevented Mythic Frog Flower from going east single. Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Fire Dinosaur, Dragon's Wrath settle it. Taking advantage of the fact that the Mythical Frog Flower couldn't move, Lin Xiao planned to settle it in one breath. Roar! The Fire Dinosaur roared, and the flames on his tail immediately skyrocketed, his mouth quickly coalescing with the dragon's fury as he sprayed it towards the Mythical Frog Flower. The large fireball with high temperatures instantly struck the Mythical Frog Flower, causing it to let out a miserable scream, its body carrying a strong smell of burning as it rolled out of the field, losing its ability to fight. Mythical Frog Flower is incapacitated, so Fire Dinosaur gets the win. Doh! On the big screen next to the audience, Isamu's Mythical Frog Blossom turned gray, signifying that it was still incapable of fighting, and the next match was without it. Retrieving the Mythical Frog Blossom, Isaoji smiled slightly and exclaimed, I can't believe your Fire Dinosaur still learned the Dragon's Wrath. Looks like you've bred it well. I'll be using it next. The Electric Strike Beast, come back. Fire Dinosaur. Each Pokemon had to be replaced in each of the 6 matches, so it could only play one, even if it won. Retrieving the Fire Dinosaur, Lin Xiao took out his elf ball and tossed it. I'll use it then. Tyrannosaurus Rex, this is your first official match. Play nice. Ow. Playing his first official match, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was delighted, raising his huge, hideous head back and roaring. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's size of close to 30 meters made many of the spectators suck in a breath of cold air. The entire field was almost about to be taken up by him, and this guy was also a rare glitter Pokemon. Not only the audience, but even Yanji was taken aback, and the Electro Beast was even worse. Taking a few steps back, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's trait is intimidation, and many Pokemon will be too scared to fight against it. The Electro Beast's actions caused Isaoji to frown slightly and yell, Electro Beast, don't be afraid, it's just huge. I really don't know what you're thinking, knowing that the attributes of the Electric Strike Beast restrain the Tyrannosaurus Rex, yet you still use it. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, since I dare to use it I naturally have my own ideas. Let's begin. Isaoji looked at Lin Xiao's Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its dark, thick scales that reflected in the sunlight, and was a little uncertain. Either way, it's the advantage in your own attributes. Electro Beast, use Thunder Fist. I'm afraid that later on, Yonji would be surprised to know that Tyrannosaurus Rex isn't afraid of electricity. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think, Tyrannosaurus, use Knockout when the Electro Beast attacks. With Isamu's pep talk, the Electro Beast recovered quite a bit, and his clenched fist struck towards the Tyrannosaurus with a hint of electricity, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't react as if it didn't see the taser's attack. Thud! The electric fist of the electric shock beast struck hard on the belly scales of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a muffled sound, but it was the only muffled sound, and the electric current of the electric shock beast struck on the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a dead good and no reaction. Originally with a smile on his face, an old face suddenly darkened. Current is useless against Tyrannosaurus Rex? Yongji instantly felt that he had been punked by this guy Lin Xiao, first letting himself be happy for a while, and then subsequently giving himself a smothering blow. My Tyrannosaurus Rex doesn't fear lightning because of its mutation, so the electric current of the electric shock beast is useless against it, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex is just the most powerful kowtow right now. Yongji's black face made Lin Xiao laugh out loud. You think I'm that good at taking advantage of you? Without preparing your heart to be knocked backwards by me, someone else is taking advantage of me. Ow! The Tyrannosaurus looked at the tiny dot on the ground, raised its huge tail, and slapped it down hard from above. Bang! The field suddenly cracked in all directions with the Tyrannosaurus's tail, and although the huge size would make the Tyrannosaurus slower, it would be much more powerful. Only after the Tyrannosaurus raised its tail did the audience see the sad fate of the little bitty stunner. In the center of the crack, a large pit in the shape of a tail appeared, and in the large pit lay the stunner who was deeply sunk into it. Although the stunner had lost its ability to fight with circles coming out of both of its eyes, some viewers even wondered how many bones were broken in Electro Beast's body at this point. The Electro Beast was killed by a single blow, and the referee looked at the hideous Tyrannosaurus Rex, swallowed nervously, and announced, Electro Beast, incapacitated. Tyrannosaurus Rex wins. No one expected the battle to be over so quickly, and almost in the blink of an eye the taser was out of commission, and with a big screen beep, Isaoji had once again lost a fighting Pokemon. Chapter 48, Battle in Progress. Retrieving the electric shock beast with a black face, Yongji looked at Lin Xiao speechlessly. Why do I feel like I'm being punked by you? Hey! Lin Xiao cracked a smile, shrugged his shoulders and said, I dug the pit, but I didn't ask you to jump into it, he said and retrieved the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You win! Without good humor, glaring at Lin Xiao, Yongji bitterly smiled and shook his head, feeling that he was also stupid, obviously having problems, and covering his eyes and jumping towards the pit. At the referee's prompting, Isaoji took out his pokeball and tossed it. Oroxen, it's your turn next. Roar! The great rock snake coiled its body, staring condescendingly at Lin Xiao as it let out a growl. Bigger is a big deal? If it wasn't for the fear of the little elf having a complaint, Lin Xiao really wanted to have the Tyrannosaurus Rex fight again to see who was bigger. Flying Mantis, this fight is all yours. The level of the Flying Mantis was higher from the time it was taken in, but it hadn't evolved until now, so Lin Xiao planned to let it be stimulated a little bit to evolve into a giant clawed mantis during this battle. SHHHH. As soon as Flying Mantis came out, he flashed his sharp side in a tawdry manner, demonstrating to Big Rock Snake, and the two Pokemon were already wide-eyed before the fight even started, with both sides trying to overpower their opponents. Then the third match officially begins. The referee immediately announced as Isaoji's Great Rock Snake and Lin Xiao's Flying Mantis were ready. The next third match is Isamu's Big Rock Snake against challenger Lin Xiao's Flying Mantis. I wonder what kind of battle will happen between the two Pokemon. The commentator played spitefully for all the viewers present, looking at the two Pokemon who were still glaring at each other to compare their aura. Lin Xiao cracked a smile. Flying Mantis, fear Yen, Cha. The Flying Mantis immediately changed to a horrifying look, scaring the Great Rock Snake back a few steps. This is really... Isaoji shook his head breathlessly. How old was he to have the leisure to play around with Pokemon when the match had started? Don't be afraid, Oryx Snake. Use the Steel Tail. Receiving Isamu's command, the Great Rock Snake raised its thick, large tail and swept towards the Flying Mantis, with a white glow and the sound of a silky wind breaking. Flying Mantis, Lightning Bolt and Dodge, followed by using Backstab on Big Rock Snake. Flying Mantis wasn't a Power-type Pokemon, so naturally Lin Xiao wouldn't let it compete with Big Rock Snake in terms of strength. The speed of the Flying Mantis using Electric Lightning Flash was instantly increased to the extreme, quickly making a side shift to avoid the tail of the Big Rock Snake, and with a string of residual shadows, it flew close to the Big Rock Snake with a backstrike splitting the back of the Big Rock Snake's neck. Backstabbing jutsu attacks on the opponent's aftermath had a power-boosting effect, and the immense pain caused the Great Rock Snake to let out a muffled roar and roll on the ground a few times in an attempt to minimize the pain. Keep up the good work and use only the cross-chop. Not good. With a shock in his heart, Isaoji shouted in a hurry as the Big Rock Snake used to dig a hole in the ground. Drill in. Boom! At Isaoji's shout, the Great Rock Snake immediately plunged headfirst into the ground, darted into the ground, and disappeared. Flying Mantis comes in with a raging crossbody slash that misses. The drilling move is pretty nasty, and Flying Mantis doesn't know tricks like Earthquake. so it can't do anything about the underground rock snake directly. Lin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Flying mantis, fly up. Don't let the great rock snake have a chance to sneak attack." The damage brought by the moment the great rock serpent rushed out of the ground using impact to hit the opponent was terrifying. Lin Xiao didn't want to let his flying mantis try out the power. Flapping his wings into the sky, the flying mantis looked at the ground vigilantly, wanting to know where the great rock snake would come out from, but the grounds were silent, without the slightest sound. Lin Xiao looked at the quiet field and suddenly shouted, "Flying mantis, use cutting rift on your bottom." Just as Lin Xiao's words fell, the great rock snake rushed out from underneath the flying mantis with a loud bang, its huge head slamming towards the flying mantis. With Lin Xiao's reminder, the flying mantis immediately used a slashing strike on the head of the great rock snake. Ow! The great rock snake let out a cry of pain and endured the severe pain and ruthlessly sent the flying mantis flying. Touch! The flying mantis landed hard on the ground, smashing a small crater out of the grass. This was the result of a huge difference in power. Although the great rock snake also received an attack, the flying mantis did more damage instead. With such an opportunity, Isaoji of course wanted to capitalize on the victory, and at that moment shouted, "Orokuman! Sacrificial strike!" The big rock snake immediately wailed and rushed straight towards the flying mantis. If it was hit, the flying mantis would have to shed its skin even if it didn't die. Lin Xiao glanced at the flying mantis that was half kneeling on the grass. Shadow split. Then evolve. SHHHH. Immediately, the flying mantis used a shadow split, and 8 flying mantises instantly appeared on the field, then nodded to Lin Xiao, slightly bending down, and his body lit up with the light of evolution. Not good. Isaoji was shocked to see the flying mantis begin to evolve and hurriedly shouted, "Orokus! Interrupt it!" Boom! The big rock snake's shear strike slammed hard into the 2 flying mantises, but unfortunately, they were both detached, and the big rock snake should have slammed hard into the ground for the huge impact, causing the ground to tremble. When the great rock snake turned around, the flying mantis had already evolved, a fiery red armor shining in the sunlight, and compared to the flying mantis, the attributes of the giant clawed mantis had also changed, becoming an insect system plus a steel system. After evolving into the giant clawed mantis, Lin Xiao had the backbone to fight against the great rock snake. The damage brought by the steel stance hitting the great rock snake was quite considerable, since it has evolved that can only be fought against. Great rock snake. Sacrificial strike. It's not that easy. The giant claw mantis is electrified and uses its alloy claws on the head of the great rock snake. Lin Xiao lightly grunted and shouted. Evolution not only changed his appearance, even the injuries he suffered in the flying mantis also dissipated a lot. The giant clawed mantis instantly erupted into a speed faster than the flying mantis, twisting his body to avoid the big rock snake's body blow, and as if the pincers with eyes were open, they glowed with white light, and fiercely knocked on the big rock snake's head. Ow! With an agonizing wail, it touched, as fell to the ground and rolled around, while its whole body made of rock. Its head was currently cracked open a bit from the attack of the alloy claws. The power was good. Lin Xiao nodded as he looked at the injury on the head of the big rock snake. Giant mantis, destroy the deathlight. And it. The 2 pincers of the giant clawed mantis opened up at once, condensing golden points of light that erupted out, and the golden column of light instantly wrapped around the great rock snake on the ground. After the light flashed, the big rock snake was lying on the ground with circles coming out of its eyes, losing its ability to fight, and the grass field should have lifted up large chunks of turf for the destruction of the deadlight, scattering it everywhere. Big rock snake is incapacitated. Giant mantis wins. The referee quickly and hastily announced the result of this match. The venue will be changed next, so please get ready. Doh! The big screen blared again, and Isamu's big rock snake turned gray with it. Needing to change venues, both Lin Xiao and Isaoji retrieved their Pokemon. The field of grass suddenly sank slowly downward, and a new rocky field slowly rose. The new field is a rocky field. Both strong sides take out the Pokemon they are using and prepare to battle. The referee looked at the 2. The Pokemon I'm using is it. Come out Hayaki. Yanji shouted as he threw his Pokeball. Seeing Isamu's Hayaki monster, the commentator immediately shouted. Isamu has used his Hayaki monster. Is he trying to move the game back? His Hayaki monster has swept through a lot of enemies. Misery is powerful. 100 change monster? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This kind of Pokemon was usually very difficult to deal with, being able to copy the opponent's appearance. But the jutsu and whatnot were all equally usable. Kind of like a simplified version of fantasy. Not being able to become as real and powerful as fantasy though is kind of a weakness. Lin Xiao took out his elf ball and threw it out shouting, Genji, you're being sued. Ha ha ha. Accompanying Genji's appearance was a horrifying laugh that would send hair down one's spine. It's been a while since I've come out to fight. What's my opponent this time? I hope the guts are bigger. Genji floated in midair, looking at Hayaki and laughing strangely while making various scary faces. Since his return, Genji had mostly been brought in his Pokeball to huff and puff, rarely coming out, and had changed his nature quite a bit, not once again going around scaring people for fun when he was outside. Heavens! Lin Zhao's player's Genji has reappeared. This talking Genji did him a lot of favors in the last quartz tournament. It's just strange that none of the later finals have Genji on the field to compete. Gung Ghost's appearance immediately let the commentator yelled, "Dare commentator this job." A lot of big competitions have to be watched carefully, lest when the time comes to report the name of the number to disgrace. Not to mention, I'm afraid that even the job will be lost. I've seen the last quartz tournament. Your Genji is very good, at least much stronger than mine. It's just that I'm curious as to why you haven't used it since you entered the finals? Youngji narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. On the contrary, it was Zhengyi who seemed to be angered by the mention of his bad past. Old me. I'm going out for a walk. What's it got to do with you? What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I'll beat your father so much that he won't even recognize you. Genji opened his mouth in a burst of cursing, making the audience laugh. This Genji is so loving and funny. Chapter 49, The Tyrannical Ari. Nima. Youngji, a face completely black, as if just East Coal Pit climbed out of the same. Shivering, obviously by the Genji to the angry. In front of tens of thousands of viewers where a small Pokemon scolded. Youngji really wanted Genji torn raw to eat, otherwise it is difficult to eliminate the hatred of the heart. Lin Xiao cried and laughed and glared at Gung Ghost. It didn't expect Gung Ghost to break into a fit of rage either, and by the time it reacted it was already too far gone to be undone. Shut the up. What kind of like you? Lin Xiao looked at Youngji apologetically with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, this guy is just this kind of nature. I'm here to apologize. After Zhengyi was given a reprimand by Lin Xiao, he bristled in aggravation and made an aggrieved face, once again causing the audience to laugh. Youngji said with a leathery smile, "It's fine." Lin Xiao had apologized, so it naturally couldn't afford to hold on to it. Crossing a glance at the aggrieved to death Zhengyi, Lin Xiao said without any good humor, "Stop pretending and get in the spirit of the match." Hey, got it, guaranteed to him over. Genji hemmed and hawed, raised his hand and shouted, "Dear ladies and gentlemen, please cheer for my appearance. Excitement awaits you all." What made Lin Xiao and Isamu laugh and cry was that the audience present actually yelled after Genji and cheered for it. Ha ha ha. Genji is so hilarious that all these viewers are dying to become its viewers. Sunday cupped the small of her back and flopped down on top of Kona with no regard for her ladylike demeanor and laughed out loud. Kona was also amused. Puff. She laughed out loud. It was the first time she had ever seen such an amusing elf. Shaking his head quite breathlessly, Isaoji shouted to Hayaki, "Hayaki, prepare for battle. Transform." Hayaki looked at Isaoji and nodded, brushing off his Genji appearance and floating in midair, looking at the 100-change monster turning into his own appearance. Genji immediately quit. Ah shucks, what kind of rotten bastard is this? How dare you turn into my master's appearance? Beware of my master beating you so much that you can't take care of yourself for the rest of your life. Lin Xiao was instantly filled with black lines. What was wrong with Zhengyi today? I've never seen it curse before. Isaoji simply ignored Genji's words or he would have pissed himself off. Centurion. Shadow Ball. The Centurion immediately sent out a black sphere flying towards Genji. Lin Xiao looked at the 100-change monster's Shadow Ball. Although he could copy the opponent's appearance and stance, but the level and stance power, these things could not be copied. His own Genji had lived for thousands of years. His strength could not be underestimated. Genji, let's use Shadow Ball as well. Obey, my sir. Gung Ghost grinned and wanted Lin Xiao to salute, instantly sending out a shadow bag that was much larger than the 100-change monster. A large and a small black sphere collided in the air, though it didn't make a sound. Though Genji's shadow sphere engulfed the Centurions quickly and continued to charge towards it. Neither Yanji nor Hayaki expected that Genji's shadow balls would be so powerful, and they froze, and Hayaki was instantly struck by the 2-in-1 shadow balls, letting out a scream and falling to the ground. Isaoji slapped his forehead in chagrin, somewhat chagrined that he actually wandered off during the battle again, and shouted somewhat anxiously, "Hayaki, are you okay?" The shadow ball did a decent amount of damage, causing the Hayaki to struggle slightly for a few moments before standing up and shaking his head at Isamu. Lin Xiao looked at this man and his pet and said, "Gung Ghost, evil wave." Gung Ghost let out a strange cry, condensed a black ball of light in his palm, and violently threw it out. The ball of light instantly dispersed, transforming into a black sea wave that swept towards the 100 changes of good behavior. Hayaki, avoid it. Looking at the incoming darkness wave, Isaoji hurriedly gave the order. Centurion flew up at once, trying to avoid the evil wave, but just as he floated up, he heard Isamu shout, "Centurion, watch your back." The uncertain Hayaki monster instantly turned its head to look, but it was greeted by a big mouth with a strange smile, and a pair of eyes glowing with red light. The power of the 100 Change Monsters jutsu was not as powerful as Genji's, and Lin Xiao thought that Yongji would definitely make the 100 Change Monster float to avoid it, so he directly made Genji fly behind it to use hypnotism. Looking at Genji's red glowing eyes, the 100 Change Monster was first startled, then his upper and lower eyes fought, followed by closing his eyes and falling from midair to the ground. Such a result made Lin Xiao smile slightly. Genji, end it, Dream Eater. After being hit by Genji's dream food, the sleeping 100 Change Monster suddenly had a sweaty forehead, rolled on the ground a few times with a face of fear, and then deactivated its transformation and lost its ability to fight with circles in both eyes. Hyaki is incapacitated, so Genji gets the win. With the referee's announcement, the big screen once again went beep. There was a sound, and once again, Isaoji's Pokemon were one short. All the handsome gentlemen and beautiful ladies sitting here, please cheer for me. Getting the victory, Genji raised his hand and shouted. The audience once again chanted for Genji, and for a while the arena became extremely lively. Everyone's reaction satisfied Genji and smugly crossed his arms and laughed. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly for a few moments as Lin Xiao blackened his face and took Genji back. You tart, come back here. Lin Xiao retrieved the Genji, and Yongji followed suit with a sigh of relief. Clearly he had been tossed around by the Genji. Retrieving the Hyaki monster, Isaoji glanced at Lin Xiao and revealed a strange smile. Then it's my turn this time. Genji, come out. Isamu's Jengo ran out with the same strange grin, but it couldn't speak. Seeing Gung Ghost, Lin Xiao could only mourn for it in the bottom of his heart. I can only count you as unlucky, but I hope you can still laugh later. Lin Xiao took the Master Ball and threw it. Yaer, it's your turn. With a flash of red light, Yaer's towering body appeared in the field. Aang, Yaer roared, an evil aura spreading from his body. Looking at Genji out of the corner of his scarlet eye, Yaer waited for the battle to begin. This is? The commentator was shocked when he saw Yaer. The challenger from Jinxin Town, player Lin Xiao, has taken out a strange Pokemon, but this Pokemon gives off a familiar feeling. But what kind of Pokemon is it? Yongji swallowed his saliva and looked at Lin Xiao incredulously. This is Lokia? But Lokia is white and blue in color. This, Lin Xiao smiled faintly. It's a Lokia, yes. It's just mutated, causing the attributes and colors to be different from the other Lokias. Since the arena had a loudspeaker, what the two said could be heard by the spectators present. And when they heard Lin Xiao formalize that this unknown Pokemon was Lokia, many stood up with glazed eyes, wanting to get a better look at it. Isaoji revealed a bitter smile. I'm really convinced that you can even take in a guy like this, and it's an evil attribute if I'm not mistaken, right? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. In the eyes of outsiders scenery, but for this guy Lin Xiao almost little life is not. Not only that, in the future, but also at any time to guard against, so as not to allay someday sudden outbreak. A moment to do themselves. With the Pokemon all set, the referee immediately shouted. Then the match begins. Isamu looked a little hesitant. The evil system's Yaer finished off the Genji, which caught him a little off guard. Yongji didn't move, so Lin Xiao had to choose to attack first. Yaer, Jet Flame. Looking at Genji with scarlet eyes, he opened his mouth and spewed out a huge stream of flames, charging towards Genji. Black flames 1 meter thick in diameter instantly rushed towards Genji, and the air began to twist and turn wherever the flames passed, showing how high the temperature of Yaer's flames was. Yaer's flames were almost as high as Genji's, and Isaoji could feel the searing heat pounding down on him from a distance, causing a few strands of his own hair to flutter in front of his forehead. This was just a random strike. If the vigor was in full swing, Isaoji didn't dare to think about it anymore, and immediately shouted, Genji, avoid it. Genji also knew that Yaer's flames were not simple, and hurriedly floated upwards trying to avoid the flames. Yaer, use the black hole. Looking at Genji floating in the air, Lin Xiao immediately said, a black hole? Most of the spectators in the room were slightly stunned. What kind of stunt was this? But soon Yaer showed it for them. Anon. Yaer roared fiercely and opened his wings, and his evil aura instantly and crazily skyrocketed, giving people the feeling that they couldn't catch their breath. With Yaer's yell, a small black hole appeared in the space above Genji, spinning as a huge tearing, attractive force swept towards Genji. Many spectators covered their mouths and looked at the small black hole in horror. Genji used all its strength to try to get out of the black hole's suction range, but no matter how it struggled, it could only watch itself being sucked over by the black hole a little bit, and then drowned in it. Gun Ghostface was drowned in the black hole without even uttering a scream, and after a few seconds, Yaer retracted his wings, the evil aura on his body fading. Without Yaer's power to support it, the small black hole instantly disappeared, and Genji fell out of the air, hanging straight on the ground, with small circles coming out of his eyes, and to the horror of the people, Genji didn't have any injuries on his body. Yaer's arrogance and dominance made the whole arena become silent without a single sound. Even the referees and commentators looked at it dumbfounded. forgetting their jobs, giving the dumbfounded referee a disdainful look. Yair looked at him irritably. I say, human, have you seen enough? Chapter 50, The Battle of the Two Fast Dragons. Being despised by a Pokemon. The referee made a big red face and immediately pronounced, so the battle between Gengai and Lokier. Since Gengai is incapacitated, Lokier wins. Retrieving the Genji, Isaoji revealed a bitter smile and took down the Pokeball dangling from his neck. I didn't expect to be almost about to be skewered by you, but the next to last battle stunner won't be so easy. Come out, my most faithful companion, Quick Dragon. Yanji's Snapdragon has been with him since he was a mini dragon, and not only do they work well together but they're also good, almost to the 10-0 level. Oh, Fast Dragon's appearance, so that the scene of the audience suddenly erupted. There are a number of times Yanji is relying on Fast Dragon to complete the sweep of the situation. The challenger blocked outside the victor's palace. To say that Yanji became the Orange League chief trainer Fast Dragon is not to be credited. Fast Dragon came out and stood quietly by Yanji's side. His naive-looking face looked at Lin Xiao in a very unfriendly way. But no matter how it changed, Fast Dragon's face still had a naive look, so that one could not feel a fierce look. Lin Xiao also took out his last elf ball and threw it out shouting, then let me see just how strong your Fast Dragon is. Come out, Fast Dragon, the final battle is yours. Bang! The giant Snapdragon just came out, and its massive size and weight made the venue shake. Woo! The giant Snapdragon blinked, glanced at Isamu's Snapdragon, and purred softly. This caused Lin Xiao to give it a puzzled look. Then he lost his smile. Could it be that Yanji's Fast Dragon was a female? Looking at the situation, this should be the case. Otherwise the giant Snapdragon would not be so amiable. Normally when two male Snapdragons meet, a thick firestorm erupts, just like the giant Snapdragon and Dr. Daiki's Snapdragon. Up until this point the two Snapdragons were each lying on their side without interfering with each other except by necessity. This was not the case with Omi's mother. Wadari's Snapdragon had almost fought a giant Snapdragon before in the dojo. So it seemed that the saying that opposites attract wasn't just for humans, it worked for Pokemon as well. But this is a fight, not a time to pick up girls. Lin Xiao slapped the back of the gigantic Fast Dragon in a good-natured manner and said, be serious, it's battle time. The giant Snapdragon nodded to Lin Xiao, signaling that he understood. The smirking eyes then changed to a serious one as he looked at Isamu and his Snapdragon. I've long wanted to have a battle with your Fast Dragon. Now I can finally realize it. Let's see whose of our Fast Dragons is stronger. Yangji looked at Lin Xiao with some excitement and cracked a smile. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Of course it's my Fast Dragon that's more powerful. You'll know soon enough. The spectators were silently watching the arena, wanting to know the spectacle of two Fast Dragons fighting. Sunday looked curiously at the giant Snapdragon and asked towards Kona. Sister Kona, do you think Uncle's Snapdragon is stronger or Isamu's? It feels like both are so strong. Kona pulled the sun hat on her head and smiled slightly. To be precise, every Snapdragon is powerful. Otherwise they wouldn't be so rare. Trainers who own Snapdragons are usually very strong. As for them, Kona glanced at the two Snapdragons for a few moments and affirmed, Lin Xiao's Snapdragon is stronger. The two Snapdragons aren't on the same level of strength. Sunday blinked in surprise. Kona-san, how did you know? Is it possible to tell just by looking at it? Then why didn't I see it? Sunday's series of questions made Kona guffaw and lose her smile. Actually that's just because you weren't paying attention. Lin Xiao's Fast Dragon strength is really strong. If you just observe more you'll be able to find out. Observation again? Sunday beamed in dissatisfaction. Is observation really that important? Kona shook her head slightly without answering, craning her head to look at the ring. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, Isaoji immediately shouted, Quick Dragon, Water Cannon, Ow! Isaoji's Fast Dragon suddenly spewed out a thick column of water rushing towards the huge Fast Dragon. Ha! Lin Xiao cracked a smile and said unhurriedly, 100,000 volts. Isaoji's eyebrows trembled as he got a bad feeling in his heart, and immediately said while the giant Quick Dragon's 100,000 volts had not been sent out. Quick Dragon, terminate the water cannon stance. Use 100,000 volts against it. Jutsu interruptions caused the Pokemon to take backlash damage, but the water cannon's backlash tightens up and Isamu's Quick Dragon recovers with a slight lurch. The two 100,000 volts then collided in the air and finally dissipated into thin air. The next two Snapdragons stared at each other and waited for the trainer's order. The first round, although there is not much intense collision, but Lin Xiao took advantage of a lot of advantages. Yongji's Fast Dragon, even if the physical strength, strong, can ultimately not be compared to the huge Fast Dragon, and also suffered the backlash of the water cannon. Quick Dragon, charge up and use Dragon Claw. The giant Snapdragon immediately rushed towards Isamu's Snapdragon, its huge right claw raised high, bubbling with white light, like Isamu's Snapdragon slapping it. Dang! Dang! Each step of the giant Fast Dragon shook the venue a little, meeting with a way that made Isaoji's heart flutter. How much weight and strength did it take to be like this? Fast dragon, steel tail meet down. As he watched the giant snapdragon fly closer, Isaoji busied himself. Oh, Yanji's snapdragon. With a low cry, his long tail lashed out at the giant snapdragon's claws without showing any weakness. The claw and tail collision immediately issued a loud bang. The clash between the claws and the tail made a loud bang, and Yanji's fast dragon was withdrawn from a long distance by the powerful impact, and retreated back again and again, while the huge fast dragon only retreated one step before twisting its body and stopping. It is now. Fast dragon. Use dragon charge. Looking at the continuously retreating fast dragon, Lin Xiao instantly shouted, "Ow!" The giant snapdragon, its body cradled in green light like a missile, rushed towards Isamu's snapdragon. The power of the giant fast dragon. Isaoji already knew from the beginning of the collision that if he was hit by the dragon's charge, his own fast dragon would definitely not fare well. At that moment, he shouted, "Don't think you can get away with it. Quick dragon, fly up with the force of falling back and avoid it." Shoo! Hearing Isamu's words, the snapdragon immediately flapped its wings and flew backwards, taking to the sky at once to avoid the huge snapdragon's attack. "You're underestimating my fast dragon too." Lin Xiao cracked a smile. If a normal fast dragon encountered such a situation, the skill freeze time alone would be long enough for it to drink a pot of water. But Lin Xiao's giant fast dragon wouldn't. Its skill freeze time was short enough to make countless pixies cry. Fast dragon, use Godspeed to catch up. With a tight pause, the giant snapdragon recovered and roared, quickly taking to the air with the bonus of divine speed and chasing after Yanji's snapdragon, tightly dropping a trail of stubble on the ground. The giant snapdragon caught up to Isamu's snapdragon in the blink of an eye. It's now. Use knockout. Lin Xiao immediately shouted, for the huge snapdragon that was catching up with him in a hurry. Isamu's snapdragon was slightly stunned before the huge snapdragon slapped him on the head. Isaoji's fast dragon suddenly wailed and fell out of the air. Use freeze ray next. How is this possible? How is it possible to have the speed of this block? The skill stalemate time is almost non-existent. Isaoji dumbfounded looking at the huge fast dragon. An incredible look. How can not believe the scene that happened in front of him? And the huge fast dragon also learned the Godspeed. This is like a plug-in stance. Godspeed stance so fast dragon can learn, but learned very few. And Yangji's fast dragon obviously has not yet reached this level. Luckily, Crypto's wail woke him up, and Isaoji winced and shouted, "Crypto, destroy Deathlight." Forcing back the roar and pain in his head, Isaoji's snapdragon quickly twisted his body in the air and used the destructive Deathlight against the giant snapdragon's freeze ray. The collision of two very different energies immediately exploded in the air, and the huge impact from the explosion caused the huge fast dragon to fall back quite a bit, without a chance to pursue. Yanji's snapdragon landed on the field, panting heavily. From the most open water cannons, it was practically pressed by the giant snapdragon, not giving a single chance to catch its breath. Thud! The giant snapdragon flapped its wings and landed in front of Lin Xiao, quietly looking at Yangji's snapdragon. How is this possible? Doesn't this guy usually have a naive appearance? How could he explode with such a powerful strength? Thinking about the huge dragon that had been chasing Tiny everywhere, smiling at all times, and now looking at this series of attacks that the huge fast dragon had erupted, the contrast between before and after made Sunday a bit unable to react. Although in the quartz competition also saw the huge fast dragon fight, but at that time the opponent is relatively weak, almost one or two hits to deal with. Now Shengyi is still the first time to see the huge fast dragon full outburst. Kona smiled slightly and rubbed Sunday's hair. Why is it impossible? Otherwise, do you think that it could occupy such an important place among Lin Xiao's Pokemon without great strength? Thinking of the scene where he had used it to sweep his uncle 1-on-3 on Red Lotus Island, Kona couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Lin Xiao's Pokemon all had strong potential, and as long as he was given time, he would definitely grow into an existence that everyone else would need to look up to. Patting the Crypto Dragon's neck, Yangji smiled faintly and said, "I wonder if you can help me train my Crypto Dragon in the future. I also want it to be as strong as you." Of course this was said to the giant fast dragon, not to Lin Xiao. The giant snapdragon looked at Lin Xiao without saying anything. Lin Xiao nodded to it and said to Yangji, "I'll be traveling to the Chengdu area next, while this guy will stay at home, so you can come over anytime." Chapter 51, Victory. "I'll thank you in advance then. I'm afraid I'll be adding a lot of trouble for you when the time comes," Yangji said with a slight smile. Lin Xiao casually waved his hand and laughed. "There's nothing to trouble us. Let's just end this battle first." Isaoji nodded and looked at his Quick Dragon. "I'm not an opponent, but I can't show weakness. Quick Dragon use Frozen Ray." Well, Isatsuji's Snapdragon let out a low cry. His forehead Del tentacles suddenly lit up with blue light, firing out rays of freezing light towards the giant Snapdragon. The ground where the rays of freezing light passed through was flooded with a layer of ice slag. "Fast Dragon, use 100. 000 volt to greet. Lin Xiao glanced at the frozen rays of light emitted by Yanji's crypto dragon and shouted to the giant crypto dragon. Z, huge fast dragon flying cohesion of up to 100,000 volts, towards the frozen ray rushed. 2 Since the opposite ability in the air collision, mutual devour each other. In the blink of an eye there is a violent big explosion. Basically except for the same attribute jutsu can be compatible. Other different attribute jutsu collision will be an explosion, and the extent of the explosion depends on the size of the power of the jutsu. The shock from the explosion caused the giant snapdragon to recover with a slight lurch, while Yanji's snapdragon took several steps back. Every second of slackness from the opponent was the best time to attack, and as early as when the giant fast dragon had only stabilized its body, Lin Xiao shouted, "Fast dragon, it's now! Use divine speed once more! Charge up and use Dragon Claw." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's command, the huge fast dragon roared and rushed towards Yangji's fast dragon under the impetus of divine speed, leaving a string of residual shadows in its place. Not only is divine speed coming with super speed, but should it be too fast for that, it also gives a bonus to giant fast dragon's power, which will do even more damage using Dragon Claw coming with it. Seeing the huge fast dragon leaving a trail of stubble and rapidly reappearing towards his own fast dragon, even though it wasn't the first time he had seen the speed of a huge fast dragon, Isaoji was still shocked in his heart and anxiously said, "Fast dragon, use blister on the ground. Use the force of the impact to fly up and avoid it." The dragon's charge in front of him pounced. How could the huge fast dragon let Isaoji's fast dragon run away again? Slightly flapping its wings, letting itself take off in the air, the huge dragon claws that shone with white light, ruthlessly grabbing Isaoji's fast dragon on its back. Isamu's fast dragon had just utilized the water bubble recoil to fly up a little bit, but he didn't expect the huge fast dragon to start to take off as well. But it was too late to dodge, so he could only watch as the huge fast dragon's claws imprinted on his own back. The dragon's claws made contact with its back with a muffled sound. With a muffled sound, Yangji's fast dragon immediately let out a loud and clear wail. Intense pain coming from its back, constantly attacking its nervous system, making it unable to stop itself from screaming out. With an agonizingly proud scream, Isamu's fast dragon fell hard towards the ground directly from midair, smashing a large crater into the grounds, which shook with it. If it were a normal Pokemon, it would definitely have lost its ability to fight long ago, but Fast Dragon didn't, and its super strength made it more resistant to fights, and the battle lasted longer. Lin Xiao of course didn't want to drink Yangji's Fast Dragon and then continue to keep playing it non-stop, and immediately shouted to the huge Fast Dragon in the half-open, "Fast Dragon, Tarzan pressure." The huge Fast Dragon nodded, then flew towards the ground in a hurry, wanting to utilize the rapid descending force to enhance the power of the Tarzan's pressure. At this point, Isamu's Snapdragon was still struggling to get up in the large pit, but the giant Snapdragon would not give it such a chance, and in close proximity to the ground suited to quickly turn his body and sit down hard. Yanji's Fast Dragon has not yet climbed up. Was a huge happy Tarzan sitting? 5 meters weight 800 kilograms plus rapid landing impact, directly let Yanji's Fast Dragon once again lying in a big pit, sinking inward quite a lot. Tarzan's press brought up quite a lot of smoke, obscuring the crowd's vision. Soon the smoke slowly dispersed. The huge Fast Dragon left the big pit. What surprised Lin Xiao was that Yangji's Fast Dragon hadn't even lost its ability to fight, worthy of being a quasi-god level Pokemon, not to mention that this physical strength and resistance to fighting alone would be able to crush a large number of Pokemon. Looking at the Fast Dragon in the pit that was still trying to continue struggling to stand up, Lin Xiao slightly shook his head and shouted, "Final Frozen Ray, end it." Isaoji was dumbfounded and lost in thought as he looked at the huge Snapdragon in the field. Is this the strength of a Snapdragon? No wonder brother said he could go toe-to-toe with his own Snapdragon. It really is too powerful. Although he heard Lin Xiao tell the giant Fast Dragon to use the Frozen Ray, but Yangji didn't give the order because it was impossible for him to fight this kind of time even if he told the Fast Dragon to dodge away. Click, click, click. Isamu's Fast Dragon doubled the huge Fast Dragon's Frozen Light Frozen, turned into a big pile of ice. And this battle can only end like this. Suffered numerous injuries, can't talk about the ice to break open the Fast Dragon is basically the same as has lost the ability to fight. The referee looks at Isaoji and wants to know what he thinks. Isaoji clenched his fists somewhat reluctantly, then sighed, loosened his fists that had become a bit pale from clenching too hard, and shouted, "I lost." Yanji, who had been swept by Lin Xiao, was a bit demoralized as he put away the Quick Dragon, which was still in the ice, because in the Elf Ball, the Quick Dragon's ice would soon melt, helplessly revealing a meaning bitter smile. Yangji looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Congratulations on your victory. You're a lot stronger than you were at the quartz assembly, but I'll try my best to catch up with you. This is the first time I've ever lost like this miserably. I'll give it back to you in the future." Lin Xiao loosened his shoulders for the so-called and grinned. "I'm always waiting. but I'm afraid you won't have such a chance. The battle was over and the referee immediately announced, "This Orange League Challenge competition is won by player Lin Xiao of Jinxing Town. Everyone bless him." Although it was a bit uncomfortable, the audience present still gave Lin Xiao a round of applause. After shaking hands with Yanji and saying goodbye, Lin Xiao was led by the staff to the winner's palace, where the Orange League would take pictures of Lin Xiao's Pokemon for this exhibition along with himself, imprinting footprints to be left in this winner's palace, which would also document the time of the challenge and whatnot. Taking pictures is a bit of a pain in the ass, but it's still relatively manageable. The giant snapdragon, Yaar, and Tyrannosaurus are so big. It's a good thing that the Tyrannosaurus is fastidiously plopped down on the ground to take pictures while the pictures are fastidiously compressed a bit, but trying to print the footprints was difficult. Still, those three big guys were too huge and made the staff's head spin, but it was best to choose to print them just like the photos then compress them to make them look smaller. However, next to the footprints the staff made a point of indicating the type of Pokemon, size, height and whatnot for Lin Xiao, so that no one would misrecognize them in the future. This was the first time that such treatment had been given in the winner's palace. Afterwards, after everything was done, the powers that be of the Orange Alliance also asked Lin Xiao if he wanted to be the chief trainer of the Orange Alliance, in which a lot of preferential policies were opened. However, Lin Xiao immediately refused. He still had to travel around and roam every part of this world. There was no way he could be the chief trainer of the Orange Alliance, and Lin Xiao couldn't see this position. After the battle, Isamu chose to resign from his position as chief trainer, intending to continue traveling as Lin Xiao did. From this battle with Lin Xiao he learned that he still had a lot of shortcomings, but the first stop on the trip was Lin Xiao's Dragon Dojo. He wanted Lin Xiao's huge fast dragon to his own fast dragon to help train is not a joke. Originally this kind of thing to find the fairy can, but do not know that these two brothers is to make what conflict. Since childhood the relationship is not very good, in addition to the necessity of almost not much contact. When Lin Xiao came out from the victor's palace to meet up with the two women, Sunday was very excited and flew over from afar, hanging on to Lin Xiao like an octopus. "Uncle, fantastic, the battle was great, straight up sweeping the opponent. You were in was amazing." Saying that, he even gave Lin Xiao a fragrant bite on his face and said with a smile, "This is a reward for you." Oh, Lin Xiao lost his smile and touched her head. "Come down quickly, so many people are watching." Because of today's battle, it resulted in the residents of the island basically recognizing Lin Xiao now, and many of them smiled and shook their hands in greeting towards Lin Xiao. Sunday pouted her little mouth and grunted lightly, but she still obediently got off of Lin Xiao and pulled on his arm without letting go. "Compared to the last time we met, there's a lot of progress. It won't take long for this to continue. Sister won't be a match for you." Kona smiled faintly and praised Lin Xiao for a moment. Sunday waited and looked at the two with wide eyes. Couldn't believe that the two dared to do this on the street. Lin Xiao and Kona's relationship turned into a male-female relationship. Sunday had known this for a long time. Also knew that Lin Xiao sent the frozen bird to Kona, but the little girl was not jealous. She did not like to fight, so she did not pursue the Pokemon. Lian Long, waiting for Kona before gasping for aroma, letting go of Lin Xiao. Flirtatious, charming smile, "This is a reward from sister to you." Oh, Sunday, who felt that she was at a bit of a disadvantage, immediately pulled at Lin Xiao and wouldn't let go. "I want it too," touching his lips that still retained the scent that Kona carried. Lin Xiao looked at Sunday breathlessly. "Stop it, a passionate kiss in the street, is that interesting? We still have to." Well, Sunday didn't care about Lin Xiao's words, directly hanging over him and blocking Lin Xiao's big mouth with her own cherry lips, stuffing his words back into her stomach. Chapter 52, Return to Jinxing Town. Returning to the hotel, the three of them immediately began to celebrate, during which Lin Xiao was shut down by the two women for quite a bit of wine, but nothing happened during that time to take a step forward in the relationship. The next day Lin Xiao forced himself to endure the bad reaction of headache and wanting to vomit brought about by the hangover and got up early for the airfare. Since there was no direct flight to Jinxing Town here, Lin Xiao and the three of them had to travel to Daikon Island first, and then make a flying boat to Jinxing Town from Daikon Island. After booking a 10 o'clock flight, Lin Xiao looked at the time and saw that it was only 7 o'clock, so he ate breakfast on the street and brought it for the two women in the meantime. By the time Lin Xiao returned to the hotel, Kona and Sunday were still cuddling together, sleeping through the night. "Wake up and get ready early for your 10 a.m. flight this morning. Hurry up and get up and wash and eat." Lin Xiao didn't have the good sense to pull on his life and shout at the two women to get up. Under Lin Xiao's ruse of pulling the covers, the two women opened their eyes in a daze and sat up. Looking at it, the time was already 8 o'clock. The two of them hurriedly jumped down from the bed, ready to wash up, in which Kona suddenly remembered something before walking into the bathroom and turned around to give Lin Xiao a good morning kiss. "Ah shucks, ah shucks, Kona-san, go wash up. It smells so bad," with a mouthful of alcohol. Looking at Lin Xiao, who was frowning and sticking out his tongue and head complaining, Kona hammed and hawed and drilled into the bathroom with a pleasant laugh. Since the relationship with Lin Xiao was established, Kona turned into an ordinary woman, learned to stay in bed. Every day Lin Xiao would not get up by himself without uncovering the quilt and shouting, which made Lin Xiao couldn't help but spit out. Could it be that women in love would all undergo a transformation? When the two women finished washing up and ate the breakfast that Lin Xiao brought back, it was already 9 o'clock, and they carried their long-packed luggage towards the airport. Getting on the plane, Sunday was slightly excited. Finally I can go home. After 2 months of drifting in the ocean, I've long been crooked and tired of it. My skin is quite tanned by the sun. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and turned to look at Kona and Sunday, who were sitting in the back row. It's not that fast. We have to rest for a night when we arrive at Daikan Island today, and there's no flying boat to Jinshin Town until tomorrow morning, so we won't be able to get home until tomorrow night at the earliest. But it's not very safe to travel by night, and the road from Jinshin Town to the house is all rugged and mountainous, so I'd suggest staying at Grandpa's place for the night and going back on the third morning. What do you guys think? Yawning lazily, Kona casually waved her hand. Just look after yourself. My sister needs to catch up on her sleep. Lack of sleep will cause the skin to turn yellow and flabby. After saying that, Kona was about to put on her eye mask and prepare to sleep. Lin Xiao unkindly glanced twice at Kona's proudly huge size and said with a bad smile, could it be like this there too? Kona slightly froze and looked at the two big white rabbits that she was most satisfied with. Then her alabaster-like little face flushed with a hint of redness, and she slapped Lin Xiao without any good sense and said angrily, there is not a single good word in your mouth full of good words. How could something like that happen to your sister? After saying that, he threw Lin Xiao a windy, affectionate blank stare, put on the blindfold, and prepared to sleep. Throwing Lin Xiao the same blank stare as Kona, Sunday also put on her blindfold, shrunk her body and leaned on Kona's shoulder, intending to sleep. Lin Xiao, who was ignored, had to follow their example and lean back and sleep. Although the ride on the giant fast dragon was no slower than an airplane, it didn't feel good to fly for too long on the back of a giant happy, and why go through that kind of trouble when you were already ready to go home? At 10 o'clock, the airplane took off on time, heading towards the first stop that Lin Xiao and the others had come to, the Orange Islands, Daikan Island. After soaring up into the clouds to reach a sufficient altitude, the airplane suddenly picked up speed, and in just 2 hours, it arrived at Daikan Island. At the sound of the airplane's cue, Lin Xiao woke up at once and yawned, waking up the two sleeping women. The two who had been woken up by Lin Xiao straightened up their attire, and the airplane was already firmly parked on Daikan Island. Leaving the airfield and finding a hotel to stay in, Lin Xiao first went to book his flight boat ticket to Jinshin Town tomorrow, then wandered over to the Inner Wood Institute. The one who opened the door for Lin Xiao was Dr. Naki. Dr. Naki was surprised to see Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you're back so soon? Have you already finished challenging the Orange Alliance? Afterward, he opened his body sideways to let Lin Xiao in. I finished yesterday, and I'm ready to go back to Zenith now, but the flying boat doesn't leave until tomorrow morning, so I came to the doctor to check it out. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and walked into the Inner Wood Institute, but 2 seconds later, the smile on his face disappeared. At this point, the Naki Research Institute was back to being the same mess it had been when it first arrived. Trash all over the floor, piled up high, a big push of unwashed bowls and plates from dinner on the table, dirty clothes thrown everywhere there, but for once there was no hood hanging from the electric light anymore. A corrupt odor instantly invaded Lin Xiao's nostrils, causing Lin Xiao to almost be unable to hold back from vomiting. Covering his nose and letting out a bitter laugh, Lin Xiao looked at Dr. Uchimaki speechlessly. Doctor, how did you have become like this here? It's bad for your body to work in such an environment. Didn't I hear Xiaoxi say that Kong stayed here? Dr. Uchimaki blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. I don't really care about anything else because I'm so focused on my research. Picking up the dirty clothes on the floor and dropping them on the sofa, Dr. Naki turned his head and said, Kong left a month ago. Otherwise the institute wouldn't be in such a mess. So feel free to sit down. Looking at the surroundings, there were really difficult places to sit down. Lin Xiao had to chat casually with Dr. Naki and left in a hurry. This place was really too torturous. I don't know how Dr. Naki and the three Glasses sisters managed to hold on. Running out of the Inner Wood Institute, Lin Xiao was greatly relieved. It was just too terrifying. Looking at Lin Xiao, who fled in a hurry, Dr. Uchimaki looked at his back with a pitying face and said regretfully, I was going to ask him to help clean up and make a dinner in the meantime, but unfortunately, he just ran away like that, so it seems like we only have to eat casually again in the evening. After saying that, Dr. Uchimaki shook his head in disappointment and closed the door to continue his own research. Returning to the hotel, Lin Xiao told the encounter, which immediately caused the two women to laugh. Boarding the next day's flying ship, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at Jinshin Town near nighttime, so the three of them went to the Daiki Research Institute to rest for the night and go back the next day. As they had said earlier, Dr. Oki was delighted by the trio's arrival. and his wrinkled old face was beaming all night. 2 months have not seen Lin Xiao to see Dr. Dejai is also very happy. Master and grandchildren chat until very late at night, but during the period cannot avoid being Dr. Dejai reprimanded. Knowing that the reasoning of Lin Xiao can only harden their heads, to be reprimanded. Driving the car from Dr. Oki's place back to the manor, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Finally back after 2 months. Looking at the entrance to the valley, the Pokemon Center, the police station, and the dojo had all been constructed and were several times larger than they had been in Rainbow City. Seeing Lin Xiao return from his trip, both Joey and Junsa smiled and greeted him. For Joey and Junsa's greetings, Lin Xiao smiled and responded to each one of them. It was inevitable that he would need the help of others for his own family and the dojo, and it was a must to keep the relationships in order. Walking down the highway into the dojo and watching, there were now trainers who had come to the door one after another to challenge them, but those who fought head-on to get their badges still hadn't appeared, and Kotomine was doing special training for these trainers. Leaving the dojo, leaving school couldn't wait to run towards the villa. The place where the dojo was located wasn't far from Lin Xiao's villa, just 2 minutes away. Seeing the returning Lin Xiao, Huazi immediately put down the work in her hands and happily ran forward to hug him. Choking on her words, smiling and cupping Huazi's face, Lin Xiao tenderly helped her pull a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. Lin Xiao used his hand to gently caress Huazi's smooth and tender face and apologized. I'm sorry for causing you guys to worry the time before. It's hard to hold a home inside and out all the time, right? Being kissed by Lin Xiao in front of Kona and Sunday, Huazi's face was instantly colored with a reddish hue. Leaning her head against his embrace, shaking her head, and softly saying, it's not hard at all. Looking at the intimate pair, Kona and Sunday didn't bother them. Sunday pulled Kona up to the second floor and showed her room, then showed Kona the villa and let Kona pick her room. After being intimate with Huazi for a while, Lin Xiao took her hand and walked towards the second floor. Lin Xiao, Mei is back and of course she knows about you adding sisters to her during the time she was no longer there, so be careful yourself later. As he walked up the stairs, Huazi smiled and reminded Lin Xiao to prepare himself mentally. Lin Xiao knew that the news was slightly stunned, not expecting Mei to come back so soon, because Mei had said that she had to study at home for a year before she could come out. Sure enough, just as he walked up to the second floor, Lin Xiao saw Natsi, who was leaning on the sofa with a big belly and a smiling face, and by Natsi's side, Mei was glaring at him with a puffed-up bun face. Lin Xiao scratched his head in some embarrassment and stood in place with his heart in a state of confusion. Mei's stern little face didn't last long, and in the blink of an eye, she darted towards Lin Xiao, who subconsciously reached out to hug her, seemingly to vent her dissatisfaction. Mei bit hard on Lin Xiao's chest, front and cried out, you bad guy, the front made me worried to death and cried for days, you have to compensate me. Oh, Lin Xiao hugged Mei and patted her slightly trembling, shaking back to let her vent. After crying for a while, Mei relaxed and glanced at Lin Xiao in dissatisfaction. Don't hurry up and come in, or else my sisters will think I'm petty. I knew about it when you ate Sister Nachi. I just didn't think that you would actually find me so many sisters. Luckily Sister Sunday called me every day to report your whereabouts. After saying that Miko showed a look like you were exposed a long time ago, making Wacko and Natsi cover their mouths and laugh lightly. Hearing Mei's words, Lin Xiao instantly laughed bitterly. The feeling that he had a secret agent planted by his side to make a report at any time? Chapter 53, Headaches. But with Sunday's report it wasn't so bad. At least it spared Lin Xiao from having to explain to Mei again. And when Sunday and Kona came back, Lin Xiao introduced Kona to a few girls. At that moment, a humanoid elf walked through the living room carrying a teapot and teacups and poured tea for the crowd. Pink hair, pink sandwiched with a long white dress. Lin Xiao froze as he looked at this Shanado and said in shock, it's Lalu Lass? Salad. Sanido poured Lin Xiao a cup of tea, squinting happily as she handed him the cup. Taking a sip of her sour plum soup, Nazi smiled slightly. Who else would it be but Larula's? Can't you even recognize your own Pokemon? Ever since she got pregnant, Nazi had gotten into that stuff. It seemed like every pregnant woman preferred sour food. Ahem. Coughing awkwardly twice, Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed as he took the cup of tea handed by Sanido. It's not that it's changed too much. I didn't recognize it for a moment. But how did it evolve so fast? Did you give it special training? Lin Xiao glanced at Nachi with some doubt. Yes, it's inconvenient to do anything with a big belly. So I did the training for Lalula's. And my superpowers can help superpower Pokemon evolve, don't you know? Nats gently stroked her rounded stomach, somewhat helplessly. Putting down the teacup, Lin Xiao apologized and took Nachi's hand, saying softly, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Don't be so melodramatic, okay? Natsi snapped, slapping Lin Xiao. Mei-san will be going back tomorrow. We have to celebrate for her to be able to do so. Rin froze slightly and stared at Miko with wide eyes. Leaving again? Miko aggravatedly pouted her little mouth and complained. You think I want to? I took a leave of absence when I came out this time. Mom wants me to study at home for a year, but I'm serious. I'm afraid I can't accompany you on the next trip. The thought of being pressurized by her mother to study at home filled Miko's stomach, and watery tears welled up in her eyes. Okay, why make it like this on the day we all meet? You too, Miko. Who made you want to participate in the gorgeous contest? It's only weird if you don't get locked up in your house and study. Let's celebrate today. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Hanako hastily clapped her hands to divert everyone's attention. Nasi took Miko's small hand and comforted her softly, immediately agreeing when she heard Hanako's words. Depending on what bad things came to mind, Nashi's willow eyebrows slightly raised as she glanced at Lin Xiao. But before that, there are two things that you need to take care of first. It's not good for us to intervene as a woman's family. Lin Xiao inexplicably looked at Natsu. What had to be dealt with by himself? The first thing is that Big Mimi's mother, Fast Dragon, is pregnant. Lin Xiao looked at the several women and asked suspiciously. This is a good thing. What do I need to deal with? Because it's pregnant news spread out cause there are 2 uninvited guests. Run to surround it around. Uncle Daijai also, even if. But the other one, said Natsu a bit dissatisfied. Lin Xiao is not at home. They are not good to deal with this. The other person didn't even have to think about it, was definitely the dragon envoy Wataru. Among the people Lin Xiao knew, the ones who were most excited to know that the giant fast dragon had a child were none other than Oki Yukijo and Wataru, the 2 guys who used the dragon Pokemon. And apart from them, Lin Xiao couldn't think of anyone else. Wataru helped Lin Xiao a lot of favor. Daijai Shuecheng not to mention. Pulling around now, a few women still have relatives with him. Losing his smile and shaking his head, Lin Xiao laughed. I know. I'll take care of it. But what's the other thing? Lin Xiao asked. And Hanako, who took care of the Pokemon's daily lives, immediately said, this, I can't really explain it. You can see for yourself later. It's Banjira and Yukira's problem. Banjira and Yukira? Lin Xiao was startled in his heart and said urgently, what went wrong with them? Seeing that Hanako and Natsu were in a difficult situation, Lin Xiao immediately drew his legs and ran towards the flowers and garden, where all the Pokemon were except for the ones in the small lake. Hanako also followed Lin Xiao and ran out together. After all, she was the one who took care of the Pokemon, so it was good to explain if there were any questions. Sunday and Kona originally wanted to go along as well, but Natsu gestured for them to stay. Let's just get to work on preparing for the dinner tonight. Banjira is Lin Xiao's heart, so it's only natural that he would be like this, and it's not that big of a deal. It's fine to have him and Hanako there, said Natsu as she tried to get up and get ready with a few of the women, but was immediately pressed back onto the couch by Kona. Don't get busy with a big belly. We'll just take care of those things. You're going to start focusing on the caretakers now. At Kona's words, both Sunday and Miko nodded their heads in unison in agreement, and even Sanato, who was clearing the table, nodded along. So at the insistence of a few of the women, Nazi had to smile bitterly and continue to rest on the couch, letting them run the show. Before even arriving at the flower garden, Lin Xiao saw a high tornado roll up in the sandy area next to the flower garden. That piece of sandy area was specially made by Lin Xiao for Banjira and the little Geoducks for them to do training. After getting close to the sand, Lin Xiao saw clearly what was going on. Banjira stood silently in the middle of the sand, launching a sandstorm to roll up a huge sand tornado, and beside Banjira, a small Yukira was gritting its teeth, its body slightly trembling and struggling to hold on, and it seemed that Yukira's weak body would be swept away at any time. And on the outskirts of the tornado, 2 small Geoducks stood there to be baptized by the sandstorm. Hanako followed up and said softly, that's the problem I was talking about. Bankiara won't allow us to touch Yukira. It's in charge of all the training diets, and it won't let us go near the sand at all, except for letting us bring Yukira to the Pokemon Center every afternoon for treatment. One day, Ming saw that Yukira was working too hard leaving it at the Pokemon Center without bringing it back, and as a result, Banjira almost demolished the Pokemon Center. Just as Hanako was solving Lin Xiao's puzzle, Yukira accidentally fell to the ground and was swept in by the tornado, spinning around a few times before falling off, a bruised Yukira struggling on the ground. Then, surprisingly, instead of stopping, Banjira increased the power of the sand tornado and growled angrily at Yukira. At Banjira's roar, Yukira stood up with a slight shudder and continued to be trained by Banjira. Banjira, stop it. Yukira is still too young to withstand such training. Looking at the struggling Yukira, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shout out, Ben? Hearing Lin Xiao's voice, Banjira looked at him happily. However, Lin Xiao's words were immediately rejected by Banjira. After shaking her head at Lin Xiao, she continued to urge Yukira to keep up with her footsteps, while it itself walked around with the sandstorm tornado, and the little Yukira followed and moved slowly when she heard her mother's urging. or else the consequence would be to be swept up in it again. This is still the first time Banjira rejected Lin Xiao. In the past, Lin Xiao's various commands Banjira did as they were told without hesitation, including just giving birth to Yukira. Lin Xiao took the egg away, Banjira just pitifully followed him, and at this time Banjira actually refused. Lin Xiao, who was rejected, shook his head with a bitter smile. Why was Bankiara so attached to Yukira's training? Because it wants its children to become stronger than itself. Don't look like Yukira is suffering right now, but growing up in this kind of training environment, the strength is absolutely amazing. Just as Lin Xiao was still agonizing, Arnold's voice came out from the master ball. My father trained me the same way since I was a child. It was sad at the time. Why was I the only one who suffered such treatment? But only after I grew up did I realize my father's hard work. Lin Xiao, you have to be sympathetic to Banjira, and it won't listen to you to stop training Yukira at this time. Don't worry, children are always the heart of their parents. Yukira will be fine. Sometimes the feelings between pixies were beyond human comprehension. But with Arnold saying that Lin Xiao had to put down his discouragement of Banjira, when they saw Lin Xiao return, the two little earth dragons immediately put down their training and ran to his side, circling around him, helplessly patting the two little ones on the head. Lin Xiao comforted. Okay, I miss you guys too. Everyone come to the flower garden. We have many more new companions. Saying that, Lin Xiao took the two little geoducks and Hanako with him towards the flower garden. And when they came to the flower garden, the little elves all gathered around and called out happily. Lin Xiao smiled and released the little elves that he was carrying on his body so that they could recognize each other and get familiar with each other. The huge snapdragon had just come out. Lin Xiao told it about the mother snapdragon's pregnancy. The huge snapdragon that was about to become a father was very happy, tilting its head up to the sky and letting out a loud and clear dragon's roar. And at the lowering of the small lake, a dragon's roar immediately came in response to it. Knowing the mother snapdragon's location, the huge snapdragon immediately flew over. In fact, snapdragons have always lived in water, and their nests are constructed in water. With their newly added companions, the Pokemon all introduced themselves to each other, though Yair was a bit sullen and stood alone. This made Lin Xiao helpless, so he had to instruct Flowery to go and bring Little, who was playing in the villa, over. Just like Lin Xiao, Yair also loved Little, and believed that with Little as a little rascal, Yair would also integrate into the big family. Just brought Little back to let it play with everyone when the small lake that changed suddenly came the roar of the huge fast dragon. It was also laced with the panicked voices of Watari and Oki Yukijo. Damn asshole, I told you to just look at it from a distance. When are you going to break that research habit of yours? Having to look at other people's nests makes other people's husbands mad. Can't I help it? Hurry up and run, Watari. Our Pokemon are still in the Pokemon Center. Why is this Lin Xiao suddenly back? This guy is so scary when he gets angry. Holy, Lao Mu, how could you push me? Watari, who had been pushed and knocked down by Uki Yukijo, was electrocuted by the giant fast dragon, and immediately let out a pig-killing scream. Chapter 54, The End of Orange. After stopping the huge fast dragon and letting it go back, Lin Xiao carried Watari, who was covered in black smoke, back to the villa. Throwing Wataru onto the living room sofa, Lin Xiao looked at the two of them with tears and laughter. I say, Mr. Wataru, Uncle Oki, what are you doing? Don't you know that Pokemon are prone to rage when they're in labor? How dare you guys sneak into a fast dragon's lair? With a face of embarrassment, Oki Yukijo rubbed his hands together in embarrassment and laughed dryly. That one was an accident. A pure accident. It took a good half a second for Watari on the couch to snap out of the paralyzing sensation, and grabbed Oki Yukijo by the neck and said angrily, Bastard, how dare you ask me to be the one to take the fall? Do you know what it's like to be hit by an electric shock? I rub. So numb. Looking at the two people who were twisted into a ball, Lin Xiao's corner of his eye twitched viciously for a few moments and shouted, Stop. At Lin Xiao's shout, Oki Yukijo and Watari immediately stopped and looked at Lin Xiao for an unknown reason. Shaking his head breathlessly, Lin Xiao sighed and said, I say, if you guys aren't busy with your own business, what are you doing here at my place? Although he already knew the purpose of the two, it was better to ask about this kind of thing. Watari was a bit speechless and did not know what to say. After all, his relationship with Lin Xiao was still only average. Breathlessly pushing Wataru away, Oki Yukijo coughed and looked at Lin Xiao. We then, old man, that you heard that ultra-ancient crypto dragon of yours had an offspring, so we rushed straight over here. As you know, Watari and I both use dragon Pokemon. We have been reluctant to add more companions for so many years because of this reason. I'm not going to lie, I can't even come up with 6 Pokemon right now, and when we retired back then many of our partners chose to leave. So Watari and I would like for you to give us that Snapdragon's offspring to raise. Lin Xiao didn't reply immediately and sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and smoking it, pondering. Wataru and Oki Yukijo didn't press the issue and looked at him quietly, waiting for a reply. finishing a cigarette. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and shoved the butt into the ashtray to extinguish it. I don't have a problem with that. After all, I have enough dragon Pokemon around me. But you guys have to get recognized by the fast dragons before you can do so. And that's something I can't help with. But how should you two split it? Lin Xiao did have more Pokemon around him now. Especially when traveling, when carrying Pokemon would be a problem. Originally Lin Xiao planned to follow up on his travels and would not choose to continue to take in Pokemon unless they had very good qualifications. In addition to the relationship with the Oki family, making it difficult for Lin Xiao to refuse, Lin Xiao had repeatedly wanted to return the fast dragon to Dr. Oki, but every time was met with the old man's angry scolding, which made Lin Xiao's heart has always had a lump in his heart. Xiaomao as a biological grandson did not have a share. Yuan adopted instead, but also got it. Luckily, neither Shigeru nor Oki Yukijo were calculating people, otherwise the Oki family would have been in an uproar a long time ago. Now the Dagwood Snow City had personally come to his door to make such a request. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't refuse. If it was in the past, Oki Xuechang would never have made such a request, but as Lin Xiao's strength gradually became stronger and there were more and more powerful Pokemon around him, the heart to take in and retrain Pokemon gradually faded. A person's energy was limited, and it was impossible for every single Pokemon to be personally raised and trained. Lin Xiao agreed and Oki Xuechang was so excited that he immediately stood up and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder without saying anything. I'll go and get busy first. You two take your time to discuss. Because of the dinner party, Lin Xiao didn't chat much with them, but how the two resolved the distribution issue was their business. Besides, with the two's behavior today, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to gain the trust of the giant Snapdragon. By nightfall, after Lin Xiao dropped Yukara off at the Pokemon Center, he noticed that Watari had already left, and it seemed that the two had already made their choice. Oki Xuechang even pulled Lin Xiao to ask about the hobbies of the giant Snapdragon. In order to get the baby dragon, you need to get the giant Snapdragon's approval first, but now the giant Snapdragon has been offended. To be honest, apart from eating, Lin Xiao didn't really know what things the giant fast dragon liked, and so Deijai Xuechang lived in Lin Xiao's manor again. Although every time he went forward to exchange feelings he was thrown out by the giant fast dragon, but Deijai Xuechang never gave up. This matter Lin Xiao just turned a blind eye, closed one eye, right as if he didn't see it. On the second day of Lin Xiao's return, Mei went back to issue, but the little girl left a gift for Lin Xiao, a small elf, one of the 3 ibis that were collected in the wild far away. Mei left the one that evolved into an ice elf and asked Lin Xiao to make sure to take it with him on the road. It was a full week after Lin Xiao came back that Xiaoji slowly returned from the Orange Islands, by which time Lin Xiao was all set to head to the Chengdu region. You have to call back every day to check in. You can't act like you did when you traveled to the Orange Islands, you know? Natsu straightened Lin Xiao's tie and said softly. Hanako, on the other hand, was helping Lin Xiao to organize his luggage, and it was still Kona and Sunday who accompanied Lin Xiao on this trip. By the way, have you thought about taking those Pokemon out? Finishing up Lin Xiao's clothes, Natsu inclined her head and asked. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, gently stroking Natsu's growing belly with his hand. Already thought of it, but instead you should be more careful at home, and listen to Hanako more when something happens. She's the one who's been there and knows more, okay? Aha, Nats dutifully nodded, signaling that she understood. Taking the luggage that Hanako had organized, Lin Xiao hurriedly left the manor with Kona Sunday. Under the tenderness of Hanako and Natsu, Lin Xiao was afraid that he couldn't help but turn around and go back. Driving the car to the Oki Research Institute, Lin Xiao took a detour to come here because Dr. Oki asked Lin Xiao to bring the GS ball that he brought from the Orange Islands to Chengdu to show it to the steel master who made the elf ball. Moreover, the new generation of iconography had already been developed, so Lin Xiao was just in time to change his old iconography. Here's the GS ball, where the steel masters are all call in, and your illustrations. Dr. Oki handed Lin Xiao the GS and the chart and urged, you're already an adult, be steady and don't let Nats worry about you. Lin Xiao nodded and cracked a smile as he said, I know, Grandpa, then we're off. Dr. Oki stood in the doorway, looking away from the trio and waving goodbye. Only after walking out a long way did Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Every time before I set off on a trip, it's the hardest time. All sorts of emotional ties make it hard to make up one's mind. That's why people are the most complicated creatures, aren't they? Kona responded with a guffaw at Lin Xiao's words. At that moment, Sunday, who was bouncing along in front of her, suddenly turned around and asked, Uncle, I heard from Hanako-san that you weren't going to take in any Pokemon along the way? Then which ones did you bring out? Lin Xiao pulled the tie around his neck to relax it a bit. It's not that I won't take them in, it's that I'll try to have as few as possible. I've found that there are too many Pokemon to train. Kona's idea of letting Lin Xiao wear a suit was unanimously praised by all the women, and several of them agreed that Lin Xiao was more handsome in a suit and looked a bit more mature and stable. The ones brought this time are basically the little ones from home. Big Dragon, Little Dragon, Mimi, Forest Lizard, Ice Elf, Fire Dinosaur, Lightning Bird, Arnold Brothers, and Tiny. That's it. Almost all the other small elves that hadn't grown up yet except for Yukira were brought out by Lin Xiao. Originally Lin Xiao planned to bring Yukira, but Banjiro was unwilling, saying that it was the most important time for Yukira's training and he couldn't go out traveling with Lin Xiao. 1 foot off a small stone on the side of the road, Sunday blinked at him and asked, "Are you planning to take advantage of this trip to the Chengdu area again to train them properly?" Indeed it should be. Too many Pokemon and one's mind will be distracted from taking care of them. This is not good for the trainer or the Pokemon. Many powerful people have but a handful of Pokemon. A trainer's strength isn't evaluated on the number of Pokemon. If you can't beat someone else's one even with a few Pokemon, then what's the point? Lin Xiao's approach was approved by Kona, just like she had become a trainer for more than 10 years, but she didn't own more than 10 Pokemon, although she didn't lose many, but each of them was elite and powerful. In fact, Lin Xiao's number of Pokemon is not a lot, compared to the same period of departure of Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao and others to count, can only be said to be weak, whether it is Xiao Ji or Xiao Mao. The number of Pokemon are 5 times the number of Lin Xiao's starting number. Although there are a lot of Pokemon but most of them are scum with only 5 combat power, Lin Xiao right sends out a Pokemon to sweep a piece. This is the gap. So tired. It didn't go far before Sunday sat down on the grass and rubbed her legs and started complaining. Without good humor, Lin Xiao knocked her on the forehead and gave her a blank look. Why call it traveling if you're not tired? The Chengdu area can be almost all land. We'll be traveling on 2 legs for the next almost a year. But people can't walk. Sunday puffed out her bun face and complained, but when she saw the small hour on Lin Xiao's shoulder her eyes lit up. "Uncle, will you carry me on your back?" "No." Already carrying a large backpack, along with Tiny, Sunday didn't have to walk directly if he climbed up again. He could just plop down in place. In order to prevent Sunday from suddenly jumping onto his back, Lin Xiao hurriedly pulled Kona in front of him. Sunday stared with wide eyes in disbelief at the two who had run away. "How dare you leave me alone where I am? Stinky uncle, you come back here." Chapter 1, Breeding in Lokia. At noon, Lin Xiao took the latest model of navigation and looked at the huge forest in front of him. "I'll just settle my lunch problem here before I set off. And there happens to be a small stream on the side, which can solve the trouble of washing vegetables, pots and pans." The water in Lin Xiao's backpack is usually used only in the case of necessity. In the wild and uninhabited outside, food and water not only need to be handled properly, but also to learn how to save the use. Otherwise there will be hunger at any time. But, just walk through this forest and you'll arrive at Wakaba town. Sunday took the navigation that Lin Xiao had placed on his backpack and looked at it, wondering, why don't we go to the town and eat again, instead of camping here? Taking the ingredients out and handing them to Kona to clean in the creek, he lifted a few rocks in preparation for building a stove and twisted his head to explain, because this forest is covered in fog all year round. You can get lost at any time. Do you want to eat here again before going into the forest? Or do you want to go hungry and fight your way through the forest? Sunday froze, weighed the situation, and suddenly ran out of words, muttering a few words before volunteering for the task of collecting firewood. Sunday's firewood hadn't arrived yet, and Kona's various vegetables and meat hadn't been washed yet, so Lin Xiao had to release all of the pixies and prepare to feed them first. The Pokemon food brought out this time was well taken care of, with the exception of the meat of the big and small dragons and Mimi. In a short while Sunday returned, putting the firewood down, allowing his Pokemon to join him in eating, and completing a ball with the Pokemon. Lin Xiao raised the fire and watched the Pokemon play around while cooking, but what made it helpless were the 2 Arnold brothers. Arnold just quietly lay on the side and watched the Pokemon play around, while Yair remained the same as always, standing alone on the side. If Yair stays like this, it will be hard to change its personality. Sighing slightly, Lin Xiao asked Kona to watch the fire before walking towards Yair. Noticing Lin Xiao's approach, Yair opened his scarlet eyes to look at him. Looking at Yair's huge head, Lin Xiao patted its dark body and smiled. "Yair, why don't you play with everyone? Honestly, being bored alone for a long time is not good for you. A child's play of hide and seek, nonsensical scuffle, and I have to participate in it?" Yair gave Lin Xiao a somewhat speechless look. "But you know what? All this nonsensical hijinks and being amazed can make you open up and leave the darkness inside behind." Lin Xiao looked at Yair seriously and said, "Often this kind of small and unintentional things can change your heart even more. It's not like you want to become normal, is it? Arnold even traveled along with us for this. It's hard to believe that you want to see it disappointed or have a fight with happen." Yair shook violently. His huge body actually trembled and shook slightly. His scarlet eyes glanced at Arnold, who was squinting and laughing at the little ones playing around, and hesitated. It took a long time for Yair to calm down and look at the playful Pokemon with some difficulty. "But I feel awkward playing with them like this, and I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt them." "Ha!" Lin Xiao cracked a smile. "That's because you've never played like this with other Pokemon before. That's why you feel awkward. Seeing Yair, who wanted to deny it out of his mouth, Lin Xiao continued, "There's no need to deny it. This point was told to me by Arnold himself." Ari was speechless, giving his brother a somewhat bemused look, but Arnold just nodded back at it with narrowed eyes and no other response. In the end, Yair sighed heavily and nodded his head to agree to Lin Xiao's proposal. Guys, the elves, all of them, turned their heads to look at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao clapped his hands and shouted, "This is your new playmate. Everyone can play with it to your heart's content, rub and abuse it ruthlessly." "Oh!" Little immediately screamed with joy and jumped towards Yair's back, wanting to climb up and play. But Yair height than the average Lokia hit some, a full 6 meters high. Little a jump up directly hit in the Yair fart, stock part of the blue bump, let himself fall a big horse, rolling on the ground. Little aggrievely sat on the ground and wailed at Lin Xiao. His red little eyes were covered with teardrops. Obviously the bump just now was more painful. Arnold had said that the toughest, hardest part of Lokia's body was the blue bumps on her back, and Tiny jumped up and slammed right into the ones on the tip of Yair's tail. Losing his smile and picking up Little from the ground, Lin Xiao patted the dust on its body and laughed. "Even you, this little nub of yours, want to jump on it? Now you're asking for it." Comforting the too tearful Tiny, Lin Xiao lifted it up and placed it on Yair's back. Once on Yair's back, Tiny put away her tears and barked triumphantly at the big and small dragons on the ground, giving Tiny a disgruntled glare. The two little geoducks looked at each other and with a strong leg effort made to jump onto Yair's back and wrestle with Tiny. With 3 more little ones on his back, Yair crouched down helplessly so they wouldn't fall and hurt themselves. With the 3 little ones taking the lead, the other little elves all gathered around. Yair's black feathers and scarlet eyes made the little elves more afraid of it. But now with Tiny and Big Little Dragon leading the way, the little ones all put aside their fears and played with Yair. Can play directly inevitably have friction? There is friction will naturally fight. Yair began to simply try to dodge, but later, also some cannot help but to join the battle. Yair's accession can almost be said to be sweeping invincible. Soon the pixies realized that the situation was not right, and aimed their spearheads at Yair. So Yair, who had just swept through the 4 directions, was instantly killed in a series of defeats, without using brute force, jutsu. Yair was killed by a group of little guys to lose their armor. Tiny and Mimi grabbed it by the head and shook it. Dayron and Aaron caught the wings, and the other Pokemon took care of the swarm. Arnold smirked as he watched them play, even cheering the Pokemon on and telling them to push harder, causing Yair, who was surrounded by the Pokemon, to roll his eyes hard. Lin Xiao's trio ate while watching the playful ones. After a good meal, Lin Xiao retrieved the pixies, but Arnold was still outside. Usually forests that were filled with fog usually had a lot of ghost-type pixies, and these pixies loved to trick people passing by. In order to avoid being tricked or scared by these ghost-type pixies, so Lin Xiao had to let Arnold stay outside. Luckily the trees in this forest were tall enough not to interfere with Arnold's walking. As soon as they walked into the forest, several people were enveloped by the fog, making their vision very short, and they couldn't see clearly beyond a few meters. And the forest looked gloomy and dark because of the big trees, giving people a very scary feeling. Sunday grabbed Lin Xiao's arm tightly, a little scared, but it was Kona who seemed much calmer. Walking into the forest, Arnold observed the surroundings and said, "This forest doesn't have ghost-type Pokemon. This thick fog should be caused by geography." Although Arnold could make these mists disappear at any time, that was only an indicator but not a cure. Even if Arnold utilized his ability to override the weather to make these mists disappear, it wouldn't be long before the entire forest would be covered in dense fog again, unless all the trees in this forest were cut down. Looking at Arnold's tall body, Lin Xiao wondered, "Arnold, how come I haven't heard you guys mention your mother?" This doubt was held in Lin Xiao's heart for a long time, and only now did he ask it. From the beginning of the seabed, regardless of whether Arnold or Yair just mentioned his father, but not his mother, which made Lin Xiao very puzzled. Arnold Gundam's figure gave a slight lurch, twisted his head to look at Lin Xiao and shook his head, saying to the 3 using telepathy, "Because we don't have a mother." Lin Xiao's trio froze and looked at Arnold in shock. "No mother? Then how did you guys get here?" The trio's consternation caused a strange look to appear on Arnold's face. "Aren't you another Inferno Emperor? Haven't you learned about how the Inferno Emperor reproduces?" Lin Xiao was speechless. "Come on, my Yen D is male, okay?" Arnold was immediately dumbfounded and looked at Lin Xiao and laughed. "Actually, haven't you found a problem? When the Yen Emperor, Water Monarch and Thunder Emperor were resurrected by the Phoenix King based on other pixies, they are all unique, but now their offspring have appeared in many places. Where do you think their offspring came from?" Air. Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. It had been more than a year since he had taken in Yen D, but Lin Xiao hadn't bothered to learn about this. In fact, it was not Lin Xiao's fault. The legendary Pokemon were scarce in number because of the scarcity of information. Textbooks and resource books didn't even have records of their habits, much less their reproduction methods. Like Lin Xiao, Sunday and Kona were also confused. Pixies like us have 3 ways of reproducing. After a pause, Arnold explained for the three of them. The first is the common male-female mating and then giving birth to offspring. The second is to mate with other Pokemon that are similar in form, such as the three god birds. Cough. Arnold's words made Lin Xiao almost choke on his own saliva. Nima, is this a cross-race romance or what? Thinking about this, Lin Xiao looked at Arnold a little strange. This guy had lived for thousands of years without a partner. It couldn't be hitting on the three divine birds, could it? The moment he thought of the scene where Lokia was riding on the back of the three god birds, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver coldly. No wonder all the places where Lokia was perched on the back of the three god birds existed, and there was adultery and love in them? It was fortunate that Arnold didn't know Lin Xiao's thoughts, or else he would really have killed him with a wing. You do realize that many Pokemon groups are unified in one gender, right? Like the pouched dragons. For example, the second method of reproduction I'm talking about is this, where two different Pokemon cross, mate, and the resulting offspring will be of the genetically stronger side. Chapter 2, The Koki Institute. The pouched dragons were Pokemon whose entire pack was female, and those information books had them, just not as frankly as Arnold had said. Shaking his head, Arnold said indifferently, but then that's something only a normal Pokemon would do, and when I say that Ara and I don't have a mother, it's because it's our father who gave birth to us independently. Get it? Don't get it. Lin Xiao and the three of them all shook their heads vigorously. What Arnold said was just too thunderous. This is the third way I said. In fact, we are known as the legendary Pokemon. We are both male and female, just like me and Yair. Although we are both male Pokemon, but our body still hides this female genes, and at a certain time consumes some energy to reproduce the offspring. And that's how Yair and I came to this world. Lin Xiao swallowed his saliva and asked incredulously. In other words, my Inferno Emperor and Lightning Bird will be able to give birth to the next generation in the future even if they are not accompanied by a female Pokemon of the same race? Right, that's it. Lokia sensed her surroundings and said, almost out of the forest. I'll go back and rest. Call me if you need anything, said Arnold himself, drilled back into the Master Sphere, rumored to be omnipotent in the outside world. The Master Sphere could be said to be dispensable at their level, with access completely uncontrolled. After Arnold returned to the Master Sphere, Lin Xiao looked at the two women in consternation and asked, do you think what Arnold said is possible? Females are one, asexual reproduction. I don't know. Sunday, who hadn't seen much of the world yet, was a little stunned by the conversation that had just taken place. Kona did the same, shaking her head with an odd smile. As unlikely as it sounds, I don't think Arnold has any need to lie to us. It could be true. Losing his smile and scratching his head, Lin Xiao immediately enlightened. Forget it, we're not scholars anyway. Why do we care about this? It's still the truth to hurry up and walk to Wakaba town. Just as Arnold had said, the three of them followed the navigational route and soon came out of the forest. And at the back of the forest was a large valley within which the town of Wakaba was located. Glancing at the signage, the three of them followed the directions towards Wakaba town. After arriving at Wakaba town and topping off his room at a hotel, Lin Xiao then headed to the Pokemon Center alone. Trainers from Kanto who wanted to participate in the Chengdu League all had to register before they could do so, or else you wouldn't be eligible to participate even if you collected 8 badges by then. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao took out the icon and placed it on the counter. Miss Joy, I would like to participate in this edition of the Chengdu League competition. Please register me. Joey smiled broadly and took the chart and said, yes, please wait a moment. He said he would wait for a while, but it took less than 2 minutes before and after the registration was completed. Taking the illustration handed by Joey, Lin Xiao decided to give Dr. Oki a call. Although it felt unbelievable, but it was better to inform him. The phone rang twice before it was picked up by Dr. Dajai. Seeing Lin Xiao, Dr. Dajai was surprised. Didn't you just leave from me in the morning? Why are you busy calling here? Have you seen your senior brother? Dr. Oki said senior brother is actually his disciple, Wakaba Town's Dr. Airwood. Before the trip, in addition to the GS ball, Dr. Oki also asked Lin Xiao to bring basic information books to his disciple. Aura according to the seniority to Lin Xiao to shout Airwood senior uncle, but because Lin Xiao also followed Dr. Bigwood to study together, coupled with the proposal of the Bigwood Snow City before shouting senior brother. That's not yet. I was just trying to tell Grandpa some information that might be of interest to you. Right away, Lin Xiao told Dr. Oki everything Arnold had said without missing a beat. Only after listening to a few sentences, Dr. Oki stared at Lin Xiao with wide eyes, asking incredulously, are you telling the truth? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, that's what Arnold said. I don't know if it's true or not. You wait, Dr. Oki suddenly shouted, turning around and rummaging around on the research table, making a mess of the things on it. Dr. Oki at this time was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Flipping through it for a while to find his own record book, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, You said to slow down a little bit. I want to record all of this information. Lin Xiao as long as said once again. Just finished, Dr. Dejais can't wait to shout. That's it first. I'm going to immediately go on a trip to your manor to find Yendi to confirm. If it's true, then this according to be something worth in-depth research. I'm hanging up. After saying this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Xiao's reaction, took the transcript and hurriedly drilled into the SUV that Lin Xiao drove over in the morning, and Mercedes-Benz towards his manor. Worth studying? How can you study something like that unless you see it for yourself? Lin Xiao sighed breathlessly and hung up the phone, asking Joey for the location of the institute before leaving the Pokemon Center. It didn't take long for Lin Xiao to arrive at the Airwood Research Institute. Just as he walked into the institute, Lin Xiao saw the rightful owner, Dr. Airwood, Sr. Seeing Dr. Airwood, Lin Xiao opened his mouth and shouted. Hearing someone, Dr. Airwood twisted his head to look and burst out laughing happily. I didn't expect you kid to change so much after not seeing you for 2 years, but first come and help me out. This little saw crocodile is very naughty, help me hold it down. I'll take some measurements, and then later on there will be a newbie trainer who will come to pick out the Pokemon. Compared to the Guangdong region, Chengdu's initial Pokemon are still water, fire, and grass, respectively. The small saw crocodile of the water system, the chrysanthemum grass leaves of the grass system, and the fireball mouse of the fire system. And if you take it out for comparison, Lin Xiao feels that just the small fire dragon's evolutionary fire-breathing dragon protrudes a little bit. Putting his backpack down, Lin Xiao rolled up his cuffs and pinched the small sawed-off crocodile's big mouth with one hand and pressed down on its legs with the other, letting Dr. Airwood take measurements. Although the same as the water system, but the small saw crocodile cannot be as gentle as the Jenny turtle. Up to but centimeters of the mouth and a mouth full of centimeter-sharp teeth. A bite down, then the consequences can be unbearable. And the small saw crocodile temperament is very hot, which will have to wait until the evolution of the strong crocodile after the dish household comb and a lot more. What's interesting is that the fireball mouse in the same issue of Pokemon is exactly the opposite of the sawgrass crocodile, which is very gentle in the early stages and is very suitable for new trainers. However, once it evolves into a firestorm, it will become bad-tempered and is prone to anger. Although irritability is a common problem for fire-type Pokemon, Firestorm is much more violent, and the slightest thing that doesn't go its way can cause it to go berserk. Waiting for Dr. Airwood to measure well, Lin Xiao let go of the little saw crocodile, seeing that he didn't expect the little saw crocodile to open its big mouth and look at him somewhat angrily, obviously feeling dissatisfied with Lin Xiao pinching its mouth. Dr. Airwood smiled and touched the head of the little saw crocodile and laughed. You can be careful, this little guy is very vindictive. A bite from it can hurt for half a day. Lin Xiao indifferently cracked a smile. If it dares to bite me, I'll take it as compensation, knowing that when the time comes you won't be able to get a Pokemon for the new trainer. Senior brother, you'll be embarrassed, said Lin Xiao as he took out the information book from his backpack. This is the information book that the old man asked me to bring to you. Smiling as he took the information, Airwood said casually, there are only 2 new trainers this time. If you fancy it, take it with you. I was hoping it would shine after you. That's better. I have enough Pokemon to train for a while. Lin Xiao was slightly embarrassed. He was just joking. He didn't expect Dr. Airwood to take it seriously. Hello, is anyone there, please? Here's a little kid sticking his head in and looking over. Seeing Lin Xiao and Dr. Airwood, the little brat hurriedly bowed in greeting. Hello guys, my name is Little Cloud. I'm a new trainer and I've come to receive my initial Pokemon. Emptywood took the information book and walked into the research room, turning his head to Lin Xiao. Help me entertain him. The diagrams are all on the table. Look at his receiving card. If it's real, then give him the diagrams and let him pick a Pokemon. After saying that, he himself drilled into the research room, leaving Lin Xiao and the trainer called Xiao Yun in the cold. Breathlessly rolling his eyes, Lin Xiao took the collection card in Xiao Yun's hand and after looking at the authenticity, he placed the collection card on the table, picked up a drawing and inserted it into the computer to do the data registration. After the registration was completed, Lin Xiao handed the drawing to Xiao Yun. The information I've gaudily registered like on the pickup card. The pickup Pokemon are here, labeled with the post photo of the Pokemon. So pick one. The pickup cards were given out by the league to families that were already fully taxed. And with the card you could come and pick up a starter Pokemon, an icon, and 5 Pokeballs, but of course the Pokeballs were just the cheapest kind. Lin Xiao pointed to the 3 elf balls on the workbench and gestured for Xiao Yun to pick one for herself. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Yun took the icon and then began to pick one of his Pokemon. Fire-type Fireball Mouse, Water-type Small Saw Crocodile and Grass-type Chrysanthemum Grassleaf. Which one is the best one to pick? Looking at the 3 elf balls in front of him, Xiao Yun was a bit hesitant. Unable to make up his mind for a moment, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and didn't rush him, letting him take his time to consider. Many new trainers would be like this when picking a Pokemon, hesitant and indecisive. Many times picking the right Pokemon to go with them would be a much better path later on, and vice versa. They would have to have a big headache. Just like if a shy person gets a small saw gator with a big personality, then that trainer will definitely have a big head. After picking for a while, Xiaoyun suddenly looked up at Lin Xiao and said, "Big brother, may I ask if you are a trainer?" Lin Xiao was stunned and didn't know what this little kid wanted, so he nodded. Lin Xiao nodded his head and Xiaoyun was instantly happy. Then, big brother, which Pokemon do you think is more powerful and help me pick it out, okay? Chapter 3, Prelude to the Purchase of the Rift. Air. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoyun with wide eyes. He had seen many new trainers, but it was the first time he had seen one who asked someone to help him pick a Pokemon. But Xiaoyun's expectant face had a look that made it possible to refuse. I think it should be best to word what suits you. Although trainers wanting to become strong Pokemon account for a not insignificant amount of factors, but the trainers themselves should also be strengthened. There are no weak Pokemon, only weak trainers. In desperation, Lin Xiao had no choice but to bring out the words that Dr. Oki had taught Shigeru in the past. Little Cloud cocked his head and thought for a moment, revealing a small smile. Big brother, I know what you're talking about. Daddy told me once. I just want to know which Pokemon would you choose if it were your big brother's choice? Lin Xiao really couldn't do anything with this little proper man, so he pointed at the elf ball and said, if it was my choice, I would choose between the fireball mouse and the little saw crocodile. Why? The little Massimian blinked his eyes and wondered, why these two? Doesn't big brother like chrysanthemum leaves? Lin Xiao smiled faintly and explained, because the vast majority of Pokemon have a relatively amiable personality, and I prefer Pokemon with a punch. That's why my first choice would be Little Saw Crocodile. Although this kid is naughty, he's stronger in the later stages, and you should know that Hercules Crocodile is a good partner. Fireball Mouse is shy in the early stages, but it's just as powerful in the later stages, just with a bit of a bad temper. After saying that, Lin Xiao stopped speaking and quietly looked at Xiaoyun to see which one he would choose and be his partner. Usually the first Pokemon has the best bond with the trainer and is easy to breed, so it needs to be carefully considered and chosen carefully. However, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaoyun's two eyebrows immediately furrowed, and his eyes constantly flicked over the three elf balls. Daisy Grass Leaf is kind, Little Saw Crocodile is naughty, and Fireball Mouse is coy. Finally, Xiaoyun chanted while watching, and finally picked up the Fireball Mouse's elf ball and said with a firm face, I'll go with the Fireball Mouse, and then it may have a bad temper later on, but I'm confident that I'll be able to manage it. Taking the Fireball Rat's elf ball from Xiaoyun, Lin Xiao tore off the picture that was pasted on it and handed the elf ball back to him. Since you've chosen it, then don't regret it, and work hard to cultivate it to make it even stronger. Got it? After saying that, Lin Xiao, he touched Xiaoyun's head, cheering and refueling him. Little Clouds nodded vigorously in delight. Got it, big brother. Lin Xiao then took the 5 defective elf orbs together and gave them to Xiaoyun. As to whether or not he would use these garbage goods, it could have nothing to do with himself. Having obtained the icon, the starter Pokemon and the Pokeball, Cloud happily carried his backpack and left the institute. And Dr. Empty Wood is still in the research room. Don't know what to toss. When bored, Lin Xiao had to sit on the sofa, lit a cigarette and opened the system to check the number of his gold coins. Ahem. Taking a look at the system, Lin Xiao almost choked to death on the smoke he inhaled, shedding tears of disbelief as he looked at where the gold coins were displayed. A mouth so wide open that it could almost stuff a duck egg in. The last time he himself checked the quantity was when Sharona left, and at that time the gold coins were still short of 160,000, but now it has reached a terrifying 470,000. Is there something wrong with the system? Lin Xiao thought as he looked through the records of gold coins obtained. Soon after checking the play record, Lin Xiao realized that he thought wrong. There was no error in the system. The reason why there were so many gold coins was because of the two Arnold brothers. The extra 311,000 gold coins, Arnold accounted for 160,000, Yair 140,000, and Lin Xiao challenged the Orange Alliance to win and guessed a pitiful 10,000 rewards, which might have something to do with the fact that the Juicy Alliance was not very large, but this is also too much for the scary right. Although Arnold, Yair voluntarily follow their own, can still be regarded as subdued them, but Lin Xiao will not be stupid enough to think that other people are not worth this amount of money. To know that the system to buy Lokia required the same gold and the Rift Seat to be 500,000, a number that makes people screech. It was only worth more than 200 gold coins to have been a Tyrannosaurus Rex, while Arnold had actually reached the point of 160,000. Knowing that the system divided the rewards based on strength, one could imagine how terrifying the strength of Arnold and Yair was, and how powerful the patriarch in their mouths, the true god of the sea, was. Although he hadn't seen the two brothers, Arnold and Yair, explode at full strength. Sometimes the aura they unintentionally exuded could make people shiver. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Xiao lost his smile and shook his head. Why did he think so much? Gold coins are naturally the more the better. Although he didn't want to rely on the system all the time, Lin Xiao couldn't wait for it to give himself a few million gold coins right now, so that he could buy all of the divine favors all by himself, and take them for a ride around with him. However, this kind of thing could only be encountered when dreaming, and what one should be thinking about today was how one should utilize these 470,000 gold coins. Thinking carefully about what was going on around him, Lin Xiao realized that Yar seemed to be the only bomb that could explode at any moment. Although he had Arnold's assurance, Lin Xiao's heart was still not solid. It seems that we must buy the Rift Hollow Zodiac first. The Rift Hollow Zodiac with the ability to block space would be much easier to suppress Yar with Arnold as long as he was careful of Yar's natural jutsu. With only Arnold it would inevitably lead to a fight with Yar, and the outcome of that would be something that no one would be able to predict. Yar's problem? Lin Xiao also consulted a psychiatrist, and as a result, others also regretfully told Lin Xiao that there is no quick cure, but only slowly let it slowly open its heart and integrate itself into the world. But how long it will take during the period? The psychiatrist has no bottom, only told Lin Xiao maybe a few days, maybe a few months, maybe a lifetime. Just as Lin Xiao was thinking about his origins, there was a sudden knock on his head. What's a man doing ranting and raving here? What rift seat? Isn't that the legendary Pokemon of Fang Yuan? Walking out of the research room and seeing Lin Xiao frozen mumbling, Lin Xiao couldn't help but knock him on the head before sitting on the sofa aside. Lin Xiao blankly glanced at Dr. Emptywood and said without a good mood, I said I wanted to capture Rift Seat back to watch the yard. Picking up the cigarettes that Lin Xiao had placed on the table and lighting one, Dr. Airwood said in a good-natured manner. Yes, you'll get your wish when you dream at night. Saying the truth and still no one believed it. Lin Xiao was speechless, picked up his own backpack, turned his head and said, I'm going back to the hotel. It's too boring to be here. Take your time to study it yourself. Got it. Go on your own. I won't see you off. Dr. Airwood smoked a cigarette and looked at the information without looking back and waved goodbye. This kind of situation Lin Xiao remained accustomed to. There were hardly a few people in this line of work who were normal. Out of the institute, Lin Xiao temporarily put aside the matter of the rift seat and walked towards the hotel. He had been out for quite a long time. If he didn't go back, I'm afraid that Kona and Sunday would go back to worrying about him again. After resting for the night in Wakaba town, Lin Xiao's trio continued to set off towards the next stop. However, along the way Lin Xiao once again frantically swiped up gold coins, practically not sparing any elf in sight. Again, Sunday looked at Lin Xiao speechlessly, feeling her face burning hot, blushing at Lin Xiao's maneuver. I say uncle, can't you be normal? It's only been a few days and you've turned into your old self again? Although Pokemon need battle experience to evolve, they don't need this. Before the words were finished, the fire dinosaur whipped a small Lada on the side of the road to the ground with a tail, and the Sunday immediately ran out of words. The unfinished words were also held back in his stomach. Even Kona was puzzled. How much battle experience could be gained from knocking down wild Pokemon on the side of the road all the time like this? But Lin Xiao looked as if he had a fatherly grudge against these Pokemon, not letting any of them go. A few kooks. Kikukusa leafs scream. Really that? Just as Kona was about to make an inquiry, a Kikukusa leaf stepped out of the bushes to the side and looked at the fire dinosaur with a combative look on its face. The appearance of the chrysanthemum grass leaf caused Lin Xiao to faintly freeze and gesture to the fire dinosaur, signaling that it was not allowed to attack anyone else. This Kikukusa leaf had a yellow string bolted to its head, and it was obvious at first glance that it was another trainer's Pokemon. Pixies that attack people randomly can get yelled at when they meet someone with a bad temper, and they're the kind that can't talk back. A few kooks. Ignoring Lin Xiao, Chrysanthemum Leaf barked a few times at the fire dinosaur, issuing a challenge to it. Ow! The fire dinosaur roared at once and looked at Lin Xiao, hoping that he would let himself go into battle and beat up this little elf who dared to challenge him. Lin Xiao was a bit hesitant. If he let the fire dinosaur fight the Chrysanthemum Grass Leaf and beat the others down, it would be embarrassing if the Chrysanthemum Grass Leaf's trainer showed up, even though it was the Chrysanthemum Grass Leaf itself that took the initiative to challenge it. But its trainer wasn't present. Kikukusa Leaf. Just as Lin Xiao was hesitating whether or not he should refuse Kikukusa Leaf's fight, a little girl of 11 or 12 years old wearing yellow patterned clothes with a yellow rope tied around her head like Kikukusa Leaf's ran out of the woods. It looked like this Kikukusa Leaf was this little girl's Pokemon, but the Kikukusa Leaf didn't react to the little girl's arrival as if she didn't see it, and continued to issue a challenge to the fire dinosaur. Chapter 4, The Attack of the Great Armors. Kikukusa Leaf. The little girl was shocked to see that her chrysanthemum leaves were issuing a challenge to the fire dinosaurs, and rushed forward, bowing slightly. I'm sorry for the trouble my chrysanthemum leaves have caused you. To be honest, Lin Xiao felt awkward about people in this world bowing without moving, and would not do that, once just for this Dr. Oki kept teaching him that he should be polite, and that the manners of saying thank you and expressing apology should be learned well. But no matter what, Lin Xiao had been his usual self in this matter, and as time went on, Dr. Oki went along with him. Lin Xiao walked up with a slight smile and said, "There's no need to be nervous. The chrysanthemum grass leaf didn't give us any trouble, but your chrysanthemum grass leaf seems to be a bit upset and keeps wanting to fight." Kikusa leaf. A few cuckoo. Kikusaba twisted her head to the side and shook the leaves from her own head as if she didn't want to pay attention to her trainer. The little girl sighed slightly, a little frustrated. "My name is Nana. I'm a new trainer from Wakaba town, and I just received my Kikukusa leaf yesterday afternoon. But what's wrong with your chrysanthemum leaves?" It was logical that the initial Pokemon received at the fellowship were obedient, so how could this happen? Ignoring the trainer and running out alone to launch a challenge to someone else. "I think it's probably because I said that royal and harmonic skinned Pokemon are the cutest as well as the most powerful." Nina, somewhat helpless, spelled out the reason for this. Royal colored skinned Pokemon are the cutest and the most powerful? What kind of strange idea was this? Lin Xiao was instantly somewhat speechless. Since our family, since Grandpa's generation, is a fan of the Electro Beasts, the whole family is obsessed with the royal colors, even the Pokemon. Sunday burst out and asked, "The electric beasts you're talking about wouldn't be, well, that baseball team, would it?" Nani nodded and looked at Sunday with a hint of surprise. "Are you a fan of the Electro Beasts too?" "Not at all. That team has never won a championship and has a ridiculously low record every year." Sunday beamed and immediately defended herself. Watching the problem shift from Kikusaba to the baseball team, Lin Xiao helplessly raised his hand to interrupt the two. "I'd say shouldn't we be dealing with Kikusaba's problem right now?" Nina froze, then said somewhat bereft, "But Kikukusa leaf won't listen to me, so why don't you accept my challenge and have a battle with my Kikukusa leaf?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I refuse. If you still want to salvage the relationship between you and the chrysanthemum grass leaf, then what you should be thinking about now is how to make peace with it from the beginning instead of fighting. That will only make the chrysanthemum grass leaf farther and farther away from you. Sometimes a little unintentional trifle can cause a Pokemon to have a knot in its heart towards you, causing your relationship to deteriorate and eventually leave you. They have their own feelings just like humans, so think about it yourself." Saying that, Lin Xiao picked up Xiao Xiao and walked forward with the fire dinosaur. Kona and Sunday followed him and continued on their way. But Sunday cupped her small fists as she passed by Nai Nai, signaling her to cheer up and win back Kikukusaiba's heart earlier. Lin Zhao's trio left and re-left behind a stunned Nai Nai and her Kikukusa leaf. Saying goodbye to Nai Nai, the three of them continued to move forward, and Lin Xiao also had the fire dinosaur continue to battle the wild Pokemon on the side of the road to swipe gold coins. "Ajushi, why don't you help Nana out? Wouldn't it be a shame if she and Kikusaba were really separated?" Tilting her head to look at Lin Xiao, Sunday couldn't help but ask out loud. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Because things haven't reached that point yet. I'm merely giving her the big alert in advance. A little elf like Kikukusa leaf won't leave easily once she identifies with a trainer. But getting angry and having a falling out, that's unavoidable. And Nana has become a trainer. So long to scholar how to deal with the relationship between herself and her Pokemon. Even if I help her, then what about the next time? Who will help her?" Kona patted Sunday's shoulder and laughed. "These are all things that trainers have to go through. So don't worry about it. Instead of worrying about all that, you should think about what we're going to have for lunch today." Sunday nodded blankly, feeling that the two had a point, and immediately put the matter of Nana behind him. Cupping his chin in thought, taking out the navigation and the map and comparing them, Lin Xiao picked up the binoculars and looked at them. "For lunch, it's better to look for a place with a water source. The water in the backpack is only to be used in times of emergency." Looking at the map and the navigator, Lin Xiao revealed a hint of a smile and pointed to the forest not far away and said, "There's a river there. It's about half an hour's journey. Let's just go there and then prepare our lunch. And there's a small river where the elves can wash. The little ones are all playing with their grimy faces one by one. Then let's move forward quickly." Hearing Lin Xiao say there was a small river, Sunday happily ran towards the front. "Run slow. Beware of the forest gnomes." Looking at Sunday running ahead, Kona lost her smile and reminded her that the forest usually had a lot of bug-type Pokemon. Although Sunday wasn't afraid of bugs, some of them were so aggressive that they would attack people passing by, the most typical ones being the Great Armor and the Great Needle Wasp. Soon the three of them came to the forest, and Lin Xiao saw the bugs everywhere, and his eyes rose up in little stars. This was a good place for him who was lacking gold coins. Everyone out. There were too many pixies for Fire Dinosaur to handle alone. With a flash of red light, all of Lin Xiao's Pokemon except for Arnold and Yaoer were all gathered together, led by the forest lizards and fire dinosaurs. The pixies started sweeping while Lin Xiao wasn't looking around with binoculars. The biggest fear in this kind of place was to accidentally walk into the nest of a large needle wasp. Although the strength of the large needle wasp was not strong, compared to the number of them. Apart from the Carp King, Lin Xiao really did not know of any Pokemon that would have a larger number than them. Though he has ended several large needle wasp nests with his fast dragons, he is more often than not chased around by them. There's no saving this guy. Let's go over there first. Kona shook her head breathlessly and pulled Sunday towards the direction of the creek. She couldn't find words to describe Lin Xiao's behavior. Along the way, all the pixies were lying on the ground with circles in their eyes, while the perpetrator, Lin Xiao, continued to swoop in the next direction with the pixies. Lin Xiao, what are you? Perhaps Lin Xiao had made too much noise and woke up Arnold and Yair in the Master Ball. Yair couldn't help but ask out loud. Since Arnold and Yair still found it, Lin Xiao released them, and the two brothers just came out to see the ground full of Pokemon were stunned and couldn't figure out what Lin Xiao was doing. However, these pixies were only defeated, and after a minute or two they were alive and kicking as usual. Lin Xiao had thought about how to explain the Rift Hollow Seat yesterday, but after thinking about it for half a day he still didn't have any good ideas. Sunday and Kona were relatively good at fooling around, but Arnold and Yair weren't so good at fooling around. However, just when Yair spoke out just now, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a flawed but irrefutable reason. I had to do it to meet my partner, and it's been something I've been working towards for a long time, but that day is coming, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile as he looked at the two Yair brothers. Partner? Arnold gave a start and wondered. The partner you're talking about is a Pokemon? Lin Xiao nodded and led the pixies ahead, saying without looking back, yes, a very important partner, so I hope you won't stop me. Lin Xiao's greatest fear was that Arnold and Yair would stop him from swiping gold coins. Arnold and Yair looked at each other, then followed Lin Xiao's footsteps. We didn't mean to stop you. These pixies will be back to their original state in 2 minutes, and were not harmed. Hearing Arnold's words, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to them, leading the pixies forward. After walking a distance behind Lin Xiao, Yair looked at the Pokemon who were struggling hard and spoke. If you need any help, feel free to say so. Since we've already recognized you as our trainer, we should do our part as well. No matter what, we're all considered to be Pokemon that belong to you. Lin Xiao gave a sharp lurch and looked at Yair incredulously. By all rights it was good that the two of them didn't stop themselves. They didn't expect to actually help themselves. Uncle, come on over. We've reached the creek. Hearing Sunday shout, Lin Xiao, Arnold and Yair said, let's go over for lunch first. We'll discuss this later. Bringing the Pokemon to the river, Lin Xiao chose a spot and opened his backpack to take out the ingredients and Pokemon food. Taking advantage of the space between Sunday and Kona to wash the dishes, Lin Xiao distributed all the Pokemon food to the Pokemon. After distributing the food, Lin Xiao picked up some dry firewood and prepared to cook. But right at this moment, Lin Xiao felt the water in the pot start to shake, and the bowl placed on the side also shook slightly. What's the situation? Lin Xiao took the binoculars towards the distance and was shocked. Arnold, you come with me. All of you stay where you are. Lin Xiao shouted as he rolled over and jumped onto Arnold's back. Not far from where Lin Xiao and the others were cooking, a large group of densely packed large armor came straight in this direction, and the vibrations just now were obviously caused by them. Arnold frowned as he looked at the large armor swarm that was coming straight at him and opened his palm like white wings, taking Lin Xiao towards the large armor swarm. Chapter 5, Swiping Gold Coins with Arnold. Are these guys crazy? Lin Xiao stood on Arnold's back and looked down at the big armor group. It didn't look like they were migrating with a clan. There were no old or young big armor in this group, but what was the reason for them to be so voluminous? Lin Xiao frowned slightly and asked, Arnold, can you stop them? Anon. Arnold nodded and looked at the large armor group, tilting his head back and roaring, the loud roar spreading out in all directions like an ultrasonic wave. As Arnold's roar spread, dark clouds began to coalesce on the originally cloudless blue sky, and a faint blue light spread out quickly with Arnold as the center, enveloping the large armor group. Lin Xiao, who was standing on Arnold's back, immediately revealed a bitter smile and covered his ears, which were numb from the roar. I should have known that I would have let Arnold solve it by himself, and now I've gotten myself into a mess instead. After the light blue light enveloped the big armor group, it wrapped around each big armor separately, and the big armor wrapped by the blue light began to struggle in time, wanting to get rid of the bondage of the blue light, and the dark clouds in the sky soon coalesced, and from the clouds came a constant rumble of thunder. At this time, Lin Xiao finally knew why the system had given Arnold 160,000. Just roaring could cause such a change. It looked like it was about to rain heavily. The hundreds of big armor that originally ran wildly on the ground were all wrapped up by Arnold's Nianli, and one of them could not move. In the face of the big armor that was still struggling, Arnold's eyes that were sparkling with blue light suddenly lit up, and all the big armors were neatly planted on the ground, and ruthlessly crashed into the ground, and the neat crash caused the ground to tremble and shake for a while. This is nifty. Lin Xiao stared at this scene with wide eyes. If he were to replace his own Pokemon, unless Banjira, Giant Crypto, An inferno, they led the charge and the other Pokemon attacked from the back. There was a chance of stopping them, but I'm afraid that if they were stopped all of them would have to lie down because the great armors were too many in number, like toys being dropped a few times by Arnold. The great armors all wailed, letting out cries of fear, and running back desperately in the direction they came from with panicked faces, as if there were some overwhelmingly ferocious beasts chasing them behind them. Watching the great armor swarm recede, Arnold raised his head and roared into space while the thunder in the sky faded away and the thick clouds slowly dissipated and finally disappeared, the sun radiating a hot glow enveloping the earth from new. Swallowing hard, Lin Xiao nervously inquired, "Arnold, did you just use your full strength? But why did you break up the clouds? A rain would be good for the forest, wouldn't it?" Arnold shook his head and flew back with Lin Xiao inside. "No, if we use all our strength, we will strangle the great armors. And as for the dark clouds, I'm afraid you don't know that the dark clouds we brought up in Lokia will last for more than 10 days if it rains a torrential downpour. So unless it's necessary, we'll break the clouds apart at all other times." 10 days? Lin Xiao heart-shocked. If here connected with more than 10 days of heavy rain, I'm afraid that the whole forest will be flooded with water. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver coldly. No wonder Lokia rarely appeared despite guarding the sea. Basically, when it encountered a storm that was generally too big, it would fly out to the sea to break up the storm and then return to the sea. There is a sad part of being strong that comes with being powerful, and that is loneliness, and I'm afraid that's what happened to all those Pokemon that were called gods. Returning to the distance, Lin Xiao got down from Arnold's back. His heart was still immersed in the image just now. The shock that Arnold brought to him was really too profound. Looking at the dumbfounded Lin Xiao, Sunday touched him with some worry. "Uncle, are you alright? Why are you so absent-minded? Did you get hurt just now?" Saying that, Sunday stretched out her small hand and checked on Lin Xiao's body. Feeling Sunday's small hands groping her body, Lin Xiao turned back and pulled her hand away. "I'm fine, just too surprised." Getting up and snapping the dirt on his butt, Lin Xiao smiled. "Since the matter has been settled, then let's continue cooking." At that moment, Lin Xiao continued to make the lunch that was still unfinished, and soon after making a good meal, Lin Xiao got together with Arnold and Yair for dinner. "Arnold, what's up with that group of big armor just now? It's vast, like it's going to war." Arnold lifted his head, smiled slightly, and said, "This is commonplace in the world of Pokemon." Just now that group of great armors was preparing to go forward to steal territory from Heraclos, and where we were was merely blocking their way. Lin Xiao immediately laughed bitterly. "Grabbing a turf or making such a big battle? I don't know what kind of scene it is to really fight." Truthfully, Lin Xiao hasn't seen a Pokemon grabbing a turf and fighting yet. Shaking his head to throw these distractions out of his mind, Lin Xiao called up the system to check the gold coins. Just now then the big armor saw that it could contribute a lot of gold coins. Looking at the number of gold coins, Lin Xiao was instantly happy. Just now a group of big armors had contributed more than 6,000 gold coins for themselves. If only there could be a few such clans. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao kept sizing up Arnold. "Right, how did I forget about this biggest cheat? Arnold's superpower can cover the forest to find out those Pokemon that live in groups." Lin Xiao slapped his forehead with some chagrin. Under Lin Xiao's naked eyes, Arnold was made to feel uncomfortable and slightly retreated 2 steps, looking at Lin Xiao suspiciously, wondering what kind of crooked idea he had. Making up his mind, Lin Xiao spoke his opinion out. The 2 brothers, Yair and Arnold, froze when they heard Lin Xiao's comments. Arnold laughed bitterly and shook his head. "I didn't think you'd hit on a group Pokemon, but now that we've promised you, we'll do what we said we'd do." Twisting his head to look at Yair, Arnold said, "You don't have to go later. Lin Xiao and I will be enough. Plus your energy is too overbearing. It's easy for the Pokemon to get hurt." Arnold's words were fine with Yair. He understood his own business and answered softly, signaling that he understood. "Since we're using Arnold's power, we can't continue our journey today. Otherwise, where will we find the Pokemon clan when we get out of the forest?" Lin Xiao took out the tent from his backpack, set it up, and told the 2 girls to camp here today and leave tomorrow. Then instructed the 2 girls and the elves to stay where they were, and climbed onto Arnold's back. After flying into the sky, Arnold closed his eyes and covered the forest with his superpowers, using his senses to search. 2 minutes later, Arnold opened his eyes and said, "To the north is the territory of the great needle bees, to the west is the territory of Heraclos, and as for the south, it's where that swarm of great armor was just now. Where do we go first? Wild Pokemon only get gold from the first battle, so the big armor places are almost close to not needing to be visited, so that leaves Heraclos and Great Needle Bees territory. Let's go to Heracross first." After considering for a moment, Lin Xiao patted Arnold's back and said, since he had determined the location, Arnold took Lin Xiao and flew towards the place where Heracross lived. Although his strength could shake off the fast dragon by countless streets, but compared to speed Arnold was much slower than the fast dragon. Although he didn't have the speed of a fast dragon, Arnold quickly flapped his wings and soon reached Heracross territory. Compared to where Lin Xiao and the others were, the trees where Heraclos lived were very tall, and many Heraclos were lying on the trunks of the trees sucking on the counting juice. Shawala, shawala, the sound. Even Lin Xiao, who was still in mid-air, could hear it. How cool was this to eat to make such a withdrawing sound? However, what surprised Lin Xiao was that the place where Heraclos lived actually had a large area of Bada waters, all of which loved the sap that flowed out of the trees just as much as Heraclos did. Arnold, do it, but can you not high out just make such a big commotion? Lin Xiao looked at Arnold with a somewhat unflattering glance. After all, the roar just now had caused himself a lot of suffering, so take a precaution. Looking at Heraclos and the Baudelaires, Arnold nodded his head, signaling that he understood. Blue light rose from his eyes, and a faint blue light spread out in all directions with Arnold at the center. And just like he did with the great armor, Arnold still chose to use his mind power to smooth out Heracross and the Bada Woos. Compared to the short-tempered Daijia, Heracross and Bada Wuchuang were much worse in both strength and temperament, and Arnold wrapped them in his Nianli and took care of all of them with just a little bit of use of kowtow. Lin Xiao looked at the clattering up gold coins and his heart grew more and more excited. After skulking around Heracross territory, Arnold led Lin Xiao towards the nest of the great needle wasp. Compared to the Heracross, the large needle wasp is more difficult to handle. This thing is too aggressive. Far away is a swarm of surrounded. Not to mention the number of just that buzzing. Not to mention the number, just the buzz. Sound of its wings can make people collapse. Luckily, Arnold had placed a protective circle around his body to prevent those harsh sounds from coming in. However, the number of large needle wasps exceeded Arnold and Lin Xiao's expectations, and all of them flapped their wings and surrounded Arnold. And from afar, they looked like a huge, royal-colored bird that was incomparably terrifying. It took a lot of time to get rid of all the large needle wasps. Arnold took Lin Xiao and started the return voyage. Due to the fact that the number of large needle wasps had seriously exceeded the number of gold coins and Lin Xiao's gold coins had exceeded 500,000. After looking around in the system, Lin Xiao first 5,000 gold coins bought a bead and threaded it with a thread. Returning to the place where he had set up camp, Lin Xiao tied the string wearing the beads to Yar's head, and the originally white beads suddenly emitted a faint blue halo. Sunday and Kona, including the Pokemon, looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Tying the rope, Lin Xiao clapped his hands and laughed. This bead has the effect of stabilizing the mind and soul, and it's equally effective for pixies, so Yar, don't take it off. This meditation bead, or system gold over 500,000 system, update out of the thing, Lin Xiao immediately bought a for Yar. Although the roll may not be great, but try is always right. Looking at the beads on Yar's head, Arnold smiled faintly and said sincerely to Lin Xiao, "Thank you." Chapter 6, The Black Rift. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and casually shook his hand. "No need to thank you. This is just my part. Yar is also my Pokemon now, isn't he? And you guys have helped me so much. It's only right." No, although the flame breath is powerful, it's definitely not the Phoenix King. Arnold, who had once seen the Phoenix King, immediately denied it, but it couldn't tell which kind of Pokemon this terrifying flame aura actually belonged to. After eating, Lin Xiao picked up the elf egg and wiped it, but strangely enough that horrible high temperature Lin Xiao didn't notice it in the slightest. Lin Xiao then placed the elf egg on the ground and asked Arnold and Yar to help watch it, because Lin Xiao was uneasy about the other little ones and was afraid that they would leave the elf egg behind once they got greedy. Afterwards, after speaking to the two girls, Lin Xiao walked towards the distance. "Uncle, really? How can you leave an elf egg randomly on the ground?" Looking at Lin Xiao's faraway back, Sunday complained with a disgruntled little mouth and stretched out her index finger to touch the elf egg, which hadn't hatched for over a year. She was also curious about, but as soon as Sunday's finger touched the elf egg, he felt a surge of heat transfer to his index finger. "Ah, so hot. Ha!" Sunday's index finger was instantly red hot and a small blister formed. The tremendous poking heat and pain made Sunday unrecognizably scream out. Holding her finger and blowing hard, Sunday's shout startled Kona, who was cleaning up the dishes, and hurriedly dropped what she was doing and ran over. "What's wrong, Sunday?" Pinching her index finger, which was red with small blisters, Sunday's eyes filled with tears from the pain and complained, "That elf egg burned me." Looked, Sunday's fingers, Kona from the backpack took out the scalding medicine to wipe her, puzzled to look at the ground elf eggs, but Lin Xiao just held rubbing it, and now Sunday is actually scalded. And Sunday hand injuries make people have to believe. Not knowing that the weird elf egg had already caused trouble, Lin Xiao came to a small hill not far from the campground, opened the system, looked to see the image of the rift seat, and pressed down on the button below. "Sure you want to spend 500,000 gold coins on the Sky Dragon rift seat?" Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and pressed the yes button. When Lin Xiao pressed the system confirmation button, the system suddenly closed automatically. Lin Xiao was shocked. This system wouldn't be pitting himself, right? Rumble. This was a loud noise that suddenly came from the sky, startling Lin Xiao. While not far away, Sunday and Kona did the same. Immediately after, an appalling pressure slowly drifted down from the sky. Ow! A loud and clear dragon's roar came out from above the 9 skies, resounding freely on the earth. Arnold and Yair immediately froze, incredulously raising their heads to look at the sky. They knew that Lin Xiao had gone ahead to summon his partner, but they didn't expect it to actually be this big guy. If there was one Pokemon that Lokia wouldn't want to go up against, it was it. And Arnold would rather fight the Phoenix King himself for hundreds of rounds than go up against Rift Seat. As the Dragon of the Sky, Rift Aura has the ability to block space, a trait that has given many Pokemon who have dealt with Rift Aura a headache. It is also recorded in Feng Yuan's history books that when Gul'dan and Gyoka fought, the Rift Hollow Zodiac stopped them with a mere roar and went their separate ways to end the battle. You can imagine how strong the Rift Hollow Zodiac is, and how can you make Gul'dan and Gyoka stop without great strength? It's good if you don't get your ass kicked. As the dragon's roar dissipated, a 12-meter-long elf that looked like a black dragon revealed its own large, black, hideous head from the clouds, with 2 rows of sharp, giant teeth that looked terrifying. Chapter 7, Joining of the Rift. You introduce some new partners. After saying that, Lin Xiao led the Rift Hollow Seat towards the camp. But this time, Lin Xiao didn't stop halfway again. That hit just now was still particularly fresh in his mind. Lin Xiao didn't want to do it again. Back at camp, Sunday, Kona, and the Pokemon all looked at Lin Xiao, actually at the big guy behind him. Sunday took out the icon to try to check the Rift Hollow Constellation's information, but the icon showed a blank page with no information. There's no need to look it up. It's a legendary Pokemon from the Square Edge region, Rift Seat. There's no information on the iconography. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and rubbed Sunday's head, then said to the Pokemon, "This is our new partner. I hope that we can all get along and don't have any conflicts." Probably because the Rift Seat was so huge, the little ones were a little too scared to go up and say hello to it. Whoa! Luckily, Rift Echo had a more active personality and didn't care about the cold, squinting his smiling eyes and taking the initiative to greet the Pokemon. The first to respond was still the little mischievous Tiny. Blinking his little red eyes, Tiny slowly approached the Rift Seat, sniffed at it, and then happily used the little horn on his head to give it a little push. And the Rift Seat mimicked its eyes and gently touched a tiny horn with its paw in response. Woohoo! Tiny squinted happily and called out to the pixies. At its call, the 2 little Geoducks were the first to be unable to hold back and walked up and circled around the Rift Seat. And the other Pokemon saw this and gathered around. And it didn't take more than a few minutes for the little ones to start playing around on the Rift Seat's body. The Rift Seat, on the other hand, kept his eyes mimicked and didn't look impatient at all, letting the little guys fool around. However, what made Lin Xiao puzzled was that the Rift Hollow Seat was friendly to the little ones, but it turned sour to the 2 brothers, Arnold and Yair. Not only did it not look at them, even when Arnold greeted it, it treated it as if it didn't see it. However, Lin Xiao looked at it but didn't say anything. Bringing it up now would only lead to a cold scene. Although he didn't know why the Rift Seat was like this, but he could only search for a chance to make the relationship between them a little bit more amicable, or at least reach a point where they wouldn't harbor a rebellion. After letting the Rift Seat play with the Pokemon for a while, Lin Xiao put them all away, except for Tiny. At this time, the sky was already darkening. Holding Little back in the tent and putting it in the small nest prepared for it in the corner, Lin Xiao turned on the desk lamp and took out the record book to start writing and drawing. Now that the matter of the Rift Hollow Zodiac was over, Lin Xiao planned to do a special training session for the Pokemon, and he could also use the Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold to help them train. Whether it's Rift Hollow Seat's Space Lock or Arnold's Gravity Magnetic Field is very helpful in training Pokemon. Although Gillyegg also knows Gravity Magnetic Field, but the power is not considerable. The effective training is not very effective. That's why Lin Xiao has been dragging his feet. Now that things have been resolved perfectly, the training should be put on the itinerary. Taking a ballpoint pen to write down the various procedures of training, the steps needed, Lin Xiao closed the record book, unzipped the tent, lit a cigarette and silently looked at the night sky. The Rift Hollow Seat met with Arnold and Yair for the first time, but what would be like this? It was necessary to find a way to solve this matter, otherwise it would be too late to end it when it became a big deal. Thinking forward and back, Lin Xiao couldn't come up with any good methods, and finally could only sigh helplessly, extinguish his cigarette, zipper up his zipper and prepare to sleep. In the morning, Lin Xiao swabbed the odd elf egg and then started running around the creek, waiting until he was far enough away from the campground to take out the elf ball and throw it. All 3 Pokemon, Arnold, Yair, and Rift Strike, appeared at the river's edge. Rubbing his huge head against Lin Xiao, the Rift Seat looked at the rising sun and let out a growl, as if swearing his arrival. Ow! The dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth scared the pixies in the forest and in the creek enough. Even Lin Xiao suffered, covering his ears vigorously and crouching on the ground, while the 2 brothers, Arnold and Yair, did not have much of a reaction, faintly glancing at the Rift Hollow Seat as they stood still. It took a good half a second for the rift to stop and happily jump into the river and play. This guy, Lin Xiao, was instantly a bit speechless. The rift seat had always given him the feeling of being very much like a child. Very powerful. But his behavior and actions were no different from that of a child. Sighing, Lin Xiao looked at the rift hollow seat in the river and said, "Rift hollow seat, come up here. There's something to discuss with you." Ow. The rift seat poked its head up from the river and gave Lin Xiao a puzzled look before going up the bank. The silky river water slowly flowing down its black scaled armor, emitting a dazzling light under the sunlight. Glancing at the three big guys, Lin Xiao asked with a bit of a headache, "Say, what's going on with you guys?" The three Pokemon looked at each other and didn't say anything. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Xiao said seriously, "I don't know what's going on between you guys. I hope you guys can say it to your face. Don't fall out behind your backs. If something like that happens, I can only say I'm sorry. I don't need disunited partners in my team, even if it's very strong." After saying that, Lin Xiao looked at the three little elves and waited for their response, but there was still silence and no sound. "I know." Lin Xiao shook his head and threw the three elf balls on the ground. "In that case, then you guys can leave." After saying this, Lin Xiao turned around and left without looking back, without a trace of attachment. Watching Lin Xiao turn to leave, Arnold wanted to say something but still didn't say anything. But it was Yar who shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I guess it's distrust." For some reason, the first time I saw the rift seat I saw that look of distrust of us in its eyes. Distrust? Lin Xiao twisted his head and looked at the rift seat, wanting to know what it had to say. "Wha?" The rift seat blinked its eyes and looked at Lin Xiao innocently, rubbing his paroxysm of pain on his temples. Lin Xiao glared at it breathlessly. "Don't be cute, tell me about it. I know that all the pixies at your stage can talk or use telepathy." Playing innocent and being poked by Lin Xiao, the rift seat's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Then it turned its head to look at Arnold and Yar, and its huge mouth opened slightly, and a low voice suddenly rang out from its large mouth. "Because I can sense that they don't have any loyalty to their masters, and guys like this must be treated harshly, or else the consequences will be unimaginable if they turn on their masters someday. Especially this one with an evil aura all over him." Dragging his long body around Arnold and Yar in a few laps, Riftsa looked at them with bad intentions. "I can detect that instability in your body. You're a bomb that could explode at any moment. Although I know from the other Pokemon that you are following your master for a purpose. An unstable element is just that. Unstable, and anything that poses even the slightest threat to my master I will quarantine them. Even if my master resents me for that, I won't compromise. Full of evil. Don't stare at me. Do you want to fight? Other Pokemon are afraid of the Lokia clan, I'm not. If you want to fight, feel free to do so." The Rift's words provoked an angry look from Yar, but in the face of Yar's anger the Rift gagged back without fear, choking Yar speechless. "Stop!" Lin Xiao shouted and looked at the three of them and said, "I asked you guys to come out here to resolve conflicts, not to escalate them here and make you fight." Arnold sighed slightly and looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Yar and I have never had any thoughts against Lin Xiao. Although we use his hands to heal Yar, we will also fulfill our duties as Pokemon. As long as it's not a difficult command for us, we will follow." "Ah shucks." Arnold's words were interrupted by Rift Hollow Zodiac before he could finish. With a hint of a disdainful smile, looking at Arnold, Riftlet asked in amusement, "To put it bluntly, it's all about exploitation. You guys are the ones who will travel to do your duty as Pokemon. But what about when this guy stabilizes?" Pointing his long tail at Yar, the Rift Seed narrowed his eyes and sneered. "I bet when this guy stabilizes, you'll all pat yourselves on the backs and walk away. And what will the master get then? Don't tell me it's the friendship of your Lokia clan. That's just words to cajole idiots. Enough. Stop talking." Seeing that the Rift Seat was getting more and more agitated as they spoke, Lin Xiao immediately spoke out and intended them. "Rift Air Seat," said Lin Xiao. "No. He is not an idiot this point of crude reasoning or understand. But even if Arnold and Yar leave, Lin Xiao will not resent them, because Lin Xiaochong did not really have. Why the disappointment? The original intention was for them to be able to live in peace with each other, or at the very least not to get angry and contradict each other and make things difficult for themselves. But now it had actually turned out like this. The Rift Hollow Zodiac's approach was obvious, constantly pressuring Arnold and Yar to either show their loyalty and stay, or roll up and leave, solving their own dilemmas on their own, and don't try to take advantage of others. "Everyone calm down and think about it. We'll talk about it at noon." Helplessly, Lin Xiao had no choice but to speak out. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, all three elves were silent, so Lin Xiao had to return to the campground first to let them calm down. After Lin Xiao left, Rift Hollow Seat gave the two Yanayar brothers a disdainful look, lightly grunted, and drilled into the Yan River to continue swimming. Compared to Rift Hollow Seat's dashing, both Arnold and Yar stood in silence with gloomy faces, glancing up at the crimson sun. Yar's scarlet eyes showed no expression before closing his eyes and trying to be as motionless as a statue. Yar's appearance made Arnold worried, and several times he wanted to speak but swallowed his words back. And in the end, he could only accompany Yair to stand silently on the ground. Back in the camp, Lin Xiao wordlessly released the Pokemon and let them play by themselves. The training program that was set in stone last night was delayed because of this. After instructing the Pokemon not to run around, Lin Xiao drilled into the tent. Uncle, you. Lin Xiao's gloomy face made Sunday a little worried, and just as she wanted to ask out loud, she was pulled back by Kona. Kona looked at Lin Xiao's tent and shook her head at Sunday. Let him calm himself down. We don't know what happened, but we have to trust him, okay? Oh. Sunday nodded in disappointment and responded breathlessly, although comforting Sunday, but Kona's eyes still showed worry. It was the first time she saw Lin Xiao's expression like this. It was false to say that she wasn't worried, but she was just pretending to be strong in order to stabilize Sunday. By the creek, Yair, who had been standing there for an unknown period of time, slowly opened his scarlet, pearl-less eyes and glanced at Arnold and said in a deep voice, Arnold, you leave. I decided to stay and follow Lin Xiao. Arnold snapped, staring wide-eyed at Yair. Do you know what you're talking about? Don't you know that the promise of the Lokia clan is that once you follow someone you can't leave for the rest of your life? And even if that person dies of old age you have to guard his family until you disappear from this world? Yair nodded calmly and stretched his wings, which were 12 meters in diameter. Of course I know, but I've decided to stay. You go. You are the next successor to the god of the sea. The pack needs you. Don't try to persuade me. I'm not a child. I have my own autonomy. After saying that, Yair felt a sudden relief in his body, as if what shackles were opened in his heart again. A feeling that could not be described in words rose from the bottom of his heart, which had been living under the wings of his brother, made a decision today that could not be changed in his life. From the first generation of the sea god successor, the Lokia clan has an unwritten rule. That is, if a certain Lokia makes up its mind to follow a certain person, then it is equal to detach from the Lokia clan, until that person dies. Only after, it will still silently guard his family, offspring, until its own old age and death. It was unknown why the first god of the sea had made such a promise, but all the Lokia took it to heart, except that no Lokia had ever done so, and Yair was considered the first. During this time, if one of the Lokia makes a mutiny and leaves those they follow, then they will have to endure the merciless obliteration of the contemporary god of the sea. Bull ***** sea god inheritance. You're most important in my heart. Arnold's eyes flushed red, his huge body actually trembling and shaking slightly, spreading his huge wings and roaring loudly, hoping to change Aries' mind. I've made up my mind. Do you want to try and change my mind? Looking at his hysterical brother, Yair said with a calm face, at this moment no reason can sway it anymore. The next time from following Lin Xiao out of the bottom of the sea, Yair's world gradually plumped up, as if all the pressure was thrown aside, living happily every day. No way. I'm not going to let you run amok. Even if I beat you down I'm going to bring you back to the pack. Arnold didn't budge at all, gasping for air and roaring. At that moment, the Rift Seat's massive head emerged from the bottom of the river and looked at Arnold with amusement, scoffing. What right do you have to interfere in other people's own affairs? Your Lokia clan style of doing things is laughable. Arnold's body lurched, his bloodshot eyes staring fiercely at the Rift Hollow constellation, and with an angry growl, he charged towards it. Chapter 8, The End of the Struggle. It's all you. If it wasn't for you Yair wouldn't have acted like that. Arnold, who was dominated by anger, rushed towards the Rift Hollow constellation like a madman, and as Arnold's anger flared up, the sky instantly became discontented with clouds. Thunder rolled, and lightning streaked. Boom! As the clouds built up and the sky darkened, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and rose up with a loud clap of thunder. The Rift Hollow Zodiac cracked a smile. The pink stripes and royal-colored circles on its body immediately lit up, and with infinite momentum it sprang out from the bottom of the river, crashing into the rapidly rushing Arnold. Touch! The collision of the two Pokemon instantly emitted an ear-piercing muffled sound, and the surrounding land instantly trembled, with dense and huge cracks spreading out. Clatter! The water from the creek flowed in along the crack, and all the pixies in the river swam away to avoid the area. Rip! As Rift Hollow Seat and Arnold powered up, the columns on the ground grew larger and larger, spreading in scope, and all of the Pokemon in the forest panicked and ran desperately towards deeper and deeper. A big tree kept falling, splashing up countless dust. The thunder in the sky became more and more frequent, and one lightning bolt after another fell from the sky like no money, and finally struck the ground, igniting the branches and grass on the ground, and the originally weak fire spread out with the hurricane stirred up by the collision between Rift Hollow Seat and Arnold, igniting countless grasses and trees, raising thick black smoke and a crackling sound. Everyone in the surrounding area looked at the direction of Rift Hollow Seat and Arnold in horror, not knowing what was happening. The earth trembled and shook violently, and some of the petite stones danced and swayed from side to side. Yair's scarlet eyes looked at Arnold and Rift Seat, who were crashing together, sighed, and slowly closed his eyes. The entire center area, except for the place where Yair was standing, was crawling with cracks, and it looked like a huge black spider web when viewed from above. Yair chose to ignore it and let them fight. If it went up to help, it would fall on its brother Arnold's dignity. Bang! Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold bounced off violently, the powerful force even bringing up a sonic boom. I can't tell. You're still a bit strong. The Rift Seat raised its tail, looked at Arnold, and said in a deep voice, better not disappoint me too much. Humph. Arnold reddened his eyes and stifled a grunt without replying. Glancing in the direction where Lin Xiao was, the Rift Seat flew into the sky and soared away. Follow me if you have the guts. I don't want to accidentally injure my master because of the battle between the two of us. Anon. Arnold growled to the sky, spreading his massive wings and following Rift Seat into the sky, disappearing through the thick clouds. Tick, tick. That's when beams of rain fell from the sky, making the dark skies even dimmer. But the upside of the torrential downpour was that it quickly extinguished the forest fires caused by the lightning. In the camp, Lin Xiao was lying in his tent with his head in his hands, thinking about how to deal with Arnold and Yair. But a loud noise suddenly came from the distance, as if two boulders had collided together, and immediately afterward the ground began to tremble slightly, shaking the tent slightly, and as the sky darkened with it, thunder rumbled at once, followed by the first thick bolt of lightning that fell from the sky, brightening the dim sky a bit, but dissipating as it faded. Lin Zhao's heart immediately rose with a bad premonition. He hurriedly ran out of the tent towards the place where the collision happened. His heart jumped violently and almost jumped out of his throat. That direction was where the two brothers Rift Hollow Seat and Arnold were. Putting away all the Pokemon, Lin Xiao couldn't even bother to put on his shoes and pulled his legs out, shouting to Kona and Sunday without looking back. You guys stay here, don't run around. I'll go over and take a look. Uncle, you must be careful and never get hurt, okay? Looking at Lin Xiao's distant back, Sunday said loudly with tears in both eyes. Lin Xiao didn't respond, just raised his hand, shook it, and ran towards the place of the incident. Since he didn't wear shoes, the small stones on the ground made the soles of his feet ache, but Lin Xiao didn't care in the slightest, and ran forward quickly as he only wanted to know what had happened. It didn't get very far before the sky went tick-tock, tick-tock. With his hand in front of his eyes to prevent his eyes from being hit by the bean-sized raindrops, Lin Xiao braved the heavy rain and continued to walk forward. The falling of the heavy rain made the ground slippery. Lin Xiao had to slow down in case he fell, but the huge cracks in the ground slowed him down once more, almost making it difficult to take a step. Pump! Lin Xiao had just crossed a jumping crack when he slipped and fell to the ground. The shirt on his body tore open at once, and the tremendous pain of his back rubbing on the stone made Lin Xiao ran unable to stifle a cry. When the clothes a person wears get wet, the pain brought on by an injury is a few degrees worse than usual, and it seems that the water stimulates the nerves and makes the pain come on more intensely. Shrinking into a ball on the mud-filled ground and viciously inhaling a few mouthfuls of air laced with the flavor of mud, Lin Xiao waited for the pain in his back to subside before he slowly stood up and continued to move forward. Rolling and crawling in a row, he came to the place he reached in the morning. Lin Xiao wiped off the water droplets on his face with his hand and looked at Yair, who was standing in the middle of the rainwater, and anxiously said, Yair, where are Rift Hollow Seat and Arnold? Shaking the rainwater from his body, Yair flew to Lin Xiao's side and blocked above him with his huge wings to shield him from the rain, then tilted his head, his scarlet eyes looking at the high sky covered with clouds. Although Yair didn't say anything, the intent couldn't have been more obvious. Lin Xiao's heart immediately thumped. The thing he was most afraid of had still happened. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth and clenched his slightly pale fists. Yair, why don't you stop them? Yair looked at the dim sky and revealed a bitter smile. It can't be stopped, nor can it be stopped. Perhaps letting them fight will be much calmer. Yair was right. Even if Lin Xiao suppressed it again and again, it would erupt one day. A long pain is better than a short pain. An earlier outbreak would be able to spread out and face it earlier. Ow, anon. Every now and then, the roars of the Rift Hollow Seat and Arnold were heard in the high sky, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed a bit, and then slowly coalesced together, and the roar of collision continuously resounded. Lin Xiao and Yair just stood frozen in the torrential rain and stared blankly at the sky, even though their sight could not see anything else but a gray rain mist when they looked at it again. Lin Xiao knew that Yair saw what happened after he could see the clouds, but he didn't ask and silently stood under Yair's wings and waited. I don't know how long it took, but from the clouds in the sky came a dragon's roar with exhaustion, and Lin Xiao closed his eyes speechlessly, murmuring in his heart, "Is it over?" Yair's body trembled slightly as he listened to the dragon's roar, then recovered and remained standing still to accompany Lin Xiao. Accompanied by the end of the tired dragon's roar, the Rift Air constellation's huge and hideous head was revealed from the clouds, followed by its long body. At this time, the Rift Hollow constellation's several centimeters of scale armor was cracked in countless ways, and in many places large chunks of it had disappeared to reveal scarlet musculature inside that was slowly writhing, and blood mixed with rainwater was slowly left behind along its scale armor, and the Rift Air Seat's tail slightly curled up. pulling the motionless Arnold flying towards the ground. Compared to the Rift Air seat, Arnold undoubtedly miserable a lot. The body's white feathers are dyed red, a large part of the feathers slowly drifting down, and a lot of places are as bare as the Rift Air seat to reveal the horrible muscles. With the speed of the Rift Hollow seat, he reached Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye, placed Arnold on the ground, and glanced at Lin Xiao with a slightly ashamed look. It's temporarily fainted. Cough. It might need to recuperate for a while before it can recover. The Rift Hollow seat coughed violently, and a stream of reddish blood gushed out along the corners of its mouth, mixing with the rainwater to become a bloodstream that flowed onto the ground, staining it red. Lin Xiao slowly stepped out from under Yar's wings, stretching out his slightly trembling hand to tenderly caress the wounds on Arnold and Rift Hollow seat's bodies, warm teardrops slowly flowing down the corners of his eyes before finally being washed away by the rain. With Lin Xiao's touch, the fainted Arnold didn't have any reaction while Rift Hollow seat frowned, but didn't utter a word. After gently caressing the wounds of Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold for a while, Lin Xiao turned around and picked up the master balls in front of Yar and retrieved them. Glancing blankly at the clouds in the sky, Lin Xiao trembled, hung the master ball on his waist, and murmured, "Yar, break the clouds apart, or else floods will erupt here, and when that happens, the living will be devastated." Yar nodded and looked up at the sky. Although it had lost the trait of controlling the weather, eliminating these dark clouds to make the storm stop was not difficult for it. Aang. Yar threw his head back and roared up to the sky. A thick evil aura slowly spread out from his body. Lin Xiao, who was standing not far away, had his body jerked. It was as if he was being floated by a gun ghost. His body was icy cold, his heart was hard to feel, and his stomach wanted to vomit. Knowing that he couldn't withstand Yar's evil aura, Lin Xiao slightly left a distance away. As the evil aura on Yar's body became thicker, a huge black hole appeared in the sky. If the one Yar unleashed in the Orange Islands was just a basketball court first, the current black hole was the size of a village and covered the entire sky. The circular black hole rotated like a ripple of black water, and the rotating black hole emitted a huge tearing force that sucked all the clouds in the sky into it. In less than 10 seconds the dark clouds in the sky dissipated and disappeared, and Yar calmed down with them, losing the support of Yar's evil ability. The terrifying black hole in the sky suddenly dissipated and disappeared. The dark clouds disappeared, the torrential rain was nowhere to be seen, and the fiery red sun reappeared in the sky, radiating a warm glow that shone down on the earth. Chapter 9, Attack of the Rockets. One of the larger healing rooms in the Yashihana City Pokemon Center had been purposely vacated to house Class Hollow Seat and Arnold. Inside, all of the instruments and beds were removed, and a thick frontal mat was spread on the floor, on which Upper Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold lay, as they were too large for the beds in the Pokemon Center to accommodate them. At this time the body of the Rift Hollow Seat is wrapped in gauze. The black body is almost turned into white, although it looks very awkward, but this is no way thing, compared to it is still considered very good. Arnold's situation is even worse. Lin Xiao cannot find the language to describe its appearance at this time. After examining the two elves, Joey took the book and walked out of the treatment room, smiling slightly at Lin Xiao in the hallway. Although the injuries were more severe when they were brought in yesterday, they didn't hurt the root of the problem, and with their strong ability to recover, you'll be able to take them away tomorrow. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and smiled. Trouble UMS. Joy. Oh, that's what I should do, no need to thank me. Then I'll leave you alone. With that Joey clutched the transcript and turned to leave. Right, Joey, after stepping out of the reluctance, suddenly remembered something and turned around to instruct. Although you can take them tomorrow, you can't engage in combat for a week. Oh, or your wounds will open up. Actually, there was no need for Joey to specifically instruct Lin Xiao to do so, but Joey was kind enough to remind him, so Lin Xiao hurriedly thanked him. After Joey left, Lin Xiao returned to the healing room and sat down on the floor in front of the two Pokemon, watching them silently. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, Rift Seat and Arnold's expressions were a little evasive, getting up and checking to see if the bandages on their bodies were secure. Lin Xiao continued to sit where he would have just been, gazing at them wordlessly. Such behavior lasted from morning until noon, during which Lin Xiao didn't say a single word or blame them, just silently watching, unaware of the fact that under Lin Xiao's gaze, Arnold and Rift Seat were uncomfortable all over, as if there were tens of thousands of caterpillars crawling on their bodies, and they had been hanging on to a breath that they couldn't swallow, couldn't spit out, and it was incredibly uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Xiao leave, the two guys were instantly relieved and glanced helplessly in the direction of the door, thinking that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief now. Just as they had just breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Xiao once again returned to the medical room, needless to say this time carrying a few plates in his hands, placing the plate of food and water in front of Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold respectively. Lin Xiao remained the same as in the morning. After eating their food stiffly, both Arnold and Rift Hollow Zodiac had a tacit understanding to close their eyes together and pretend to close their eyes, but for some reason, As soon as they closed their eyes, they felt Lin Xiao's eyes keep glancing at them, and the feeling of being hairy came back. The rift seat was much more calm, holding the idea in his mind that it was a big deal to be lectured and letting Lin Xiao look at him for a while. But Arnold on the side couldn't calm down and eventually couldn't stand it and opened his mouth. Lin Xiao, I know what we did was wrong this time. Maybe we can't stop looking at us like this? Saying that, Arnold also made a bitter expression as if the food he just ate had a pile of poop in it. The kind of situation where he reacted only after eating it. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, actually, I don't have any thoughts of blaming you guys. Arnold and Rift Seat immediately cast unbelievable looks. Lin Xiao actually didn't blame them? Could it be that he was lying to them? Let them be happy for a while first and then explode out later. I really don't blame you guys. Looking at the two of its disbelieving eyes, Lin Xiao laughed hoarsely. Although in my heart I would have preferred for you to sit down and talk calmly and slowly, but just as Yar said, perhaps it would be better to explode. Maybe it's because humans and pixies think differently. In fact, humans talk about peaceful solutions, but in reality, they also like to use their fists. At least that's the case with me. Until now I still remember the scene when I was a kid because I had a couple arguments with my classmates. I punched someone's big front teeth off. Lin Xiao revealed a coy smile, but the consequences were tragic. Not only was I severely reprimanded by the principal, I was also punished for running 10 laps around the campus. Rift Air Seat rode yet, and Lin Xiao had a period of contact with Arnold suddenly froze. Did not think that the mild personality of Lin Xiao also has a violent side. People are fickle and what is seen on the surface is often the least true. In this way, Lin Xiao told them the embarrassing and interesting stories of his childhood one by one, which lasted until after the sun had turned west in the afternoon, and once again fed them food and watched them grimace as they ate the bitter potion before returning to the hotel with peace of mind. Before Lin Xiao left, however, he left Yar at the Pokemon Center, just in case someone had bad intentions of hitting on Rift Strike and Arnold. Although Joey had repeatedly sworn that he wouldn't tell anyone about the two Pokemon, there were ears on the walls, so it was never wrong to be careful. After a whole day without dipping into anything or water, along with telling the two injured guys interesting stories for the whole afternoon, Lin Xiao had long been hungry, thirsty, dry, and parched. After returning to the hotel and having a full meal, Lin Xiao retreated back to the room while holding Xiao Xiao. After teasing Xiao Xiao for a while, Lin Xiao flopped down on the bed and prepared to rest. In the past 2 days for the Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold's matter, Lin Xiao could be regarded as having worried a lot, especially yesterday when he sent them for treatment. He was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground. At night, being asleep, Lin Xiao was suddenly awakened by a shock of violent vibrations and explosions. Wearing underwear, playing barefoot, Lin Xiao bottom of the heart rose a wave of foreboding, and rushed to the window to pull open the curtains to take a look. Not far away, the Pokemon Center was ablaze with fire, and the mournful sound of the alarm resonated throughout the darkened Yashihana city. And in the Pokemon Center, there was a loud noise, followed by the angry roars of Arnold, Arai, and Rift Hollow Zodiac coming out of the Pokemon Center. Damn, who the hell? Ing bear heart and leopard guts, even dare to hit me? Lin Xiao cursed angrily, quickly put on his shirt and pants, opened the door to his room, and flew towards the Pokemon Center. At this moment, Lin Xiao was incredibly glad that he had left Yar behind. His fears were not wrong. It was only the second night before someone pressed on. The hotel Lin Xiao and the others stayed in was not far from the Pokemon Center, just 2 minutes away. The closer they got to the Pokemon Center, the louder the ear-piercing alarms sounded, and the black smoke from the burning fires spread almost half of Jihua City, illuminating it brightly in the darkness of the night. Bang! A violent muffled sound emanated from the Pokemon Center, followed by the sound of Yar's roar, and along with Yar's roar, a Banjira flew out of the Pokemon Center with a mournful scream, landing heavily on the ground and smashing a large crater in the ground. Several people wearing strange costumes with a letter R emblazoned on their chests sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Bankiara, who was covered in shattered armor and spitting blood. They knew very well how strong this Banjira was, but it only took a few seconds for it to turn into this miserable state. A masked man in a golden uniform with a cape ran out of the Pokemon Center in a state of disarray, heartbrokenly gathering up Banjira on the ground, and roaring angrily, "Retreat! The intelligence was wrong. There's still a Lokier in the Pokemon Center guarding those two injured guys. I'll pull the skin off the intelligence department when I get back." Said Team Rocket personnel in gold uniforms ran at speed into a side alley and disappeared into the darkness, with the boss running away. The little brothers naturally didn't dare to stay longer, and several members of Team Rocket in white uniforms retreated quickly under the leadership of a Team Rocket head in black uniform. But their luck didn't seem to be very good. They had only run out 2 steps when they ran face to face with Lin Xiao, who was anxiously arriving. Looking at the several people with flustered faces, Lin Xiao froze slightly, then reacted. "I thought it was someone. It turns out to be you." Team Rocket, trying to take advantage of me. Team Rocket, after their activities in the Kanto and Chengdu regions, had placed pawns in every part of the alliance, which was why they were able to get the information of Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold from the Pokemon Center's computer data so quickly, and planned to come to snatch them up while they were injured. But unfortunately, they were unlucky enough to bump into Uri, releasing the little elves. Lin Xiao sneered, the veins on his forehead rising, and shouted, Fire Dinosaur Flame Vortex, Ice Pokemon use Blizzard, Lightning Bird uses Thunderbolt, Nini use Water Cannon, Forest Lizards use Blade Leaves to roam, whoever tries to run away, slice him hard, fight the little dragon as well. When you see someone running away, use your dragon claws to slap him to death for me. Lin Xiao this time is considered furious. This is the first time he met this kind of thing. Lin Xiao in the alliance belongs to the kind of key care personnel. Usually those underground organizations won't touch him, so as not to make the people behind Lin Xiao angry. But this time again, under the temptation of Arnold and Rift Hollow seat, this group of guys chose to take the risk. Team Rocket's people were about to retreat, but they didn't expect to run into Lin Xiao head-on, and before they could react, Lin Xiao still took out his Pokemon and hit them with a series of stunts. The head of the black uniform froze, took out his elf ball and yelled, Hurry up, fight back, then take advantage of the chaos and escape. But before he could finish his words, the lightning bird's release of its thundering stance instantly enveloped them, followed by Nini's water cannon, the fire dinosaur's flame vortex, and lastly, the ice elf's blizzard. Like their masters, the few remaining members of Team Rocket had just released their Pokemon when they were hit by a variety of jutsu, and there was a steady stream of screams, leaving them no chance. The ice elf's final blizzard froze them all to ice, reflecting red light in the firelight. Chapter 10, is Lin Xiao an accomplice of Team Rocket? Ka-ching! Lin Xiao stepped on the broken glass on the ground and circled around Team Rocket, who was frozen into an icy pile. What should we do with these guys? Is it impossible to kill them? Lin Xiao then lost his smile and patted his head. He was really crazy to have such thoughts. Bypassing a few Rocketeers, Lin Xiao planned to put out the fire in the Pokemon Center first, checking on Arnold, Yair, and Rift Hollow Zodiac, and of course rescuing the trainers and Joes who were resorting to the Pokemon Center. Woohoo! Just as Lin Xiao had just phased past a few of Team Rocket's scum, Jun Sha on his motorcycle and a large number of police officers happened to arrive at the scene amidst ear-piercing sirens, the blazing fire, the broken glass all over the ground, the collapsed walls and the strong smell of gunpowder caused the officers to faintly stare, and then look at the several Team Rocket scum who were frozen in place, as well as Lin Xiao, who stood on the sidelines. Stop! Looking at Lin Xiao, Jun Sha shouted fiercely and quickly drew his pistol-strong gun aimed at him. Don't move! What are you? Why are you here? The other police officers led by Jun Sha also drew their pistols and aimed them at Lin Xiao. A dozen or so catty dogs and wind speed dogs also showed their teeth and let out threatening low growls at Lin Xiao and the pixies. Being pointed at by the blackened muzzle, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, and before he could speak, the grumpy big dragon showed his teeth and roared at catty dog and wind speed dog. And with big dragon's start, all the Pokemon roared and whimpered at catty dog, wind speed dog, and the many police officers. This situation made the many police officers instantly tense up, and the still calm Jun Sha immediately shouted, Freeze! Hands up! Don't blame me if you dare to mess around. Lin Xiao's frown deepened as he gave these police officers a breathless look and raised his hand. Although I can't stand to see the behavior and efficiency of you guys who will only close the scene, I have no ill intentions. I'm a trainer from Jinxing Town. I rushed over here when I heard the explosion since my Pokemon were recuperating at the Pokemon Center, and I have the iconography to prove my identity. As for the people who attacked the Pokemon Center, it was these ice cubes. Saying that, Lin Xiao lowered his hand intending to take out the Pokemon Illustrated Guide and come out, true to what he had said, not realizing that one sentence would only end. Lin Xiao had already offended these police officers. Junsa glared angrily at Lin Xiao and saw him lower his hand without even thinking about it and shouted, No movement. I now suspect that you are in league with these people who attacked the Pokemon Center. You'd better be honest. Lin Xiao was speechless. Nima, treating Lousy as an accomplice of the Rocket Pair? I told you I'm a trainer from Zenith Town, not an accomplice of these people. I'm just trying to take out the iconography to prove myself. We'll investigate these things ourselves. Don't worry about it. Jun Sha raised her willow eyebrows, crossed her eyes at Lin Xiao and said to a tall police officer beside her, Go and cuff him. Go back and question him properly. The anger in Lin Xiao's heart ignited. He coldly smiled and glanced at Jun Sha, putting away the little elves. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Let's see who can't play first. As for putting out the fire and saving the people, Lin Xiao had already put those things aside at this time. Lin Xiao's move to put away the Pokemon caused Jun Sha to be alarmed. Do you want to resist assaulting the police? Only relieved when it was clear that Lin Xiao was just putting away the elf with no intention of resisting. The tall police officer beside Jun Sha took the handcuffs and handcuffed Lin Xiao, kicking him hard in the thigh. A look of thievery. How do you look at it? It's not a good person. Huge force. Almost kicked Lin Xiao to the ground. Slowly stood up straight. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed a cold light. Did not speak. Silently stood in place. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao heard the explosion. Kona and Sunday naturally heard it. See, when they got dressed, they found that Lin Xiao had already disappeared. At that moment, they immediately chased towards the Pokemon Center. But they didn't want to just approach the Pokemon Center to see the scene of Lin Xiao being kicked. Even with the best of breeding, this scene caused the two women to rise up in anger. You guys, hurry up and open the fire hydrant to put out the fire. You guys quickly go in and rescue Miss Joy and those trainers who are staying overnight at the Pokemon Center. After taking care of Lin Xiao's business, Junsa immediately commanded the police officers to do the aftermath. As for the few Rocketeer scum, and Lin Xiao had the same ending. They were knocked out of the ice and locked together with handcuffs. Kona sneered, pulling out her Pokemon Picket ID and Sunday and striding towards Junsa. Noticing the two approaching, Junsa turned around and pointed her pistol at them and shouted, "Stop! The Pokemon Center has been attacked by an underground organization, and is now being dealt with, so any uninvited people are not allowed to approach." Throwing the book at Junsa with a cold face, Kona sneered and said, "I naturally knew about the underground organization's attack on the Pokemon Center, but I didn't think that someone would abuse their power and physically attack another person illegally. I want to see your superior, and I want it now, immediately right now." Kona practically growled the last words. Picking up Kona's credentials, Junsa was instantly furious and was about to retort, but when he saw a few large letters on the book and the seal of the Alliance, he froze in place. After opening the fire hydrant, hitting the water quickly extinguished the fire, and the officers managed to rescue both Joey and the trainers who had borrowed the room. Fortunately, except for the two unlucky trainers who were hit by falling rocks, there were basically no other injuries, except that the Pokemon Center was rather damaged. With numerous instruments and medicines destroyed, Joey and many trainers walked out of the Pokemon Center with the police officers assisting them. And when they saw Lin Xiao, who was handcuffed to the side, they froze and said in shock, "Lin Xiao, why are you handcuffed here? Did something happen?" This kid was arrested on suspicion of assault and battery on the Pokemon Center. Let's go over there first and ignore scum like him. The tall police officer who had grilled Lin Xiao snorted lightly in disdain. Joey opened his small mouth in surprise and said anxiously, "There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Lin Xiao's Pokemon is still recuperating in the Pokemon Center, and as the grandson of the esteemed Dr. Oki, how could he possibly do such a thing?" Hearing Joey's words, the police officer on the side was shocked and a cold sweat broke out on his body. "What are you still cold for? Quickly take off the handcuffs." Joey couldn't help but stomp her little foot and shout as she saw the officers still frozen. Lin Xiao expressionlessly stood up from the ground, avoiding the police officer who came up and wanted to unlock the handcuffs, and walked towards the Pokemon Center. "Unlocking is not necessary. We'll talk about this when we get to the police station. I don't feel comfortable with my Pokemon being left here. I need to take them away first." After saying that, Lin Xiao strides past Joey and a few police officers towards the Pokemon Center. "It's over." Seeing that Lin Xiao was ungrateful, Joey's heart thumped. "I'm afraid that this time, the police department of Jihua City would suffer." Striding into the Pokemon Center, which was still smoldering and in ruins, Lin Xiao saw from afar that Yair was standing in the ruins, while Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold were both beside it. It seemed that this time, Team Rocket had taken a big hit, not expecting Lin Xiao to put Yair in the Pokemon Center to guard it, and bumping into Yair could only be described as their bad luck. After walking in, Lin Xiao nodded to Yair and said, "Why don't you guys go into the Elf Ball first? Let's get out of here. There's something I need to take care of." All three Pokemon nodded and then entered the Master Ball. Putting away the Pokemon, Lin Xiao turned around and walked out of the Pokemon Center that had become a ruin. "Uncle, are you okay? I've already called Grandpa Oki and Uncle Syracuse. These idiots are so annoying." Sunday immediately greeted him and looked at Lin Xiao with a worried face. "Oh, it's okay. Let's go to the police station," said Lin Xiao and Sunday as they walked towards the section. Not far away, a fat-headed constable stood beside Kona, nodding his head and not knowing what to say to Kona, while Junsa looked on aggressively with her head down. Drilling into the police car, Lin Xiao shouted, "Sister Kona, let's talk about it when we at the police station. Let's get out of here first." Sunday sat beside Lin Xiao and leaned against him. Hearing Lin Xiao's shout, Kona drilled into the police car without looking back and urged the officer driving to start it up faster. The police officer who drove the car suddenly had a big head, and laughed bitterly in his heart. How did this kind of hard work fall on his head? Inside the Oki Research Institute, Dr. Oki growled into the phone with a black face in his pajamas. "Bastard, arresting my grandson along with the underground organization? What are you police departments for? What's at the Pokemon Center that's worth my grandson attacking with a bomb? I'm telling you this is not a good answer. I'm not done with you." On the other end of the phone, An old man with white hair bitterly cursed, "These brats!" Net to the old man to cause trouble. Chapter 11, Arnold's Departure. Lin Xiao sat in the police station, smoking a cigarette in an old-fashioned manner, letting the fat-headed director talk on and on without answering. At this time, the director of the anxious full of sweat, the upper head, but the instructions must be to appease the grandfather. Otherwise they cannot eat and walk. Sunday and Kona looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously. After coming to the police station, Lin Xiao didn't say a word, sat on the chair in the interrogation room and started smoking. Ignoring those who pacified themselves, also hitched a ride, but did not raise some difficult questions to make things difficult for them, just silently smoking. As time passed, waiting for Sunday to doze off, Lin Xiao got up and patted his ass. "Let's have the lead officer, Miss Junsa, and the officer who kicked me come over." The bureau immediately wiped the sweat on his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Xiao made a request, then everything would be fine. The fear was that Lin Xiao had been silent, grinding in the police station like this, waving his hand at the officer outside the door. The chief whispered something in his ear, and the officer nodded in a hurry, turned and ran away. Come, nephew Lin Xiao, virtuous nephew, have a cigarette first, don't be in a hurry." After instructing his subordinates, the director smiled and handed Lin Xiao a cigarette, obviously wanting Lin Xiao to trivialize the matter. "Sister Kona, what do you think uncle will do about it?" Sunday yawned, tugged on Kona's sleeve, and inquired quietly. Kona smiled faintly and said softly, "I don't know, but since you've done something wrong you'll be punished. The act of convicting someone regardless is so shameful. I do hope Lin Xiao will go on a rampage. The police officers in the alliance have been too lax lately. I'm afraid something bad will happen when time is up." Just as the two men were muttering, the officer who had just run away returned to the interrogation room, and behind him stood Jun Sha, the leader, and the officer who had kicked Lin Xiao. But at this time both of them were embarrassed and apprehensive, not knowing what Lin Xiao would do. If they complained like the union, they would definitely not be able to eat. Lin Xiao got up and walked over to the two, glanced at Jun Sha and shook his head. "Don't just falsely accuse people in the future. If you do something, you have to pay attention to evidence." After saying that, Lin Xiao glanced at the tall police officer who almost kicked himself in a heel. "Even though you're following orders, being kicked in the face by you makes me very upset." Everyone was quietly looking at Lin Xiao to see how he would handle it. Was he really going to report it and complain? Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xiao raised his foot and kicked at the taller police officer. But this kick didn't use much force. "All right, now we're even." Lin Xiao then turned his head to the two women and asked, "Let's go. Aren't you guys sleepy?" "Oh." Sunday and Kona both nodded blankly, confused by Lin Xiao's actions. It wasn't until he walked out of the police station that Sunday asked curiously, "Uncle, if you're going to settle it like this, why did you come and sit in the police station for a couple of hours?" "Ha!" Lin Xiao stretched slightly and laughed. "How else do you think you're going to deal with it? I'm only doing a few hours at the police station to scare them so that they don't do anything rash next time. Besides, don't you know that you have to forgive people when you can?" said Lin Xiao as he led the way towards the hotel. Sunday looked at him a little stunned in bewilderment. Kona smiled slightly and took her hand and laughed. "Come on, you'll understand later. Tonight's matter, Lin Xiao indeed can choose to report to the alliance, but then it will offend the police department and the Junsha family. Although not afraid of them, but there is no need to make enemies all over the world. Besides, others have not done anything wrong, only to do things without going through the brain, although the heart is not comfortable, but in the police station to do a few hours, but also will be scared enough to them." As the trio walked to the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao watched as a few familiar figures circled the entrance to the Pokemon Center, and upon closer inspection it was Koji. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as Lin Xiao waved his hand and shouted, "Xiaoji, over here!" Hearing someone call out to them, Koji and the others, who were worrying about where the three of them should go when the Pokemon Center was destroyed, immediately turned around to take a look. Lin Xiao. Xiaoji was first stunned, then happily ran over holding Pikachu and said with slight anger, "Lin Xiao, you're also too insufficient. Without saying a word you ran to Chengdu on your own for a trip. If not for my mom calling me, I'd still be in the dark." This matter, Lin Xiao did have some disadvantages. Slightly embarrassed. "It's my fault. Next time I will definitely tell you. By the way, the Pokemon Center was destroyed last night because of Team Rocket's attack. You guys also rode the hotel to rest." "Hello, Lin Xiao." "Hello again." At this moment, Xiaoxia and Xiao Zhang walked up to greet Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Hello guys." But when the real Pokemon Center was destroyed by Team Rocket, all three were furious, thinking next time you run into Kojiro and Musashi you're going to make them look good. It seems that after losing Meowth, that idiotic duo hasn't given up on capturing Pikachu yet, clinging to Koji like a perpetual plaster. Sunday and Kona also greeted the trio, but knowing that they were Lin Xiao's girlfriends, although they were envious, Xiao Zhang didn't dare to send out flowery looks. "Lin Xiao, look, this is the chrysanthemum grass leaf I collected in the Chengdu area. Oh, It's cute, isn't it? On the way to the hotel, Koji happily pulls out the kakusa leaves to show off. Until now Lin Zhao's idea of making changes to Xiaoji has disappeared. No matter how you say, this guy won't take long to forget it all again. It's cute, but it won't be cute after evolving into a big chrysanthemum flower. Lin Xiao guffawed and reminded Xiaoji. Xiaoji's smile suddenly disappeared, looking at Kikoko Saiba in a tangle, mentally comparing Kikoko Saiba's appearance to that of the big chrysanthemums and flowers. What should we do then? After weighing the situation for half a day, Xiaoji still wished for Kikoko Sei to keep her current appearance. Puff! Koji's tangled look caused Sunday and Kona to giggle, while Kong and Kasumi covered their faces to make a look of disgrace, their bodies hastily taking a few steps back, trying to put distance between them and Koji. Lin Xiao was speechless and helplessly patted Xiaoji's head and wrapped his arm around his shoulders. Don't you know there's a kind of stone in the store that keeps Pokemon from evolving if you let them carry it on your body? She was overjoyed. There's such a thing? How come I haven't heard of it? Koji's words caused Sunday to laugh. There was something to be said for the level of idiocy in this guy. Shops that sell evolution stones and pixie balls have them and they're cheap. You better buy an extra one for your Pikachu to take with him or he'll evolve into Raichu if he accidentally touches a thunderstone. After helping Xiaoji explain, Lin Xiao and his group headed towards the hotel and helped them get 2 rooms. Lin Xiao then went back to his room and prepared to sleep. He didn't sleep long last night before he was woken up by Team Rocket, then went to the police station and got it until dawn. Now he was already sleepy. Like Lin Xiao, Sunday and Kona greeted the 3 of them to Xiaoji and went back to their room to catch up on their sleep. Xiaoji and the 3 of them said goodbye to Lin Xiao early the next morning, and then headed towards Rustum City, intending to get their first badge before Lin Xiao did. And Lin Xiao stayed in Jihua City for one more day, preparing to bar Arnold and Yao's affairs. After 3 days of recovery, Rift Hollow Zodiac and Arnold had basically recovered, only that they couldn't use overly powerful jutsu for a short period of time, or else their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it and their wounds would crumble open. On a piece of grass in the suburbs, Lin Xiao released Arnold and Yao, and the 2 brothers knew what Lin Xiao meant by looking for them. Yao's choice remained the same as before, intending to follow Lin Xiao without leaving. After quietly looking at Yao for half a second, Arnold revealed a bitter smile and said to Lin Xiao, I hope you can treat Yao well in the future, although I also follow you around like Yao, but I can't, the clan needs me, I can't let the clan leader down. Moreover, Lin Xiao had the rift seat by his side, he didn't need to worry about Yao's outbreak. Arnold felt that he should also leave. As the next successor of the god of the sea, he had wasted a few hundred years of his time. It was time to take on his due obligations. Gently touching Yao's head with his head, Arnold sighed reluctantly. I don't know when I'll be able to see you again once we say goodbye now. I hope you're having a good time. Eri rubbed himself against Arnold as well. I know. Neither of the brothers said anything afterward, and the atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Anon. A string of crystallized tears flowed out of the corner of Arnold's eyes and he nodded to Lin Xiao, signaling him to treat Yao well. Then without looking back, he flew into the sky and disappeared. Tick! A ground of crystalline teardrops fell on Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao touched his face and looked at Arnold's departure for a long time without words. Chapter 12, Cruel Training. Arnold left and Yao became sullen. Having lived with his brother for hundreds of years together, the contrast between being separated all of a sudden was too much for him to adjust to. Lin Xiao couldn't do anything about this situation. These things could only be smoothed out by time, and he believed that after a long time, Yao would be able to recover. Lin Xiao told the Pixies and Sunday and Kona to leave it alone and let it calm down for a while. Arnold left, and Lin Xiao and the others also left Jihua City. Leaving Jihua City, Lin Xiao had been holding the map and navigating to check it all along the way except for letting the fire dinosaurs and forest lizards swipe gold coins outside. The strange behavior made Sunday wonder greatly. Jussie, why do you keep looking at the map and navigation? Wouldn't it be better if we just followed the direction of Rustum City? Of course I know I can get to Rustum City if I just follow the road all the way. Lin Xiao picked up the binoculars and looked around and said, I just want to find a suitable place to train for the Pokemon, especially the fire dinosaurs and forest lizards. I'm going to wait for them to evolve before I challenge the Orange Terrier Dojo. The fire dinosaur's combat experience had already sort of reached a fixed point, especially the forest lizard, which should have evolved into a lizard king as early as the time of the quartz assembly, but by now it had been delayed. Obviously there was less external pressure, which was why Lin Xiao was looking towards helping them train with the help of Arnold's and Rift Hollow Seat's abilities. Allowing the fire dinosaurs and forest lizards to evolve not only strengthens them, but also serves to bring the little ones up to speed, making them eager to train in order to become stronger. Almost all of the Pokemon along the way were swept away by fire dinosaurs and forest lizards, and on the way Lin Xiao also encountered a few challenges from trainers that he ran into, but it was natural for someone to send gold coins Lin Xiao wouldn't refuse. It was not until mid-afternoon that Lin Xiao stopped. The place where a few people were now staying had a small forest, forest and a small river. No matter what you do you can't get away from a water source. Let's camp here. Not far ahead is Happy Town, where there is a Pokemon Center where Pokemon can go to be treated if they are too tired from training or injured. Looking at the map and navigation, Lin Xiao said to Sunday and Kona, because he was afraid of errors. Lin Xiao was looking at the navigation map together to avoid mistakes. Phew! Sunday placed her backpack on the ground, hugged her recently evolved hunting bee butterfly and hammered her leg. But why don't we just go to the town and rest again? There's still a hot shower. Because the training needs a bigger place and the help of the rift seat. This is not convenient in a crowded place. That's why I chose to be here. As for bathing, boil hot water to wash in the tent at night. Opening his backpack and taking out his tent to set it up, Lin Xiao said without looking back. Sunday bristled and muttered in a small voice, "Big Woody." Kona smiled slightly, taking a sip of water and wrapping her arms around Sunday and laughing. That's just his nature, isn't it? We'll just make do with what we've got. After setting up the tent, Lin Xiao rested for a while and led the elves into the large lawn in the center of the grove. Came to the lawn, Lin Xiao clapped his hands to attract the attention of the Pokemons. Serious, recent period of time everyone's training has fallen quite a lot, especially the big little dragon. Little Mimi, I traveled to the Orange Islands for 2 months, but your strength at home hasn't changed much. Yukira is so small that she has to train hard, but you guys, oh, big dragon, and little Mimi all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Xiao. Although you guys are still children and like to play around, but I don't want you guys to be lazy. Don't you want to make yourselves strong? I want you all to be as strong as Banjira the good fast dragon? Speaking here, Lin Xiao couldn't help but growl. At the mention of Banjira and Crypto, the Pokemon all shuddered. The strength of Banjira, Crypto, and the giant Crypto had long since penetrated their hearts. And of course the Pokemon all liked to be as powerful as they were. If you want to be as strong as them, you have to train hard. Or you'll just have to look at their backs and live in their shadows for the rest of your lives. Lin Xiao carried his hands behind his back and slowly wandered away, looking at the pixies and shouting. The Pokemon all shriveled up a bit. It was true that the strength of Pokemon such as Banjira was beyond their reach, but anything was possible with hard work. There is a reward for giving. It's not right to keep clothing others. It's not good for your growth. You can only rely on yourselves if you want to become stronger. Ow! Shama! The fire dinosaur and the forest lizard immediately came out and asked Lin Xiao to do special training on them, and with the two of them taking the lead, the rest of the Pokemon came out in droves. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction and smiled faintly. Then, training begins. Throwing out the Master Ball, Lin Xiao said to the Rift Seat, "Wait, you block off the space here and put pressure on the Pokemon, so that you can squeeze their potential more effectively and make them stronger." The Rift Seat nodded its massive black head and flew into the middle of the grass, blocking off space on the lawn. All around a moment became sticky. Blocking space to move in it is like in the ground saw full of strong glue to walk on it. That kind of feeling makes people suffer. To move a step to spend half a day's effort. Now the fire dinosaur and forest lizard work on releasing their jutsu to make them powerful. The big and little dragons, Mimi, and the ice elf start running, and the lightning bird uses the electric current in its body to resist the space-locking trait. Soon Lin Xiao gave tasks to the little elves. The lightning bird's growth qualifications were very good. What was needed was to keep compressing themselves. The fire dinosaur and the forest lizard were trying to make their stances stronger, which would benefit them a lot after they evolved. As for the big and little dragons and the ice elf, they needed to start from the grassroots, especially the ice elf. Don't look to have evolved, but its strength is the weakest amongst the Pokemon except for Tiny. Lin Xiao couldn't have expected Mei to do any powerful training for it, but now that he was its master, then training could never be left behind. Boom! This is the sound of an explosion on the lawn. The fire dinosaurs do not know the characteristics of the space lock, just used a large word burst only Liko not far away from the explosion, almost affecting themselves. The other Pokemon craned their heads in curiosity to watch. No looking, Lin Xiao shouted fiercely and urged, "Do your own training, don't worry about the others. Right now you're on your own, no?" After saying that Lin Xiao nodded to Rift Hollow Seat, who understood and immediately increased the intensity of the lockdown. Originally it was a bit difficult but at least it was still able to move. But as the Rift Hollow Seat increased its pressure, the few little ones who were running immediately fell on their faces and struggled on the ground, unable to get up, and it took a great deal of effort to move gently. Lightning Bird's forehead was covered in sweat, gasping for air, his body trembling slightly as he gritted his teeth. Fire dinosaurs and forest lizards are so. They not only have to resist the space pressure but also have to release their jutsu, in which case their own jutsu can ripple out if they're not careful. Crawl up. Is it fun to be on the ground? Lin Xiao shouted as he looked at the big and small dragons, Mimi and the ice elves that were lying on the ground. Lin Xiao realized that he had spoiled all the little ones too much, which was what caused them to fall behind in their training. At the moment Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and hardened his heart, drilling them ruthlessly. Under Lin Xiao's shout, The little ones all used their milk strength to struggle hard, stand up, and slowly move forward step by step. Big Little Dragon and Little Mimi continued to run and train, but the performance of the ice elf was a big disappointment to Lin Xiao. At the moment the ice elf was already lying on the ground and refusing to move, looking at Lin Xiao pitifully. In the past training, when the ice elf was tired, as long as it looked at Mei with big watery eyes, Mei would soften her heart and let it rest and end the training. But this wouldn't work with Lin Xiao. No training mission done, no food. Crossing the ice elf's eyes, Lin Xiao lightly hummed, letting it choose for itself whether it wanted to finish the training mission to eat Pokemon food and energy cubes or just find fruits to eat by itself. If the ice elf would have been lying down and not moving, Lin Xiao would have definitely sent it back to Miko. Oh, the ice elf called out pitifully twice. Looking at Lin Xiao's stern face, there was no room for discussion, so he could only use his whole body's strength to stand up trembling and slowly walk forward. The first stage was very strenuous. The pixies didn't use 10 minutes before they all got down. Lin Xiao immediately made Riftseed stop and fed them with water and food on plates to replenish their depleted stamina. After all this, Lin Xiao also borrowed Kona's freezing bird to fan them to dissipate the heat. Not only do the crypto birds fan the pixies, but they also drop a light blizzard of snow to keep the pixies cool and refreshed. When they had rested well, Lin Xiao once again urged the Pokemon to train, and with the experience they had just had, the Pokemon were slowly adapting, and held on for a much longer time than they had the first time. 2 hours later, the Pokemon were once again down. But Lin Xiao didn't rush them this time. Training should all be done on a shift-by-shift basis. You can't rush it and put them all away. Saying hello to Sunday Kona, who was washing the dishes, he headed towards the Happy Town Pokemon Center. Recovering strength and healing, such things in the wild could never compare to being at the Pokemon Center. Lin Xiao also specially bought a big tent from the town so that the Pokemon could rest in the wild at night without having to return to the Pokeball. Chapter 13, Aftermath of the Attack. In the depths of the Tokiwa Forest, in Team Rocket's headquarters, Vasha was in a good mood lately. His tyrannical salamander had finally succeeded in arriving at that realm after a few months of struggling. Nowadays, the tyrannical salamander was sleeping on its back in front of the statue of the green dragon that he had stolen from Lin Xiao's dragon dojo. The exterior of its body was surrounded by a huge red circle. It seemed that the natural origin that the tyrannical salamander had comprehended had something to do with fire. Lifting his goblet, scarlet red wine sloshing around in it, Vasha looked down the huge skylight at the view of the Tokiwa forest, occasionally lifting his goblet to take a light sip. A small Team Rocket leader in a black uniform gently walked behind Vasha and bent down respectfully. Lord Vasha, the results of Lord Shadowstrike's sneak attack on the Pokemon Center have come to fruition. Oh, Vasha froze slightly, then a strange smile raised on his hideous face. Did it fail? Wouldn't someone else have no defenses if they could have a Pokemon like Lokia or Riftcunnel? Even if they wanted to harvest the genes, it would be extremely difficult. Does he think others are idiots? The black uniformed young leader froze, looking odd as he stole a glance at Vasha, but the hideous, horrifying scars on the other party's face made his heart tremble. The other party, in addition to having the injured Rift Hollow Zodiac and Lokier, also purposely left behind a black Lokier to watch over it, so Lord Shadowstrike's operation failed, and the strongest Banjira was also seriously injured. This matter has already attracted the attention of the Pokemon League, and several Tenno led by Wataru connected to smash our Team Rockets, also several distributions, mentioning a large number of Dark Suns, and currently the disorder is still spreading further. Wataru. Lifting Wataru, Vasha shuddered violently, his body trembling and shaking slightly, clenching his fist so tightly that the transparent thin goblet couldn't bear his huge force and shattered at once. Scarlet liquid flowing slowly down Vasha's arm, and quite a number of glass shards were also deeply embedded into his hands. Taking a few hard breaths to calm himself, Vasha pulled out the broken glass from his palm without a care in the world and let out a cold laugh. This is inevitable. Before the operation, because of such a heart preparation. It's just that Shadow Stinger guy is too incompetent. Not to mention that he didn't succeed in snatching it, and he didn't get the gene samples either, and also let his most important partner, Banjira, be seriously injured? What incompetence! The little chieftain looked at Vasha in shock, and came to speech in a daze. The boss was on a roll now, but the chieftain still didn't seem to get along. Shadow Spike mocking Vasha for dying like an idiot to guard a few statues, and Vasha sarcastically saying that Shadow Spike was like a stupid pig, doing nothing but getting into trouble. But it's better to hide for a while these days. Vasha pondered for a moment, said to the small chief beside him, "You order down. Recently let the people below the warriors to hide. Don't he? Damn, like an idiot by the alliance all end." The young leader was stunned, then returned to his senses, bowed and inquired, "What about our scattered outsiders?" Outsiders? The corners of Vasha's mouth lifted in a hint of disdain, and he grunted softly, "Those people can just die as they please. The one thing we don't lack in Team Rocket is outsiders. Alright, you go down." said Vasha with an impatient wave of his hand, signaling the young leader to leave himself alone. The little chief bowed respectfully and slowly retreated. Shadow Spike, let's see how you'll explain to the boss this time. We've lost a lot of money to Team Rocket in this sweep. Ha ha ha. Vasha let out a loud laugh at once. In Lin Xiao's manor in Jinxing Town, after countless days of carefully pleasing and communicating with him, the giant snapdragon had changed from being wary to being friendly to Daijai Xuecheng. And this change had made Daijai Xuecheng very happy. Whether or not he could get the baby dragon still depended on the giant snapdragon's meaning. This time Lin Xiao's Pokemon was robbed. The Alliance launched a big sweep which was promoted by him and Dr. Daijai. However, Dr. Oki Syracuse did not personally participate, but threw all the burden to his detrimental friend Dragon Ambassador Wadari, causing Wadari to wail and cry out that he had made a bad friend. You yourself helped browbeat the giant fast dragon in hopes of getting custody of the baby dragon, but you let me run around like a dead dog. In fact, Daijai Xuecheng preferred to do it himself. He had always treated Lin Xiao as if he were his own son. Now that Team Rocket dared to move on his head, how could Daijai Xuecheng not be angry? Only Joey reminded the mother fast dragon's production in this 1 or 2 days, so only pressed down the anger in his heart to stay and watch. Dr. Oki seemed to know what his son was asking for, so he didn't ask him to participate in the sweeps, and now Oki Yukijo was indeed embarrassed. Having the name of Tenno but not even being able to put together 6 Pokemon. Getting a Pokemon would be simple for Dagwood Snow City if they were to pick at random, but at this point, ordinary Pokemon were not something they could look at anymore. Or else Dagwood Snow City would not have pulled down their old faces to ask for the baby dragons. In just 2 days, not only the Rockets were swept away, but other underground organizations continued to be swept away by the Alliance, causing countless people to secretly curse the Rockets. The Alliance was conducting a major cleanup. Lin Xiao knew that during his call with Dr. Oki, but there was no way for him to participate in such a thing, so it was better for him to honestly continue his journey. At night, Lin Xiao was in the tent with a record book to record the various elements of Pokemon training, such as which aspect that Pokemon focuses on, which Pokemon is already going to the next stage of training and all sorts of things that need to be recorded, so that the trainer can know more about their Pokemon situation, so as to deal with these difficulties head-on. After the record was finished it was already late at night. Lin Xiao quietly lit a cigarette and slowly smoked it. At this moment, faint footsteps approached the tent, and Kona drilled into Lin Xiao's tent in her pajamas. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and laughed. Still not sleeping? Staying up late is a big enemy for women. Already asleep. Got up to use the restroom and saw your light was on so I came over to check. Kona blankly glanced at him without any good humor, hugged Lin Xiao from behind, and softly said, Still thinking about the Pokemon training thing? Don't wear yourself out. Slightly panting, Lin Xiao cupped Kona's small face that could be broken by blowing and smiled. Not now. Later. Kona was slightly startled, then nodded and gave him a soft kiss on the cheek. Go to bed early. Don't get tired. Aha! I know. I'll sleep after I finish replenishing the energy cubes I need to replenish from my recent training. Pokemon training nutrition must keep up. Pokemon food that's just the usual order of the mouth. Once the start of training Lin Xiao will let the Pokemon eat energy cubes, in order to replenish the energy consumed by the body back. Energy cubes are not easy to make, so Lin Xiao needs to prepare in advance, so as not to consume them when the time comes to catch the sky without a way out. As for the energy cubes sold in the store, to be honest Lin Xiao can't look at them. The kind of thing that only asks for quantity can ask for it and how good it is. Kona, being a rational woman, nodded understandingly and then walked out of the tent to go back to sleep. And Lin Xiao also took out the materials that he had purchased in Happy Town in the afternoon and started making energy cubes. Making energy cubes was not only expensive in terms of materials, but also a troublesome process. The tight configuration of various materials could break one down, not to mention the other processes. It lasted until 5 in the morning before Lin Xiao finished making all the materials, yawned and set the alarm clock, and retracted back into the quilt to sleep in a daze. At 7 o'clock, at the crack of dawn, the alarm clock in the tent was sounding a piercingly maddening chime. Tiny opened his little eyes in dissatisfaction, glanced at the alarm clock, and jumped on Lin Xiao's quilt to step on it vigorously, which was his usual practice of calling up Lin Xiao. Wake up already, don't step on it. Lin Xiao breathlessly reached out and grabbed Little down, yawned, put on his clothes and led Little out of the tent. Looking at the little elf who was still sleeping due to fatigue, Lin Xiao's mouth revealed a hint of a bad smile and picked up the pre-prepared loudspeaker and shouted fiercely, Get up! Prepare for training. All those who don't gather after 5 minutes will not have breakfast. The loud noise startled the Pokemon, except of course for the Rift Seat, which had known that Lin Xiao was near, but it hadn't expected Lin Xiao to wake them up by yelling at them like that. Standing up in horror, the elves all looked around warily and shriveled up when they spotted Lin Xiao with a bad smile on his face and the loudspeaker in his hand. Gather up right now and get ready for breakfast, then start training. Ignoring the wails of the Pokemon, Lin Xiao turned to the river and quickly washed himself before separating the energy cubes. The more you train, the more you can't relax, or else you'll have to start from scratch once your taut nerves go soft. Although they still wanted to sleep, under Lin Xiao's stern eyes the little ones all climbed up, quickly finished their food and followed Lin Xiao towards the lawn where they trained yesterday. Fire dinosaurs and forest lizards. Your mission today is to attack each other, but not to use any stances. The same goes for the big and small dragons. As for Mimi and the ice elf, continue yesterday's mission run. Lightning Bird's mission remains the same. Giving the training tasks quickly, Lin Xiao urged the Pokemon into action. Big dragon, little dragon, show some strength. Didn't have breakfast? Ice elf, run quickly. If you dare to be lazy again, I'll let the Rift Seat take care of you a little more. Hearing Lin Xiao's words about taking care of them, the ice elf immediately winced and took out all his strength to run forward. Incidentally, Mimi was also panicked. Yesterday Lin Xiao letting the Rift Air Seat take care of them a little bit more on purpose almost cost them their little lives. Lightning Bird, no slacking off. I said for you to resist. It is to resist, not for you to adapt. Chapter 14, 2 against 2 with Chi. Uncle, is something wrong with the fire dinosaur's body? At noon, while eating, Sunday noticed that something was wrong with the fire dinosaur and hastily asked out loud. The fire dinosaur's tail flames were larger than usual after the morning's training, and he hadn't eaten much for lunch. Lin Xiao naturally looked at the fire dinosaur's situation and shook his head at Sunday and laughed. It's fine, that's a prelude to evolution. As long as it goes through battles or some more stressful training, it will successfully evolve into a fire-breathing dragon. To be honest, Lin Xiao was looking forward to the evolution of the fire dinosaur. His own fire dinosaur was taller and stronger than normal fire dinosaurs regardless of height or weight. Evolving into a fire-breathing dragon would definitely be very dominating. The only thing that made Lin Xiao slightly disappointed was that the forest lizard was still unresponsive. There was no prelude to evolution at all, which made Lin Xiao's heart a little anxious. The forest lizard had been with him for a year, and now that this last step of evolution was delayed, Lin Xiao was also a little confused. Lin Xiao had no choice but to call the old man for help, but Dr. Oki's words left Lin Xiao stunned. There are Pokemon that can't evolve at a certain point. Even if it can learn a stance that can only be learned after it evolves, it still can't evolve. Could this really be the case with your own forest lizard, Lin Xiao? Just as Lin Xiao was confused, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. After slightly froze, Lin Xiao twisted his head to see that Xiao Ji, Xiaoxia, and Xiao Jiang were actually the three of them. But didn't they leave on the first line before them? How did they fall behind them? Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Ji speechlessly. How did you guys fall behind? Koji was a bit embarrassed. I was delayed a bit because I accidentally got lost. And behind Xiao Ji, Kasumi and Kong are also a little embarrassed. The journey has been lost. In addition to them, I'm afraid that it is difficult to find out more than they are more wayfarer than the existence of the road. Shaking his head breathlessly, Lin Xiao pointed to the stool aside and said, since we met, let's sit down and eat together. The three Xiaoji thanked them and then sat down directly, preparing to mix their meals. Luckily Lin Xiao would prepare more meals every time, or else there really wouldn't be any for them. Looking at Xiao Ji, who was gorging himself, Lin Xiao suddenly rang up something and immediately asked, Xiao Ji, you have your fire-breathing dragon with you, right? Ahem. Lin Xiao suddenly stretched his head to inquire, startling Xiao Ji, who was fighting with his rice, and got stuck with it. Kona, who was at the side, gave Lin Xiao a blank look and handed Xiao Ji a cup of water. As a result, Kona handed over the water, panicked and drank it in one gulp, knocking the food down into his stomach before he let out a fierce sigh of relief and looked at Lin Xiao with some fear. I say, Lin Xiao, don't scare me, okay? I almost choked to death. I have the fire-breathing dragon with me. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't expect your reaction to be so big. Since I brought it, let's have a sparring match with my fire dinosaur later for dinner. Lin Xiao planned to use Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon battle to let the fire dinosaur complete its evolution. But I don't want Xiaoji to hear the fight. Immediately jumped up with joy. There is this kind of good thing you said earlier. I have long wanted to fight with you. One-on-one is no fun. Let's have a 2-on-2. How about it? What a battle maniac. Lin Xiao lost his smile and shook his head. Okay, 2-on-2 then, but only if you eat yours quickly. No problem. Xiaoji gave Lin Xiao a 3-minute fixed gesture and lifted the bowl to vigorously shave it into his mouth. Can Sister Kona give me another bowl of rice? Xiao Jiang put down his bowl and looked at Lin Xiao with Nini eyes. Since I ate your lunch, let me contribute a little bit of my small contribution. I'll be your referee. But Lin Xiao, is it okay if I want to ask you for advice on making Pokemon food and energy cubes? Said Kong Hee. His face was slightly red. After all, he wasn't on very good terms with Lin Xiao. Not as good as the likes of Xiao Ji or Xiao Mao. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, no problem. This is all trivial. If you have any questions you can come and ask me at any time, but it will have to wait until after the battle is over. Yay! Awesome! Kong gestured excitedly. Kona smiled at them and sighed at how good it was to be young. Can't wait for dinner. Xiaoji immediately jumped up and shouted. Come on Lin Xiao, let's start fighting. Xiaoji's action caused Lin Xiao to be stunned, shaking his head with a lost smile and pointing at the fire-breathing dragon. Are you sure it will listen to you and fight now? The fire-breathing dragon, who was lying on the ground and eating food, glared at Koji without any good reason, and snorted in dissatisfaction, signaling that Koji had better not disturb himself right now, or else a big fire would be served. The fire-breathing dragon's actions made the crowd laugh, and Koji was a little embarrassed, but it was good that he quieted down and didn't push any further. He'd been burned quite a few times with the fire-breathing dragon's short temper. By the way Kong, where did you get this six? Nice sweater color and all. Well bred, Lin Xiao asked as he looked at Six Tails who was eating on the ground. At the mention of the Six Tails, Xiao Zhang instantly turned into a florid look. His black face became red and smoldering. Unable to speak, Kasumi gave him a breathless look and told the story of how she got the Six Tails. Yuki? Lin Xiao vaguely had to have such a girl, as if she was a Pokemon breeder and had a high level. It was hard to wait for the fire-breathing dragon to finish its food, and Koji immediately monkeyed around and issued another challenge. Then the match between Lin Xiao and Xiaoji will now take place. The number of Pokemon used will be 2. Pokemon can be replaced halfway through. After all of one side's Pokemon have lost their ability to fight, the other side wins. Kong stands between the two men and announces the rules of the match. Xiaoji, who had already become impatient, immediately took out his genie ball and shouted, Kikusaba, the first battle is yours. A few cuckoo. Kikusaba, who was wearing a small rock around her neck, happily jumped up on Koji's shoulder to be intimate with him. Rinzioa also did not think that he was just talking about Xiaoji actually let Kikukusa leaf does not evolve. Have to have him as a strange man. After looking at the elves whose faces were all eager to try, Lin Xiao looked at the Ice Elf and said, Ice Elf, you do this battle. The Ice Elf froze slightly, not expecting Lin Xiao to let himself out, then came back to his senses and jumped into the tournament arena, while the other elves were a bit disappointed, especially the big and small dragons. Kikusaba, stop it, the battle is on, go for it, Koji said happily as he hugged Kikusa Leaf. Kikusa Leaf nodded seriously, challenging the field to lock eyes with the Ice Elf. The Pokemon were all ready and Kong immediately shouted, then the battle begins. Just as Junior finished speaking, she shouted, Kikusaba, use impact. A few kooks. Kikusa Leaf gave a cute yelp and charged at the Ice Elf. The Ice Elf looked at the rushing Kikusa Leaf with a slight nervousness. Among all of Lin Xiao's Pokemon, it had the least amount of battle experience except for Xiao Xiao who couldn't battle. Miko hardly ever let it fight much. I really don't know how this Ice Elf evolved. Glancing at the somewhat nervous Ice Elf, Lin Xiao sighed. Don't be nervous, wait for the chrysanthemum grass leaves to approach. Just as Kikusa Leaf was almost about to hit the Ice Elf, Lin Xiao said, jump up to avoid it, followed by using crazy messy grab. In fact, the qualification of the Ice Elf is very good. Not only can it know Ice Jutsu, even the Jutsu that Idyu can learn, including Billion Shockwave and Destructive Deathlight. Unfortunately, this Ice Elf starting point is too low, it needs to be trained more. Heeding Lin Xiao's words, the Ice Elf lightly jumped, and his body reflecting blue light in the sunlight avoided Kikukusa Leaf's onslaught before using crazy messy grab to attack Kikukusa Leaf. A flurry of frantic clawing caused Kikusaba to yelp and keep backing away. The jutsu didn't do much damage, but the characteristic of making people keep backing away was annoying. Looking at Kikusaba who was retreating back and forth, Koji nervously shouted, Kikusaba, quickly dodge away. Crazy messy grab could indeed be avoided more often in the cast, but Lin Xiao wouldn't let him have his way. It's now. Ice Elf use ice teeth. Opening his mouth, revealing small canine teeth that were bubbling with cold light, the Ice Elf took a bite out of Kikusaba's head. Chrysanthemum Grass Leaf let out a cry of pain. Half of his head and the green leaves on his head were frozen, and he fell heavily to the ground. Freeze Ray, rush it! The Ice Elf who came up in confidence immediately screamed in delight, and a ray of sharp freezing light froze the chrysanthemum grass leaves into a pile of ice, reflecting light in the sunlight. The use of jutsu in a sparring match is something that needs to be considered, or else the opponent will seize the opportunity to bring the fight to an end just like this. Lin Xiao pointed out the shortcomings of Xiaoji's battle and looked at the Ice Elf with a slight smile, praising, well done. With some training you'll become strong too, won't you? Lin Xiao's compliment caused the Ice Elf to purr happily, squinting her small eyes as she proudly lifted her small head and walked back to the group. What a little guy who can't stand compliments. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly and looked at Fire Dinosaur. You're on for the second time. Lin Xiao intended for the Fire Dinosaur to battle evolve. The Pokemon were aware of it, so they didn't envy its appearance. Fire-breathing dragon, you have to win this one, you know? Koji encouraged the fire-breathing dragon. However, without wanting to, the fire-breathing dragon didn't give a damn about Xiaoji and took a big step towards Lin Xiao, rubbing its head against him. The fire-breathing dragon's behavior petrified a few people. There was no more disgusting moment than when one's Pokemon ran off to be intimate with an opponent before a battle, and Xiaoji almost suffocated to the point of turning red, helplessly stroking the fire-breathing dragon's head. Lin Xiao smiled. I know, I miss you too. Cheer up, let me see how much your strength has grown. Ow. Spitfire tilted his head and roared, spewing a stream of flame into the sky, before nodding firmly and returning to Koji. Chapter 15, The Evolution of the Fire Dinosaur. The opponent was an evolved version of himself, and the fire dinosaur was not the least bit afraid, letting out a demonstrative growl at the fire-breathing dragon, except that its articulation system was still very young, and it didn't have the same air as the fire-breathing dragon, just like the Earth's big cats, although leopards and other big cats will also roar, but the sound is breathless, and barking is no difference, compared to tigers and lions. Check 100,000 800,000 miles, especially the lion. Roar can be transmitted 8 kilometers away, so that people listen to the heart chills, especially at night. In the face of the fire dinosaur's provocative behavior, the fire-breathing dragon roared back angrily. Its huge roar shook the ears of several people, and its two thick nostrils spewed hot air, staring fiercely at the fire dinosaur. When the same clan competes with each other, the first thing to compare is the aura. Even if the strength is not as good as the other party, they will not let their aura weaken. Fire-breathing dragon, use jet flame. When fighting, he likes to attack first, which is a trait of Koji. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, Fire dinosaur, we use jet flame too. Lin Xiao intends to let the fire dinosaur and fire-breathing dragon hard to touch. The reason why such a thing in order to provoke the fire dinosaur's evolution of the heart. Compared to the power jutsu, the temperature of the flame Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon are a lot stronger than the fire dinosaur, which is why Lin Xiao put forward the idea of the battle against each other. Ow! The fire-breathing dragon and the fire dinosaur spewed out flames at the same time, striking at each other. A thick and a thin stream of flames collided in the air, but there was no explosion. The same ability can be fused to see which side is hotter and more powerful. The fire-breathing dragon's thick flames quickly swept through the fire dinosaur's flames, then engulfed to become even thicker, running quickly towards the fire dinosaur. Although he had used all his strength, the suppression of the rank-in flames caused the fire dinosaur to retreat back and forth, and was eventually wrapped up in the fire-breathing dragon's flames. Ow! Fire dinosaur roared in pain and shook off the flames from his body. The same fire Pokemon, so fire-breathing dragon's flames didn't hurt fire dinosaur very much. Smoke rose from the skin in several places on his body that had been burned by the flames, and since they were all fire Pokemon, so the flame trait wouldn't get on them. Snorting hard, the fire dinosaur looked at the fire-breathing dragon angrily. Immediately pleased with the one hit, Koji shouted, Fire-breathing dragon, pick up where you left off. Flame vortex. Lin Xiao still hadn't changed to let the fire dinosaur use the flame vortex. The pressure that the fire-breathing dragon had given it wasn't enough. Next, whatever stance Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon used, Lin Xiao would let the fire dinosaur do as it was told. Slowly the fire dinosaur was getting more and more injured, and its stamina was being slowly consumed as it began to gasp for breath. After another hard clash of steel tails with the fire-breathing dragon, the fire dinosaur was rebounded away by a huge force and landed heavily on the ground. Sunday and Kasumi were a little too uncomfortable to watch and closed their eyes and hid behind Kona to hide. Struggling up from the ground, Fire Dinosaur's eyes were full of unwillingness, and his bloodshot eyes from anger were almost ready to spit out fire. Awesome! Koji cheered happily. Fire-breathing dragon, use Steel Wing next. Knowing that the fire was almost ready, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and shouted, Fire Dinosaur, evolve, show all your strength. Nodding to Lin Xiao, the fire dinosaur ignored the fire-breathing dragon that flew towards him and roared violently, the flames on his tail rising high all of a sudden, and his body bending slightly to emit a white deadlight to envelop himself. Enter, evolved? Koji was stunned and froze as he looked at the fire dinosaur that started to evolve. Standing beside Xiaoji, Xiao Gang said in an uninterested manner, of course it's evolution. You didn't realize that fire dinosaurs could have evolved long ago has been suppressed by Lin Xiao. You fight only. Shaken by the glow of the fire dinosaur's evolution, the fire-breathing dragon couldn't help but mimic its eyes and stop involuntarily. Bang! A few short seconds later, the ground trembled slightly, and a loud and clear dragon's roar came out from the white light. The white light slowly faded and thinned out as a strong, tall, fire-breathing dragon slowly stepped out of the glow. Ow! The fire-breathing dragon, who had held his breath for a long time after evolving, couldn't help but roar in anger. Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon wasn't much different in size from a normal fire-breathing dragon, which was mainly a matter of Xiaoji's breeding, while Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon reached a height of close to 3 meters, skewering from a 1 meter plus fire dinosaur to be so tall all of a sudden, causing Xiaoji and the others to be startled. The fire-breathing dragon had such a size Lin Xiao didn't feel strange. From the day it was adopted, Lin Xiao used a large amount of energy cubes every day to build a foundation for it, making it bigger by the rest of its kind no matter if it was in the period of the small fire dragon or the fire dinosaur. and it was normal for it to evolve into a fire-breathing dragon with a skyrocketing body size. And Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon is not only tall, the body is very thick. The most obvious place is the arm. Ordinary fire-breathing dragon arms are very small, while Lin Xiao fire-breathing dragon is thick and short. In fact, it is not shorter, but more thick than the other fire-breathing dragons, so it looks to give people shorter just like two people with the same height. One of them is as thin as a bamboo pole and the other is a big fat man. As long as they don't stand together and compare, the vast majority of people will definitely think that the thin one is taller, which belongs to a kind of visual problem. However, this made Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon feel like a small child, only reaching Lin Xiao's chest and part of this fire-breathing dragon. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and looked at Xiaoji. The real battle is only starting now. Just now was just a warm-up exercise. Even if the fire dinosaur evolves, the victor is still me. Koji clenched his fists and shouted defiantly. Oh, Lin Xiao froze slightly, then guffawed. Then I'll teach you how to use the fire-breathing dragon. You'll only suffocate your fire-breathing dragon that way. Fire-breathing dragon. Big word explosion. Ow. Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a large character with a huge burning flame towards Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon. Xiaoji gave a start. He didn't expect Lin Xiao to pop out such a stunt. He had never let his fire-breathing dragon use a big word explosion, and he might even suspect that the fire-breathing dragon wouldn't be able to use it. But now was not the time to be shocked. Qi immediately shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, flame vortex!" Koji's fire-breathing dragon immediately spewed out swirls of flame and collided with the large character explosion. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and gestured to the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon understood and charged towards Xiaoji's fire-breathing in large strides, its long tail shining with white light. Ignoring the two flame jutsu, Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon rushed straight into the flames, and under the disbelieving eyes of Qi and his fire-breathing dragon, he used his steel tail to whip Qi's fire-breathing dragon away. Because of the fire-breathing dragon's charge, both jutsu were broken and subsequently dissipated in the air. Xiaoji's eyes were wide with disbelief. Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon was actually fine. Friendly reminder that the fire-breathing dragon is perfectly capable of sinking itself into the lava without being harmed in the slightest, so it shouldn't cower at times like these, as fire jutsu don't do much damage to it. Lin Xiao stretched out his finger and shook it as he explained. Falling into the lava will be fine? Xiaoji was dumbfounded. On Red Lotus Island, Sharp's duck-billed fire dragon still saves his own fire-breathing dragon? Thanks to that, I was worried about the fire-breathing dragon. Sunday, who couldn't stand to watch, blankly glanced at Koji and said in dissatisfaction, "These things are all in the book. I really don't know how you trainers do it. Why does a fire-breathing dragon still live in a volcano if it's afraid of lava?" Sunday's two words gagged Koji with a face as red as a monkey's butt, muttering and unable to speak. That's why I say read more books. There's a lot of things in books that you can't learn out there. Lin Xiao shook his head breathlessly and said to the fire-breathing dragon, "Fire-breathing dragon heavy strike." Another stance that Koji didn't know about. Koji was in a panic and shouted, "Fire-breathing dragon, big character explosion," intending to learn it now from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon spewed out a pillar of fiery red light and charged fiercely towards Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon. Although he spat out a large character explosion to meet the attack, the heavy-hitting pillar of fiery red light merely penetrated the large character explosion for a moment, and rushed towards the fire-breathing dragon at an unabated speed, slamming hard into Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon. Boom! The sound of a heavy blow crashing into Koji's fire-breathing dragon exploded. With an agonizing wail, Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon was knocked up and landed heavily on the ground, smashing a large crater in the ground, which shook as a result. Snorting hard, the fire-breathing dragon looked coldly at Qi's fire-breathing dragon. "And it, Dragon's Wrath." Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaoji and sighed, shaking his head. Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon's tail flames suddenly boom. The flames of Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon's tail suddenly went boom, and burned high. Its huge mouth opened wide, gathering a huge fireball and flinging it towards Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon. Xiaoji's fire-breathing dragon had only just gotten up from the ground when it was struck by the dragon's wrath sent out by Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon. The huge fireball once again crushed Koji's fire-breathing dragon to the ground and then exploded. As the dragon's wrath carries the dragon attribute, so the damage it brings to the fire-breathing dragon is huge. The explosion splattered a large amount of dust and smoke, and when the smoke cleared, Koji's fire-breathing dragon slumped into a large crater in the ground, both eyes circling as it lost its ability to fight. Xiaoji was a little disoriented and couldn't believe that the battle was over so quickly. His fire-breathing dragon had almost few enemies after Lin Xiao's training, and now that the fire-breathing dragon had suffered a crushing defeat, Xiaoji was a little unable to accept it. Without comforting Xiaoji, Lin Xiao turned around and walked into the tent, took out a resource book and a summary of his usual battle experience and handed it to Xiaoji, patting his shoulder. "Remember to get up from wherever you fall down. This is some of my battle experience, and this book is an introduction to Pokemon's tricks. Patiently read them." and you'll find that you'll make a lot of progress, and that strengthening your strength is more than just battling. Only, Kong and Kasumi didn't comfort him either. It wouldn't take long for Chi to recover given his nature. Nodding silently, Koji sat down on the ground and read the book, though just how much he could remember or take out and use would only depend on his own creativity. Chapter 16, The Surprise of Fat Ting. What surprised Lin Xiao was that Xiaoji actually didn't just give up this time, but honestly finished reading Lin Xiao's notebook and information book, and then ran to the forest to do special training by himself. It's not in keeping with Koji's nature, but it's good that he's making a shift, but I wonder how long this shift will last. In the afternoon Lin Xiao still continued this little elves, but the evolution of the forest lizard still had no progress, which made Lin Xiao extremely headstrong. Could it be that his forest lizard really couldn't evolve? As the sky gradually darkened, the three Xiaoji also said their goodbyes to Lin Xiao and went to Happy Town's Pokemon Center to borrow a room for the night. Lin Xiao did not retain. Having only 2/10 of his own was simply not enough. There was no extra supply for them to use. After eating, Lin Xiao went into the tent, causing Sunday to be extremely puzzled. Kona, who was cleaning up the dishes, was slightly worried. It's probably because of the forest lizard. After all, after such a long time, whether it's battle experience or nutrition, but the forest lizard can't evolve. It's normal to be anxious. Anyone else would be like that. Sunday rolled up her sleeves to help Konoha pack up with her, making a grinning face. At least she isn't. That guy seems like he can't wait for Pokemon to never evolve and stay cute. Kona stuttered, dumbfounded. Yeah, there really are people like that in the world, but how many Kojis can we find out? He. Sunday smiled mischievously and didn't continue to fool around in that regard, concentrating on her work. Usually it's Sunday and Kona who wash the vegetables, then Lin Xiao comes to cut and cook them up, and then there are two women gesturing the remnants after eating. In the tent Lin Xiao, with his PDA, kept flipping through the pages in an attempt to find what would allow the forest lizard to evolve smoothly. But this aspect of the example is very scarce. Recorded information also chat a few. If the forest lizard is not willing to evolve to okay, but the forest lizard has always hoped that they can complete the evolution. But the delay has not moved, and now see the fire dinosaur earlier to further. The whole afternoon is very lost. Even training cannot beat the spirit. After rummaging around without any valuable information, Lin Xiao could only give up helplessly and could only read as he walked. At this time, the eccentric elf egg that Lin Xiao had placed in the corner once again lit up with a red light, causing the entire tent to become morose. There was more than one headache. When Xiaoming sent the elf egg he said that the little elf inside would hatch in about a day or two, but it had been a few days and the egg had not reacted in any way other than emitting a red light and a surprising amount of heat. The strange thing is that in Lin Xiao's hand this egg, and usually there is no difference, in addition to a little warm without other problems, but once other people touch it will definitely be burned. Sunday do not know on a time to fall for it. Picking up the elf egg, Lin Xiao said somewhat helplessly, "Just come out quickly, will you?" But the elf egg just glowed red and was unresponsive. "Do you really want me to sleep with it in my arms?" Some studies have shown that trainers sleeping with the elf egg in their arms will speed up the hatching of the elf egg, but Lin Xiao has always thought that it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If it can work like this then what's the point of having an incubator? But now, Lin Xiao only had the attitude of giving it a try. It would be good if it could really hatch, but if it couldn't, he could only think of other ways. Only slept for 2 hours last night. Lin Xiao is already yawning at this moment. Putting the still playing little back into its little nest, Lin Xiao took off his outerwear face pajamas and didn't even bother to change, just like this, holding the elf egg and burrowing into the quilt. In no time at all, the sound of light snoring is slowly coming out of the tent. Virtually everyone snores, only they fall asleep and don't know it. If you use a recording tool to put it next to your pillow, the next day put it out to listen to the result will make you laugh and cry. After a beautiful sleep, Lin Xiao still got up very early the next day and started preparing breakfast. Having already trained for 2 days, Lin Xiao planned to let the Pokemon relax. Combining labor and rest was the best choice, so today was also the day of departure. After breakfast, packed up the luggage and once again set off toward the location of the first dojo, Custom City. Of course, along the way the behavior of playing gold coins continues, only the drudgery from the fire dinosaur, forest lizard into the big and small dragons, the 2 naughty bags. The road from Happy Town Road to Kratom City became difficult to walk, not to mention that it became a goat track, but also full of small forests. Accidentally hanging by the branches of the tree skin will be hot and painful. Disgruntled, she pushed the branches on the side of the road away with her hand. Sunday gasped slightly and complained, "I really don't know how the people on this road came here. This goes on along with Barrett?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said with a twist of his head, "Originally there was a road, but because there were more forests in this area, there was a lot of environmental damage. So the Alliance ordered it to be paved over and planted with trees from scratch. There's also a road, but it's a long way around. so people who come out to travel usually take this road. Sunday was a bit demoralized when she heard this, but the road still had to be walked, and she could only complain with a small mouth while walking, causing Kona and Lin Xiao not to laugh loudly. At noon, the three of them chose an open place to cook, and Sunday suddenly pulled Lin Xiao and said, "Uncle, let's stay in Kratom City for one more day, okay?" Lin Xiao continued to organize the ingredients without looking back. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Yes." Sunday stood up happily with an excited face. "I went over to pay a visit because one of my schoolmates is working as a teacher in Rustum City." "Oh, I don't have a problem with that. Go ahead if you want. This kind of small matter." Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't refuse Sunday and directly agreed. "Uncle is so nice. This is a reward for you," said Sunday, hugged Lin Xiao's face and kissed him fiercely, bringing up a trace of saliva when he separated, causing Kona to laugh, helplessly wiping the saliva on his face. Lin Xiao blankly glanced at Sunday, who was making a face. The little girl was becoming more and more lawless. If Principal Yuto knew that his granddaughter had turned out to be like this, I don't know how he would feel. Just after setting up the pot, Lin Xiao put the chopping board on the stone and prepared to cut the vegetables. A rubber ball-like pink thing suddenly jumped out of the grass aside and landed on the chopping board. Blinking his big blue eyes, Lin Xiao. Holy! Lin Xiao was first stunned, then shocked. "This nigga come along and tell me where this fat dingus came from?" Throwing the kitchen knife and meat in his hand, Lin Xiao turned around and shouted, "Hurry up and run!" Kona and Sunday, who were originally discussing how they should shop and buy something when they arrived in Rustum City, heard Lin Xiao's shout and instantly froze and twisted their heads to look over, not leaving at the first opportunity. By the time they got a good look at what appeared, it was already too late. Fat Ting happily bowed to the trio, then grabbed his special 2-in-1 microphone and watercolor pencil tool that he never leaves home without, and sang, "It's over." Lin Xiao had just flashed such thoughts in his heart when Fatty Ding's singing voice had drifted into the ears of the three of them. In less than a second, Lin Xiao, whose upper and lower eyelids were constantly fighting, softened to the ground and huffed and puffed as he slept. Like Lin Xiao, Sunday and Kona did not succeed in escaping, and both lay straight on the ground and slept. Speaking of the Fat Ding, this thing is really pitiful. All the time want to sing. There have been people to take in training, but every time you release, nothing right on the ground. After singing beautifully, Fatty Din opened her eyes and was furious, her little pink face bulging into a bun, pulling the microphone away toward the pen. It sulked and scribbled vigorously on the three men's faces until there was nothing left for it to practice drawing on. Collapsed in Lin Xiao's side, sleeping little likewise did not escape. Not only that, but also worse than Lin Xiao 3, not only the face, even the whole body of the small armor are painted with all kinds of strange patterns. Even the small farts have not let go. Only after this was done did Fatty grunt angrily in exasperation and leave with a bounce. I don't know how long it took, but by now the sun had gone from the middle of midday to the west, and was about to hide behind a large hill. Silky cold wind began to blow in the woods, and Lin Xiao, whose body was blown up with goosebumps, woke up at once. From the ground mount, Lin Xiao hit a jolt of relief and looked around without finding any trace of fatting. But when he turned his head and saw the patterns on Kona and Sunday's faces, he instantly revealed a bitter smile, and he didn't need to think that he must be the same. Shaking the two girls, Lin Xiao said helplessly, "Wake up quickly, be careful of catching a cold at dawn." After shaking a few times, both Kona and Sunday woke up, and when they saw the weird patterns on Lin Xiao's face, they immediately burst out laughing. "Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Uncle, you're so loving. Fatty Din really has an artistic sense of painting." Breathlessly rolling his eyes, Lin Xiao glared at them without any good humor. "You guys are the same way. What's so funny? Hurry up and get up. I'm going to get ready to cook. I didn't expect to sleep all afternoon." Lin Xiao's words made the two women immediately stop laughing and hurriedly took out the mirror to check. But the result made them scream and quickly took out wet paper towels from their backpacks to wipe their faces. Wiping his face haphazardly, Lin Xiao picked up the meat on the ground and washed the ingredients and worked from fresh before burning the fire. Having fallen for Fatty Ding's dirty trick without eating at noon, Lin Xiao was already hungry at this point. Eat dinner. Three people also have no energy to continue to rush. At this time the sun has gone down, the woods began to darken. The night rush is more dangerous. There was nothing to do in the evening, so Lin Xiao had to cuddle the elf egg, and Xiao Xiao huddled under the quilt to play with the PDA. What Lin Xiao didn't know was that the elf egg in his arms was gently rocking, but unfortunately Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to it and thought it was a little nonsense. Chapter 17, Res Hiram? Chapter 5. Tiny, stop it. Let me sleep a little longer. Due to yesterday's sleep in the afternoon, Lin Xiao play computer play in the second half of the night to have sleepy. At this time has not slept on how long. Feel a warm forehead, little tongue. Head in their face, Tuan to Tian go. Lin Xiao, who was busy fighting with Zhou Gong's daughter, had to turn over, pull on the quilt, muttering a sentence to continue to sleep. In a daze, Lin Xiao felt a soft thing roll over the covers and burrow into continue tea on his face. I said let me sleep a little longer. Tiny good boy. Stop it. Grabbing the troublemaker, Lin Xiao threw it outside the quilt and continued to sleep. Usually dealing with small owls, Lin Xiao will be like this, because small with cannot fight, but still have a hard armor. A roll to climb up will be fine. However, after Lin Xiao threw it, he felt that something was wrong. And it was not the hard armor of the little one that was in his hand, but the soft/smooth feather kind of feeling. But the sleepy Lin Xiao didn't care much about it and pulled the covers back on to continue sleeping. However, he didn't want the little white fellow who was thrown out by Lin Xiao to blink his own little eyes and wow. The cried loudly. The cries woke up Tiny, who was sleeping, and opened his red eyes to look curiously at this extra little guy who was almost the same size as himself when he came out. Tiny, please can you be quiet? Lin Xiao, who was being noisy, helplessly lifted the quilt and opened his eyes and froze. For Tiny was yawning on his back in his nest, looking at himself quizzically. But what is it that I'm still out? Numerous question marks popped up in Lin Xiao's head as he turned his head towards the place where the cries were coming from, and then froze dumbly. A small elf that was all white and about the same size as Tiny was doing a woo-woo in a corner of the tent. This little elf had white feathers, big blue eyes, some white fluffy hairs floating around its pointy head like a white leaf over its head, and a round white object shape behind the little guy's butt. Seeing Lin Xiao staring blankly at himself, the little guy cried even more aggressively. Aggrieved, swallowing hard, Lin Xiao stared wide-eyed at the little white guy, rubbing his eyes vigorously, thinking he had misread it. But after rubbing his eyes, the little white guy was still in place, and the crying was still there. I must be hallucinating. Yes, it's an illusion. Otherwise how could the egg given by the system pay for such a guy? Lin Xiao slap. He slapped himself in the face, trying to wake himself up. Hiss. It hurts. The sharp pain coming from his face made Lin Xiao react to the fact that he wasn't dreaming. But what the hell is going on here? Is the system really so kind to give me an egg to hatch out only Ixia's divine beast Reshiram out? But sitting in the corner of the tent crying little Lei Shi Lam on the side of the eggshell, Lin Xiao had to admit that this is reality. Gradually Lei Shi Ram did not cry. Staggering towards Lin Xiao climbed over, pounced into his arms, low sobbing, how refused to come out. Touching Reshiram's soft feathers, Lin Xiao had to accept this reality. Be a good boy and don't cry, huh? It was my fault. I shouldn't have thrown you out. Eyeing the little guy who was still sobbing softly, Lin Xiao could only speak out to comfort it. Oh, looking at little Reshiram drilling into Lin Xiao's arms, Xiao instantly became jealous and jumped down from her own nest, crawling onto the quilt, softly purring and looking pitifully at Lin Xiao, her red little eyes filled with tears. This is really... Lin Xiao was dumbfounded and helplessly patted Xiao's head and softly said, it's still a child, so you have to let it go a little bit, you know? Tiny is the best behaved, go to sleep now. Although a little reluctant, Xiao still obediently nodded her head, twisted her chubby little buttocks, and returned to her own little nest to continue sleeping. Since she had followed Lin Xiao, Xiao had started to gain weight and her entire body had become fleshy. In Lin Xiao's words, he didn't need to fight anyway, and how cute he was chubby. Under Lin Xiao's comfort, little Reshiram gradually stopped sobbing, probably because he had just been hatched. The little guy soon fell asleep leaning on Lin Xiao's arms. The first few days of a newborn Pokemon would be more sleepy. This was something Lin Xiao knew when he was at the Dagwood Institute, so he didn't care about it. Carefully placing the little Reshiram under the quilt, Lin Xiao leaned aside and silently watched it. Not long after, Lin Xiao's drowsiness struck him again, and with a confused yawn, Lin Xiao fell asleep while holding little Reshiram. When Lin Xiao woke up again it was already high in the sun. It's strange to say that Lin Xiao has been sleeping very steadily since he came to this world. He can get up on time every day. I didn't think that he would be bedridden today. If it wasn't for Sunday getting up and shouting, Lin Xiao would probably still continue to sleep on. When he got up and got dressed, Lin Xiao forgot about the presence of little Reshiram and accidentally startled it. The little guy opened his big blue eyes in confusion and looked at Lin Xiao. Sorry to have disturbed your sleep. Lin Xiao smiled faintly and caressed/touched little Reshiram's little head with his hand. The little guy blinked confusedly and let Lin Xiao caress it. Putting on his clothes and placing Tiny on his shoulders, Lin Xiao walked out of the tent with little Reshiram in his arms. I can't imagine that someone as punctual as a Jussie would stay in bed. Just as he stepped out of the tent, Lin Xiao heard Sunday's teasing voice. Scratching his head helplessly, Lin Xiao smiled and said, an accidental oversleeping. You guys wait for a while, I'll start cooking breakfast after I wash up. Sunday, who originally wanted to tell Lin Xiao that she wanted to eat porridge, suddenly saw the little Reshiram in his arms and froze, then let out a cry of surprise. Ah! One person and two pets were both startled by the Sunday, and the little Reshiram, who was still yawning, instantly lost his sleepiness, looked at the Sunday with some fear, and vigorously shrank towards Lin Xiao's arms, seeking comfort. What are you doing? Scared me early in the morning, Lin Xiao said as he looked at Sunday in a bad mood. Even Xiao, who was sitting on his shoulder, was a bit dissatisfied and looked at Sunday, who had startled him. with a puff of air. Surprised and wide-eyed, Sunday pointed at the little Reshiram in Lin Zhao's arms and asked, "Uncle, what kind of Pokemon is this? Where did you get it from?" "Wow, white and tiny, so cute," said Sunday, whose eyes had turned peachy, just short of drooling. On the side, Kona heard Sunday's shriek and hurriedly turned around to take a look, staring blankly at the little guy in Lin Zhao's arms and saying in shock, "It was hatched from my wacky elf egg." Lin Zhao gently stroked little Reshiram's soft/smooth feathers and explained to the two. Kona shook his head and said, "What I'm saying is that this isn't the one in the Isho area." Handing the little Lei system ram to the two women's eyes, Lin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, it's the Leisure ram from the Ishu region. I didn't think that I would actually pay it to come from that egg either. No wonder I couldn't find any information on that egg no matter how I checked. Is this little guy precious and rare?" The wonder of the two caused Sunday to ask out loud. Kona shook his head with a bitter smile and glanced at Lin Zhao. "I really don't know what kind of charm you have on you. The benefits are all yours. This little guy is certainly precious and rare, because it can be great when it grows up. Well, it's just like the rift seat in Yar. Do you understand?" Scared, Sunday, who had intended to reach out and carry the little Reshiram over to him, shook his hand violently and retracted it, clearly startled by Kona's words. Lin Zhao smiled faintly and handed the little Reshiram to Sunday, preparing to go forward and wash up, which was also just the right time to let Sunday have a good time. "Don't worry, it's not that delicate. I'll go wash up first," said Lin Zhao as he put Little on his shoulder down and picked up the washing tools. Woohoo! To people's surprise, the little Reshiram, just to the Sunday hand. "Wow!" he cried out, struggled vigorously, opened his tiny wings and swayed towards Lin Zhao, and almost fell out of Sunday's hand. A bitter smile floated on the corner of his mouth. Lin Zhao had no choice but to carry it back. It seemed that the little guy was very dependent on himself and didn't want a good others to come into contact with him. It took a good while of comforting before little Reshiram stopped crying and fell asleep again. Placing it back into Sunday's hand from the new one, Lin Zhao was able to get away and went forward to wash up. Looking at the little one sleeping peacefully in her arms, Sunday pouted her lip in a tasty manner. "Why is it like this? Little is like this. In the end this Reshiram is still like this. One refuses to get close to me. Do I look that scary? Shhhh. Kona put her finger against her lips and pointed to the sleeping little Reshiram and whispered, "Keep your voice down, don't wake it up. It's only just hatched and it's going to be sleeping for a long time each day for a while. If you want to get close to it then you should play with it more and feed it. I think that way it will get close to you in the future. But I'm afraid that's unlikely right now." Freshly hatched Pokemon are very attached to the first creature they see. Sunday was stunned. It can't be treating Lin Zhao as its father, right? It's possible. Take your time. There's always a trickle down, isn't there? Kona smiled flirtatiously, charmingly, and left Sunday to pack her bags away in the distance. Looking at the faraway Kona, before looking at the sleeping Thunder System ram in his arms, Sunday muttered somewhat bereft, "But is there really such a day? Dripping water through stone? It's unbearable." Sunday couldn't help but shiver. If it was really going to take that long she would rather not have little Lei System ram's closeness. Chapter 18, Reshiram's Food Problems. The little guy slept and woke up fast, too, and it was less than half an hour before his eyes opened in a daze. Rolling her big blue eyes, the little Thunder System ram realized that she was being held by Sunday, and her eyes immediately filled with tears, looking like she was about to cry out. "I sweat." Fortunately, the porridge is now cooked and just needs to be served up. Lin Zhao hurriedly carries the little one who is coming out over as soon as he can, blinking her big eyes full of tears. The little Lei System ram marched hard towards Lin Zhao's arms and inhaled a few breaths as if to make sure of Lin Zhao's scent before she quieted down. Gently stroking the pillows on little Reshiram's head, Lin Zhao immediately revealed a bitter smile. "Are you sure you're a fire-type divine beast and not a water-type one? Beads of tears and don't want money to come when you say so?" Looking at the little Reshiram who quieted down when he reached Lin Zhao's arms, Kona asked suspiciously, "Is he hungry?" Freshly hatched Pokemon all need a lot of food energy to make their bodies grow. "It's possible." Lin Zhao lifted the little Reshiram to his eyes and scratched the fluff under its wings. "Are you hungry?" Reshiram smiled his eyes and looked at Lin Zhao. Probably because Lin Zhao scratched the fluff under its wings resulting in a little itch that made the little guy wiggle around. "Sunday, get me some energy cubes and food out for the fire Pokemon to eat. It's inconvenient for me to hold it." Teasing Reshiram a bit, Lin Zhao turned his head and said to Sunday. Sunday, who was originally pouting and was setting up the dishes, had to walk into Lin Zhao's tent and take out some energy cubes and food, put them on a small plate and put them on the table. "It's yummy food, oh, come and have some." Lin Zhao smiled as he placed Reshiram on the improvised table and pushed the Pokemon food and energy cubes in front of it, gesturing for it to try them. "Woo!" Reshiram let out a childish purr, having clawed wings picking up a piece of Pokemon food and sniffing it, his body giving a slight lurch before immediately dropping the food as if it was now holding a pile of poo instead of Pokemon food. "Air, Not your favorite? Lin Xiao froze, then took the energy cube and pushed it over. But the result was still the same. The little guy grabbed a piece of energy cube and sniffed it, immediately throwing it away and adorably twisting his head to the side. Lin Xiao could even see its little frown. Not even energy cubes? Lin Xiao was puzzled and picked up the energy cube and the Pokemon food and nibbled a bit. It was the type that fire Pokemon like to eat. Doesn't it like the food? Does it eat human food as much as Bankiara does? Doubtful. Lin Xiao picked up the Sunday's breakfast milk, poured it on a plate, and pushed it in front of Reshiram's body to see how it reacted. The little one bent down and sniffed, and immediately tipped the plate over with his little white wings at once, sending breakfast milk spilling all over the table. Clunk! The sound of plates rolling made Kona and Sunday turn their heads curiously to look at the man and his favorite. Kona, who was preparing the Pokemon's food, stood up and walked over, wondering, what's wrong? Not to its taste? Shall we try a different kind? But the devastating thing is that no matter what food you bring in for a change, little Reshiram just sniffs it and flips his plate over. Woohoo! After more than a few tries, the little guy seemed impatient and opened his mouth and wailed. Helplessly picking up Reshiram, Lin Xiao had to keep comforting it, but the feeding of food was now a problem. After all, there could be no Rahim's breeding course for Lin Xiao to learn from. Everything could only be groped by himself. After comforting it for half a day, it was finally comforted, but the little guy struggled in Lin Xiao's arms for time, wanting to go to the ground, doubtfully bending down and putting Reshiram down. Lin Xiao didn't know what it wanted. Standing up from the ground, Reshiram staggered towards the fire-breathing dragon that was eating, and Lin Xiao could only follow it to see what it wanted to do. Could it be looking at the food on the fire-breathing dragon's plate? But Reshiram quickly proved Lin Xiao's guess wrong as the little guy didn't even look at the food on the fire-breathing dragon's plate and walked towards behind it. The fire-breathing dragon stopped eating and watched with a questioning look on his face as Reshiram approached him and then came around behind him. Without pausing, Reshiram headed straight for the fire-breathing dragon's tail, happily nuzzling the tip of its flaming tail and squinting his little eyes to bring his little mouth up to the flames. The place where the tip of the tail was on fire was a forbidden place on the fire-breathing dragon's body, and it was not allowed to be touched by other Pokemon at all, even by Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao wouldn't be stupid enough to touch there. The fire-breathing dragon let Lin Xiao enjoy the feeling of roasted meat once when it was still a small fire dragon. Ow! The fire-breathing dragon gave a slight lurch, then roared and lashed its tail so hard that the thunder ram holding onto its tail immediately dropped and sat on his butt, on the ground. Probably because of the pain from the fall, the thunder ram immediately let out a cry, but his eyes were fixed on the fire-breathing dragon's tail, or to be precise it should be the flames burning on it, and he wouldn't let go. Really? It's still a child. Can't you be gentle? Without a good look at the fire-breathing dragon, Lin Xiao bent down and picked up Reshiram to comfort it. Ow! The fire-breathing dragon looked at Lin Xiao with some aggravation. It wasn't that it wasn't gentle, but that place at the tip of its tail couldn't be touched. Not interested in food, but hugging the flames of the fire-breathing dragon's tail. Did the little guy want to eat the flames? Doubtful. Lin Xiao had to put it on the ground and let the fire-breathing dragon spray a little bit of flame out. Tiny flames wrapped around Reshiram, the little one squinting and sitting on the ground with a look of enjoyment. Right, so it's like flames, not to eat flames, but what exactly do you feed them? There was only one way to call for help. Picking up Reshiram on the ground, Lin Xiao took out his cellular phone and dialed the phone number of the Oki Institute. The phone was soon answered, and Dr. Oki's peaceful, slightly aged voice came out. It's Lin Xiao. What's the matter with calling over? Lin Xiao looked at Reshiram who was hugging and playing with his arm and let out a bitter smile. It's like this, Grandpa. That weird elf egg of mine hatched out yesterday while I was playing the night. Oh, on the other end of the line, Dr. Oki smiled slightly and asked, what kind of Pokemon hatched? Was it a fire one? It's a fire one all right, and it's still the rare kind, the Reshiram of the Isho region. Frowning slightly, Lin Xiao continued, but this little guy doesn't eat anything, even the fire-type Pokemon's favorite food and energy cubes. Oh, no wonder you called for help. Dr. Oki looked at the information for a moment, then remembered something and shouted violently. You're talking about Ishu's patron saint, Reshiram? Your old man is not too slow to react, is he? Lin Xiao muttered in a small voice and said, yes, that's it, but now the feeding of food has become a problem. Ha ha, Dr. Oki laughed cheerfully. Still my Oki's grandson is good enough. Legendary Pokemon appearing one after another by your side. You wait, I'll go inquire about it, but in the future, you have to lend them to me in turn to do a little research. Oh, saying that, without giving Lin Xiao a chance to react, he ran off to check the information and inquire. Reshiram, who was being held in Lin Xiao's arms, seemed to hear someone calling out to him and raised his budding little head in confusion, looking at Lin Xiao. A few minutes later, Dr. Oki's voice came over the phone again. I asked the researchers in the Isho area and they also said they didn't know because it's not even documented. but I think you could try a stone. Stone? Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and asked, what stone? It's only now that the res hiram has hatched, and I don't know if it can gnaw on it. Inside the Daiki Research Institute, Dr. Daiki smiled faintly, holding the phone and said, it should work. That kind of stone is very brittle, mainly containing a large amount of fire elemental ores, mined from the inside of a volcano, but I don't have any here. Tell me your coordinates. I'll have someone send a little bit of it over to you. Putting res hiram on the ground, Lin Xiao took out his navigation and looked at it. Grandpa, why don't we do this? We're not far from Chengdu's Kratom City now. We'll probably be able to arrive at some point in the evening, so you can leave your stuff at the Pokemon Center in Kratom City and go there, and I'll go over to pick it up. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Dr. Daijai nodded and mused. Alright then, I'll hang up first. I'll give your Uncle Daijai's big brother a call. That thing belongs to him. I don't have the right to mobilize it. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao turned his head and said to the two women, let's hurry up and finish eating to rush to Orange City, and try to arrive there before nightfall. Afterwards, after eating, Lin Xiao's trio packed up and left. Just on the road for a while res hiram fell asleep, but in less than half an hour the little guy woke up, probably because he was hungry, and hugged Lin Xiao's arm and wailed. Lin Xiao was also extremely headstrong. If the other Pokemon could still eat just enough to pad their stomachs, but res hiram had a tendency to shy away from anything, almost driving Lin Xiao crazy. Well, after a bit of crying, the little one drifted back to sleep. Half an hour later, woke up again right on time and continued to wail. The little one's pitiful appearance made the two women sympathetic and proposed to skip lunch and directly rush to Rustum City. In fact, Lin Xiao has long had such an idea. Can't just think of himself. Also need to consider from the perspective of the two women. But Konat and Sunday initiative would be more than good. Chapter 19, Solving Reshiram's Food Problems. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Xiao's trio hoofed it to Rustum City. Not caring about their hungry front and back stomachs, Lin Xiao asked Kona and Sunday to find an inn to stay in, and prepare food on the way. Just call himself at the address. Lin Xiao then headed towards the Pokemon Center. At this time Lin Xiao missed the time on Earth when he went out and had cabs to take. Arriving at the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao inquired to Joy behind the service desk. Miss Joy, I've come to check if there's a package for me. Please tell me to your name. Joey asked as he pulled out a small book and opened it. My name is Lin Xiao, and this is my illustration. Holding res hiram in his left hand, Lin Xiao used his right hand to take the icon out and hand it to Joey. Taking the illustration and checking it to confirm that it was Lin Xiao's correctly, Joey flipped through the book. There is a package for you, sent from the Alliance headquarters, but there are markings on it that the things in the package are explosive and can't be bumped. You have to be careful. Saying this, Joey took out a square plastic box of about 20 centimeters from under the counter and placed it on the counter, signaling Lin Xiao to sign it and take it away. Signing his name, Lin Xiao handed the pixies over to Joey to regain their strength, then opened the plastic box on the counter. The entire plastic box is specially treated so that facial collisions don't damage the contents. The box was divided into 2 layers, each with 8 spaces, and each space held a red object in a small plastic box, which was also stuffed with soft foam padding to keep the contents from shaking. It seems like a really dangerous thing, otherwise it wouldn't be tightened up to this extent. Putting res hiram on the counter, Lin Xiao took out the stone in the small box and looked at it. The red color is transparent, somewhat similar to red glass, and has a warm feeling when placed in the hand. Seeing the stone Lin Xiao was holding in his hand, res hiram immediately stood up and opened his little wings to ask Lin Xiao for it. Is it true that you eat this stuff? Lin Xiao handed the stone to res hiram suspiciously. As soon as she snatched the stone from Lin Xiao's hand, res hiram opened her small, pink mouth and nibbled on it. Ka! Click! A noise was heard at the counter of the Pokemon Center. The trainers around them froze with their eyes wide open at the munching res hiram, curious as to what kind of Pokemon this was and how they hadn't seen it before. Reshiram's budding appearance was liked by many trainers, who asked Lin Xiao where he had captured it. At this, Lin Xiao could only report his incompetence and refused. This guy wasn't a cabbage that you thought you could capture just because you wanted to? Looking at res hiram, who was eating with great interest, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ring out one word. Chicken flavor. Crunchy. After quickly gnawing on a stone, the Thunder Ram immediately looked at Lin Xiao, obviously still wanting it. Opening a small box again, Lin Xiao handed it Lin Xiao's stone. Accepting the stone with his clawed wings, res hiram sat down on the counter and continued to gnaw away. Click it. Click. The sound rang out again. Ignoring the envious eyes of the other trainers, Lin Xiao took out his cellular phone and dialed the number of the Uki Research Institute once again, waiting for Joey to help the Pokemon regain its strength in the meantime. Inside the Daiki Research Institute, Dr. Daiki, who was looking at a report written by his assistant, picked up the phone and looked at the number, and a wide smile immediately swept across his old face. Well, did you get the stuff? Lin Xiao gently caressed and stroked the fluffy hairs on Reshiram's head and smiled. Grandpa has already received it, and the little guy seems to like it so much that he's already eaten 2 pieces. After a pause, Lin Xiao continued, but what kind of stone is this? How come it's as transparent as a red crystal? I really thought it was a crystal and not a stone. That's called a crystal. Dr. Oki placed the report on a side table, but no use has been found for it yet. That stuff is mainly produced in volcanoes inhabited by fire-breathing dragons, and strangely enough volcanoes inhabited by no fire-breathing dragon groups don't have the stuff. But it's just easy to explode. Quite a few people have been injured by explosions back in the day, so you need to be careful. I'll have your Uncle Oki get you some more over there later. Pulling out the heel cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, Lin Xiao slowly took 2 puffs and smiled. Then I'll trouble you. Grandpa, I'll be careful. Originally, the Pokemon Center was not allowed to smoke anywhere else except for the special smoking area, but Lin Xiao had an itchy mouth and forgot about it. Reshiram, who was nibbling on the crystals, was choked by the smell of smoke, and dissatisfiedly pouted his little crystal-covered mouth towards Lin Xiao. Smiling and hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao lost his smile and extinguished the cigarette, rubbing a hand on its head. Okay, it's my fault for not changing my smoking to disturb your eating. Only when he saw Lin Xiao put out the cigarette did Reshiram continue to lower his head and gnaw on his crystals. Soon all of Lin Xiao's Pokemon had regained their strength, and after taking the Pokeball, Lin Xiao said goodbye to Brother Joey and then followed the address in the phone message. After eating 2 crystals, Reshiram had started yawning again and curled up in Lin Xiao's arm and huffed. Pixies are sleepy for the first 2 or 3 days after hatching, almost always sleeping except for a few feeding times. Arriving at the hotel set by Kona and Sunday, Lin Xiao ate a big meal with an open belly, and after taking a hot bath, he lazily lay on the chuang. The dojo in Rustum City was on the other side of the city, and if you wanted to challenge the dojo you would have to cross the city first, but before that you would have to wait for Sunday to finish visiting her schoolmates. Speaking of which, the Pokemon Academy students have miserable strength in battle versus match, but when it comes to classes, they can basically leave the other trainers traveling around behind by countless blocks. Could it be that one is a practical type and the other is a theoretical type? Tiny was sleeping with Kona today, so Lin Xiao's room was quiet, except for a little light snoring. Taking out his record book, he wrote down the pointers of his next goal. This was a habit Lin Xiao a habit, to determine what he should do when before, so as not to freak out in the end. But before the record could be finished, Lizarum, who was sleeping on his bed, woke up, slagging his big watery blue eyes. Reshiram gave a joyful cry and jumped into Lin Xiao's arms, grinding up. It seemed that because of eating the 2 crystals, the little guy's nerves were much better than during the day. Holding Lin Xiao's arm finished for a while. Feeling uninterested, Reshiram jumped out of bed and aimed the object of play at Lin Xiao's backpack. The tiny body burrowed into the backpack, leaving only a bulbous fart, with flame propellers, outside, and in no time at all the things in Lin Xiao's backpack were rummaged out and scattered all over the place. This guy. Hearing the ringing, Lin Xiao did get up and took a look. The clothes and dishes all over the floor made him cry and laugh. Getting up and picking Reshiram up and placing him on the bed, Lin Xiao bounced its cute little head. Didn't anyone teach you not to rummage through things? You little rascal. Oh, Reshiram let out a childish yelp and huffed, twisting his head to the side and ignoring Lin Xiao. And the little guy still mad? Lin Xiao smiled and rubbed its head, letting it play on the bed, and stooped to pack up his own things. Fortunately, the backpack box containing crystals was not turned over. That is a dangerous thing. If 2 crystals touch together will send out a powerful explosion. But the strange thing is that this thing alone, a piece of time no matter how you get it, is fine. As if a piece of red crystal is a little warm. Gathering up the things that were scattered a bit, Lin Xiao looked at Reshiram, who was on the schwang. Rolling around in boredom. A method of targeting Reshiram's food rose up in the bottom of his heart. If this is possible, then it will definitely save a lot of things in a while. Saying so, Lin Xiao took out a crystal and crushed it, then sprinkled it on top of the Pokemon food and the energy cube respectively, then handed the food in front of Lila Him's eyes. When Reshiram, who was originally rolling around, saw the food handed by Lin Xiao, he immediately twisted his little head away, stating that he wouldn't eat this. Putting the food on the bedside table, Lin Xiao picked up a cube of energy sprinkled with crushed crystals and handed it over, seductively, saying, Reshiram, come and try it. It's delicious. Tilting his head up to look at Lin Xiao and then at the energy cube in his hand, Reshiram, due to the half-loud, finally took the energy cube and nibbled on it. Taking a nibble of the energy cube, Reshiram began to chew, savoring the flavor. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, stared at it with wide eyes. Perhaps it was because of the sprinkled crystals. Reshiram did not spit the food out again but finished the energy cubes in a few bites and then looked at Lin Xiao to ask for it. This made Lin Xiao greatly relieved. As long as it was useful, The most that could be done was to add some crushed crystals inside when making food in the future. Handing the rest of the Pokemon food and energy cubes to Reshiram, Lin Xiao jumped off the chuang and happily took out the materials he had purchased today to make energy cubes and food for Reshiram. Bark! Bark! The sound of chewing continued to ring out, and only when all the food was eaten did Reshiram stop, but his little white belly was bulging as a result, and it looked adorable. After eating the food and playing for a while, Reshiram sat on the chuang, and barked at Lin Xiao, looking like he wanted to sleep. Breathlessly dropping the work in his hand, Lin Xiao could only pick it up and put it in his arms, gently caressing and touching its soft feathers and coaxing it to sleep. It seems that it's not just humans that have this habit, but pixies as well. Smelling the scent of Lin Xiao's body that could put him at ease, Reshiram slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 20, Challenging the Orange Terrier Dojo. After resting at the hotel for the night, the next morning, Lin Xiao's trio headed to the Pokemon Center after eating at the hotel. The crystals that were sent yesterday afternoon had to be collected this morning. After doing a series of things such as checking the iconography and signing, Lin Xiao got the crystals that were sent yesterday afternoon, and compared to the first time, this time, there were a lot more crystals. Borrowing a restroom at the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao crumbled up all the crystals and bagged them for the next time he made food for Reshiram. Walking out of the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Sunday, where does your schoolmate work as a teacher?" Well, taking out her PDA and looking at the address, Sunday inclined her head and said, "It's in the neighborhood of the Tower of Trumpets, where there are a few elementary schools, and Gakushu-san is working as a human lecturer teacher in one of them. That shouldn't be very far. Let's go over there." Looking at the navigation to determine the place, Lin Xiao's trio walked in the direction of the Tower of Trumpet Buds. Tic-tac-toe. Right at this moment, Lin Xiao's cell phone suddenly rang, emitting an old-fashioned telephone ringtone. Taking out the phone and glancing at it, it was from home. Lin Xiao immediately picked up the call. "Lin Xiao, I have a few news. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first?" Xiaoming's voice with a bad smile rang out on the phone, breathlessly rolling his eyes. Where did this would learn all this? Lin Xiao took the phone and said, "Then let's start with the good news." On the other end of the line, Kodomine leaned against the pillar of the dojo and laughed. "The good news is that the baby dragon was born. Huge fast dragon. Being a dad?" Lin Xiao gently teased his thumb over Rishiram's. "So what's the bad news?" Air. Lin Xiao's calmness caused Xiaoming to freeze and say in surprise, "Don't you feel surprised or happy?" "Love to talk about it. It was only a matter of time. So why should I be surprised?" "Well, you really are just as unemotional as Hanako-san said." Ming rubbed his temples. "The egg was laid at 4 last night. Or there can be more than one message, so be prepared. The first one is that the dragon egg was taken away by your Uncle Oki. The second one, this morning there is a stronger trainer to prove the challenge to get the golden dragon badge, and that trainer also proposed to set Stan Yendi. Your Uncle Deijai agreed. The third one, Natsumi-san asked you to hurry up and take the bijou away. This guy has gone crazy in the guy these days, making the house chicken and dog jump. Not less beaten by Banjira and Fast Dragon, but there is still half a bit better. It was normal for the dragon egg to be given to Oki Yukijo as long as the giant snapdragon and the female snapdragon agreed. There's nothing strange about getting a gold badge for a head-to-head challenge. But why did that trainer challenge Inferno? What's the deal with the bijou? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao frowned and asked, why did that trainer challenge Yendi? And which Pokemon did he draw? Bijou seems like it should not want to stay at home, so you can just pass it to me later. Anyway, he could carry 12 Pokemon on his person in addition to the Master Ball's collected Pokemon. So there was a lot of room to spare, and it was fine to bring along the Bishujo. It's a trainer who specializes in fire, from the Square Edge region, but his initial Pokemon was a fire-breathing dragon with good strength. Goten Duck lost the battle, but his fire-breathing dragon was rubbed hard by Yendi. By the way, that guy seems to have flown directly to Kastoma City to look for you. You're on your own. I'll send the bijou to the Pokemon Center in Kastoma City in a few minutes, so go over there and receive it. With that, Kodomine hung up the phone, thinking that he should go do something to prepare for the transmission of the bijou. Hanging up the phone, Lin Xiao looked at Sunday apologetically. Sorry, I might not be able to go over with you guys. At that moment, Lin Xiao told the two women what he had said on the phone. Sunday understood Lin Xiao very well and smiled faintly, making a face. It's fine, Uncle. Sister Kona and I will just go over there. You don't have to feel guilty. Hugging Sunday and kissing her on the forehead, Lin Xiao stroked her hair and said, then let's have another hotel round later. I know. I have to go shopping with Sister Kona later. You don't have to wait for us, Uncle. Sunday smiled and took Kona's hand, waving goodbye to Lin Xiao as she walked towards her schoolmate's home. Saying goodbye to Sunday and Kona, Lin Xiao returned to the Pokemon Center by himself. Write down the number of the teleporter in the Pokemon and send it to Ming. This thing is like the printers on Earth in a previous life. You need the other person's number to make a connection in order to teleport Pokemon. After connecting it, a white light immediately flashed on the teleporter, and then Bijou's elf ball appeared on the teleporter. Picking up the elf ball, Lin Xiao casually released the Bijou, but Lin Xiao immediately regretted it. It's a good thing the Pokemon Center's house was built higher up, or else Fly would have broken the bank today. More than a carving. The speckled eagle just came out and spread its huge wings, complaining that Lin Xiao didn't bring it out and left it at home. The huge size of the bishop's eagle scared many people as soon as it came out, while the bishop's spread wings brought up a strong wind, and there was a clattering sound. Lin Xiao helplessly covered his face and thought, "It's over. Destroying things in the Pokemon Center is compensated." The cabinet next to the teleporter was ripped down by the strong winds brought up by the Bijou, and the medicines, Pokemon food, and Pokeballs inside were suddenly scattered all over the place. Ta-da! Ta-da! The elf ball bounced slowly on the ground with a gurgling sound. In the end, Lin Xiao paid out more than $300,000 to get out of it. The spilled medicines and pixie food teasers could no longer be used, and Lin Xiao took a full payout, plus the money for the locker. Moreover, the Bijou was acting subconsciously, so Lin Xiao couldn't blame it and could only harden his heart to pay for it. After exiting the Pokemon Center, Lin Xiao had to put away the Bishop Eagle. Flying Pokemon were not allowed to roam outside in the city. Kona accompanied Sunday to visit her schoolmates, so Lin Xiao had to take the subway forward to the Orange Terrier Dojo by himself. After getting off the subway, Lin Xiao walked towards the Orange Terrier Dojo. Because it was a flying dojo, the Orange Terrier Dojo was constructed on the topmost floor of a building. That way it would be easier for flying Pokemon to battle without feeling constricted. Riding the elevator to the dojo on the topmost floor of the building, Lin Xiao pushed open the door and walked in shouting, "Excuse me, is anyone here? I'm a trainer from Jinxing Town and have come to make a dojo challenge." Another trainer from Zenith Town has come to challenge? A man who looked to be 17 or 18 years old with a caped haircut came out of the dojo. Looking at Lin Xiao who was holding Reshiram, the blue-haired man smiled and said, "Hello, I'm the trainer of this dojo. I'm called Azuma. Yesterday there was a trainer called Xiao Ji who challenged the day before yesterday. He is also from Jinxing Town. May I ask if you know each other?" Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Of course we know each other. We're still the same batch of trainers that set out." Although Lin Xiao looked much older than Xiao Ji, he was in the same class as Xiao Ji, but Azumi didn't ask about the reason for this. Many people were like this, and there were delays during the period before they started to leave for their trip afterward. After showing Lin Xiao around the dojo, Azuma led Lin Xiao to the venue for the match. The Orange Terrier Dojo is also known as the Flying Dojo, so called because all of Trainer Azuma's Pokemon are bird-related, and the Flying Dojo's grounds are on the top floor, above the dojo. "Chi had a good game yesterday. I hope you're better than him." Standing in the ring, Speed clenched his fists in excitement. Standing on his seat and putting Tiny and Reshiram on the ground to play, Lin Xiao almost fell on his head when he heard Speed's words. "That guy Little Chi can still play a decent game?" The rules of the match are 3 against 3, during which the trainer who comes to challenge can change their Pokemon, and when all of one side's Pokemon are to combat capable the other side wins. "Now please take out the Pokemon that you will be using for the match." Without giving Lin Xiao a chance to reply, the referee immediately announced the rules of the match and signaled for the two to take out all of their Pokemon for the battle. "Dudley, the first battle is yours," Azuma shouted as he threw the Pixie Ball. Dudley just came out 3 heads as a burst of croaking, piercing sound so that Lin Xiao cannot help but cover his ears. This guy is just as annoying as the coconut tree eggs, and Azure seemed to be used to it and didn't take it seriously. Smiling at Lin Xiao, rubbing his ears, Lin Xiao took out the elf ball and threw it. "Fire-breathing dragon, you'll be the one to fight in the first game." Fire-breathing dragon? Azumi was slightly stunned. Yesterday Xiaoji also used a fire-breathing dragon to fight against his own Bijou. Only Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon looked more imposing than Xiaoji's, not to mention that the height of close to 3 meters alone could put pressure on one's heart. Phew! The fire-breathing dragon snorted in disbelief and looked down at Dudley in a battle stance. Dudley also stopped his bickering, and all 3 heads showed cautious looks as they stared at the fire-breathing dragon. Both sides' Pokemon were ready, and the referee immediately shouted, "So, for the first match, the battle officially begins. Dudley, use the noise." The referee calls for the match to begin and Azuma immediately gives the order. Dudley's 3 heads all screamed together at once, and the gibbering noise immediately rang out, piercing one's eardrums. Chapter 21, Battle in Progress. Fire-breathing dragons, we use noise too. Lin Xiao, who was covering his ears and showing a pained expression, yelled at the top of his voice. Noise, the smell of stinky flowers all belong to Lin Xiao, very annoying stuff. Every time against the most unwilling to encounter this kind of stance. Fortunately the noise can cancel each other, otherwise there can be a crime. While it doesn't have the 3 heads and 3 mouths of Dudley, the fire-breathing dragon of possibly Roar has its own advantages. Opening its huge mouth, The fire-breathing dragon sucked in a sharp breath, making its stomach much larger. Ow! It felt almost done before the fire-breathing dragon roared violently. Unlike ordinary roars, the fire-breathing dragon's call at this time had a slight murmur in it, although it was also very irritating to the ears. But Lin Xiao felt that it was much better than the kind of shrill sound that Doodly had, although it was possible that there existed an element of love for the house. Thinking of the same stance, the different sounds were like ripples in the water of a real lake, slowly spreading out and crashing together. After a few seconds, the two Pokemon stopped purring and looked at each other again. Without the ear-piercing screams, Lin Xiao breathed a fierce sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe the false sweat from his forehead. Reshiram and Xiao Xiao hugged one of Lin Xiao's legs respectively. Although the sound just now had an effect on them, they were not as fearful as Lin Xiao. The two little ones appeared to be much more open. Fire-breathing dragon. Use jet flame. Without determining the strength of the other party, Lin Xiao would usually do a little bit of exploratory attacks to feel out the other party's bottom. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar and opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of flames. The crimson flames immediately condensed into a single stream and quickly rushed towards Dudley. Facing the fire-breathing dragon's jet of flames, Azuma smiled faintly and shouted, "Dudley, jump up, fly, fly over and use peck attack." Dudley can fly? Lin Xiao stared at Azure with wide eyes, incredulously. The flying Dudley had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. However, Dodo Lee quickly corrected Lin Xiao's wrong idea. Really let Dodo Lee fly and let the ostrich in his previous life fly the same. A fool's dream. Unless this Dodo Lee has the attributes of the superpower department. In that case it can use the power of the mind to make itself levitate, but it can't have anything to do with flying either. Upon hearing Azuma's instructions, the head in the center of Dodo Lee nodded at once, and the two thick and powerful legs made a fierce effort, and the bulky body immediately jumped with the help of the rebound force, avoiding the fire-breathing flames of the fire-breathing dragon, and gliding towards the fire-breathing dragon. The original is gliding. Lin Xiao, speechless, looked at the speed of a glance. Gliding on gliding. Why make a big shout? Make me think we'll fly. Successfully avoiding the fire-breathing dragon's jet of flame, all three chapters of Dudley's beak glowed white as he used a pecking attack to prepare to attack the fire-breathing dragon. Looking up at the Dudley gliding in the air, Lin Xiao immediately said, "Let it get close before using the steel tail." Lin Xiao's fire-breathing dragon was close to a meter taller than normal fire-breathing dragons, and his tail was naturally much longer. Waiting until Dudley was close to use the steel tail was the most appropriate. Dudley's neck, even if it was longer, couldn't compare to a fire-breathing dragon's tail. The fire-breathing dragon stared Dudley dead in the face, his long tail slightly raised in readiness. Lin Xiao's command surprised Azure. He wouldn't think that his Dudley neck was as long as a fire-breathing dragon's tail. Charging up like this would be the same as coming up to them to take a beating. At that moment, he hurriedly said, "Dudley, stop the attack and watch out for the fire-breathing dragon's tail." Dudley obeyed Speed's words and ended his attack, but his body gliding in the air was still heading towards the fire-breathing dragon, so Dudley immediately deflected all three heads together towards the left, trying to forcefully reverse his body. Hearing Azuma's words, the fire-breathing dragon knew that if he didn't attack he would lose an opportunity for nothing, and while Dudley still began to forcefully twist his body, it was good to be able to bring damage. Raising its thick, large tail, the fire-breathing dragon flung itself across the room towards Dudley in the air without hesitation. Bang! Due to Dudley's forced twist, the fire-breathing dragon's glowing tail didn't hit it all the way, though only the tail, but it still made a muffled sound that sent Dudley flying from mid-air. Doodly let out a cry of pain, was carried by the powerful force to fly far away. This time it is really flying. If Doodly is from the ground to attack, the fire-breathing dragon's steel tail may not be able to hit it. Don't look at its three heads love to quarrel. In the ground's dodging ability is very good, but it is a pity that it is in the air inability to do nothing. The fact that your opponent can't dodge and can't fight back means that an opportunity has come. Of course Lin Xiao wouldn't miss this kind of opportunity. Fire-breathing dragon. Use heavy strike. Heavy strike is one of those jutsu that has the most power the first time and less power the more you use it, and it's still sandwiched between fire and normal. Ow. Orange royal-colored pillars of light somewhat similar to the destructive deathlight erupted violently from the fire-breathing dragon's mouth and struck at Dudley, who had just landed on the ground. Dudley only landed on the ground and shook twice before Azumi shouted anxiously, "Dudley, get out of the way." Shaking off three somewhat dazed heads, Dudley heard Azuma's yell and subconsciously turned his head to look, and was immediately hit by a heavy blow from the fire-breathing dragon. If it had listened to Azuma's words and jumped away immediately, there might have been a slight chance of avoiding it, but it was a minuscule once point of chance. But as soon as it turned around it was instantly too late for anything. With a pained wail, Dudley, who had been hit directly by the heavy blow, flew far away from the fire-breathing dragon's heavy blow and landed heavily on the field, shaking up a bit of dust. The three tangled heads bobbed slightly for a few moments before Dudley's 6 eyes rolled back in his head and he was incapacitated. Bending down to look at Tootsie's condition, the referee held up a small flag and announced, Tootsie is incapacitated. This match is won by the fire-breathing dragon. Please bring out your second participating Pokemon, said referee glanced at Speed. I can't believe my attack put Dudley in jeopardy instead. You have a good sense of the big picture. Putting away Dudley, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Azuma's mouth. Then he took out his Pokeball. Goo goo. It's your turn next. You can't let go of any small thing if you want to make yourself stronger. But I'm still far behind compared to many people. Lin Xiao took out his elf ball to retrieve the fire-breathing dragon. And after thinking for a while he ended up taking out the Lightning Bird's Master Ball and tossing it. Lightning Bird, you'll be the one to play the second game. Chirp. The Lightning Bird, who hadn't sparred for a long time, just came out and let out a clear chirp, happily spreading its wings and flying a few times before landing in front of Lin Xiao, looking at the opposite side of the cuckoo with some scorn. Compared to when it was first collected, the Lightning Bird had grown a bit and its strength had grown a lot. Is this a Lightning Bird? Azure stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The most passionate bird Pokemon, he had a deep study of the three god birds, but he didn't have that blessing to get just that. Now that Lin Xiao was using the Lightning Bird to fight against him, it made Azure shocked and happy. It's the Lightning Bird. I took this kid in on a trip to the Orange Islands not too long ago. Don't think it's quite so godlike, it's not actually grown up yet. Lin Xiao patted the back of the Lightning Bird and said with a smile, and the Lightning Bird twisted its head happily and rubbed its own head on Lin Xiao's palm, squinting its smiling eyes, looking happy. Azuma looked at the Lightning Bird with envy and laughed. You're so lucky that you can capture such a rare Pokemon. I don't have that luck, and even if I did, I wouldn't necessarily be able to capture it. Electric typed it completes my Pokemon. Like Speed said, even if he did meet a Lightning Bird, he'd be in for a rude awakening. The electrical Lightning Bird is a complete killer of flying bird Pokemon, but of course Flame Bird and Frozen Bird and Lokier are not included in that category. Although the attributes are restrained, it's not certain who will lose or win. Azuma snapped his hands and shouted, Goo goo, use hypnosis, goo. In fact, Goo goo, no matter the look, appropriate hooting is very much like the owls that are active at night on Earth. Except for being able to use stances, Lin Xiao really doesn't know what's different about them. Upon hearing Azuma's command, Goo goo immediately barked, and his round eyes immediately rotated, emitting a faint red aura as he flew towards the Lightning Bird. Lightning Bird, fly up and out of the way. A jutsu like hypnotism was generally slow to float through the air, and it would undoubtedly be difficult to hit a Lightning Bird that could fly. Spreading his own wings, the mountain bird cleared his throat and quickly flew up into the sky, avoiding Goo's hypnotic spell. Facing the Lightning Bird that flew up to avoid Goo goo's hypnosis technique, Azumi didn't let Goo goo fly up into the sky as well. Doing so would be equivalent to becoming a target for the Lightning Bird. It's not blown out of proportion that the electrical jutsu is the nemesis of the flying system. Azuma won't allow Goo to lift off, trying to stay out of trouble. Since he didn't move, then Lin Xiao had to let the Lightning Bird attack. Lightning Bird, use Thunderbolt. Although Goo didn't fly, there were only two options if he wanted to avoid the thunder: hard resistance and jumping away, but it is sensitive in the sky, and its speed on the ground is unimpressive. Azumi also knew Goo goo's weakness, and immediately shouted, Goo goo, use the maximum power of your Nianli and block the thunder. Listening to Azuma's words, Goo flew and used his mind power to lay down a blue color around his body to defend himself from the Lightning Bird's thundering attack. Chapter 22, the battle continues. No sooner had Goo goo's Nimbus shield been laid out to encompass himself than the Lightning Bird's strike of thunder arrived in an instant. Boom! The thick lightning struck hard on Goo goo's Nianli shield, causing the Nianli shield to continuously deform, suffering from the destruction and rubbing of the lightning. Goo! Goo goo clenched his teeth and held on for dear life. Sweat began to break out on his round face, and his bubbling blue eyes kept flickering. Goo goo was struggling to hold on, and Azuma clenched his fist, anxiety showing in his other eye not covered by his blue hair. Goo goo goo! Hang in there! Show your courage! With Azuma's cheering, the color of the blue light rising from Goo goo's two eyes began to deepen. Goo goo! As Goo goo cried out, the Nianli shield violently braced itself. Boom! The bounced the Lightning Bird's thunderbolt away. PFF, the lightning that was bounced off landed on the ground, striking a small crater out of the ground, which turned black all around it, slowly smoldering. Lin Xiao slightly swindled, did not expect the Goo to be able to add the Lightning Bird's thunderbolt to bounce away. It seems that this Goo should usually have a home workout for its superpower system attributes, otherwise the power of the Nimble shield is not as strong as this. Although he managed to bounce off the thunderbolt, Goo goo was also tired. Phew! Hoo! He stood on the spot and gasped for breath, successfully bouncing the lightning away. Azuma snapped his fingers happily, and although Goo had expended a lot of stamina as a result, the result was much better than getting hit directly by lightning. Looking at the Lightning Bird flapping its wings in the sky, Azumi immediately shouted, Goo goo! Use your Nianli to catch it, don't let it get away. Goo! Before he could get a chance to catch his breath, Gugu released his Nianli once again. His two big round eyes sprouted blue rays, and these blue rays were like a big invisible hand grabbing towards the lightning bird in the sky. The further the distance between the two sides, the slower the arrival time of the Nianli, and the weaker the power. With Nachi's presence plus traveling with Arnold for a period of time, Lin Xiao was familiar with the diffusion and power of Nianli's jutsu. Lightning bird. Rapid liftoff. Although when Gugu's Nimbus power grabs the lightning bird, the power will be much lower. But being grabbed by the Nimbus power is also a very troublesome thing, unless there is a strong power to break free directly. But now the lightning bird doesn't have that kind of power. Maybe when it grows up to adulthood it can. So Lin Xiao didn't intend to take any chances, but let the lightning bird rise sharply. Chirp! The lightning bird that received the command immediately spread its wings and flew straight up high into the sky, leaving Gugu's chanting power to do nothing. If the releaser was Nats or Arnold, the lightning bird wouldn't have a chance to fly high at all. The stronger the user, the more powerful the power of the ninjutsu, and the faster it would start. Especially for a Pokemon like Arnold. If Arnold stood on the ground and used his power, he could catch the lightning bird in a second. But while Arnold could, Gugu couldn't. And the world of strength between the two sides was 100,000 miles apart. Damn it! I can't believe it's that fast. Looking at the lightning bird that was flying rapidly and high, Azuma reluctantly struck his palm with his fist. Due to the lightning bird's rapid ascension, Gugu wasted a great deal of effort to use the power of the mind suddenly fluttered. Not only that but also tired himself out and gasped. If Gugu came back a few more times with this kind of stance, I'm afraid that it wouldn't need the lightning bird to be attacking it before it itself would be exhausted. Although under certain circumstances, the superpower system's skills were tough, but they weren't foolproof either. Only after Gugu's chanting was interrupted did Lin Xiao gesture to the lightning bird high in the sky. Chirp! Reading Lin Xiao's gesture, the lightning bird quickly lowered its flight altitude and flapped its wings to look at the panting Gugu. That's a great trick you did, straight up making Gugu hard to labor all of a sudden. Looking at his Gugu, who was already showing signs of exhaustion, Azure instantly revealed a bitter smile. Gugu fly up. Seeing Azuma letting Gugu fly, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, between being cautious and risking down, I'll naturally be more cautious. Although Gugu has already consumed a lot of stamina, as long as the lightning bird is caught by the Nimbus, it still has a chance to bounce back. I'm not going to take the risk of letting my own Pokemon try it. Azuma shook his head slightly. It seems I underestimated your strength. You're a lot stronger than she. His Heracross suffered a big loss at the hands of Gu yesterday. Just because Koji can do that, doesn't mean I can do the same. Lightning bird, 100,000 volts. To be honest, how on earth Xiaoji had managed to make it all the way through was a surprise to Lin Xiao. Courage? Or the deep friendship with the Pokemon? A lot of electricity flowed from the body of the lightning bird that quickly used 100,000 volts, emitting a Z sound, and Azuma immediately shouted, Gugu, wrap 100,000 volts with your yin power, bounce it back, go! Facing lightning bird's 100,000 volts, Gugu cried out, dragging his tired body and using his Nimbus to block the 100,000 volts, trying to give it back to lightning bird. Lin Xiao sighed and shook his head, saying, Gugu has already consumed a hit amount of stamina. It won't be easy to bounce back from a 100,000 volt attack. Lightning bird increased the current output. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the lightning bird clear chirp, immediately increasing the output of 100,000 volts. And the Gu Nimbus suddenly curved and twisted slightly with the lightning bird's added force, and after a few seconds it finally couldn't hold up and was broken by the 100,000 volts. Breaking through the wrappings of the Nimbus, the 100,000 volts continued at an unabated speed and instantly struck the gasping Gu. The Gu that was hit by the 100,000 volts instantly screamed miserably. His body became scorched black, and black smoke slowly fell from the sky. Covered in charcoal, Gugu landed on the ground, rolled over, and lost his ability to fight with circles coming out of his eyes. Gugu is incapacitated, so this match is won by Lightning Bird. The referee looked at Gugu's condition and immediately announced loudly, taking out the elf ball to retrieve Gugu. Azure cautiously looked at Lin Xiao. Even Gugu's stamina is calculated so clearly. I'm indeed inferior to you, but it won't be that easy for you to get a victory in this last match. Come out, Bidoo. No wonder it was so confident. Lin Xiao glanced at Azure's Bidoo and realized that this Bidoo's feathers were brightly colored, and it was also quite a bit larger than normal. So at a glance, he could tell that it had been carefully bred. Your bijou is good. It's well cultivated, so I'll use the bijou for the last match as well, said Lin Xiao as he took out his elf ball and threw it. You also have more than. Before Azumi could finish his words, he saw Lin Xiao's bijou come out of the elf ball, and was so shocked that he swallowed the latter words back into his stomach. More than a carving. As soon as the biddy came out, It screamed with excitement, unfolding its huge wings that reached more than 10 meters and flying around the sky with its 4-meter-high body before landing in front of Lin Xiao, happily bending down and rubbing its head on his head. The soft feathers slid along his face, bringing up a slight itch. Lin Xiao faintly hugged its big head and stroked it. Good, good, good. I'll let you out to fight more often in the future and let you fly high in the sky. From the bijou's happy expression and pampering behavior, Lin Xiao knew what it meant and agreed. Lin Xiao agreed to his request. The bidou looked even happier. Its large eyes narrowed in a smile, joyful. As for Azure's bijou, it was directly ignored. In its eyes there was no difference between that guy and a brat. Think about it. Lin Xiao's bidou was 4 meters tall and Azure's was less than 2 meters. Lin Xiao's bidou finished standing on the ground looking down at it, no different from a 2-meter-tall giant man looking at a few years old child. Swallowing his saliva with difficulty, Azure stared with wide eyes in disbelief. How can there be such a big bijou? How did this guy grow? Facing the incomparably surprised Azure, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and explained, of course a normal bijou can't be this big. This bijou was captured on another nameless island when I was traveling in the Orange Islands, where because of the special geographical location, the Pokemon on the island all grow huge. If you are interested you can go and have a look, but be careful when you capture it. The Pokemon there have bad tempers and will immediately attack when they see a human. Lin Xiao's words moved Azure, in his heart, to crack a smile. Thank you very much for telling me this. After I finish this fight I'll warrior shut down the dojo and go to the Orange Islands to see what's going on. Although I'm grateful to you, I won't let go of the water in the match. Lin Xiao was speechless. How strong his own bidou was Lin Xiao was naturally very clear. This guy was able to use a stance like Godbird even before he was taken in. After training, the bidou's strength had grown a lot. Lin Xiao was sure that his own bidou could definitely crush Azusa's bidou. Then the eagle. Fly. Azure and Lin Xiao shouted almost simultaneously. With the trainer's command, a large and a small beagle took to the sky together, flapping their wings and shaking them against each other. Compared to its flying other Pokemon, the bishop's flight was not only stable, but also longer. The bishop could fly in the sky for almost a whole day without getting tired. Chapter 23, Being a Teacher Again. The game is officially on. With the referee's announcement, Lin Xiao chose to attack first. Bidou. Use Steel Wing. More than a carving. Lin Xiao's bijou immediately rushed towards Azuma's bijou, its huge wings enveloped in white light, and from afar it looked as if it had been carrying 2 huge, sharp machetes across its body, slicing towards Azuma's bijou. Don't look at the huge size of Lin Xiao's speckled eagle, but look at the speed. It didn't fall at all. The idea of the huge wings flapping powerfully, making it even faster. Azure was shocked in his heart. He didn't think that Lin Xiao's bidou was so big, but its speed didn't have to be slower than his own bidou, and the wings that looked like giant blades made people look at it with a cool heart. Bijou. Use a flash of electricity. Hurry up and avoid it. Azure's bidou quickly used an electric flash to boost his speed to the extreme, flying to avoid Lin Xiao's bidou's 2 huge sharp blades. The bijou's rush was so fierce that it caused Azuma's bijou to avoid it and then still slide forward. Unable to stop, Azuma saw the opportunity and immediately shouted, Bijou, take advantage of this. Use cutting air slash. Beagle. Azumi's Bee-Eagle immediately shouted. His wings violently flapped a few times, and several wind blades similar to those in magical novels struck towards the giant Bee-Eagle. Poof, put, poof. The wind blade struck the back of Lin Xiao's Bee-Eagle, slicing off a small amount of feathers. Then Eagle. The pain in his back slowed down the speed of the speckled eagle, and Ran couldn't help but scream out. While we're at it, use destructive deathlight. Of course Azure would not miss such an opportunity, intending to end the battle before Lin Xiao's bijou could return to his senses. Lin Xiao smiled faintly. Is it really that easy? For you to want to end the battle with a broken fall deathlight? It's the same for me. What do you mean? Speedy gave a lurch, a sense of foreboding rising in the back of his mind. Lin Xiao cracked a smile, then put it away and shouted fiercely. Bird of prey, divine bird meets you. The Bee-Eagle immediately called out, its entire body bubbling with golden light, and a huge golden bird shadowed behind the Bee-Eagle, as if it was the driving force behind its advancement. With an unrelenting aura, then the eagle quickly rushed towards Azuma's. Then the eagle, wrapped in golden light, it and the light royal-colored destructive death light ruthlessly clashed together. Azure's heart suddenly thumped. At this moment, he finally knew where Lin Xiao's smile and his own heart's uneasiness came from. This then the eagle actually know the god bird? That was a stance that he had dreamed of wanting the elf to learn. Giggle. Lin Xiao's bidou was like a sharp giant blade, instantly slicing through the broken fall deathlight and ruthlessly crashing into Azure's bidou with infinite momentum. Then, Azuma's bijou screamed miserably and was hit so hard that it quickly all flew back, seemingly to pay back the revenge from the cutting air chop just now. Lin Xiao's bidou accelerated once again to crash into Azuma's bidou while the time of the god bird had not yet expired. The 2 heavy blows directly caused Azuma's bijou to faint and die, and he couldn't even let out a scream before he staggered out of the sky and fell towards the street. Beagle. A speed face is full of anxiety. If then the sculpture fell from here certainly hurt plus, perhaps also smashed into the passing pedestrians, then the eagle catches it and brings it back. Lin Xiao looked at Azure's bijou and raised his head to shout. The bijou nodded to Lin Xiao, then flew towards Azuma's bijou, and with his wide back, he picked it up and flew back to the field to place the bijou on the ground. Quickly running forward, Azuma hugged the bishop's head and said gratefully, "Thank you." Azuma's bijou was incapacitated, so Lin Xiao's bijou wins. The referee had to add the trainer's name since the two had the same Pokemon. Putting away the bijou, Azure took out the badge from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. "This is the Flying Wings badge. Congratulations on achieving outstanding results in this year's conference." The divine beast took the badge and Lin Xiao smiled. "That's for sure. Rather you just watch my performance. I'll definitely be watching the live stream, but only if I can make it back from the Orange Islands. Then I wish you a safe journey, but it's better if you have a guide or someone familiar with the terrain with you earlier." Telling Azure the approximate location, Lin Xiao didn't forget to remind him about it. Azure, who was originally walking towards the elevator, turned back and gestured towards Lin Xiao, signaling that he knew. Putting the badge in the box, Lin Xiao left the Orange Terrier dojo. As for the badge box, it was given to him by Joey when he was ranked in Wakaba Town, and all trainers of basic rank were given one. After leaving the dojo, Lin Xiao stood on the street searching for where he should go when the drip drip drip. The phone rang once again. Picking up the phone and glancing at the fact that it was Sunday, Lin Xiao was filled with doubts. Wouldn't they go visit their schoolmates? Is there something wrong? "Uncle, where are you?" The phone had just been connected when Sunday's sweet voice rang through the phone. You could hear it in his voice. Sunday was happy now. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile as Lin Xiao said, "I just finished challenging the Orange Terrier dojo and I'm now preparing to fight my way back home." "Great!" Sunday immediately jumped up happily, her little face full of excitement, and hurriedly said, "Uncle, then you quickly come over here in the Tower of Trumpet Buds. There's something to find you, and it's a good thing." Oh. Saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Lin Xiao a chance to inquire. "Good thing?" Lin Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the phone, "but why do I have a furtive feeling in my heart? Could something bad be happening?" Shaking his head helplessly and shaking out the distractions in his heart, Lin Xiao came to the subway station and prepared to take the subway over. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived at the Tower of Trumpet Buds and took out his phone to call Sunday. Looking at the tall Tower of Trumpet Buds, Lin Xiao couldn't help but remember the circulation of this tower. Many trainers would go to this tower to dive into meditation and exercise their mind, but Lin Xiao didn't want to do that. What he lacked was combat experience. Meditation couldn't bring that, and he hadn't heard of a few trainers who had practiced inside reaching the top, probably because of the tourist attraction. Not long after, Sunday came to bring the Tower of Trumpet Buds. "Uncle!" Sunday was happy like a little elf, pulling Lin Xiao's hand and heading towards the house behind the Tower of Trumpet Buds. "Now can you tell me what it's about?" Lin Xiao asked with a helpless smile. He. Sunday grinned and made a face, spitting out her tongue and head. "You'll find out soon enough." With Sunday leading the way, the two of them arrived at a school, hand in hand. Without further ado, Sunday pulled Lin Xiao and ran directly towards a classroom, nagging the teacher. Lin Xiao realized that Kona was saying something to a woman in her 20s. "Sister, I'm back. This is Lin Xiao." There's no problem handing it over to him. He also took classes when he was at the Pixie Academy. Sunday pulled Lin Xiao to show off to her schoolmates. I said, why another kind of furry feeling? So it's this thing, even let me be a teacher again? Hello, my name is Yu Xiang. I'm Sunday's school sister. Nice to meet you." Sunday's school sister, who had long pink hair and wore a professional set dress that could barely be considered a beauty, smiled and extended her hand to greet Lin Xiao, holding Yu Xiang's soft and boneless little hand. Lin Xiao introduced, "Hello, my name is Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao then let go of the other's hands, otherwise it would not be good for others to think that he was eating tofu. "I'm glad you made a special trip down here to teach the kids." Bowing slightly to Lin Xiao, Yu Xiang clapped her hands and smiled. "Children, this is your teacher for today's lesson. He is a powerful trainer. Oh, let's all give a round of applause to welcome him." Lin Xiao was stunned. "When did I agree to come over as a teacher?" Glaring at Sunday, Lin Xiao asked softly, "Did you do this, Uncle?" Sunday had a pleading look on her face as she took Lin Xiao's hand and shook it. "The children want to learn things that aren't in the textbooks. That's why I recommended you. You won't be angry, right?" said Sunday slightly uneasy, helplessly touching Sunday's hair. Lin Xiao cried and laughed as he softly said, "It's not that I'm blaming you, but the next time something like this is done, talk to me first so that I can be mentally prepared." "Ah, welcome teacher." The entire classroom all filled with 6, 7-year-old little but love looked at Lin Xiao and sweetly shouted, "Ahem, hello classmates." As it was, Lin Xiao could only squeeze out a smile and said, "Today's teachings are getting along with Pokemon and some elements when fighting, so I'll leave you to it. Yuka said somewhat apologetically. Nodding to Yuxiang, Lin Xiao walked up to the podium. Now there was only one thing to do but to rush the ducks. Students can ask any questions you may have and I will try to answer them for you. Teacher, I want to know how to get along with Pokemon, a little boy asked, raising his hand. Thinking slightly, Lin Xiao said with a straight face, I think it should be with the heart. If you want to get along with an elf, you first need to understand it with the heart, what it likes and what it hates. If you can grasp this, then long becomes a lot easier. Even though Lin Xiao was already saying it in a very easy way, the group of little kids were blinking their eyes in a budding manner as if they didn't understand. It was hard for them, who were still in the elementary school part, to comprehend what Lin Xiao was saying. _______.